Chapter 1. The Beginning of Divorce. In a parallel world, in Huagua, Jiangcheng, within a mid to high-end residential community, Chun Mo gazed coldly at his young wife, Zhang Xiaoer, his eyes filled with disbelief. At his most challenging moment, the gentle and obedient wife, who had always been by his side, unexpectedly proposed divorce. Faced with Chun Mo's questioning gaze, Zhang Xiaoer hesitated, unable to meet his eyes directly. Yet, she showed no signs of retreat regarding her decision. "Chun Mo, I apologize for the pain I'm causing you. Please let me go," she declared. "I'm not yet 25 and do not wish to spend the rest of my life repaying debts. After the divorce, aside from the apartment in Jinsho Garden, I will not claim the car or any assets from your supermarket." Hearing these words from his wife, Chun Mo felt his heart bleed. He was an orphan who had grown up without parents, relying solely on his own efforts. He had established a moderately sized supermarket, becoming the admired Chun boss in Jiangxing. Zhang Xiaoer had once been an ordinary cashier at the supermarket. Not long after starting her job, she set her sights on Chun Mo, the eligible bachelor. With her striking beauty and alluring figure, she ascended to the position of the supermarket's proprietress in less than a month. Since marrying Chun Mo, she had portrayed the role of a tender wife to perfection. Chun Mo believed he had found his true love, showering Zhang Xiaoer with affection. He not only added her name to the property deed of their apartment, but also brought her parents from the countryside, purchasing them a modest home for nearly 1 million. Naturally, Zhang Xiaoer's parents were fond of Chun Mo, their golden son-in-law, as their daughter had found such a remarkable partner. However, life is often a blend of fortune and misfortune. Just as Chun Mo thought he had reached the pinnacle of his life, a sudden fire in the supermarket brought him crashing down from his pedestal. Although there were no fatalities, nearly 20 employees and customers suffered injuries. The ensuing compensation, coupled with the loss of goods, obliterated the millions he had worked tirelessly to accumulate, leaving him not only with nothing, but also burdened by substantial debt. Despite the severe blow, Chun Mo, who had risen from nothing, did not succumb to despair. Drawing on his good credit, he secured a loan from the bank. He planned to renovate the supermarket and hire a new team, determined to rise to greatness once again. However, human calculations pale in comparison to the will of fate. In the face of the relentless tide of the internet, Chun Mo has found himself devoid of any earnings over the past 2 years, while his debts to the bank have only continued to escalate. The number of employees at the supermarket has plummeted from a peak of over 120 to fewer than 60. Even under such dire circumstances, wages have gone unpaid for 2 months. At the most challenging juncture in Chun Mo's life, his once gentle and charming wife, Zhang Xiaoer, has finally revealed her true colors. The love he believed to be genuine has proven to be utterly laughable in the absence of wealth. Even more astonishingly, Zhang Xiao not only initiated divorce proceedings, but also sought to claim the only asset Chun Mo has left, his apartment. She sweetly assured that she would not touch any of the supermarket's assets. Yet, how could there be any assets when he could no longer even pay his employees? In the turmoil of his emotions, the pent-up rage within Chun Mo erupted. "Zhang Xiaoer, how dare you say such things?" he exclaimed. "If you wish to divorce, then do so without a penny to your name. Do not even think about claiming this apartment." Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, Zhang Xiaoer's expression stiffened. The glimmer of guilt in her eyes swiftly transformed into a mask of fury. "Chun Mo, my name is on the deed of this apartment too. Why should I leave with nothing? I married you at 18, and throughout these years, I have been dutiful and compliant. Even if I have not contributed significantly, I have endured hardships. All these debts to the bank are your doing. I merely wish to secure a future for myself. Is that so wrong? Keeping this apartment for me is far better than letting it be seized to settle debts. I can still cherish the good memories of you." Before Zhang Xiaoer could continue, Chun Mo, consumed by anger, could no longer restrain himself. He struck her with a resounding slap, sending her sprawling to the ground. The imprint of his hand appeared starkly on her delicate face. Zhang Xiaoer sat on the floor, cradling her cheek, her gaze toward Chun Mo a mixture of shock and fury. Since their marriage, he had never laid a finger on her, leading her to believe that he would never resort to violence. In this stark contrast, she erupted in a frenzy. "Chun Mo, if you have the courage, kill me. I have wasted my youth on you, and I must have that apartment. Witnessing Zhang Qiao's frenzied demeanor, Chun Mo felt a wave of despair wash over him. At that moment, the doorbell chimed insistently. A woman's anxious voice called out, "Qiao, what's wrong? Open the door." Hastily, Zhang Qiao scrambled to her feet and opened the door, allowing her parents, Zhang Dashan and Zhou Bilian, to rush in. Without waiting for them to inquire, Zhang Qiao spoke with a voice choked by tears. "Father, Mother, Chun Mo just hit me." Even if she had not spoken, Zhang Dashan and Zhou Bilian could see the red handprint on her face. The couple exchanged a glance, and it was likely that they understood the situation. Feng Bilian quietly inquired, "Does Chun Mo refuse to divorce?" "Mother, that scoundrel doesn't want to give me this apartment and expects me to leave with nothing. I merely spoke up, and he actually struck me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bilian's expression also darkened. Zhang Qiao's decision to propose divorce was, in fact, a result of her mother's encouragement. As Zhou Bilian herself put it, her daughter was as beautiful as a flower at not yet 25. Why should she spend the rest of her life in debt? Divorcing sooner meant liberation sooner. Moreover, the idea of claiming this apartment had been a collective decision of the family. In her words, her daughter Zhang Qiao had devoted her youthful beauty to Chun Mo. It was only just that, after the divorce, the other party should compensate with an apartment. Amidst her thoughts, Zhou Bilian fixed her gaze on Chun Mo. With a somewhat frosty tone, she asked, "Chun Mo, is what Xiao said true?" The moment these two elders entered, Chun Mo immediately realized their arrival at this juncture could not possibly be unrelated to Zhang Qiao's proposal for divorce. Chapter 2: Raising a Thankless Family. In the midst of his thoughts, Chun Mo's heartfelt respect for the two elders instantly turned into a self-mocking cold smile. Since their marriage, he had been very attentive to Zhang Qiao as parents in every aspect, not to mention the regular greetings and check-ins. Just the fact that he bought them that house outright. How many sons-in-law could do that? Yet, despite his sincerity, he was met with a family of thankless wolves. While he could somewhat understand their desire to divorce rather than suffer alongside him, it was simply outrageous that, even in this situation, they still had their eyes on that house. They were even more ungrateful than thankless wolves. Now that things had come to this, Chun Mo was too weary to express any respect anymore. He coldly laughed and said, "I'm currently burdened with millions in debt and will declare bankruptcy tomorrow. This property will only be used as collateral to pay off my debts. If you think you can lay claim to it, dream on." Hearing this, Zhou Bilian and Zhang Dashan, the two old folks from the countryside, didn't quite grasp the meaning behind his words. However, Zhang Qiao, having been with Chun Mo for so long, had some insight. She suddenly felt anxious. If Chun Mo really intended to go through with this, even if she divorced him, she might end up with nothing. In a moment of desperation, she disregarded the pain on her face and pleaded, "Chun Mo, you can't do this to me. If there's no house after the divorce, how am I supposed to live?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mo almost laughed out of anger. "Zhang Qiao, it sounds like I'm the one who proposed the divorce. If you're afraid of not being able to live, then you don't have to divorce me." Zhang Qiao had no immediate response to that. At the same time, Zhou Bilian's face darkened as she retorted, "Chun Mo, you can't be this selfish. Given your situation, why drag my daughter into this suffering for the rest of her life? She devoted her best years to you. Giving her this house would be a good compensation, a memory for both of you. Isn't that fair? Fair? What a joke. I haven't even settled the accounts for that house I bought from you back then. If you keep talking, I'll want that house back too." Zhou Bilian immediately grew anxious upon hearing Chun Mo's words. What? They were still eyeing their house. "Let me tell you, Chun Mo, that's not happening. That house is registered under my name and your father's. Even if you take it to court, it won't work." Chun Mo was merely speaking off the cuff. He only regretted not being more cautious back then. However, after seeing the true colors of this family, even if he were to give away this house, he would never let Zhang Qiao benefit from it. Seeing that Chun Mo was unyielding, Zhang Qiao immediately dropped her pitiful expression and coldly said, "Chun Mo, you are ruthless, but my name is also on the property deed. You can't just take it all for yourself." After saying this, without waiting for Chun Mo to respond, she exchanged a glance with her parents, and they stormed out. Once the family left, Chun Mo sat down helplessly. Despite the supermarket's ups and downs and the huge debts he was carrying, he had never felt this disheartened before. Just as he was contemplating whether to mortgage the property to the bank before the divorce, the phone rang suddenly. It was Wang Shui, the manager of Jiajala's supermarket, calling, an employee he had trusted for a long time. Since the beginning of his journey, she had been working under him. As soon as the call connected, Wang Shui's anxious voice came through. President Chen, several supermarket employees have requested to resign. The problem is, there is not a single cent in the financial account. They can't get their salaries and are causing a scene in the supermarket, making it impossible to operate. Hearing this from Wang Shui, Chen Mo felt a headache coming on. Sister Wang, tell those who want to resign to come back in 3 days. I will find a way. I absolutely want to delay their salaries. But if this continues, even if I close the supermarket, I want to give them a penny. On the other end, Wang Shui sighed and quietly hung up. As Chen Mo's top employee, she understood her boss's situation better than anyone else. Right now, even just the employees' salaries were enough to overwhelm him. After hanging up, Chen Mo indeed felt a bit suffocated. The supermarket business was getting worse. Leaving aside rent and utilities, the salaries for nearly 60 employees were an incredibly tricky issue for him at the moment. Jiangcheng, as a third or fourth-tier city, was not particularly developed. Without social security, the average salary for supermarket employees was around 4,000 yuan. For 60 employees, that would be at least 200,000 yuan. In the past, when the supermarket business was thriving, this amount was nothing to Chen Mo. However, in recent years, he had faced the impact of online shopping platforms, and several large shopping malls had opened in the new district of Jiangcheng. Under this dual pressure, his once thriving supermarket could only be described as struggling. For the past 2 years, it had been operating at a loss. After being hit by Zhang Qiao earlier, Chen Mo was already considering closing the supermarket. Yet, even if he was to shut it down immediately, he still needed to figure out a way to gather money to pay the employees their final salaries. Furrowing his brow, the only solution he could think of was to borrow from the bank. Anyway, since I have so much debt to the bank, as the saying goes, the more lice, the less it itches. The bank, after lending money to Chen Mo time and again, now finds itself in a difficult position as well. If anyone hopes he can return to his peak, it's probably just the bank. After sweet-talking and making promises, Chen Mo finally managed to borrow 500,000 from the bank again. But before he could distribute this money as salaries in the supermarket, Zhang Qiao returned home with a lawyer. This lawyer is a middle-aged man around 40. As soon as he entered, he got straight to the point. Mr. Chen, my name is Tan Jingming, and I am the lawyer hired by Ms. Zhang. She has entrusted me to handle the property distribution plan following your divorce. Hearing this, Chen Mo first shot a cold glance at Zhang Qiao. Then, casually lighting a cigarette and taking a puff, he finally spoke calmly. Lawyer Tan, this apartment was purchased solely by me before the marriage, and only later was Zhang Qiao's name added. But that's not the main point. The key issue is that my current debt is far greater than the value of this apartment. Do you think she can get anything from this divorce? Chapter 3. The most arrogant boss system. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Lawyer Tan's expression stiffened slightly. When Zhang Qiao came to see him, she didn't mention these circumstances at all. He then furrowed his brows and looked at Zhang Qiao, asking, Miss Zhang, is what your husband said true? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiao's heart tightened, and she quickly explained. Lawyer Tan, while the debt is true, my name is on the property deed, so I should have half the ownership. Moreover, this debt has nothing to do with me. After listening to Zhang Qiao's words, before Tan Jingming could respond, Chen Mo sneered coldly. Zhang Qiao, how can you say that? We are a married couple. So why is the debt not your concern? You still want my property? I've realized it now. I will just drag this out and not divorce you. Just wait for your next life to repay this debt with me. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Zhang Qiao felt a surge of fear. She looked pitifully at Tan Jingming and said, Lawyer Tan, you are a great lawyer. Can't you do anything? In response, Tan Jingming shook his head with a wry smile. Miss Zhang, you didn't clarify these matters when you came to see me. If your husband's debt is real, even if you divorce immediately, you shouldn't think too much about the property. I'm sorry, but I am powerless in your divorce asset distribution case. Saying this, he stood up from the sofa and gave Chen Mo an awkward smile. Mr. Chen, sorry for the interruption. After saying this, he directly walked out of the room. Seeing this, Chen Mo coldly looked at his former beautiful wife. Sneering, he said, Zhang Qiao, you are really impatient, bringing a lawyer to my door. Since that's the case, don't even think about getting a divorce. You will spend the rest of your life repaying this debt with me. Hearing Chen Mo's threat again, Zhang Qiao's anxiety intensified. At not yet 25 years old, she was in the prime of her life. With her looks and figure, while it might be a bit challenging to attract a big boss, finding a small one was quite easy. With this thought in mind, she naturally didn't want to live a life of repaying debts with Chen Mo. After hearing Tan Jingming's words, she had completely lost hope regarding the property. If she couldn't get a divorce, she probably felt like she might as well die. With these thoughts, her face once again displayed a pitiful expression. Chen Mo, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to take this property. Just let me go. I will leave with nothing. Let's just get a divorce now. Hearing this, Chen Mo coldly shook his head. Zhang Xiaoer, you think you can just say you want a divorce? Why should it be so easy? It was you who climbed into my bed first, leading to today. You shameless woman. Don't you feel disgusting with that pitiful look on your face? After hearing Chen Mo's unabashedly mocking words, Zhang Xiaoer's face turned pale and flushed. Her nails were digging into her flesh. However, even though she was furious, she could only endure it until Chen Mo spoke. Biting her lip, she asked, then, what do you want me to do to let me go? Hee. Unless your parents give me that house, I won't agree to divorce you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoer immediately refused without a second thought. No way. Even if I agree, my parents would never agree. Just give up on that. Chen Mo was not surprised by her answer. He had said it casually and felt no disappointment. Looking at the woman he once loved deeply, a bold and wicked thought suddenly crossed his mind. Although Zhang Xiaoer usually complied with him, she still hadn't compromised on certain details. Chen Mo wanted to see what choice she would make to free herself from him. Lost in thought, a charmingly cold smile appeared on his face. Zhang Xiaoer, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. If you want a divorce, then kneel down. As long as you satisfy me, we'll divorce right away. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Zhang Xiaoer took a while to grasp their meaning. For a moment, her eyes were filled with shame and anger. You shameless. Chen Mo, we were once a couple. Do you really want to humiliate me like this? Looking at Zhang Xiaoer's slightly red eyes filled with grievance, Chen Mo felt no pity or guilt in his heart. He coldly laughed. I'm shameless? If you're so noble, you don't have to agree. Just drag it out. Having someone else share this debt with me is quite nice. You. Zhang Xiaoer was both aggrieved and furious, almost gnashing her teeth in hatred towards the man before her. However, after struggling with her feelings for a moment, she ultimately had to compromise. Chen Mo, I hope you keep your word. After saying this, she obediently knelt down in front of Chen Mo. 2 hours later, at the Civil Affairs Bureau of Jiangsheng, Chen Mo and Zhang Xiaoer came out with a small booklet each. Without any words, they went their separate ways. From this moment on, they had no relationship left. Chen Mo looked at the bustling traffic in front of him and couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. His life had truly been a roller coaster. Zhang Xiaoer's betrayal had drawn a conclusion to his story. With over 10 million in massive debts, Chen Mo was planning to give up entirely. Once he paid the last salary to the supermarket employees, he would declare bankruptcy. He didn't care how to mortgage things anymore. While lost in self-deprecation, a sudden notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Suitable host detected. Binding the most powerful boss system. Accompanied by this electronic-like voice in his mind, Chen Mo was initially taken aback. Then, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. During his idle time, he occasionally read novels. He envied those protagonists with systems beyond measure. To his surprise, at the moment when he felt the most helpless and faced the greatest difficulties, he was suddenly struck by this astonishing turn of events. Although he still didn't know what the system's functions were, just the name of the most powerful boss system made Chen Mo feel a surge of excitement. Just as his heart was racing, he heard a notification in his mind. Ding. The most powerful boss system binding successful. Ding. A beginner's gift package has been issued, and the system will actively help the host pay off all debts. As soon as the voice faded in his mind, Chen Mo received a bank message on his phone. Dear debtor, your debt of 12,288,000 yuan, including interest, has been completely paid off. Chapter 4. Ready to make bold moves. Chen Mo's face just revealed a hint of surprise when a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Beep. Scanning the supermarket under the host's name, binding completed. Beep. This system will actively cover the utility bills, rent, and miscellaneous expenses for this supermarket. The operational costs of the goods will be the host's responsibility. Starting now, the host will have an employee benefit of 1 million, valid for 1 month. If not used by the 1st of next month, it will automatically reset, at which point another complete employee benefit will be credited. The employee benefits generated by the system can only be used for issuing salaries and rewards to the host's employees. Anything else will be invalid. For every salary issued to an employee, there will be a 1 return. The host can increase the amount of employee benefits by completing the system's designated tasks from time to time. As the voice echoed in his mind, Chinemo couldn't help but smile slightly. This system might not be as extraordinary as others, but it was the most suitable for him. He wasn't overly concerned about the 1 benefit return. With no worries about utility bills, rent, or salaries, if he couldn't make a decent profit, it would be a waste of this system. Zhang Xiaoer, just wait to regret it. Chinemo was not one to have a broad mind. Faced with his ex-wife's betrayal, he naturally wanted to see her deeply regret that day. Adjusting his mindset, he headed straight to the supermarket. The supermarket was located at Changfeng Plaza, at the junction of the new and old towns. A few years ago, it was one of the busiest areas in Jiangcheng. However, with several large shopping malls springing up in recent years, Changfeng Plaza had lost much of its foot traffic. After exiting the underground parking garage, Chun Mo entered the supermarket through the back door. At this time, the business could be described as dismal. Aside from a few lackluster employees, there were hardly any customers in sight. Upon seeing their boss enter, the employees showed no respect. The supermarket hadn't paid salaries for 2 months. If it weren't for waiting for the last payment, most of them would have left by now. Chun Mo glanced around indifferently and didn't bother to linger. He walked straight into the office, where the store manager, Wang Shui, was sitting in her chair, looking troubled as she reviewed the sales reports from the past few days. Seeing Chun Mo enter, she quickly stood up, with a wry smile on her face. She said, "President Chen, you finally came. Today, another 10 employees submitted their resignation letters. They are all waiting for you to issue the last salary." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was not surprised at all. He nodded lightly. "Sister Wang, let's not talk about that for now. Please arrange for the supermarket to suspend operations immediately. Regardless of whether they are employed or not, have all employees come to the supermarket. I have an announcement to make." Hearing Chun Mo's words, Wang Shui's face suddenly darkened. "President Chen, are you planning to close the supermarket?" Hee, Sister Wang, it's not that pessimistic yet. Just follow my instructions for now." That said, Wang Shui was not so optimistic. She had just looked at the supermarket's revenue report for the past few days, not to mention the regular expenses for employees. It was likely that even the rent and utility bills would be hard to cover. Running the supermarket for just 1 day, Chun Mo would at least incur a loss of several thousand. In such a business environment, it seemed that the only option left was to close down. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Wang Shui felt a bit bitter. She had been working at the supermarket since its opening, starting as an ordinary cashier and now holding the position of store manager. She had witnessed the supermarket's rise and fall. If it really were to close, it would probably be Wang Shui who found it hardest to let go. It wasn't he that she was particularly loyal to Chen Mo. It was just that, given her current situation, finding a job with similar pay in the current unfavorable economic climate was nearly impossible. Thinking about her 2 children still in high school, Wang Shui had to start planning her next steps. Of course, until Chun Mo officially announced the closure, she would still do her best in her role. After agreeing with a nod, she began to arrange a series of tasks. An hour later, all 58 employees currently working at the supermarket stood before Chun Mo. Due to the poor performance of the supermarket in recent years, employee salaries were below the city's average level, and the quality of staff was not particularly high. Apart from a few security personnel, the rest were mostly middle-aged women in their 40s and 50s. Moreover, at least half of these individuals had already submitted their resignation letters. Before Chun Mo could say anything, a slightly plump middle-aged woman jumped out first. "Mr. Chun, I have already resigned several days ago. Did you call us all here today to discuss our salaries?" With her opening, the others began to voice their grievances. "Mr. Chun, I have elderly parents and young children at home waiting for my salary to eat. I don't care about others. You must pay my salary today." "Mr. Chun, my situation is even worse. My in-laws are still in the hospital waiting for the salary to cover their medical expenses." Ding. Temporary mission issued. The system detected that the current group of employees did not meet its requirements, and the host should cut them down as much as possible. For each person laid off, the reward would be an increase of 1,000 yuan in employee benefits. Failure to complete the mission would incur no penalties. Hearing the temporary mission announced in his mind, Chen Mo couldn't help but smirk. He raised his right hand to signal for silence and calmly said, "You should all be more aware than anyone else of the supermarket's operating situation. The money we earn daily barely covers the rent and utilities, let alone your salaries." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the employees subtly changed. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Chin-mo continued, "However, I borrowed some money from the bank yesterday, so I can manage to pay your salaries. Those who have already voluntarily resigned can come up in order to collect their salaries." Hearing Chin-mo say this, the group of people who had already submitted their resignation letters were instantly overjoyed. One by one, they rushed to form a line. Meanwhile, those who had not yet submitted their letters began to feel anxious. "Manager Chun, I've already written my resignation letter, but I just haven't submitted it yet. Can I hand it in right now?" "Manager Chun, I also want to quit. I'm writing my resignation report now." Upon seeing this, Chun-mo nodded slightly with a calm expression. "Anyone who wants to resign can do so. There's no need to write any resignation letters. You can report directly to Manager Wang. However, I must remind you that anyone who resigns today will never be considered for rehire if this supermarket decides to hire again." Chapter 5 excited Wang Shui and Li Wan after listening to Chun-mo's words. The employees, mostly middle-aged women, didn't take it seriously at all. Although they weren't fully aware of how much their boss owed the bank, they had heard many rumors and knew that the situation was already dire. Moreover, the supermarket was currently operating at a loss every day. There was no future in sight. Rather than waiting around for something to happen, they thought it would be better to collect their last salaries and try their luck elsewhere. In this situation, not only the ordinary employees, but also the procurement and finance staff were considering resigning. While Wang Shui had similar thoughts, Chun-mo hadn't explicitly said he would close the store, so she could only grit her teeth and hold on. Chun-mo didn't think too much about it. With the assistance of Wang Shui and Li Wan, the personnel and finance manager, they quickly calculated the 2-month salary owed to the first employee, which amounted to 7,800 yuan. With Chun-mo's permission, the system directly transferred this amount to the employee's account. After receiving the notification, the employee checked her phone several times before happily leaving the supermarket. At the same time, Chun-mo's personal bank account received a transfer of 78 yuan. He glanced at it, but didn't think much of it. Soon after, one by one, the employees happily collected their final paychecks. By the end, the whole supermarket, which spanned over 1,000 square meters, was left with only store manager Wang Shui and Li Wan. Li Wan had not been at the supermarket as long as Wang Shui and was handling both HR and finance roles, proving to be quite capable. In Chun-mo's view, these two were the only ones worth retaining. Li Wan, looking a bit hesitant, was about to express her desire to resign when Chun-mo spoke first. "Sister Wang, Manager Li, I need to recruit new staff for the supermarket, and I probably won't be able to open the store for the next few days. If you want to stay, I will welcome you with open arms. The future benefits will definitely be better than now. However, if you don't believe me and prefer to leave, you can resign immediately, and I will ensure you get every penny of your salary. But I must make it clear that anyone who voluntarily resigns today will not be rehired in the future." After hearing Chun-mo's words, Wang Shui and Li Wan exchanged glances. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Shui spoke up first. "Mr. Chun, I've worked in this supermarket for almost 10 years, progressing from an ordinary employee to the store manager. I really appreciate your initial recognition and support. I want to state that as long as you don't announce the closure of the supermarket, I plan to work here for as long as I can." Hearing Wang Shui's response, Li Wan also decided without hesitation. "Mr. Chun, I feel the same way as Manager Wang." Chun-mo was not surprised by their responses. In the current difficult environment, even finding a job as a regular employee in a supermarket was not easy. For management-level individuals like Wang Shui and Li Wan, finding a job at the same level elsewhere is incredibly difficult. With a faint smile on their faces, they listened as Chun-mo spoke. "Sister Wang, Manager Li, your salaries are 9,000 and 8,000 respectively. From this moment on, I will raise both of your salaries to 15,000 a month." Upon hearing Chun-mo's words, both Wang Shui and Li Wan looked utterly stunned and couldn't believe what they were hearing. Honestly, even if these words came directly from Chun-mo, they still found it hard to accept the reality. They were well aware of how much debt their boss was carrying, more than the average employee would know. That Chun-mo hadn't shut down the supermarket was already beyond their expectations. And now, he was raising their salaries by such a significant amount. Wang Shui and Li Wan even felt it was somewhat surreal. Before they could ask anything, Chun-mo smiled slightly. "Don't be surprised. I have completely resolved my personal debt issues and secured a substantial amount of operating capital for the supermarket. Just give me your bank account numbers. and I will first transfer the wages you are owed for the past 2 months. As Chun Imo spoke, both women were shocked into silence. But at the same time, an overwhelming sense of joy welled up in their hearts. If what their boss said was true, it would undoubtedly be a huge surprise for both of them. A monthly salary of 15,000 yuan would be considered top tier even in the large shopping malls that had opened in the city in recent years. After all, this city isn't a major first or second tier city. Only a very small number of people earn a 5-figure monthly salary. Filled with excitement and anticipation, Wang Shui quickly provided her bank account number. Once confirmed, almost simultaneously, Wang Shui received a notification of a 33,000 yuan transfer. She couldn't help but look at Chun Imo in shock. "Mr. Chun, did you send too much?" "Sister Wang, you haven't been paid for 2 months, which totals 18,000 yuan, plus the advance salary of 15,000 for next month, which adds up to 33,000 yuan. Exactly." After hearing this, Wang Shui was so excited that she could hardly speak. "Mr. Chun, I will definitely work hard to make this supermarket bigger and stronger and achieve great success." Facing the somewhat excited Wang Shui, Chun Imo merely smiled. He then turned his attention to Li Wan. With Wang Shui's experience as a precedent, Li Wan had no doubts left. Her heart racing, she quickly provided her bank account number. As a part-time finance worker, she had always paid herself while working at the supermarket. This was the first time she had received a salary from the boss, and to receive such a pleasant surprise was beyond exciting. After another 33,000 yuan was transferred, Chun Imo didn't think too much about it. "It's already the 17th of the month, and I just let go of that batch of employees, totaling over 460,000. Adding in the salaries for Wang Shui and Li Wan, there are still a little over 470,000 left for employee benefits this month. With 13 days remaining, he certainly doesn't want the system to clear that amount. Even a 1 rebate means that sending out 1 million could earn him 10,000. For Chun Imo, while it may not seem like much, even the smallest amount counts, and he doesn't have the luxury to be picky right now. Naturally, he doesn't want to miss any opportunity to take advantage. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a notification sound in his mind. Ding! Task completed. The host has just let go of 56 people, earning a total of 56,000 in employee benefits, which will automatically take effect on the 1st of next month. Hearing this notification, Chun Imo was not surprised at all. However, as the amount of employee benefits continues to grow, it seems that the supermarket will need to accelerate its rehiring process. Chapter 6. A Pie from the Sky. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Imo glanced at the 2 excited women and Wang Jie, the manager. Under the current circumstances, the supermarket definitely cannot continue to operate. You both need to prepare the recruitment posters right away. Tomorrow, the 3 of us will go to the Xingyue International Shopping Plaza for on-site recruitment. Upon hearing this, the 2 naturally didn't find it strange. Li Wan, as the personnel manager of the supermarket, still asked, "Mr. Chun, do you have any specific requirements for the information on the recruitment poster?" Hearing this, Chun Imo thought for a moment before replying. "Our supermarket has such low foot traffic. We must find another way. The recruitment information should state that we are only hiring females aged 18 to 30, with good looks and excellent qualifications. We can relax the age requirement a bit, and we will select the best candidates." Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, Li Wan's expression slightly stiffened. She gently reminded him, "Mr. Chun, we are just an ordinary supermarket. Such high requirements may make it difficult to find people, right?" "Haha, Manager Li, with such high standards, the compensation will definitely not be low," Chun Imo replied. "You can state that the monthly salary for ordinary sales staff and cashiers will not be less than 8,000 yuan, and if they perform well, there will be additional bonuses at the end of each month." Upon hearing this, both Li Wan and Wang Shui displayed expressions of shock. It turned out that not only were their salaries significantly increased, but Mr. Chun also intended to offer such luxurious treatment to ordinary employees. It was hard to imagine how much profit the supermarket would need to make each month to support such substantial expenses. Although they found it difficult to comprehend, neither Wang Shui nor Li Wan dared to voice any objections. After all, with such high salaries, it would be a bit counterproductive to raise concerns. The next morning, at the Xingyue International Shopping Plaza in Jiangqing, as usual, many men, women, and children had already come here early to stroll around. As the largest plaza in Jiangqing, its area was several times larger than that of the Changfeng Plaza, where the supermarket was located. Xingyue International Shopping Plaza served as a leisure and entertainment center that combined eating, drinking, playing, and shopping. Here, there was not only a large international supermarket, but also a well-established domestic supermarket, making commercial competition quite fierce. Chen Mo, being someone who runs a supermarket himself, had come here several times for study and observation. However, the popularity of a plaza is not something that can be easily learned, and ultimately, he had not made much progress. Wang Shui and Li Wan were holding up a recruitment poster that had been set up. Following Chen Mo's suggestion, they chose a side passage to set it up. For convenience, they brought along folding tables and chairs and started the recruitment on-site. It was just after 7 a.m., and the plaza management was not too strict at this time. Moreover, Chen Mo had chosen this timing with preparation. Xingyue International Shopping Plaza, as the largest leisure and entertainment center in the city. Regardless of the industry, salary levels here are slightly higher than in other places, and the employees are carefully selected. There are only so many eligible candidates in the entire city, and Chen Mo wants to recruit satisfied employees for his supermarket. His first thought is to come here to attract talent. With his high salary offer, he doesn't believe no one would be willing to switch jobs. The recruitment poster is quite attractive. After just a few minutes, many people gradually gathered around. However, their expressions showed a hint of skepticism. An 8,000 monthly salary for a supermarket cashier is quite impressive, even in major cities. A woman in a stylish professional outfit was the first to step forward and ask, "Is it true that the cashier's salary is really that high?" Chen Mo glanced at her lightly. She wasn't particularly stunning, but in her professional outfit, she looked quite pleasant overall. He smiled slightly and said, "Of course, it's true. Our supermarket has been operating in this city for over a decade. The 8,000 is just the base salary, and if you perform well, there are substantial bonuses at the end of each month." Hearing this, the woman in the professional outfit seemed a bit tempted. She timidly asked, "Well, do you think I could work at your supermarket with my qualifications?" "Hee, you look decent enough. How old are you, and what did you do before?" Chen Mo's question didn't make her hesitate. "I'm 27 this year, and I worked in sales at a jewelry store in the plaza." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo looked her over again and calmly said, "All right, fill out this information, and you can resign from the jewelry store today." The woman's expression froze slightly at Chen Mo's words. It's that simple? No assessments or anything? Without waiting for Chen Mo to respond, Li Wan beside him quickly smiled and said, "This is our supermarket's owner, Mr. Chen. If he says it's fine, then it's fine." After Li Wan's introduction, not only was the woman surprised, but the onlookers also showed expressions of astonishment. Such a great salary offer, and the owner is personally recruiting? However, the supermarket does have a bit of a reputation in the city. With a try-it-out attitude, the woman still filled out her information. But when she saw that she also needed to fill in her bank account number, she hesitated. "Mr. Chen, we haven't even signed the work contract yet. Do I need to fill in my bank account number now?" Chen Mo glanced at the information she wrote down, her name being Li Shuiwei. Then he smiled lightly and said, "Li Shuiwei, that's a lovely name. It's just filling in your bank account number. I'm not asking for your password. Are you worried I'll scam you?" Hearing Chen Mo say this, Li Shuiwei found it reasonable. After all, the main attraction was still that 8,000 salary. She is currently working in jewelry sales, and with the social insurance and housing fund, she only earns a little over 5,000. Compared to a salary of 8,000, the difference is still quite significant. With the mindset of trying it out without any risk, she decisively filled in her bank account information. Chen Mo glanced at the documents in his hand and casually operated his phone for a moment. Almost at the same time, Li Shuiwei received a bank transfer notification on her phone. "You have received a transfer of 8,000 yuan. In shock, she picked up her phone and looked at it several times before finally raising her head in disbelief to look at Chen Mo. "Mr. Chen, was this money transferred by you?" He chuckled. "At our supermarket, as long as the employees are qualified, we pay a month's salary in advance." After hearing Chen Mo's words, even if she still found it hard to believe, the reality was right in front of her, and she could only accept that a windfall had indeed come her way. Chapter 7. The Pretty Boy and the Muscle Man in Front of Such a Generous Boss. Li Shuiwei had nothing more to say. Her job in jewelry sales, while sounding slightly more prestigious than a supermarket cashier, was negligible compared to the nearly 3,000 yuan salary difference. Not to mention that Chen Mo had already paid a month's salary without even signing the contract yet. Caught up in her emotions, she quickly expressed her excitement. "Mr. Chen, I will go resign from my job at the store right now. Seeing her about to leave, Chen Mo quickly called out, "Wait a moment, Li Shuya. If you have any suitable friends or colleagues who meet the requirements, feel free to introduce them to me. I'll offer a reward of 1,000 yuan for each referral." Upon hearing this, Li Shuyue's expression slightly froze. Then she hesitated and asked, "Mr. Chen, what do you mean by requirements?" In response, Chen Mo pointed to the recruitment poster and smiled. "Of course, I mean the literal interpretation. With such great benefits, I'm naturally looking for young, beautiful individuals with good figures. The standard can be based on you as an example. If someone stands out in looks and figure, I can be flexible with age." Hearing this, Li Shuyue's eyes brightened slightly. There's a saying that every circle has its own standards. She herself looked good and had a few attractive friends, regardless of whether it would work out in the end. She definitely wanted to try for that 1,000 yuan reward for each introduction. Thinking of this, she quickly smiled and agreed, "Mr. Chen, I will do my best to give it a try." After Li Shuyue left, the onlookers nearby erupted in excitement. Everyone had just witnessed the scene. Setting aside the fantastic benefits of the supermarket, just the fact that salaries were paid in advance had completely blown the minds of everyone present. In their impression, bosses always wanted to delay salary payments for as long as possible. A slightly more conscientious company would typically pay salaries on time in mid-next month. Some stingy bosses would even delay payments until the following month. Actions like Chen Mo's were unheard of in Jiangxing, even across the whole region. No matter how impressive a company was, they could not match this. For instance, a certain well-known supermarket in the country might be impressive, boasting employee benefits that lead the nation, with cleaners making around 800 to 900 yuan a month. It had become a coveted workplace for many. However, even that impressive supermarket would not pay a month's salary without a signed contract like Chen Mo did. In summary, after Chen Mo's actions, his recruitment booth became incredibly popular. Without needing any words, everyone rushed to inquire. "I'm only 23 this year and only have a college diploma. Do you think I'm qualified? I'm a few years over the age limit. Do you think my looks are acceptable?" The boss said, "My daughter has an outstanding figure and appearance. I'll call her over for an interview right away." As a few people began to stir things up, the others in the square were puzzled about what was happening. However, the tendency of the locals to enjoy a spectacle was the same everywhere. They all gathered around, and soon a unique scene formed in the plaza. In this situation, Chen Mo and Li Wan had not yet begun the next round of interviews. Suddenly, a young and handsome security guard in uniform squeezed through. He loudly ordered, "What are you doing? This place is not authorized for recruitment. So pack up and leave." Upon seeing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but frown slightly. However, after taking a good look at the security guard's appearance, he quickly smiled. "Brother, you look good. You meet our supermarket's security personnel standards. I can offer you 8,000 a month to work at my supermarket." Faced with Chen Mo's sudden recruitment, the young and handsome security guard's expression stiffened slightly. His name was Zhao Maosen. He had no high education and no special skills. He was only working as an image security guard at the shopping plaza due to his good looks. His main job was to patrol the plaza, which was easy, but the monthly salary was only 4,500. When Chen Mo immediately offered him a high salary of 8,000, Zhao Maosen was left dumbfounded. His first reaction was, "These people can't be scammers, right? I know my own abilities. I can't possibly be worth 8,000 a month." While Zhao Maosen was still in shock, Chen Mo smiled again. After all, the salary would come from the system. Hiring a few good-looking male security guards for the supermarket could also help attract customers. It's not just men who love to look at beautiful women. Women also love to look at handsome men. With these thoughts in mind, he pointed to the information sheet in front of the still-dazed Zhao Maosen. "Brother, if you think it's okay, you can fill out the information now. Your salary will be credited right away. Our supermarket pays employees in advance." After hearing this, Zhao Maosen found it even more unbelievable. While he was still half convinced, a muscular man suddenly jumped in. He flexed his explosive arms and looked at Chen Mo with a shy smile. "Boss, do you think I'd be suitable to work as security at your supermarket?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo casually glanced at the muscular man. His personal image was certainly not as good as Zhao Maosen's, but his muscles looked quite impressive. For female customers, he could also be an attractive point. Thinking of this, Chen Mo pointed to the information sheet and said, "Sure, I need several security personnel for my supermarket, so fill out your personal information first." Upon hearing this, the muscular man's face lit up with joy. He tentatively asked, "So, Is my salary also 8,000? 8,000 is just the base salary. If you perform well, there will be bonuses at the end of the month. Just fill out the information for now. Chun Imo said so, and the muscular man naturally didn't dare to ask more questions. With a beaming smile, he was the first to fill out the information. His name is Huang Dong, just an ordinary fitness coach, whose salary plus commission is less than 6,000. He had just witnessed Chun Imo recruiting Li Shuiwei. Initially, he thought this supermarket only hired women and came just to watch the excitement. However, after Chun Imo started recruiting Zhao Maosen, he became intrigued. With a mindset of giving it a try, he unexpectedly got hired. While Huang Dong was filling out his information, Zhao Maosen was also somewhat skeptical. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to directly ask someone to leave. Anyway, it was still early, and the unit's leaders hadn't arrived yet. So a little distraction was not a big deal. He was curious to see if what Chun Imo said about the salary being credited immediately was true. Chapter 8. The Stunning Rosa. In no time, Huang Dong had filled out his personal information. Chun Imo glanced at it casually and smiled. So you're a fitness trainer. Great. You can help me maintain order during the on-site recruitment. As he spoke, he casually operated on his phone. At almost the same moment, Huang Dong received a transfer of 8,000 yuan. After checking carefully, he exclaimed in surprise, "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Without needing any further instructions from Chun Imo, he walked directly into the crowd of onlookers. If you want to apply, line up quickly. Just to be clear, our supermarket offers high pay. But we only hire young and attractive women, so don't waste your time if you don't fit that description. Hey, big sister, you look like you're almost 40. You're not suitable for this, so you don't need to line up. Huang Dong continued. And you there, didn't you see that we require good looks? Don't waste your time here either. One must admit, although Huang Dong appeared muscular and simple-minded, his arrangements pleased Chun Imo greatly, making him consider giving him a raise. While Huang Dong was maintaining order, Zhao Maosen witnessed the scene just now and couldn't keep his composure any longer. He stepped forward, smiling ingratiatingly. "Mr. Chun, I also want to work at your supermarket." Hearing this, Chun Imo raised an eyebrow slightly. "So, you don't plan to chase us away anymore?" Mr. Chun, you're joking. I was just a staff member at the square, and I had to drive people away for this job. Now that I can work at your supermarket, I naturally want to have so many rules. All right, hurry up and fill out your information. Once you're done, join Huang Dong in maintaining order." With Chun Imo saying so, Zhao Maosen naturally didn't dare to object. He bent down to fill out the form while flattering, "Mr. Chun, at 9 o'clock. The leaders from the square will come to patrol, and they will definitely drive people away. There's just over an hour left. So you need to hurry if you want to recruit." While speaking, Zhao Maosen finished filling in his bank card number. Chun Imo nodded slightly and took a casual glance. With Zhao Maosen's hopeful anticipation, his phone soon received a notification of an 8,000 yuan transfer. Without Chun Imo having to say anything, he happily walked over to Huang Dong. The two exchanged smiles and began to maintain order together. Wang Shui and Li Wan, who came along for the recruitment, were merely decorative. Whether the women lining up would ultimately be selected depended on Chun Mo's first impression. After about an hour of screening, under Chun Mo's discerning gaze, only 8 women were finally accepted. With the system he had, he wasn't too anxious about the supermarket opening. To put it bluntly, just by distributing benefits to employees and taking some kickbacks, Chun Mo could comfortably surpass over 90 of ordinary people. In a moment of distraction, a woman in a black, form-fitting long dress with trendy, wavy hair approached. Just a glance was enough to captivate Chun Mo's attention. Compared to the woman's voluminous hairstyle, her stunning figure was even more alluring. Chun Mo speculated that she must be at least an F cup. What was even more remarkable was her attractive face. Overall, her quality far exceeded that of the other applicants today. With narrowed eyes, Chun Mo couldn't believe that a salary of 8,000 yuan could attract such an outstanding woman. Before he could ask anything, the woman took the initiative to speak. "Does your supermarket only hire regular employees, or are there management positions available?" Hearing her question, Chun Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. He replied, "We are actually looking for an assistant store manager. Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, the woman hesitated a bit before asking, "What is the salary like?" "Well, the base salary is 15,000 yuan, and if you perform well, the bonus at the end of the month will definitely not be less than 20,000 yuan, possibly even more." After she showcased her strengths, Chun Mo offered a salary that truly excited her. Upon hearing this, the woman didn't contemplate for long. With a look of surprise, she responded, I'm willing to give it a try, but I used to work in body slimming and beauty, so I'm not sure if I can handle this job. That's fine. This is our store manager. She can guide you, Chen Imo said. Regardless of her feelings, Wang Shui had to greet the stunning beauty with a friendly smile. Seeing this, the woman had no reason to hesitate. Her name was Luo Shasha, and she was a consultant at a beauty and slimming chain in a shopping mall. The salary was decent, and with bonuses and commissions, she could earn just over 10,000 when business was good. Earlier, while on her way to work, she noticed the hustle and bustle here and decided to take a look. A supermarket offering such a high salary of 8,000 yuan for regular employees was quite surprising. The key was that any qualified applicants would receive a month's salary in advance on the spot. Such a generous employer was something she had never seen or even heard of before. Seeing the hiring criteria based entirely on body and looks, Luo Shasha felt an immense confidence in her own figure and appearance. With a trial-and-error mindset, she lined up to inquire. To her surprise, it actually worked out. Chen Imo not only offered her the position of assistant store manager, but also promised that if she performed well, her salary plus bonuses would not be less than 20,000 yuan per month. With such generous benefits, Luo Shasha didn't hesitate at all and decided to switch jobs immediately. After decisively writing down her information, just like the other applicants, she soon received a transfer notification for 15,000 yuan. Today, being able to recruit such a stunning beauty made Chen Imo feel quite pleased. Whether it's for his own enjoyment or to attract customers to the supermarket, the treatment given to Luo Shasha is definitely worth it. Just as he was about to interview the next candidate, a sudden shout came from the crowd. What are you doing? You can't set up recruitment stands here. Get out of here quickly. Immediately, two middle-aged security personnel squeezed in. When they saw Zhao Maosan still helping Chen Imo maintain order, one of the men wearing glasses suddenly turned dark in expression. He took a few steps forward and scolded, Zhao, what are you doing? At that moment, Zhao Maosan was still wearing the security uniform of a certain plaza. In this situation, he felt a bit guilty. With an awkward smile, he said, Brother Tao, please bear with it. Mr. Chun and the others are recruiting here, and it won't affect anything anyway, so just let it slide a bit. Chapter 9 Twin Sisters. Upon hearing Zhao Maosan's words, the man's expression darkened even further. What nonsense, Chun. Zhao, it seems you don't want to work here anymore. Hurry up and get rid of these people. With that, Zhao Maosan could only look at Chen Imo with a troubled expression. Realizing the situation, Chen Imo knew that it would be impossible to continue the recruitment today. He stood up and announced loudly, if you want this job, come to Changfeng Square tomorrow morning. I will continue the recruitment there. He then instructed Rosa and the others behind him, you have a day to take care of your matters. Those who need to resign should do so, and if you have any friends or family with better conditions, feel free to refer them. He added, I don't require much knowledge here. As long as you meet the physical and appearance standards, you can get a well-paid job. A successful referral will earn you 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, all the girls' eyes lit up. Those who caught Chen Mo's attention here could at least be considered visually appealing. To put it bluntly, even if one were to pick someone with their eyes closed, they would still likely attract attention from men. Given this, their circle of friends surely had beautiful girls as well. As long as they explained the situation to Chen Imo, the chances of a successful referral were quite high. After sending the girls away, Chen Imo turned to Zhao Maosan and Huang Dong. You two, come over and help tidy up. Without hesitation, the two walked over cheerfully. While Huang Dong was indifferent, Zhao Maosan's behavior infuriated the middle-aged man with glasses. Zhao Maosan, what are you doing? Do you really not want to work here anymore? You've already found a better opportunity. Faced with the man's fury, Zhao Maosan turned around and disdainfully chuckled. Tao Ge, I really don't want to work here anymore. I'll resign soon. You. The middle-aged man was left speechless, his face turning red with anger. After Zhao Maosan's dismissive attitude, he didn't know how to threaten him anymore. Since others were planning to leave, any threats he made would only seem ridiculous. Chen Imo didn't think too much about it. Everyone was just doing their own jobs. As long as no one intentionally offended him, he didn't want to clash with anyone. After tidying up a bit and giving the two a few casual instructions, he left with Wang Shui. Li Wan, the personnel manager of the supermarket, was somewhat anxious since she hadn't contributed at all to the recruitment today. She awkwardly asked, Chun, are you going to recruit somewhere else today? Hearing this, Chen Imo thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, you all go back for now. We'll recruit again tomorrow and bring some foot traffic to Changfeng Square. With Chen Imo saying this, Li Wan didn't dare to say any more. The The same job now offered almost double the salary. She found herself less decisive in her words and actions compared to before. Fearing to upset her rather imposing boss even slightly, Chinemo didn't think much of it. After sending the two women away, he finally checked the employee benefits offered by the system. This was a new feature he had discovered just last night. In an instant, a transparent panel appeared before him, visible only to him. Current company bound to the host, a supermarket. Current number of employees, 14. Employee benefits balance for this month, 362, for 100 yuan. Based on a monthly salary standard of 8,000 yuan, this amount could hire about 45 more employees. With another thought, the transparent panel vanished from view. It seemed the path to becoming the most impressive boss was still long. As Chunemo sighed, the beautiful Rosa decisively resigned from her position at the Beauty and Slimming Center. After thinking for a moment, she took out her phone and opened her contacts. Meanwhile, in a mid-to-high-end residential area in Jiangcheng, Luo Lily was walking her small dog, looking somewhat bored and her eyes lacking luster. She was the elder sister of Rosa, just 27 years old. She had the same stunning figure and beautiful face as her sister. After graduating from university, she got married to her current husband, Wu Zhibin, less than half a year later through an introduction. Wu Zhibin was 6 years older than her and could only be described as plain-looking, blending into the crowd without standing out. Logically, someone as beautiful as Luo Lily and Wu Zhibin belonged to completely different worlds. But Wu had strong capabilities. He was an executive at a large company in Jiangcheng, with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Before marriage, in a third or fourth tier city like Jiangcheng, he could definitely be considered a top bachelor. The two, one wealthy and the other beautiful, quickly fell in love and entered the realm of marriage. Initially, Luo Lily thought that marrying a rich man would bring her a very happy life in her later years. However, reality gave her a resounding slap. Despite having such a beautiful wife, Wu Zhibin fell into the common trap of infidelity that many men do. With the deliberate coaxing of a subordinate at work, he soon got involved with someone else. Eventually, the truth could not be hidden forever, and Luo Lily quickly found out about it. After a big fight, she couldn't understand how Wu Zhibin could choose that female subordinate, who was far less attractive than her. Was he blind? Angered, Luo Lily initially wanted a divorce. But after the persuasion of both families and Wu Zhibin's sincere attitude in admitting his mistake, she gradually calmed down. However, after this incident, she no longer wanted to be a full-time housewife. Each month, she received a few thousand yuan as pocket money from her husband. Though life was comfortable, there was always a thorn in her heart. Living such a mundane life for too long made Luo Lily contemplate finding a job again. In recent years, the domestic environment hasn't been great, and finding a job in her field of expertise was not so easy. While chatting with my sister Rosa, I often find myself venting my frustrations. At that moment, I was walking my dog around the neighborhood when my phone suddenly rang. I took a look and saw it was my sister Rosa calling. Without thinking too much, I answered the call. Hey, what are you up to? What else can I do? Just walking my dog around the neighborhood. Do you need something? I changed jobs. Upon hearing this, a look of shock instantly appeared on my face. Wow, wasn't your previous job pretty good? The salary was decent too. Why did you suddenly decide to change? I found a job with better prospects today, as an assistant manager at a supermarket, so I resigned from my current position. Chapter 10. Lily's heart started to flutter hearing her sister Sasha's words. Lily was once again taken aback. Sasha, aren't you studying body shaping? The fields are too different from supermarket management. I'm a bit confused. Sis, it's a bit complicated. Let us just say the supermarket owner is quite unique. He doesn't care about my experience at all and lets me learn on the job. He even offered me a monthly salary of 15,000. The key point is, I just got hired today, and he already paid me a month's salary in advance. He also mentioned that if I perform well, there will be extra bonuses at the end of the month, promising that my total salary won't be less than 20,000. You know, when I was doing body shaping, I barely made over 10,000 a month, and sometimes even less. It's a rare opportunity, so of course, I don't want to miss it. Upon hearing this, Lily looked a bit dumbfounded, not to mention the lack of concern for work experience and the excellent benefits. Prepaying a month's salary? That sounds too unbelievable. After a moment of daze, she asked, Sasha, you're not being scammed, are you? Sis, the 15,000 has already been deposited into my bank account. What could he possibly scam me for? Does that mean the supermarket owner has his eyes on you? Haha, Sis, you don't need to overthink it. Today, besides me, there were several other girls applying for regular supermarket positions. They also got a monthly salary of 8,000, and the owner prepaid their first month's salary too. Upon hearing this, Lily was once again slightly surprised. Even regular employees can earn 8,000 a month? Is there really such a good supermarket in Jiangxing? Hearing her sister's astonished inquiry, Sasha couldn't help but smile. Sis, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. The Jia Le supermarket at Changfeng Plaza was quite popular a few years ago. You should have been there before, right? Jia Le supermarket? I have some impression, but I haven't been to Changfeng Plaza in a long time. Yeah, I don't know what this owner is thinking. Bringing people to the New Yu Plaza with such fantastic conditions. Sis, I called you mainly to ask if you're interested in working at this supermarket? Hearing her sister Sasha's question, Lily was momentarily taken aback again. After thinking for a moment, she tentatively said, Sasha, would it be a bit, for me to work as a cashier in a supermarket? Sis, good jobs are hard to come by these days. What is wrong with being a supermarket cashier? A monthly salary of 8,000 is relatively high in Jiangxing. As long as you work hard and earn the boss's appreciation, you might get promoted quickly. Then you could earn a high salary on your own, and you wouldn't have to rely on your brother-in-law to live well. After hearing Sasha's words, Lily immediately fell silent. Naturally, Sasha also knew about the affair involving her man. According to Rose's character, she had long felt that her sister should leave that despicable man. Apart from making a little money, he was completely unworthy of her sister. The key issue was that this man had found such a beautiful wife but didn't know how to cherish her, and even dared to flirt at work. It was utterly outrageous. However, as a younger sister, all she could do was offer a few words of advice. The final decision had to be made by her sister herself. After a few seconds of silence, Lily's voice finally came through. Sasha, I want to take a look first before making a decision. Okay, sis, I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. All right. The next morning, Changfeng Square, usually quiet at this hour, felt a bit unusual today. Following the high-profile recruitment event at Xingyue Square yesterday, word spread quickly, and while it might not be known by everyone, it certainly caused quite a stir within a smaller circle of friends. Huang Dong and Zhao Maosun, eager to show off, arrived before 7 o'clock. Meanwhile, Wang Shui and Li Wan, having taken 2 days off with such high salaries, felt a bit anxious. They all rushed over early in the morning, and the four of them worked together to reorganize the recruitment platform in the square. When Chun Mo arrived and saw the neatly arranged chairs and tables, he couldn't help but praise them. Not bad. You all have a good sense of initiative. There will be bonuses for everyone at the end of the month. Hearing this, the group felt invigorated, eager to find more tasks to do in front of their boss. However, today was just a simple job fair. Besides arranging the chairs and benches, there was really no way to show off. Chun Mo didn't think too much about it, and directly took a seat at the main recruitment area. Compared to yesterday, there was now a cash box next to him, neatly filled with cash. This was a new feature he discovered yesterday. The system's welfare funds could not only be transferred promptly, but could also be withdrawn in cash from the system space with just a thought. Of course, whether it was transfers or cash, the system strictly prohibited using the funds for any other purposes apart from paying employee salaries, bonuses, and occasional benefits. With such an impressive system, Chun Mo would naturally not be foolish enough to have any ulterior motives. To avoid drawing too much attention, he had prepared 300,000 in cash in the suitcase in advance. Although it was still early, a line of dozens of people had already formed in front of him. There were those who were beautiful, and others who were just average. Clearly, even though the recruitment poster stated the need for good looks and proper features, many young women still wanted to try their luck. After all, this was a high salary of 8,000, which would be very tempting in Jiangxing's ordinary job market. And the 10 women recruited yesterday were also starting to arrive one by one, with the incentive of a 1,000 yuan reward. Most of them had companions with them. In terms of appearance and figure, they are clearly more eye-catching than the ones in line. Chun Mo, adhering to a principle of selecting the best candidates, naturally wanted to interview this group first. Li Shuiyue, a jewelry saleswoman, brought 2 friends today. Both their figures and looks are quite impressive, comparable to Li Shuiyue herself. Without Chun Mo needing to say anything, Li Shuiyue took the initiative to introduce them. Manager Chun, these 2 are my good friends. One is named Li Xiaowei and the other Zhang Shui. They both want to work at your supermarket. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Imo glanced at the two young women and asked a few simple questions. After that, he smiled lightly and said, "All right. Congratulations to the three of you for officially becoming employees of the supermarket." As he spoke, Chen Imo directly opened the briefcase on the table. Chapter 11: The Arrival of the Sisters. As Chen Imo moved his hands, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. 300,000 in cash is neither too much nor too little. Most people present, if including their real estate, surely have a net worth exceeding 300,000. However, when it comes to cash that can be taken out at home or the amount in the bank, there might not be many who could present such sums. Not to mention the sight of 300,000 in cash laid out together. Ignoring the eager gazes of the crowd, Chen Imo instructed Wang Shui and Li Wan. "Sister Wang, come over and handle the cash distribution. Li Xiaowei and Zhang Shui will each receive 8,000 as an advance salary. Additionally, give Li Shui 2,000 as a reward for introducing employees." After distributing the money, Manager Li will process their formal employment contracts. After hearing Chen Mo's series of instructions, Wang Shui and Li Wan finally came back to their senses. They agreed, and, under the intense gaze of everyone, Wang Shui publicly began to count out the 100 yuan bills. It must be said that compared to a string of numbers in a bank transfer, the sight of bright red 100 yuan bills has a far greater impact on the girls. Each of them was eager, filled with anticipation for the upcoming interviews. The reason Chen Imo decided to distribute cash on the spot was precisely to create this effect. Watching the girls' sparkling eyes, he couldn't help but smile slightly and began the next round of interviews, without him needing to say anything. Another beautiful girl who had interviewed the day before stepped forward with her companion, nervously asking, "Mr. Chen, this is my colleague, Ma Siyuan. She also wants to work at the supermarket. What do you think?" In response, Chen Imo casually sized up the girl. She had a somewhat outstanding figure and appearance, but overall, she couldn't be considered a beauty. After pretending to ask a few casual questions, he gently declined. "Sorry. Your qualifications don't quite meet our supermarket requirements. Why don't you leave your contact information and wait for a notification?" Upon hearing this, both girls showed expressions of disappointment. However, holding on to the hope that a dead horse could be treated as a live one, Ma Siyuan left her phone number. The other girl, of course, wouldn't be receiving any bonuses. Like Li Shuiwei and the others, she went aside to fill out her formal employment contract. Chen Imo didn't think much of it. With this super powerful boss system, he naturally couldn't be careless when choosing employees. Whether for his own enjoyment or to attract customers to the supermarket, those who didn't meet the standards would definitely not be hired. In the subsequent rounds of interviews, some passed while others did not. The girls experienced a mix of surprises and disappointments. Chen Imo remained calm, pondering why Rosa hadn't arrived yet when his eyes suddenly brightened as he saw Rosa approaching with a stunning beauty who matched her in figure and looks. As they approached, without needing Chen Imo to say anything, Rosa took the initiative to introduce, "Mr. Chen, this is my sister, Lily. She hasn't worked for several years, but after hearing about my situation, she wanted to come and take a look." Hearing Rosa's tone and taking another look at Lily's outfit, Chen Imo couldn't help but smile lightly. "Miss Lily, someone with your talents is definitely very welcome at our supermarket. I'm curious what your thoughts are." Lily had already seen the specific requirements on the recruitment poster. She naturally understood what Chen Imo meant by talents. She couldn't help but chuckle a bit. Had she really been away from the workplace for too long? Since when had companies measured talent based on appearance? Of course, while she found it somewhat ridiculous, there was also a hint of unexpected delight. She knew her own conditions best, and after being a full-time housewife for several years, it seemed she couldn't really find any other workplace standards besides her appearance. With these thoughts in mind, Lily felt a natural fondness for this handsome boss. She smiled and replied, "Mr. Chen, to be honest, I was hesitating before coming here about whether to take this supermarket cashier job, but now I've made up my mind. Perhaps this supermarket is indeed a great fit for me." Upon hearing this, Chen Imo couldn't help but smile slightly. He said, "Miss Lily, you definitely won't regret it. Congratulations on officially becoming a member of our supermarket. With your outstanding qualifications, there's definitely more room for advancement than for others." After saying this, he turned to Wang Shui and instructed, "Sister Wang, Lily is a high-quality employee. Increase her monthly salary by 2,000 yuan on top of the 8,000 yuan base salary, and give her 10,000 yuan right away. Additionally, since Rosa referred a good employee, her bonus will also be raised to 2,000 yuan. facing the boss's orders. Wang Xuan naturally didn't dare to question them. Meanwhile, Rosa and Lily, the two sisters, exchanged surprised smiles at this unexpected good news. Especially Lily. When she received a bundle of new 100 yuan bills from Wang Shui, the inexplicable excitement made her heart flutter a bit. Compared to the few thousand yuan pocket money her husband gave her each month, this 10,000 yuan was earned through her own ability. Even if that ability was based on her looks and figure, it gave Lily a new expectation for her future. As the two sisters from the Luo family filled out their employment contracts, Chen Mo finally turned his attention to the girls who were officially lining up. This queue had expanded from just a few dozen people at the beginning to now 100 or 200. Even though Huang Dong and Zhao Maosun were trying hard to maintain order, there were still women of a certain age joining the line from time to time. The main reason was that the conditions Chen Mo offered were too good. With a high salary of 8,000 yuan, early salary payments, and that eye-catching cash, who wouldn't be envious? Under the intense scrutiny, some individuals have completely disregarded the requirements listed on the recruitment poster. Regardless of the specifics, they just want to line up the candidates first. After futile attempts to persuade, Huang Dong and Zhao Maosun could only manage a wry smile. As time ticked away, Chen Mo had already interviewed dozens of candidates. However, only a few met the standards set by the boss. After sending away an unsuitable candidate, he found himself facing a rather robust woman. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle as he pointed to the recruitment poster behind him. "Ma'am, setting aside any discussion about appearance, I think you might have already surpassed the age of 30. After saying this, he expected her to feel embarrassed and leave. To his surprise, the woman glared at him and, in an unfriendly tone, directly challenged him. This is blatant discrimination. Why does the supermarket only hire young and attractive people? I have worked in several other supermarkets before, and they never had such requirements. Chapter 12. In a Big Forest. There are all kinds of birds. After hearing the doubts from this middle-aged woman, Chen Mo felt like he was seeing a whole new world. In a big forest, there really are all kinds of birds. He owned the supermarket, so of course, he could hire whoever he wanted. Why should he be questioned? Feeling displeased, he pointed to the salary listed on the recruitment poster behind him and disdainfully said, "Sister, do you think the salary offered here is as good as elsewhere? 8,000 a month. Do you think you qualify? Besides, this is my supermarket. I can hire whoever I want. What business is it of yours?" After hearing Chen Mo's series of dismissive retorts, the middle-aged woman's face turned red with anger. Even if she was unreasonable, she knew that what he said was completely valid. She huffed in frustration. "Fine, if you don't want to hire me. I wouldn't want to work here anyway. Let us see how long you can keep offering such high salaries." After saying this, without waiting for Chen Mo to respond, she turned around and stormed off. The two had spoken loudly, and many people in line behind them heard the exchange. Those who were hoping for a chance quickly debated among themselves. Without needing Huang Dong and Zhao Maosun to persuade them, they retreated in defeat. Seeing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but smirk. Just as he was thinking about continuing the recruitment, a woman around 50 years old jogged over from the side. With a look of disbelief, she quietly asked, "Manager Chen, is this recruitment information for real?" Facing her inquiry, Chen Mo gave a cold smile. This woman was named Huang Haiyan, a former employee who had left Jiajia's supermarket just the day before. These days, finding a job was tough, so she wandered around and ended up here. From a distance, she saw the large recruitment poster. In disbelief, she approached to ask. But as soon as she spoke, her eyes caught sight of the stacks of cash in the suitcase. Huang Haiyan's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't understand how this was possible. Wasn't Jiajia's supermarket on the verge of bankruptcy? How could Chen Mo have so much money? While she was still lost in thought, Chen Mo coldly spoke up. "Sorry, my supermarket only hires young and beautiful girls. Sister Huang, please step aside." After experiencing the betrayal of his wife Zhang Qiaoer and her family, Chen Mo didn't want to play the good guy anymore. He had given the old employees a chance when they were laid off. They had all voluntarily resigned, and now wanting to come back? There was no such thing as a free lunch. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Huang Haiyan's expression stiffened slightly. She then turned her gaze to Wang Shui, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. "Manager Wang, I'm at an age where it's really hard to find a job. Can you help me plead with Manager Chen?" Seeing Huang Haiyan turn her attention to her, Wang Shui couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. She has been working at the supermarket for many years and usually gets along well with her employees. However, despite their friendship, she wouldn't dare to speak a good word for Huang Haiyan. Based on the recent recruitment, Wang Shui probably guessed what direction Chun Mo wanted to take the supermarket. As a woman in her 40s, lacking both looks and figure, she felt she was at the absolute bottom among the employees. Originally feeling a sense of urgency, she dared not speak up for anyone else. With this thought in mind, she firmly shook her head and refused, saying, "Sister Huang, the manager has made it clear. You should step aside." Upon hearing Wang Shui's words, Huang Haiyan slightly opened her mouth, but ultimately sighed and stood to the side with a bitter expression. She was still a bit stunned by the scene before her. How did a boss burdened with massive debts and a supermarket on the verge of bankruptcy manage to survive? If the monthly salary of 8,000 yuan was real, Huang Haiyan couldn't imagine how foolish her resignation had been just 2 days ago. While she stood there lost in thought, Chen Mo remained unfazed. He directly began the new round of interviews. After eliminating several candidates, finally, a girl with decent looks and figure was hired. When Wang Shui handed over the 8,000 yuan salary to the girl, Huang Haiyan was even more stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Prepaying the salary. What was going on? Swallowing hard, she tremblingly took out her phone and sent a message in the supermarket's WeChat group. "Ladies, the supermarket is hiring again at 8,000 yuan a month, and the manager even pays a month's salary in advance." Since many had just left their jobs, a lot of people hadn't deleted or left the WeChat group yet. Shortly after Huang Haiyan sent the message, many responded, mostly questioning the truth of her words, with no one believing it. Seeing this, Huang Haiyan quietly took a picture of the scene and immediately posted it in the group. With the image as proof, the WeChat group erupted. "This is outrageous. Offering ordinary employees 8,000 yuan a month. What does the manager want? Prepaying a month's salary in cash. How does that feel so unreal? If I had known this, I wouldn't have resigned even if you paid me. Ladies, with such great benefits at the supermarket now, don't you regret it? Maybe we should go back and ask. Come on. Haven't you seen that the recruitment poster says they only want young and pretty ones?" From the collective dismissal the other day, it seems the manager was well prepared. Although the group was buzzing, most people remained wise. With such high offers from others, why would they want us old folks? In the end, only 2 or 3 people felt disgruntled, thinking they had suffered a great loss and wanted to seek an explanation from the supermarket. However, there were too few people to make a fuss, and they didn't dare to speak up casually. After all, Chen Mo and the supermarket didn't owe anyone anything. Even if they caused a scene, they would probably only receive mockery and nothing in return. Under such circumstances, the WeChat group quickly fell silent. However, many employees living nearby rushed to the square. The main reason was that this matter was just too bizarre. They couldn't help but want to witness it for themselves to relieve the tension in their hearts. Before long, over a dozen veteran employees arrived. After confirming the truth of the situation with their own eyes, everyone, like Huang Haiyan, wore expressions that were both bitter and bewildered, unable to describe the feelings churning within. Chapter 13. The arrival of the stunning Jiang Xiaoyu. Chen Mo naturally noticed that the old employees were arriving one after another. However, he felt no fluctuations in his heart and proceeded with the interviews for the young women one by one. By around 10 a.m., he had completed all the interviews for those in line. Today, a total of 34 candidates caught Chen Mo's eye and successfully applied for positions. The cash in the suitcase, which started at 300,000, was down to about 20,000. Zhao Maosan, busy maintaining order, quickly handed over a bottle of mineral water. With a slightly flattering expression, he said, "Mr. Chun, have a drink." Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't hold back, opened the bottle, and gulped down a few sips. A hint of appreciation appeared on his face. "Xiao, not bad. You really know how to handle things." This simple compliment from Chen Mo made Zhao Maosan feel as if he had been pumped full of adrenaline. "Thank you for the praise, Mr. Chun. I will definitely work hard for such a great job." "Haha, that's right. As long as you work hard, the bonus at the end of the month is definitely yours." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, not only was Zhao Maosan excited, but all the young women behind him also showed a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Encountering such a generous boss, it would be a shame not to strive for success. Just as Chen Mo was about to stand up since no one else was coming forward to apply, suddenly, 2 girls squeezed in from the crowd. One of them, with a high ponytail, was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. After glancing at the recruitment poster, she curiously asked, "Is it true that the salary at your supermarket is this high?" At that moment, Chen Mo's eyes lit up as well. The other girl was of average looks, but the one who spoke had absolutely top-notch looks. In terms of facial beauty alone, she might even surpass the Luo sisters. Although Jiang Xiaoyu's figure wasn't as exaggerated as that of the Luo sisters, she still had a perfectly curvy body. A standard beauty. Faced with such talent, Chun Imo naturally felt a strong urge to recruit her. He smiled lightly and replied, "It is indeed true. And as long as you get hired, you'll receive a month's salary in advance, plus a generous bonus at the end of the month. If you don't believe it, you can ask them." As he spoke, Chun Imo pointed to the large group of young women behind him. Noticing that the boss was unusually talkative, Wang Shui felt a slight stir in her heart. She quickly added with a smile, "This is our supermarket's boss, Mr. Chun. The salary and benefits are definitely real. Today we are hiring on-site, and we've already disbursed hundreds of thousands in cash." Hearing what Wang Shui said, combined with the scene before her, the beautiful girl was indeed a bit tempted. Her name was Jiang Xiaoyu, a recent graduate. However, due to her major being relatively obscure, she had applied to several companies, but either the salary was too low or the positions didn't match her qualifications, leaving her unsatisfied. Today, I went shopping with my close friend, and while wandering around, we found ourselves at a plaza. Seeing so many people gathered, I curiously went over to take a look, which led to the scene just now. She had applied to several companies, but as a newcomer in the job market, all the offers were around 4,000. In contrast, the supermarket nearby offered 8,000 a month, which was a significant difference. Jiang Xiaoyu's family situation in Jiangcheng was just average, so she naturally wanted to find a job with better pay. She didn't feel embarrassed about working at a supermarket. After all, there was a precedent set by someone successful in that field. Even if this supermarket couldn't reach that level, starting there as a transition was still a good choice. Lost in thought, Jiang Xiaoyu's exquisitely delicate face broke into a smile. "Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm Jiang Xiaoyu, a fresh graduate this year. May I try to work at your supermarket?" "Ha ha ha. With such great qualifications, our supermarket is more than happy to welcome you. We can sign the employment contract right now," Mr. Chun replied. "Additionally, with your qualifications, you can be classified as a premium employee, with an extra 2,000 added to the base salary." Before Jiang Xiaoyu could react, he personally took out a stack of neatly arranged bills and handed them over. "Miss Jiang, this is an advance payment of 10,000 for your salary." Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned, and her heart couldn't help but race. She hadn't even started filling out the employment contract yet, and had already received an unexpected raise. Could it be that she had suddenly become very lucky? Regardless, facing this unexpected surprise, she had no reason to refuse. As she reached out to take the red bills, she excitedly asked, "Mr. Chun, this is my good friend He Dandan. She is also a fresh graduate this year. Can she work at your supermarket too?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Chun smiled apologetically without hesitation. "I'm sorry, but your friend may not meet our supermarket's employee standards. Let us talk again during the next round of recruitment." Mr. Chun's response was quite polite. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit disappointed, but the hiring criteria were clear. He Dandan's looks and figure were indeed quite average, so she couldn't push for anything more. She glanced apologetically at her friend. "Dandan, why don't you look elsewhere?" Faced with this outcome, He Dandan felt disappointed, looking at the thick stack of bills in her friend's hands. It was hard to deny the envy she felt. Just casually shopping, and she found a job with a monthly salary of 10,000. Not to mention the early payment. Why couldn't she be a bit more attractive? While He Dandan lamented the unfairness of fate, Jiang Xiaoyu had already started filling out the employment contract. Seeing that there was nothing new happening, Mr. Chun turned to Zhao Maosin and Huang Dong and instructed, "Please clean up the venue, and let us conclude today's recruitment." Then he turned to Wang Shui and said, "Sister Wang, please take everyone to the supermarket to get familiar with the environment. The supermarket doesn't need to operate today. And at noon, I'll treat everyone to a staff meal." In response to Chun Mo's instructions, Wang Shui quickly agreed and called over Luo Shasha to discuss. Soon, a large group of young women flooded into the Jiajia Lu supermarket on the basement level of Changfeng Mall. More than half of these girls had previously visited this supermarket. They never expected that one day they would become employees here. Luo Lily initially felt a bit out of place, but upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu join, her mindset changed instantly. Chapter 14. Excited ladies all being beautiful women. Jiang Xiaoyu is still a fresh graduate. If she can adapt to this ordinary supermarket job, what right does she have to complain? Lost in her thoughts, She took a few steps and approached Jiang Xiaoyu with a smile. Miss Jiang, with your beauty as a fresh graduate, don't you feel like you're underutilizing your talents by working in a supermarket? Facing Luo Lily's friendly approach, Jiang Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. Sister, you're beautiful too. Just call me Xiaoyu. As long as the salary is good, I don't think I'm being underutilized. But honestly, I was really surprised by President Chin's decision to pay salaries in advance today. It seems there is no precedent for this nationwide. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Luo Lily felt the same way. While the two beautiful women were chatting, outside, Chen Mo lit a cigarette and took a puff when suddenly a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for hiring 3 employees of A-level quality, each receiving an increase of 100,000 in employee benefits, effective on the 1st of next month. Hearing the sound in his mind, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. He extinguished the cigarette and walked into the supermarket calmly. Clapping his hands, he called out in an undeniable tone, "Everyone, come here for a moment." Hearing the boss's command, all the ladies dared not hesitate and quickly gathered around. Looking at the large group of beautiful women before him, Chen Mo remained calm. However, Zhao Maosin and Huang Dong felt a surge of excitement. They had certainly seen beautiful women before, but gathering so many high-quality beauties in one place was absolutely a first for them. Just the thought of working in such an environment in the future made their hearts soar with joy. Chen Mo, of course, wouldn't he guess their thoughts. Once all the ladies were gathered, he scanned everyone with a calm gaze. He then pointed to Wang Shui and Li Wan. Store manager Wang Shui and manager Li Wan are both longtime employees of my supermarket, so I won't introduce them further. The new assistant manager, Luo Xia, along with Luo Lily and Jiang Xiaoyu, are currently our only quality employees, and they can be considered the backbone of the supermarket. As for all of you, I personally recruited each of you, and I'm sure you all have your strengths. I can guarantee that as long as you perform well, there will be significant room for salary increases in the future. My only goal is to make our supermarket surpass the competition. I want every employee to work proudly and happily, with their heads held high, and to become a company that everyone dreams of joining. Listening to the passionate opening speech from the big boss, everyone felt as if they had received a shot of adrenaline and became excited. Wang Shui, being the longest-serving employee, was the first to ask excitedly, "President Chen, now that we've hired the employees, can the supermarket start operating?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo gently shook his head. The current manpower is still insufficient, and since everyone is not very familiar with the work, the main focus these days will be on training. Manager Wang and Manager Li, you two will have to work a bit harder. Additionally, if any of you have suitable friends or relatives with good qualifications, feel free to introduce them. As long as they meet my standards, I will reward you with 1,000 yuan for each introduction. Although there are still tens of thousands left in this month's employee welfare system, Chen Mo is not worried. At worst, salaries and rewards can be delayed until the 1st of next month. With such good conditions, as long as they are not too foolish, no one should dare to cause any trouble. As he looked at the various outfits of the women, Chen Mo's mind stirred slightly. He smiled and said, "If we want to set a benchmark for our supermarket, we must take an unconventional path. After we finish the employee meal, I will assign a task for all of you this afternoon. You will visit clothing malls and stores throughout the city to see if there are any suitable work uniforms. If Jia Le Supermarket wants to become an industry benchmark, it naturally needs to take an unusual route. There is no need to consider ordinary supermarket uniforms. I have only one requirement. The work uniforms must showcase your good figures, as long as they are not too revealing. Additionally, keep the receipts for the clothing purchases, and I will reimburse you all. Later, we will discuss together who bought the work uniform that best highlights their figure and satisfies everyone. And that person will receive an extra reward of 10,000 yuan. Hearing Chen Mo's words, all the women were taken aback. What kind of style does the big boss want for the supermarket? Although they couldn't understand it, after a brief moment of confusion, they began to feel excited. Being noticed by Chen Mo meant that at least they could be considered somewhat attractive. Most of them had great figures. Who doesn't love looking pretty? And who doesn't love beauty? Initially, they were worried that the supermarket uniforms would look too plain. But Chen Mo's unexpected announcement turned their concerns into nothing. Shopping for clothes is something they love. Not to mention, if the work uniforms can satisfy the boss, there's an additional reward of 10,000 yuan. Having such a good opportunity on their first day of employment made the women feel unusually excited. They were filled with anticipation for their future careers at the supermarket. Zhao Maosen and Huang Dong exchanged glances. Zhao Maosen was the first to ask with a frown, "Chun, what about the work uniforms for Huang Dong and me?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mo smiled lightly. "You two can discuss it among yourselves, and in the afternoon, make sure to choose 2 sets of smart-looking work uniforms. Bring the receipts back to me for reimbursement." After saying this, he glanced at the time, which was nearing noon. He then smiled gently to welcome everyone to Jia Jia Le Supermarket. "I will treat you all to an employee meal. It's at the seafood buffet restaurant on the 4th floor of Changfeng Plaza. It's 238 yuan per person. And this is not something we have every day. Everyone can enjoy themselves today. After the meal, there's no need to report back to me. Just go shopping for clothes as I mentioned earlier. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone should be ready in the clothes they picked out at the supermarket for our gathering." After hearing this, the excited ladies didn't know who started it. But someone shouted, "Long live the boss. The boss is so handsome." Immediately, all the ladies echoed sincerely, "The boss is so handsome." I must say, the series of actions taken today certainly gave all the ladies a refreshing experience. With early salary payments, choosing their work uniforms, and a seafood buffet feast. Looking across the country, how many bosses can make such extravagant moves? Seeing the excited ladies, the boss couldn't help but smile slightly. After all, whether it's work uniforms or treating the ladies to a seafood feast, these are employee benefits. He certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to enhance his charm as a boss. Chapter 15. A sensual figure on the 4th floor of Changfeng Plaza. The Tongue-Tip Seafood Buffet restaurant is an old brand in Jiangxing. At 238 yuan per person, you can enjoy many types of seafood that ordinary people usually hesitate to indulge in. There are all sorts of shellfish, crabs, and shrimp available. For Chen Mo, who used to have considerable wealth, such a buffet was not particularly appealing. However, most of the young women present were from average families, and it was a rare opportunity for them to enjoy a seafood buffet. One by one, they took out their phones and began snapping pictures of the various seafood with excitement. It goes without saying that such a delightful experience was something they wanted to share on social media first. Of course, there were a few young women in relatively better circumstances who appeared quite calm and composed, like the sisters Luo Lily and Luo Shasha. One had married into a wealthy family, while the other had a decent salary in her previous job. They occasionally dined at establishments of this caliber, so they didn't show any exaggerated expressions. At that moment, after the 2 sisters had each gotten a limited edition garlic lobster, they noticed their boss Chun Mo sitting alone by the window, seemingly lost in thought. Shasha subtly exchanged glances with her sister Lily, and the 2 sisters, with a sense of understanding, approached Chun Mo. With a smile, Luo Shasha asked, "Mr. Chun, may we sit here?" Chun Mo, who had been reflecting on the unexpected turn his life had taken, looked up upon hearing their voices and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Of course, please make yourselves comfortable." Hearing this, the sisters exchanged smiles. They first placed their food on the table before sitting across from Chun Mo. Noticing that Chun Mo only had a bit of barbecued food in front of him, Wu Shasha smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, my sister and I got a few limited edition garlic lobsters. Would you like to have one? Don't be shy, feel free. I'm fine with just some barbecue." Chun Mo replied. After hearing this, the Luo sisters didn't insist any further. However, in front of their boss, they maintained a rather refined demeanor while eating. As they enjoyed their meal, Luo Shasha asked again, "Mr. Chun, may I ask you a question?" "Feel free to ask. I don't have any secrets." He replied, I have a rough idea about your supermarket management model. However, with the high salaries you're offering us, I feel that it might be quite challenging for the supermarket to turn a profit. If the supermarket continues to operate at a loss, what do you plan to do about it, Mr. Chun?" Chun Mo couldn't help but feel amused by her question. This woman was quite sharp. It was undeniable that his current approach would certainly attract a significant flow of customers to the supermarket. However, the final profits would likely not be enough to sustain such substantial expenses. Chun Mo naturally wouldn't reveal the fact that he had a powerful boss system. With a faint smile, he said, "You're thinking quite far ahead. Are you afraid I'll lower your salary?" Upon hearing this, Rosa couldn't help but laugh shyly. "Mr. Chun, you're joking. I joined your supermarket because I hope it thrives. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Even if the supermarket runs at a loss for a long time, I have other ways to make money. As long as you all work hard, your future salaries and benefits will only get better." Hearing Chun Mo's words, the 2 sisters, Rosa and Lily, exchanged glances. Although they still felt a bit confused, since the big boss had already said this much, they didn't want to ask more. Regardless, with such a high salary, they genuinely hoped the supermarket would do well. In the afternoon, a group of lively employees at the supermarket, motivated by Mr. Chen's rewards, began unique fitting sessions in various clothing stores around the city, either individually or in small groups. Rosa and Lily naturally stuck together. In a high-end women's clothing store, Rosa emerged from the fitting room wearing a dark green sexy top with a bow. However, due to her stunning figure, the buttons at the front were strained tightly, as if they could pop open at any moment. She paired it with a form-fitting skirt that hugged her hips and thighs, perfectly showcasing her long, fair legs. Having previously worked in body shaping, Rosa was quite confident in her physique. Standing in front of the mirror, she twirled around and smiled, asking, "Sister, do you think this outfit would be liked by Mr. Chun as a work uniform?" Hesitating for a moment, Lily replied, "Rosa, the top is fine, but the skirt might be a bit too revealing." "Sister, Mr. Chin's supermarket is all about breaking the mold. The high salary is just to attract attention. It's just showing a bit of calf. What's there to be afraid of? You should try it too. We can wear one each, and even if we don't get rewards, at least we can get reimbursed." After hearing her younger sister's words, Lily hesitated but didn't oppose. A little while later, she stepped out of the fitting room in a similar outfit. The two sisters, with their impressive figures and stylish looks, caught the attention of a nearby sales assistant, who couldn't help but admire them. With her signature smile, the assistant exclaimed, "You two have amazing figures. This outfit looks like it was tailor-made for you." Upon hearing this, Rosa smiled confidently and asked, "How much is this outfit?" "Miss, with the discount, the total is 420 yuan. "All right then, we'll take these two outfits. Please help us cut the tags off." Hearing what Luo Shasha said, the sales assistant happily agreed. When it was time to pay, Luo Shasha quickly handed over her phone's QR code. Smiling as she said, "Sister, thanks to you today, I received a reward of 2,000 yuan. Since it's all reimbursements, you shouldn't compete with me for it. We're sisters after all, so I'm not going to be too polite." After paying, the two sisters, carrying the clothes they had changed out of, had just stepped out of the store when Lualali's phone rang. She picked it up and frowned slightly upon seeing who was calling. "Shasha, it's your brother-in-law calling. He doesn't know about this job yet. How should I tell him?" "Sister, I really don't understand. With a man like your brother-in-law who has already done such things, what else is there to tolerate? Just be straightforward about it. Who cares what he thinks?" Chapter 16. The sexy sisters. After hearing what Rosa Shaw said, Lily didn't hesitate and decisively answered the call. "Lily, I heard from Sister Zhang that you didn't have lunch at home. Did you go back to your parents' place?" Hearing her man, Wu Zhibin, ask this, Lily directly laid everything bare. "I didn't go back to my parents, Zhibin. I found a job outside today, and I'm currently at work." "What? You found a job? Such a big thing. Why didn't you discuss it with me?" "I don't have time to talk right now. Let us discuss it when I get back tonight." After saying this, without waiting for Wu Zhibin to react, she hung up the phone. Rosa Shaw watched from the side and couldn't help but pout. "Sis, no matter what brother-in-law says tonight, you can't just give up such a good job. Got it?" Starting from 4 p.m., the girls, dressed in various attractive work uniforms, gradually returned to the supermarket. By 5 p.m., everyone was present in Chunmo's line of sight. Except for a few who were dressed conservatively, most were quite eye-catching. Lily was initially a bit worried that the fitted skirt she wore would be too revealing. However, upon returning to the supermarket, she was taken aback. At least half of the girls were wearing sexy fitted skirts just like her and her sister. This wasn't surprising, as Rosa Shaw could think that way. And other girls were equally clever. For the 10,000 yuan reward, they were definitely going to give it a shot. After all, even if they didn't get the reward, such beautiful outfits could still be worn daily. Chun Mo scanned the colorful scene in front of him, and his lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. "You all have good taste. For the sake of fairness, if anyone is confident, feel free to come up and showcase your outfits, and share your thoughts on choosing this work uniform. If I'm very satisfied, we'll go with that uniform, and you'll earn the 10,000 yuan reward." Upon hearing the boss's words, the girls became lively. The first jewelry salesperson, Li Shuyue, recruited at Xinghua Plaza, boldly stepped forward. Her chosen work uniform was almost the same as the original jewelry stores. The top was a red and white collared shirt, and the bottom was also a sexy fitted skirt. Her figure was quite curvy, and in this sexy outfit, she looked very appealing. After confidently walking to the center and turning around, she smiled gently at Chunimo, Mr. Chun, my thought is simple. I believe this work uniform is very suitable for our supermarket. What do you think? Hearing Li Shuyue's words, Chun Mo smiled faintly. Quite good. You can stand to the side for now. I'll take a look at the others. With Li Shuyue setting the precedent, the other eager girls naturally had no reason to hesitate. Several girls with good figures stepped forward to showcase their outfits. In such a scene, if others were to witness it, they would probably never imagine. The girls walked around like models, simply choosing an ordinary work uniform for the supermarket. When the sisters Rosa and Lily stepped forward at the same time, the atmosphere instantly reached its peak. Not to mention their unmatched figures, even in terms of looks. Aside from Jiang Xiaoyu, who could slightly overshadow them, the other girls felt inferior. However, for reasons unknown, Jiang Xiaoyu chose a plain work uniform, lacking any highlights. Naturally, she had no intention of showcasing it. Without any competition, the outstanding figures and faces of the two sisters, dressed in such a sexy outfit, instantly created a feeling of dominating the scene. Lily was a bit reserved and didn't make any extra moves in the center of attention. But Rosa didn't care about that. She was here for the 10,000 reward. With her head held high and full of confidence, she turned around and smiled at Mr. Chun, saying, Mr. Chun, this outfit I chose is both intellectual and sexy. Wearing it is a display of confidence. It can not only attract customers to the supermarket, but also help employees find unprecedented confidence. What do you think, Mr. Chin? In fact, the moment the sisters entered the supermarket, Mr. Chin couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Their stunning figures, almost bursting out of their outfits, looked simply perfect. In Mr. Chin's mind, he already had thoughts of nurturing such talents. Hearing Rosa's words now, he rarely clapped his hands in approval. Then he smiled lightly and said, very good. I think there is no need for a competition. Let us customize the work uniforms for our supermarket based on the outfits worn by Rosa and Lily. With the boss's decision, the sisters were naturally thrilled. Although the other girls felt a bit disappointed, no one dared to show any unusual reactions. After all, whether it looked good or not was ultimately up to the boss's words. Seeing that there were no objections, a subtle smile appeared on Mr. Chen's face. Unbeknownst to where he pulled it from, he took out a stack of brand new $100 bills. He smiled gently and said, this is the promised 10,000 reward. Rosa, you two sisters can split it. Seeing this, Rosa naturally wouldn't be polite. Amid the envious expressions of the other girls, she reached out to accept the money while gratefully saying, thank you, Mr. Chun. After rewarding the 10,000, Mr. Chun instructed Li Wan to reimburse everyone for their clothing invoices, which totaled less than 10,000. After the consecutive expenses, the remaining employee welfare funds in the system were just over 50,000. A total of 1 million had been spent in less than 3 days. It seemed that if he wanted to be a super generous boss, he would need to recruit more beautiful girls like Rosa, Lily, and Jiang Xiaoyu. With these thoughts, he glanced around at all the girls, asked, is anyone among you familiar with procurement? Hearing this, while the others exchanged glances, Luo Lily raised her hand directly and timidly said, Mr. Chun, I have actually done procurement for half a year before. Does that count as familiar? Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's gaze inadvertently lingered on Luo Lily for a second or two. Then he smiled lightly and said, all right, you can take care of the procurement for the supermarket uniforms. If you do a great job, I will directly appoint you as the supermarket procurement manager, with a salary on par with your sister, Rosa. Chapter 17. Excited Lily. Hearing Chun Mo's words, Lily felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She was genuinely surprised by the boss's statement. Purchasing a batch of clothes was something she could easily handle. Even someone who had never done purchasing before wouldn't find it difficult, right? This meant that on her very first day at the supermarket, she had inexplicably received a promotion, a monthly salary of 15,000 as the purchasing manager. Before today, Lily could never have imagined that such good fortune would come so easily. Compared to the surprise on Lily's face, the other girls were extremely envious. Several of them actually understood a bit about purchasing, but were just waiting to see. As a result, Lily had jumped ahead. With a sudden salary increase of 5,000, even Jiang Xiaoyu, another employee rated as high quality by Chen Mo, couldn't help but feel a strong sense of envy. She had just entered the workforce and was naturally not as savvy as Rosa Shah. When selecting work uniforms in the afternoon, she felt too shy to choose anything too revealing. Missing out on that 10,000 bonus was something the girls had already anticipated. But now, Lily's sudden promotion truly stimulated Jiang Xiaoyu. Without the comparison, she would have been very satisfied with her current salary. However, being both high-quality employees who joined the supermarket on the same day, and being younger and more vibrant. With that thought, Jiang Xiaoyu felt even more unwilling to accept it. Not only Jiang Xiaoyu, but the other girls were also eager, wanting to earn the boss's favor and, like Lily, get a promotion and raise. After the initial excitement, Lily naturally had to express her gratitude. She excitedly said, "Mr. Chun, thank you for your support. I will definitely work hard and not let you down." Seeing Lily's surging emotions, Chinemo couldn't help but smile slightly. He said, "Since we still have time, I will transfer 50,000 to your account right away. And this money will be used entirely for purchasing employee uniforms. Lily, I hope that by tomorrow morning, all our employees will look brand new. Can you do that?" Upon hearing this, Lily felt as if she had been injected with adrenaline. Excitedly, she assured him, "Mr. Chun, don't worry. I guarantee I will complete the task." "Ha ha, then I congratulate you in advance on becoming the purchasing manager." Naturally, Rosasha was also very happy about her sister's sudden promotion. She tentatively suggested, "Mr. Chun, this set of clothes was chosen by me and my sister together. Can I go help her?" Regarding Rosasha's suggestion, Chun Mo generously waved his hand. "Sure, you two sisters can go together. If you need more manpower, anyone in the supermarket can be arranged." Hearing the boss's words, Lily felt even more grateful. She was truly lucky. After being a homemaker for several years, her first job out was with such a great boss. She was determined in her heart, thinking that with such good treatment, she must work hard in the future to repay the boss's favor. To prove her abilities, Luo Lily didn't just arrange for anyone. After securing one position, she left the supermarket with Luo Shasha. Chinemo didn't think much of it. The supermarket was actually in need of someone for procurement. Luo Lily just happened to be in that field, and besides, this woman really seemed capable. Promoting her first was just a natural progression. After the Luo sisters left the supermarket, Chinemo observed the envious expressions of the other employees and casually said, "Don't be jealous. As long as you all do well in the supermarket, everyone has a chance for promotion and salary increases." He paused slightly before instructing Wang Shui, "Sister Wang, please assign everyone briefly and explain the supermarket's workflow. We will finish work at 7 p.m. today. The supermarket probably won't be open for business in the next couple of days, so let us set the working hours to start at 9 a.m. for now." Excluding the 2-hour lunch break, the hours Chun Mo arranged only amounted to 8 hours a day. Naturally, the employees had no objections to such favorable treatment. After making a simple arrangement, Chun Mo was the first to leave the supermarket. With the system's assistance, he certainly didn't want to handle everything himself. To put it bluntly, he was currently more focused on enhancing employee benefits than on whether the supermarket could make money. Being a super cool boss was quite enjoyable. However, this month's employee benefit budget had almost been exhausted. To experience the longing looks from the employees, he would have to wait until next month. Damn, it turns out that spending $1 million is so easy. Inside the supermarket, the employees freely asked questions. Wang Shui and Li Wan, being the last remaining old employees of the supermarket, finally played their role. They earnestly shared everything they knew. At 7 p.m., the employees reluctantly left the supermarket. Jiang Xiaoyu lived nearby, just a street away from Changfeng Square. She had called home in the afternoon to say she had found a job, but didn't specify the details over the phone. Upon returning home, Jiang Xiaoyu's mother, Wu Xia, was washing vegetables in the kitchen. Hearing the noise, she poked her head out and smiled, asking, "Xiaoyu, did you really find a job?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu plopped down on the sofa. Giggling, she replied, "Mom, as if it's hard. I'm a fresh graduate. Finding a job is easy." "Finding a job is simple, but didn't you say you thought the salaries were too low? How did you manage to find a satisfactory job while out shopping today?" her mother asked. Jiang Xiaoyu, overjoyed, stood up from the sofa, walked to the kitchen, and playfully responded, "Mom, you'll never guess what job I found." "Oh, did you not find a suitable professional job? In the field I studied, no matter which company I go to, I can only earn about 4,000 yuan at most right now. It's just too dull. You, girl, are still keeping me in suspense. What job did you get? Hurry up and tell me." "Haha, but you mustn't laugh at me when I tell you. What kind of job is so mysterious?" Under my mother's questioning, Jiang Xiaoyu decided not to keep it a secret anymore. "Mom, it's the Carrefour supermarket at Changfeng Plaza. Didn't you work there a few years ago? I just applied for a sales clerk position there. Doesn't this count as following in your footsteps and proudly starting my career? Chapter 18 excited Luo Demirin hearing her daughter Jiang Xiaoyu's words. Wu Xia, who was washing vegetables, suddenly stopped her movements, looking bewildered and incredulous. What? Jia Le supermarket? Xiaoyu, you're not joking with me, are you? It's no wonder Wu Xia had such an expression. If we talk about the supermarket that Jiangcheng is most familiar with, it surely is Jia Le supermarket. A few years ago, when Jiang Xiaoyu was still in high school, she worked there as a sales assistant for a couple of years. However, later on, Jiang Xiaoyu's father, Jiang Daping, had an accident while driving a taxi, breaking his leg and leaving no one to take care of things, which is why Wu Xia left her job at the supermarket. After Jiang Daping's leg healed, he was left with a lingering injury that made it impossible for him to continue driving a taxi. The couple rented a stall downstairs to sell fruits. Although Wu Xia no longer worked at Jia Le supermarket, she would still choose that supermarket for her shopping. Not because of any emotional attachment, but mainly for convenience since it was close to home. In Wu Xia's impression, most of the current employees at the supermarket were around her age, in their 40s or 50s, and the pay was nothing impressive. She simply couldn't understand why her daughter, a recent university graduate with such outstanding looks, would want to work there. Even if her major was somewhat obscure with her appearance, it would be easy for her to find a front desk job at a big company, which would be much more reliable than becoming a sales assistant at a supermarket. Right? Wu Xia's instinctive first reaction was to think that her daughter was joking. Seeing her mother's expression, Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled and said, "Mom, I'm not kidding. Do you know how much the boss is paying me a month? 10,000 yuan. A full 10,000 every month, plus bonuses at the end of the month. I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of." After hearing her daughter's words, Wu Xia could hardly believe her ears. What? A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan? How is that possible? I have several acquaintances working at Jia Le supermarket, and they all earn around 4,000, right? Mom, those acquaintances of yours must have been let go by the boss. As far as I know, besides the new recruits hired today, there are only 2 old employees left in the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Wu Xia still found it hard to believe. In Jiangcheng, even the best-known supermarkets usually paid their ordinary sales assistants no more than 5,000 yuan. A salary of 10,000 yuan was beyond her imagination. Seeing her mother still looking incredulous, Jiang Xiaoyu simply turned around, walked over to the sofa, and took out her bag. She pulled out a stack of brand-new 100 yuan bills and said with a grin, "Mom, not only did the boss give me such a high salary, but he also paid me a month's salary in advance." Looking at the stack of crisp 100 yuan bills in her daughter's hand, Wu Xia was almost stunned. She couldn't believe that such good fortune could fall from the sky. With such great benefits and an early salary payment, could it be that the supermarket had a new owner who had designs on her daughter? Suddenly, feeling a bit worried, she asked, "Xiaoyu, is the owner of the supermarket named Chinemo?" "Oh, Mom, you still remember our boss's name?" Upon hearing her daughter's response, Wu Xia furrowed her brows slightly. If they hadn't changed the owner, she found it even more puzzling. After thinking for a moment, she asked again, "Did your boss make any special requests of you?" Seeing her mom's anxious expression, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Mom, you're overthinking it. The employees that Boss Chun hired today basically all have similar treatment to mine. There are dozens of employees, and at least everyone gets a base salary of 8,000. Besides, your daughter isn't that foolish. I do have some sense." Seeing her daughter's expression, although Wu Xia still couldn't understand, she finally felt relieved. After a moment, she asked, "Xiaoyu, don't you feel it's a pity to give up your major like this?" "Mom, I chose that major just to find a good job, to earn a bit more money for the family so you and Dad wouldn't have to work so hard. You see the reality. It's really hard to find high-paying jobs that match my major in Jiangcheng. Since the supermarket offers such good benefits and is so close to home, I think it's pretty great." Hearing this, Wu Xia shook her head with a wry smile. "Well, if you've made up your mind, then do as you wish. I'll go take a look myself tomorrow." Hearing you say this, I'm really curious. How does Boschan manage to offer such good benefits and still make money with the supermarket? Upon hearing her mom's words, Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. "Mom, the supermarket probably won't be open for a few more days. But I'm also quite curious. From what the boss said, he intends to align the employee benefits with a well-known company. At this rate, I don't know if the supermarket can make money. But the monthly employee benefit expenses must be astronomical. Does the boss's family have a mine or something?" Hearing her daughter say this, Wu Xia naturally couldn't figure it out either. In her impression, Although Chun Mo had a bit of wealth, it was far from being said that his family had a mine. Could it be that he made a fortune in other projects over the years? Not to mention Zhang Xiaoyu and her mother speculating about Boss Chen's wealth. Luo Lily, in order to successfully complete the task assigned by Chun Mo, bargained with her sister Luo Shasha at the clothing store and finally secured the deal for 400 yuan. They ordered a total of 125 sets of work uniforms and agreed that the store must deliver the more than 100 sets of clothes to the supermarket before 9 a.m. the next morning. After completing this big purchase, Luo Lily seemed exceptionally excited. The two sisters enjoyed a big meal outside, and by the time it was nearly 8 p.m., she took a ride back home. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the man, Wu Zhibin, sitting on the sofa with a dark expression. Seeing this, Luo Lily naturally didn't have a good expression either. Just as she was about to head to her bedroom, Wu Zhibin spoke up with a somewhat unfriendly tone. "Lily, what kind of job did you find that you came back so late? Do you even care about me?" Hearing the man's question, Luo Lily couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Wu Zhibin, if you're going to ask me like that, then I have nothing to say. You." Seeing that Luo Lily was also showing a displeased expression, Wu Zhibin wanted to get angry, but ultimately held it back. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke with a softer tone. "I'm not too worried about you, Lily. Such a big thing as looking for a job. Why didn't you consult me? With our family's good conditions, do you really need to go out and work so hard?" Seeing Wu Zhibin's tone soften, Luo Lily also calmly sat down on the sofa. Chapter 19. Bewildered Zhang Qiaoer. Although Luo Lily wanted to find a job to support herself, she did not have any immediate thoughts of wanting a divorce. After all, her husband's capabilities were evident. An annual salary of 500,000 is, in Jiangxing, not exactly at the top of the pyramid, but at least it surpasses 99.9 of people, making him an absolute elite gentleman. Moreover, it had been a long time since the incident of old Wu's infidelity. Luo Lily wasn't the type to make a fuss over everything. After sitting on the sofa and thinking for a moment, she calmly said, "Today when I was out shopping, I saw a supermarket hiring cashiers. The benefits are pretty good, so I went to apply without having the chance to discuss it with you." Before Luo Lily could finish, Wu Zhibin interrupted loudly. "What? A supermarket cashier? Your husband is a senior executive in a listed company, and you want to be a cashier? If others find out, where do you expect me to put my face? Don't go tomorrow. I can support you." Seeing her husband making such a fuss again, Luo Lily's mood instantly soured. "Wu Zhibin, don't think you're the only one who can earn money. You look down on my job. But what is wrong with working at a supermarket? I'm not stealing or robbing. I'm earning money through my own efforts. How does that bring you shame? Let me tell you, with this job, I won't need you to give me pocket money anymore. If you really feel embarrassed by me, then let us just get a divorce." By the end of her statement, Luo Lily inexplicably felt a surge of relief. Although she had no real intention of getting a divorce, finding such a good job today gave her enough confidence. Without any reservations, and coupled with her dissatisfaction with Wu Zhibin's tone, the word divorce slipped out again. Hearing Luo Lily's words, Wu Zhibin's anger surged. "Luo Lily, are you done? Is it just because you think I did something wrong? You keep threatening me with divorce. Let me tell you, there are plenty of women who would want a man like me. Even if we get divorced, finding a beautiful woman to live with would be easy. But you, Luo Lily, don't overestimate yourself. If you really leave me, do you think you can still live such a comfortable life? Don't threaten me with divorce. If you really want to, don't regret it later." Luo Lily was just saying it casually, but she didn't expect him to speak so harshly. The grievances and anger hidden in her heart suddenly erupted. "Wu Zhibin, you jerk. Whoever doesn't want a divorce is a fool." After saying this angrily, she naturally wouldn't mention anything about a high salary anymore. She stood up and walked into the bedroom, slamming the door shut. In a fit of rage, Wu Zhibin rushed after her. However, Luo Lily had already locked the door. After failing to open it, outside the door, someone was shouting, "Lily, I've put up with you for long enough. If you want a divorce, go ahead, but you won't get a single cent of the family assets." Meanwhile, Lily was causing chaos at home over family matters. Chun Mo's ex-wife, Zhang Qiaoer, had nowhere to go after the divorce and could only temporarily stay at her parents' house. Although she felt a bit resentful about not getting any property, the thought of not having to share the burden of that huge debt with Chun Mo in her next life made her feel relieved. At that moment, lying in bed and scrolling through her phone out of boredom, she was contemplating how to leverage her advantages to find a well-off young boss, ensuring her future would be worry-free. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a set of videos and images that made her heart skip a beat. The video showed an employee of a local supermarket enjoying a buffet today. They had casually taken a few photos at a seafood restaurant, edited them, and posted them on their social media account. The caption was simple. "Today was great. The boss treated us to a feast." Among the images, there was one of Chun Mo dining with the two sisters, Rosa and Lily. Although it didn't explicitly state that Chun Mo was the boss, he was the only man in the group of pictures. Coupled with the striking appearance of the two sisters, it was hard not to notice. Zhang Xiaoer couldn't help but start to speculate. Who were these two beautiful women? Who was the boss mentioned by the poster? Could it be Chun Mo? How could that be? Wasn't he supposed to be struggling to make ends meet? The more she pondered, the more she wanted to get to the bottom of it. She lost her focus on the videos. Quickly, she opened her contacts, found Wang Shue's number, and called her. The phone barely rang twice before Wang Shue's slightly flattering voice came through. "Xiaoer, it's so late. What's the matter?" "Wang Jia. I just wanted to ask if everything at the supermarket has been normal these days." Upon hearing this, Wang Shui on the other end paused, taken aback. The news about Chun Mo and Zhang Xiaoer's divorce hadn't reached the supermarket, so she was naturally unaware. After a moment of surprise, she tentatively asked, "Xiaoer, hasn't Chun Dong mentioned anything about his bold moves at the supermarket these days?" Hearing Wang Shui say this, Zhang Xiaoer couldn't help but frown slightly. Bold moves? What did that mean? To gather more information, she decided not to mention the divorce right away. After a moment's thought, she asked, "Wang Jia, I went back to my hometown for a few days and really don't know what has been happening at the supermarket. Can you tell me more?" Hearing this, Wang Shui, though still a bit puzzled, didn't think much of it. She cheerfully responded on the phone, "Xiaoer, I forgot to congratulate you. Chun Dong has finally settled all the bank debts. Our supermarket will definitely achieve new heights under his leadership." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoer suddenly changed her expression. Her voice sharply rose as she asked, "What? Chun Mo has paid off all the bank debts? You must be joking, right? Ah, you didn't know? This was personally told to me by Mr. Chun. It shouldn't be a lie, right?" At this point, Wang Shui also felt something was off. It was one thing for Zhang Xiaoer to be unaware of the supermarket matters, but how could she not know about such a significant issue as paying off over 10 million in debts? However, even though Wang Shui felt uneasy, she didn't think about the possibility of the two getting divorced. She quietly asked on the phone, "Xiaoer, what happened between you and Mr. Chun? Are you two having a fight?" Listening to Wang Shui's question, Zhang Xiaoer took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Chapter 20 Crazy Zhang Xiaoer. It's impossible. How could millions in debt be cleared just like that? Even if that jerk mortgaged all his houses, cars, and supermarkets, it would still be far from enough. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xiaoer naturally found it hard to believe Wang Shui's words. She assumed Chun Mo must have lied to Wang Shui. Trying to calm her agitated heart, she forced herself to respond calmly, "Sister Wang, I did have a bit of a conflict with Chun Mo, otherwise I wouldn't have come back to the countryside to clear my mind. You mentioned he made major changes in the supermarket these past 2 days. What is going on?" Hearing this, Wang Shui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, she had nothing to hide from the boss lady's inquiry since it wasn't a secret and would be known sooner or later. Before revealing the truth, Wang Shui's tone still carried a hint of flattery. "Xiaoer, don't be petty with such a capable man like Chun. The supermarket has hired many beautiful girls these past 2 days, and they all seem so excited." Before Wang Shui could get to the main point, Zhang Xiaoer felt increasingly confused and anxious. Could it be that the boss referred to in those photos she just saw was Chun Mo? She quickly interrupted Wang Shui's kind reminder, her tone urgent as she pressed, "Sister Wang, stop beating around the bush. Tell me everything that happened in the supermarket over the past 2 days." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoer's pressing question, Wang Shui naturally didn't dare to get angry. She promptly explained over the phone that Chun Mo had dismissed most of the old employees at the supermarket and then offered incredibly good conditions. Things like an 8,000 yuan monthly salary, paying a month's salary in advance, and treating all employees to a seafood feast were all mentioned in one go. By the end, Zhang Xiaoer was almost stunned. She didn't care at all about the dismissal of the old employees. But where did that jerk get so much money to offer such a high salary? The key point was that he even paid a month's salary in advance. That was ridiculous. It sounded like a fairy tale. After a while of turmoil in her heart, Zhang Xiaoer finally asked with dry lips, "Sister Wang, are you serious? Please, don't lie to me." Wang Shui thought Zhang Xiaoer was just worried about the salary. However, This was something she couldn't hide. With an awkward smile, she replied, "Chiaoer. Chen Mo said he wants to turn our Jia Lu supermarket into something like the famous Fat Donglai. The initial investment will definitely be larger, so don't overthink it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiaoer felt as if 1,000 horses were trampling through her mind. Was she overthinking things? What puzzled her the most was where on earth Chen Mo suddenly got so much money. If they hadn't divorced, even if she cared about the salary, she wouldn't have reacted this strongly. The issue was, just after the divorce, this guy seemed to have inexplicably become wealthy. This is a situation that makes her feel even worse than if she had dug up her family's ancestral grave. In the midst of her emotions, she couldn't help but ask again on the phone, "Sister Wang, did Chen Mo say where he got all this money?" Hearing Zhang Qiaoer's question, Wang Shui was momentarily taken aback. She chuckled awkwardly on the phone and said, "Qiaoer, I really don't know. You should ask President Chen yourself." "Ah, all right then, sorry to bother you, Sister Wang. You know, I was hoping you would say something good about me in front of President Chen in the future. To be honest, with so many beautiful girls coming to the supermarket all of a sudden, I really feel the pressure as the store manager." Hearing Wang Shui say this, Zhang Qiaoer had nothing more to say. She smiled awkwardly and hung up the phone. However, after hanging up, the unpleasant feeling in her heart did not subside at all. That jerk, could it be that he won a big prize? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zhang Qiaoer's spirits lifted. As long as the prize was won before their divorce, she still had a chance to get her share. Thinking of this, she immediately opened Baidu and checked the recent lottery information in Jiangxing. But the results left her very disappointed. Jiangxing had only seen one 5 million prize in the past year. Not only did the timing not match, but this amount of money also did not justify Chen Mo's crazy behavior. Where on earth did this jerk get so much money? Unable to figure this out, she knew she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Just after the divorce, her ex-husband had reached the pinnacle of his life. How could such a glitch happen to her? In extreme unwillingness, Zhang Qiaoer finally mustered the courage to call Chen Mo. The phone rang several times before Chen Mo's cold voice came through. "What do you want?" Hearing Chen Mo's icy tone, Zhang Qiaoer felt a tightening in her heart. But at this point, she just wanted to clarify the matter. Biting her lip, she asked, "Chen Mo, is there something else you're hiding from me?" On the other end of the line, Chen Mo was looking at the night view of Jiangxing from his balcony. Hearing Zhang Qiaoer's question, he frowned slightly. Coldly, he replied, "Zhang Qiaoer, we are already divorced, and we have no relationship whatsoever." "What do you mean by asking this?" "I just called Wang Shui, and she said you've paid off the bank debts and even provided high benefits for the supermarket employees." Chen Mo is this true?" Upon hearing Zhang Qiaoer's question, Chen Mo couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Zhang Qiaoer, so what if it's true? Are you regretting our divorce? Let me tell you, no matter how wonderful my life becomes in the future, it has nothing to do with you. Please don't call me again. Just hearing your voice disgusts me." After saying this, without waiting for Zhang Qiaoer to respond, Chen Mo hung up the phone and decisively deleted and blocked her. For this once cherished wife, he no longer held any feelings in his heart. On the other end of the line, Zhang Qiaoer listened to the busy tone coming from the phone. Her expression was truly remarkable. Based on Chen Mo's tone during the call, she could confidently assert that everything Wang Shui said was probably true. The thought that her ex-husband had inexplicably become successful right after their divorce made Zhang Qiaoer feel an overwhelming urge to go crazy. No, this man couldn't be so heartless towards her. She had to fight for it. When she nervously dialed Chen Mo's number again, a mechanical voice came through the receiver. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." Chapter 21. The surprising Lily. After hearing that mechanical voice, Zhang Qiaoer immediately understood what was going on. "Chen Mo, you heartless bastard, actually blacklisted my number." In her anger, she couldn't help but throw her phone against the door. In the next room, Zhou Bailan and Zhang Dashan rushed over after hearing the noise. After knocking and entering, Zhou Bailan first picked up the phone. Frowning, she asked, "Qiaoer, what is wrong with you so late at night?" "Mom, that bastard Chen Mo hung up on me and blacklisted my number. He is just a modern-day scoundrel." Upon hearing Zhang Qiaoer's words, both Zhou Bailan and Zhang Dashan were taken aback, looking confused. After a while, Zhou Bailan asked in a daze, "Qiaoer, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you divorce Chen Mo? What do you mean he blacklisted your number? What scoundrel? I don't understand at all." "Mom, ever since I divorced him, for some reason, he suddenly became successful. Not only did he pay off all the huge debts he owed the bank, but he also revamped the supermarket. He fired all the old employees and started offering a high salary of 8,000 yuan a month, hiring a bunch of beautiful girls. How can he not be a scoundrel? Hearing her daughter's words and seeing her aggrieved expression, Zhou Bailan's look of confusion didn't diminish much. Shower, didn't he owe the bank over 10 million? How could he pay it off so quickly? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Mom, it's definitely true. I personally called the supermarket manager, Sister Wang. If he hadn't paid off the debts, how could he possibly have the means to offer such high salaries and hire so many beautiful girls? Zhou Bailan still looked incredulous after hearing her daughter's words. Zhang Dashan seemed to have grasped the situation and spoke up quietly. Shower, even if what you say is true, you two are divorced. Even if he really became successful, wanting to hire beautiful girls for the supermarket doesn't make him a scoundrel, does it? Hearing her father's words, Zhang Shower was not pleased. Dad, why are you still speaking up for him? Am I not your own daughter? Seeing this, Zhou Bailan quickly advised, Shower, don't overthink it. Whether this is true or not is still uncertain. Let us go to the supermarket tomorrow and see for ourselves what's going on. After hearing her mother's words, Zhang Shower calmed down a bit. Although she spoke with confidence, there was still a hint of doubt in her heart. Even if Chun Mo, her ex-husband, really became successful out of the blue, does he really need to pay the supermarket employees 8,000 yuan? That sounds suspicious. After blacklisting Zhang Shower's number, Chun Mo quickly put her out of his mind. He enjoyed a nice bath and slept until he naturally woke up. By the time he arrived at the supermarket, it was already close to 10 a.m. As Chun Mo just stepped into the supermarket from the underground parking lot, his eyes immediately lit up. Except for Zhao Maosan and Huang Dong, all the young women had changed into their customized work uniforms. The upper part was a sexy little shirt with a bow tie, and the lower part was a fitted skirt. Just those pairs of long, fair legs made Chun Mo feel quite pleased. When the young women saw the big boss enter, they all greeted him with smiles. Luo Lily had rushed to the supermarket early this morning after having a fight with her man last night. As for whether to divorce or not, she truly didn't care anymore. As long as she became the purchasing manager with a monthly salary of 15,000, plus the bonus Chun Mo promised by the end of the month, this salary would allow her to live comfortably. If Wu Zhibin really didn't appreciate her, she would just go solo. Seeing Chun Mo show a satisfied smile, she felt very happy inside. She stepped forward with a smile and said, Mr. Chun, this work uniform was originally priced at 420 yuan per set. However, after my efforts, I managed to negotiate it down to 400 yuan. With the 50,000 yuan you gave me, I ordered 125 sets, and here's the invoice for the purchase. While speaking, Luo Lily handed over a slip. Chun Mo took it casually and glanced at it. A faint smile appeared on his face. Not bad. Starting today, you are our supermarket's purchasing manager. Your salary will be as I mentioned yesterday, and if you perform well, there will be plenty of room for advancement in the future. Additionally, from this batch of employees, you can choose two to assist you. Hearing Chun Mo's affirming words, Luo Lily felt a surge of joy. Rest assured, Mr. Chun, I will work hard and definitely won't let you down. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo unintentionally glanced at her well-proportioned figure. With an indescribable smile on his face, he nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked around at everyone. Yesterday, I mentioned that the supermarket still needs to hire employees. Did you bring anyone over today? When Chun Mo asked this, Wang Shui was the first to respond with a smile. Mr. Chun, following your instructions. Xiao Li and the others have brought dozens of girls over for interviews, and they are currently waiting in the rest area at the supermarket entrance. Additionally, there are many people at the plaza wanting to apply as well. Are we still hiring today? Hearing Wang Shui say this, Chun Mo nodded lightly. Yes. We need to hire at least 30 more for the supermarket to operate normally. Let us first check the batch of girls that have already been brought over. Naturally, Wang Shui didn't dare to disagree with the big boss's orders. She quickly instructed Huang Dong and Zhao Maosan to follow the boss outside to maintain order. Chun Mo walked to the supermarket entrance and took a look around. There were about 50 or 60 young women of various types. Their figures and appearances varied, but there wasn't a single one who reached the level of the Luo sisters or Jiang Xiaoyu. After scanning the area, he calmly spoke. You all came here as employees referred by our supermarket, right? Let me share some new information. For those who still want to interview today, even if they are successful, salaries will only be issued on the 1st of next month. If anyone has objections, there's no need to interview. After hearing this from Chun Mo, it caused quite a stir among the candidates. They were eager to come in for interviews early in the morning. not only because the supermarket's benefits and salary were attractive, but also to experience the joy of getting paid in advance. But Chun Mo's words dashed that happiness. Amidst the commotion, a girl wearing glasses timidly asked, "Yesterday my friend received a month's salary in advance. Why is it not happening today?" There's no need for explanations. Those who want to apply should line up at the front. If anyone is dissatisfied, please leave. Chapter 22. Zhang Qiaoer. Infuriated by embarrassment upon hearing Boss Chen's somewhat domineering words, the girls were all taken aback. However, after a brief moment of dissatisfaction and hesitation, several girls quickly stepped forward. Seeing this, others also formed a long queue. Witnessing this situation, Chen Mo was naturally not surprised. It was just that he didn't distribute salaries in advance like yesterday. An 8,000 yuan monthly salary, with a job that required no particular skills, was extremely appealing in a third or fourth tier city like Jiangcheng. For ordinary people without much background, the attraction was definitely maximized. Although the girls had set aside their little emotions and no longer cared about receiving this considerable salary early, Chen Mo certainly didn't lower his standards for hiring talent one bit. He had made his requirements clear enough yesterday. However, there were always some who clung to fantasies. Some girls with average looks and figures still tried to get in. Although Chen Mo had a system, he wasn't running a charity. After ruthlessly eliminating 3 girls in a row, he finally found one named Lu Zihan, whose appearance and figure met his criteria. After a few simple questions, he called over the girl who had introduced her. Chen Mo had a good memory and immediately recalled the name of this employee, Wan Lingling. "Lu Zihan was introduced by you. The promised 1,000 yuan reward will be given to you on the 1st of next month, no problem, right?" Upon hearing this, Wan Lingling naturally felt a bit suspicious. The boss's performance yesterday could be described as extremely generous. And today, not only did he not pay the newly hired employees in advance, but the 1,000 yuan referral bonus also had to wait until next month? Could it be that the boss was under financial pressure? Not just Wan Lingling, but all the girls basically had this speculation. After all, the difference in Chun Mo's demeanor from yesterday to today was too stark. Of course, even if they had such thoughts in their minds, no one dared to show any signs of it. After all, the hundreds of thousands in cash that the boss displayed yesterday were undeniably real. Who knew if there was any trickery involved? In this situation, no one was foolish enough to question anything. Wan Lingling herself was even more reluctant to voice any objections. Lost in thought, she simply smiled and shook her head. "Mr. Chun, you are too polite. The supermarket has already given me such good treatment. Whether the bonus is given or not doesn't matter." Hearing the girl's response, regardless of whether she was sincere or not, Chen Mo felt quite pleased. He smiled and said, "Your awareness is quite good. Don't worry. Employees like you with high awareness will certainly not be shortchanged on the bonus. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chun." In response, Chen Mo merely smiled lightly. After this small interlude, he was about to continue hiring from the girls in line. Suddenly, a commotion arose near the escalator. "I'm sorry. Our supermarket is currently not open for business. Please come back in a few days. I don't care whether you're open or not. Do you know who we are? This is my daughter, the owner of the supermarket in your area. Why aren't you stepping aside quickly?" Amidst the noise, Zhang Qiaoer and her parents came down the escalator together. Seeing this, Chun Mo furrowed his brows slightly and naturally stopped his recruitment efforts. Before he could say anything, Wang Shui, with a beaming smile, was the first to approach. "Qiaoer, you haven't been to the supermarket for a long time. These must be your parents. Hello, uncle and aunt." Faced with Wang Shui's enthusiastic greeting, Zhang Qiaoer felt somewhat awkward. She probably understood that the other party was unaware of her divorce. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have this cheerful demeanor now. Just as she was at a loss for how to respond, Chen Mo stood up and coldly walked over. "Zhang Qiaoer, what does your family want? I've already divorced you, yet you're still lingering around. Is this interesting?" Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, Wang Shui, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. Stammering, she asked, "Chun, Mr. Chun, you divorced? What do you think?" I'm sorry, I really didn't know." Seeing Wang Shui's flustered expression, Chen Mo didn't bother to argue with her. He cast a cold glance at Zhang Qiaoer again. "What do you want from your family?" After seeing the group of beautiful women behind Chen Mo, the expressions on Zhang Qiaoer's family were quite something. At this moment, hearing Chun Mo's question, Zhou Bilian was the first to react. She stepped forward, adopting a mother-in-law's stance. "Chen Mo, Qiaoer told me you've paid off your bank debts. What is going on with this supermarket? Why are you hiring so many pretty girls? Do you want to be a playboy? After hearing Zhou Billion's questioning, Chen Mo was almost laughing from anger. Is this old woman crazy? Whether I hire pretty employees is none of your business. Does she really think she is important? In the midst of his emotions, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Old woman, stop acting like a senior here. I treated your family well back then, giving you support and buying you a house, and all I got in return was a bunch of ingrates. I owed such a huge debt to the bank. And while I understand if you encouraged your daughter to divorce to avoid suffering, you shouldn't have tried to seize my property. What? Now that you see me doing well, are you regretting it? Let me tell you, I have already divorced your daughter, and I have no relationship with your family whatsoever. If you don't want to embarrass yourselves, get out of the supermarket quickly. Chen Mo's ruthless words immediately made Zhou Billion feel a burning humiliation on her face. She never expected that the son-in-law who once respected her would publicly humiliate her like this. She felt so ashamed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Seeing her mother humiliated, Zhang Qiao also felt a wave of embarrassment. In that moment, she couldn't care less about any dreams of reconciliation. Somewhat angrily, she said, Chen Mo, do you have any conscience left? Just divorced and already keeping so many flirtatious women at the supermarket. Can't we even have a word? I now suspect that you intentionally deceived me into divorcing you. Chen Mo, if you don't give me an explanation today, this isn't over. Looking at the smug faces of Zhang Qiao and her family, Chen Mo regretted his poor judgment. How could he have chosen such a woman as his wife? He didn't want to waste any more words and forced a cold smile. Fine. Since your family isn't afraid of embarrassment, then don't blame me. After saying this, he turned to the still-dazed Wang Shui and said coldly, Sister Wang, what are you still doing? Hurry up and get rid of all these irrelevant people. Chapter 23. Stupid woman. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Wang Shui felt a bit embarrassed. But in order to make up for her mistakes, she could only keep a cold face and say, Qiao, you heard what Mr. Chen said. Hurry up and take your parents away, or it will only get more awkward. Zhang Qiao was too angry to pay attention to Wang Shui's words. When a woman becomes foolish, there's really no reasoning with her. Zhang Qiao stubbornly believed that the divorce was Chen Mo's fault, feeling as if she had been greatly wronged. If Chen Mo doesn't clarify things today, I won't leave. You don't need to interfere. Upon hearing Zhang Qiao, Wang Shui wanted to curse under her breath. Of course, she didn't want to meddle, but the big boss was right there watching. She was worried that Chen Mo was displeased with her earlier warm welcome to this family. If this situation wasn't resolved properly, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. Caught up in her emotions, she didn't care about past feelings anymore. She turned to Huang Dong and Zhao Maosan, who were watching the commotion from a distance, and instructed, What are you two still standing there for? Didn't you hear Mr. Chen? Get this family out of here. Hearing Wang Shui speak so ruthlessly, Zhang Qiao was almost dumbfounded. Wang Jia, please don't call me that anymore. I'm not that capable. You've divorced Mr. Chen, so we have no relationship left. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly. Since the line had been drawn, Wang Shui definitely wanted to show off in front of the boss. As she spoke, Huang Dong and Zhao Maosan approached aggressively. They had both witnessed the family's earlier behavior in front of the boss. While the onlookers didn't mind the spectacle, when it was their turn to show up, they certainly wouldn't hold back. They didn't care if Zhang Qiao was the former boss's wife. They charged in and started scolding fiercely, Are you deaf or blind? Get out of the supermarket now, or we'll have to take action. Zhao Maosan, looking gentle, didn't seem very intimidating. However, Huang Dong, with his large frame and a fierce expression, nearly scared the family to death. Zhang Dashan, trembling in fear, said, What do you want? If you dare to hit us, I'll call the police. Huang Dong snickered disdainfully at this. Go ahead, or should I help you call? Our supermarket isn't open yet, and your actions here are considered trespassing. Do you know that it's illegal? If the police come, they'll arrest your whole family. Huang Dong's words were certainly exaggerated, but Zhang Dashan's family came from the countryside. Even though Zhang Qiao had a regular high school diploma, her awareness of the law wasn't very strong. After hearing this, they naturally felt a bit guilty. Coupled with Huang Dong's fierce demeanor, there was no need for further words. The family retreated up the escalator, feeling both ashamed and angry. Just before leaving, Zhang Qiao suddenly shouted loudly. The supermarket owner is clearly in financial trouble, with debts to the bank amounting to millions. It's not that easy to pay off. What we see now is just an illusion. He must have taken out another large loan from the bank. I believe he just wants to go all out recklessly. Don't be fooled by him. Next month, they probably won't even get their salaries. Regardless of whether the current situation is real or not, Zhang Xiaoer certainly doesn't want her ex-husband to have an easy time. Before leaving, she wants to make things difficult for Chun Mo and all the other women. I have to say, although Zhang Xiaoer's words didn't affect Chun Mo much, the other women started to feel a bit uneasy. What is the situation with the big boss? Just got divorced and owes the bank millions. It's hard to imagine why such a desperate man showed such a lavish side just a couple of days ago, combined with the 1,000 yuan reward mentioned earlier, which won't even be distributed until next month. For a moment, whether it's the formal employees in supermarket uniforms or the women coming in for interviews, everyone began to feel anxious. Don't be fooled by the current hustle and bustle. If salaries can't be paid next month, it would be quite funny. Of course, while the women had their doubts, no one dared to voice them. Regardless of the truth, there are only 10 days left until next month. By then, we'll see if the boss is just pretending to be extravagant or actually is. After all, with such a large supermarket here, the boss can't just run away, right? After Zhang Xiaoer and her family left the supermarket, Chun Mo calmly looked around at everyone. He didn't say much and simply sat back down at the interview table. Now that the system is up and running, he wouldn't care about others' opinions. If anyone dared to question him because of Zhang Xiaoer's words, no matter who it is, Chun Mo would definitely let them go. He noticed the women waiting for their interviews were whispering among themselves. Chun Mo simply said, "If anyone has doubts about my abilities, you don't need to interview anymore." Upon hearing this, the women finally quieted down. They exchanged glances, but no one was willing to withdraw voluntarily. Seeing this, Chun Mo wasn't surprised and slightly smiled. After a little interruption, he resumed his unique talent recruitment session. Out of more than 50 women, only 19 were qualified under Chun Mo's discerning gaze. Most of the unqualified women didn't leave immediately. Chun Mo thought for a moment and suddenly said, "I still need about 4 cleaning staff for this supermarket. The monthly salary is 6,000 yuan. If anyone is interested, you can sign up now. It's first come, first served." Upon hearing this, the unselected women immediately buzzed with excitement. A monthly salary of 6,000 yuan is actually well above the average in the ordinary job market in Jiangxing. However, although these young women may not be exceptionally attractive, they are at least of average appearance. Given their relatively young age, it's a bit beneath them to work as supermarket cleaners. Of course, there is a more significant reason. After the recent commotion caused by Zhang Xiaoer, the young women are somewhat skeptical about the capabilities of this boss Chen. If they were to lower themselves to take up cleaning jobs and end up not receiving their wages, that would be quite embarrassing. Seeing that no one was stepping forward, Chun Mo furrowed his brows slightly. Just as he was about to give up, one of the young women timidly raised her hand and said, "Mr. Chun, I'm willing to do the cleaning." Upon hearing this, Chun Mo smiled faintly and said, "All right, if I remember correctly, your name is Xiong Xiaowei, right? Those who dare to challenge themselves deserve a reward. From now on, you will be the leader of our supermarket cleaning team, with a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan. Come over and sign the contract." Chapter 24. Lily's worries. Hearing Chun Mo's words, the girl was both surprised and delighted. She never expected that after just a simple round of interviews, and not even being hired yet, the boss would remember her name. Even more unexpectedly, she was appointed as the head of the cleaning team just because she raised her hand first. Although the salary was on par with that of regular supermarket employees, she still had some self-awareness. When she came for the interview today, she didn't have high hopes because her appearance wasn't particularly outstanding. The 8,000 yuan salary was simply too attractive, persuaded by her good friends. She came along with the mindset of trying her luck. She never imagined that although she didn't get the sales position, she would end up with the role of cleaning team leader. As for whether the boss had the capability, Xiong Xiaowei didn't think too much about it. With so many girls more beautiful than her not worrying, why should she be overly concerned? After thanking the boss, she happily signed the employment contract. The other girls who didn't get hired immediately raised their hands. "Mr. Chun, I also want to do cleaning." "Mr. Chun, I also want to." Seeing this situation, Chun Mo, adhering to the principle of priority, directly pointed to the first 3 girls who raised their hands. "Your salary is temporarily set at 6,000 yuan, but if you perform well in the future, there will definitely be great potential for salary increases." They hesitated for just a moment and ended up with 2,000 yuan less than Xiong Xiaowei's salary. If these 3 girls said they didn't regret it, they probably wouldn't even believe themselves. However, compared to the others who raised their hands later, the 3 of them felt a bit secretly pleased. After all, a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan was already quite good for ordinary people like them. Moreover, the boss promised potential for salary increases. Regardless, today's trip wasn't in vain. After finishing the recruitment of supermarket staff, Chen Mo didn't bother going to the square. He called Li Wan over and instructed, "Manager Li, take 2 people to the square to see how the quality of the applicants is today. Screen them according to my standards, and if there are suitable ones, bring them in for me to select." Naturally, Li Wan wouldn't dare to have any objections to the boss's orders. She selected 2 obedient girls and left the supermarket. With the recruitment from the past 2 days, the supermarket now had 75 employees. If they hired a dozen more, they could easily manage rotations. Chen Mo wanted to make big money and knew that the meager commissions from the system's welfare funds were far from enough. If possible, he aimed to complete the hiring today, provide some basic training, and open the supermarket by tomorrow. With employees, rent, and utilities already sorted, it meant that the supermarket's profits would directly translate into his earnings. Looking back at the peak period of Lu supermarket a few years ago, the daily revenue is generally between 150,000 to 200,000, with a net profit exceeding 30,000. Even though the popularity of the Changfeng Plaza has declined, with the attractive female staff to draw in customers, reaching the previous peak shouldn't be too difficult. If everything goes smoothly, making several 100,000 or even 1,000,000 in a month is quite feasible. At this pace, one could earn tens of millions in a year and return to the previous peak period. The key is having this extravagant management system, which allows for enjoying the privileges of a super boss while making money. Although Chen Mo has experienced betrayal from his ex-wife, he never considered living a life solely focused on being a monk. Besides not easily getting emotionally involved, he won't miss out on fine dining and enjoyment. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chen Mo's face. Just as he was lost in pleasant thoughts, Luo Lily strutted over with confidence. After the incident with Zhang Qiaoer, she felt a bit anxious. The excellent treatment she received as the procurement manager at the supermarket gave her immense confidence. Even if she divorced her husband, she could still lead a happy life with this income. However, if what Zhang Qiaoer said was true, the recent events might just be the last craziness of the big boss, making it uncertain whether she would even receive her salary next month. Luo Lily was initially reluctant to believe Zhang Qiaoer's words, but with Chen Mo delaying even a 1,000 yuan bonus until next month, she couldn't help but feel worried. Of course, like other employees, she wouldn't show any signs of uncertainty on her face until things were clear. "Mr. Chen, I just checked the procurement list for the supermarket, and several items are running low. Should we purchase them immediately?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo showed a hint of appreciation on his face. He smiled lightly and said, "Manager Luo, you're quite quick on the uptake. It seems I made a wise decision in appointing you as the procurement manager. For these matters in the future, you can consult Sister Wang or make your own decisions." After hearing Chen Mo's response, Luo Lily gently acknowledged. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Mr. Chen, we only ordered 125 sets of uniforms, and with so many new hires today, 2 sets per person definitely won't be enough. What do you think?" Chen Mo felt a bit of a headache upon hearing this. The welfare funds for this month have been used up, and it's unrealistic to expect him to buy uniforms out of his own pocket. After pondering, he calmly replied, "Manager Luo, let's ensure each person gets 1 uniform for now. You can figure out the rest, and once we purchase another batch next month, we'll complete the distribution for each employee." Hearing this instruction from Chen Mo, Luo Lily felt a slight tightening in her chest. The uniforms would only cost around 20 to 30,000, but that would have to wait until next month. She was genuinely worried whether she would be able to receive her full salary next month. Noticing the slight change in Luo Lily's expression, Chen Mo's lips curled up slightly. "What's wrong? Does Manager Luo have any objections to my instructions?" No. No, President Chen. I was just lost in thought about the procurement of goods." After hastily explaining, Luo Lily's face showed some concern as she returned to the supermarket. Chen Mo cast a faint glance at her, a hint of a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He could probably guess what the woman was worried about. However, Chen Mo really saw no need to explain himself to anyone. No matter who it was, they could have their doubts. But if anyone dared to question him face to face, Chen Mo would not show them any kindness. Chapter 25. The beautiful girl Su Yingying. Not long after, a youthful and beautiful girl walked down from the escalator entrance. With the big boss's deliberate instructions, Li Wan was quite adept at managing the looks of the applicants. Zhao Maosheng, regardless of whether he had doubts about Chun Mo's abilities, was now putting on a good show and approached her with a smile. "Miss, are you here for an interview? This is our supermarket's general manager, Chun." The girl seemed a bit shy as she stood in front of Chun Mo and smiled awkwardly. "General Manager Chun, I'm here to apply for the sales clerk position. Are there any requirements?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mo openly sized her up. He had to admit, this girl was of much higher quality than the previous batch. She was wearing a white t-shirt with a cartoon design on top and light blue jeans on the bottom, with a small handbag slung over her shoulder. Her curvy figure and youthful, beautiful face made her stand out among all the applicants in the supermarket. He wondered if she met the system's A-grade employee standards. Regardless, Chun Mo definitely didn't want to miss out on such talent. As he thought about this, a rare smile appeared on his face. "Your qualifications are definitely not an issue. What is your name? What did you do before? Please introduce yourself." My name is Su Ying. I'm 21 years old. I used to work as a receptionist at a 5-star hotel, but I resigned recently for personal reasons. I heard from my aunt that the salary at your supermarket is pretty high, so I wanted to come and give it a try." After hearing her introduction, Chun Mo smiled non-committally. "A 5-star hotel like that should pay well for a receptionist, right? Would someone like you feel underappreciated working as a sales clerk here?" Hearing Chun Mo's question, Su Ying smiled shyly. "General Manager Chun, you're joking. I only have a high school diploma. I'm not that talented. Besides, the salary at the hotel wasn't that high. Compared to the 8,000 yuan monthly salary you're offering, it's several thousand less." Chun Mo wasn't too familiar with the salary of hotel receptionists and didn't want to delve into it. Hearing Su Ying say this, he merely smiled lightly. "I don't place much importance on diplomas here. With your qualifications, you're definitely fine. I can even offer you a spot as a premium employee." Su Ying clearly didn't understand this term and asked in confusion, "What does premium employee mean?" It means promotion and salary increase. Premium employees receive an extra 2,000 yuan each month, bringing the monthly salary to 10,000 yuan. If you perform well, the end-of-month bonus will also be higher than that of regular employees. Before you, I've only hired 2 employees at this level. One of them has already been promoted to purchasing manager, and the other, about your age, is named Jiang Xiaoyu. You can get to know her later." Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, Su Ying's face instantly showed a look of surprise. She hasn't even signed her employment contract yet, and she's been inexplicably promoted and given a raise by the boss. She doesn't care about the title of this quality employee at all. However, a raise of 2,000 yuan truly surprised Su Ying. Filled with joy, she quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, General Manager Chun, for your cultivation. I will definitely work hard." Seeing the expression on the girl's face, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. He said, "By the way, did Manager Li tell you that the salary will only be paid on the 1st of next month?" She has already mentioned it. Although Su Ying felt a bit disappointed about this, she hadn't gone through the commotion that Zhang Qiao just caused. Plus, with the sudden raise of 2,000 yuan, the joy in her heart far outweighed the disappointment. Seeing this, Chun Mo didn't bother to ask anything further. He casually said, "All right, when Manager Li comes back, you can fill out your employment contract right away." After recruiting another elite talent for the supermarket, Chun Mo inexplicably felt a wave of happiness. Next, more than a dozen youthful and beautiful girls came down from the escalator. Although the looks of the later arrivals didn't meet Su Ying's various standards, under Li Wan's strict control, they basically met Chun Mo's criteria. Once Li Wan and the other 2 girls returned and all the new hires signed their contracts, Chun Mo finally heard the long-awaited sound of heavenly music in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting another A-grade quality employee, increasing the employee welfare fund by 100,000 yuan, effective on the 1st of next month. The expected surprise didn't catch Chun Mo off guard. After all, Su Ying's figure and looks were there. If she didn't meet the A-grade quality standard, he would really have to doubt his own judgment. In his thoughts, a transparent panel only he could see appeared before his eyes. Host has bound 1 enterprise, Jiajile Supermarket. Current number of employees, 85. Employee welfare balance for this month, 300 yuan. The refreshed welfare amount for next month, 1,457,000 yuan. Seeing the long string of numbers for next month's welfare amount, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chun Mo's face. Excluding the 57 yuan for laying off old employees. The remaining 400,000 yuan was all rewarded to the Luo sisters, Jiang Xiaoyu and Su Yinging. It seems that if he wants to refresh the employee welfare amount more, he needs to recruit more girls who meet the standards in terms of figure and looks. With these thoughts, Chen Mo turned around and walked back to the supermarket. After looking around, he casually called out, "Everyone come over here." The girls who were whispering in small groups in the supermarket, regardless of what they were thinking, all obediently gathered around. "Manager Luo, please distribute a set of uniforms to each of the new employees today and have them change in the staff lounge." "All right, Mr. Chun." Once all the new hires have gone to the staff lounge, Chen Mo continued, "Sister Wang, you and Rosa need to arrange the shifts for all employees this afternoon. After a brief training, the supermarket can officially open tomorrow morning. For the warehouse and fresh produce department, you and Manager Li are in charge of recruitment. Regardless of gender, the base salary is 6,000 yuan. You don't have to follow my specific requirements, but they must look presentable." In response to Chen Mo's instructions, Wang Shui and Rosa quickly agreed. Before long, all the new hires were dressed in their brand new uniforms. In the entire supermarket, apart from Chen Mo, Huang Dong, and Zhao Maosen, the rest were all curvaceous figures with long, shapely legs. Chapter 26. The long-legged beauty Wang Na looking at the initial results in front of him. Chen Mo couldn't help but show an indescribable smile at the corner of his mouth. The girls, as employees of the supermarket, and he, as the big boss. Although it can't be said that they are all his type, they could at least be compared to fish raised in his own pond. Adhering to the principle of letting the willing come forward, Chen Mo didn't deliberately reveal any thoughts. Glancing at the time, he said lightly, "It's almost noon, so I want to take up your lunchtime. We'll start work at 2 in the afternoon, and if anyone has questions, feel free to ask store manager Wang Shui and manager Li Wan." After distributing the tasks, the supermarket will resume operations tomorrow. Let me reiterate. Employees who perform well will receive not only their regular salary, but also generous bonuses. If you don't work well and enjoy gossiping behind others' backs, I will have to ask you to seek other opportunities. All right, everyone, you can clock out now. As Chen Mo finished speaking, the girls left the supermarket in small groups. Luo Shasha definitely walked with her sister. Once they were out in the square, Luo Lily spoke with a slight frown. "Shasha, let us just eat something outside for lunch. I don't feel like going back." Hearing her sister say this, Luo Shasha tentatively asked, "Sis, did you have a fight with brother-in-law?" "Yeah, it was about work, and last night it escalated to the point where divorce was mentioned. I plan to stay at home for a few days to see how he reacts." Upon hearing this, Luo Shasha pouted her sexy little lips. "Sis, I'm not trying to speak ill of brother-in-law, but with a man like that, if it were me, I would have left already. You found such a good job now. Why do you need to see how he reacts?" Hearing her little sister Luo Shasha's words, Luo Lily shook her head with a bitter smile. "Shasha, aren't you worried that Mr. Chen might not be able to pay salaries next month?" Luo Shasha was taken aback by her sister's question. "That is unlikely, right? Do you really believe what that woman said?" "It's not that I believe it, but I feel a bit uneasy. The way Mr. Chun recruited people today just felt a bit off. It's one thing not to pay salaries in advance like yesterday, but even the 1,000 yuan bonus for this group is postponed until next month. Also, when I spoke to Mr. Chun about the work uniforms being insufficient, he said that would also be addressed next month. For a matter of just 20 or 30,000 yuan, is it really necessary to wait until next month if funds are tight?" After hearing her sister Luo Lily's words, Luo Shasha also felt a bit anxious. Looking around, she murmured softly, "Sis, after hearing you say that, I also feel something is off. Could it be that Mr. Chen really is like that woman said, borrowing money from the bank to pay us? Wanting to go all out in the end? Sigh, I just hope I'm overthinking it. After a long time of searching, I finally found a job with a very satisfactory salary. I really hope everything isn't just an illusion." While the two sisters were feeling anxious, Chen Mo had already booked a back massage with premium essential oils for 1,288 yuan on a local app. With all the recent divorce issues and the need to reorganize the supermarket, he was feeling a bit tired. He thought it would be nice to relax a bit before the supermarket opened. This SPA, which specializes in services for men, was just 2 streets away from Changfeng Plaza. Although the prices were a bit high, the reviews were quite good. Most comments said that compared to other SPA establishments in the city, this massage parlor named Peach Garden Health Center had noticeably higher quality staff. In this day and age, when men want to unwind, Who wouldn't want a young and beautiful attendant to provide services, even if it's just a regular massage? Driving his BMW, Chun Mo quickly arrived at the entrance of the establishment. Looking at the slogan outside Peach Garden Health Center, he couldn't help but smile. Release your soul. Release your body. Let every customer experience the taste of being on cloud nine. With such an openly bold slogan, it seemed unlikely that this place offered any gray area services. Feeling relaxed, Chun Mo didn't think much and walked right in. At the entrance, a young woman in a cheongsam quickly approached with a smile. Welcome to Peach Garden Health Center. Do you have an appointment, sir? Chun Mo didn't hesitate and directly showed her the payment code on his phone. He also casually asked, are your technicians assigned randomly? Seeing that Chun Mo booked the most expensive package, the woman's smile became even more enthusiastic. If you have a preferred technician, you can choose their number. If not, we will arrange for someone skilled to serve you. Hearing this, Chun Mo smiled faintly. The promise of the best technician was just polite talk. Since he rarely had the chance to relax, he naturally wanted the most pleasing experience. After thinking for a moment, he took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it over. This is my first time here. The skill level doesn't matter. Please help me find the technician with the best looks and figure. This is a tip. If I'm satisfied, there will be more later. Seeing the 100 yuan bill Chun Mo handed over, the woman's face instantly lit up with joy. It could be said that receiving tips while welcoming and sending off guests here was quite rare. Moreover, Chun Mo mentioned that there would be more if he was satisfied. In this situation, she naturally knew what to do. While accepting the 100 yuan bill, she thanked him. Sir, let me take you to the room first, and I'll have Sister Na personally serve you. Chun Mo couldn't help but feel a little curious about the Sister Na she mentioned. After entering the room, the woman in the cheap house skillfully took a brand new bathrobe out of the cabinet. Big brother, you can change into this first. I'll call for Sister Na right away. After saying this, she gently closed the door and left. Chun Mo casually glanced around the room before walking behind the curtain to change into the bath towel. After about 2 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Before Chun Mo could respond, a tall woman in a sexy split cheapao pushed the door open and entered. She immediately revealed her signature charming smile. Big brother, I'm Wang Na, the technician for package number 27. I'll be your service provider for this royal package. If everything is fine, we can start now? Chun Mo looked her up and down and had to admit that this woman, named Wang Na, was quite striking. She was tall with an alluring figure, especially her long legs, which had excellent proportions. Chapter 27. A massage leads to new opportunities. After a casual glance, Chun Mo felt a sense of attraction in his heart. Hiring such a girl at the supermarket, there's a high chance she could earn an A-level quality rating in the system. With these thoughts, Chun Mo had nothing to be dissatisfied about. He simply rolled over and lay on the bed. Seeing this, Wang Na walked over with a smile on her face. As she took out the essential oil from the box, she asked with a smile, Big brother, this is the A-level back massage oil you ordered. Would you like to check it? Let us hold off on the oil for now. Can you just massage my shoulders first? Upon hearing Chun Mo's request, the girl paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. All right then. While speaking, she gracefully sat beside Chun Mo and began to massage him with her delicate hands. Is the pressure all right for you? Yes, very good, quite comfortable. By the way, I heard that girl earlier. You must be quite famous at this spa, right? Are you talking about Zhonglan? It should be her. When she called you Najia, it felt like she really admires you. You're joking. I'm just a technician who earns a living with my skills. There's nothing to be admired. Your massage technique is indeed quite good. With a beauty like you, why choose to work in this line? Upon hearing this, Wang Na couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle softly. No matter how beautiful, one still needs to eat. Although this profession doesn't have the best reputation, the income is decent. I don't have many other skills, and I can't really change careers. So how much do you earn in a month? Noticing that the customer today was quite inquisitive, Wang Na's eyes showed a hint of surprise. However, salary isn't a secret. So she thought for a moment and replied with a generous smile. Usually, it's at least 10,000 as a base. If it's busier, I can make up to 20,000. Hearing Wang Na's answer, Chun Mo thought it was about what he expected, if there were no special circumstances. This salary was indeed decent in Jiangqing. With a hint of caution, he asked, Miss Wang, while the salary here is quite good, this line of work must be pretty tough. Have you ever thought about changing jobs? At this, Wang Na's expression momentarily froze, and her hands instinctively paused. She had worked at this shop for a few years and, thanks to her outstanding looks, had received requests for her phone number and WeChat from customers. But she had never encountered someone like Chun Mo who directly suggested a new job right away. She was just a rural girl, and due to a lack of aptitude for studying, she dropped out after middle school. She had worked in factories, been a waitress, and then ventured into society for 2 years. After following 2 local bosses and facing setbacks, she eventually grew tired of a life that seemed to offer no future. Introduced by a sister, I learned the technique of back massage. Although it can be tiring, I see income every day, which gives me hope. During this time, some men have shown interest in me. However, they are either small-time bosses with big bellies or petty gangsters with no future. As a woman who holds a significant position in the community, I naturally look down on them. At this moment, the man in front of me wants to introduce me to a job, and my first thought is that he might be interested in me. After all, we aren't familiar with each other. So why would he introduce a job right away unless he was looking for a reason to get closer? However, this guy's physique and looks are quite appealing. He doesn't seem much older than me. Plus, being able to afford a premium back massage package for 1,288 yuan suggests he must have some assets, right? If he isn't just looking for a mistress, he could actually be a decent match. Caught up in my thoughts, I find myself somewhat intrigued. I begin to gently knead his shoulders with both hands and tentatively ask, "Big brother, what do you do, and what job are you introducing to me?" "I'm a supermarket owner, and I want to introduce you to work at my supermarket. Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, my eyes flicker. A small supermarket owner seems to match my expectations, so he is somewhat worthy of me. As for the job at the supermarket, I feel it's just an excuse. My current income is decent. Although it can be tiring, it's definitely better than what a supermarket cashier makes. I can't believe he would offer me an outrageous salary. In my mind, I already suspect that this man is just trying to pursue me. With a mindset of giving it a try, I continue to smile and ask, "Big brother, where is your supermarket, and what position do you plan to arrange for me?" If the salary is low, I won't take it. Hearing my question, he doesn't think much of it. He really just wants to secure a top-tier employee. An extra 100,000 yuan in employee benefits would allow him to be more generous with his staff. Plus, a 1 rebate could earn him an extra 1,000 yuan each month. Even the smallest gains matter, and he doesn't have the luxury to be picky right now. With this in mind, he smiles and replies, "It's at the Jiajiala supermarket in Chongfeng Square. If you're interested, you can come see it for yourself." As for the position, I haven't decided yet, but the base salary is 15,000 yuan. With bonuses, it will definitely be no less than 20,000 yuan each month, and possibly more. In short, the job will be much easier than what you're doing now, and the salary will definitely be higher. After hearing this, I'm somewhat stunned. Does this man really want to pursue me, or is he genuinely impressed by my abilities? A guaranteed salary of no less than 20,000 yuan is certainly a lot better than what I'm making here. But I'm just a small-time girl who has only distanced herself from the community in recent years. Besides being good at drinking and playing games, Wang Na really didn't know what abilities she had that made the other party think so highly of her. Could it be that this person wanted to support her under the guise of a high salary? With her thoughts racing, she didn't want to think too much about it. Stopping her actions, she straightforwardly asked, "Big brother, just tell me directly." Offering such good treatment. "Do you want me to be your secretary or mistress or something? If that's the case, you can give up on that idea. Although I, Wang Na, don't have much ability, I'm not willing to be someone else's mistress for just 20,000. Hearing her words, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. "Miss Wang, you really have quite the imagination. I absolutely have no other intentions. I just want to hire you to work in a supermarket." "Ah, are you serious?" But I don't know how to do anything." Chapter 28. The Public Relations Beauty, Gong Jing. Upon hearing Wang Na's words, Chen Mo simply turned his head away. Due to her sitting posture and the split chong sam she was wearing, he caught a glimpse of a subtly embroidered bright red rose on her thigh. A tattooed girl? It seemed that Wang Na had quite the background. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mo didn't dwell on it. He didn't care about her experiences, as long as she could help him increase employee benefits. That was a standard good talent. He smiled and said, "If you don't know how, you can learn. Many of my supermarket employees have transitioned from other industries. I offer them decent benefits. A regular sales clerk salary starts at least at 8,000 yuan. There are also several girls who know nothing, yet I still provide them the same top benefits as you. So your earlier concern is completely unnecessary." Wang Na was a bit taken aback by Chen Mo's words. Although she had never worked in a supermarket, she was aware of the general income levels for ordinary people in Jiangxing. A monthly salary of yuan was definitely far above the average. While her heart was stirred, she still found it hard to comprehend. Big brother, I still can't figure out what you see in my abilities that makes you willing to offer such good conditions. If you have time, you should come by my supermarket, and you'll understand. Of course, whether you want to switch careers depends on yourself. Now, hurry up and give me a back rub with essential oils. Oh, I have to say, Wang Na's massage skills were quite impressive. Plus, feeling a bit moved inside, she worked harder than usual to gain Chen de Boss's favor. After the full service, Chen Mo felt much more relaxed. As she tidied up, the girl smiled and asked, Big brother, are you satisfied with my service? Pretty good. I'll definitely give you a 5-star review. Thank you, big brother. Then, about work. Hearing her question, Chen Mo naturally understood that she was interested. He smiled lightly. Let us add each other on WeChat. If you're really interested in my earlier proposal, feel free to contact me anytime. Wang Na Wuden refused this suggestion. She quickly took out her phone and opened WeChat. Big brother, I'll take a day off tomorrow to come by and take a look. As Chen Mo scanned her code to add her, he smiled and said, All right, but when you get to the supermarket, don't call me Big Brother anymore. Just call me Director Chen. Okay, I'll head out first. Director Chen, you change your clothes. A few minutes later, feeling refreshed, Chen Mo arrived in the front hall. The girl in the Cheongsam greeted him with a bright smile. She flattered him, asking, Big brother, how was Sister Na's technique? Pretty good. I'm very satisfied with the person you arranged. While speaking, he directly took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it over. Seeing this, the Cheongsam girl quickly thanked him while accepting the money. Brother, how about we exchange contact information? If you come again next time, I can arrange for Sister Na in advance. It's rare to meet such a generous guest, and the girl is also very proactive. However, Chen Mo has gradually raised his standards for women these days. Supermarkets are no longer lacking in ordinary pretty girls, so naturally, there's no thought of flirting. With these thoughts in mind, he smiled politely and said, I rarely come here, so let's skip the contact exchange. Hearing this, although the Qipao girl felt a bit disappointed, since others had already declined, she could only force a nonchalant smile. Well then, take care. After Wang Na returned to her lounge, she kept pondering whether today's situation was reliable. The next two guests also seemed rather lackluster. After work, she returned early to her rented apartment. Her salary was decent, so she wouldn't deprive herself. The apartment she shared with another girl was quite high-end in Jiangxing, both in terms of soft and hard furnishings. Not long after she finished showering, her roommate, Gong Jing, also returned from work. This girl worked in the public relations department of a shopping mall. If Chen Mo were here, he would definitely be tempted to recruit her immediately. Gong Jing had a graceful figure and was even slightly better looking than Wang Na. The two girls had met because of their shared accommodation and got along quite well, being both beauties. As soon as she entered, Gong Jing jokingly asked, Sister Na, didn't you go out shopping after work today? Why are you back so early? Wang Na replied, I was waiting for you to finish work. Let us go out for dinner later, and we can stroll around Chongfeng Square. Gong Jing responded with surprise. What's the occasion today that you want to treat me to dinner? Hearing this, Wang Na couldn't help but roll her eyes. What is the big deal about treating you to a meal as friends? Hurry and shower. I'll wait for you. Sounds good. Just a moment. Sister Na. An hour later, at a self-service hot pot restaurant, the two girls were eating and chatting. Suddenly, Wang Na asked, Gong Jing, do you think if I quit this job, I could find a better one? Gong Jing paused slightly at this question. After nearly 2 years of living together, she had a bit of understanding of her roommate. With only a middle school diploma, relying on her looks, Wang Na was already earning over 10,000 yuan a month at the health shop, which was quite impressive. At least in terms of salary, even Gong Jing, a university graduate, felt inferior. Of course, she didn't envy her. After all, to earn such a high salary, Wang Na must have worked much harder than her as an urban white-collar worker. But if Wang Na thought she could find a better job without staying in this line of work, Gong Jing found that a bit hard to believe. Although looks still held an advantage for women seeking jobs these days, it wasn't absolute. The appearance and figure are not inferior to others at all. And she's still a college student. If good jobs were really that easy to find, then she would have probably switched jobs long ago. In her thoughts, she certainly wouldn't say it so bluntly. She asked, Sister Na, what made you suddenly think about changing jobs? Did something unhappy happen? Not really anything unhappy. Just today, while giving a client a back massage, he introduced me to a job opportunity with such a good salary that I find it hard to believe. Hearing this, her eyes lit up slightly. Curiously, She asked, is it really like that? This client wouldn't happen to be an old man, would he? Upon hearing this, Na couldn't help but chuckle. You're overthinking it. This client looks only a few years older than me and is quite handsome. Chapter 29. Wang Na's heart stirred, hearing Wang Na's words. Gong Jing's curiosity was piqued as well. She joked, Sister Na, no wonder you treated me to dinner today. It turns out you had a romantic encounter with a handsome man. Hurry up and tell me what job he introduced you to. He isn't trying to pursue you under the guise of a job, is he? Oh, if he really wanted to pursue me, I wouldn't mind at all. The supermarket owner? It's nothing impressive. You're so beautiful. Maybe he really has taken a liking to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Na shook her head with a bitter smile. I initially thought the same. But this guy made it clear that he just wants me to work at his supermarket. Gong Jing was genuinely puzzled. Working at a supermarket means being a sales clerk, right? What kind of salary is he offering that makes it hard for you to understand? Hee. You probably won't believe it. 15,000 base salary. And he said with bonuses, it would definitely be no less than 20,000 a month. Gong Jing's face instantly showed a look of shock upon hearing Wang Na's words. It's worth noting that her current position in public relations at a mall is considered quite respectable, but she only takes home about 10,000 a month. It's hard to imagine a supermarket offering such outrageous pay. With a sudden thought, she asked, Sister Na, he wouldn't be trying to recruit you as a mistress or something, would he? Wang Na picked up her juice cup and took a sip, then smiled faintly. What you can think of, I can think of too. I asked him about it, and he was very honest. He said his supermarket aims to be different. The minimum salary for ordinary sales clerks starts at 8,000, and several people who know nothing, just like me, were offered the top salary. I called you out today because I want you to accompany me to check out this supermarket in person and give me some advice on whether there's really something fishy going on. Hearing this, Gong Jing's curiosity naturally intensified. Honestly, if there's really such good pay, I'm quite tempted too. She then chuckled, Sister Na, after hearing you say that, I'm pretty curious about this supermarket. Let us eat faster. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Changfeng Plaza. Looking at the closed doors of the supermarket, they were both a bit stunned. Gong Jing checked the time and asked in confusion, it's only 7:30. Do supermarkets really close this early now? Sister Na, are you sure that guy isn't just fooling you? Wang Na also felt a bit confused. In her impression, most supermarkets don't close until after 9 o'clock. Isn't this the peak shopping time for others after work? After thinking for a moment, she frowned and said, let me ask on WeChat. As she spoke, she pulled up Chun Mo's WeChat ID. With a few taps, she sent an inquiry message. Mr. Chun, didn't you say you would introduce me to the supermarket job? I'm currently outside your supermarket. Why is it closed? After waiting for about a minute, I received a message from Chun Mo. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I've reorganized the supermarket. And all the staff are new. We won't officially reopen until tomorrow morning. Why don't you come back tomorrow and bring your ID? You can sign the employment contract directly then. Wang Na read this message twice. There was nothing to hide, so she showed it to Gong Jing. She laughed and said, looks like we came at the wrong time. It's a bit funny to think about. I don't even know what job he arranged for me. And he's just telling me to come back tomorrow with my ID to sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Gong Jing thought for a moment and said, Sister Na, why don't you ask what the job is, and about the salary, make sure to clarify everything. Hearing Gong Jing say this, Wang Na also felt it made sense. So she edited a message with her questions and sent it over. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was eating at the Blue Dream restaurant across the street from Changfeng Square. After the divorce, he found it troublesome to cook at home and didn't want to order takeout. However, since he was already tied to the system, he certainly wouldn't deprive himself. Although this system couldn't make him instantly wealthy, he still had 500,000 in the bank from a recent withdrawal, originally meant for the last severance payment. But now it felt like a bonus for himself. Just as he was enjoying a delicious meal, Wang Na sent another WeChat message. Chen Mo thought for a moment and decided to send a voice message back. I'm eating at the Blue Dream restaurant on Donghan Street, not far from Changfeng Square. Why don't you come over and we can chat in person? After a while, Wang Na sent a voice message back. Mr. Chun, I have a friend with me. Can I bring her along? Hearing this, Chen Mo didn't think much and simply replied, of course, no problem. I'll be at table 6 by the window. After sending this message, about 20 minutes passed. Wang Na and Gong Jing's figures appeared in Chun Mo's line of sight. Seeing this unexpected surprise, Chun Mo's eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, like attracts like. The probability of beautiful women appearing together is much higher than that of ordinary people. When she saw Chen Mo, Gong Jing was not too surprised. His overall appearance was pretty much as she imagined. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he carried a charm of a mature and established person. It matched the image of a handsome man Wang Na described. Without Chen Mo needing to speak, Wang Na smiled and introduced, Mr. Chen, this is my friend Gong Jing. She accompanied me to your supermarket, but we found it closed. Ha ha ha, it's my fault for not being clear. Miss Wang, Miss Gong, feel free to sit. I'll treat you to a meal. Mr. Chen, let's skip the meal. We just came from a hot pot restaurant. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo naturally wouldn't insist. He had almost finished eating anyway, and smiled lightly. Miss Wang, have you made up your mind about working at my supermarket? Hearing Chen Mo's question, Wang Na gently nodded. If what you said about the is true, then I would definitely be willing to go. I just want to clarify, with such good, what specific job will you arrange for me? Hearing her inquiry, Chen Mo didn't really have any specific thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and replied, how about I arrange a position for you as an administrative assistant at a supermarket? You won't have to do much work, just help the managers oversee the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Wang Na was naturally quite tempted. She softly said, then I'll go to the supermarket to check it out tomorrow. If everything is fine, I'll resign from my current job. Chapter 30, Gong Jing. With a trembling heart hearing the girl's response, Chen Mo naturally had no objections. He then turned his attention to another beautiful woman beside him, Gong Jing, who wore a confident smile and spoke straightforwardly. Miss Gong, what do you do for a living? Would you be interested in joining Miss Wang at my supermarket? Upon hearing this, Gong Jing felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. By instinct, she could assert that the man in front of her was likely genuine in his offer. Although she couldn't quite understand why he would extend such favorable conditions, bringing Wang Na on board as an administrative assistant, she had to admit that the salary was indeed enticing. With her thoughts in turmoil, she softly asked, Mr. Chen, I work in public relations at a mall, and the pay is quite decent. If I were to join your supermarket, what position would you offer me? Well, with someone as talented as you, Miss Gong, I would certainly make good use of you. Since you have experience in public relations, I would offer you the position of public relations manager at the supermarket. The salary would initially be the same as Miss Wang's. A base salary of 15,000 plus bonuses, ensuring that you would earn no less than 20,000 a month. If you perform well, doubling your income isn't out of the question. After hearing Chen Mo's grand statements, Gong Jing felt her heart tremble again. She hadn't expected that accompanying Wang Na would lead to such a good opportunity, not to mention the possibility of doubling her income. Just the position of public relations manager, along with the promise of earning over 20,000 a month, left her with no reason to refuse. After expressing their agreement, the two women decided to leave. Seeing this, Chen Mo also stood up and smiled. I should be heading out too. Where are you staying? How about I drive you back? The two girls naturally wouldn't refuse Chen Mo's kindness. After exchanging glances, Wang Na shyly replied, that would be great, Mr. Chen. Gong Jing and I are renting an apartment at the Zeton residence on Shuiqiao Road. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Chen Mo's face as he said, what a coincidence, I also live on Shuiqiao Road, so it's on my way. The two women were pleasantly surprised by this revelation. Once outside the restaurant, the three of them headed to the outdoor parking lot. Chen Mo was driving a BMW X5 SUV, which suited his identity as a supermarket owner. This car was one he had purchased 6 years ago, and now it would only sell for around 200,000 at most due to depreciation. Until he could afford a better vehicle, he had to make do with this one. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Zeton residence. Just before getting out of the car, Wang Na couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chen, which community do you live in? In the Jingxiwa garden, just ahead. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chen. Then we'll head back now. Remember to come for the interview tomorrow. As the two young women got out of the car, Chen Mo stepped on the gas and sped towards the Yulong garden ahead. If all went well, he would gain 2 employees of A-grade quality, which put him in a great mood. The extravagant boss system had just started to take off. He certainly couldn't expect beautiful women like Wang Na and Gong Jing to take the initiative to approach him. However, as long as the employee welfare funds kept increasing, Chen Mo believed that his future life would definitely become more exciting. After the two women returned to their room, Gong Jing still found it hard to believe. She took a bottle of chilled cola from the fridge, gulped down a few sips, and finally managed to calm her racing heart. Looking at Wang Na, she excitedly said, Sister Na, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't taken me today, I wouldn't have such a great opportunity waiting for me. To find the same job as my roommate. In the future, we can get off work at the same time and start work together. Wang Na was also quite happy. A girl like her, who had been through the world, wasn't overly calculating. She joked, "So, are you really planning to quit your job in mall public relations?" "Of course. As long as I go to the supermarket tomorrow and see that it's really as Mr. Chen said, I'll quit immediately," Gong Jing replied. "But I hope it's true. I always feel a bit skeptical about such good fortune falling from the sky." After hearing Wang Na's words, Gong Jing felt a little anxious. It should be true, right? Mr. Chen drives such a nice car and lives in such a wonderful garden house. He wouldn't be joking with us, would he? Gong Jing, do you think Mr. Chen provides us with such good benefits? With the other employees? How much does this supermarket need to earn in a day just to cover expenses? Wang Na asked. Gong Jing couldn't help but shake her head. Then she smiled wryly. "Sister Na, you really make me feel good, but with what you just said, I feel more and more skeptical. Forget it. Let's rest early today. We'll know for sure after we check out the supermarket tomorrow. Okay, good night." The next morning, a large poster was posted outside the Jia Le supermarket. This was made by Wang Shui and Luo Shasha after some discussion. It didn't have any fancy wording. It simply announced that Jia Le supermarket would reopen today, welcoming both new and old customers. Originally, Wang Shui and Luo Shasha thought it would be best to invite a Yanga drum team to perform at the entrance to boost the atmosphere. However, Chen Mo had already spent all the employee welfare funds for the month. Naturally, he wasn't willing to pay for such flashy things out of his own pocket. With the boss making that decision, Wang Shui and Luo Shasha discussed it and had no choice but to just open the doors. Since it was the first day of reopening, basically everyone was on duty. Early in the morning, Jia Le supermarket showcased an unprecedented scene. Nearby residents, upon seeing the supermarket open, naturally walked in. But when they saw the employees' attire and appearance inside, they were instantly dumbfounded. They are all stunning beauties. And combined with the sexy uniforms, it's simply breathtaking. The older women seem a bit better, but the older men have their eyes wide open, their mouths nearly dropping. Oh my, if it weren't for the products displayed on the supermarket shelves, the older folks might think they walked into the wrong place. When Wang Na and Gong Jing arrived, as beautiful women themselves, they were equally stunned by the scene in the supermarket. Mr. Chen really knows how to spend money. At least the promise of a minimum salary of 8,000 for regular employees should be true. But the business at this supermarket seems really poor. Looking around, there are only a few customers. All the staff are charming young women in sexy work outfits. Can this supermarket really make money? Chapter 31. The sisters concerns Wang Na and Gong Jing, still shaken, quickly called over a pretty young employee. "Is Manager Chen here?" Upon realizing they were looking for Manager Chen, the young employee paused slightly. "Oh, you're looking for Manager Chen?" "Yes, in the office inside." "Thank you." Following the direction pointed out by the young employee, the two sisters soon arrived at the inner office. At this moment, besides Chen Mo, Wang Shui and Luo Shasha were also present. Compared to Chen Mo's calm demeanor, the two women looked quite worried. The business on opening day was far worse than they had anticipated. "Manager Chen, the foot traffic this morning was a bit low. Should we organize some activities for the supermarket?" Luo Shasha, concerned for her job, sincerely hoped the supermarket would make a lot of money and expressed her opinion with a worried look. Hearing this, Chen Mo simply shook his head without saying anything. Just then, Wang Na and Gong Jing knocked and walked in. "Manager Chen, hope we're not interrupting you." Upon seeing them, Chen Mo smiled and stood up. "There's no interruption at all. Let me introduce you. This is our store manager Wang Shui and deputy manager Luo Shasha. Wang Jia. These two are my newly hired employees, Wang Na and Gong Jing. One will be the administrative assistant and the other the public relations manager. Their pay will be at the same level as yours, so please take them to Manager Li to sign their employment contracts." Wang Shui and Luo Shasha were taken aback by Chen Mo's words. Was their boss out of his mind? With such poor opening day business in a small supermarket, how could he afford to hire both an administrative assistant and a public relations manager? At this rate, they were already operating at a loss, and now there would be 6 people earning the top salary of 15,000 yuan. Wang Shui was somewhat okay with it. But Luo Shasha began to seriously doubt whether Chen Mo had a reckless plan. However, despite her doubts, she didn't dare to voice them. After all, Chen Mo's series of actions was indeed unusual, and who could guess the boss's true intentions? In any case, she had already received a month's salary. Even if Chen Mo failed to keep his promise next month, she wouldn't be at a loss. At worst, She would just need to spend some time looking for another job. If Luo Sha didn't dare to voice her opinions, Wang Shui certainly wouldn't either. After a brief moment of surprise, Wang Shui quickly put on her signature smile. Come with me. I'll take you to Manager Li. Although Wang Na and Gong Jing were still a bit confused about the supermarket's operations, everything they saw confirmed that Chun Mo wasn't lying. Wang Shui, the store manager, was impressive, and Luo Sha, who was at the same level, had a figure that far surpassed theirs. With so many beautiful young employees outside, Wang Na and Gong Jing naturally had no thoughts of refusing. In a daze, they signed their employment contracts with Li Wan. After returning to Chen Mo's office, both sisters expressed their intention to handle some previous work today. Chen Mo naturally had no objections. Just a moment ago, when the two girls signed their employment contracts, the system unexpectedly increased the employee benefits quota by another 200,000. In just a few days, the employee benefits had risen from the initial 1 million to 1,657,000 yuan. It's easy to imagine that starting next month, Chen Mo will definitely show the girls what it means to be a truly extravagant boss. By the morning, the customer flow in the supermarket gradually increased. Without exception, regardless of gender or age, any customer entering the supermarket would display a shocked expression. However, most customers were just there to watch the excitement, and very few were making substantial purchases. The cashiers, who were all beautiful girls, were even starting to feel a bit anxious. With such high salaries, who wouldn't want the supermarket to do better? If by the beginning of next month the boss can't even pay salaries, the girls would probably want to cry. During their lunch break, sisters Rosa and Lily also didn't go home. They found a boutique wonton shop nearby, planning to have a casual meal. When 2 bowls of fragrant wontons were served, the sisters began eating and chatting. Sis, didn't you get a call from your husband yesterday, since you didn't go home? Don't mention him. It's just as well he didn't call. I really don't want to go home these days. Sis, listen to my advice. If your husband doesn't show some sincere attitude this time, you should just get a divorce. With your conditions, are you afraid you can't find a good man? Hearing her younger sister Rosa's words, Lily couldn't help but roll her eyes. Rosa, it's not as easy as you say. I'll be 30 in 2 years. Once a woman turns 30, it's a hurdle, then it's only about being chosen by men. I originally thought that with this good job at the supermarket, even if I got divorced, I could live well on my own. But I always feel uneasy inside. Just look at today's opening. In the whole morning, the revenue probably hasn't even exceeded 10,000 yuan. I checked the average supermarket's gross profit, which is around 10 to 20. The money Mr. Chen makes, don't even mention paying us such high salaries. I'm afraid it's barely enough for rent and utilities. After listening to her sister Lily's complaints, Rosa also looked bitter. Sis, you might not know, but today Mr. Chen hired 2 senior management personnel. One is a supermarket administrative assistant, and the other is a public relations manager, both stunning beauties. I just don't get it. It's not like this is a large chain supermarket. Why is Mr. Chen hiring so many decorations? Does he really think a bank will help him pay salaries? Upon hearing Rosa's words, Lily's expression slightly froze. She had been busy checking the inventory list in the warehouse all morning and was unaware of Wang Na and Gong Jing's situation. After a moment of being stunned, he shook his head with a wry smile. Our big boss is truly unique. Using beauty as a criterion for judging talent is probably unprecedented in this country. I am also a bit curious about what will happen if he fails to fulfill his promise and can't pay the salaries at the beginning of next month. Upon hearing this, Rosa smiled gently. Sister, don't overthink it. Anyway, we sisters have already received a month's salary in advance. Even if the worst happens, we won't be at a loss. If we can't work at the supermarket anymore, we can simply open a small shop ourselves. Hearing Rosa's words, Lily couldn't help but chuckle. I haven't saved any money over the years, so how can I open a shop? Chapter 32. Excited sisters. Hearing her sister's words, Rosa couldn't help but smile proudly. Sister, I've saved over 100,000 in the past few years at work. Opening a boutique shop will be enough for us. Soon, we can support ourselves without relying on men. Seeing her younger sister so animated, Lily's eyes slightly narrowed. She quickly whispered, Shasha, stop talking. The manager is coming. At her words, Rosa instinctively turned to look behind her. Sure enough, she saw the manager walking in from outside. Chun, a regular at this boutique wonton shop, had a particular fondness for wontons. As soon as he entered, his gaze landed on the Rosa sisters, and he approached with a beaming smile. You two are here eating too? Despite the grumbling, when faced with the manager's inquiry, Rosa eagerly stood up, smiling warmly. Manager, are you here for wontons too? Haha, I come here every few days. The wontons are quite good, Chen replied. How about we eat together? My treat. Hearing this, Rosa felt no embarrassment. After all, it was just a bowl of wontons costing a few bucks. If anything, she could just give her sister a bit more bonus next month. Chen sat down generously, saying, Then I gladly accept. Next time, I'll treat you both to a big meal. Rosa had only meant it as a polite remark, but she was surprised when her boss took a seat next to her. It wasn't that she was unwilling to pay for the wontons. It was just that the table was a small rectangular one. With both sisters sitting on either side, Chen's sudden arrival next to her created an awkward atmosphere. The wonton shop owner was clearly familiar with Chen and approached without him needing to say anything. Manager, the usual 3 crispy wontons? Yes, and please add extra scallions. Chen replied with a smile. I'll wait. Once the owner went to prepare the wontons, Chen turned to the sisters and asked, Aren't you two supposed to have a 2-hour break at noon? Why not go home to eat? Hearing this, Rosa smiled slightly, feeling a bit shy. Manager, my home is quite far from here. It's not convenient to go back and forth during lunch, so my sister and I just make do. At her response, Chen's eyes flickered with thought. He then smiled and said, Many of our employees live far away, right? How about we set up a free staff cafeteria to save you the trouble of running back and forth at noon? The sisters were momentarily taken aback by Chen's suggestion. Lily was the first to respond. Manager, are you saying this free cafeteria means we won't have to pay? Haha, I said it's free, so of course, there won't be any charges. Chen laughed. But we'll have to discuss this next month. I need to plan it out properly. Just as he was speaking, the wonton shop owner came over with a bowl of wontons. Manager, here are the wontons you ordered. Seeing the owner set down the wontons and preparing to leave, Chen suddenly asked with a smile. Boss, can I ask you something? How much can you earn in a month running this wonton shop? Upon hearing this, the owner of the wonton shop was slightly taken aback. Then this little shop is just for making ends meet. The foot traffic around Changfeng Square isn't very high right now, and business has been declining year by year. We're just making do. After hearing the owner's response, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. Boss, you didn't really say how much you earn in a month, did you? Is this some kind of business secret that you can't share? Mr. Chen, look at what you're saying. You run such a large supermarket. What business secret could my little shop possibly have in front of you? This shop is run by my wife and me. A few years ago, when business was good, we could earn over 10,000 a month. But these days, with the overall environment being poor, it's tough for any business. After paying the rent and utilities, we're only making about 7 or 8,000 a month now. Hearing the owner's slightly resentful response, Chen Mo felt amused. He laughed and said, I plan to set up a small canteen for the supermarket staff and hire a few skilled chefs. I think your cooking is quite good. How about closing this shop and coming to work at my supermarket? You wouldn't need to prepare other main dishes. Just make your specialty wontons every day, and I'll pay you each 10,000 in salary. What do you think? Are you interested? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the wonton shop owner was almost stunned. After a moment of shock, he excitedly asked, Mr. Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? Boss, do I look like I'm joking? If you think my proposal is acceptable, you and your wife can come to the supermarket this afternoon to sign the employment contract. After hearing Chen Mo, the wonton shop owner nodded repeatedly with joy. Thank you, Mr. Chen, we would definitely love to. And please don't call me boss anymore. My surname is Foam, just call me Old Foam. Haha. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. Come to the supermarket this afternoon to sign the employment contract. After hearing Chen Mo, the wonton shop owner happily agreed and went to the back kitchen to share the good news with his wife. Earning 10,000 a month each was definitely better than sticking to this little shop. Chen Mo's actions just now left the two sisters, Rosa and Sha, in shock. Just a simple bowl of wontons, and Mr. Chen had recruited 2 employees who previously earned over 10,000 a month for the supermarket. They simply couldn't understand where the big boss got his confidence from. Seeing the 2 sisters with a dazed expression, Chen Mo's lips curled up slightly. After taking a bite of wontons, he calmly said, I'm not just saying it for fun when I say I want to set up a small canteen for supermarket employees. Since we're going to do it, we have to ensure the employees' tastes are maximally satisfied, so I plan to hire 2 chefs of various types. If you have any good suggestions, feel free to share. Hearing Chen Mo's words, the 2 sisters' minds began to race. Regardless of whether it can be realized, just imagining such a scene is beautiful enough. If the big boss really has enough confidence to deliver results at the beginning of the month, enjoying a high salary while also relishing the delicious free meals at the employee cafeteria. Such treatment would even make civil servants feel inferior. Rosa, feeling a bit excited, was the first to ask, "Mr. Chun, how much do you plan to subsidize each employee for the cafeteria meals? I've never worked in catering, so I don't have much concept of this number. But I will ensure that the meals in the cafeteria will definitely be no worse than what you have at home." Rosa, as the deputy manager, "How about you take charge of the cafeteria from now on? Feel free to make any requests. I will definitely do my best to accommodate." Chapter 33. Preparing to build a high-end supermarket. After hearing Chun Mo's words, Rosa had no reason to refuse, both emotionally and logically. She readily agreed with a smile. She was also curious about what kind of heights this big boss would elevate the supermarket to if he wasn't just throwing in the towel. As they were talking, the wonton shop owner, Old Fong, called his wife out as well. Such a windfall was hard to believe without personal confirmation. After clarifying, he naturally expressed his gratitude with a beaming face. When Chun Mo finished his wontons and Rosa went to pay, Old Fong kept waving his hands. He had roughly understood that this beautiful woman was the deputy manager of the supermarket. Whether it was the big boss Chun or the beautiful deputy manager, they were both important figures to him. He didn't want to accept even a small payment for the wontons. Seeing that he was adamant about not accepting payment, Rosa felt a bit awkward and glanced at Chun Mo. Noticing this, Chun Mo didn't mind and smiled faintly. Forget it. They would be considered part of the family in the future, so if he didn't want to accept it, so be it. Hearing him say this, Rosa awkwardly smiled and stepped back. In the afternoon, Old Fong and his wife went to the supermarket to sign their employment contracts. Since the employee welfare funds would only be available at the beginning of next month, Chun Mo wasn't in a hurry. He asked Rosa to offer high salaries and recruit a few more chefs, while also planning the employee cafeteria. In the afternoon, after the surge of customers from the morning, the foot traffic had significantly increased. Seeing more customers, the girls' moods improved a little. Although many men came to the supermarket under the guise of shopping just to satisfy their curiosity. But no matter what, as long as they entered the supermarket, they would inevitably have a shopping thought arise. With the accumulation of people, the supermarket sales naturally soared. It wasn't until after 10 p.m. that Huang Dong and Zhao Maosen, along with the two handsome security personnel hired by Wang Shui the previous afternoon, managed to gently escort the last group of lecherous old men out of the supermarket. Chun Mo didn't rush everyone to clock out. Once the doors were pulled down, everyone gathered again. He first offered a few words of encouragement to everyone before casually asking Li Wan, "Manager Li, have today's accounts been tallied? What was the total sales revenue?" "Mr. Chun, today the supermarket's total sales revenue was 78,480 yuan. When responding to Chun Mo's question, Li Wan appeared somewhat guilty. Although this performance was better than the previous period, back then, the staff's wages were much lower. Today, after deducting the gross profit, she estimated that the net profit was around 14,000 yuan. The rent and utilities would need to be subtracted by about 4,000 to 5,000. And this was just the small part. The supermarket staff, plus the 10 or so new hires from Wang Shui the previous afternoon, had already reached a total of 106 employees. According to the salary proposed by Chun Mo, on average, each person would receive a daily wage of 300 yuan, which means at least 30,000 yuan in expenses for one day. In other words, no matter how you calculate it, Chun Mo is likely to incur a loss of 20,000 yuan today. After nervously stating this figure, Chun Mo showed no emotion on his face. He nodded slightly and scanned the crowd. Many of you are encountering the supermarket industry for the first time, so I won't comment too much on today's performance. Moving forward, your individual performance will be linked to bonuses. I don't expect you to treat customers like gods, but you must at least have a basic level of service attitude. The better you perform, the more bonuses you will receive at the beginning of the month. Starting next month, I will set up a free employee cafeteria in the supermarket. All employees on duty will be able to enjoy free meals with guaranteed quality. If there are any benefits or treatment improvements needed in the future, you can all bring them up. Of course, my intention to enhance your benefits is to hope for better business in the supermarket. Each of you is not in an unshakable position. Therefore, I do not want to see any intentional mistakes during work hours. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. After hearing Chun Mo's remarks, which were both sweet and firm, the female employees felt a slight shiver in their hearts. They could hardly imagine what happened yesterday. Even if many of them did not show any unusual expressions, there was somewhat of a thorn in their hearts. As for their attitude towards today's work, they naturally did not appear as enthusiastic. Without mentioning the laziness and gossiping behind the scenes, several even took out their phones to play games during work. The supermarket surveillance is not just for show, and Chun Imo naturally noticed this phenomenon. It's important to remind everyone about their work time. Although the salary is issued by the system, he is not a charity. If there are employees who repeatedly make the same mistakes, no matter how good-looking they are, Chun Imo will ask them to leave. There are plenty of attractive women in Jiangxing, but a boss as generous as him is truly one of a kind. After finishing this statement, he once again glanced around. All right, I won't take up your time any longer. Starting tomorrow, the morning shift will begin at 9 a.m., and you don't need to come in so early. Except for a few management personnel who will stay behind, everyone else can clock out. A few minutes later, the entire supermarket, apart from Chun Imo, was left with Wang Shui, Li Wan, and the two sisters Luo Shasha and Luo Lily. Regardless of the reasons, these few did not drop the ball at work today. Chun Imo naturally did not show them a cold face. He smiled faintly and said, "Today is the first day of the supermarket's reopening, and having these results is quite good. However, you also noticed the shortcomings. Although there were many people today, most of them were elderly and had little purchasing power. It seems like business is booming, but after a whole day's hustle, the revenue is still just that much. My idea is to gradually transform our supermarket into a high-end store. The discount section and low-profit items should all be phased out slowly, to avoid those old men wandering in for no reason." After hearing the boss's words, a few women couldn't help but chuckle internally. With so many old men hanging around, isn't that something the boss himself has created? Originally, there were so many young women in the supermarket, each one looking charming, especially in such sexy uniforms, with their graceful figures and long legs. Forget about the old men. Even a young guy would light up the moment he steps through the supermarket's door. Chapter 34. Eye-catching scenery. Although several women thought this way in their hearts, they certainly wouldn't show it on their faces. They were quite in agreement with the views expressed by Chun Imo. The boss had invested so much money to hire so many beautiful ladies. Selling low-end discounted products just didn't match their appearance. As the deputy manager, Rosa didn't want to be just a decoration. After much thought, she suggested, "Mr. Chun, if you don't want to attract older customers, I think the vegetable section might not be necessary. Most elderly people who come to the supermarket are basically looking to pick up some cheap vegetables. Besides, the profit from vegetables isn't significant, and eliminating it wouldn't greatly impact the supermarket's revenue. What do you think?" Upon hearing Rosa's opinion, Chun Imo nodded in approval and smiled. "Not bad, Rosa. You quickly understand the broader perspective of a deputy manager. This matter is feasible, so I'll leave the elimination of the vegetable section to you." Listening to the two casually decide on such a significant issue, Wang Shui was almost dumbfounded. She had been a supermarket manager for nearly 10 years and had never heard of such an outrageous idea. It was one thing for supermarkets to gradually replace discounted low-end products, as many high-end supermarkets were developing in that direction. But to directly eliminate the vegetable section, what would that even be called? Moreover, the profit margin for vegetables was not small, at least over 30, much larger than that of ordinary products. Rosa, being new to the supermarket industry, could be forgiven for not understanding. But wasn't the boss who had run the supermarket for so many years aware of this? With these thoughts in mind, she still took a responsible attitude and gently reminded him, "Mr. Chun, should we consider this matter of eliminating the vegetable section more carefully? The profit margin for vegetables is quite significant, with daily net profits reaching at least 1,000 yuan. Suddenly eliminating it would not only affect the supermarket's popularity, but also lead to substantial losses in profit." Chun Imo, having run a supermarket for so many years, certainly understood this principle. However, his primary focus in restructuring the supermarket was to target young high consumers. He really didn't pay much attention to the small profit from the vegetable section. Manager Wang, the decision to eliminate the vegetable section is not up for discussion. In the future, our supermarket will focus on a trendy high-end route. We want to deter those with low purchasing power. And it's fine to temporarily incur some losses in profit without worrying too much. With the big boss saying this, even if Wang Shui didn't fully understand, she had no choice but to agree. Like the other ladies, her biggest concern now was whether Chun Imo could fulfill his promises at the beginning of the month. As long as she could receive a high salary every month, she wouldn't care how the boss wanted to manage things. After briefly summarizing, Chun Imo let everyone clock out and head home. The next day, at the entrance of the supermarket at Changfeng Plaza. It was not yet 8 a.m., and a large crowd of customers had already gathered, eager to enter the supermarket. To be precise, it was a large group of early risers, mostly elderly men and women, with at least 70% being male. They were all returning customers who had entered the supermarket yesterday. Since they needed to buy some groceries anyway, why not take a look at the attractive ladies as well? Initially, I thought that with such a large setup, the supermarket would surely open early in the next few days. Unexpectedly, they waited and waited, but the supermarket doors showed no signs of opening. Aside from a few ladies frowning and heading elsewhere, the elderly men remained completely unmoved. Their expressions were resolute. Even if it took forever, they were determined to stroll around the supermarket today. To catch a glimpse of those long, beautiful legs, they were willing to wait. As it approached 9 o'clock, two ladies dressed in attractive uniforms finally opened the doors. The elderly men finally showed a hint of satisfaction on their faces. One by one, they took the escalator down to the supermarket on the first basement level. After being gently reminded by the owner yesterday, most of the staff today were diligent and did not slack off. "Welcome to our supermarket. Enjoy your shopping." Two pretty ladies at the entrance greeted customers with their signature smiles, occasionally saying this. Hearing this, the elderly men and women felt invigorated. They had made up their minds to come to this supermarket for their groceries in the future. However, when they reached the vegetable section, they were immediately dumbfounded. Aside from a few pretty staff members organizing the empty counters, there wasn't a single leafy vegetable in sight. An elderly lady wearing glasses quickly approached one of the staff and asked, "Excuse me, have the vegetables not been put on the shelves yet today?" The young lady replied, "Auntie, I just received the notice. Starting today, this vegetable section will be completely dismantled, and we will no longer sell vegetables." Upon hearing this, all the elderly men and women nearby were stunned. No more vegetables for sale? What was going on? One elderly man was particularly displeased. It was rare for him to find some enjoyment while grocery shopping, and now they were taking away his right to happiness? He immediately retorted, "I've been buying vegetables from your supermarket for several years. How can you just decide to stop selling them? Is it because you have too many customers?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. If there are no vegetables to sell, who would still come to your supermarket?" Hearing the commotion, a staff member named Rosa quickly approached. After understanding the situation, she hurriedly apologized and smiled. "I'm sorry. Our supermarket is going for a high-end approach, and this vegetable section will be transformed into a display area for other products, so we won't be selling vegetables for now. If you want to buy vegetables, you can check elsewhere. I'm really sorry." One elderly man exclaimed, "What is going on? We just came in, and you're already trying to chase us away? This is the first time I've seen a supermarket like this. What's the point of all these flashy displays? It's really unfortunate." After an elderly woman angrily said this, she picked up her shopping basket and left the supermarket. Seeing this, some people were also quite dissatisfied with this comment and followed her out. However, a few thick-skinned gentlemen, although they felt some discontent as well, decided to stroll around the supermarket since they were already inside, enjoying the pleasant sights. The little disturbance in the vegetable section didn't cause much controversy. After all, the supermarket is privately operated, and others have no say in how it is run or remodeled. After 10 a.m., the foot traffic in the supermarket showed a noticeable increase compared to the same time yesterday. After all, such a grand setup by the supermarket is unprecedented in the entire region. Chapter 35 Special Mission in this information age, even without deliberate promotion. The supermarket in the nearby area has created quite a buzz. When Chun Mo entered the supermarket from the underground parking lot around 10 a.m., he was quite satisfied with the flow of customers for the day. As soon as he stepped into the office, Wang Na and Gong Jing, both dressed in sexy and stylish uniforms, walked in together. One was the administrative assistant of the supermarket, while the other was the public relations manager. It was their first day on the job, and with such a high salary, they were unsure of what they were supposed to do. Being at the same level, Chun Mo couldn't just assign tasks to Wang Na. Chun Mo openly sized up the two women and couldn't help but think that the money spent was worth it. They were indeed eye-catching. He then smiled lightly and asked, "Have you both sorted out your work?" "Mr. Chun, Gong Jing and I have resigned from our previous jobs. Coming to work at the supermarket today, we really don't know much about what to do. Could you please explain what the administrative assistant does?" Gong Jing, with her background as a white-collar worker, was relatively relaxed, while Wang Na, who had previously worked as a massage therapist, suddenly found herself transformed into a high-end supermarket administrative assistant. Even though she used to be a prominent figure, She felt quite out of place. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo smiled faintly. He primarily recruited these women for the significant employee benefits they could bring him. Even if they did nothing, he wouldn't mind. Though he thought this way internally, he didn't want to be too obvious about keeping a beautiful woman at the supermarket. After a moment of thought, he turned his gaze to Gong Jing again and said, "Currently, there isn't much specific work at the supermarket. How about I assign you a task? You can visit a few of the largest supermarkets in Jiangxing, check out their best-selling high-end products, and if you can find out where they source them from, that would be even better." Naturally, the two women had no objections to Chun Mo's suggestion. However, Wang Na politely inquired, "Mr. Chun, can we get reimbursed for our expenses while we're out?" "Ha ha ha, that's a small matter. Is 200 yuan each enough?" Upon hearing this, both women showed expressions of delight. This kind of task assigned by the boss felt more like shopping than work. They could stroll around and get 200 yuan reimbursed. Who wouldn't be excited about such a windfall? Seeing the excitement on their faces, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile slightly and asked, "The reimbursement will only be given to you on the 1st of next month. Is that all right?" Wang Na and Gong Jing were slightly taken aback by this. They had just arrived and hadn't even heard about the boss giving out salaries in advance a few days ago. However, the reimbursement of just a few hundred yuan has to wait until the 1st of next month, which left the two girls a bit puzzled. Of course, they might not understand, but they wouldn't raise any questions about such a small amount of reimbursement. Gong Jing was the first to smile awkwardly. "Mr. Chun, we definitely have no objections, so Sister Na and I will head out now." Just as the two girls were about to leave, Chen Mo suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute. Mr. Chun, is there anything else? When you go to other large supermarkets, if you come across any girls with outstanding figures and looks, you can tentatively introduce them to work at the supermarket. As long as they meet your level, you too can promise them a salary and bonuses that will not be less than 20,000 yuan a month, and it could even be higher. If you successfully introduce such an excellent talent to the supermarket, I will reward you with 30,000 yuan." Hearing what the big boss said, Wang Na and Gong Jing were almost stunned. They both knew the scale of the supermarket. In the entire Jiangxing, it could only be considered medium to large. Not to mention the number of employees, just the quality of the staff. In the entire Jiangxing, and even the whole country, it was definitely an impressive presence. Setting aside the other pretty girls, they had already seen Luo Xia, Luo Lily, Jiang Xiaoyu, and Su Yingying. All of them were top beauties in terms of looks and figure, plus the two of them. That's a total of 6 stunning beauties. Isn't that enough? What on earth does the big boss want to do by spending so much money to recruit beautiful women for the supermarket? If it was because Chun Mo wanted to find a mistress or a secretary, that wouldn't make sense at all. With so much money, he could easily find any kind of girl at the university town entrance. Why go through all this trouble for something so superficial? As her mind raced, Wang Na, who was more impatient, couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Chun, I don't understand. What's the point of spending so much money to recruit beautiful women for the supermarket?" In response, Chen Mo just gave her a faint glance. "Assistant Wang, that's not something you should be concerned about. If you want to earn extra bonuses, just do as I say." "Ah, yes, Mr. Chun." The two girls exchanged glances but didn't say anything more, and directly exited the office. With such nice work clothes on, they didn't bother to change. After leaving the supermarket, they hailed a cab straight to the only Walmart in the new area of Jiangxing. In the car, Wang Na couldn't help but mutter, "Gong Jing, what do you think Mr. Chen really means?" Hearing this, Gong Jing let out a wry smile. "Sister Na, how would I know? Whatever. If we really come across someone suitable, we can just ask. But I think it's quite unlikely for us to get that bonus. Bonus or not, I didn't really think about it. I just did a rough calculation, and our supermarket already has over 100 employees. Excluding bonuses, the guaranteed salary promised by the manager alone is likely to cost him 1 million each month. And with expenses like utilities and rent, how much does this supermarket need to earn in a day just to cover our expenses?" Regarding what Wang Na said, Gong Jing naturally noticed everything. Unable to make sense of it, she didn't want to think too much. "Sister Na, let's just focus on what the manager has instructed us to do, and not worry about other matters." She added, "And in the supermarket, you must never question the boss face to face. That's a workplace taboo." Hearing Gong Jing say this, Wang Na couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder the manager's expression was a bit off earlier. He wouldn't be angry, would he? He shouldn't be too upset. Just pay attention in the future." Chapter 36. Poaching in person. Hearing what Gong Jing said, Wang Na couldn't help but curl her lips. If I had known that the workplace had so many twists and turns, I might as well have just pushed backs for others at my wellness shop. After listening to her complaints, Gong Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Na, come on, we can stroll around and still earn such a high salary. And you're not satisfied? I'm just joking, can't you tell? As the two girls chatted and laughed, they quickly arrived at the Walmart supermarket in the new district. As the largest internationally renowned supermarket in the city, although the appearance and demeanor of the staff here may not be as stunning as at another local chain, they are still a cut above the average supermarket. At least, there were no older ladies to be seen. After browsing around, they indeed found a standout girl in the cosmetics section, just when there were no other customers nearby. Wang Na and Gong Jing exchanged a glance and decided to set aside their interest in high-end products. A bonus of 30,000 yuan is quite substantial, and splitting it would mean 15,000 each. With such a generous reward, there must be someone brave enough to take a chance, regardless of the outcome. The beautiful girl at the counter was named Ma Ling. She, of course, had no idea about the intentions of the two stunningly dressed women in front of her. With her signature smile, she asked, "Ladies, are you looking to choose some cosmetics?" It was Wang Na and Gong Jing's first time attempting such a bold move, and they felt a bit nervous. After scanning the surroundings, Gong Jing finally mustered up the courage and shyly smiled. "Are you an employee of this Walmart?" Ma Ling was slightly taken aback by the question, and then curiously asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" "Hee, don't mind us. We are also in the supermarket business. Have you heard of the Jia Lu supermarket at Changfeng Plaza? Our boss assigned us a task to recruit talented individuals. We noticed that you match our requirements quite well, so we wanted to come over and ask if you have any plans to switch jobs." After hearing Gong Jing's words, Ma Ling was left dumbfounded. She had worked at the Walmart cosmetics counter for several years and had never encountered such an outrageous situation. They were poaching right from the competitor's base. However, despite her surprise, the figures and looks of the two beautiful women, along with their alluring uniforms, still left Ma Ling somewhat in awe. As someone who also worked in the supermarket industry, she had heard of the Jia Lu supermarket at Changfeng Plaza, which used to be quite popular a few years ago, but had been on a decline lately. How could such an impressive employee come from a store that was nearly facing elimination? Of course, while she was shocked, she had no intention of switching jobs. Walmart, as an internationally renowned supermarket, undoubtedly offered excellent employee benefits. As an outstanding employee at the cosmetics counter, Ma Ling's salary is significantly higher than that of ordinary employees. Naturally, she wouldn't entertain the idea of changing jobs just because of a few words from Gong Jing. With her thoughts wandering, she simply shook her head and replied softly, "Sorry, I have no plans to change jobs." Upon hearing this, Gong Jing was not willing to give up easily. Looking around nervously, she whispered, "The monthly salary plus bonuses is no less than 20,000. If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate." Seeing the beautiful woman in front of her casually mention that figure felt absurd to Ma Ling. She only took home a little over 10,000 a month. In the supermarket industry in Jiangcheng, that was already considered a high salary. And now these two stunning women, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, were trying to poach her. They started with a salary of 20,000, and they could offer more. Was this some kind of math game? The key point was that the supermarket they mentioned, in Ma Ling's view, just managing to survive in the current environment was impressive enough, let alone offering a salary of 20,000. Was this a joke? As her thoughts swirled, she frowned slightly. "Please don't joke like that. I'm still at work. If my supervisor sees us." She wanted to be as polite as I am. Seeing the disbelief on Gong Jing's face, she was reluctant to say more. Wang Na, standing beside her, gently tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Gong Jing, stop talking. Someone's coming. Let us go." Hearing this, Gong Jing glanced to the side and indeed saw a woman who looked like a supermarket supervisor approaching. As a public relations person, she had just awkwardly attempted to poach. And now she felt a bit guilty. Since the other party didn't believe her, there was nothing more to say. Without further words, she turned and left with Wang Na. Not far from where they had just walked away, a short-haired woman approached Ma Ling's counter. Glancing at the two women's backs, she asked, "Ma Ling, what were those two just talking to you about?" "Xiajie, don't mention it. They're from a competing supermarket at Changfeng Plaza, probably just here to check the market and pass the time." "Pass the time? What do you mean?" "You probably won't believe it, but they wanted to poach me, saying they could offer a salary of 20,000. Isn't that ridiculous?" Upon hearing Ma Ling's words, the short-haired woman couldn't help but chuckle. As a supervisor at a Walmart cosmetics counter, her monthly salary didn't even reach 20,000. They were bragging about poaching from their own industry. She then smiled non-committally. Those two ladies are quite pretty, but I didn't expect them to be so unreliable in their words. By the way, their uniforms look nice. Could they be the work clothes from their supermarket? At this, Ma Ling's smile slightly faltered. I didn't ask. It shouldn't be work clothes, right? What supermarket has employees wearing such nice outfits? Despite saying this, a strange unease pricked at her heart. If it really was work attire, then perhaps that supermarket truly had something going for it? Not to mention what Ma Ling was thinking. After Wang Na and Gong Jing's failed attempt to undermine others, they felt a bit uneasy and left the store. Once outside, Wang Na couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gong Jing, I really admire your boldness. How could you just go up and confront someone like that? It's all because our boss rewards us too generously. Sigh, it seems that making this 30,000 is not going to be easy. Hearing Gong Jing say this, Wang Na smiled lightly. Looking at her expression, she probably doesn't believe such good treatment exists. Otherwise, there might have been a real opportunity. After chatting for a bit, the two girls didn't dwell on the matter. They decided to head back to the store. Regardless of whether they could secure the hefty bonus, they still needed to thoroughly study the first task assigned by their boss. Chapter 37. The Super Golden Bachelor. While Wang Na and Gong Jing were studying the market outside, the traffic at the supermarket had noticeably increased in the afternoon compared to the previous day after a day of build-up. However, Chen Mo was somewhat disappointed to find that there was no bustling scene at the checkout counters. Clearly, most people were just coming in to take a look. By the evening, as many regulars from the nearby area flocked in, the crowd became even more intense. In this seemingly thriving situation, many young women were feeling quite troubled. Those with a bit of decorum managed to keep to themselves, only sneaking glances. But some patrons, upon seeing someone they liked, would lose all restraint. They would fixate on the young women's long legs, as if they were ready to pounce. In such circumstances, the more tolerant women would just turn a blind eye, at most avoiding these patrons. However, if they encountered someone more irritable, conflicts were bound to arise. Wang Shui was busy handling these situations, running around in a flurry, holding on to the belief that the customer is always right. She had to carefully apologize even when she knew the patrons were in the wrong. After learning about the chaos outside, Chen Mo's mood soured as well. His decision to attract customers with attractive women had not produced the results he had hoped for. Before 10 o'clock, they started clearing the premises. Amid the grumbling of some patrons, the supermarket finally quieted down. Wang Na and Gong Jing returned to the supermarket in the afternoon. After a day of research on high-end products, they had no clear insights. At this moment, like all the staff, they anxiously looked at Chen Mo, whose expression was not very pleasant. Chen Mo was the first to look at Li Wan and asked, Manager Li, what was the total revenue today? Hearing the boss's question, Li Wan swallowed hard. Mr. Chen, today's revenue is 76,980 yuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo frowned slightly. Why is it even less than yesterday? Mr. Chen, there was over 5,000 in revenue from vegetables yesterday, so. Alright, I get it. Everyone should have seen the scene today. It looked like business was good, but it was all superficial. In reality, not much was sold, and there were plenty of conflicts with customers. Hearing the boss say this, Wang Shui, as the store manager, had to muster the courage to explain. Mr. Chen, it's really not their fault. Some customers are just too shameless. It's one thing not to spend a single cent, but they even audaciously act inappropriately in front of us. After listening to Wang Shui, Chen Mo glanced around at the women. This is a bit unexpected. Remember, respecting and serving customers is the philosophy of our supermarket, but it does not give them the excuse to act inappropriately. If this happens again, just throw them out. Our supermarket doesn't really care about a few rude customers. After hearing Boss Chen's bold statement, the girls couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Faced with worthless customers and employee dignity, it was naturally no challenge for Chen Mo to make a choice. The girls were stirred, but Boss Chen felt a bit troubled. Damn. He went through all this trouble to recruit so many attractive girls. Could it be a miscalculation? After a moment of contemplation, he said lightly, Alright, Wang Na and Gong Jing stay, the rest can leave for the day. A few minutes later, the large supermarket was left with only 3 people. Chen Mo didn't hesitate and directly asked, after spending the whole day out, did you gain anything? Hearing the boss's question, Gong Jing smiled awkwardly first. Boss Chen, both Na and I are new to this supermarket business, and we really have no clue. We did find a girl at a certain supermarket who met the looks criteria, but she didn't seem to believe in such good benefits. So she didn't really engage with us. Gong Jing's response didn't surprise Chen Mo much. Forget it, you don't need to go out tomorrow. Let us see how things go later. Let us go. I'll give you a ride home since it's on the way. Naturally, the two girls wouldn't refuse the boss's kindness. In the car, Gong Jing's eyes flickered a few times. Suddenly she asked, Boss Chun, why hasn't the boss lady come to the supermarket? Hearing Gong Jing's question, Chun Mo glanced at the girl through the rearview mirror and replied with a faint smile, I just got divorced a few days ago, and most of the employees in the supermarket know about it. Upon hearing Chen Mo's answer, the two girls in the back seat were momentarily taken aback. But after a brief pause, Gong Jing's eyes lit up. She is already 27 this year. And hasn't he found someone suitable yet? Although there are no shortage of suitors around her, none meet her standards. According to Gong Jing, not to mention the handsome and wealthy types, at the very least, a man's looks shouldn't be shabby, and his earning ability should be better than hers. However, these days, men who meet such standards are much more sought after than beautiful women. The boss in front of her not only met Gong Jing's aesthetic standards perfectly, but from what she knew, his wealth reached the level of a gold tycoon. Suddenly hearing Chun Mo say he was divorced, Gong Jing instantly had ideas. As for why he got divorced, that was completely out of her consideration. A super wealthy bachelor, combined with so many beauties in the supermarket. If she didn't make a move quickly, she might miss out completely. With these thoughts, Gong Jing wore a smile like blooming flowers. After the two girls returned to their apartment, they couldn't wait to ask, Nah, give me Boss Chen's WeChat ID, I want to add him. Hearing this, Wang Na was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood. She looked at Gong Jing with a teasing smile and said, What's up? Just heard Boss Chen got divorced, and you're already interested? Sister Na, men like Mr. Chun are rare treasures. It's no surprise that I have thoughts about him. Haha, don't blame me for not reminding you. The supermarket is hiring so many attractive women. It's obvious he is a bit of a flirt. He might have divorced his ex-wife for this reason. After hearing Wang Na's words, Gong Jing seemed completely unconcerned. Sister Na, how many capable men are truly honest? Mr. Chen just hires pretty employees. Anyway, no matter what, I definitely want to compete for a man like him, as long as you don't have any thoughts about it. Upon hearing this, Wang Na shook her head and smiled. All right, if you want to compete, go ahead. I'll give you his WeChat ID. Chapter 38 Bold Gong Jing. After Chun Mo returned to his garden villa, he noticed that someone had added him as a friend on a social messaging app. Upon checking, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since Gong Jing had intentions, she certainly wouldn't be coy or play guessing games. When she applied to add him, she directly stated her identity. Currently, the only 6 women who could catch the eye of the big boss, Chun, at the supermarket are those who meet the A-level standards in the system. Not to mention their stunning beauty. On a comprehensive scale, they all scored above 80. The sisters Rosa and Lily are not to be overlooked. Their impressive figures definitely make them the most eye-catching in the supermarket. Jiang Xiaoyu and Su Yingying have a more innocent beauty about them. As for Wang Na and Gong Jing, one embodies wild sensuality while the other represents an intellectual urban elegance. In Chun Mo's eyes, each has its own merits. Gong Jing had just learned about her divorce and proactively added him on the app, and the message she conveyed was quite clear. As the big boss of the supermarket, with a powerful system backing him, Chun Mo's current motto is simple: no initiative, no responsibility, and accept all who come. In a moment of thought, he directly approved her friend request. Before long, Gong Jing sent a message. Mr. Chun, I got your WeChat ID from Sister Na. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Seeing this message, Chun Mo's lips slightly curved up. The two began to chat back and forth. Manager Gong, you're too polite. Is there something you need? Not really. I just want to learn more from Mr. Chun as I'm new to the supermarket industry, so I can adapt quickly to the pace here. Hee. You are quite diligent. Good. If you work hard in the future, there is plenty of room for salary improvements. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chun. By the way, may I ask, after your divorce, are you living alone now? Don't laugh at me. I've been an orphan since childhood, and after the divorce, I live alone in the beautiful garden. Oh, so even such a successful businessman like you has had such unfortunate pasts. It's impressive how you've developed on your own, Mr. Chun. I admire you. Manager Gong, I didn't realize you were so good with words. Is this how people in public relations are? Mr. Chun, what I said is from the heart, absolutely no falsehood. All right, regardless of whether it's true or not. I'm quite happy to have the admiration of such a beautiful woman like you. I need to take a bath now, so I won't chat with you any longer. Oh, Mr. Chun, I won't disturb you any further. Good night. After tentatively chatting for a bit, Gong Jing began to overthink. Although their conversation didn't have any special implications, she could tell that the big boss had some feelings for her. However, this feeling didn't seem very strong, which inexplicably gave Gong Jing a sense of crisis. Even if her friend Wang Na had no intentions, there were still several other beauties in the supermarket who could rival her. It's only natural for others to have similar thoughts when one does. It seems that to break through the competition and gain the favor of the big boss Chun, one must take decisive action. The next day, Chen Mo also woke up naturally after a good night's sleep. When he arrived at the supermarket, it was nearly 10 a.m. Just as he got to the office, Gong Jing walked in with her long, fair legs. She was holding a box and said with a smile, "Mr. Chun, I found that the crab roast soup dumplings from this place are quite tasty when I had breakfast, so I took the liberty of buying you a portion." As she spoke, she placed the box generously on the desk. Seeing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. This woman is indeed straightforward, but it suits him just fine. While opening the box, he praised, "Just in time, I haven't had breakfast yet." "Thank you, Manager Gong. You're too polite, Mr. Chun. It's the least I could do." Just then, Luo Shasha knocked and walked in. When she saw Chun Mo eating soup dumplings at his desk, her expression momentarily froze. "Mr. Chun, you haven't had breakfast yet? Manager Gong bought this for me. Manager Luo, would you like to try? These dumplings smell great." Hearing this, Luo Shasha felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. Although she knew Chen Mo was divorced, she hadn't had any particular thoughts. However, seeing this scene in front of her, an absurd sense of anxiety inexplicably emerged. It's not hard to imagine that as long as the big boss can fulfill his promise at the beginning of the month, and after proving his abilities, such a man, still single at the moment, would surely capture the hearts of many women. What Luo Shasha didn't expect was that the new PR manager, Gong Jing, would start having thoughts so quickly. Ugh, what a shameless vixen. Luo Shasha didn't understand why her emotions were so stirred. Trying to keep a calm demeanor, she lightly smiled and shook her head. "Thank you, Mr. Chun. I've already eaten." After a brief pause, she continued, "By the way, 2 more people came to apply for the chef position at the cafeteria. They said they had worked at a private dining restaurant for a while. I looked at their qualifications, and they seem quite good. What do you think, Mr. Chun?" In response, Chun Mo smiled faintly. "Manager Luo, you can make the decisions regarding the supermarket staff cafeteria from now on. No need to consult me." "All right then, Mr. Chun, I'll head out now." Before leaving, Luo Shasha smiled at Gong Jing. Although her smile was nothing special, Gong Jing felt there was something more to it. After Luo Shasha left, she casually remarked, "Mr. Chun, Deputy Manager Luo has a really good figure." Chen Mo was taken aback by her words. Then he chuckled and said, "Manager Gong, you have a great figure too. No need to envy others." Upon hearing this, Gong Jing boldly took a step towards Chen Mo. "Mr. Chun, who do you think is more attractive, me or Deputy Store Manager Luo?" This move from the beautiful Gong really surprised Chen Mo. After a brief pause, a smile that was hard to describe appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Well, each has its own merits. To any man, both of you are very attractive." Hearing the boss's carefully worded response, Gong Jing couldn't help but give him a resentful glance. She couldn't believe that after asking such a question, he still didn't understand her meaning. However, they were in the supermarket office at the moment, and even if Gong Jing had thoughts, she couldn't make any bold moves. After flashing him a gentle smile, she stepped out of the boss's office. Chapter 39. Gong Jing came to visit after a few days of build-up. The foot traffic in the supermarket has been increasing. However, the number of people actually willing to spend money remains very small. Facing this situation, Chen Mo feels helpless. By the end of the day, the supermarket's revenue was slightly better than yesterday, just crossing the 80,000 yuan mark. After deducting product costs, the net income hasn't even reached 15,000 yuan. Although it hasn't met expectations, Chen Mo isn't too worried. After all, with the system in place, it's only a matter of time before things take off. Whether it's sooner or later doesn't really matter. While Chen Mo isn't bothered by the supermarket's sales, the female employees are quite concerned. Everyone has a sense of the situation and can probably figure out that their boss has been losing over 20,000 yuan each day. If this continues, even if the big boss has some reserves, would they really be willing to pay out so many salaries at the beginning of the month? Gong Jing didn't go out today, and, to some extent, She heard some rumors about Chun Mo's ex-wife. A thorn suddenly appeared in her heart. After getting off work and returning to the apartment with Wang Na, she asked with a bit of frustration, "Sister Na, you must have heard something today, right? Chun Mo can't really be playing games with us, can he?" Wang Na was a bit confused herself. With such great benefits promised, how could the situation suddenly turn tight on funds? The key is that most people had already received a paycheck in advance. She and Gong Jing hadn't gotten anything. If salaries can't be paid at the beginning of the month, would she have to go back to the health center to give massages again? With her thoughts swirling, her expression naturally wasn't great. Feeling down, she replied, "Who knows? Why don't you ask Chun Mo?" How do I ask? I feel like with such a big supermarket, he shouldn't be in that position." Hearing this, Wang Na couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You're the one talking, so why are you asking me? Gong Jing, don't you have a crush on Chun Mo? Why not go to his place and check it out?" After hearing Wang Na's words, Gong Jing shook her head without thinking. "I don't want to just walk into a trap without knowing the situation. I'm just suggesting you go check it out. It doesn't have to be so dramatic. Besides, I don't think Chun Mo is the type to give up easily. If you're not going, then I might just go." Knowing that Wang Na was joking, Gong Jing couldn't help but feel a little tense. She quickly forced a smile and said, "Sister Na, please don't joke around. Even if I wanted to visit, I wouldn't know how to make an excuse. You have Chun Mo's WeChat, right? Just chat casually, and you'll have an excuse." Wang Na said, "I refuse to believe he wouldn't be at least a little interested in such a beautiful woman like you." I'll give it a try then. But Sister Na, don't get the wrong idea. I just want to find out more about Chun Mo. I have nothing to think too much about. Besides, we are all adults. I don't believe you Haven T had a boyfriend before. It's normal for things to happen." Hearing Wang Na getting more and more outrageous, Gong Jing quickly made a gesture to stop her. "All right, Najia, you should go take a shower. I'll figure this out myself." The two met because they were renting a place together, and she didn't know much about Wang Na's past in the underworld. However, from the red rose tattoo on her thigh, Gong Jing could tell that Na Jia must have quite the experience. They usually got along well, so she naturally didn't want to create any conflict over such a small matter. After returning to their respective bedrooms, Gong Jing thought for a moment and ultimately sent a smiley face to Chun Mo on WeChat. Soon, Chun Mo replied, "Manager Gong, why are you sending me a smiley face so late? Is there something? Mr. Chun, can I ask you something?" "Feel free to ask. I don't have any secrets. I heard someone mention today that your ex-wife caused a scene at the supermarket a few days ago. She said you still owe over 10 million in bank debts. Is that true? Manager Gong, are you worried I can't pay your salary?" "Mr. Chun, don't misunderstand. With so many people at the supermarket, I'm not worried. I'm just a bit curious about how your ex-wife ended up causing a scene there." "Manager Gong, are you curious about my ex-wife or about me?" "Naturally. I'm more curious about you, Mr. Chun. The supermarket's daily income and expenses are right there. I checked Manager Lee's accounts. The supermarket has been open for 3 days, and you Haven T made a single cent. You probably have to put in 60,000 yourself. At this rate, the supermarket won't be profitable in the short term. How much funding do you plan to cover the losses? You're quite bold. With so many employees at the supermarket, only you would dare to ask that. Mr. Chun, you're joking. As an employee of the supermarket, you've given me such good treatment. It's fine to care about the boss's profits and losses, right? Manager Gong, are you trying to gauge my strength with your roundabout questions? But it's hard to convey this over messages. If you really want to know if I have that capability, why don't you come to my place, and I'll tell you in person." Chun Mo is already 31 this year. He is not a novice. Since the girl has that intention, he doesn't mind adding a little fuel to the fire. After seeing this message, Gong Jing felt a mix of surprise and delight. She quickly replied, "Mr. Chun, I hope I'm not disturbing you this late." After receiving her message, Chun Mo slightly curled his lips. With a quick motion of his fingers, he replied, "You know my beautiful garden, right? It's only a few hundred meters from where you are. When you arrive at the gate, just tell the security my name, 802 in Building 5. Seeing that Chun Mo didn't seem to have any intention of coming to her, Gong Jing felt a bit wronged. After all, she is a beautiful woman. It's so late, and he's making her walk over. She almost wanted to reply that she wouldn't go. However, in the end, reason triumphed over impulse. She applied a light makeup and wore a sexy yellow casual outfit before stepping out of the room. Although it was only a few hundred meters away, she had no intention of taking the bus. She was willing to spend a few dollars on a taxi. When she arrived at the entrance of the residential community, the security guard had already received a notification. After a brief inquiry, he let the elegantly dressed woman in. The man was aware that she was coming and hadn't made any special arrangements. After sending the message, he waited for about 10 minutes before the doorbell rang. With a subtle, mischievous smile, he stood up and opened the door. Although she had mentally prepared herself before coming, she still felt a bit nervous facing the boss at that moment. Chapter 40. Winning over the beautiful Gong, Mr. Chun. I hope I'm not bothering you so late. Gong Jing asked as she entered. Manager Gong, please come in. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gong Jing stepped into the room. Chen Mo had purchased this garden villa 6 years ago, and it was considered quite upscale in Jiangqing. Excluding the garden and balcony, it was over 150 square meters. With its exquisite decoration, it could easily sell for over 3 million now. Gong Jing was from a small county beneath Jiangqing, also coming from a regular family background. She glanced around the room and her eyes lit up. Mr. Chen, your house is really beautiful. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo simply smiled lightly and gestured towards the sofa. Manager Gong, make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink? No, thank you, Mr. Chen. Manager Gong, you came here so late. You must want to inquire about my capabilities, right? Feel free to ask anything. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Gong Jing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a shy smile. Mr. Chen, I've only heard rumors, so please don't take it to heart. Haha, I can understand. Other employees, like you, must be worried that my supermarket is losing money every day. Afraid I won't be able to pay salaries, right? Since you're here, let me clarify. I don't just have one supermarket as my source of income. This little loss from the supermarket is nothing to me. In a few days, on the 1st of next month, I will definitely fulfill my promise without any deductions. After hearing the big boss's words, Gong Jing's doubts had mostly faded away. However, her late visit was not just about inquiring about Chen Mo's capabilities. With her doubts resolved, it was time to pursue her ultimate goal. With a delicate smile blooming on her face, she said, Mr. Chen, thank you for sharing this with me. May I ask you one more question? Manager Gong, what do you want to ask? Feel free. I have nothing to hide. Mr. Chen, since you're divorced now, do you have any thoughts about finding someone new? Seeing her question, Chen Mo could easily tell what she was aiming for. He directly shook his head with a faint smile. Manager Gong, do you know why I got divorced? It was because I was burdened with huge debts, and my once promised wife decisively filed for divorce, even wanting to claim this property. What a joke love is. In the end, when disaster strikes, everyone just runs away. Thankfully, there is always a way out. By chance, I not only cleared all my debts, but also found a more lucrative venture. In the future, I won't have to worry about finances anymore. After this failed marriage, I no longer believe in love. As for women, I will definitely find one, and I will give back as much as the other party invests in me. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Gong Jing was left almost speechless. Just a moment ago, she was lost in the dream of being a supermarket owner. And in the next moment, she was hit with a harsh reality. She didn't even know what to say. After her expression changed dramatically, she awkwardly smiled and stood up. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry for asking such a bold question. I won't disturb you any longer. Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't stand up, but instead revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Manager Gong, do you want to earn a higher salary? Hearing this, Gong Jing's expression stiffened slightly. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by that? Well, we are all adults here. No need to beat around the bush. If you stay tonight, you could receive a much larger bonus at the beginning of next month. After hearing this, Gong Jing frowned slightly. Mr. Chen, do you think I would belittle myself for a bonus? You underestimate me. Seeing her expression, Chen Mo simply shook his head with a faint smile. Manager Gong, don't be angry. I don't mean to underestimate you at all. Who wouldn't want to earn a bit more money? I can guarantee you a bonus that will definitely not be lower than your base salary, and likely much higher. It all depends on your sincerity. Of course, you can also pretend I never said this, but this opportunity only comes once. If you miss it, it's gone. After saying this, Chen Mo was in no hurry, calmly lighting a cigarette. Gong Jing never imagined she would find herself in such an awkward situation. Although she had prepared thoroughly before coming, it was all aimed at becoming the supermarket owner, only to find that the other party had no such intention, just wanted to make a deal with her. Her emotions were tumultuous, and she felt like storming out. But in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. The fact that Gong Jing chose to come at this moment showed that she was, at her core, a materialistic girl. Since she couldn't be the owner, as long as she could gain enough benefits, being a mistress wasn't out of the question. After struggling internally for a moment, she bit her lip and asked, Mr. Chun, if I choose to stay, then will the bonus only be available next month? Hearing her question, Chun Mo exhaled a puff of smoke and replied with a faint smile. My money doesn't come easily. If you want to receive a generous bonus every month in the future, it will depend on your performance. So what do you think, Manager Gong? Have you made up your mind? Mr. Chun, I am willing to stay, and I hope you keep your word. After hearing her decision, Chun Mo extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Standing up, he smiled mischievously. Gong, the beautiful lady, I guess you haven't taken a shower yet, right? I have a 2-meter wide bathtub here. Would you like to give it a try? Looking at Chun Mo's mischievous expression, even though Gong Jing had made up her mind and prepared herself, a hint of blush instantly appeared on her fair and beautiful face. The charming figure nodded slightly and said, Mr. Chun, it's up to you. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo felt a surge of joy. In terms of both figure and looks, Gong Jing surpassed his ex-wife, Zhang Xiaoer. Since he had decided to enjoy life to the fullest, what more was there to say? With a mischievous smile, he said, Gong, my beautiful lady, come with me. Saying this, he took the lead towards the bathroom of the master bedroom. Seeing this, Gong Jing took a deep breath and cast a slightly resentful glance at Chun Mo's back. Then, biting her lip, she stepped forward to follow him. The next morning, Chun Mo was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he was awakened by a slight noise. He opened his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 41. The Ron Su Ying. As Gong Jing quietly dressed, she noticed Chun Mo opening his eyes and couldn't help but smile shyly. Mr. Chun, did I wake you? Beauty Gong, you're up so early. Are you planning to sneak away? Mr. Chun, I still have to go to work later, so I need to go back and change into my work clothes. Hearing this, Chun Mo smiled charmingly and reached out to pull down the half-worn clothes Gong Jing had just put on. Your boss is here, so what work are you going to? At the Zeton apartment, Wang Na was unaware that Gong Jing had gone to see the big boss the previous night. After getting up and washing up, she noticed that the door to Gong Jing's room was closed. Not thinking much of it, she knocked on the door and called out, Gong Jing, you're going to be late. After calling out twice with no response, Wang Na directly pushed the door open. When she saw the room was empty, she muttered to herself, that's strange, where did she go? Just after saying that, a thought crossed her mind. Could that girl really have gone to Mr. Chen's place? Feeling a bit uneasy, she quickly took out her phone to call Gong Jing. The call connected, but it rang for a long time without anyone answering. Just as she hesitated about whether to call again, Gong Jing's phone rang back. As soon as it connected, a slightly flirtatious voice came through, Sister Nayu. You go to the supermarket by yourself. I have something to do outside, so I won't be joining you. Wang Na was about to ask something when she heard a busy tone on the line. Having been through similar situations, she guessed that Gong Jing was likely doing some morning exercise. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she scoffed. What she said last night was just a joke. She didn't expect that Gong Jing would actually rush into it. However, with Gong Jing's wild behavior, Wang Na's doubts about the big boss had almost vanished. Could that girl really become the boss's wife? Thinking of this, Wang Na felt an indescribable sensation. Although they lived under the same roof and got along quite well, that was based on the absence of any complex relationships. If suddenly Gong Jing soared to success and became the supermarket's mistress, Wang Na would be hard-pressed to say she wasn't envious. At 1 p.m., Chun Mo and Gong Jing finally walked into the supermarket from the underground parking lot together. After the previous day's declaration, Gong Jing naturally dared not act like the supermarket's mistress. As soon as she entered, she deliberately kept a bit of distance and awkwardly smiled. Mr. Chun, I'll head to my office first. Chun Mo merely nodded with a faint smile and returned to his office. Just as he sat down, Wang Shui walked in looking troubled. Seeing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but ask, what happened, Wang Jia? Mr. Chun, this morning's supermarket revenue has dropped nearly 30 points compared to the same time yesterday. Many customers have been commenting that our supermarket doesn't sell vegetables, making it feel a bit off. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He wasn't really concerned about customer feedback. He just didn't expect that on the 4th day of reopening, the morning revenue would drop so much. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Don't worry about what customers are saying. Let's give it a few more days and see. Just as the boss said this, Wang Shui wanted to gently offer some advice when a commotion broke out in the snack premium area. Without Chun Mo needing to say anything, she quickly walked out of the office. Seeing this, Chun Mo rubbed his forehead and also walked out with a frown. At that moment, the attractive staff member Su Ying in the premium snack area was explaining to a plump woman with a wronged expression. Ma'am, your son intentionally touched me, and I accidentally pushed him away. Before she could finish, the plump woman shouted angrily, Nonsense. My son is so honest. How could he intentionally touch you? Besides, he is only 13. What does he know? Even if he accidentally bumped into you, it was unintentional. If you dare to push him, I won't let this go. Ma'am, you really are being unreasonable. I haven't even pursued responsibility yet. If you continue like this, we can call the police and see what they have to say. Humph, go ahead and call. A shabby supermarket. And you're all dressed up so provocatively. Who are you trying to impress? It's simply indecent. Those who know think it's a supermarket. Those who don't might think they've walked into a nightclub. Even if my son did touch you on purpose, it's because you were tempting him. Hearing the plump woman's words, Su Yingying's eyes were almost filled with tears of grievance. Meanwhile, the customers watching the commotion showed no sympathy for Su Yingying and instead wore expressions as if they were enjoying the drama. When Wang Shui and Chun Mo arrived, they happened to witness this scene. Ding. Triggered temporary task. Help Su Yingying seek justice. Reward. Increase 100,000 in employee welfare. Upon hearing this in his mind, Chun Mo's eyes lit up slightly. Even without the system issuing a task, he wouldn't allow his employee to be bullied by a customer, and this could be a way to gain some benefits as well. Wang Shui, unaware of the specifics, was about to apologize to the plump woman, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, when suddenly a cold voice came from behind. Sister Wang, let me handle this. As he spoke, Chun Mo stepped directly between Su Yingying and the plump woman. He glanced at a large boy sitting on the ground and coldly looked at the plump woman, asking, I am the owner of this supermarket. What do you want to do? The moment Chun Mo questioned her, the overweight woman instantly exploded in anger. Oh, I see. Where does this woman get such audacity? It turns out the supermarket owner is just as unreasonable. You asked me what I want. Didn't your employees see how they pushed my son to the ground? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will definitely not let this matter go. Seeing the overweight woman so furious, Chun Mo hadn't said anything yet. Meanwhile, Su Yingying quickly interjected with a grievance. Mr. Chun, it's not as she says. I was just organizing the goods when her son came over and deliberately touched my backside. I didn't think much of it at the time. And in a moment of panic, I just pushed him down. Clearly, it was their fault, and her son wasn't even hurt. Yet she insists on getting an explanation from me. After hearing Su Yingying's explanation, Chun Mo's expression turned even colder. He looked at the overweight woman and said icily, Did you hear that? You still want my employee to give you an explanation? Let me tell you, if you don't give us an explanation today, I won't let this matter rest. Chapter 42. Really thinks of herself as a god upon hearing Chun Mo's words. The overweight woman immediately began to scream in anger. Well, I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such blatant favoritism in a store. Everyone come and take a look. The owner of this supermarket is blindly siding with their employee. It's clear that the type of employee reflects the type of boss. Dressing them like this is just an attempt to attract men, isn't it? My child is only 13 years old. What does he know? What is wrong with him accidentally touching your employee? It won't cost you anything. And if you don't give me an explanation today, I will make sure you regret it. With such a commotion, Rosa and Gong Jing heard the noise and rushed over from the office. Seeing Chun Mo's pale face, Rosa was the first to quietly ask, Mr. Chun, what is going on? In response, Chun Mo merely shook his head lightly. He then coldly scanned the surroundings. In stark contrast to the cautious expressions on the women's faces, the customers were all pointing and whispering. Damn, they really think of themselves as gods. In his thoughts, he looked back at Su Yingying. Are you sure he touched you on purpose? Mr. Chun, I am 100% sure. There is a difference between accidentally brushing against someone and intentionally touching them. Hearing Su Yingying's response, Chun Mo coldly smiled. He turned to Rosa and directly instructed, Manager Rosa, call the police immediately and report that someone is causing trouble in our supermarket. I want to see if a 13-year-old boy will take responsibility for his actions. Although Rosa was a bit taken aback by Chun Mo's words, she didn't ask any further questions and immediately took out her phone to call the police. Seeing this, the overweight woman started to panic. She had actually witnessed her son's absurd behavior. However, she was the type of person who would never admit to any wrongdoing, regardless of whether it was her son's fault or not. She had initially tried to intimidate Su Yingying into giving her an explanation. She had thought that the supermarket would naturally side with the customer in such a situation. Even if things didn't go well, they would calmly try to resolve the issue. Little did she expect that with Chun Mo, This approach wouldn't work at all. First, he disregarded her accusations. And now he was calling the police directly. Without a doubt, in a place like a supermarket, the indoor surveillance would be comprehensive. If the police were involved, even though her son was only 13, he would still face serious consequences. The overweight woman thought this, and her son was equally panicked. He hurriedly got up from the ground, trying to snatch Rosa's phone. Chen Mo was quick to grab his hand. "You little brat. In front of so many people, you dare to act tough? Behave yourself." With just a slight increase in pressure, the boy cried out in pain. The overweight woman felt anxious and frightened upon seeing this. "Let go of my son. Please don't call the police. We were wrong. I beg you to let us go." Hearing the pleading tone of the overweight woman, Rosa hesitated to call the police at first and instead looked towards Chen Mo with uncertainty. After all, if the police were involved in such a large supermarket, it would definitely impact the business. The big boss had been somewhat dissatisfied with the revenue lately, and this situation would only make things worse. Seeing Rosa's hesitation, Chen Mo frowned slightly. "Manager Rosa, what are you waiting for? Call the police right now." His uncompromising attitude made the employees' eyes light up. If they were in Chen Mo's position, they would likely try to appease the overweight woman rather than take a stand. As the person directly involved, Su Yingying felt immensely grateful. The slight grievance she had just felt was completely replaced by admiration. Since the boss had spoken, Rosa naturally wouldn't hesitate any longer. In front of everyone, she decisively dialed the police. At this, the overweight woman's face turned pale, and she rushed forward to scratch Chen Mo. "You bastard, let go of my son." Having been on guard nearby, Huang Dong seized this rare opportunity to step in. He easily blocked the overweight woman's attempt to scratch, gently pushing her back. With a fierce look, he warned, "Do you still want to hit someone? The supermarket has cameras. Go ahead and try." The overweight woman, both shocked and furious, simply sat down on the ground, shouting, "Everyone saw it. My child was not only wrongfully accused of being a delinquent, but the supermarket staff also hit him in public. Is there no law? Is there no justice?" Hearing her outburst, an elderly man in his 60s stepped forward to mediate. "Oh, it's not a big deal. Is it really necessary to call the police? Even if the child touched something, he didn't suffer any loss. Your supermarket really needs to improve its service attitude. I suggest that before the police arrive, both sides apologize to each other and let this go." Upon hearing the old man's words, the overweight woman's eyes lit up slightly. Before she could express anything, Chen Mo coldly smiled. "Seriously, it's easy to talk when you're not in the situation. You, an old man who only comes to gawk without spending a dime, really think you're in a position to judge?" Without a second thought, he turned to Wang Shui and coldly instructed, "Sister Wang, please escort this old man out. From now on, he will be considered an unwelcome person at our supermarket and is not allowed to enter again." Everyone present was taken aback by Chen Mo's words, especially the elderly man, who had recently found a new sense of joy. He could come to the supermarket every day without spending a penny to see various beautiful women. This kind of happiness was far more intense than watching live streams on social media. Just now, while watching the commotion, I roughly sorted out the situation in my mind. Everyone was just trying to take advantage of the situation, and naturally, they leaned towards the son of the overweight woman. I initially thought that even if my opinions were not adopted by the supermarket, it wouldn't be a big deal. I never expected that the supermarket owner would ruthlessly kick him out in public. He was even listed as an unwelcome customer, forever banned from entering. While feeling bewildered, the old man even thought the sky was about to fall on him. After all this time, he finally found a bit of joy, and now it was gone so quickly? Although Wang Shui also found it hard to understand Chen Mo's actions, she was ultimately just an employee. With such a high salary, she naturally didn't dare to go against the big boss's intentions. Chapter 43. The Shy Beauty in this situation. Wang Shui couldn't be bothered to think too much. She looked at the confused elderly man with a blank expression and said, "Sir, our supermarket does not welcome you. Please leave." Being publicly chased away from a supermarket made the old man's heart bleed. Facing the pointing fingers of others, an unprecedented sense of shame washed over him, causing his face to burn with embarrassment. He wished he could just find a hole in the ground to hide in. Before leaving, he muttered angrily, "What a ridiculous supermarket. Everyone here is dressed so inappropriately. I wouldn't want to stay here anyway." Although he said that, his heart was truly aching. He regretted not just enjoying the spectacle and minding his own business. Now his happiness was gone just like that. As for the supermarket's action of driving away customers, while other shoppers felt displeased, no one intervened. Among them, Very few actually came to shop. Most were just like the old man, wanting to come in and see something unusual to satisfy their curiosity. The overweight woman, seeing this situation, was filled with fear and had completely lost her previous arrogance. She was now regretting her actions deeply. If only she had been a bit kinder earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Although her son was not yet 14, such behavior could lead to detention if the other party refused to compromise. Just as she was thinking about how to plead for mercy, several police officers walked into the supermarket. Seeing this, Wang Shui quickly approached and brought them over. The supermarket had surveillance, so it didn't take much effort to clarify the entire situation. In fact, this wasn't a big deal. A little boy had just touched an employee's backside. If both parties were willing to negotiate, they could even avoid going to the police station. The overweight woman expressed her willingness to pay a few hundred yuan to Su Yingying as compensation for emotional distress. However, Chen Mo, wanting to successfully complete the system's temporary task, did not wish to settle the matter peacefully. Moreover, Su Yingying herself was unwilling to accept the woman as compensation. Ultimately, with solid evidence, the little boy was sentenced to 1 day's detention at a juvenile facility. Although it wasn't a severe punishment, both Chen Mo and Su Yingying were satisfied with the outcome. Undoubtedly, after successfully completing the system's task, the Employee Welfare Fund for the next month increased by another 100,000 yuan. Following this incident, with the help of some people's gossip, the afternoon foot traffic in the supermarket actually surged again. However, there were still not many genuine shoppers. Most people entered with a mindset of merely wanting to see the spectacle. It was astonishing to think that a teenager could act so boldly. The supermarket employees must be incredibly attractive. As the crowd grew larger, the supermarket reached a state of overcrowding. After emergency crowd control measures were implemented, the situation finally improved. With the lessons learned from the overweight woman and her son, there were no more dramatic incidents that afternoon. Chen Mo sat in his office chair. In a fleeting thought, the transparent panel in front of him was opened again, and unexpectedly, there were changes. The host was bound to a business, a supermarket chain. The current number of employees in the supermarket, 116 people. The maximum number of employees cannot exceed 150. The number of A-level standard employees, 6. Once the number of A-level standard employees exceeds 10, the welfare amount will no longer increase. Next month's employee welfare amount, 1,757,000 yuan. Special indicator. After the host achieves a net profit of 3 million yuan in the supermarket, this system will automatically bind the next business for the host. After carefully reading it several times, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on Chen Mo's face. A net profit of 3 million yuan, even in the worst-case scenario, would definitely be achievable in less than a year. He was somewhat looking forward to what the next business the system would bind for him. As for the system's restriction on increasing the welfare amount for A-level employees, Chen Mo didn't care at all. The scale of the supermarket was limited, and even the current accumulated welfare funds were more than enough for him to be extravagant next month. Just as he was pondering, Rosa knocked on the door and walked in. With a somewhat bitter expression, she said, "Mr. Chun, many customers outside the supermarket are very dissatisfied with our limit on customer flow, and some have started to curse. Don't worry about them. How's the sales this afternoon?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's question, Rosa's expression became even more bitter. Compared to the same time yesterday, it was still a bit worse, as many people were just there to watch the commotion, while there were very few serious shoppers. Mr. Chun, how about we hold a discount promotion? It might achieve different results." After hearing Rosa's suggestion, Chen Mo decisively refused without a second thought. Discount promotions at supermarkets usually mean selling at a loss. Although sales might increase, there would be little to no profit. His goal was to make money and would not engage in such thankless tasks. Especially after the special indicators designated by the system, he needed to focus more on the supermarket's net profit to quickly bind the next business. Seeing her boss deny her suggestion, Rosa could only smile helplessly. Just as she was about to leave, Gong Jing also knocked and walked in. As the public relations manager for the supermarket, she currently felt like a lone soldier, completely unsure of what to do. Wandering around, she arrived at Chen Mo's office. Upon seeing Rosa inside, her expression momentarily froze before she greeted with a smile. "Manager Rosa, are you also here to see Mr. Chen?" I came to discuss something with Mr. Chen." After saying this, she gave Gong Jing a meaningful glance and exited the office. Noticing this, Chen Mo slightly smiled and pointed to the ajar office door. "Manager Gong, you came at the right time. Please close the door." Hearing Chen Mo say this, Gong Jing's face instantly turned red. Biting her lip, she shyly replied, "Mr. Chun, there are so many people outside." Looking at the young woman's alluring appearance, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile mischievously. It must be said that the intoxicating experiences from last night and this morning really made it hard for him to resist. Although his ex-wife, Zhang Xiaoer, had a remarkable figure and appearance and was exceptionally obedient during Chun Mo's peak career, it's true what they say. A flower at home is never as fragrant as a wildflower. Moreover, in terms of figure and looks, Gong Jing clearly surpassed Zhang Xiaoer. In this situation, Chun Mo's sense of happiness with the beautiful Gong was undoubtedly more pronounced. With these thoughts, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Manager Gong, just teasing you. No need to lock the door. Come over and give my shoulders a massage." Chapter 44. The thoughts of a little fairy hearing Chun Mo's words. Gong Jing let out a sigh of relief. It was just a shoulder massage, so she stopped pretending to be reserved. First, she closed the office door, then walked over to Chun Mo's back. As she gently kneaded his shoulders with her delicate hands, she bit her lip and said, "Mr. Chun, you scared me just now. I thought you wanted to do something here." Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile appeared on Chun Mo's face. "Manager Gong, what do you think I wanted to do? I don't understand. How annoying. You know the answer, but still ask. I can't believe you don't understand. Ha ha ha. You little fairy, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Compared to you, I don't have that many. This morning, the employee you helped was named Su Yingying, right? She's quite pretty. I noticed the way she looks at you. It seems a bit off." Hearing Gong Jing's words, Chen Mo chuckled ambiguously. "What's wrong? Are you jealous? How could I dare to be? I'm still waiting for the big boss to give me my bonus. Ha ha ha, little fairy, if you keep talking like this, do you believe I'll deal with you right here and now?" Just then, a loud knocking sound came from the office door. Immediately after, Wang Na's voice could be heard. "Mr. Chun, may I come in?" Hearing this, Gong Jing felt a bit flustered. After arriving at work today, Wang Na had naturally taken a moment to ask if anything had happened between her and the boss. However, Gong Jing neither confirmed nor denied it, only smiling in response. After the dream of being the boss's wife was shattered, to put it bluntly, her relationship with Chun Mo was simply a transaction, which wasn't exactly glamorous. Gong Jing was unwilling to elaborate, and Wang Na, as someone who had been through it, didn't press further. Now, holding the position of a supermarket assistant, she, like Gong Jing, was completely unsure of what to do. After wandering around the supermarket for a while, she unknowingly ended up at the boss's office, leading to the earlier knocking scene. Chun Mo didn't think much of it. With the powerful boss system at his disposal, he could do as he pleased. He casually said, "Just come in." When Wang Na stepped in and saw Gong Jing, her expression clearly stiffened for a moment. But she quickly relaxed. After all, the two of them had been through that last night. What was the big deal about a shoulder massage? She then awkwardly smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, I hope I'm not interrupting you. My shoulder is a bit sore. So I asked Manager Gong to help me out." "Assistant Wang, is there something you need?" Not really. I just wanted to ask Mr. Chun. I've been working for a few days now, but I still don't know what I should be doing. It's quite boring." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo casually looked Wang Na up and down. Unfortunately, that beautiful red rose was completely obscured by her outfit. As he thought about it, a faint smile appeared on his face. "It seems you and Manager Gong are quite alike, both a bit restless. How about you give me a shoulder massage too, and I'll add a bonus for you later." Chen Mo's words seemed to be joking, but they carried a hint of probing. There was no doubt that Wang Na, whether in terms of figure or looks, was quite eye-catching, especially her long, snow-white legs, which had a proportion that could only be described as extraordinary. Although the girl seemed to have had a rich life experience, the charm exuded by such a woman is often even more lethal. Boss Chen favored a carefree approach. After saying this, he wore an indescribable smile and quietly waited for Wang Na's reaction. Seeing the smile on her boss's face, and glancing at Gong Jing, who looked a bit awkward behind him, Wang Na felt a bit confused. What did this mean? This guy had just gotten Gong Jing's attention, and now he was quickly turning his sights on her. If it were a different occasion or a different man, she would have probably exploded. However, Chen Mo was her big boss. With such excellent benefits, Wang Na couldn't afford to offend him easily. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, she forced a smile and said, "Mr. Chun, you really know how to joke. I won't disturb you any longer." After saying this, she hurriedly exited the office. Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't show any signs of disappointment. He casually asked Gong Jing behind him, "Manager Gong, What did Na Jie do before she entered the massage and back-pushing business? I'm not quite sure. I met Na Jie when we were renting a place together. She never mentioned what she did before. Oh, I see. Mr. Chen, you're not also thinking about Na Jie, are you? Haha. Thinking about her is an exaggeration. When it comes to matters of love, I would never force any woman. After hearing Chun Mo's words, Gong Jing found it hard to argue. The result from last night was that the other party had merely added fuel to the fire, and the initiative was entirely in her hands. With this in mind, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Gong Jing's face. Was she really a materialistic woman? Fortunately, this man in front of her was quite decent in terms of physique, appearance, and age. Thinking about it this way didn't seem like a loss. As long as he could keep his promises and work well at the supermarket for a few years, it could be an opportunity. In her thoughts, Gong Jing's hands, which were originally squeezing her shoulders, slowly slid down a bit. Lowering her head, she whispered sweetly in Chun Mo's ear, Mr. Chun, I still want to go to your place tonight. Feeling the girl's enthusiasm, Chun Mo naturally felt a rush of excitement. If it weren't for the inconvenient setting, things might have already heated up again. Before 9 o'clock in the evening, Boss Chun had already instructed people to start clearing the venue. After the system issued special indicators, he was certainly more dissatisfied with the current situation at the supermarket. Gathering all the employees together, he first asked Li Wan, managerly, have today's revenue figures been calculated yet? Faced with the inquiry from the big boss, Li Wan's expression was somewhat unnatural. Mr. Chun, today's revenue has dropped by over 5,000 again, only just over 70,000. So what's the net income for today? It's probably less than 12,000. Upon hearing Li Wan's response, not only did Chun Mo's expression turn sour, but all the employees in the supermarket also showed signs of fluctuating emotions. With such a large flow of customers today, earning only 12,000. Not to mention rent and utilities, even the wages promised to the workers are far from sufficient. If this continues, it's uncertain whether they will receive their normal salaries at the beginning of the month, let alone any bonuses. In the entire supermarket, apart from Gong Jing, perhaps only the Luo sisters, Luo Sha and Lily, have a bit of confidence in the big boss. Chapter 45. The surprising Su Yingying looking around and seeing the worried expressions on the faces of her colleagues. Chen Mo was the first to smile and casually asked, why is everyone looking so down? Are you worried that I won't be able to pay your salaries next month? Upon hearing their boss's question, everyone exchanged glances. Though Su Yingying shared this concern, after witnessing the events of the morning, she naturally developed a special sentiment towards this handsome boss. After hesitating for a moment, she took the initiative to speak up, Mr. Chun, we've all noticed the supermarket's profits and losses these past few days. If you're facing financial difficulties, I'm personally willing to accept a salary reduction. Upon hearing Su Yingying's words, the expressions of the others instantly became quite complicated. All of them were beautiful young women who chose to work as ordinary cashiers at the supermarket primarily for the generous benefits. A slight salary reduction wouldn't be a big deal, but if it were to be significantly lowered, most would probably choose to quit. However, since Su Yingying had already expressed her willingness, the two veteran employees, Wang Shui and Li Wan, felt compelled to follow suit. Mr. Chun, like Su Yingying, we are also willing to accept the salary reduction. With their agreement, the expressions of the others grew even more complex. After exchanging glances, the sisters Rosa and Lily were about to step forward to voice their opinions as well. Chun Mo waved his hand at them and then smiled lightly, saying, in our supermarket, there's no such thing as salary cuts. However, I'm very pleased that Su Yingying was the first to make this statement. For employees who consider the boss's situation, I will certainly not treat them unfairly. From now on, I announce that Su Yingying is appointed as the deputy manager of the supermarket's public relations department, with a base salary of 15,000, the same as manager Gong and the others. Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, everyone was stunned, especially Su Yingying, who had inadvertently mentioned the salary reduction and ended up with an unexpected promotion and raise. Once she regained her composure, she quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the promotion, Mr. Chun. I will definitely work hard in the future. As for Chun Mo's seemingly casual promotion and raise, the others didn't quite know how to feel. Given the current situation of the supermarket, even if there were better promises, they seemed like an illusion, difficult to realize. In this context, the envy among the young women was not as strong. After making this decision, Chun Mo casually glanced at everyone and then said, today we had a large customer flow, yet our revenue decreased by several thousand. It seems we need to change our strategy. After a brief pause, he instructed Wang Shui, "Sister Wang, please come to work early tomorrow and put up a poster at the entrance of the supermarket. Starting the day after tomorrow, we will implement a membership system. From tomorrow, anyone wishing to enter our supermarket must have a membership. Let us give everyone a day to adapt. I will send you the specific wording for the poster shortly." Hearing Chun Mo's words, everyone showed a look of surprise. Before anyone could ask, Chen Mo continued calmly, "I have been running this supermarket for many years and have always wanted to learn from the excellent supermarkets both domestically and internationally. Now that the benefits and treatment have been improved to the top level in the country, naturally, as the owner, I don't want to run at a loss. You all must have heard of that membership system used by a certain well-known supermarket. If our supermarket also adopts such a system, it can not only avoid situations like today where our efforts seem to go unrewarded, but it can also help us select high-quality customers. Of course, in the future, when you are facing these high-quality customers, your service attitude must also improve. We want all high-quality customers to genuinely recognize our membership card system. Tomorrow, Manager Gong, Su Yingying, and Wang Na, you three will be in charge of the supermarket's membership system and membership card issues. Sister Wang, you and Luo Shasha and Lily will be responsible for reselecting supermarket products. We want to be stocking any low-end items. Once the membership card is implemented, the premium vegetable section can be reopened." Chun Mo's series of actions left everyone stunned. The scale of this reform was too significant. The premise of the membership card system is definitely built on a strong reputation. Many well-known supermarkets in the country have not dared to imitate it for now. Not to mention the impact of the membership card system, which would undoubtedly deal a huge blow to the supermarket's foot traffic in a short time. The women couldn't even imagine a supermarket like this one, which is not well known domestically, let alone in Jiangcheng, where many people probably have never heard of it. Would customers really accept a membership card system in an obscure supermarket like this? The women found it hard to understand, and Wang Shui, who had been a supermarket manager for many years, naturally found it even more incomprehensible. She tactfully said, "Chun, don't you think the reform for our supermarket is a bit too drastic?" Being well-meaning, the other party was just trying to remind him. And Chen Mo naturally wouldn't take offense. He smiled lightly and said, "Sister Wang, just follow my instructions. It will definitely be a bit difficult at first, but I believe our supermarket will absolutely be more splendid in the future. I assure you all that even if the supermarket does not make a profit, the salaries and bonuses I promised will be paid to you in full at the beginning of each month. Of course, the premise is that you don't cause any trouble. I don't value disobedient employees, no matter how outstanding they are." After hearing Chun Mo's words, the women exchanged glances. They truly didn't understand. Was their boss just putting on a show, or did he really have that kind of confidence? Of course, even if they couldn't comprehend it, with only a few days left until the beginning of the month, no one would be foolish enough to speak out against him now. After senior executives like Gong Jing, Luo Shasha, and Luo Lily expressed their support for Chun Mo's decision, the membership card system for Jia Le supermarket was effectively finalized. After announcing the end of the workday, Gong Jing and Wang Nan naturally followed Chun Mo to the underground parking lot. Once in the car, to avoid any unnecessary awkwardness later, Gong Jing straightforwardly confessed, "Sister Na, I'm going to see Mr. Chen tonight, so I want to be returning to the Zeton apartment." Upon hearing this, Wang Na wasn't particularly surprised. She chuckled awkwardly and said, "Then I should congratulate you and Mr. Chen." Hearing Wang Na's words, Gong Jing felt a slight bitterness in her heart. Given her situation, she probably couldn't even be considered a third party, and she didn't know what there was to be happy about. Chapter 46, Supermarket Membership Card System. Chen Mo was driving in the front row and naturally heard Wang Na's congratulations. He smiled faintly through the rearview mirror and said, "Manager Gong and I are just having a casual relationship. There's nothing to congratulate about." Hearing this, Wang Na's expression froze for a moment. Although she was straightforward, she wasn't naive. In an instant, she recalled the scene in the office when Chun Mo had asked her to massage his shoulders in front of Gong Jing. Looking at Gong Jing's unnatural expression, her heart couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. They had known each other for over a year. While she might not know Gong Jing thoroughly, she was aware that the other woman was quite proud. Had she really compromised so quickly to become the mistress of the big boss? Lost in thought, Wang Na found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't say she felt any disgust towards Chun Mo's casual attitude. After all, it was Gong Jing who had personally delivered herself to him last night, so there was no question of coercion. They were all just trying to make a living, albeit in different ways, and there was no need for Wang Na to judge anyone morally. A few minutes later, Chun Mo's BMW X5 briefly stopped at the entrance of the Zeton apartment complex before speeding towards the Jingsuwa garden. Upon arriving at the garden villa, Gong Jing couldn't help but ask with a hint of resentment, "Chun, do you have any thoughts about Sister Na?" "Huh. Is it strange to have some thoughts about a beautiful woman like her?" Chen Mo replied candidly, although Gong Jing felt a bit dissatisfied with his straightforwardness. Given her current status, she couldn't even consider herself a mistress, so she had no grounds to criticize him. With her pent-up feelings having no outlet, she had to find another way to express them. Biting her lip, she said with a hint of grievance, "Chun, I still want to try that bathtub." Hearing this, Chun Mo, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly got excited. The next day, Wang Shui was quite efficient in her work. Before 8 a.m., she had put up a poster at the entrance of the supermarket. According to the instructions from the big boss, the poster wasn't flashy. "Dear customers, due to the high foot traffic at the Jejia supermarket these past few days, to provide a comfortable shopping environment for sincere customers. Starting tomorrow, this supermarket will implement a membership card system. To enter the supermarket, you must have a membership card. The membership cards are available as annual cards for 420 yuan and quarterly cards for 120 yuan. Note, this card cannot be used for any purchases. Customers holding an annual card who spend a total of 10,000 yuan within a year, or customers with a quarterly card who spend 3,000 yuan within a quarter, can renew their card for free. If you wish to apply for a membership card, please inquire at the supermarket front desk. Thank you for your understanding." Even before the supermarket opened, early customers spotted the poster. Gradually, more and more people gathered, and the entrance of the Jejia supermarket was instantly buzzing. "What? Are you kidding me? Do we need a membership card to enter the supermarket? So many attractive girls dressed in flashy outfits. Turns out they were waiting here. Who says otherwise? Isn't this just driving customers away? TSK, don't you know? Yesterday, an elderly man who probably didn't spend much was directly kicked out by the owner. A rundown supermarket. Are they out of their minds for money? I really want to see how long they can hold on." Undoubtedly, most people are standing on their moral high ground, criticizing the supermarket for such absurd practices. However, after the supermarket opened, a small group of people still approached the front desk. Although money is hard to come by these days, the quarterly membership costs about the same as a hot pot meal. Even if it's just for the sake of all the attractive staff, people need to spend anyway. And there were quite a few inquiries. In just one morning, Shinemo learned from the front desk that at least 30 customers had a strong desire to apply for a membership card. While the number of people wasn't very high, Shinemo knew that every beginning is tough. As long as the supermarket improves its service quality, combined with the unique appeal crafted by his high salary, it shouldn't be difficult to return to the peak of the supermarket's past glory. In the afternoon, the customer flow reached another peak after a few days of business. The supermarket staff, including Gong Jing, had already set up a complete membership card service system. At Chen Mo's suggestion, they started preparing to process membership applications while limiting the flow of customers. Many onlookers complained, but it didn't hinder the process for quality customers. By the evening, a count revealed that 13 annual cards and 66 quarterly cards had been issued today. This income alone reached 12,860 yuan. Today's revenue was also impressive, exceeding 80,000, with a net profit close to 15,000. Although the total still fell far short of the supermarket's original expenses, it was a good start. The next day, the supermarket officially implemented the membership system. Compared to the crowded scenes of the previous days, the supermarket instantly became quiet. In the morning, over 30 new membership cards were processed, adding to the members from yesterday. Throughout the morning, the total customer flow in the supermarket didn't exceed 100 people. Such a small number of customers was even less than the number of supermarket employees. Although Chen Mo was somewhat prepared for this, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. In the afternoon, he instructed Rosa and Gong Jing to each take a few attractive girls to the new district to start distributing flyers. This was a last-minute decision made with an advertising shop, promoting a joyful shopping experience. For just 420 or 120 yuan, you could enjoy the best shopping experience. And all staff at the supermarket welcomed esteemed guests. I must say, Chen Mo's move was a smart one. In their sexy uniforms, with their stunning looks, the girls instantly became a unique sight on the streets. The targets for handing out flyers are all seemingly affluent elite individuals. He Wei is a supervisor at an IT company, not yet 30 years old, earning an annual salary of 300,000 000, which definitely qualifies him as an elite in the city. Today, he happens to be on vacation and has arranged to play some games at an arcade with friends. Just as he leaves the arcade, he finds a flyer in his hand. Normally, he wouldn't reach out for such promotional materials. But today is different because the one handing out the flyers is the stunning Rosa. With her exquisite face, impressive figure, sexy outfit, and long, fair legs. Hiwei is almost mesmerized by the flyer in his hand. Before he can react, Rosa smiles and speaks. "Hello, we are employees of a local supermarket. If you're looking to experience the best shopping environment in the city, we welcome you to come and check it out." Chapter 47. More beautiful than a car model? Hearing Rosa's words, Hiwei was almost stunned. Not to mention Rosa's impressive figure and looks, the few girls behind her in sexy uniforms were equally stunning. The sight of those long, slender legs was a feast for Hiwei's eyes. Such beauty and such outfits. And they were just a group of supermarket employees? He quickly glanced at the flyer in his hand, and his eyes lit up slightly. For him, a few $100s for a membership card was just the cost of a meal. If he could really experience an unprecedented joyful shopping experience, it would definitely be worth it. In his excitement, he said with a smile, "Your supermarket is interesting. I really need to check it out when I have time. If the shopping experience is as good as you say, I can even recommend it to my friends." Hearing this, Rosa was quite pleased. She genuinely hoped the supermarket would develop positively. After a bright smile, she didn't say much more and continued to search for new targets with her friends. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoer, Chen Mo's ex-wife, and her mother, Zhou Bailan, were at home chuckling maliciously. "Mom, I asked around. And although the supermarket has seen a surge in foot traffic these days, the revenue is just average. It's even far from covering expenses. I heard that this jerk is pushing customers out for a certain employee. Today, he even introduced a membership system. For a lousy supermarket. Doing all this flashy stuff. When the time comes, they won't even be able to pay salaries. I can't wait to see how he ends up." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Zhou Bailan expressed her resentment. "That jerk actually dared to criticize me in front of so many people that day. I hope he goes bankrupt soon." It seemed that this pair of mother and daughter were the ones wishing the worst for Chen Mo. If Chen, the big boss, was doing well, it would be even more unbearable for them. In the past few days, Chen Mo had completely forgotten about his ex-wife Zhang Xiaoer with the company of the beautiful Gong. Although business was relatively slow during the day, he wasn't too disappointed. He checked the panel just now and saw that the supermarket's total profit had already accumulated to 100,000 yuan. Although the goal of 3 million was still far away, it was a good start. By the evening, the effect of the girls distributing flyers in the afternoon began to show, especially just after 7. The number of people signing up for membership reached a small peak. IT executive Hiwei didn't come alone. He had specifically invited 2 good friends. When he first mentioned this, his friends were skeptical. "It's just an ordinary supermarket. How beautiful can the employees be?" But in Hiwei's description, they sounded even more eye-catching than car models at an auto show. Whether they believed it or not, Hiwei's enthusiasm piqued their interest. Although they usually bought items online, if the supermarket employees were indeed as attractive as Hiwei said, switching to offline shopping wouldn't be out of the question. Beauty is something every man enjoys looking at a little longer. When the 3 of them walked into the supermarket, their eyes immediately lit up. The one at the front desk was Jiang Xiaoyu, a stunningly youthful beauty, definitely a top-notch looker. The other 2 girls, while slightly less impressive, also caught the eye in their sexy uniforms. After seeing them in person, these 2 were even more enthusiastic than before, without hesitation spending 420 on a membership card each. For them, even if they didn't shop regularly, just strolling around was worth that 420. Once all 3 had their membership cards and entered the supermarket, their eyes sparkled even more. Although the girls' looks weren't as exaggerated as car models, their enthusiasm was a winning factor. "Welcome to our supermarket. If you need anything, feel free to ask anyone, and we'll do our best to satisfy all our customers." Just hearing that sweet, charming voice filled the hearts of the 3 with joy. At that moment, the 420 membership fee was definitely worth it. Many others shared the same experience, with quality members entering one after another. The supermarket finally shook off its quiet atmosphere. Even if some were just there to take a look, their purchasing power was significantly stronger than regular browsing customers. In this positive cycle, all the female staff at the supermarket finally found a sense of recognition for their work. Watching everything develop positively, not only did the boss feel comfortable, but all the female employees also wore relieved smiles. As it approached 9:30 p.m., a gentle voice came through the supermarket's speaker. Dear customers, our supermarket will close at 9:30 p.m. Please make your selections promptly. Thank you for your cooperation and understanding. We wish you a pleasant shopping experience. Compared to the previous days, today's batch of member customers was much higher quality. Even if some wanted to linger a bit longer, they mostly left before 9:30. Once the supermarket was cleared out, Chen Mo, in a great mood, held a small meeting. He had already received feedback from Jiang Xiaoyu at the front desk. With the memberships processed yesterday, the total number of members had reached 274. Over 120 were processed just tonight. Moreover, more than 50 people signed up for annual memberships this evening. After a brief compliment, Chen Mo turned his attention to Manager Li Wan. Manager Li, what was today's sales figure? Facing the boss's inquiry, Li Wan felt a bit nervous. She quietly replied, Mr. Chen, today's sales were a bit low, just over 18,000. Chen Mo was still quite satisfied with this result, even more than he had anticipated. After all, the total number of members was just over 200. Averaging that purchasing power in a supermarket was already considered quite strong. Between thoughts, she smiled faintly and said, not bad. Today is the first day of implementing the membership card system. Achieving such good results is already a great start. Starting tomorrow, Rosa and Lily will be in one group, Wang Na and Gong Jing in another, and Jiang Xiaoyu and Su Yingying in the last group. You will take turns selecting 10 employees to go out and distribute flyers, trying to go a bit further. I want all potential members and quality customers in the city to know about the existence of our supermarket. Also, is there anyone among you who is good at shooting short videos? Upon hearing Chen Mo's question, the girls couldn't help but exchange glances. Chapter 48. Luo Lily humiliated in public. A girl named Zhou Shelwei was the first to stand up and quietly asked, Mr. Chen, I usually like to shoot short videos and post them online. I currently have over 20,000 followers, but I'm not very professional. Does that count as a skill? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo smiled faintly. That's already good enough. You're Zhou Shelwei, right? I didn't expect our supermarket to have talent like you. Starting tomorrow, you won't have to do other tasks. You'll focus on shooting short videos for the supermarket to share online. As long as you can spread the good side of our supermarket to more people, I will promote and raise your salary. Hearing the boss's words, Zhou Shelwei felt a surge of joy. She quickly replied with a smile, Thank you for the promotion, Mr. Chen. I will definitely work hard to make good videos. Seeing this scene, while the other girls felt a bit envious, they understood that everyone has their own strengths. Not to mention that Zhou Shelwei's 20,000 followers were not something they could compare to. Moreover, although the supermarket was bustling these days, the girls still had some doubts about whether the boss would fulfill his promises. Under such circumstances, their envy was not as strong. Chen Mo didn't care what they thought. After a brief meeting, he announced the end of the workday. Gong Jing didn't need to go to Chen Mo's office today, since it was her time of the month. After returning to the Zeton apartment with Wang Na, she noticed Wang Na's hesitant expression. Gong Jing was the first to smile wryly. Sister Na, my relationship with Mr. Chen is exactly what you think it is. So you don't need to ask more. Hearing this, Wang Na shook her head with a faint smile. All right, everyone has their own choices. I won't ask anymore. By the way, there are only 3 days left until next month. Have you found out if Mr. Chen will keep his promise? Sister Na, I'm not sure about the specifics, but Mr. Chen definitely has the capability. Otherwise, I wouldn't be foolish enough to easily give myself away. At this point, Wang Na couldn't help but ask curiously, Gong Jing, what exactly did Mr. Chen promise you that made you decide so quickly? Gong Jing's expression became somewhat unnatural. She had already made it clear that she didn't want to discuss this, yet the other party still asked. However, she knew that Wang Na was straightforward and meant no harm. With a slight pout, she murmured with a hint of melancholy, for us women, when we give ourselves, it's either for fame or for profit. Mr. Chen promised to give me a generous bonus every month. Plus, I find him quite appealing. So I just see it as pure romance. It's not like anyone is losing out. Upon hearing Gong Jing's frank response, Wang Na was momentarily taken aback. But she could understand. Not only could she earn extra money, but she could also enjoy the pleasures of romance. What could be better? For a brief moment, Wang Na even felt a little tempted. The next morning, the supermarket appeared rather quiet. The entire morning, only 16 memberships were processed. The revenue barely reached 2,000 yuan. By the afternoon, the situation improved slightly. Zhou Shelwei recorded several videos of the supermarket's condition and posted them on her account. She particularly focused on the appearance of the staff in her shots. After posting the videos online, She received some likes and comments. Local netizens from Jiangxing even commented below, expressing their willingness to come and take a look. Zhou Xiaohui appeared quite excited. After not needing to organize the supermarket shelves, she could shoot videos she liked. The key was that her boss promised that if the video performed well, she might even get a promotion and a raise. Seeing the comments from netizens, she excitedly walked into Chun Mo's office with her phone. Mr. Chun, several local netizens from Jiangxing said they would come by when they had time. After glancing through the comments, Chun Mo was quite satisfied, even though there were only a few responses like that. He first praised her. Then he asked, Zhou Xiaohui, do you know any big internet influencers from Jiangxing? Mr. Chun, I usually upload my videos online as a hobby, so I'm not really familiar with any big influencers. No worries, just asking casually. In a few days at the beginning of the month, I'll promote you and give you a raise. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Just then, Wang Shui suddenly walked in, looking a bit flustered. Mr. Chun, Luo Lily's husband is causing a scene at the supermarket entrance. Do you want to go check it out? Hearing Wang Shui say this, Chun Mo frowned slightly. Among the 6 A-level female employees in the supermarket, he knew that only Luo Lily was married. With such a high salary and benefits, her husband was causing trouble at the supermarket. Lost in thought, he stood up and walked out. At the supermarket entrance, Wu Zhibin was angrily pointing at Luo Lily and shouting, Luo Lily, is this how you act as someone's wife? You've been gone for so long without coming home, and you don't answer your calls. If I hadn't asked around, I wouldn't even know you were working at this rundown supermarket. Dressed so sexy, who are you trying to entice? Do you even have any shame left? Hearing such harsh words from Wu Zhibin, Luo Lily's face turned ashen. This was right at the entrance of the supermarket. Although there weren't many customers at the moment, it would definitely have some impact. Plus, with so many colleagues watching, she felt the first taste of public humiliation. As the purchasing manager of the supermarket, she couldn't just argue loudly with Wu Zhibin like a shrew. Luo Lily swallowed her anger. But her younger sister Luo Lily couldn't hold back. She walked directly in front of her sister, indignantly saying, Brother-in-law, that's really harsh. What do you mean by enticing others? My sister is wearing the supermarket's official uniform. Hurry back home. If you have something to say, let us talk at home. We still have to work. Faced with this attractive sister-in-law, Wu Zhibin was equally furious. He was well aware that his wife's current attitude towards him was absolutely linked to the long-term instigation by his sister-in-law. In the midst of his thoughts, he no longer cared about the occasion. He immediately turned his anger towards Luo Shasha, launching a barrage of accusations. Luo Shasha, stop pretending to be the good person here. You've definitely said plenty of bad things about me behind my back, right? Working in a rundown supermarket and dressing so revealingly. Do you really think you're a model? If you want to attract a wealthy husband, I think you've chosen the wrong occasion. If your sister doesn't quit this job today, do you believe I'll smash this shabby supermarket? Just as Chun Mo walked out of the supermarket, he overheard Wu Zhibin's brazen remarks. Chapter 49, Lulu has divorced, beep. Triggered a temporary task. Persuade Lulu and her husband to divorce, and you will receive an increase of 100,000 in employee benefits. Just as Chun Mo stepped out of the supermarket, a commotion echoed in his mind. Hearing that Lulu's husband wanted to smash his supermarket, Chun Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He was just pondering whether it was a bit unkind to persuade others to divorce. Now, it was a perfect excuse. In the midst of his thoughts, he walked directly to Wu Zhibin. A cold smile appeared on his face. I really don't believe you'll dare to smash anything. Zhao Maosan and Huang Dong, who were originally just watching the commotion, instinctively stood behind Chun Mo, looking at Wu Zhibin with disdain. Old Wu, seeing the sudden appearance of 3 men, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. He took a step back, feeling guilty. Who are you? This supermarket is mine. Who do you think you are? You wanted to smash my supermarket. Go ahead and try. Wu Zhibin was just boasting out loud. Even with 10 times his courage, he wouldn't dare to actually smash anything. Seeing the contemptuous sneer on Chun Mo's face, his own expression changed from green to purple. Gritting his teeth, he said, Since you're the boss, then it's perfect. Hurry up and make my wife resign. I don't agree with her working here. Lulu felt a bit nervous when the big boss showed up, but hearing Wu Zhibin say that, she couldn't hold back anymore. Mr. Chun, don't listen to him. Whether I work here or not is my decision. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo smiled contemptuously at old Wu. Did you hear that? Manager Lulu is an excellent employee at my supermarket. Why would I let her resign? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhibin's expression slightly froze. Manager? She's just a housewife who doesn't know anything. You make her a manager. Are you saying you're not up to something? Before Chen Mo could respond, Lulu, feeling both embarrassed and angry, spoke up first. Wu Jibin, if you keep making a scene like this, life will be unbearable. I want a divorce. Hearing this, Wu Jibin was also furious. Lulu, you brought up the divorce, so if you want to leave, go ahead. Who's the loser if you don't? With my 500,000 annual salary, what woman want me after the divorce? But listen well, you initiated the divorce, and you want to take a penny of my money. Who cares about your filthy money? Let us divorce today. Hearing the two of them casually decide to divorce, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't even opened his mouth to persuade them, and the task was about to be completed. Just as he was thinking, Lulu looked over with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry about today. I need to take a leave. I must get this divorce. Hearing Lulu's words, a faint smile appeared on Chen Mo's face. Manager Lulu, you don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. This man doesn't deserve you, and I think it's better for you to get divorced. Since you have made up your mind, let your sister accompany you. Upon hearing this from the boss, Wu Jibin was nearly on the verge of losing it. He shot a fierce glare before heading out of the supermarket. The two sisters, Luosha and Lily, exchanged an apologetic glance with Chen Mo and quickly followed him. About 2 hours later, a notification rang in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task. Reward: an increase of 100,000 yuan in employee benefits, effective from the 1st of next month. Hearing this sound, a slight smile appeared on Chen Mo's face. In an instant, a transparent panel appeared before him. Host bound to the enterprise, Jia Le Supermarket. Total number of employees, 118. Employees achieving A-level quality, 6. Current total profit of the supermarket, 146,688 yuan. Employee benefits for next month, 1,857,000 yuan. The supermarket is still quite far from the 3 million profit target. However, there are only 2 days left until the beginning of next month. Once the employee benefit funds are officially activated next month, he can finally act like a truly generous boss. Thinking of this, Chen Mo's mood inexplicably brightened. Half an hour later, Luosha and Lily knocked and walked in. Lily's expression was somewhat complicated. She first said apologetically, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry for causing trouble for the supermarket because of my issues. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo waved his hand lightly. Manager Luo, I already said it's not your fault. From your expression, the marriage must have ended? Although he already knew the result from the system, Chen Mo didn't mind pretending to ask. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen. It's over. Huh. Good decision. Work hard at the supermarket, and you can support yourself without relying on a man. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will definitely work hard. We'll head out now. With no turning back now, Lily hoped more than ever that Jia Le Supermarket could grow stronger. If this path were to be cut off, she wouldn't know where to go in the future. After the daytime transition period, Jia Le Supermarket welcomed another surge in membership cards in the evening. Some were due to the distribution of flyers by the sisters today, while others were referred by quality customers from yesterday. In summary, both the number of membership cards and the supermarket's revenue had risen compared to yesterday. Especially the revenue, which increased by over 10,000, almost reaching 30,000 yuan. It's worth noting that the total number of members at Jia Le Supermarket had just surpassed 500. Moreover, many customers who applied for membership yesterday had not made purchases today. This average purchasing power was many times stronger than the seemingly bustling foot traffic from a few days ago. Watching the supermarket gradually get on the right track, Chen Mo was too lazy to hold daily meetings anymore. Once the time was up, the girls finished their shifts and went their separate ways. After work, the sisters Rosa and Lily got into a taxi. On the way, Lily whispered with some concern, Rosa, our parents still don't know that I got divorced. How should I explain it when we go back? Rosa replied, Sister, what's there to be embarrassed about? With a man like him, the sooner you leave, the happier you'll be. It's just that you made the decision to leave everything behind too quickly. Our parents will definitely nag a bit. Hearing her younger sister Rosa say this, Lily felt a twinge of regret. Although she was the one who initiated the divorce, Wu Jibin had made mistakes in the past. If she had consulted a lawyer about this, she could have negotiated for a fair share of the assets, or at least received a substantial amount. Chapter 50. The charming sister-in-law, however, if this matter really escalates to the point of involving lawyers, the divorce will definitely not happen anytime soon. If it drags on for 3 to 5 years, Lily can't even imagine how distressing life will become. With this thought in mind, that tiny bit of regret instantly vanished. The parents of the two sisters work at the City Education Bureau and are in their 50s. They have been feeling troubled about the conflicts between their eldest daughter and son-in-law lately. They usually finish work early and are currently watching TV in the living room. When they saw the sisters return, Wang Lan, the mother of the sisters, couldn't help but murmur, "Lily, you haven't come home for so long. Aren't you afraid of escalating the conflict?" Hearing her mother's question, Lily's expression turned somewhat unnatural. Noticing her sister was hesitant to speak, Shasha simply walked over and sat down on the sofa. With a serious expression, she said, "Mom, there's something I need to tell you and Dad. You need to prepare yourselves mentally." Seeing the expression on her younger daughter's face, Wang Lan couldn't help but be taken aback. After exchanging glances with her husband, Luo Lin, she furrowed her brow and asked, "What's so serious that we need to prepare ourselves?" "Mom, it's not that serious. It's just that my sister has divorced Wu Jibin today." Upon hearing this, Wang Lan jumped up from the sofa. "What? Your sister got divorced?" She immediately looked at Li Li, and seeing her evasive expression, she knew this was likely true. Anger surged within her. "Li Li, such a big matter as divorce. Why didn't you discuss it with us?" "Mom, today Wu Jibin came to my workplace and made a scene, saying all sorts of unpleasant things. I really can't continue living with him." Seeing her eldest daughter looking so wronged, Wang Lan felt frustrated but couldn't express it. "So you've already obtained the divorce certificate?" "Yeah. My child, when two people are married, it's inevitable to have some conflicts. Wu Jibin has such good conditions. Can't you just endure a little?" Hearing her mother say this, Lily immediately felt displeased. "Mom, I just don't understand. What is so good about Wu Jibin? Besides being able to earn some money, he is not good looking and is also fooling around outside. I fully support my sister leaving such a man." Seeing her younger daughter acting so recklessly, Wang Lan felt a surge of anger. "I see your sister's divorce is mostly because of your encouragement." After a slight pause, she then looked at Li Li again. "By the way, how is the property divided after the divorce?" Upon hearing her mother's question, Li Li felt even more guilty. However, this matter couldn't be hidden, so she could only reply softly, "Mom, since I initiated the divorce, I chose to leave with nothing." "What? Leaving with nothing? Why are you so foolish? How did I end up with two such silly daughters?" "Luo Lin, look at the foolish thing your eldest daughter has done. She has just given Wu Jibin a free pass." Lao Luo felt a bit uncomfortable as he sighed and said, "Lily, your mom's right. Even if you've made up your mind to get a divorce, you should at least get something out of it, right? Dad, if I don't agree to leave with nothing, Wu Jibin won't agree to the divorce. I think it's better to get it over with. I have this good job now, so I won't miss his divorce settlement." Hearing his eldest daughter say this, Luo Lin furrowed his brows slightly. "I don't think you two sisters can rely on this job. A supermarket offering such good benefits might be okay for a short time, but if it continues to incur losses long term, it's only a matter of time before it closes down." Upon hearing her father say this, Luo Shasha felt displeased. "Dad, can't you wish us well? Ever since our supermarket started a membership system, our business has improved significantly today compared to yesterday, and it will definitely get better in the future." "Humph, don't think I don't know. I've already looked into your supermarket. You're just trying to mimic that membership system from another well-known supermarket. It's ridiculous. You say today's business is good, but let me ask you, what is the total revenue of your supermarket today? What is the net profit? And how much salary does your boss have to pay?" Faced with a barrage of questions from her father, Luo Shasha was left speechless. As the deputy manager of the supermarket, she certainly had a rough idea of the daily revenue and net profit. Although today looked decent, the total revenue was still less than 30,000, and the net profit was even less than 5,000. The expenses for rent and utilities barely covered themselves, but they were far from the substantial daily wages for employees. To be fair, if anyone were to run the supermarket, they would be losing 20,000 to 30,000 every day. Even if you had a fortune at home, you couldn't sustain this kind of loss. Seeing his daughter at a loss for words, Luo Lin reminded her, somewhat irritably, "Since the divorce is happening, don't dwell on it too much. You two sisters should be more cautious at the supermarket. If the boss really can't pay salaries one day, just leave quickly." Once home, the two sisters were subjected to their parents' nagging. Any remaining good mood they had was instantly gone. The next day was the evening shift, and when they arrived at the supermarket in the afternoon, they noticed the customer flow was still minimal. Luo Shasha and Luo Lily felt a bit down again. With just a day left until the beginning of next month, they weren't expecting any bonuses. As long as they could smoothly receive the guaranteed salary of 15,000, they would be satisfied. By the end of the day, the number of new memberships processed was slightly lower than yesterday. It's worth mentioning that several people who signed up for memberships actually came over specifically because they saw a video from Zhou Xiaowei. In response, Chun Mo not only continued to have Zhou Xiaowei create quality videos for online upload, but also had a little idea of his own, sending the girls out to distribute flyers. Although it was targeted, the impact was still limited. The internet, however, was a different story. As long as the video can become popular on a certain platform, the advertising effect will definitely reach an explosive level. For a blogger of Zhou Xiaowei's caliber, there's no point in even considering it, as the impact would be minimal. After returning to his garden villa, Chun Mo started searching for local internet celebrities. He indeed found a talent streamer with the username Charming Sister-in-Law, which caught his eye. A quick glance revealed that she had over 400,000 followers. The uploaded videos showcased her singing and dancing skills, and her appearance was absolutely stunning. Coincidentally, she was live streaming at that moment. Without a second thought, Chun Mo clicked in. Chapter 51. The stunning beauty Su Guo. Chun Mo chose a single name for his online persona, calling himself Mo Gu. Although he occasionally watched live streams, he was generally tight-fisted and had remained at level 0 until now. Upon entering the live stream room with this identity, he might as well have made no impression at all. At this time, there were only a little over 300 people in the live stream. The female host was wearing a black, sexy low-cut t-shirt and was sitting there singing a popular song. It wasn't particularly impressive, but her figure was undoubtedly a major reason for her large fan base. Chun Mo knew that when dealing with such women, a gift would be essential. With the system he had activated, he wouldn't hesitate to spend a little money. He directly topped up 9,000 yuan and without a second thought sent a carnival gift. As the special effects of the carnival played, the charming host seemed even more enchanting, her eyes lighting up instantly. Just as she was about to excitedly express her gratitude, Chun Mo sent 2 more carnival gifts in quick succession. With that, the girl had nothing more to say and quickly stood up, leaning slightly towards the camera. Thank you, Mo Gu, for the 3 carnival gifts. This girl, whose online name was Charming Little Sister, had not yet joined any guild. Although she had quite a few fans, her earnings from a live stream typically wouldn't exceed a few hundred unless a big supporter showed up. On bad luck nights, she could even earn less than 100 yuan for an entire evening of streaming. With Chun Mo entering and sending 3 carnival gifts without hesitation, she could take home 500 yuan after splitting with the platform. Even though Chun Mo's level was only 0, he could be considered a true big supporter in her eyes. Naturally, such a big supporter would warrant some live stream perks. She was already wearing a sexy low-cut t-shirt, and when she slightly lowered her head, it created a captivating visual effect. Although it was just a brief moment, it sent the viewers into a frenzy. They wished that this suddenly appearing wealthy supporter would send more carnival gifts, so they could enjoy another glimpse of her true beauty. After giving a little benefit, the girl certainly wouldn't allow herself to overstep. She straightened up and adjusted her top slightly. Then, she playfully asked in the live stream, Mo Gu, do you prefer listening to songs or watching dances? You can request either. Seeing this, Chun Mo didn't waste time and directly typed out a few words. Add me on WeChat. I have business opportunities for you. After sending this message, he decisively exited the live stream room. With his real-life powerful boss system, he had no interest in showing off online. If it weren't for promoting his supermarket, he wouldn't waste money tipping these streamers. As for whether the girl would proactively add him on WeChat, he was quite confident. For streamers who flirted with the edge like her, entering the live stream was simply a way to make easy money. Having sent 3 carnival gifts without making any inappropriate demands, if she didn't agree to this, that would be utterly unreasonable. Meanwhile, in a residential area on the north bank of Jiangcheng, Su Guo, who was live streaming, momentarily froze with a surprised expression on her face. A guy had just entered and sent 3 virtual gifts without saying a word before disappearing. While she was momentarily distracted, she quickly noticed the barrage of comments from viewers. Commercial activities? After streaming for so long and due to her outstanding looks and figure, she often encountered guys trying to flirt with her. However, they were mostly just pretentious individuals with no real power. Sending a few virtual cars and adding her on social media was fine, but wanting to meet her offline was just ridiculous. As for the kind of wealthy individuals described in extravagant novels who spend money lavishly, Su Guir had never encountered one. Because of this, although she sometimes streamed content that skirted the edges, she remained innocent to this day. Chun Mo sent 3 virtual gifts, so adding him on social media was definitely no problem. As for whether the subsequent commercial activity was just an excuse to flirt, a conversation would reveal everything. If it was genuine, as long as the price was right, Su Guir definitely didn't want to miss out. In her thoughts, she made an excuse and ended the stream. Compared to the usual viewers, that mysterious wealthy guy was her primary focus. Chun Mo didn't wait long before a WeChat account named Guogua actively added him as a friend. Mo Gu, I'm your charming sister-in-law. Please accept me. Upon seeing this friend request, Chun Mo lightly tapped his finger and successfully added her as a friend. Soon after, the girl sent a message. Mo Gu, thank you again for the 3 virtual gifts. I see your IP address is also from Jiangcheng, so we're actually fellow townsfolk. I sent the gifts because I noticed you were from Jiangcheng. What is your real name? My name is Su Guir. Mo Gu, is the commercial activity you mentioned real? Su Guir is quite a nice name. If you're free tomorrow, come to the Jia Lu supermarket at Changfeng Square in the South District. There are some details we need to discuss in person. Mo Gu, may I ask, is it for the supermarket's opening event? Not really an opening, but I want to leverage your online popularity to help promote it. I haven't done this kind of event before. What price are you planning to offer me? We can discuss it in person. I'm sure you will be satisfied with the price. All right, I'll come by tomorrow. The two then exchanged phone numbers, confirming the arrangement. The next day around 10 a.m., Chun Mo received a call from Su Guir. Mo Gu, I've arrived at Changfeng Square. Should I go directly into the supermarket? Yes, come on in. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance. Okay. In broad daylight, Su Guir wasn't worried about the other party having any bad intentions. After hanging up, she glanced at the Jia Lu supermarket sign not far away and walked over. As she stepped onto the escalator to the underground supermarket, she hadn't even had time to look around when a very handsome man approached her with a smile. Miss Su, you're even more beautiful in person than in your videos. Ah, are you Mr. Mo? Hee, I am Chun Mo, the owner of this supermarket. You can call me Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. I must say, during the first real meeting between both parties, the impression they had of each other was very good. From Mr. Chun's perspective, Su Guir absolutely met the A-level standard, and might even have exceeded it a bit. On the other hand, Su Guir had a very good impression of this wealthy big brother in front of her. He was not only quite young, but also much more handsome than she had imagined. While talking, her gaze glanced at the front desk, where several young ladies were. Her mind was suddenly shaken. It goes without saying that as a stunning beauty, Su Guir was equally amazed by the exquisite outfits and high attractiveness of the supermarket's employees. Chapter 52. Attracting Su Guir in her thoughts, Su Guir sincerely exclaimed, Mr. Chun, your supermarket is indeed a bit different. Hee, it is indeed not like other supermarkets. Miss Su, let's go inside and talk. As Su Guir followed Chun Mo into the supermarket, she was even more amazed by the unique scenery inside. Zhou Xiaohui, come here for a moment. Just as Su Guir was still in shock, at Chun Mo's call, a sweet-looking girl walked up to them. Without needing an introduction from the boss, Zhou Xiaohui asked with a hint of surprise in her tone, are you the internet celebrity sister-in-law from Jiangcheng? Although Su Guir was not exactly a top-tier internet celebrity, she still had hundreds of thousands of fans. Zhou Xiaohui was not her fan, but she had occasionally come across her videos. Recognizing her at first glance was quite normal. Hello, my real name is Su Guir. Nice to meet you. I often see your videos on Douyin. I didn't expect you to come to our supermarket. Seeing the two girls chatting, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile lightly. Zhou Xiaohui. Since you know Miss Su, that's great. You can show her around the supermarket and explain the situation here, especially how you film videos for promotion. After the introduction, please take Miss Su to my office later. Hearing Chun Mo's instructions, Zhou Xiaohui probably guessed her boss's intentions. Although Su Guir's arrival would inevitably bring her a bit of pressure, she certainly wouldn't dare to show any negative emotions. Okay, Mr. Chun. Miss Su, please follow me. Once Chun Mo left, the two girls began to wander around the supermarket. Without their boss around, Su Guir felt more relaxed. Looking at the many attractive salesgirls dressed in alluring outfits throughout the supermarket, she couldn't help but exclaim first, your boss is really impressive. A supermarket can attract so many beautiful salesgirls. It's mainly because Mr. Chun pays well. Hearing Zhou Xiaohui say this, Su Guir was not surprised. After all, Being a supermarket salesgirl is not a high-status job. Without sufficient benefits, who would want to work here with such looks? In her thoughts, she couldn't help but curiously ask, what kind of salary does Mr. Chen offer for these regular salesgirls? This wasn't a secret, so Zhou Xiaohui had nothing to hide. Our supermarket doesn't provide social security, but the base salary for regular salesgirls is 8,000 yuan a month. However, Mr. Chen also mentioned that if you perform well, there are additional bonuses. Upon hearing this, Su Gui'er couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. She had expected it to be around 6,000, but it turned out to be much higher than she had imagined. Surprised again, she asked, but with so few customers in your supermarket, can the boss make a profit? Our supermarket is currently implementing a membership system, so there are indeed fewer customers. As for whether the boss can make a profit, I can't say for sure. At this point, there was a slight pause before continuing with a smile. Miss Su, President Chen asked you to come over, surely to leverage your popularity to promote our supermarket membership system. This is the promotional video I uploaded these days. You can refer to it. As she spoke, Zhou Xiaohui first opened her Douyin homepage and then generously handed her phone over. Su Gui'er took it and casually browsed through it, her eyes lighting up slightly. Wow, you have quite a few followers. I usually enjoy making videos, and after uploading more, my followers gradually increased to 20,000, which is still far behind yours. Hearing Zhou Xiaohui say this, Su Gui'er smiled lightly and didn't ask much more. After watching a few videos, she roughly understood the purpose of Chun Mo's invitation. Then, the two girls strolled around the supermarket before heading to the office. After sending Zhou Xiaohui out, Chun Mo finally revealed a calm smile. Miss Su, you probably have a general understanding of my supermarket, right? President Chen, do you want me to help you shoot videos to promote the supermarket? Before I met you in person, that was indeed my thought, but after seeing you, I changed my mind. Upon hearing this, Su Gui'er was slightly taken aback. President Chen, what do you mean by that? Seeing the girl's surprised expression, Chun Mo's lips curled up slightly. He got straight to the point and said with a smile, Miss Su, I would like to invite you to join our supermarket and officially become an employee. Hearing this, Su Gui'er was even more surprised. However, she did not outright refuse. After pondering for a moment, she replied in a somewhat polite tone, President Chen, I am currently quite satisfied with my online income and don't really like rigid jobs, so. Miss Su, I understand your point. May I ask how much you typically earn online in a month? Besides live streaming, I occasionally take on a few small advertisements. And with video view revenue, it's between 20,000 to 30,000 a month. Chen Mo was not surprised by this response. For an internet celebrity with tens of thousands of followers, this income was quite normal. After thinking for a moment, he smiled calmly and said, with a talent like you, if you come to my supermarket, I definitely won't treat you poorly. The base salary, like other management staff, is 15,000 plus bonuses. I can promise you will never earn less than 30,000 a month, and your work will not be rigid. It mainly involves shooting videos and live streaming promotions in the supermarket. The money earned online belongs to you personally, and won't conflict with your hobbies at all. So, Miss Su, are you interested? Listening to Chun Mo's words, Su Gui'er couldn't help but feel her heart race. Such generous treatment. If she said she wasn't tempted, she probably wouldn't believe it herself. Without any hesitation, a delicate smile blossomed on her face. Mr. Chun, thank you for your recognition. I am very willing to join the supermarket. The girl's declaration did not surprise Chen Mo at all. If everything goes smoothly, not only can he increase the employee benefits by another 100,000, but he can also recruit a real talent for the supermarket. This win-win situation made Su Gui'er happy, and Mr. Chun was equally pleased. After Li Wan helped the girl with her onboarding procedures, a familiar notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have recruited an employee of A-level quality. Employee benefit funds will increase by 100,000 effective next month. Chapter 53. Does the boss want to pursue me? The fact that the boss has brought in another stunning beauty was no surprise to the girls anymore. If anyone felt a bit uncomfortable about it, it had to be Gong Jing. She had jumped from the PR department of a large shopping mall to join the supermarket. And not only did she not gain any advantage compared to Luo Shasha and the others, but now the supermarket had hired another internet-famous beauty. It seemed she would have to work even harder to gain the boss's favor. After starting her job, Su Gui'er quickly filmed a few videos and uploaded them. Following Chun Mo's suggestion, She directly began a live stream in the supermarket. The girl's figure was certainly not inferior to that of Luo Shasha and her sister. Wearing the supermarket's sexy uniform, she looked absolutely stunning. Coupled with this novel live streaming format, the number of viewers began to soar. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Wow, why did my sister-in-law change her live streaming venue today? It looks like a shopping mall, and why are there so many beauties next to her? What kind of paradise is this? Does anyone know? Chen Mo was also watching the live stream to gauge the effect, and naturally wouldn't he miss this promotional opportunity. He urged Zhou Xiaowei to quickly post the supermarket's address on the screen. Everyone, my sister-in-law is captivating and currently live streaming at the Jiajia Le supermarket in Changfeng Plaza, Jiangqing's South Bank district. This supermarket operates on a membership system. Just get a membership card to enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Everyone is welcome to come and check it out. With this comment, it was clear that anyone in Jiangcheng would be tempted. Brothers, I'm heading out to see my sister-in-law live. Haha. I'm just in Jiangqing's South Bank district, and I'll be there soon. The live stream went wild. Meanwhile, customers shopping in the store enjoyed the experience of watching the beautiful live stream while shopping. In short, Su Guo's edition significantly boosted the supermarket's visibility. With the girls also distributing promotional flyers, the number of membership cards issued that night saw a dramatic increase. The supermarket's revenue finally broke through the 50,000 yuan mark. The next day marked the end of the month. After a day filled with both tension and anticipation, the girls gathered again before the end of the workday for a small meeting called by Chen Mo. The membership card initiative was indeed working. Today, the number of issued cards had surpassed 1,000, and the revenue had also exceeded 60,000 yuan. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Everyone's performance over the past few days has been impressive, and I would like to give a special shout-out to Su Guo. Through her live streaming, she has brought at least 100 quality customers to our supermarket in just 2 days. Zhou Xiaowei, Luo Shasha, and others have also done well, so I won't name everyone individually. I have noticed the employees who are doing well, and the rewards will definitely be special. Tomorrow is the beginning of the month. You all must be quite anxious, right? Here, I just want to say one thing. Salaries will be paid tomorrow, so you can go home. As Chen Mo finished speaking, the young women immediately displayed happy smiles. Once most of them had left, Gong Jing walked up to Chen Mo, her face slightly flushed, and said, Mr. Chen, I want to go to your place tonight. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo naturally wouldn't refuse. A smile that was hard to describe appeared on his face. Of course, no problem, let's go. He also dropped Wang Na off at the entrance of the Zedon apartment. After stepping on the gas, they soon arrived at Jinxiu Garden. Inside the garden villa, the two wasted no time, and the sparks of passion quickly ignited. After their passionate encounter, the exhausted beauty Gong quickly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, feeling exhilarated, just couldn't fall asleep. He waited until midnight and eagerly opened the transparent panel in front of him. The business he was bound to, Homejoy Supermarket. Total number of employees, 119. Number of A-level quality employees, 7. Current net profit of the supermarket, 298, 664 yuan. Available employee welfare funds for this month, 1,957,000 yuan. A significant portion of the nearly 300,000 yuan net profit comes from membership card income. Chen Mo is currently very satisfied with the supermarket reform. At this pace, returning to the supermarket's previous peak, or even surpassing it, should be no problem. As long as the net profit reaches 3 million yuan, he can bind the next business. He feels like opening a blind box regarding the next business, filled with anticipation and curiosity. However, no matter what, his rise cannot be stopped. With nearly 2 million yuan in employee welfare funds, he is looking forward to the bonus distribution tomorrow. In a moment of thought, the base salary of all supermarket employees was transferred to their bank accounts through the system's operation. At this hour, many people had already fallen asleep. However, a few night owls noticed the unusual notifications on their phones. Su Guo couldn't sleep. She was browsing the comments on her videos. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a message alert. She didn't pay much attention at first, but casually opened it. When she saw a deposit of 15,000 yuan in salary, she was instantly stunned. She had just started working yesterday. How could she receive a month's base salary? In the past 2 days, her work time was spent either filming videos or live streaming, with no time to chat with other girls. Naturally, she had no idea that Chen Mo had paid salaries in advance. getting a month's pay after just 2 days of work. Sugwa even wondered if the boss had made a mistake. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to make a call. After only 2 rings, Chen Mo's voice came through. Sugwa why are you still awake so late? Mr. Chun, I hope I'm not interrupting your rest. I haven't slept yet either. Do you need something? I just received a salary payment and wanted to check if there was a mistake with the finance department. Haha, Miss Su, I didn't expect you to be so honest. This is a payment I personally issued, so there won't be any mistakes. Upon hearing this, Su Gui'er couldn't help but exclaim. But Mr. Chun, I only started working yesterday. There's nothing to be surprised about. With an outstanding employee like you, there will be a bonus tomorrow too. Get some rest. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chun. Good night. After hanging up the phone, Su Gui'er lost interest in checking the comments. A big question mark suddenly appeared in her mind. Could it be that Mr. Chan is interested in me? Chapter 54. Bonus distribution. The next morning, the majority of employees, upon waking up, immediately noticed that their salaries had been deposited. Although it was just the base salary without any bonuses, everyone collectively sighed in relief. The boss had been losing money every day, and everyone saw it. Receiving such a high salary was already enough for the ladies, especially for the first batch of employees like Rosa and Lily. In less than half a month, they had already received 2 months' worth of salary. A good boss like Chun Mo, not to mention in the supermarket industry. Even looking across well-known domestic enterprises, not even the likes of prominent figures could achieve such a generous scene. After Gong Jing woke up, she too found the salary deposit notification on her phone. Her expression instantly turned a bit resentful. What happened to the promised bonuses? Seeing the girl glance at her phone number, her expression became a bit awkward. Chen Mo could probably guess what she was thinking. He playfully asked, "What are you thinking about, beautiful Gong?" "Mr. Chun, is it just the base salary? Don't worry. With your hard work and dedication, you definitely won't miss out on bonuses. We'll distribute cash to everyone after work tonight." Are my bonuses going to be distributed publicly? What do you think? Seeing the ambiguous smile on Chen's face, Gong Jing, being clever, immediately understood what was going on. This time, the total amount for base salaries was 1.03 million. Chun Mo himself also contributed 10,300, which was like taking a sip from the same soup. With last month's experience, he certainly wouldn't use up all the remaining welfare funds for bonuses. Besides the significant expenses for the employee cafeteria, he needed to set aside some money for emergencies. At the Jiajialu supermarket in the morning, the girls' moods were noticeably different. After the weight lifted off their hearts, everyone was smiling brightly. Easy work, high returns, what more could they ask for? Upon arriving at the supermarket, Chen Mo called Rosa over. "Manager Rosa, please have the cafeteria chefs prepare everything. We can officially start today? I will transfer 300,000 to the cafeteria's special account. With a daily budget of 10,000 for ingredients. We need to ensure the quality of the dishes, the taste, and strive for variety in meat and seafood every day." After hearing Chen's words, Rosa couldn't help but feel a slight shock. The cafeteria budget was far more than she had imagined. With 120 people, including the boss, the average daily food expense per person would be over 80. With so much money, they could even afford a buffet. It's hard to imagine how good the meals at Jiajialu supermarket would be without any additional costs. Such a good thing, Rosa can enjoy it too, so she naturally wouldn't oppose it. She immediately went to the staff cafeteria and relayed the boss's words verbatim to a few chefs, including the couple who made wontons. They all received their first paycheck early this morning. They hadn't done anything for the past few days, yet their salaries were already in hand. After starting work, the excitement in their hearts hadn't subsided yet. When they heard the news announced by Rosa, at that moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds. Wow, this boss is too generous. The supermarket already had vegetables and seafood, and once the funds for the staff cafeteria account were credited, they could directly purchase anything available in the supermarket. This indirectly boosted the supermarket's revenue significantly. That afternoon, all the girls received the notification. One by one, they excitedly rushed to the staff cafeteria. Wow. Not only was there a mix of meat and vegetables, but also fish and meat. There were also seafood like shrimp and crabs, and even delicious foods like wontons and soup dumplings. As long as they didn't waste food, supermarket employees could eat as much as they wanted. This dreamlike scene made the girls' eyes sparkle. Faced with such a generous boss at that moment, the girls genuinely hoped the supermarket's business would keep improving. At least they hoped the boss wouldn't lose too much. With the added popularity of the supermarket, By the end of the day, they had easily gained over 200 new members. Coupled with the purchases for the staff cafeteria, the turnover was almost about to break the 80,000 mark. Seeing the supermarket's improving situation, Chen Mo was naturally very satisfied. By the end of the workday, aside from the 83 girls in sexy uniforms, the rest were security, fresh produce, warehouse, and kitchen staff. A total of 119 people, none missing, gathered together. Chen Mo glanced around at everyone before speaking lightly. You've seen the supermarket's operating conditions. The money earned during this period, after deducting utilities and rent, basically leaves nothing behind. However, I, Chen Mo, keep my word. Besides the promised monthly salary for you, today there will also be bonuses. Of course, my money doesn't come easily, and the distribution of bonuses will depend on my preferences, so it won't be evenly distributed to you. If anyone is dissatisfied and complains behind my back, I can only ask them to leave the supermarket. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tightness in their hearts. With such good treatment, even without a bonus, who would dare to complain? After Chen Mo scanned the room again, he directly opened the large suitcase that had been prepared in front of him. Inside were stacks of cash, which instantly brightened everyone's eyes. The boss didn't hesitate and directly placed 2 stacks of cash on the table. Sister Wang, you and Manager Rowe should give each person in the fresh produce department, warehouse, kitchen, and security staff 500 yuan in cash bonuses. Upon hearing Chen Mo's instructions, Wang Shui and Rosasha quickly agreed excitedly. Excluding the girls in sexy uniforms, the other 36 employees received a total of 18,000 yuan in cash. After receiving the bonuses, regardless of their inner thoughts, the faces of the group showed varying degrees of gratitude. Chen Mo naturally didn't bother to ponder others' feelings and said, "Except for the 2 of you, you can all leave work after receiving your bonuses." Hearing the boss say this, the others, no matter their thoughts, showed gratitude as they exited one by one. Zhao Maosin and Huang Dong exchanged glances and saw a hint of joy in each other's eyes. For these 2 individuals he personally recruited, their performance had been quite good during this time, so Chen Mo naturally treated them differently. After thinking it over, he continued to instruct Wang Jie, give each of them an additional 3,000 yuan bonus. Upon hearing this, the joy on Zhao Maosin and Huang Dong's faces grew even more pronounced. In less than half a month, they had each received 2 payments of 8,000 yuan in wages. With today's bonus added, it was almost 20,000 yuan. Chapter 55 Special Treatment for the beautiful setting aside the incredibly high benefits here. Just the unique environment of this supermarket. It's not an exaggeration to say that even if the monthly salary is only 2 or 3,000, young people wanting to work as security would probably trample the entrance to get in. Zhao Maosin and Huang Dong just happened to have good luck in their careers, encountering a benefactor like Chen Mo at Xingyue International Plaza. Otherwise, how could such a good opportunity have anything to do with them? After distributing the bonuses to the 2 of them, it was time for the ordinary employees. Aside from Wang Shui, Li Wan, the Luo sisters, Wang Na, Gong Jing, Su Yingying, and Su Guoder, Chen Mo instructed the remaining 75 women to come up one by one to collect their bonuses. Most of these people were recruited by him personally, so the bonuses naturally had to be treated differently from the earlier batch of employees. However, aside from Jiang Xiaoyu, this group of women were not the key focus of Chen Mo's cultivation. The system's employee welfare funds were limited, so Chen Mo wouldn't be generous with them. In addition to covering the 1,000 yuan bonus that some of the women owed, most received a bonus of 1,000 yuan, with a few who caught Chen Mo's eye receiving an extra 1,000 yuan. Ultimately, it all depended on his personal preferences. When it was Jiang Xiaoyu's turn, Chen Mo's mouth inexplicably curved into a slight smile. He suddenly asked, "Jiang Xiaoyu, what is your relationship with Wuxia?" Hearing the boss's question, Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. She's my mom, Mr. Chen. Do you remember her? Your mom worked in this supermarket too. I have a good memory. I've seen her come to the front desk looking for you several times. So I just wanted to ask. Sorry, Mr. Chen, my mom is just quite curious about the supermarket's membership card system. I'll make sure to pay attention next time. What is there to be embarrassed about? If your mom wants to shop at the supermarket next time, she can just come in directly without needing a card. Upon hearing the boss's words, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression froze again. She quickly shook her head. Mr. Chen, that wouldn't be appropriate. If my mom wants to come in, I'll have her get a card. Haha. I know you wouldn't care about such a small amount of money, But your mom's generation is used to being frugal, so you don't need to make it difficult for her. All right, it's settled then. I'm very satisfied with your work performance over the past period. The supermarket won't be stingy with outstanding talents. Here's a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Take it. As he spoke, Chen Mo directly took out a whole stack of money and handed it over. This kind of special treatment from the boss not only left Jiang Xiaoyu stunned, but all the other women were also bewildered. There were 3 women at the front desk, all doing the same job. Earlier, the other 2 had each only received a bonus of 1,000 yuan, while Jiang Xiaoyu's bonus directly increased tenfold. It's true that Jiang Xiaoyu was prettier and had a better figure than them, but to say she worked harder or performed better than the other 2 was simply absurd, right? Many of the women felt imbalanced in their hearts, but they certainly dared not show even the slightest trace of it on their faces. Chen Mo uses physical appearance and stature to determine employee talent standards. And this is no secret. It's just that the disparity in bonuses is a bit hard to accept. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, but then a look of surprise and joy appeared on her face. Compared to the benefit of Chun, the big boss, getting her mother a membership card, this bonus of 10,000 yuan truly makes it hard for Jiang Xiaoyu not to feel excited. After working for less than half a month and with this bonus, she has already received 30,000 yuan from the big boss. Such excellent super benefits make her want to work at the supermarket forever. Chen Mo's approach is to do as he pleases. He distributes his money however he wants. If anyone is unhappy, they can just leave. When it was Zhou Xiaoyi's turn, due to her good performance lately, Chen Mo also handed her a whole stack of 100 yuan bills. He smiled lightly and said, Zhou Xiaoyi, you have performed well these days. This 10,000 yuan is your bonus for this month. From now on, you will specifically assist Su Guer with live streaming to promote the supermarket, and starting next month, your base salary will also be raised to 10,000 yuan. Thank you. Mr. Chun, I will work hard. Zhou Xiaoyi felt inexplicably promoted and given a raise because of her hobby. The thought of turning her passion into a career filled her with excitement, which was not any less than Jiang Xiaoyu's. With high bonuses and promotions, the other girls were extremely envious of Zhou Xiaoyi. However, from this point, it can be seen that Chun Mo's standards for talent are not solely based on appearance. From Zhou Xiaoyi, they also saw hope for their own future promotions and raises. In an instant, all the girls' eyes were filled with hopeful light. With 75 girls, Chen Mo distributed nearly 110,000 yuan in cash. Looking at the remaining 8 management staff, Boss Chun did not hesitate much, casually asking, Sister Wang, you and Manager Li each get a bonus of 5,000 yuan. You won't have any objections, right? Hearing Chun Mo's question, Wang Shui and Li Wan felt their hearts race. Although they are the only long-standing employees at the supermarket, they still fall short in many aspects compared to even the most ordinary sales staff. Aside from having a bit more work experience, faced with the increasingly good benefits of the supermarket and the boss's ever higher standards of aesthetics, they dare not let their guard down at work. They worry that if the boss is in a bad mood one day, they could be fired on the spot. To put it bluntly, with their conditions, if they were to leave the supermarket, it would be hard to find a job with such good benefits. Even finding a job with a monthly salary of around 5,000 yuan might be quite difficult. At this moment, hearing Chen Mo's question, they truly didn't dare to have any objections. Wang Shui was the first to nervously express, Mr. Chun, you allowing me to stay and giving me such good treatment. I'm grateful beyond words. How could I have any objections? Hearing what Wang Shui said, Li Wan quickly expressed her stance as well. Mr. Chun, like Sister Wang, I have nothing but gratitude for you and dare not have any other thoughts. Their expressions were also within Chun Mo's expectations. He smiled faintly and took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from the suitcase. All right, as long as you all do your jobs well, I won't treat you unfairly. Here is 10,000 yuan for you to share. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Thank you, Mr. Chun. After distributing the bonuses to the 2, Chen Mo then looked at the remaining 6 girls. He took out 4 full stacks of 100 yuan bills from the suitcase and placed them on the table. Rosa, Li Li, Wang Na, Su Yingying, each of you will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Chapter 56. The Frustrated Sisters with the example set by Jiang Xiaoyu. The several beautiful women did not show much surprise at the bonus of 10,000 yuan. While expressing their gratitude and collecting the money, their eyes inevitably turned towards Su Guer and Gong Jing, the last 2 remaining. The results Su Guer had brought to the supermarket over the past 2 days were evident to everyone. Given the boss's usual generous behavior, no one would find it strange if she received a larger bonus. However, the decision to keep Gong Jing until the end made the sisters somewhat puzzled. Except for Wang Na, no one knew the relationship between the two. In terms of appearance, the beautiful women each had their own strengths. In terms of figure, the sisters Luosha and Lily were definitely more stunning. In terms of work capability, Gong Jing, the supermarket's PR manager, was practically just a decoration. Logically speaking, it was hard for everyone to understand why the boss would save her for last to distribute the bonus. At that moment, Gong Jing was both anxious and eager. How much bonus would she actually receive? Was it 20,000, 30,000, or more? After all her hard work to please the boss, wasn't it just to get a bigger bonus? She didn't feel ashamed about it. Deep down, Gong Jing probably understood the boss's intention in announcing the bonuses publicly. It goes without saying that if her bonus turned out to be significantly more than the others, her pressure would only increase after today. In contrast to the various thoughts of the sisters, Chun Mo remained unfazed. Following his own pace, he first took out 2 stacks of brand new 100 yuan bills and placed them on the table. Suguer, I am very satisfied with your performance these past 2 days. This 20,000 yuan is your well-deserved bonus. I hope you continue to work hard and bring more new members to the supermarket. All in all, she had been on the job for less than 2 days. Adding the base salary she received last night, Suguer's cash had already reached 35,000 yuan. This top-tier benefit was far beyond her expectations. The girl's face was beaming with joy. In her excitement, she quickly expressed, "Thank you, President Chun. The boss is generous, and I will definitely work hard in the future." Facing Su Guiyer's enthusiastic declaration, Chun Mo merely waved his hand lightly. He then turned his gaze to the slightly agitated Gong Jing. A smile that was hard to describe appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. Next, I want to specifically commend Manager Gong. I have been paying attention to her performance during this time, and I remember it well. For such an outstanding employee, I certainly won't be stingy. As he spoke, he took out stacks of cash from the suitcase, a total of 5 stacks. Manager Gong, this 50,000 yuan in cash is what you deserve. Are you satisfied? Faced with the boss's seemingly meaningful inquiry, Gong Jing's heart raced. Although she already knew that Chun Mo would not treat her unfairly, this bonus of 50,000 yuan still greatly exceeded her expectations. It's not pleasant to say, but although she has done her best to serve Boss Chun, such matters are always relative. Chun Mo's impressive appearance also makes Gong Jing feel very pleased. While enjoying this, she is also receiving such generous bonuses and benefits. What could Gong, the beautiful lady, possibly be dissatisfied with? Compared to her current excited expression, the other girls are feeling quite the opposite. Even Wang Na, who knows about their relationship, can't help but feel a strong sense of envy. And the others need not be mentioned. Just moments ago, Su Guo was very excited, but suddenly felt that the 20,000 bonus she was holding wasn't so appealing anymore. Without comparison, there is no harm. Thinking this way, Su Guo looked at her sisters, Rosa and Lily, who exchanged glances and saw strong envy and confusion in each other's eyes. In terms of work during this period, they have put in more effort than Gong Jing. Why should such a transparent supermarket PR manager receive such generous rewards from Boss Chin? Of course, the girls only briefly pondered this. After Gong Jing blushingly took her bonus and sweetly thanked him, the taste returned, especially for Rosa, who had witnessed Gong Jing buying breakfast buns for Chun Mo. Could this vixen have already been in Boss Chin's bed? Although others hadn't seen that scene, they were having similar thoughts as Rosa. For a moment, the girls couldn't help but feel a bit of scheming in their hearts. Every day, the supermarket is losing so much money while still distributing such lavish bonuses. Boss Chin's absolute strength is no longer questioned. With a handsome man who is just divorced, who wouldn't want to leap to success? Although it seemed that Gong Jing might have taken the lead, as long as Chun Mo hasn't publicly acknowledged their relationship, everyone still has a chance. Even if they can't become the supermarket's lady boss, under such generous bonuses, very few could remain indifferent. However, thoughts are thoughts. Being good girls, they wouldn't directly sell themselves for money. But after planting this seed in their hearts, the way they looked at Boss Chun inevitably changed a bit. Facing the girls' eager gazes, Chun Mo's lips curled slightly. No need to say, he had already achieved the effect he wanted. He stood up and smiled faintly. The bonuses have been distributed, so now no one should doubt me, right? His words instantly made the girls cover their mouths and giggle. Seeing this, Chun Mo smiled again. You've all seen the welfare policy of Jia Jia Le Supermarket. If you want to receive more, you have to work harder and be more capable than others. All right, it's getting late, so I won't delay you any longer. Let's call it a day. With Chun Mo's words, the girls happily exited the supermarket. Rosa and Lily took a taxi as they arrived at the square. In the car, the two didn't feel the excitement that one might expect from receiving a bonus of 10,000. After a long silence, Rosa was the first to speak up and asked, "Sister, are you not happy?" Hearing her sister's question, Lily showed a hint of a bitter smile. "It's not that I'm not happy. I just don't feel as excited as I imagined I would." Is it because of the 50,000 bonus from Manager Gong? Sigh, Sasha. Do you think I'm being too ungrateful? Before we got our salaries, I was thinking that if I could smoothly receive the guaranteed 15,000, I would be very satisfied. But now, not only did the boss fulfill his promise, but he also gave an extra 10,000 bonus. And instead, I'm feeling a bit down. Chapter 57. Gong Jing worked even harder hearing her sister Luo Lily's words. Luo Shasha couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Sister, everyone has a competitive spirit. My thoughts are pretty similar to yours. Let's not talk about this anymore. Today is quite a fruitful day. How about we go out to eat something to celebrate?" "No need, it's too late, and I have to work the early shift tomorrow." "Oh, all right." After the two sisters returned home, they found their parents still in the living room watching TV. While changing her shoes, Luo Shasha asked, "Dad, Mom, why are you still awake so late?" Hearing his younger daughter's question, Luo Lin picked up the remote and turned off the TV. He stood up and asked, "Shasha, didn't you say the supermarket would issue salaries and bonuses on the 1st? How did it go? Did the boss keep his promise?" Upon hearing her father's question, Luo Shasha couldn't help but smile. "Dad, you and Mom are still awake because of this. Don't worry, our supermarket boss has already kept his promise. Both my sister and I received a base salary of 15,000. Just now, when we finished work, the boss also gave us each a cash bonus of 10,000. As she spoke, Luo Shasha took out a stack of cash from her bag. Seeing this, Luo Lin and Wang Lan exchanged glances. Wang Lan was the first to ask in surprise, "Wow, has your boss gone crazy? How can he give out so much in bonuses?" "Mom, this is nothing. Our manager, Chen, isn't short on money. Today, not only did we receive our salaries and bonuses, but the supermarket also opened an employee cafeteria. The meal allowances for each person are at least over 80 yuan every day. With such good meals, I'm worried I might gain weight." Hearing this from their younger daughter, the couple was baffled but finally felt relieved. They were less troubled about their elder daughter's divorce issues. Luo Lin suddenly asked, "Besides you two, did everyone else get bonuses as well?" "Yes, all the more than 100 employees in the supermarket received bonuses. Some got more, some got less. But in total, nearly 300,000 yuan in cash was distributed." Upon hearing this, Luo Lin was left dumbfounded. "I really don't understand. Isn't your supermarket losing money every day? How can the boss afford to pay salaries early, open a cafeteria, and give out so many bonuses? Is the money just blowing in from the wind?" Hearing their father's remarks, the two sisters exchanged glances again. To be honest, they were also quite puzzled. Given the current operating situation of the supermarket, not to mention bonuses and a cafeteria, it was already incredible that the boss could pay out the base salaries to every employee. Of course, despite their confusion, they felt a bit proud. Having such a generous boss was indeed a stroke of luck for any worker. Meanwhile, at the supermarket front desk, the beautiful Jiang Xiaoyu had just walked back to the entrance of her community. She spotted her parents, Jiang Dapeng and Wu Xia, who seemed to have just returned from the fruit stand. Seeing her father limping, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of sadness and quickly rushed over. "Dad, Mom, why are you back so late?" Upon seeing their daughter, both of them revealed appreciative smiles. Although life at home was a bit tough, having such an obedient and well-behaved daughter was their only pride. Wu Xia was the first to speak. "Your uncle sat at the store for a while, so your dad and I stayed a bit longer. Why are you back so late today?" The boss gave us a bonus, so we got held up a bit." Hearing this, Wu Xia paused for a moment, surprised, and asked, "Oh, did Boss Chen really give a bonus?" "Mom, I was awarded as an outstanding employee, and the bonus is 10,000 yuan. Plus, I just received a month's salary today, so that's a total of 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dapeng and Wu Xia were both taken aback. "What? 20,000 yuan? How can it be so much? Didn't Boss Chen already give you a month's salary in advance?" Facing her mother's surprised inquiry, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Choosing to join the supermarket back then seemed like such a wise decision. With a smile, she replied, "Mom, our boss isn't short on money. And it's not just me who gets this treatment. Everyone else is the same. By the way, Boschan also said that if you want to go shopping at the supermarket next time, you can just go in without a membership card. Upon hearing this, Wu Xia's expression momentarily froze. Ah, Boschan remembers me. Yes. He saw you looking for me at the front desk a couple of times and asked me about it. I see, Boschan is quite nice. Of course. I've never heard of a company having such a generous boss. You must work hard and not let Boschan down. Got it. Wu Xia and Jiang Dapeng were naturally very pleased that their daughter found such a good job. As the family walked back, Wu Xia suddenly seemed to remember something. She asked, Xiaoyu, you didn't come back for lunch today, did you eat out? Hearing her mother's question, Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. Mom, I forgot to tell you, Boschan set up a free employee cafeteria at the supermarket, so I won't be coming back for lunch from now on. With such outrageous bonuses and salaries, Wu Xia wasn't too surprised by this news. She sighed. A few years ago, when I worked at Jiajiale, the treatment we had back then was worlds apart from what you have now. If I hadn't met Boschan in person that day, I would have thought they had changed the boss. Mom, back then, all the employees were middle-aged women, but now all the cashiers at the supermarket are young ladies. Even the cleaning staff are so vibrant and youthful, they can't even be compared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dapeng, who had been silent, couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyu, with Boschan giving you all such high salaries and bonuses, how much does his supermarket make in a day? Hearing her father ask this, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Dad, the supermarket has just started to get on track. It probably isn't making much money yet. She felt embarrassed to mention that the boss's extravagant spending might mean losing tens of thousands every day. Meanwhile, Wu Xia, who had worked in the supermarket for a few years, could probably guess that with such high expenses, losses were unavoidable. Seeing her daughter unwilling to elaborate, she chose not to pry further. On the other hand, after receiving a bonus of 50,000 yuan, Gong Damain was certainly more motivated to work harder that night. Chapter 58. Lily's thoughts. The next day, the spirits of the girls at work reached a new high. Chen Imo, who woke up naturally, had just arrived at the office when Lily strode in. With a radiant smile, she immediately asked, Mr. Chun, I forgot to ask you yesterday. Do we still need to purchase the supermarket uniforms? Hearing this, Chen Imo couldn't help but chuckle. Manager Lily, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Of course, we need to buy them, at least to ensure each employee has 2 sets. Additionally, the management team can select another style of uniform. The price doesn't matter, but it must be flattering. I'll transfer 50,000 for the uniform purchase right away. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lily's expression slightly froze. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered the courage to say, Mr. Chun, I'm afraid you won't be satisfied with the clothes I choose. Could you come with me? Chen Imo was momentarily taken aback by her request. Then a faint smile appeared on his lips. Well, I have nothing else to do, so I'll accompany Manager Lily. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Lily replied, a bit flustered. You're being too polite. Choosing uniforms for my supermarket. What's there to trouble you about? Let's go to the garage. A few minutes later, they walked from the supermarket's back door to the underground parking lot. Chen Imo naturally opened the car door and got in, noticing that Lily intended to sit in the back seat. He smiled, Manager Lily, why don't you sit in the front? Lily, not wanting to refuse, elegantly crossed her long legs and climbed into the passenger seat. Without needing Chen Imo to remind her, she proactively fastened her seatbelt. Under the pressure of the seatbelt, her impressive figure was accentuated even more. Chen Imo stole a glance and couldn't help but think, wow, that's quite impressive. He quickly collected his thoughts and casually asked, Manager Lily, where are the uniforms you selected last time? In the confined space, Lily felt a bit uneasy. Taking a deep breath, she replied softly, Mr. Chun, they are at the Yuhui Trading Garment City. Without further ado, Chen Imo gently pressed the accelerator and drove out of the parking garage. Yuhui Trading Garment City is a large shopping mall primarily focused on clothing, featuring many well-known domestic and international brands. After about 20 minutes of driving, they finally arrived at their destination. After parking the car, they both got out. Lily was the first to ask, Mr. Chun, should we first complete the purchase of the uniforms from last time? Chen Imo had no objections and followed the beautiful manager into the mall, heading straight to the women's clothing store they had visited before. The staff remembered Lily very well. It's not just her outstanding figure and appearance. Purchasing over 100 outfits at once definitely makes her a super big client. Upon seeing the two enter, she quickly greeted them warmly. Luo Lily didn't hesitate and straightforwardly stated her purpose. Based on the current number of supermarket staff, Purchasing an additional 50 sets should be sufficient. After the last collaboration, they managed to negotiate smoothly at a price of 400 yuan per set. A deposit of 10,000 yuan was paid, and both parties agreed that the batch of clothing would be delivered to the supermarket the next morning. After completing the procurement of this batch of employee uniforms, Luo Lily charmingly asked, "Mr. Chun, should we look for the management uniforms elsewhere or here?" Hearing such a question from the beautiful Luo, Chun Imo smiled faintly and replied, "Let's check other places first. The styles here are a bit too plain." Naturally, Luo Lily wouldn't dare to express any disagreement with her boss's words. After leaving the women's clothing store, they continued to browse several other shops. At Chun Mo's suggestion, Luo Lily took on the role of a clothing model, trying on several outfits. While enjoying the view, Chun Mo felt that something was still missing. Luo Lily's heart raced as she could sense Chun Mo's intense gaze on her with each change into a more seductive outfit. She even felt as if his eyes could see right through her. Faced with this situation, Luo Lily felt no aversion. Instead, she experienced an inexplicable thrill. After Gong Jing publicly received a bonus of 50,000 yuan yesterday, Luo Lily couldn't deny her envy, especially considering that Chun Mo's charm surpassed that of her ex-husband, Wu Jibin. If possible, she would love to be the next Gong Jing. However, as a recently divorced woman, she was unsure if Chun Mo would notice her. When Chun Mo proposed to purchase another batch of work uniforms and asked her to accompany him, it was also somewhat of a test. Chun Mo's prompt agreement surprised Luo Lily, and she certainly wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to showcase herself. With each outfit change, she intentionally lifted her chin and displayed her alluring features. The intensity of Chun Mo's gaze made her feel both nervous and shy, yet more importantly, excited. Although none of the outfits she tried on seemed to catch Chun Mo's eye, she gradually became more relaxed. At that moment, holding a set of cream and dark green seductive uniform, Luo Lily wore a charming smile and confidently walked into the fitting room. Chun Imo looked toward the fitting room, and an indescribable smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wasn't foolish. With Luo Lily's occasional flirtatious gestures, he could roughly guess her thoughts. Just as he was lost in thought, a man and a woman suddenly entered the women's clothing store, causing Chun Imo to frown slightly upon their encounter. The man and woman in question are none other than his ex-wife and her ex-husband. Truly, the world is full of surprises. How could this pair end up together? As Chun Imo furrowed his brow, his ex-wife and her former husband noticed him as well. Both were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Xiao's lips. She was unaware that the two men had already met. After several days of feeling down, she had finally found a well-off bachelor through an introduction yesterday. Although this man wasn't particularly handsome and couldn't compare to her ex-husband's good looks, and like her, he had just gone through a divorce. These minor flaws were completely inconsequential to Zhang Xiao. Chapter 59. The spoiled lowly with a salary of 500,000. Although it doesn't quite match the peak of her ex-husband, she was still very satisfied. Zhang Xiao had just divorced and was able to find a man with such good financial conditions so quickly. She was already quite content. Zhang Xiao was unaware that the supermarket had just distributed salaries and bonuses yesterday. In her mind, Chun Imo was likely in a bad situation, probably having nothing left after a chaotic series of events. At this moment, seeing Chun Imo with a slightly furrowed brow, she didn't think much about why he was there. She wrapped her arms around Wu Jibin's, leaning in closer with a soft demeanor, and proudly smiled. "Chun Imo, let me introduce you to my new man. He's an executive at a large IT company with a salary of 500,000. Impressive, right?" Faced with Zhang Xiao's proud expression, Chun Imo was almost speechless. Why flaunt it when you find a man? Wu Jibin, on the other hand, was completely bewildered. After his divorce, he wasn't worried about not finding a beautiful woman with his good conditions. He had just met Zhang Xiao through an introduction yesterday. Although he knew she had just divorced and her looks couldn't compare to his ex-wife, her sweet talk was appealing. They had just met, and she was already calling him Wu Gu, Brother Wu. Compared to his ex-wife's aloof demeanor, this made Wu Jibin feel a bit flattered. Encouraged by Zhang Xiao, they had spent the night together. Although Wu Jibin hadn't decided to marry her yet, after being intimate, he thought he should at least give her some sweetness. Taking advantage of his day off, he brought Zhang Xiao to a clothing market, planning to buy her a couple of outfits to show his appreciation. Little did he expect to run into his ex-wife's boss there. Coincidentally, it seemed from Zhang Xiao's tone that he had actually taken her from someone else. After being momentarily stunned, Wu Zhibin felt a surge of excitement. How dare you stand up for my wife? Let me show you some humiliation in person. In his thoughts, Wu Zhibin cooperatively placed his hand on Zhang Qiao's waist. With a gentle pull, he embraced her, wearing a smug smile as he asked, Qiao, do you know Mr. Chen? Hearing this, Zhang Qiao's expression froze slightly. Oh, Wu Ge, you two know each other? He is my ex-husband, but he is not really a big boss, right? He is burdened with over 10 million in debt and is currently running a struggling supermarket. It's all flashy, but I doubt he can even pay salaries this month. Upon hearing this from Zhang Qiao, Wu Zhibin's expression also faltered for a moment. He then looked at Chun Mo with a smirk and said, Mr. Chun, it seems you really know how to have fun. Sorry, but your wife is now with me. Not to brag, but she is quite enjoyable. Seeing the smug demeanor of Zhang Qiao and Wu Zhibin, even if Chun Mo had a good temper, his expression turned cold. Before any action was taken, the fitting room door opened. Lily walked out slowly wearing a sexy, brand new uniform. She had just changed inside, and with only a wooden door separating them. She naturally heard the commotion outside. She felt that today's events were quite dramatic. She had been hesitating about whether to go out. However, after hearing the last remark made by a certain individual, she immediately made up her mind. As Lily made her entrance, the smug smile on that person's face instantly froze. After glancing back and forth between the two, his expression turned somewhat sinister as he asked, Lily, what are you doing here? Seeing the look on his face, which resembled someone who had just swallowed a live fly, Lily felt inexplicably refreshed. Why can't I be here? After saying this, without a second thought, she linked her arm with Chun Mo's. In a slightly flirtatious tone, she asked, Mr. Chun, does this outfit look good? Ding. The system has issued a temporary task to mentally break Zhang Qiao, which can increase employee welfare funds by 100,000. The sound in his mind instantly made Chun Mo, who had been feeling quite displeased, burst into laughter. He wasn't a generous person. Since Zhang Qiao wanted to show off, and with the system's temporary task in play, if he didn't retaliate, he wouldn't deserve to be called a man. Lily's current alluring demeanor was just to Chun Mo's liking. Without hesitation, he reached out and pinched her on the backside. Not bad, quite bouncy. This outfit is perfect. At this sudden action from Chun Mo, Lily's heart skipped a beat. However, her flirtatious expression only grew stronger. Mr. Chun, that is so annoying. If one were to say there was nothing fishy going on between them, neither that person nor Zhang Qiao would believe it. Looking at his ex-wife's impressive figure and beautiful face, Old Wu immediately felt that Zhang Qiao in his arms was no longer appealing. In this exchange, he seemed to be at a complete loss. He was furious inside, while Zhang Qiao looked completely stunned. If there was anyone who didn't want Chun Mo to have a good life, it had to be her, ignoring the supermarket issues for now. But it was undeniable that her ex-husband was living a more lavish lifestyle than before the divorce. What stunned Zhang Qiao even more was, based on Old Wu's tone, the incredibly attractive woman in front of him seemed to be his ex-wife. Seriously, could it be that dramatic? Though Zhang Qiao was bewildered, she couldn't stand to see Chun Mo have even a bit of good fortune. With a disdainful sneer, she said, Chun Mo, Mr. Chun, you really know how to play. You owe over 10 million in the bank, yet you make the supermarket all flashy, just to deceive other women, right? Does the supermarket's net profit even cover this month's salaries? Facing Zhang Qiao's disdainful challenge, Chun Mo hadn't said anything yet. Lily wouldn't let her off easily. With a playful smile she remarked, Oh, Mr. Chun, is this your ex-wife? Your taste is quite high. Yet you choose this man over someone like you. Sister, whether Mr. Chun can pay salaries is not for you to worry about. Our supermarket employees are not anxious. So why are you in such a hurry? Luo Lily's words ignited a powder keg in Zhang Qiao. You woman, are you blind? What is so good about Chun Mo? He is in so much debt. Leaving him was the best decision of my life. The angrier Zhang Qiao got, the more relaxed Luo Lily appeared. Then I should thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity now. As she spoke, she took the initiative to wrap her arm around Mr. Chen's, playfully shaking it. Mr. Chun, do you think I make a good point? Chapter 60. Capturing Luo Lily. Chun Mo didn't even speak. Under Luo Lily's calm demeanor, Zhang Qiao was nearly on the brink of collapse. She wasn't a fool and had already begun to harbor some ominous suspicions. There are no feelings of hate or love without reason in this world. A woman like Luo Lily, with such looks, why would she pay any attention to Chun Mo? It must be that there was something about him that she found appealing. The more Zhang Qiao thought about it, the more anxious and uncomfortable she became. If her suspicions were true, it would be more painful than being killed. No, it couldn't be possible. How could millions in debt just be settled like that? After forcing herself to find a justification, she didn't want to stay there any longer. Wu Gu, I'm not buying clothes here anymore. Let's go? Wu Zhibin's expression was certainly not pleasant either. Just moments ago, he had flaunted someone else's wife. And now he was slapped in the face so quickly. After giving the two a fierce glare, he awkwardly exited the store. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward. An increase of 100,000 in employee welfare benefits, effective next month. Hearing the sound in his mind, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. Once Luo Lily saw the two leave, she hurriedly let go of her hands. Blushing slightly, she whispered, Mr. Chun, I only acted that way because I couldn't stand their behavior. You aren't angry, are you? Seeing the shy look on the beautiful Luo, Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. Manager Luo, you performed exceptionally well just now. I couldn't praise you enough. How could I be angry? Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chun. Is this outfit I'm wearing okay? Upon hearing Luo Lily's question, the still-dazed salesgirl gradually came back to her senses. Given the earlier situation, she hadn't dared to interject. Now, wanting to boost her sales, she naturally began to praise the outfit profusely. Miss, this outfit is a new release from our store. With your figure, it fits you perfectly. It looks truly great. Chen Mo had already thought it looked good. And with the salesgirl's endorsement, he had no hesitation. He smiled and said, I'll take this one. It really does look nice. With Chen Mo's approval, Luo Lily had no objections either. This uniform was not only softer and silkier, but when she checked herself in the mirror, it indeed showcased her figure much better than the previous work uniform. After inquiring about the price, she found it was as high as 988 yuan for the set. Moreover, unless the purchase quantity reached over 100 pieces, there would be no bargaining. With the 50,000 yuan budget Chen Mo had given for purchasing, after buying the previous batch of uniforms, there was still 30,000 left. At Chen Mo's suggestion, they decided to customize 30 sets, which would also be delivered to the supermarket the next morning. After paying the deposit, Luo Lily simply walked out wearing the outfit she had just tried on. I have to say, with such a stunning figure, and paired with this sexy uniform, walking through the mall, the attention she gets is off the charts. The comic version of Luo Lily knows she has exceptional natural attributes, but she never imagined she would become such a dazzling presence. In a moment of thought, her gaze glanced at Chen Mo beside her. Noticing that he was looking over with a half-smile, Luo Lily couldn't help but feel her heart race. Just moments ago, this man had touched her hip, and she could still feel the warmth lingering. Her fair face flushed slightly as she quietly asked, Mr. Chun, are we heading back to the supermarket now? Let's get in the car first. Oh. A few minutes later, Chen Mo's BMW X5 slowly drove out of the parking lot. As he focused on the road ahead, he casually asked, Manager Luo, are we heading back to the supermarket now? Hearing Chen Mo's question, Luo Lily's heart raced again. Mr. Chun, I don't quite understand what you mean. Hee, Manager Luo, we're both adults. No need to beat around the bush. You saw the bonus that Manager Gong received last night. It's because I really appreciate her capability. If Manager Gong can get such a bonus, I think you should be able to as well. There's a fork in the road ahead. One way leads to my house, and the other back to the supermarket. You can choose. Of course, even if you choose to go back to the supermarket, you're still the purchasing manager, and I absolutely won't make things difficult for you. Hearing Chen Mo's straightforward words, Luo Lily's heart raced instantly. She initially had a strong purpose. So what was there to choose? Without any hesitation, biting her lip, she said, Mr. Chun, I'll go to your house. Although Chen Mo had anticipated that Luo Lily would respond this way, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. While firmly gripping the steering wheel with both hands, he grinned with a charming smile. Manager Luo, I almost forgot to compliment you. You really are quite elastic. Amid Chen Mo's enchanting laughter, the BMW X5 sped towards the beautiful garden. Luo Lily never thought that just a few days after her divorce, she could find her second spring so quickly. Compared to her ex-husband's ordinary looks, Chen Mo's handsome appearance and irresistible charm made her feel a taste of happiness. Not to mention, there were also very tempting bonuses to be gained. Under this double happiness, Luo Lily was as alluring as ever. After a delightful time together, both Luo Lily and Chen Mo wore satisfied smiles. At the Jiajiale supermarket, due to it being the weekend, Both the number of people applying for membership and the customer flow in the supermarket increased slightly compared to yesterday. After finishing her tasks, Luo Shasha intended to ask her sister about something. After searching the supermarket for her sister twice without success, she decided to take out her phone and make a call. The phone rang for a few seconds before finally connecting. "Sister, where are you?" "Manager Luo, this is Chunmo. Your sister can't answer the phone right now. Is there something you need?" Hearing the voice of Boss Chun on the line, Luo Shasha nearly dropped her phone. "Chin, how could my sister's phone be with you? She came to my place for something and is currently in the restroom. I'll have her call you back shortly." Okay." After hanging up, Luo Shasha couldn't help but frown slightly. She wasn't a 3-year-old. She had basically guessed the truth of the matter right away. Although the 50,000 yuan bonus from Gongjing was indeed tempting, even she was a bit moved. But she really didn't expect her sister to take that step so quickly. Chapter 61. Shy Lily. On the other side, Chunmo hung up the phone, and an indescribable smile appeared on his face. Whether it was Lily or Shasha, they were both fish raised in his own pond. He had no intention of hiding this matter. There was no need to conceal it. Listening to the sound of running water from the master bedroom, the smile on his face grew even wider. In a moment of thought, he opened the transparent panel in front of him. There hadn't been much change. The supermarket's net profit had risen to nearly 340,000. In just one day, the net profit had increased by over 40,000, with membership cards contributing significantly. After the consumption over the past 2 days, there was still over 370,000 left in the Employee Benefits Fund. This amount was sufficient to distribute bonuses to the girls for this month. While he was lost in thought, the misty bathroom door opened. Lily walked out, wrapped in a snow-white bath towel, her bare feet softly padding across the floor. In this scene, Chunmo's smile became even more pronounced. Even though they had just developed a substantial relationship, seeing the charming smile on Chunmo's face made Lily feel somewhat shy. She turned to grab her clothes from the bedside, intending to change. Chunmo's calm voice came through. "Turn around." Hearing this, Lily's body trembled slightly, but she didn't hesitate for long and slowly turned around. As she put on her clothes, her face flushed like peach blossoms. She finally parted her lips and asked, "Boss Chun, are we heading back to the supermarket now?" Upon hearing this, Chunmo got up from the bed. While walking towards the bathroom, he smiled lightly and said, "I'll be back after I wash up. By the way, your sister Shasha called just now. I answered it for you. Do you want to return the call?" At this, Lily was momentarily taken aback. After Chunmo entered the bathroom, she picked up the phone from the nightstand. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to return the call. The phone rang twice before Shasha's voice came through. "Sis, Shasha, what is up with your call?" On the other end, Shasha hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "It's nothing much, sis. Are you heading back to the supermarket soon?" "Yeah, I'll be back in a bit." "Oh, that's fine. I have some things to do, so I'll hang up now." The two sisters, sharing a tacit understanding, didn't mention their boss. After Lily hung up, she sat on the bed, looking toward the bathroom, and unconsciously smiled. She didn't regret it at all. Even without any bonuses, she didn't feel she was at a loss. Meanwhile, after leaving the mall, Zhang Qiaoer and Wu Zhibin were both somewhat irritated and had no mood for anything else, so they each returned home. Once at home, Zhang Qiaoer instinctively opened her phone to search for news about the supermarket. Instantly, several news articles about it popped up. A variety of headlines left Zhang Qiaoer dazzled and her heart racing. The first member-based supermarket in Jiangxing offers heavenly services that are beyond imagination. The charming internet celebrity sister-in-law from Jiangxing has officially joined the Jejia Le Supermarket. A visit to the luxurious employee cafeteria at Jejia Le Supermarket reveals a rich selection of dishes, with seafood in abundance. The owner's extravagance exceeded my expectations. Are the high welfare benefits for employees at Jejia Le Supermarket true? After interviewing multiple employees, the evidence is clear. Although the supermarket is still operating at a loss, the owner has kept his promise this month, providing both salaries and bonuses. Ordinary sales staff can earn at least 9,000, while management starts at 20,000. One top manager even has a base salary plus bonuses reaching 65,000. In terms of salary, Jejia Le Supermarket is now very close to the leading supermarket in the area. Zhang Qiaoer looked at these news updates, feeling breathless. How is it possible? Where did Chunmo get so much money? Watching her ex-husband's rise, Zhang Qiaoer felt both regret and pain in her heart. That feeling was worse than drinking poison. These news updates were naturally revealed by Luo Shasha and Gong Jing, who had actively sought out reporters. With daily revenue displayed, and such incredible benefits, the girls sincerely hoped the supermarket thrives, at least to avoid too much loss for the owner. While Zhang Xiaoer was consumed by endless regret, Chun Mo and Luo Lily had already driven back to the supermarket. After Luo Daybody returned to her office, her brand new uniform naturally surprised everyone. Luo Shasha stepped forward, hesitating to speak, but finally broke into a faint smile. "Sister, did you just buy this uniform?" "Yes. I went with General Manager Chun to the clothing market today. This is for the supermarket management. You will get yours delivered tomorrow." Hearing her sister Luo Lily say this, Luo Shasha nodded with a complex expression. The others in the office noticed, but only Gong Jing appeared slightly suspicious. The others didn't think much of it. Watching the supermarket develop positively, Chun Mo was naturally excited and personally came to the large office of Luo Lily and the others before the end of the workday. At that moment, only Luo Lily, Gong Jing, Wang Na, and Li Wan were present in the office. Upon seeing the boss enter, both Luo Daybody and Gong Daybody's eyes lit up. Chun Mo didn't show any unusual expression and walked straight to Li Wan, instructing, "Manager Li, please call in Luo Shasha, Su Yinging, Suger, and the front desk staff, Jiang Xiaoyu." After hearing the boss, all the girls in the office, including Li Wan, were slightly taken aback. Although Jejia Le Supermarket has many beautiful women, the ones that can be remembered at a glance are just the four named by the boss, plus Luo Lily and her team. Although unsure of Chun Mo's intentions, Li Wan naturally didn't dare to ask further. She quickly agreed and walked out of the office. Shortly after, the four of them, including Rosa, entered the office one after another. Li Wan was the last to come in and tentatively asked, "Mr. Chun, should I step out for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mo smiled lightly and replied, "What is there to step out for? Just focus on your work." "All right, Mr. Chun." After Li Wan returned to her desk, Chun Mo casually found a chair to sit down and called the girls over. He pointed to the brand new uniform on Luo Lily and asked with a smile, "What do you think of this uniform that Manager Luo is wearing? It's specially tailored for the management and outstanding employees of the supermarket." Chapter 62, Establishing the Beauty WeChat Group. Upon hearing Chun Mo's question, the one most surprised was Jiang Xiaoyu. "Manager Chun, do I get a share of the clothes too?" "Hee, you are an outstanding employee of the supermarket." "Of course you do. Besides the 7 of you, there's also Sister Wang and Manager Li, and let us include Zhou Xiaoyi as well. When the clothes arrive tomorrow, each person will get 2 sets." After hearing this from the boss, the girls all exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, Li Wan, who was eavesdropping nearby, finally relaxed. She was a bit worried that her boss would only value looks. After finishing this matter, Chun Mo suddenly turned to ask Luo Shasha, "Manager Luo, do the supermarket employees have a WeChat group?" Currently, there is a large WeChat group with all employees in it, and each department has also set up a small group." After hearing Luo Shasha's response, Chun Mo nodded. "Then I'll have you set up a new group, adding these few, and include me as well." The girls showed expressions of surprise at Chun Mo's words. The boss taking the initiative to join the group was such an honor. Naturally, no one would oppose this. Luo Shasha didn't hesitate, immediately taking out her phone to create a WeChat group. While adding people, she tentatively asked, "Manager Chun, what should we name this WeChat group?" "Let us call it the A-level employee group of the supermarket." Upon hearing this, although the girls found the name a bit awkward, since it was suggested by the boss, they didn't dare to voice their opinions. "Anyone who wants to join this group must have my approval." "All right, Luo Lily, come to my office for a moment. The rest of you can get back to what you were doing." After saying this, Chun Mo stood up casually, casting a half-smiling glance at the beautiful Luo Shasha before walking out. Gong Jing watched this scene, her heart fluttering slightly. She had already sensed a bad premonition. A few minutes later, Chun Mo sat in his office chair, while Luo Lily stood obediently behind him, her hands resting on Chun Mo's shoulders. She gently began to massage. "Manager Chun, is this pressure all right?" "Not bad, quite comfortable." As Chun Mo enjoyed the gentle atmosphere in the office, the supermarket experienced another surge in customer traffic that afternoon. With the promotion of a few online articles, the supermarket became quite popular in Jiang City. Both within the industry and outside it, it truly gained recognition. Over the years, many supermarkets tried to imitate the successful model, but the high salaries of the original creator made it hard for others to follow suit. Now, Jiang City's supermarket was, in some aspects, even exceeding expectations. Not to mention the enviable salary and the luxurious employee cafeteria. Just the early payment of salaries and bonuses at the beginning of the month had already set a precedent. In the city, other supermarkets must be feeling envious, and they probably wouldn't even believe it themselves. It's no exaggeration to say that if the supermarket were to hold another recruitment drive, the competition would be even fiercer than that for civil service exams. Under such public sentiment, the employees naturally cherish this hard-earned job even more. Their service attitude towards customers has seen a noticeable improvement. In this positive cycle, the number of people applying for membership cards at the front desk has been steadily increasing. Even though the quality of products at the supermarket still falls short of that of a certain renowned competitor, just the appealing atmosphere inside the store has made most people feel it's worth it. Before the end of the workday, a manager personally compiled statistics for the owner. Today, both the number of membership applications and the supermarket's revenue showed significant increases. Just today, 436 membership cards were issued, and the revenue surpassed 100,000 yuan, with only a few hundred yuan needed to reach 110,000. With half an hour left until closing time, breaking the 110,000 mark was completely expected. Although the net income from sales wasn't too high, over 90,000 yuan came in just from membership fees. Taking a moment to check the system dashboard, the net profit had already reached 450,000 yuan. Although there was still a long way to go to reach the 3 million target at the current pace, it could definitely be achieved in about 2 months. After the manager finished reporting, a smile appeared on the owner's face. A message was quickly sent out in the newly established group chat. Today, everyone performed well, so there won't be a small meeting after work. I also want to give special praise to Manager Lily from the purchasing department, who stood out today. For such outstanding employees, the supermarket naturally needs to offer rewards. Immediately, a cash transfer of 20,000 yuan was sent in the group chat. The notification showed that Lily received it. The first to notice this message was a certain administrative assistant, who didn't have much expertise and was basically just ornamental. Besides aimlessly wandering around, most of her time was spent in a live stream room promoting the supermarket. As the workday was ending and the live stream was over, she was bored and playing with her phone when she noticed the flashing notification in the group chat. Upon opening it, she was momentarily stunned. Her eyes were fixed on the transfer amount, 20,000 yuan in bonuses. As an ordinary worker, who wouldn't be envious? She couldn't understand why Lily was singled out for such praise. Wasn't it just for going shopping with the boss to select a new uniform? As her thoughts raced, she quickly formed a bold guess. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. This clever woman certainly acted quickly. It seems that the bonus of 50,000 is not only exciting for Gong Jing, but also for others. Wang Na thought to herself, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Luo Lily. The latter was busy checking her computer and probably didn't know about this yet. Wang Na then turned her attention back to Gong Jing. The beautiful Gong has gradually adapted to her role as a public relations manager. The promotional articles for the supermarket were mostly driven by her efforts. After some thought, Wang Na had no intention of making a fuss, knowing that everyone would find out soon enough. Sure enough, after Luo Lily finished her work, she immediately picked up her phone. She didn't pay any attention to the flashing WeChat icons. The large group for the supermarket had constant notifications every day. Chapter 63. Rosa also fell a bit with a flick of her fingers. Luo Lily opened WeChat. She noticed that the newly formed A-level employee group was buzzing and instinctively clicked to check it out. When she saw the content inside, her heart began to flutter. The surprise came much faster than she had imagined. A reward of 20,000 yuan, while not a huge amount, filled the divorced Luo Lily with endless possibilities for a better future. Lost in thought, the beautiful Luo Lily didn't hold back. With a gentle tap, she secured the 20,000 yuan into her pocket. Then, she quickly typed a few words and sent them to the group. Thank you, CEO Chun. I will definitely work even harder. She added a smiley face at the end. At the same time, several girls, including Luo Shasha, Su Guer, Jiang Xiaoyu, Gong Jing, and Su Yingying, noticed this message one after another. For a moment, aside from Luo Shasha and Gong Jing, who knew what was going on, the other girls were a bit stunned. Their first thought was similar to Wang Na's. It was just a new work outfit chosen with the boss. So how did Luo Lily suddenly stand out? 20,000 yuan was not a small sum. After all, who wouldn't be envious? However, the girls weren't naive either, and they ultimately thought of the only possibility. While they were all envious, the WeChat group felt a bit cold. Gong Jing's eyes flickered a few times before she bit her lip and sent a private message to Chen Mo. CEO Chen, do you want me to accompany you tonight? Gong Jing didn't have to wait long for a response. Chen Mo replied almost instantly. Let us skip tonight. You should go home and rest well. His simple reply inexplicably put pressure on Gong Jing. With a somewhat melancholic glance at Luo Lily. Was it just because he was a couple of years older than her? Men really are all the same. In fact, for Chen Mo, both Gong Jing and Luo Lily had their own merits. One was more youthful and vibrant, while the other was more enchanting and captivating. It was hard to say who was better. Of course, if he had to choose, he leaned a bit more towards Luo Lily. After all, her stunning figure was something few men could resist. Plus, the thrill of something new would definitely elevate Chen Mo's experience. Under such conditions, Chen Mo made a choice that most men would prioritize. With about 10 minutes left until the end of work, Luo Lily was already in Chen Mo's BMW X5. As she fastened her seatbelt, a charming smile appeared on her face. CEO, thank you for the reward. Beautiful Luo, it's just the two of us here. No need to be so polite. I'm just used to it. Hearing Luo Lily's response, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. He suddenly asked, if you don't go back tonight, will your family have any thoughts? Upon hearing this, Luo Daimei gently shook her head. I just sent a message to Sasha. She will help me explain. Your sister didn't ask you anything today, right? No, she should be able to understand. Hearing Luo Lily say this, Chen Mo said no more, smiled faintly, and gently stepped on the accelerator, quickly driving out of the underground parking lot. Soon, the two returned to the beautiful garden. After the indulgence of the day, Luo Lily was able to face things more calmly. When Chen Mo suggested taking a shower together, she didn't hesitate at all, flashing a charming smile and walking towards the bathroom first. As the two were reaching new heights, Luo Sasha had just returned home alone. Her mother, Wang Lan, happened to come out of the bedroom to use the restroom and, seeing only her younger daughter, quickly asked, Sasha, where's your sister? Why didn't she come back with you? Facing her mother's inquiry, Luo Sasha's expression was somewhat unnatural. She was well aware of her sister Luo Lily's relationship with the boss. It could never be a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and with Manager Gong in the picture, the chances of success were basically slim. In simple terms, she was just a mistress supported by the boss. Of course, Luo Sasha also understood that her sister could move on so quickly. Besides the boss being generous, this man's charm was also quite attractive to women. Let us not mention it. Chen Mo's physique and looks could easily outshine her former brother-in-law, Wu Zhibin. Men are lustful, and women aren't any different. Faced with a handsome, wealthy, and very generous man. Not to mention her recently divorced sister, even Luo Sasha herself felt an inexplicable desire to succumb. Lost in thought, facing her mother Wang Lan's puzzled expression, Luo Sasha forced a smile and used the excuse she had prepared earlier. Sister went to a friend's house and won't be back tonight. Is it a male or female friend? Mom, what are you thinking? Of course, it's a female. Upon hearing this, Wang Lan sighed gently. Sigh. Although your sister has good conditions, she's divorced and not young anymore. When it comes to finding a man, you should advise her to hurry. Hearing her mother say this, Luo Sasha couldn't help but pout. Mom, what kind of thinking is that? With her sister's good conditions, does she really need to rush to find a man? If she really wants to get married, there are plenty of good men waiting for her to choose. You girl, I'm not worried about your sister. I'm actually a bit worried about you. Do you really think being pretty means men will revolve around you? Finding a capable man to ensure a good life in the future is far more important. Regarding her mother's viewpoint, Luo Sasha naturally disagreed. She retorted, Mom, my sister and I can both earn over 20,000 a month now. What kind of good life can't we have? Do we really need to rely on a man to support us? Over 20,000 sounds nice, but it's not a guaranteed job. Can you ensure that you can earn that much every month? Regarding that supermarket you mentioned, I specifically asked an acquaintance to check today, and the business is not as booming as you think. The owner is probably still digging into their own pockets to pay your salaries and bonuses, right? A month or two is manageable, but if it goes on for a long time without making money, even a family with resources can't sustain that kind of pressure. Don't underestimate our manager Chun. He wants to turn this supermarket into something that surpasses that well-known competitor. A little loss in the beginning is nothing. After all, our manager Chun isn't short on money, and he has that confidence. You, girl, It seems like you're a bit obsessed with your admiration. By the way, how old is your boss? Hearing this question from her mother, Luo Shasha couldn't help but look slightly taken aback. Chapter 64. The appointment with the beautiful Luo. Hearing her mom gossiping about the boss's age, Luo Shasha felt a bit speechless. Mom, why are you asking about this? Just go to sleep. After saying this, Luo Shasha went straight back to her room. Meanwhile, Wang Na and Gong Jing also returned to the Zeton apartment. Noticing that Gong Jing's expression was obviously a bit unnatural, Wang Na could roughly guess what was going on. She was straightforward and couldn't keep things to herself. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, Gong Jing, why didn't you go to Mr. Chen's place tonight? Upon hearing this, Gong Jing's beautiful face showed a hint of a wry smile. Sister Na, I actually wanted to go, but I believe you can guess what happened with Mr. Chen giving Luo Lily a bonus, right? Hearing Gong Jing say that, Wang Na naturally couldn't pretend not to understand. She awkwardly chuckled and said, I really didn't expect Luo Lily to be so calculating. Can't really say she is calculating. After all, Mr. Chen gave me so much bonus money. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Gong Jing paused for a moment and then smiled thoughtfully. Sister Na, with so much bonus money, aren't you tempted? At this, Wang Na's expression stiffened slightly. She didn't expect Gong Jing to be so straightforward. Feeling a bit flustered, she shot her a glare and then forced a calm smile. Gong Jing, what are you talking about? Why would I be tempted? Sister Na, we're both women. Don't lie to me. After all, Mr. Chun is also interested in you. Even if you were too, well, I definitely wouldn't blame you. There are so many beautiful women in the supermarket. Even if you don't act, others will. Luo Lily is a prime example. Sister Na, we are sisters. And I genuinely hope that while we are young, you can earn a little more money. Think about it carefully. I'm going to take a shower. After Gong Jing returned to her room, Wang Na's expression was quite complex. Although she was indeed a bit tempted, Gong Jing seemed to be going a bit overboard, didn't she? Gong Jing didn't have any bad intentions. After Luo Lily intervened, she knew that her chances of becoming the main partner were basically zero. Rather than letting other women benefit, why not let her own roommate friend benefit? Of course, there was also the biggest reason. Relying on her body to earn bonuses was not exactly honorable. If Wang Na could join in, it would make Gong Jing feel a bit better. Chen Mo probably wouldn't expect that Gong Jing was already actively trying to set him up. The next morning, 2 batches of customized work uniforms were delivered early. Jiang Xiaoyu, an ordinary receptionist, felt extremely envious when she put on the new work uniform. As the other girls looked at her with admiration, Jiang Xiaoyu herself felt an indescribable emotion. After adding a WeChat group at the request of the boss yesterday, she knew this was definitely not that simple. Sure enough, Chen Mo publicly praised Luo Lily's capabilities in the WeChat group. He even directly transferred 20,000 yuan as a bonus. It would be hard for Jiang Xiaoyu to believe that there's nothing fishy going on. First there was Gong Jing, and now there's Luo Lily. Jiang Xiaoyu can even imagine that under the temptation of such high rewards, Luo Lily will definitely not be the last. It won't be long before someone else follows in her footsteps. It's not just Jiang Xiaoyu who thinks this way. Su Guer, Su Yingying, and Rosa are all on the same page. As for what the girls think, that's a different story. Since today is Sunday, the number of people coming in to apply for membership cards during the day was basically on par with the same time yesterday. However, by evening, both the number of card applications and customer foot traffic began to decline. By the end of the day, the number of new card applications was down by 80 compared to yesterday. The revenue also dropped by more than 10,000 compared to the previous day. Chen Mo was somewhat prepared for this, so he wasn't too disappointed. It's easy to imagine that the upcoming weekdays will definitely be another dull period. This kind of membership card operation relies on word-of-mouth accumulation over time. It's practically impossible to create a large shopping wave in a short period. This is the unique landscape of Jia Le Supermarket. Otherwise, reaching the current level would be absolutely impossible. In the following days, there were indeed no miracles. The number of new membership cards fluctuated around 200 daily. Although the supermarket's revenue did not drop significantly, it was also difficult to surpass the milestone of 100,000. Before the end of the day, Rosa was in the office personally reporting today's results to Boss Chun. Mr. Chun, the number of membership card applications has decreased a bit again today, totaling only 172. As for revenue, it hasn't reached 80,000 yet. At this point, Rosa glanced nervously at Boss Chun. After the supermarket reformed its membership card system, Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. However, as the deputy manager, Rosa had a clear understanding of the supermarket's daily expenses. Just the bonuses and salaries for employees alone amount to at least 40,000 a day. Adding the daily subsidy for the staff cafeteria of 10,000, along with rent, utilities, and other miscellaneous expenses. It's likely that Boss Chen's daily expenditures wouldn't even be covered by 60,000. What is the supermarket's net profit? Even if the membership card fees are included, it still wouldn't cover the costs. The key issue is that the number of people willing to spend money on membership cards is limited. Eventually, once a saturation point is reached, that source of income will basically disappear. Based on Boss Chun's current expenses, Rosa calculated that in order for Jiajialu's supermarket to avoid losses and even make a profit in the future, daily revenue would likely need to reach at least 400,000 or even higher. Faced with such a daunting target, Rosa felt completely at a loss. Sure enough, after hearing today's results, Chen Mo was somewhat dissatisfied. The supermarket's daily profits and losses weren't a major concern for him. The key was to bind the next enterprise. The 3 million in net profit from the supermarket was a hard indicator in the system. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke up. Manager Luo, please notify everyone to hold a brief meeting after work. Sure, Mr. Chun. After Luo Shasha left for a while, Luo Lily walked in with her long legs, gently closing the door behind her. The beautiful Luo approached Chun Mo with a delicate smile. As she softly rubbed his forehead with her fair hand, she asked with a charming smile, Mr. Chun, what are you thinking about? Chapter 65. Rosa's uncharacteristic behavior upon hearing the words. Chen Mo, who was originally enjoying the moment with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. With a gentle tug, he pulled the beautiful Luo into his embrace. Ah, Mr. Chun, the door isn't locked yet. Hearing Luo's playful complaint, Chen Mo smiled mischievously. He was just adjusting the mood in the office and wasn't worried at all about being caught by anyone. Just as Luo was about to succumb to the moment, he released her from his grip. Luo, blushing and her heart racing, tugged at her clothes and shot him a charming glare. Mr. Chun, you are really annoying. Ha ha ha, come on, help me knead my shoulders. Upon hearing this, Luo felt no dissatisfaction and slowly moved to stand behind Chen Mo. While gently massaging, she whispered, Mr. Chun, I rented an apartment near the supermarket in the Nanyuan community yesterday. Would you like to come over for a visit? Chen Mo couldn't help but smile at Luo's words. Sure, changing the environment sounds good. The decision to rent the apartment was something Luo had discussed with her family. She mentioned that her family's home was quite far from the supermarket, making commuting inconvenient. If she worked late, she would rather not go back. Of course, the main concern was that if she frequently stayed out late, her parents might start to notice something unusual. After all, her relationship with Chen Mo was not something that could be made public and wasn't exactly a proud matter, unless absolutely necessary. She didn't want her family to know about it. After work, all the supermarket employees gathered together. They were whispering among themselves, and when the boss approached, they all quieted down. Chen Mo casually scanned the room before turning to Manager Luo and asking, Manager Luo, is everyone here? Mr. Chun, aside from the 7 on leave, all the on-duty staff are present. Hearing this, Chen Mo nodded slightly and said, the membership reform system at the supermarket has been quite effective lately. However, overall revenue is still a bit lacking. I've called you all here for a small meeting to motivate everyone. Whether Jiajialu supermarket can become the leader in Jiangcheng depends not just on my efforts, but on the collective effort of all the staff. As the owner, I've done everything I can regarding salaries and benefits, and as employees, besides improving personal service, you can also actively shop at the supermarket to boost revenue, making the numbers look temporarily better. Here, I want to announce that starting tomorrow until the end of the month, I will implement a purchasing power ranking for supermarket employees. The top 10 in purchasing power will receive bonuses, and I can promise that the employee in first place will receive no less than 10,000 yuan. As for the final amount of the bonus, I will adjust it according to your performance. Of course, all principles are voluntary, and I certainly won't force you to make any purchases. After hearing what Boss Chen said, all the employees at the supermarket were completely stunned. It makes perfect sense for employees to shop at their own supermarket. There's nothing wrong with it, even without Boss Chen mentioning it. Some employees would buy a few daily necessities after work anyway. After all, it doesn't matter where you buy them. With such high salaries and benefits, employees also hope that the supermarket's revenue can increase a bit. However, Boss Chin directly introduced a purchasing power ranking and promised a substantial bonus for the top purchaser. Everyone was completely baffled. Given Boss Chin's impressive performance, his wealth and strength were beyond doubt, so there's certainly no shortage of money. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble just to make the revenue numbers look a bit better? Of course, it's hard to understand. But under the lure of Boss Chun's promised high bonus, most people started to get motivated. With over 20 days left until the end of the month, aiming for the top spot in purchasing power among supermarket employees. It's not too difficult, but it's not exactly easy either. In the absence of competition, spending 1,000 or so might secure the top spot. However, with such a high bonus incentive, no one can guarantee that others won't have ideas of their own. Even if one's purchasing power reaches 10,000, 20,000, or 30,000, or even higher by the end of the month, no one can ensure they will definitely secure first place. Regardless, Boss Chun has set a precedent for everyone. Whether or not to take a chance now depends on what each employee thinks in their heart. After discussing this matter, Boss Chun didn't delay anyone and directly announced the end of the workday. Lu Lily mentioned that the Nanyuan community is just behind Changfeng Square. It's only a few steps away, so there's no need to drive. What made Lu Lily a bit awkward was that Luo Sha, for some unknown reason, also wanted to tag along to take a look. Sha, Boss Chun will be going over later. It might not be too convenient. Why don't you wait until tomorrow to visit? Chen Mo, seeing this, quickly smiled and said, it's no problem at all. If it's not convenient later, I'll just head back to Jinxiu Garden. Since Boss Chun said that, Lu Lily really couldn't refuse. She cast a resentful glance at her sister. All right then, if you don't want to go back tonight, call mom and dad first. Luo Sha seemed to ignore her sister's resentful expression. After a giggle, she first called home. The three of them then headed towards the Nanyuan community. When they reached the entrance of the community, they saw a barbecue restaurant with a nice environment. Luo Sha took the initiative to smile and suggest, Boss Chun, thank you for taking care of us sisters. Let me treat you to barbecue. Hearing Luo Sha say this, Chen Mo naturally had no objections. He smiled and said, sure, having a beautiful lady treat me is definitely something I can't refuse. Lu Lily, seeing this, felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. Her younger sister's unusual behavior today made her a bit nervous. She took this step on her own and surely doesn't want Rosa to follow in her footsteps. Not to mention, considering their sisterly relationship, if both of them were to reach that point, Lily would feel quite embarrassed. However, at the moment, she isn't sure what Rosa is really thinking. With a slight frown, she didn't say much and followed the two into the barbecue restaurant. At this time, there weren't many customers in the shop. The three of them casually found a table to sit down and ordered some barbecue. Suddenly, Rosa smiled and asked, Mr. Chen, would you like some beer? Hearing her question, Chun Mo hadn't answered yet. Lily was the first to shoot her a glance and said, Sasha, we have to work tomorrow, so let's skip the beer. Just as she finished speaking, Chun Mo replied cheerfully, how can we have barbecue without beer? If you really can't work tomorrow, I'll give you a day off. Chapter 66 The distorted voice, Chun Mo said so. And Luo Lily could only agree reluctantly with a wry smile. Before long, a variety of fragrant grilled skewers were served on the table. Luo Sha proactively opened a bottle of chilled beer and poured a glass for each of the three. She then raised her glass and smiled lightly, saying, Mr. Chan, thank you for giving me and my sisters such a great job opportunity. I toast to you. Seeing this, Chun Mo naturally wouldn't act aloof. He raised his glass and responded with a smile. You two sisters have good abilities. As long as you work hard in the future, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. With that, they clinked their glasses gently and downed their drinks in one go. Luo Lily, watching from the side, slightly furrowed her brows but quickly relaxed. She poured another glass for Chun Mo and raised her own glass, saying, Mr. Chun, let me toast you as well. Faced with the toast from the beautiful Luo, Chun Mo had no reason to refuse. After they toasted each other, the three continued to drink and enjoy the skewers. It must be said that both sisters had a decent alcohol tolerance, as they remained composed after several drinks. After taking another sip of beer, Luo Sha, with a glint in her eyes, suddenly asked, Mr. Chun, may I ask you a question? Of course, there's nothing that can't be asked. What do you want to know? If the supermarket continues to operate like this, you might be losing money for quite a while, and quite a bit at that. Can I know what your purpose is? Hearing Luo Sha's question, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Chun Mo's mouth. This question was likely not only puzzling for Luo Sha, but for everyone in the supermarket. The fact that wages and benefits were covered by a system was something Chun Mo could never casually disclose. Even if he did, no one would probably believe it. In his thoughts, he could only casually boast, "Family Supermarket is the first enterprise of my life, and I have no other thoughts. I just want to take it to the peak of the industry. As for the profits and losses, they are completely insignificant to me. Manager Luo, as long as you work hard, I can guarantee that your future benefits will only get better." After hearing Chun Mo's words, Luo Shasha felt a strange tremor in her heart. With her eyes shining, she raised her glass and said with a smile, "Mr. Chun, thank you for your explanation. Let me toast you again." An hour later, Luo Shasha took the lead in paying the bill, which totaled just over 100. The three of them had consumed a total of 8 bottles of beer. Their faces were slightly flushed, but they were not yet drunk. The Nanyuan community could only be considered an ordinary community in Jiangxing, in terms of both soft and hard facilities. It was not even close to the luxurious garden where Chun Mo lived. Luo Lily rented a 2-bedroom apartment with exquisite decoration for an annual rent of 18,000, which was relatively economical. While Luo Shasha was touring her guest room, in the master bedroom, under the influence of alcohol, Chun Mo found himself feeling quite aroused. Gently closing the door, he instinctively pulled Lily into his arms. "Mr. Chun, please, don't do this. Shasha is still outside. It's fine. Don't worry about her. Anyway, your sister already knows about our situation." Then, I'll lock the door first." Under Chun Mo's enthusiastic persuasion, Luo Lily directly compromised. After Rosa excitedly finished exploring the guest room, she stepped out. Seeing that the master bedroom door was already closed, her slightly flushed face became even more rosy. She is not inexperienced. She understood what was happening in an instant. With a slightly resentful look in her eyes, she bit her lip and walked into the bathroom. Just as she was about to turn on the water to wash up, faint sounds came from the room on the other side of the wall. The commotion was almost spellbinding, making her heart race uncontrollably. She hurriedly rinsed her mouth and rushed back to her room in a panic. Lying on the bed with the blanket over her head, she found that the soundproofing of the room was really poor. That damn noise always managed to reach her ears intermittently. Rosa was so frustrated that she almost wanted to call her sister, as if she were not an outsider at all. Chun Mo acts freely and naturally does not care about Luo Shasha's feelings. After the gentle spring rain, Luo Lily finally asked with a hint of melancholy, "Mr. Chun, was that intentional? What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you're saying." "Humph, if you don't understand, then forget it. To be fair, what Lily least wants to see is her sister following in her footsteps. Since the boss is pretending to be clueless, she naturally won't be foolish enough to make it clear." Amidst a slight fatigue, the beautiful Lily quickly fell into a light sleep, her gentle snoring soon filling the room. However, as Chun Mo looked at Lily's sleeping face, he just couldn't fall asleep. The thought of Rosa Shah in the next room filled him with an inexplicable excitement. In a daze, he found himself awake in the late hours of the night. After feeling a slight urge to relieve himself, he opened the master bedroom door while still undressed. The living room light was still on, but he paid no attention to it. Just as he was about to push open the bathroom door, it swung open by itself. At the same time, Rosa, who had also gotten up in the middle of the night, just peeked out, and her eyes widened in shock. As she was about to scream, Chun quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Shaking his head gently, he said apologetically, "Don't scream." Rosa gradually regained her senses and nodded blankly. She understood very well that if she did scream, it would not only wake her sister in the dead of night. If the neighbors heard the commotion, they might even call the authorities, which would lead to quite a misunderstanding. As her heart raced, Rosa shyly said, "Chun, Commander, could you let go of me first?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mo smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I acted impulsively just now." While speaking, Mr. Chun took a step back. Seeing this, Rosa Shah covered her eyes with her hand and peeked through the gap. "I have to say, the abs of my boss look really great." For a moment, she even felt a bit envious of her sister. "Mr. Chun, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Hearing Rosasha's question, Chun Mo finally realized that he felt a chill all over. He quickly grabbed a cloth from the sofa and wrapped it around himself. With an awkward smile, he said, "I'm used to sleeping naked, and in my days, I thought I was at home." After all this commotion, he even managed to hold back the slight urge to use the restroom. Chapter 67. Capturing Rosasha seeing Chun Mo wrapped in a cloth. Rosasha finally let go of her hand. Her little face turned red as she said, "Mr. Chun, I'll head back to my room first." Noticing the shy expression on her face, Chinemo couldn't help but smile slightly. Given their close interaction just now, the other party didn't show any intense reaction. How could Chinemo not pick up on the hints? He stepped directly in front of Rosasha, wearing a smile that was neither entirely serious nor playful. Rosasha, you are still my first quality employee. Do you want to earn a higher bonus like your sister? Seeing the obviously mischievous smile on Chunmo's face, Rosasha's heart raced. Mr. Chun, please, don't joke around. After saying this, she tried to slip back into her room, suddenly feeling a slight tightening in her body. Chunmo's big hand had already embraced her. Mr. Chun, my sister is still in the room. We can't. Upon hearing this, although Chunmo felt a bit tempted, he was naturally not the kind to force himself on anyone, adhering to the principle of mutual consent. He then released his hands and calmly said, Rosasha, your sister won't mind. Of course, I would never force anyone into such things. If you're unwilling, just head back to your room. After saying this, he stepped aside, completely giving Rosasha the choice. Seeing this, the beautiful Rosasha felt a fierce struggle within. Glancing at the master bedroom, she then looked at Chunmo's well-defined abs. Her heart fluttered slightly, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. She had already entertained such thoughts, and after their earlier contact, she had mentally compromised. After a moment of feigned hesitation, she bit her lip and softly murmured, Mr. Chun, why don't you come to my room? Upon hearing Rosasha's words, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chunmo's face. He first gently closed the door to Rosalily's master bedroom. Then, with renewed energy, he followed Rosasha into another room. Perhaps due to the binding system, Chunmo's physical condition was significantly stronger than before. Everything felt so natural, so effortless. While Rosalily was still in a deep sleep, Chunmo embarked on a new chapter. The next morning, Rosalily groggily opened her eyes. Glancing to the side, there was no sign of Chunmo. A bad premonition instantly filled her heart. She hurriedly got dressed and went to the living room. The living room and bathroom were both empty. Seeing that Rosasha's room door was tightly closed, her heart trembled slightly. Gently opening the door to peek inside, Rosalily's eyes narrowed. The thing she least wanted to see had ultimately happened. When Chunmo woke up naturally, he turned to see that Luo Shasha's eyes were still closed. However, noticing her trembling eyelashes, he couldn't help but smile. He reached out with his hand. Under Chunmo's teasing, the pretending to sleep Luo Shasha had no choice but to open her eyes. Blushing, she softly said, Mr. Chun, you're awake too. Hearing this, Chunmo reached out to touch her rosy little face. You're not pretending to sleep anymore? I don't know how to face my sister now. Hee, what's there to be afraid of? I'll go get dressed first and check the situation. Saying this, he got up from the bed and walked out. While Luo Shasha was still feeling uneasy, Chunmo returned with his clothes. Shasha, hurry up and get up. Your sister has already left. My sister has already left? Then, Mr. Chun, can I skip work today? Hearing Luo Shasha say this, Chunmo couldn't help but smile broadly. Of course, no problem. If you don't want to go to work, I'll take you to the beautiful garden. Faced with Chunmo's invitation, Luo Shasha naturally had no reason to refuse. The experience in the rental house was still lacking for Chunmo. Not only was the bed not big enough or soft enough, but the bathroom was also quite uncomfortable to use. As Chunmo brought Luo Shasha back to the beautiful garden at the supermarket, Luo Lily was also distracted at work. Luo Shasha didn't know how to face her, but wasn't she feeling the same way? Since the situation was already set. As an older sister, Luo Lily took the lead in setting a good example. She certainly couldn't stand on her moral high ground and criticize Luo Shasha for what she did, right? While lost in thought, Wang Shui suddenly approached and asked, Manager Luo, is your sister not working today? Hearing Wang Shui's question, Luo Lily's expression was somewhat unnatural. I'm not too sure. Maybe you should call and ask. After hearing Luo Lily's response, Wang Shui didn't think much of it. She awkwardly smiled and said, That's not necessary. I was just asking. Though Luo Shasha and Wang Shui held different positions at the supermarket, Wang Shui was well aware that in the eyes of their boss, Chun, her status was far below that of Luo Shasha. Whether or not the other came to work was really not her place to concern herself with. At this moment, Gong Jing sat at her desk, also slightly distracted. In the past few days, the boss had taken her to the beautiful garden once. If she said she wasn't feeling envious, that would be a lie. She had already made up her mind to actively pursue something tonight. As for the thoughts of the office girls, let's set that aside for now. The business at the supermarket this morning could only be described as very dull. Jiang Xiaoyu sat at her front desk, quickly sending out a message with her fingers. Before long, her mother, Wu Xia, casually walked down the escalator. The two mothers and daughters exchanged a knowing glance. Jiang Xiaoyu walked out from the reception area and handed over a card. "Mom, this is my card number. You can use it for shopping later." It was clear that whether in response to Mr. Chin's proactive shopping spirit or to secure a top spot, Jiang Xiaoyu had discussed with her parents last night and decided to give it a shot. Their family had a fruit stall, and since they didn't need it for personal use, they could sell it again at the stall. The mother and daughter arrived at the entrance for member checks. Jiang Xiaoyu pointed to her mother and smiled at a girl. "Xiaofan, this is my mom. She wants to go in and take a look." "Mr. Chen said no card is needed." "Sure, I know, ma'am. Please go in," the girl replied. For someone like Wu Xia, it was also a special case. Other employees' family members wanting to enter would need to get a card without Mr. Chen's approval. The other girls were still observing the situation regarding Chun Mo's meeting from last night. After all, with over 100 employees at the supermarket, it wasn't that easy to secure the top spot. If the competition was too fierce, they planned to just participate casually. Chapter 68, Missing the Big Bathtub in Just One Morning. Wu Xia had pushed the shopping cart back 4 times, spending a total of 4,000. Besides stocking up on daily essentials for home, she also bought a lot of snacks and drinks that could be resold well. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't hide it either. The other girls naturally understood. Another front desk girl joked, "Xiaoyu, are you still not satisfied with all those bonuses from the manager? Are you planning to take first place again this time?" Facing the teasing, Jiang Xiaoyu just smiled lightly. "The manager awarded me the title of excellent employee, so I naturally want to respond positively. No matter if I can take first place or not, it's just my small effort." That said, everyone knew deep down, with a guaranteed bonus of 10,000, it was hard for any employee not to be tempted. In the office, nearing noon, there was still no sign of Chun Mo and Luo Shasha. Luo Lily guessed what was going on, bit her lip, and went to the staff cafeteria alone. After Gong Jing had visited Chun Mo's office multiple times without finding him, she finally couldn't help but make a phone call. The phone rang twice before Chun Mo's cheerful laughter came through the receiver. "Gong Daybody, what is up?" Hearing the joyful laughter, Gong Jing felt a little uncomfortable. Looking around to see no one else was nearby, she replied in a slightly coy tone, "Manager, I want to come over tonight. I miss your big bathtub at home." Upon hearing such a clear hint from Gong Jing, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile. He first glanced at the alluring figure on the garden balcony's rocking chair and then replied with a mischievous grin, "Not convenient today. Let us do it tomorrow. You can experience whatever you want." Gong Jing was slightly taken aback by his response. A big beauty like herself taking the initiative. And he just brushed her off with "not convenient today"? Although she felt a bit wronged, she didn't dare to ask more. In the beautiful garden, after hanging up the phone, Chun Mo, with a charming smile, went to the garden balcony. The inner section of the balcony was enclosed, so there was no worry about being secretly observed from outside. Luo Shasha was leaning on the rocking chair, glancing back with a playful glare. "Manager, who called you?" "Hee." It was Gong Jing. "She said she misses my big bathtub." Hearing this, Luo Shasha couldn't help but glare at him playfully. "Manager, you really know how to have fun. When you brought us in, did you have ulterior motives?" "Ha ha ha, you can't say that. Whether it's Gong Jing, your sister, or you, the final choice is always up to you. As for me, having been married once, I've long since figured it out. Life is short, and since there are conditions, I might as well live freely and comfortably. Of course, you all have put in a lot of effort, and I see that clearly. I will absolutely not treat anyone unfairly." After hearing Chun Mo's comments, Luo Shasha couldn't find a single flaw to refute, even if she wanted to. Deep down, she had no regrets at all. Compared to her 2 ex-boyfriends during university, the masculine charm exuded by Chun Mo was at least several streets ahead of them. Plus, there was a very attractive bonus to be earned. A man like this, an opportunity like this, if missed, would surely lead to lifelong regret. Lost in thought, Luo Shasha turned over and smiled charmingly. "CEO Chun, I also want to experience that big bathtub of yours. Ha ha ha, as long as you don't mind being tired. We can do it right now." Later, in the A-level employee WeChat group of Jiajialu, Boss Chin sent another text message. "I want to especially commend Vice Store Manager Luo Shasha for her excellent performance during this time, which has brought a fresh look to the supermarket. Additionally, managers Luo Lily and Gong Jing have also made commendable contributions. As the boss, I can only encourage such capable and outstanding employees." He then transferred 30 000 yuan in the group, showing that Luo Shasha received it. He also sent 2 transfers of 10,000 yuan each, indicating that Luo Lily and Gong Jing received them as well. Not long after, several women noticed the activity in the group. For a moment, except for Luo Lily, the other women were a bit stunned. The familiar lines were just delivered by a different leading character. Connecting this with the fact that they hadn't seen the boss and Luo Shasha all day, they quickly guessed the truth. Looking at her 10,000 yuan bonus, Luo Lily felt an indescribable sensation. She couldn't imagine if, in the future, she and her sister Luo Shasha would end up in a rivalry over this man. Meanwhile, Gong Jing was also grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. No wonder when she made that request today, Boss Chen refused. Undoubtedly, with Boss Chen's financial power and personal charm, even if she were to be his lover, the competitive pressure would only increase in the future. Compared to Luo Shasha, the two sisters Luo Lily had such impressive figures that Gong Jing didn't even know where her advantages lay. Lost in thought, she glanced at Wang Na not far away. Just in time, the latter looked over, and in the exchange of glances between the two women, everything was unspoken. As for Jiang Xiaoyu, Su Yingying, and Su Guo, what they were thinking was probably only known to them. In the Jinxiu garden, Luo Shasha glared with a hint of grievance. CEO Chen, can't you just transfer the bonuses directly to us? Hearing the beautiful Luo say this, Chen Mo just smiled lightly and shook his head, not to mention whether the system would recognize a private transfer. If he wanted to fish for more quality catches, he certainly had to present this welfare fund openly. Anyway, the meaning is clear. If you want to get more rewards, it depends on whether the ladies understand the importance of contribution. While making money, one can also enjoy various beauties of the world. This is the life goal that Chun Mo has set for himself. The next day, after arriving at the supermarket, he first called Wang Shui over to inquire about yesterday's situation. Mr. Chun, the number of membership cards increased by a total of 167 yesterday, which is a slight decrease compared to the day before. However, with most employees responding to your call, the sales revenue yesterday exceeded 100,000. I calculated that the amount spent by employees yesterday reached over 16,000. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo nodded. He was quite satisfied with the result. With more than 100 employees in the supermarket, the average spending also reached over 100. Chapter 69. Diligent Gong Jing. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mo casually asked, Sister Wang, do you know which employee has the highest spending? Hearing the boss's question, Wang Shui felt a bit embarrassed. As the store manager of the supermarket and one of the longest-serving employees, she was expected to set a good example given the generous benefits provided by Chen Mo. Wang Shui had thought the same and had spent over 500 on goods just yesterday. However, when the statistics were tallied this morning, she found herself in 13th place. This meant that there were 12 employees in the supermarket who had spent more than she had. Particularly, the top spender, Jiang Xiaoyu, had an astonishing lead with over 4,600 spent, 7 to 8 times more than her as a manager. Lost in thought, Wang Shui couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Mr. Chun, it turns out that Jiang Xiaoyu at the front desk has the highest spending, totaling over 4,600. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was indeed surprised. Jiang Xiaoyu? How did she buy so many things? I'm not quite sure about that. All right, you can get back to work. Meanwhile, at Jiang Xiaoyu's family's fruit stall, Wu Xia opened a family WeChat group and sent out a message. Dear family, please help. My daughter Jiang Xiaoyu is working at the supermarket and needs to meet her shopping targets. If you need any daily necessities, you can ask me to help purchase them. After sending this message, she generously sent out a 100 yuan red envelope. Wu Xia had 2 older brothers and 1 sister, and a younger brother, making the family group consist of more than 20 people. Not long after, the 20-some red envelopes were almost snatched up. Since Jiang Xiaoyu had only recently started working at the supermarket, no one knew about it yet. After the red envelopes were taken, family members began to inquire with surprise. Fourth sister, how did Xiaoyu end up working at the supermarket? Yeah, didn't she major in archaeology? How does that relate to a supermarket? And even if she works there, why does she have a shopping target? Seeing these messages, Wu Xia replied uniformly, Thank you for your concern. Xiaoyu's job at the supermarket has good benefits, and the shopping targets are not mandatory. At the end of the month, if she ranks well, there will be a considerable bonus. Anyway, if you have any daily necessities to buy, it would be a big help. If Xiaoyu really gets the bonus, I'll send out a big red envelope. Since Wu Xia said so, her siblings had a good relationship, and it was reasonable to help out. After all, they usually needed to buy salt, rice, and diesel, so stocking up on consumables like cooking oil was not a big deal. In the end, the total spending reached around 3,000 yuan. That day, Wu Xia made another shopping spree using her daughter Jiang Xiaoyu's card number. During lunch at the staff canteen, Luo Lily took the initiative to sit down in front of Luo Shasha. She said with a hint of annoyance, "What's wrong? You haven't talked to me all morning. Is it because you have nothing to say?" Upon hearing this, Rose's expression turned a bit awkward. She lowered her head and softly said, "Sister, I'm sorry. All right, we sisters are in the same boat, so I won't say anything more. But remember, you mustn't let our parents know about this, or I wouldn't know how to handle it." Hearing her sister concede so quickly, Rosa felt a sigh of relief. She lifted her head and awkwardly smiled. "Sister, don't worry, this isn't something to be proud of. How could I let our parents know?" "Humph. Now you realize it's not something to be proud of. I see you were just caught up in the moment and didn't care about anything else." With the air cleared between the sisters, Rosa no longer felt awkward. Looking around, she then whispered with a smile, "Sister, I don't regret it at all. Mr. Chen's charm is just irresistible." At this, Lily almost spat out her food. She glared at her and whispered, "Don't say such things. If someone hears you, it would be so embarrassing. Who can hear us from this far away? Oh, just stop talking and eat your food." In the afternoon, Chun Mo wandered around the supermarket and felt that the foot traffic had slightly increased compared to the previous days. When he arrived at Su Guer's live streaming spot, she was just about to point the camera at him. Chun Mo decisively waved his hand. He wasn't thinking about becoming an internet celebrity yet. Seeing this, Su Guer naturally didn't dare to insist. She took a few small steps towards Chun Mo, smiled lightly, and suggested politely, "Mr. Chun, your image would definitely make the live stream more popular." "Haha, forget it. I'm not used to being an internet celebrity. By the way, how has the live streaming been doing at the supermarket these days?" It's been okay. The number of viewers in the live stream has never dropped below 1,000. Are you satisfied with the performance?" "Pretty good. Keep up the good work." After casually walking around, Chun Mo returned to his office. Just as he sat down, Gong Jing walked in with her long legs. Although they had already scheduled a meeting yesterday, she still wanted to communicate in advance just in case. With a charming glance at Chun Mo, she naturally locked the office door behind her. Seeing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile. With a playful grin, he asked, "Gong Jing, during work hours, what are you planning?" "Mr. Chun, you gave me a bonus of 10,000 yesterday, so I thought I should return the favor." "Haha, how do you plan to repay me?" "Mr. Chun, just watch my performance." After saying this, Gong Jing's face once again displayed a captivating expression. She took a few steps towards Chun Mo, and without further words, expressed her intentions through her actions. Observing this, Chun Mo's smile grew even wider. During this period, no one came to knock on the door to disturb them. After experiencing the fun of being a boss, Chun Mo maintained a smile on his face and sincerely praised, "Gong, you are truly impressive. I knew I didn't misjudge you." Hearing this, Gong Jing smiled lightly, her face slightly flushed, and asked playfully, "Mr. Chun, after work, I want to go to your place. You can't go back on your word, right?" "Ha ha, don't worry, you've worked so hard, I definitely won't let you down." "All right, I'll head out first." As the evening approached, and it was almost time to finish work, all employees of the supermarket, regardless of their thoughts, felt that since the boss was here today, they had to show some appreciation. Some were motivated by rewards and naturally spent a bit more. However, most felt uncertain and only bought a few essential household items symbolically. Chapter 70. Taking turns to experience freshness after work, Chun Mo called a small meeting for all employees. He had just tallied up the figures and found that the total spending by employees at the supermarket yesterday exceeded 18,000, and today it was over 13,000. As the boss, I feel quite gratified by everyone's performance. At this point, Chun Mo paused slightly. With a look of approval in his eyes, he directly focused on Jiang Xiaoyu. "Here, I want to especially commend Jiang Xiaoyu at the front desk. Out of the total sales of just over 30,000 in these 2 days, she alone spent over 8,000, displaying a significant advantage. Regardless of the reasons, employees like Jiang Xiaoyu, who think wholeheartedly for the company, will not be overlooked by the supermarket. Originally promised rewards at the end of the month. I will give her an advance encouragement now." As he spoke, he directly pulled out a stack of cash amounting to 10,000 yuan that had already been prepared. Faced with this sudden gesture from Chun Mo, Jiang Xiaoyu was naturally both surprised and delighted. She had initially aimed for the end-of-month spending leaderboard, never expecting that the boss would offer such encouragement in advance. Spending 8,000 yuan and receiving a reward of 10,000 yuan. This means she not only received 8,000 yuan worth of goods for free, but also made nearly 2,000 yuan in profit. Meanwhile, the other employees looked on with envy, their eyes revealing a sense of regret. If they had known such a good opportunity would arise, they would have surely put in more effort. Seeing the regretful expressions of the employees, Chun Mo's lips curled slightly. Stimulating with bonuses appropriately would only make the supermarket employees more enthusiastic about shopping. After rewarding Jiang Xiaoyu with 10,000 yuan in cash, he announced that work was over for the day. When Jiang Xiaoyu excitedly returned home, her parents had already finished their day. They were sitting in the living room watching TV, and she immediately shared her excitement. "Dad, Mom, I have good news. Due to outstanding shopping performance these past 2 days, the boss just gave me a bonus of 10,000 yuan. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu took out the stack of crisp cash from her bag. Seeing this, Jiang Dapeng and Wu Xia were momentarily taken aback. Then their expressions turned to surprise. Taking the bundle of 100 yuan bills from their daughter, Wu Xia was almost questioning her life choices. "Xiaoyu, didn't you say the bonus was only given at the end of the month based on the spending rankings? Why did you get it today?" "Mom, mainly because our family's purchasing power has been outstanding these days, far exceeding others. The boss probably wanted to encourage everyone and suddenly issued this bonus." After hearing her daughter's explanation, Wu Xia's face broke into a wide smile. Ever since her daughter started working at the supermarket, surprises had been continuous. "Xiaoyu, your boss is so nice. You must work hard in the future and never let Boss Chen down." Although Wu Xia's words had no other meaning, the emphasis on work hard made Jiang Xiaoyu feel a bit awkward. Meanwhile, at Jinxiu Garden, "Chun, Mr. Chun, you don't intend to take Jiang Xiaoyu and the others into your own fold, do you?" Looking at the enticing scene before him, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. "Gong Mei Run, isn't it a bit out of place for you to ask these questions now? Well, then, I won't ask anymore." After the gentle exchange, Gong Jing revealed a satisfied smile on her pretty face. After resting for a moment, she casually asked, "Mr. Chun, what do you think of Sister Na?" Hearing Gong de Mei Ren's question, Chun Mo smiled faintly. "She, like you, is a great beauty. Are you implying something else by asking this?" I privately asked, and Sister Na seems to envy me quite a bit. "Mr. Chun, why don't you consider bringing Sister Na on board too?" Upon hearing Gong Jing's words, Chun Mo chuckled. "Does she really have such thoughts?" "Of course. I wouldn't dare to lie to you, Mr. Chun." "Hee, little enchantress, your words are so sweet." "Sweet or not, Mr. Chun, don't you already know?" After a passionate night, Chun Mo, the boss, spent another night full of excitement. The next day, being Saturday, the number of cardholders and the supermarket's revenue saw a significant increase compared to the previous weekdays. It's worth mentioning that before the end of the shift, the supermarket employees made substantial purchases. According to feedback from Rosa, just in the last half hour before closing, the total spending by the employees reached 40,000 yuan. Faced with this situation, Chun Mo was naturally very satisfied. Without holding a small meeting, he called Luo Lily and directly returned to the beautiful garden. All three women had their own merits, and Chun Mo naturally wanted to experience the freshness in turns to maximize his enjoyment. Rosa and Gong Jing both understood this well and wouldn't nor dared to be calculative about it. The next day was Sunday, and the morning foot traffic was already better than the usual evening. Watching the supermarket gradually get back on track, Chun Mo felt quite pleased. Half reclining in his office chair, he opened the transparent panel before him with a thought. Host bound to the enterprise, Jia Le Supermarket. Current number of employees, 119. Number of employees reaching A-level standards, 7. Remaining employee benefits for this month, 281, 700 yuan. Current total net profit of the supermarket, 864, 662 yuan. Jia Le Supermarket had only been reopened for a little over half a month, and achieving such a net profit so quickly was largely due to the membership fees. So far, the total number of annual and quarterly card members has reached 3,813. Although most of them are quarterly members, the total revenue has approached 700,000 yuan. According to Chun Mo's estimates, with Jia Lee's current service philosophy, It could absorb at least 20,000 to 30,000 members to reach a somewhat saturated state. This means that as long as there are no significant changes, just by gradually accumulating the membership fees, he could achieve a small target of 3 million yuan in net profit. Between emotions, Gong Jing walked in with her long legs. Mr. Chun, are we still hiring at the supermarket? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was slightly taken aback, then smiled and asked, "Oh, do you have a friend who wants to come over?" Not exactly a friend. Mr. Chun, do you remember when Sister Na and I first came here? You asked us to go to another supermarket to learn and also to introduce quality employees to our supermarket. There was a cosmetic sales associate at a certain supermarket who didn't quite believe that we had such good conditions back then, so she directly refused. I don't know how she got my number, but she just called me and expressed her interest in switching jobs. What do you think? Chapter 71. The arrival of the beautiful Ma Ling. Chun Mo had a good memory and naturally remembered what Gong Jing had said. With a half smile, he asked, "So how does this girl's figure and appearance compare to yours?" Upon hearing this, Gong Jing playfully bit her lip. "Mr. Chun, you really know how to get to the point." Seeing the girl's expression, Chun Mo chuckled nonchalantly. "My supermarket isn't short on staff right now, so not just anyone can join. If she doesn't have a great appearance, why would I hire her?" After listening to Chun Mo, Gong Jing bit her lip again. "Mr. Chun, if this girl meets your aesthetic standards, does that mean the promised bonus of 30,000 still count?" Hearing such a question from the beautiful Gong, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel amused. "I knew you wouldn't just casually recommend a beauty to the supermarket. You were waiting for this." He reassured her. "Don't worry, as long as the girl meets your standards, the promised bonus will be unchanged." Gong Jing was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. For a bit of bonus, she was creating a competitor for herself. Was it worth it? Regardless of her thoughts, the matter was clear. The beautiful Gong had no way out now. Right in front of Chen Mo, she pulled out her phone and returned a call. "Miss Ma, if you're available, you can come to Jia Lu supermarket now." "Oh, you're at Changfeng Plaza? Then just come straight to the supermarket. I'll meet you at the entrance." After hanging up, Gong Jing smiled brightly. "Mr. Chun, it seems the benefits you're offering are quite attractive. Even the beauties are coming to you." Saying this, she walked out with her long legs. A few minutes later, she returned with an extremely beautiful girl. This girl was, of course, Ma Ling from Walmart. After Jia Lu's supermarket became popular, she regretted her decision. It turned out that the two beauties she encountered that day were not just passing the time. Being in the supermarket industry, she was well aware of the top-notch benefits that Jia Lu's supermarket offered. It was no exaggeration to say that, apart from the top management, the benefits at her Walmart were nowhere near those of Jia Lu. Filled with regret, she decided to find a way to salvage the situation. Although Jia Lu's supermarket didn't have any job openings at the moment, she had to give it a try to feel satisfied. Through a friend's connection, Ma Ling managed to get Gong Jing's phone number. Taking advantage of her day off today, she personally came to Changfeng Plaza, leading to the current scene. After Ma Ling walked in, Chun Mo openly sized her up. She had a standard beautiful face with a small ponytail. She wore a tight-fitting t-shirt on top, and while her figure wasn't as striking as the Luo sisters, it did slightly surpass Gong Jing's. Below, she wore a black short skirt, and her fair legs were quite tempting. One must say, Gong Jing and Wang Na had a good eye for beauty. Overall, the stunning beauty in front of him definitely meets the aesthetic standards of the boss. After entering, Ma Ling felt a bit nervous under the scrutinizing gaze of the handsome boss. Before coming, she had done her homework on the unique talent standards of the supermarket. She wondered if her appearance was up to par. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Gong Jing smiled and spoke up. "Mr. Chun, this is Ma Ling. She is currently working in cosmetic sales at a certain retail chain and wants to switch to our supermarket. What do you think?" Ma Ling, your name is quite neutral, and you do fit our supermarket's talent standards. So, what kind of salary and job are you looking for?" The supermarket had already gained a reputation. Even when faced with a beauty like Ma Ling, Chen Mo felt a sense of calm confidence. When he inquired, Ma Ling was slightly taken aback. Could she really bring up salary and job expectations? She hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, "Mr. Chun, I sell cosmetics at my current job and earn just over 10,000 a month. If I'm willing to switch, my salary should definitely be higher, right? As for the job, I asked Manager Gong, and it seems your supermarket doesn't sell cosmetics. Perhaps you could arrange something?" After hearing her response, Chun Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Being a boss indeed had its worries. The salary issue was straightforward. There was a system in place for that, so he didn't need to worry. However, with the supermarket being relatively small, the roles of administrative assistant and PR manager were somewhat redundant. Assigning her a position would require some thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He smiled lightly and said, "Miss Ma, since you sell cosmetics at your current job, how about I set up a cosmetics display in the supermarket? You can select a few team members and build a cosmetics team. You can decide what products to sell. With a base salary of $15,000 plus bonuses that will ensure you earn at least $25,000 a month. If you can bring impressive results to the supermarket, the bonuses will be substantial. How does that sound, Miss Ma? Are you interested?" Upon hearing Chun Mo's proposition, Ma Ling's heart raced. She had to admit that the offer from this handsome boss was too tempting, and she couldn't find a reason to refuse. Excitedly, she responded, "Mr. Chun, I will definitely work hard. Thank you for this opportunity." Seeing her enthusiasm, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. "All right then. You can go with Manager Gong now to sign the employment contract. By the way, is it easy to handle your current job at the retail chain?" "Definitely no problem. I can take care of it today." Ma Ling was determined to manage her previous job well, especially with such great benefits at the supermarket. After about 10 minutes, Chun Mo heard a familiar notification sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting another employee of A-grade quality. As a reward, the Employee Welfare Fund will be increased by 100,000 yuan, effective next month. Currently, the Employee Welfare Fund for next month has reached 157,000 yuan. Note, there are still 2 reward slots available for A-grade quality employees. No further rewards will be given once these are filled. Nowadays, such small surprises no longer excite the owner, Mr. Chun. What he looks forward to the most is quickly achieving a net profit of 3 million yuan for the supermarket to unlock the next binding enterprise. According to the usual schedule, tonight, Rosasha will undoubtedly get into Chun Mo's BMW X5. The next day, Ma Ling officially joined Jejia Le supermarket. With Mr. Chen's authorization, 3 girls were personally selected to form a cosmetics team. P.S. Starting today, there will be 3 chapters daily. If the esteemed readers are satisfied, please leave a 5-star review with comments. Thank you very much. Chapter 72. The stunning flight attendant Lin Wanru on the day Ma Ling joined the Jia Le supermarket. Chen Mo immediately rewarded Wang Na and Gong Jing with a bonus of 30,000 yuan in the group chat, fulfilling his promise. It took almost 5 days for the cosmetics counter at the supermarket to officially launch. During this time, Ma Ling was busy running around for this matter, and Chun Mo noticed her efforts. For such a beautiful and capable woman, he was certainly generous, directly giving her a bonus of 10,000 yuan in the A-level employee group. Now, this A-level employee group, including Chun Mo as the only man, had grown to 9 members. Naturally, Ma Ling was both surprised and delighted by the boss's reward. Having only worked for 5 days, she received such a substantial bonus, nearly equivalent to her monthly salary at her previous job. She felt even more convinced that switching to Jia Le supermarket was a wise decision. After the cosmetics counter was established, the following day was Saturday. However, after a day of trial operation, the results were disappointing. The sales could only be described as dismal, not even reaching 1,000 yuan. After work, Chun Mo gathered several A-level employees for a small meeting. He encouraged them briefly before addressing the issues with the cosmetics counter. "Now that we've gone to great lengths to set up the cosmetics counter, we need to keep it going. Do you have any ideas to boost sales?" Upon hearing Chun Mo's question, the women exchanged glances. Rosa was the first to speak up. "Mr. Chun, over 90 of our supermarket's member customers are male, while cosmetics primarily target female customers. If you want to succeed in this area, we first need to attract more female customers to our supermarket." Chun Mo understood this logic. He had initially built the team of attractive women to appeal to male customers. Although the supermarket's security staff looked decent, they were inconspicuous among dozens of beautiful women, making it hard to attract a large number of female members. Thinking it over, since the supermarket still had nearly 30 employee positions available, he smiled and said, "Manager Rosa's suggestion is good. We can't focus solely on male customers. We must not overlook the spending power of female customers. I plan to hire 20 more good-looking security staff. We can prioritize hiring if employees have handsome brothers or younger brothers who meet the appearance criteria. The benefits will still be an 8,000 yuan base salary plus bonuses. Manager Rosa, please post this information in the WeChat group later." No one opposed Chun Mo's arrangement. Rosa quickly took out her phone and sent the message to the group. Seeing this, Chen Mo paused briefly before continuing. As for the cosmetics counter, let's leave it at that for now. Let me mention one more thing. If you know any girls who are exceptionally good-looking and fit, you can try to introduce them. The supermarket still needs 2 more A-level employees. If you successfully refer one, like Wang Na and Gong Jing, I will personally reward you with 30,000. There are a total of 10 rewards for A-level employees, and Chun Mo naturally wants to fill them all. The girls are definitely paying attention to the boss's instructions. Although they don't quite understand why Chun Mo wants to recruit 2 attractive girls for the supermarket, the reward of 30,000 is not insignificant. If there are suitable candidates, they will definitely try to seize the opportunity. The most eager one is Su Guo. As a popular online beauty host, her circle is filled with beautiful women. Upon counting, she realizes there are quite a few stunning girls around her. After considering it at home, she first calls a friend who works as a flight attendant. The phone rings several times before a lazy voice comes through. Su Guo, it's so late. Are you trying to invite me to go shopping? Lin, the beautiful one, let me ask you something. Are you thinking about changing jobs? Upon hearing Su Guo's straightforward question, the girl on the other end is momentarily taken aback. Change jobs? Are you suggesting I go work at the supermarket with you? Clearly, this beautiful girl Lin is already aware that Su Guo is considering a job at the supermarket for live streaming. Hee, Lin Wanru, you are indeed smart. You guessed it right away. Wait, Su Guo, are you really suggesting I work at the supermarket? What's wrong with working at the supermarket? As long as the salary and benefits are good and the work is less stressful than being a flight attendant, changing the environment might not be a bad idea. After hearing this, the flight attendant Lin Wanru falls silent. Although being a flight attendant sounds glamorous, her current flight assignments are not that great. Sometimes, she has to push a food cart to sell snacks. If her performance doesn't meet the mark, she even has to face bonus deductions, which is quite frustrating. Of course, despite the frustrations, she has never considered changing jobs. After all, being a flight attendant not only sounds prestigious, but the salary and benefits are also quite considerable. Until she finds a better opportunity, she wouldn't think of switching jobs. Now, hearing her friend Su Guo mention this on the phone, she casually asks, I remember you said the salary at the supermarket is only 15,000 a month, right? What is going on? Are you saying if I go, your boss will give me a higher salary? Lin Wanru, I forgot to tell you. I just started 2 days ago, and the boss already gave me a month's worth of benefits. Besides the base salary of 15,000, I also received a bonus of 20,000. So, the total is 35,000, which is even higher than what I earn in a month of live streaming. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru on the other end of the line can't help but be slightly surprised. You see, as a flight attendant, her total salary, including bonuses and year-end rewards, averages less than 20,000 a month. Lin Wanru felt a twinge of envy at the luxurious benefits that Su Guo received. Naturally, she became a bit curious about the supermarket and its owner. With a smile, she jokingly asked, Su Guo, you've only been here for 2 days, and the boss has already given you so many bonuses. He must have some intentions towards you, right? Don't joke around. The reason I got such a bonus is because of my outstanding work performance. And my bonus isn't even the highest in the whole supermarket. There's a manager gong from the PR department, and besides her base salary of 15,000, the boss also gave her a bonus of 50,000. Chapter 73. 2 beautiful ladies arrived. Upon hearing Su Guo's words, Lin Wanru couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in her heart. With a base salary plus bonuses, she would earn 65,000 yuan a month. She found it hard to imagine that in a city like Jiangxing, a supermarket could offer such an extravagant salary. How much profit must this supermarket be making for the owner to be so bold? Even through the phone, Su Guo could imagine Lin Wanru's shocked expression. She continued to laugh and said, Lin, with our boss's talent standards, someone as attractive as you will definitely receive an exceptional salary. Our boss mentioned that there are only 2 spots left, and I called you first. Pretty good for a best friend, right? Hearing Su Guo say this, Lin Wanru was indeed a little tempted. She tentatively asked, but I don't have any experience. What could I do at your supermarket? That's not something you need to worry about. If you're really interested, you can discuss the details with our boss in person. When I get the 30,000 yuan referral fee, I'll treat you to a big meal. 30,000 yuan for a referral fee? Wow, Su Guo. I didn't know there was such a good deal. No wonder you're so enthusiastic. Hee, even without the benefits, I would still think of you first for such a great opportunity. Think it over. I need to call you Cece and see if she's interested too. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru was momentarily taken aback. She knew Cece, who was also a well-known beauty in their circle. She worked at a dance studio, teaching children, and her figure and looks were exceptional. If all three of them ended up working at this supermarket, it would indeed be quite interesting. With that thought in mind, Lin Wanru jokingly said, "All right, if you can convince Cece, then I'll go with her to check it out." After hanging up the phone, Su Gui'er quickly dialed Cece's number. She felt quite confident about persuading Cece. Compared to the nearly 20,000 yuan salary of flight attendant Lin Wanru, Cece's salary at the dance studio was less than 10,000 yuan. Since she had plenty of free time, she had previously learned to stream live broadcasts with Su Gui'er. However, she didn't have the same talent for it as the stunning Su. Every time she faced the camera, she felt anxious and couldn't fully relax. Plus, she was reluctant to take risks, and her dancing was quite conventional. Even though Cece had an amazing figure and looks, without a promoter, her income was very meager. After a while, she decided to give up. At that moment, she was watching a drama when she received Su Gui'er's call. Upon hearing the situation, she was instantly intrigued. Forget about the bonuses. Just the guaranteed monthly salary of 15,000 yuan was enough for her to consider changing careers. They quickly agreed to go check out the supermarket together with Lin Wanru the next day. The next day, being the weekend, there was a huge influx of customers in the morning. So many people were willing to get a membership at the supermarket, mainly to have a legitimate reason to see beautiful women. The immediate thrill of being on site was far superior to watching live streams of beauties at home. Chun Mo had just walked into the office when Rosa entered with her confident posture. After exchanging a glance, the beautiful Rosa couldn't help but smile charmingly. "Mr. Chun, you mentioned yesterday that after the internal recruitment for security personnel, over 60 people showed up today. Do you want to take a look?" Chun Mo wasn't surprised by this situation. To put it bluntly, the working environment and benefits at the supermarket were even better than those of ordinary civil servants. Even if the girls didn't have brothers or younger siblings, they would definitely want to find a way in through relatives or friends if the opportunity arose. Shaking his head lightly, he said, "You can discuss this with Manager Lee from the HR department. Remember to choose the best-looking candidates. If we can't reach 20 people, we'll recruit from outside." Just as he finalized this matter, Su Gui'er walked in with her long legs. She usually only live-streamed for 2 or 3 hours at night and spent her days filming and editing videos with Zhou Xiaowei to post online. Upon entering, she immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, I have 2 friends whose looks are just as good as mine. They're really interested in the supermarket's offer and will be here shortly. Do you want to interview them personally?" Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Chun Mo's lips. He had casually mentioned it last night, and now Su Gui'er had filled the 2 spots. Curiously, he asked, "Are these 2 friends also beauty streamers?" Neither of them is. One is a flight attendant, and the other is a dance teacher." Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's eyes lit up. He smiled lightly and said, "When they arrive, bring them directly to my office." "Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll step out now." About half an hour later, the 2 beauties, Lin Wanru and Cece, entered Chun Mo's office, led by Su Gui'er. Even though they were somewhat prepared, they were still shocked by the vibrant atmosphere of the supermarket. Aside from the many attractive women, there were several beauties whose looks were even on par with theirs. It was hard to imagine that such an ordinary supermarket could have so many stunning women. Naturally, their curiosity about the supermarket's owner grew. Upon seeing him in person, they found him even more handsome than they had imagined. While Chun Mo was assessing the 2 women's appearances and figures, Su Gui'er cheerfully introduced them. "Mr. Chun, these are the 2 I mentioned, Lin Wanru and Cece. One is a flight attendant, and the other is a dance teacher. Very nice. They do meet the talent standards of our supermarket." After just a few glances, Chun Mo was already 100% confident that these 2 beauties met the standard for A-grade employees, both in figure and appearance. For a talent with such standards, Boss Chun was naturally very pleased. As thoughts crossed his mind, a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. If you consider coming to work at the supermarket, the benefits are also a base salary of 15,000, plus a monthly bonus of no less than 10,000. If you perform well, the bonus will definitely be even higher. The 2 young women had a clear understanding of the terms offered by Chun Mo and did not show any signs of surprise. Lin Wanru was the first to smile lightly and said, "Mr. Chun, I work at an airline company, and I can generally earn around 20,000 a month. The work as a flight attendant is relatively relaxed. I've never worked in a supermarket before, so I would like to ask if I were to switch jobs." What position would you arrange for me at the supermarket? Chapter 74. Winning over Wang Na. Lin Wanru's words were quite deliberate. First, she slightly elevated her previous job, and then cleverly inquired about the specific work at the supermarket. It was clear that if it was just an ordinary sales assistant position, she might have to think it over. Chen Imo certainly understood. After pondering for a moment, he casually smiled and said, "If you come to the supermarket, you can temporarily take on the role of an administrative assistant like another girl, Wang Na. There isn't much specific work usually. You can learn while observing. And feel free to ask others if you have questions. As for the salary you mentioned, Miss Lin, as long as you are a standard talent, 25,000 is just the basic level here. If your personal abilities are outstanding, earning 35,000, 45,000, or even more per month is not impossible. This is the standard for attracting talent with high salaries at Jia Jia Le Supermarket. If you think it's acceptable, we can sign the employment contract today." After hearing Chen's words, Lin Wanru felt quite satisfied. Even if she could only earn 25,000 a month, it was much better than being a flight attendant. If she worked hard, there was no reason she couldn't achieve a higher salary. Plus, she was already somewhat tired of constantly flying around for work, so she readily agreed. As for UCC, there was no need to mention. Such a salary was something she could only dream of. Seeing that both girls had no objections, Chen Imo directly had Su Guer take them to Li Wan to process the employment contracts. Clearly, the addition of two top beauties stirred a subtle feeling among everyone, especially for Wang Na, who had been contemplating submitting to Chen Imo for some time. However, with Gong Jing, Luo Xia, and Luo Lily taking turns, she could never find a suitable opportunity. Now, with the arrival of two more beautiful administrative assistants like herself, it was easy to imagine that in the future, the girls would be tempted by the high bonuses. While not everyone would succumb, some would definitely be swayed. In this situation, Wang Na felt an increased sense of pressure. After wandering around the supermarket, her gaze turned towards Chun Mo's office, and suddenly, she made up her mind. It seemed that waiting for an opportunity to present itself was too hopeful. It would be better to take the initiative. With this thought in mind, she strode confidently into Chun Mo's office. Chun Mo had just received a system notification in his mind, adding an extra 200,000 yuan to the Employee Welfare Fund. While checking the panel data, he heard a commotion and looked up to see Wang Na's melancholic gaze, which made him smile involuntarily. He asked with a grin, "Assistant Wang, is there something you need?" Wang Na was straightforward by nature, and since she had made up her mind, she didn't want to beat around the bush. "President Chen, I want to work with you. Can you give me a chance?" Facing Wang Na's direct words, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. Then, a charming smile appeared on his lips. "Assistant Wang, to be honest, I have been very interested in the red rose tattoo you have since the first time I saw you at the wellness shop. Can you show it to me?" Upon hearing this from Boss Chun, Wang Na was momentarily taken aback. But she quickly understood what was going on. Since they were already planning to take that step, just looking at the tattoo rose was a trivial matter. She walked slowly to the office door and decisively locked it. Seeing this, Chun Mo's charming smile grew even more pronounced. He raised his right hand and gestured gently, and with her determination set, Wang Na naturally had no reason to hesitate. She stepped over and directly sat on Chun Mo's lap, her voice soft and teasing. "Boss Chun, this rose tattoo was done when I was 18. Back then, I was just young and ignorant, and now I regret it a bit. I didn't expect it to catch your eye. I wonder if this is a kind of luck?" "Ha ha ha, Assistant Wang. I didn't expect you to be quite the talker. I really want to see the true form of the rose." In the office, Chen Mo couldn't completely do as he pleased. However, after a bit of exploration, Wang Na's pretty little face had already turned rosy. "Knock, knock, knock." A voice came from outside. "Boss Chun, are you in there?" "Just a moment." After a few seconds, the office door creaked open. When she saw Wang Na's flushed face at the door, Rosa quickly guessed the truth of the situation. Her heart felt both bitter and sour. Given her position, she naturally had no right to stand on a moral high ground to criticize or blame Wang Na. Since she couldn't condemn her, she could only accept it calmly. Internally cursing the vixen, her face quickly returned to normal. She gave Wang Na an awkward smile and walked straight up to Chen Mo. "Boss Chun, the positions for 20 security personnel at the supermarket have been filled. Would you like to take a look?" Hearing this from Rosa, Chen Mo casually waved his hand. "No need. Have your sister procure a batch of more spirited uniforms for them. Once the uniforms are ready, have Huang Dong and Zhao Mousen gather them in the square for some practice, aiming to attract more female customers." Rosa naturally had no objections to Chun Mo's arrangement. After thinking for a moment, she asked somewhat forlornly, "Boss Chun, should I come over to your place tonight?" According to the usual schedule, it should have been Rosa's turn today. But after what had just happened, she knew full well that there was a high chance she would be skipped tonight. Sure enough, after she asked this, Chun Mo simply shook his head with a faint smile. "Not convenient tonight. Let us do it tomorrow." There wasn't much explanation, and both of them were well aware of the situation. "Well, I'll step out first." After Rosa left the office, Chun Mo stood up directly. Office flirting might have its charm, but it's still not very convenient. Looking at Wang Na, who was a bit shy at the door, he revealed a mischievous smile again. "Let's go to my beautiful garden." "Ah, now? It's not off work yet." "Hee hee, with your boss here. Isn't it just a matter of my word regarding work hours?" After hearing Chun Mo's words, Wang Na had nothing more to say. Following behind the big boss Chun, they entered the underground parking lot through the back door of the supermarket. Half an hour later, in Chun Mo's garden villa, compared to the restrained atmosphere in the office, facing the beautiful Wang, the boss finally felt free to be himself. Chapter 75: Bitter Moments for the Girls. Chun. "General Chun, I finally understand why Gong Jing has been sometimes joyful and sometimes melancholic during this time." "Hee Wang, are you complimenting me?" "Umph. How could you ask that knowingly?" After a spring breeze and flower rain, Chun Mo felt both satisfied and a bit regretful. Whether it was the initial Gong Jing, or the two sisters Luo Lily and Luo Xia, as well as the current Wang Na, they could all be considered top-notch beauties, and the pleasures they brought were undoubtedly delightful. However, none of the four girls were perfect, which left Chun Mo with a hint of regret. In a moment of contemplation, he casually asked, "Wang Na, what experiences did you have before working at the wellness center?" Hearing Chun Mo's question, Wang, the beauty, turned slightly, murmuring softly, "General Chun, you might laugh at me, but I wasn't very talented in school and dropped out before finishing middle school. I went south to work in an electronics factory and also served as a waitress in a hotel. Later, through a friend's introduction, I learned the skill of massage." In her words, Wang Na naturally omitted her past as a leader. Although she had a straightforward personality, she wasn't without her wits. That gray past wasn't something to be proud of, and if Chun Mo found it unappealing, she would probably have nowhere to cry. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo didn't pry further. Regardless of how much truth or falsehood there was in her words, it didn't matter to him. He turned over, adopting a slightly charming tone, and said, "Wang Na, you can't let your massage skills go to waste. Help me out a bit." Seeing this, Wang Na promptly climbed up and sat on Chun Mo's back. While massaging, she casually asked, "General Chun, my skills are a bit better than Gong Jing's, right?" He chuckled. "Which aspect are you referring to?" "You're so annoying. Of course, I mean shoulder massage." "Ha ha. Of course, your professional touch is more comfortable." Half an hour later, as Wang Na went to the bathroom to rinse off, Chun Mo picked up the phone from the bedside table and opened the WeChat group. Su Gui'er had introduced two A-level employees to the supermarket, and the rewards hadn't been given yet. He first praised her with a message, then sent her a transfer of 60,000 yuan in the group. He then glanced towards the bathroom, listening to the sound of running water, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. He edited a message and posted it in the group. "I also want to especially commend Wang Na for her excellent work performance during this time. For such an outstanding employee, I've decided to reward her." After sending that message, he promptly followed up with a transfer of 30,000 yuan. The girls in the A-level employee group gradually noticed the activity in the group, although they felt a bit envious of Su Gui'er's 60,000 yuan reward. They didn't think too much of it. After all, Chun Mo had explained this matter beforehand. Moreover, it was hard to be envious since Su Gui'er had two such beautiful friends. However, later on, Boss Chun independently rewarded Wang Na with 30,000 yuan. The girls had a lot of thoughts. The supermarket owner was quite the charmer, and it was basically no secret in the girls' minds. If you want to reward someone, just do it. Who doesn't know about that? But to say that Wang Na's work performance was excellent, that was just nonsense. Not to mention anything else. Among the few A-level employees in the group, Wang Na had probably been the most idle during this time, holding the title of a supermarket administrative assistant. She was basically just a decoration. Aside from occasionally boosting engagement in Su Gui'er's livestream, she was pretty much doing nothing. "Boss Chun, don't you feel embarrassed praising her excellence?" Of course, one could think this way in their heart, but no one would dare to express it. Rosa and Lily exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of bitterness in the other's eyes. Undoubtedly, after today, the waiting time would become even longer. Chen Mo naturally wouldn't care about what the girls were thinking. After distributing the bonuses, he directly opened the panel to take a look. The host is bound to one enterprise, Jia Le Supermarket. Total number of employees, 142. Cannot exceed 150. Number of A-level quality employees, 10. Reward slots are full. Even if more A-level quality employees are hired later, there will be no further rewards. The supermarket's total profit, 864 yuan. Remaining employee welfare budget for this month, 700 yuan. Unconsciously, Jia Le Supermarket had been reopened for almost a month. The total profit was nearly 1 per million, and the contribution of membership cards was undeniable. At this current pace, even if the income from membership cards slows down later, it would take at most 2 months to unlock the next system-bound enterprise, which shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Since binding the system, his life had undergone a tremendous transformation. Even though he was still living in an ordinary small villa and driving a BMW X5 worth hundreds of thousands. In terms of enjoying life, even at his peak before, he was far from being as good as now. While he was happily thinking, Wang Na walked out wrapped in a pure white bath towel. Barefoot, Wang Na had a pair of snow-white long legs with no excess fat, which was quite pleasing to Boss Chen's eyes. In terms of the allure of beautiful legs, she was definitely number one. Boss Chen, are we going back to the supermarket later? No need to go back. Let's change clothes. I'll take you out for Western food later. The pure profit from the supermarket was basically all deposited into his personal account. Plus, there were nearly 500,000 yuan on his card, so Chen Mo now considered himself to have a bit of wealth. Even without exploiting the system's employee welfare funds, he could speak with great confidence. Wang Na naturally felt delighted at Boss Chen's words. After a moment's hesitation, she performed a quick outfit change in front of Chen Mo. Surrounded by beauty every day, Boss Chen naturally wouldn't show any lecherous behavior. As he got up from the bed, he said, "By the way, I sent you a bonus of 30,000 yuan in the group. You can collect it later. I'm going to take a quick shower." Although Wang Na wasn't particularly surprised by this expected good news, her mood still brightened. Experiencing pleasure while also gaining such a significant benefit made her feel a bit regretful for not having befriended the big boss earlier. The next day, at a certain square, led by Huang Dong and Zhao Maosen, 20 handsome young men dressed in stylish, coordinated uniforms began doing the simplest running exercises in the square. It's worth mentioning that even after just running 2 laps, many girls stopped to watch. Chapter 76. Su Yingying was startled whenever such a situation arose. Zhao Maosen would take out the prepared flyers and hand them out. When encountering potential high-quality female customers, he would stop to introduce the promotional activities at the cosmetics display in detail. The strategy was simply not to miss any opportunity. Surprisingly, this tactic actually had some effect, as more than 10 female customers signed up for membership just in the morning. After Chen Mo arrived at the supermarket and took a look around, he didn't TC Lin Wanru and UCC. He called over Su Guer and asked, "Have Wanru and Cici finished their work yet?" Hearing this, Su Guer smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Chun, I was just about to tell you. Wanru just called me. She had some trouble resigning from her flight attendant job, so she might not be able to come until the afternoon. UCC is in a similar situation." "I see, got it. You can go back to your work," Chinmo replied. "Okay, Mr. Chun." After receiving a bonus of 60,000 the previous day, Su Guer's tone had a hint of flirtation. Facing such a generous boss, even if she couldn't fully devote herself at the moment, her attitude was definitely on point. Wang Na had been single for a long time, but after receiving some attention yesterday, she looked even more radiant today. Striding into the office, she didn't feel embarrassed at all despite the complex gazes from others. She walked straight up to Gong Jing, and the 2 women exchanged knowing smiles, everything unspoken. At noon, in the staff cafeteria, Su Yingying was sitting across from a young and handsome security guard, who looked very excited. "Sis, the food here is so much better than at home, and it's free. Our supermarket's boss is really generous." Hearing this, Su Yingying just smiled lightly. This handsome security guard, who resembled her a bit, was her younger brother, Su Yunfeng. After graduating from high school without learning any technical skills, he had worked as a security guard and delivered food. Later, relying on his good looks, he found a job as an image consultant at a resort in Jiangxing, earning over 5,000 a month. This income wasn't considered high in Jiangxing, but it was definitely enough for him to support himself if he didn't settle down and start a family. When the news about Chun Mo hiring security guards internally was announced, Su Yingying was the first to take notice. After she mentioned it at home, Su Yunfeng was instantly interested. Recently, he had been very envious of his sister's job at the supermarket. Not only were the benefits extravagant, but the working environment was also excellent. For a man, it could even be described as a paradise. Although he felt a bit unaccustomed after jogging a couple of laps in the square that morning, seeing the exceptional food in the cafeteria right now made all discomfort vanish. As the siblings enjoyed their meal, Rosa walked in. Noticing Su Yingying in such a situation, and knowing they were colleagues in the supermarket's A-level staff group, she couldn't help but stop and curiously ask, Su Yingying, is this someone you know? Manager Luo, he is my younger brother, and he just reported for duty today. Upon hearing this, Luo Shasha didn't show any signs of surprise. With such great benefits at the supermarket, if she had a brother or sister, she would definitely find a way to secure a spot. She simply smiled faintly and headed towards the window to get her employee meal. Naturally, Su Yingying wouldn't take this little episode to heart. However, her brother Su Yunfeng's gaze was somewhat fixated on Luo Shasha's figure. When he came to interview yesterday, it was Luo Shasha and Gong Jing who conducted the interviews together. Relatively speaking, Luo Shasha's stunning figure left a deeper impression on Su Yunfeng. Of course, it wasn't just Su Yunfeng. The other security personnel interviewing were similarly affected. All of them were young and vigorous men, facing such an impressive figure and appearance. Which man could remain completely calm? At that moment, looking at Luo Shasha's graceful silhouette, he momentarily lost his focus. Seeing her brother's infatuated expression, Su Yingying couldn't help but feel a bit startled. Other ordinary employees might not know, but the girls in the A-level employee WeChat group were well aware of the subtle relationships between Boss Chun, Luo Shasha, Luo Lily, Gong Jing, and Wang Na. If the big boss saw Su Yunfeng acting like this, Su Yingying couldn't even imagine the consequences. Lost in thought, she quickly lowered her voice and reminded him, Yunfeng, stop staring. Manager Luo is not someone you can fantasize about. If Mr. Chen sees you, I can't protect you. After hearing his sister's words, Su Yunfeng finally withdrew his gaze, though his expression still showed some confusion. He muttered softly, Sis, I didn't do anything inappropriate. Can I just take a look? Upon hearing this, Su Yingying couldn't help but glare at him. Is that just taking a look? Your eyes were about to pop out. I warn you. If you care about this job, you better behave in the supermarket, especially in front of those leaders in the office. You must not let any inappropriate thoughts cross your mind, otherwise Mr. Chun will definitely make you leave. Why is our big boss so strict? Don't ask so many questions. Just remember, if you want to keep this job at the supermarket, you need to work diligently. Once your income increases in the future, with your looks, you won't have trouble finding a beautiful girlfriend, right? After hearing his sister's words, Su Yunfeng reluctantly glanced around and muttered again, Sis. What about the other ordinary cashiers in the supermarket? For example, there's a very pretty one at the front desk. I think her name is Jiang Xiaoyu. Is it okay for me to pursue her privately? Upon hearing Su Yunfeng's question, Su Yingying glared at him again. She was starting to regret introducing her brother to the job. Her brother, relying on his decent looks, could casually date girls outside, and as an older sister, she couldn't control that. However, when she arrived at the supermarket, Su Yingying couldn't afford to be careless. She was still unclear about what Boss Chen thought of the other girls in the A-level employee WeChat group. In any case, with such great benefits at the supermarket, Su Yingying didn't want her younger brother to take any risks. It didn't matter if he jeopardized his own job, but if it affected her as well, she would probably have nowhere to cry. With these thoughts, she replied softly, her expression a bit displeased. Su Yunfeng, if you want to mess around, don't drag me into it. I really regret introducing you here. Seeing his sister's expression, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Sis, I was just joking. I know my own capabilities. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Chapter 77, UCC, Who Blushes Easily Suddenly. 20 young men filled the supermarket, all brimming with youthful energy. There were quite a few cases like Su Yunfeng. As the face of the supermarket, Jiang Xiaoyu had several people ask for her WeChat ID just this morning. However, she completely looked down on these young men who only had looks and no substance. To put it bluntly, her base salary plus bonuses was at least 20,000. An 8,000 yuan security guard thinking he could flirt with her was simply ridiculous. Without a moment's hesitation, she politely declined them all. While Chun Mo was casually watching the surveillance in the office, he noticed this situation as well. His brow raised slightly. He immediately asked Luoshasha to call all the newly recruited security guards to the staff lounge. It was Su Yunfeng's first time meeting the big boss, and he was surprised to find that in terms of looks, Chen Mo was not lacking. As he was lost in thought, Chen Mo coldly spoke up. I just saw on the surveillance that a few of you, on your first day of work, are already thinking of mischief. Here, let me explain the rules of our supermarket to you. The generous treatment I provide is to help you create a good image for the supermarket, not for you to come here and flirt. If I catch anyone playing tricks during work hours again, no matter who introduced you, you'll be packing your bags and leaving. Hearing Chen Mo's words, the group of security guards finally realized the seriousness of the situation. They had just started working and hadn't thought much of it. Seeing so many beautiful women at once had made them a bit overly excited. Since the big boss had spoken, no one dared to entertain any ridiculous thoughts. Compared to flirting with the ladies, this luxurious job with great benefits was definitely far more important. After a brief reprimand, he let them leave. Luoshasha, witnessing the big boss lose his temper for the first time, felt a bit shocked. She understood that Chen Mo had hired so many attractive women at a high salary. Given the supermarket's current financial struggles, offering such high bonuses and salaries meant he was treating the supermarket like a fishing pond. This group of security guards was trying to take advantage of the big boss right after starting, simply absurd. In her thoughts, Luoshasha felt a tinge of bitterness. She and her sister were probably just two pretty fish in the big boss's eyes. If only this pond had no other fish. Under Chen Mo's stern warning, the supermarket did not experience any more chaotic incidents. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Wanru and UCC finally arrived at the supermarket. Unsurprisingly, the A-level employee WeChat group added 2 new members. The 2 newcomers, just like Wang Na at the beginning, felt a bit aimless. After wandering around the supermarket, they unknowingly found themselves in Chen Mo's office. Upon seeing the 2 ladies enter, Chen Mo instantly perked up. Although the boss Chen has developed a certain immunity to beautiful women, he can't help but feel a spark when he sees someone like Lin Wanru or UCC. Lin Wanru is about 1.7 meters tall and definitely weighs no more than 105 pounds, possessing that standard beauty figure. UCC is roughly half a head shorter than Lin Wanru, but her figure is a bit more voluptuous. If Chen Mo had to evaluate who is more outstanding, he would find it hard to say. In any case, both ladies are fair-skinned and beautiful, with impressive curves and graceful figures. They certainly appear to be a delightful sight. Without any hesitation, he looked them up and down and then casually asked, "Have you finished handling your previous work?" "Yes, thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen. Everything has been taken care of," Lin Wanru replied with a light smile. After a slight pause, she continued with a smile, "Mr. Chen, with such great benefits, aren't you going to give us some specific tasks? Hee, if you really feel idle, you can go out and hand out flyers." Chen Mo suddenly changed the subject and looked at UCC, asking with a smile, "I heard you were a dance teacher. Can you dance any style?" UCC was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question from the boss. Then a faint blush appeared on her face as she replied softly, "Mr. Chen, I specialize in ballet and classical dance, but I haven't really studied other styles." Seeing her blush, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. "It's fine. I was just asking casually. You can go back to what you were doing. Okay, we'll head out first." As he watched the graceful figures of the 2 ladies leave, a smile that was hard to describe appeared on Chen Mo's face. Comparatively speaking, UCC's performance had attracted him more. Among the remaining A-level employees in the supermarket, from Chen Mo's perspective, apart from the receptionist Jiang Xiaoyu, UCC seems to have the highest potential for a perfect figure. Of course, Chen Mo wouldn't dare to make any guarantees. There could always be unexpected surprises. However, regardless of which lady remains, Chen Mo has no intention of making any advances. He believes the ladies are well aware of his intention to establish an A-level employee group. To gain greater benefits, one must certainly make some contributions. And women who cannot be tempted by money are often the most troublesome. Chen Mo wants to live freely, naturally not wanting to create trouble for himself. After 7 o'clock in the evening, the flow of customers gradually increased. Suddenly, a slight commotion arose at the entrance security area of the supermarket. "Sorry, sir and ma'am, you must have a membership card to enter the supermarket." "Young lady, my daughter works here. We just want to see how she is doing." "Do we really need a card for that?" "Ma'am, that's the rule set by the boss. Please don't make it difficult for me." Just as Chen Mo was wandering near the supermarket entrance, he witnessed this scene. He walked straight over. "What's going on?" Hearing the boss's voice, The staff member responsible for checking membership cards quickly turned around. Mr. Chun, these two want to go in to see their daughter, but they don't have a membership card. I'm just explaining it to them. Upon hearing this, Chinemo couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. So far, he had only given such privileges to Jiang Xiaoyu's mother, Wu Xia. As for other employees, he hadn't really considered granting family members the same access. Lost in thought, he didn't dwell on it too much. He proactively explained to the couple, I'm sorry, but our supermarket has a membership system, and unfortunately, employee family members cannot be exceptions. Chapter 78. The Tenth Sisters. As soon as Chun Mo finished speaking, a surprised voice came from behind. Dad, Mom. What are you doing here? It was clear that the two people were none other than Rosa's parents, Lin and Wang Lan. During this period, it was one thing for Luo Lily to rent a place outside and not return home, but Rosa had also been frequently absent. The key issue was that sometimes when they called, she wouldn't answer, leading the couple to suspect that their younger daughter might be dating someone outside. They planned to secretly check the supermarket, but little did they know that family members of employees also needed to get a membership card, which led to the earlier scene. Hearing Rosa address them this way, Chun Mo felt a bit awkward. He forced a smile and said, Manager Luo, these are your parents? Rosa felt a bit embarrassed as well upon hearing Chun Mo's question. Mr. Chun, I'm really sorry. My parents came without telling me. Should I go get them a membership card? Well, since they are your parents, there's no need for a card. They can just go in. Chun Mo thought it was a bit ironic that he was making things more complicated for himself. After all, he had already won over both daughters. Charging a few hundred for a membership fee would just be unreasonable. Wang Lan and Lin were also surprised to find that the supermarket owner was so young and handsome. Chun Mo's words instantly improved their impression of him. Initially intending to check things out secretly, they no longer needed to do so. Under Rosa's guidance, it was the first time for her parents to step into the Jiajia Le supermarket. They saw beautiful staff in sexy uniforms everywhere, occasionally interrupted by a few handsome security personnel passing by. Even though they had anticipated such a scene, they couldn't help but be astonished. As they walked, Wang Lan asked, Rosa, why are there so many employees in this supermarket, and they're all so good-looking? How much does your boss pay them? Upon hearing her mother's question, Rosa couldn't help but smile wryly. Mom, our boss isn't worried, so why should you be? Let us take you to the lounge first. I'll call my sister over. What lounge? Your mom and I can just walk around the supermarket. Lin, who had been silent, suddenly mumbled, even though he didn't mean anything bad. Old Luo also had an appreciation for beauty. Suddenly arriving in this shopping paradise felt like a dream, and he was captivated. The more he could see, the better. Hearing her dad say this, Rosa didn't notice anything unusual. However, Wang Lan caught a glimpse of her husband's sparkling eyes and felt a bit irritated. She shot him a glare. What's so great about the supermarket? Rosa, don't listen to your dad. Take us to the lounge. I have some questions to ask you. With Wang Lan asserting her authority, Lin immediately felt deflated. He chuckled. All right, we want to walk around. Your mom has the final say. Rosa seemed to sense the subtle tension and smirked slightly. Dad, Mom, follow me. With that, she walked towards the side entrance of the supermarket. She picked up her phone and called her sister, Luo Lily. Sis, Mom and Dad are at the supermarket. I brought them to the staff lounge. Can you come over? The staff lounge at Jiajia Le supermarket consists of several small rooms. The girls can change into their work uniforms here, and they can also take a short nap during lunch. Luo Shasha had just brought her parents in when Luo Lily followed behind, carrying 2 bottles of water. Dad, Mom, how did you get here? Have some water first. As their daughter, Luo Lin and Wang Lan were not being polite. While taking the bottled water, they asked, You both came over. Won't the boss say anything? Hearing this question from their mom, Luo Shasha quickly replied with a smile, Mom, my sister and I are part of the management. As long as we do our jobs well, we have quite a bit of freedom. By the way, have you and Dad eaten? Should I take you both to the cafeteria for a bite? Upon hearing this, Wang Lan shook her head. No need. We've already eaten. Besides, your dad and I aren't employees here. What would it look like going to your supermarket's cafeteria? Given her mom Wang Lan's response, Luo Shasha naturally didn't insist. She continued to smile and asked, If you're not eating, then you and Dad are just here to browse the supermarket, right? At this, Wang Lan shot her a glare. You little girl, how can you say that? Ever since your sister rented a place outside, she's hardly home. Sometimes when we call, you don't even answer. Your dad and I just wanted to come see how you are. Seeing her mom Wang Lan's expression, Luo Shasha felt a bit uneasy. After exchanging a glance with her sister Luo Lily, she awkwardly laughed and said, "Mom, since my sister's place has 2 rooms and is close to the supermarket, sometimes I'm just too lazy to go back after working late." "Humph. Then why did I try to call you twice and no one picked up?" Hearing her mom ask this, Luo Shasha's heart tightened. What a coincidence. Those 2 times were when she was in a crucial situation and didn't dare to answer the phone. In a flurry of thoughts, she quickly found an excuse. "Maybe I was in the shower, and then I forgot to call back." Upon hearing this, Wang Lan's eyes were fixed on Luo Shasha, and she casually remarked, "Really? Then why do you look a bit nervous?" "Mom, you're acting like you're interrogating a criminal." I'm just a little nervous. I'm your mom. How is asking you a few questions like interrogating a criminal? You 2 sisters aren't hiding anything from me, are you?" After hearing her mom Wang Lan say this, not only did Luo Shasha feel a bit flustered, but Luo Lily also felt her heart race. She quickly spoke up, "Mom, Shasha and I work at the supermarket every day. What could we possibly be hiding from you?" That is good. You 2 are not kids anymore. One of you is even divorced. If you really are seeing someone outside, your dad and I would be happy for you. No need to hide." Hearing her mother's words, Rosa was not pleased. "Mom, the way you say it, it sounds like my sister and I are unmatchable. With our conditions, you don't need to worry at all." After realizing she couldn't get a clear answer, Wang Lan also lost interest in asking further. Just as the younger daughter Rosa said, both daughters were outstanding in terms of figure and appearance. It's not even about finding a wealthy partner. Just finding a good man wouldn't be difficult at all. Suddenly, she thought of something, and her eyes brightened. Smiling, she asked, "By the way, the owner of your supermarket seems quite young and handsome. Is he married?" Hearing their mother suddenly ask this, the 2 sisters exchanged glances. Chapter 79. The confused sisters. Wang Lan's sudden question caused both sisters' hearts to race. Luo Shasha steadied herself, forcing a calm expression as she replied first, "Mom, why are you asking about this? It's not really private. What's wrong with asking a bit?" "Shasha, why do I feel like you're getting nervous?" I'm not nervous at all. If you want to know, I can tell you. Our boss looks young, but he is actually in his 30s and currently divorced. Mom, if you have more questions, just ask them all at once." Upon hearing Luo Shasha's words, Wang Lan's eyes brightened slightly. The age and divorce status didn't matter to her at all, as long as he was single. In Wang Lan's eyes, he was a super catch. Much better than her former son-in-law, Wu Jibin. In her thoughts, her gaze quickly turned to her eldest daughter, Luo Lily. "Lily, you just got divorced and are working at this supermarket. This is a rare opportunity to get close to your boss. Why not try to pursue him a bit?" Hearing her mother's suggestion, Luo Lily felt both nervous and somewhat amused. "Mom, please don't play matchmaker. Boss Chun is handsome and wealthy. Do you really think he would want to marry a divorced woman like me? What is wrong with being divorced? You don't have kids. He is divorced too. Maybe he actually likes women like you." Trying one tea hurt. As Wang Lan continued to speak, Luo Lily glanced nervously toward the entrance. "Mom, keep your voice down. People will laugh at us." Luo Lin, who had been silent, finally chimed in with dissatisfaction. "You, as a mother, shouldn't he talk like that?" In response, Wang Lan wore an unconcerned expression. "I'm just being straightforward. There are so many pretty girls in the supermarket. Who knows how many are after your boss? If you keep acting all reserved, you might miss your chance." At this point, her gaze shifted to her younger daughter, Luo Shasha. "Shasha, if your sister isn't interested, you can pursue him too. It doesn't matter if a man is older or divorced, as long as he is capable and can provide a good life, that is what counts. Don't be like your mother when she was young, being overly selective and ending up with your father, a scholar. I never enjoyed any real comfort." Luo Lin, hearing Wang Lan drag him into the conversation, naturally felt displeased. With a dark expression, he said, "In front of our 2 daughters, don't say such things. What is wrong with being a scholar? I provide for you, and I do most of the household work. You should be grateful." Watching their parents bicker, the 2 sisters felt somewhat speechless. Luo Shasha quickly advised, "All right, if you 2 want to argue, do it at home. This is a supermarket." Just as she was speaking, Chen Mo stepped in, his expression somewhat intriguing. Not long after Rosasha walked into the supermarket with her parents, the system released a temporary task. As long as Rosasha's parents were satisfied, a reward of an additional 100,000 in employee benefits would be given. Although this task wasn't mandatory, Boss Chun was still flexible enough to stroll around and then follow them. Upon seeing the handsome boss enter, Wang Lan couldn't care less about bickering with Luo Lin. She quickly stood up from the sofa with a cheerful smile. Rosacea and Luo Lily were somewhat surprised that Chun Mo had come specifically. Both sisters were well aware of their relationship with this man. Regardless of whether it was the elder sister or the younger sister, the chances of becoming the main partner were practically zero. In this situation, Chun Mo coming over was naturally puzzling for them. Before the sisters could say anything, Wang Lan had already cheerfully initiated the conversation. Mr. Chun, we were just talking about you. Thank you for providing such a great job for our Lily and Shasha. It's a stroke of luck for them to meet such a good boss like you. Although Wang Lan was somewhat materialistic, she worked in the Education Bureau, and her way of speaking was still quite pleasant. To complete the system's task, Chin Mo naturally wouldn't act aloof after hearing her words. He smiled and said, Uncle and Auntie, your daughters Luo Lily and Rosacea are also very outstanding. It's my fortune as a boss to have such capable employees like them. Hearing this, not only Wang Lan but also Luo Lin felt relieved. However, Rosacea and Luo Lily were a bit confused. To put it bluntly, the two sisters' current work abilities could only be described as barely passing. They were far from truly outstanding. They were capable, but it had nothing to do with work. While the sisters were puzzled, Chen Mo was generous with his compliments. Uncle and Auntie, your two daughters are also the pillars of my supermarket. Since you rarely come here, to thank you for raising such talented individuals, I've already asked the chef in the cafeteria to prepare some signature dishes. Rosacea, Luo Lily, hurry and take your parents over. After hearing Chun Mo's words, the two sisters were genuinely taken aback. Luo Lily was the first to feel a bit awkward and said, Mr. Chun, maybe it's better to not trouble you. What trouble? I've already arranged everything at the cafeteria. Hurry and take your uncle and aunt over. I have some things to attend to. So I want to greet you personally. Upon hearing this, Wang Lan inexplicably became excited. Did Boss Chen really have an interest in one of her daughters? Otherwise, why would he be so enthusiastic? Luo Lin was also not old-fashioned. If he could find a son-in-law as handsome and wealthy as Chen Mo, it would definitely be a source of pride. Even if Chun Mo didn't have that intention, having such a good boss was still a joyful matter for the two daughters. Although Rosacea and Luo Lily were still a bit confused. However, since the big boss has said so, it wouldn't be polite to be overly formal in front of my parents. Rosa was the first to smile and said, Mom and Dad, let me take you on a tour of our little cafeteria. Come on, let's check out our daily meals. As the family walked towards the cafeteria, each with their own thoughts, a familiar notification sound echoed in Chun Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary task. Reward: an increase of 100,000 in employee welfare funds, effective next month. So far, the employee welfare fund for next month has reached 457,000 yuan. Chapter 80. Jiang Xiaoyu got a promotion and raise after arriving at the small canteen. The dishes that Boss Chun had instructed to prepare were already cooked, all of them hearty dishes featuring various seafood stir-fries. Although Wang Lan and Luo Lin had just come from a late-night snack, upon seeing so many delicious seafood options, they felt there was no need to be polite. The family sat at the dining table, and Wang Lan couldn't help but excitedly murmur, You two listen up. Boss Chun might really have taken a liking to one of you. No matter who it is, you must seize this opportunity. Mom, stop talking nonsense. Boss Chun just recognizes our work abilities. Let's hurry up and eat before heading back. Why are you so anxious? Boss Chun hasn't even said anything. And you can't wait. Wang Lan was rambling on, and Luo Lin was starting to feel uncomfortable. His wife wasn't like this when she was younger. Now that she is older, she just keeps getting more talkative. He picked up a stir-fried prawn and placed it in her bowl. All right, Lily and Shasha are still at work. We can't be careless just because others are being polite to us. You still think I'm being too talkative? Anyway, you both need to remember what I said. Did you hear me? Got it, Mom. After hiring a batch of young security personnel, the number of female cardholders gradually began to increase. Although the growth wasn't substantial, it was still a step in the right direction. Based on customer feedback, some products of lower quality were directly taken off the shelves. As the owner of the supermarket, Chen Mo naturally wanted to strengthen and expand Jiajia Le supermarket. During this period, aside from his romantic entanglements with the ladies, he also focused on studying information about a certain well-known supermarket chain. As a top player in the supermarket industry, even the worst store under this brand could achieve daily sales of over 5 million. The best performing stores could even reach sales of 20 to 30 million in a single day. Even with thin profit margins, the net profit per day was still quite astonishing. Currently, Jiajia Le supermarket, aside from barely matching in employee benefits, was completely eclipsed in all other aspects. Chun Mo understood that his supermarket still had a long way to go to reach that level. Besides needing to improve the service from the ladies, the supermarket's brand effectiveness, product quality, after-sales service, and all other aspects needed comprehensive enhancement. As the end of the month approached, Boss Chun called all the staff together for a small meeting. Recently, the number of people applying for membership cards had noticeably shrunk, and to date, the total number of members was still less than 6,000. Today's sales had just barely exceeded 130,000, and the net profit of the supermarket, as you can calculate, was at most 20,000. This amount was not enough to even consider bonuses, let alone cover your base salaries. After hearing Chun Mo's words, the staff immediately felt a bit tense. Why start with complaints? Could it be that the boss was facing financial difficulties? To be honest, everyone can see the supermarket's operating situation and expenses. Although the boss is generous, there's always a bit of unease in my heart. Just because we managed to receive our salaries and bonuses smoothly last month, who can guarantee that it will be the same every month? Especially for the new A-level employees who just joined. Originally, Ma Ling from the supermarket, flight attendant Lin Wanru, and dance teacher UCC. They all had decent jobs before and were attracted by the luxurious benefits offered by Chun Mo. If it turns out to be just an illusion, there might not even be a place to cry. Seeing the anxious expressions on the girls' faces, Chun Mo couldn't help but shake his head with a faint smile. Don't worry, I'm just a bit dissatisfied with the current operating status of the supermarket. But the promised benefits for you will definitely not be compromised. The end of the month is almost here, and I have been watching everyone's performance during this time. For outstanding employees of the supermarket, I will certainly reward you. At the beginning of the month, I mentioned that to encourage internal shopping, I set up a sales ranking, and there are only 2 days left to consider. At this point, Chun Mo paused slightly. Then he looked at Wang Shui and asked, Sister Wang, have you compiled the internal sales ranking I asked for? Yes, President Chun, it has been compiled. All right, then start with the first place and announce the results. Naturally, Wang Shui didn't dare to be negligent with the boss's order. As she opened her work app on her phone, she casually glanced at the front desk, where Jiang Xiaoyu was. President Chun, the first in the consumption ranking is still Jiang Xiaoyu, who has purchased a total of 22,689 yuan worth of goods in the supermarket so far this month. Hearing Wang Shui say this, Chun Mo was not surprised. He already had an idea of the internal employee sales ranking, but having Wang Shui announce it made it seem fairer. With a hint of emotion, he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu and asked with a comforting smile, Jiang Xiaoyu, can your family use up so many goods? Hearing the boss address her, Jiang Xiaoyu felt both excited and a bit nervous. After receiving a shopping bonus of 10,000 yuan in the first half of the month, her parents naturally supported her even more. During this time, Wu Xia has been coming to the supermarket at least once a day, spending anywhere from hundreds to over 1,000 yuan. Her total spending for the month has already reached over 22,000 yuan. Although some was consumed by relatives and friends, most of the goods are being resold. Her family's fruit stand is turning into a small shop. The reason her family is working so hard is partly due to the advantage of having a storefront, but mainly it's for the first place bonus. Even if it's only 10,000 yuan, plus the other 10,000 awarded at the beginning of the month, that's definitely a huge profit. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Xiaoyu showed a grateful expression. President Chun, I didn't think too much about it. I just want our family's supermarket to get better and better. If there are goods that can't be used up, I can exchange them with relatives. And since my family has opened a fruit shop, we can also sell some there. After hearing what Jiang Xiaoyu said, Chun Mo naturally felt even more pleased. There was still just over 160,000 in the employee benefits budget for this month. With only 2 days left until the end of the month, he certainly wouldn't let that money go to waste. In a moment of thought, he directly placed the small suitcase he had prepared on the table. While casually taking out 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills, he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu and said with a faint smile, Jiang Xiaoyu, I'm very satisfied with your performance. Starting next month, you will be the front desk manager of the supermarket, and your base salary will increase to 15,000. This 20,000 cash is your shopping bonus. Take it. Facing the boss's promotion and salary increase, along with the 20,000 shopping bonus, Jiang Xiaoyu's little heart was almost trembling with excitement. Chapter 81. The frustration of the girls. A total of over 22,000 10,000 worth of goods were purchased, but the bonus reached 30,000. This not only equates to a zero-cost purchase, but the boss even subsidized over 7,000. As for this bonus, the other girls were aware of the situation and didn't feel much envy. Instead, they were genuinely envious of Jiang Xiaoyu's promotion and salary increase. Chen Mo naturally didn't care about the opinions of others. With a glance, Wang Shui, slightly excited, continued, "Boss Chun, I spent a total of 11,265 this month, ranking second on the employee spending list." Chen Mo was well aware of the rankings, but still smiled and praised her, "Sister Wang. As a long-time employee of the supermarket, your performance is commendable. I won't say much. Here is a cash reward of 10,000. Thank you, Boss Chen." Although this was a full 10,000 less than the first place, Wang Shui was already very satisfied. She essentially spent just over 1,000 to purchase goods worth 10,000, and even at a discounted rate, she would still make a profit. The third place was personnel manager Li Wan, who had spent 9,788 so far this month. Like Wang Shui, she was diligent in her current position, fearing she might lose her job at any moment. In response to the boss's directives, she purchased hundreds of dollars worth of goods daily, regardless of whether it was for the bonus or not. Chen Mo rewarded the third place with 5,000. If she could handle the goods properly, Li Wan would also make a small profit. The remaining 4th to 10th places had spending amounts between 4,000 and 9,000. Each received a reward of 3,000. It's worth mentioning that all these individuals were attractive salespersons at the supermarket. Although the logistics and fresh produce staff participated in shopping, they primarily bought things needed at home. Chen Mo had long anticipated this outcome, which was also the reason he didn't hold a meeting with the others. After distributing the bonuses, he casually mentioned, "Next month, the supermarket won't have a shopping leaderboard. I welcome everyone to spend, but there's no pressure." He then proceeded to solemnly commend a few outstanding employees. There's no need to mention Jiang Xiaoyu at the front desk. Her excellence is evident to all. Ma Ling's makeup display has now gradually taken off, with daily sales being quite impressive, thus bringing a new profit point to the supermarket. Su Guer's online live broadcasts also attract new members to the supermarket daily. While speaking, he casually took out 3 stacks of brand new $100 bills. Each of the 3 received a reward of 10,000. Finally, I want to give special recognition to Luo Lily, Luo Shasha, Gong Jing, and Wang Na. These 4 dare to think and act, with outstanding work capabilities, each receiving a reward of 15,000. That is how the end-of-month rewards are, and for such excellent employees. The bonuses at the beginning of the month will only be richer. A simple reward has almost completely spent the remaining employee welfare funds. The ordinary sales staff and Su Yingying didn't receive bonuses, and they could only feel envious. As for Lin Wanru and UCC, who joined in the latter half of the month, they were somewhat unclear about the underlying issues and felt a bit uncomfortable with the way Boss Chen distributed the bonuses. It made sense that Jiang Xiaoyu, Su Guer, and Ma Ling received bonuses since everyone could see the results they brought to the supermarket. Even if Jiang Xiaoyu took shortcuts, it was still a bold risk that paid off. However, it was completely unfathomable for them to understand why Luo Shasha and her 3 companions received even higher bonuses. Luo Shasha, Luo Lily, and Gong Jing held different positions, so it was not easy to evaluate. But Wang Na, who shared the same position as them, did nothing in the supermarket every day. At most, she just acted as a supporter in Su Guer's live stream. So why was she praised as capable? Lin Wanru even had the impulse to question her directly, but ultimately held back. After all, when she switched to the supermarket, Boss Chen only promised that her basic salary plus bonuses would not be less than 25,000 a month. As for how the other bonuses were distributed, she really had no right to question it. Of course, being treated unfairly by the boss made Lin Wanru and UCC feel a sense of frustration. UCC felt a bit better, but Lin Wanru, as a flight attendant, felt a thorn in her heart that she needed to express. Once home, she took a shower and immediately called Su Guer. The beautiful Su had only been at the supermarket for a month, and with the introduction fee for bringing them in, she had already received a total of 105,000. In comparison, she naturally felt no envy towards the bonuses Wang Na and the others received. Just as she was leisurely enjoying a chilled drink on her balcony, her phone rang. She picked it up and decisively answered the call. With a light smile, she asked, "Lin, what is the matter calling at this time?" Lin Wanru got straight to the point. Suguer, didn't you feel uncomfortable that Boss Chin gave Wang Na and the others higher bonuses than you? Upon hearing this, Suguer smiled faintly. Lin Wanru, you and UCC just arrived, so you might not know some things yet. Gong Jing, Luo Shasha, Luo Lily, and Wang Na's relationships with Boss Chun are probably not as simple as you think. Do you really believe that Boss Chin's bonuses are so easy to get? Although Suguer didn't say it directly, Lin Wanru, being quite intelligent, immediately understood what she meant. So the four of them have connections with Boss Chun. Is that true? It's just a guess. But it's likely. Luo Lily and Luo Shasha are actually sisters. That is too outrageous. Haha. In this day and age, as long as there are enough benefits. What does it matter if they are sisters? Super diamond bachelors like Mr. Chun might suddenly rise to great heights one day. So I can understand why they would act that way. After hearing Suguer's words, Lin Wanru was visibly surprised. Suguer, you don't have such plans too, do you? What are you thinking? I'm just saying I understand Gong Jing and the others. It won't be that easy for me to fall for it. Never mind, I won't talk to you anymore. I still haven't showered. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wanru called UCC again. She recounted what Suguer had just said. After listening to Lin Wanru's account, UCC felt relieved but couldn't help but have a jumble of thoughts. Her family's situation is hard to describe. Her father passed away early, and her mother has high blood pressure, coronary heart disease, and a pile of other issues. Plus, there's an unreliable younger brother, so she has to deal with all sorts of misfortunes. Chapter 82. UCC's concerns. UCC spends nearly half of her salary from the dance studio on her mother's medical expenses. With her appearance and figure, it would be relatively easy for her to make money through less conventional means. However, deep down, UCC is quite conservative. Otherwise, she wouldn't struggle to find her place in the live streaming industry. Her biggest wish is to find a handsome and wealthy man. Unfortunately, in this day and age, truly wealthy men are rarer than beautiful women, and finding one who is also good-looking is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if such a man exists, he is usually surrounded by beautiful women, leaving no room for UCC. After hearing about Chen Mo, it was hard for UCC not to entertain thoughts. He is handsome and wealthy, and currently single. Even if her relationships with the beautiful women at the supermarket are somewhat ambiguous, what does it matter? As long as Chun Mo hasn't announced who the real boss is, she still has a chance. Besides, UCC is already quite tempted by the prospect of a large bonus. After hanging up the phone and thinking for a moment, she took the initiative to add Chun Mo's WeChat. Just as she was anxiously waiting for him to accept her request, the living room door creaked open, and in walked her younger brother, Yu Junfeng, who is around 18 or 19 years old. He currently works at a KTV as a security guard, and his biggest hobbies are flirting with girls and racing. Given their family's circumstances, he can only afford to ride motorcycles. However, Yu Junfeng is quite handsome. Even with just a motorcycle, he attracts a lot of attention from girls. In this situation, his salary as a security guard is hardly enough to cover his expenses. So he naturally turns to his sister UCC for help. Over time, UCC has long since given up on her irresponsible brother. She doesn't expect him to support their mother in the future. She just hopes he won't cause too much trouble. Seeing him return so late, she frowned and asked, Junfeng, where have you been messing around at this hour? Hearing his sister's question, Yu Junfeng responded nonchalantly, Sis, I just got off work at 8 p.m. and took a stroll with some friends along the Riverside Road. Is that something you need to worry about? UCC was furious upon hearing this. Is that what you call a stroll? One day, you'll either hurt someone or get hurt yourself. And we don't have the money to deal with your mess. Come on, I'm your little brother. Is that how you talk to me? He retorted. Humph. If you weren't my brother, I wouldn't bother with you at all. You're already 19 years old, and you still can't behave yourself. Yu Junfeng didn't seem to take her words seriously. Instead, he grinned and said, Sis, I'm a bit short on cash these days. Can you lend me some money? UCC frowned at this. You just got paid, and you're already out of money? I just changed jobs and have no money on me. Yu Junfeng, as your older sister, I don't expect you to support the family, but now that you're an adult, don't keep asking me for money. After being scolded like this by UCC, Yu Junfeng's expression immediately turned sour. He didn't say much, just walked into his room with a dark face. Having such an unambitious brother and a mother who has been on medication for years, UCC felt so wrong that she was about to cry. Glancing at her phone, she noticed that Boss Chin didn't approve her request in time, whether he didn't see it or for some other reason. The next morning, the first thing UCC did was check her phone on the bedside table. The request from yesterday was approved, but Chun Mo hadn't replied. At the Jialu supermarket in the morning, it was as quiet as ever. Chun Mo had just arrived at his office when Rosa stepped in with her long legs, her delicate face beaming with a smile. Mr. Chun, thank you for hosting my parents yesterday. Haha, it was nothing. Your parents didn't ask too many questions, right? Well, they praised you to the skies and even suggested that my sister and I pursue you. Hearing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, then asked with a charming smile, really? Your parents are that generous? Not in the way you think. My mom just wants one of us to get close to a big boss like you. Chun Mo wasn't surprised at all. To put it bluntly, with his conditions, even having been divorced, he was still the perfect son-in-law that many mothers-in-law would struggle to find. He then smiled slightly and reminded her, you and your sister should keep this from your parents. I don't have time for such trivial matters. Rosa was mentally prepared for this, so she didn't show any disappointment. As they were chatting casually, UCC suddenly knocked on the door and asked softly, Mr. Chun, may I come in? Seeing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile in a way that was hard to describe. In the supermarket's A-level employee group, besides Rosa and her 3 friends, the only other girl who had added him as a friend was Sugwar. After bonuses were issued last night, UCC took the initiative to make a request. There was something intriguing about this. With a faint smile, he said, come in. UCC gathered a lot of courage to come alone. She glanced nervously at Rosa before pretending to ask, Mr. Chun, could you arrange some other tasks for me? I feel like the administrative assistant job is too idle. Hearing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but chuckle. As a boss, his employees were so idle that they wanted to find work. Of course, Chun Mo wasn't naive and could probably guess that the girl had other intentions. He then jokingly said, if you're really that bored, how about you show me a dance you're good at? After listening to Boss Chun, UCC couldn't help but feel her heart race. She glanced nervously at the side, noticing that Rosa didn't seem to react at all. Only then did she bite her lip and quietly ask, Mr. Chun, are you serious? Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's smile grew even wider. If you feel uncomfortable, then forget it. Mr. Chun, you misunderstood. It's not uncomfortable at all. If you really want to see, I can perform a piece right now, but I only know ballet and classical dance. Seeing that UCC was taking it seriously, Chun Mo naturally didn't hold back. He smiled and said, sure, I haven't seen a real classical dance before. Manager Luo, could you make some space for UCC? Chapter 83. Another fox spirit at the sight before her. Rosa silently cursed a fox spirit in her heart. But her face showed no signs of it. She just smiled awkwardly and moved to the side. Having made up her mind to follow her sister's footsteps, she was already mentally prepared. In front of Mr. Chun, this desirable man, she was definitely not going to be the last woman, since she had chosen this path. Even knowing that UCC's intentions were not pure, Rosa would not, nor dare to, show any displeasure for her own greater benefit. At this moment, UCC's face was also a bit flushed, but she hesitated little. In front of the two of them, she performed a short segment of a classical peacock dance. It must be said that the sight of the girl in a sexy uniform dancing classical dance truly gave Chun Mo a unique feeling. After finishing her brief dance, the blushing UCC softly said, Mr. Chun, I apologize for my performance. I usually only perform for children. This is my first time in a setting like this. So the dance was a bit stiff. Haha, it was already very good. In the future, if we have any events at the supermarket, I will arrange a special program just for you. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chun. Well, I will take my leave now. With Rosa present, UCC couldn't express any thoughts even if she had them. After all, they were at the same supermarket every day. There would be more opportunities. So she wasn't in a rush. Once UCC left, Chun Mo casually asked, Rosa, do you think UCC dances well? Mr. Chun, are you asking if she looks good or if the dance is good? Haha, is there a difference? Actually, I can dance a little too, Mr. Chun. Would you like to see? Hearing Rosa say this, Chun Mo's eyes lit up slightly, and he smiled mischievously. Let's wait for now. You can perform well for me tonight. Is it my turn today? Haha, there's no order here. The more obedient one gets more chances. After hearing Chen's words, Rosa felt no discomfort at all. Instead, she was quite excited. Besides this man's financial power, she was increasingly captivated by Chun Mo's charm. With a seductive smile on her face, she said, then I'll go get busy. Seeing the beautiful Rosa about to leave, Chun Mo quickly added, please call Manager Lee from HR. I need to discuss something with her. Upon hearing this, Rosa naturally didn't think too much. She agreed and left the office. Not long after, Li Wan walked in. Mr. Chun, Manager Rosa said you needed to see me? Manager Li, please recruit a top talent for supermarket operations and one for supermarket procurement on the HR website. No specific appearance requirements, but their capabilities must reach the industry's top level. As for salary, let us set it between 20,000 to 30,000 per month. We can discuss specifics during the interview. Additionally, if their work performance is outstanding and brings great results to the supermarket, they can receive a substantial bonus every month. Hearing what Boss Chun said, Li Wan couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Mr. Chun, are you referring to hiring a procurement manager? What about Manager Gong? No problem, I'll talk to Manager Gong. Just follow what I said, Chen Mo replied. With that assurance, Li Wan naturally didn't dare to express any dissent and agreed before walking out. Chen Mo had always been in charge of the operations at Jejia, the supermarket himself. However, he wanted the supermarket to thrive even more, but he felt somewhat powerless. Moreover, after binding the next enterprise with the system, he certainly couldn't focus all his attention here anymore. It made sense to recruit a comprehensive operational talent now. As for procurement at the supermarket, Luo Lily could only say she was barely meeting the standard. She also felt a bit overwhelmed when it came to procuring high-end goods. If Jejia the supermarket wanted to pursue a high-quality route, they definitely needed to hire top talent in procurement. After sending Li Wan away, Chen Mo called Luo Lily over directly. Once he explained the situation, Luo Lily was somewhat confused. Mr. Chun, what will I do in the future? Haha, you will still handle procurement as usual. We can discuss your position later. At most it will just have a deputy in front. Anyway, your salary won't change. And as long as you work hard, your bonuses will only increase. With Chun Mo's assurance, Luo Lily had nothing more to say. Once Li Wan posted the recruitment information online, it quickly attracted a lot of attention. In the supermarket industry, even a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan is considered at the pinnacle of the industry. Not to mention that the boss added a clause. If one could bring excellent performance to the supermarket, they would also receive substantial monthly bonuses. This means that as long as one is capable, earning double salaries isn't impossible. In the current economic environment, the top-notch luxurious treatment offered by Jejia Lu. Within just one day, they received hundreds of electronic resumes. Picking any resume at random, the personal experiences were quite impressive. Faced with such a wealth of talent, Li Wan, Wang Shui, Luo Xia, Gong Jing, and others collectively selected, ultimately narrowing it down to a dozen of the most outstanding candidates. They decided to have them come to the supermarket for a personal interview with the boss in 3 days. Before they knew it, the beginning of the month had arrived. With last month's experience, all supermarket employees were a bit restless before their salaries were credited. In a mix of anxiety and excitement, just after midnight, the promised base salary from Chun Mo was credited to everyone's accounts without a single cent missing. Now, the number of employees at Jejia the supermarket had reached 142, and just the base salary alone totaled over 24 million yuan. As soon as UCC received her salary, she was extremely excited. Even without counting the bonuses, this salary was much higher than what she earned teaching dance. In her excitement, she proactively sent a message on WeChat. Mr. Chun, I have received my salary, thank you. After Chun Mo distributed the salaries, he immediately scanned the panel. The host is bound to a company, Happy Family Supermarket. Current number of employees, 142, not exceeding 150. Employees who have reached A-level quality, 10. The supermarket's current net profit, 973, 664 yuan. The remaining employee welfare budget for this month, 213,000 yuan. At this pace, it won't take a month for the total profit to reach 3 million. Thinking of this, Chun Mo glanced at the already soundly sleeping Gong Jing beside him. A satisfied smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Stimulated by the high bonuses, the few young women are becoming more capable and increasingly obedient. Chapter 84. The boss wants to see exotic dancing just when he was feeling good. A WeChat notification popped up. After taking a look, Chun Mo's smile grew even wider. With a few taps of his fingers, he quickly edited a message to reply to UCC. UCC, this is the promise I made. Every employee gets this benefit. No need to thank me. Chun, the boss, responded so quickly today, which made UCC very happy. However, given their current relationship, she really didn't know how to find an entry point. After thinking for a moment, she finally replied, Chun, did you enjoy the dance I performed yesterday? It was pretty good. With your figure and looks, if you switch up your dance style, it would definitely be even more stunning. UCC read Chun Mo's message several times, biting her lip before replying. Chun, what style of dance do you like to watch? Hee. I'm just a normal man. Of course, I want to see something more enchanting. Chun, does that mean I can take it as you flirting with me? Seeing UCC reply with such a message, Chun Mo couldn't help but feel amused. He could guess the girl's thoughts to some extent, but Chun Mo wouldn't take the initiative to say anything. I'm just speaking the truth. Don't overthink it. We still have bonuses to distribute tomorrow, so get some rest. After sending this message, Chun Mo set his phone to silent mode. If it weren't for the excitement of the beginning of the month, he generally wouldn't stay up so late. Meanwhile, UCC was a bit dumbfounded. This was the first time in her life she had actively sent such a flirty message to a man, only to receive no further response. Her words were so obvious. She was almost about to say she wanted him to flirt with her. She couldn't believe that Chun Mo wouldn't pick up on the hints. Based on their simple chat just now, UCC didn't think Chun Mo was a saint. He wanted to see her dance. Yet didn't he want to flirt with her? Wanting to reply again, she ultimately put down her phone with a sigh. The next day during work, the girls finally felt at ease. Each one was even more eager for the supermarket business to improve. After all, with such great benefits, it was hard for anyone to bear seeing the boss lose money every day. During work, Chun Mo had Wang Shui and Luo Shasha distribute bonuses in advance to the logistics, fresh produce, small kitchen, and security staff, aside from Zhao Maosen and Huang Dong, who each received 3,000 yuan. Everyone else got 500 yuan. Additionally, he transferred 300,000 yuan to the employee's cafeteria special account. After all these expenses, the system's employee welfare fund was left with just over 910,000 yuan. That evening after work, all the girls gathered again at the supermarket. Knowing the boss was going to distribute bonuses again, they were all a bit excited. Chun Mo didn't hesitate, directly placing a large suitcase on the table. The stacks of bright red cash made the girls' eyes shine. Other companies might have better benefits, but at most they just hand out some year-end bonuses. At the Jia Le supermarket, even though it is still in a losing state, every month, in addition to a high base salary, there are also considerable bonuses to be earned. The boss, with the most straightforward attitude, demonstrates his strong capabilities to the employees. Besides the 10 A-grade quality staff members and a few others, the remaining 73 employees still formed a long queue as before. Like last month, most of them received a cash reward of 1,000. A few who particularly caught the boss's eye or performed exceptionally well received 2,000 or even 3,000. Anyway, it all depended on the personal preference of the boss. Of course, whether the employees received 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000. Even if they felt a bit unfair, they would still gratefully say, "Thank you, boss," setting aside any jealousy. The benefits at Jia Le supermarket are quite appealing. 1 week off, an 8-hour workday, and free luxurious meals. The salary is undoubtedly industry-leading. It's no exaggeration to say that if Jia Le supermarket holds another large recruitment event, countless attractive candidates from the entire city would be eager to join. Under such favorable conditions, even if a few employees feel dissatisfied, they certainly wouldn't dare to show any displeasure to the boss. In the end, the 73 employees received less than 100,000 in cash. After the ordinary sales staff were paid, the boss turned his attention to a few key individuals. This month, Wang Shui received a cash reward of 10,000, while Li and Zhou each received 5,000. You have no objections, right? Hearing the boss's question, all three expressed gratitude, with no hint of dissatisfaction, especially Wang Shui, who had just received a shopping bonus of 10,000 a few days ago, now received another 10,000 in cash. She couldn't imagine how lost she would feel if she had chosen to leave like some of the older employees. After distributing the bonuses to these three, the boss then looked at the remaining 10 A-grade quality employees. Jiang Xiaoyu, Su Yingying, Su Duoer, Ma Ling, Lin Wanru, and UCC. You are all outstanding employees of the supermarket, so I won't treat you differently. Each will receive 15,000. Upon hearing this, regardless of what they thought inside, the expressions on their faces were all quite happy, especially Jiang Xiaoyu, who was genuinely excited. The rewards this month were beyond her expectations, with promotions, raises, and various bonuses. Her hands were almost full. UCC also reached her psychological target. Her bonus exceeded the promised amount by 5,000. And with such a generous boss, it was hard not to feel excited. Even though she faced a little setback last night, it didn't matter. The boss didn't want to see her perform a dance. There would be plenty of opportunities. Thinking of this, UCC looked at the boss with fiery eyes. Even knowing that the chance of becoming the main partner was slim, she still wanted to give it a try. Who knows? Maybe a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle? No, to be precise, it could turn into a supercar. Chen Mo naturally noticed UCC's fiery gaze. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Faced with such a potentially genuine beauty, if she took the initiative, he certainly wouldn't refuse. In his thoughts, he then shifted his gaze to Gong Jing and the others. Lastly, I want to give a special shout out to Rasasha, Lily, Gong Jing, and Wang Na. I have seen their hard work and competence, and as their boss, I am very pleased to have such outstanding employees. Here, I also treat everyone equally and reward each of them with 60,000 in cash. Chapter 85. Misfortunes of UCC with Chun Mo's words. 24 stacks of bright red $100 bills were placed on the table. Luo Shasha, Luo Lily, Gong Jing, and Wang Na couldn't help but shudder. They originally thought that with more girls around, Boss Chun might slightly lower the bonus. Who would have thought that not only did he not lower it, but it was actually a full 10,000 more than Gong Jing's bonus from last month. No one in the world would complain about having too much money. The reason they were able to make this choice, besides Chun Mo's handsome appearance, the most important reason was, of course, the bonuses. In the midst of their thoughts, smiles blossomed on their faces. Compared to the excited expressions of Luo Shasha and others, the rest of the people felt a bit uneasy. The bonuses for the four of them were even slightly higher than the bonuses of all the supermarket employees combined, with Boss Chun treating them so differently. It was hard for any girl present to believe that there was nothing fishy going on. For a moment, the girls felt extremely complicated. Their hearts were filled with disdain, sarcasm, but mostly envy. In this era, where the poor are scorned and the rich are admired, stories of campus beauties being supported by wealthy patrons, or attractive employees being coerced by their superiors for promotions and pay rises are endless. Compared to most wealthy individuals or bosses who are not particularly attractive, someone like Chen Mo, with his handsome looks, is definitely a rare find. Not to mention, Boss Chen's generosity is truly extravagant. As for what the ordinary employee girls were thinking, let's set that aside for now. The remaining 6 girls in the A-level employee group felt a shift in their emotions again, especially UCC, who suddenly found that the 15,000 she held in her hands didn't feel as appealing anymore. She looked at Boss Chun with eyes that were hotter than ever. After the bonuses were distributed and work ended, at the invitation of Su Guo, she, Lin Wanru, and the others found a dessert shop to gather for a while. Looking at the desserts on the table, flight attendant Lin Wanru jokingly said first, "Su Guo, you made 60,000 from both CC and me. You're not planning to treat us to dessert, are you?" Upon hearing this, Su Guo smiled sweetly. "The supermarket has such good meals every day. You can't possibly eat a big meal now." She continued, "In a couple of days, we'll take a break together. And I'll treat you both to a beauty package at Qing Shi Rong Yen, each of you a 3,888 yuan royal beauty package." Hearing Su Guo say this, Lin Wanru's eyes brightened slightly. The consumption at the Qing Shi Rong Yen SAP Center is not cheap. Even the lowest tier of services costs several hundred yuan. Even though Lin Wanru had a decent income as a flight attendant, she only experiences such high-end places occasionally. As for UCC, it goes without saying. She had only been once 2 years ago and couldn't bear to spend money on SAP since then. If it were any other time, the 2 girls would feel embarrassed to let Su Guo spend so much. But times have changed. With Su Guo having gained such substantial benefits, it's only reasonable to treat the 2 for a session. Let's settle this matter. The 3 girls were casually chatting while enjoying desserts. As they talked, the conversation turned to Rosa and her 3 friends. Lin Wanru pouted slightly, saying, "Wang Na is one thing, but I thought Rosa and Lily were quite aloof. I didn't expect them to take this route." Hearing this, Su Guo smiled lightly. "What can we do? It's all because of how generous Mr. Chen is." Upon hearing Su Guo's words, UCC's eyes flickered for a moment. Suddenly, she asked, "Have you all done the math? Mr. Chen's base salary and bonuses today add up to at least 1.5 million. This doesn't even include the 300 $000 for the employee cafeteria. Plus, the rent for the supermarket, utilities, and other miscellaneous expenses. It seems that the total expenses might not even be covered by $2 million. The supermarket's daily income is so low, it's clear that the expenses far exceed the income. Just think about how wealthy Mr. Chen must be to make such a bold move. Hearing UCC's words, Lin Wanru couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Are you worried about Mr. Chen? Our boss's capabilities are undoubtedly solid. UCC, you're not also thinking of something, are you? When Lin Wanru asked this, UCC's face turned slightly red. What could I be thinking? Don't say nonsense. Ha ha ha. You say you're not thinking of anything, but your face is all red. Just as the girls were joking, UCC's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was an unknown number. Frowning slightly, she still pressed the answer button. A man's voice came from the other end. Is this Miss UCC? Yes. May I ask who you are? I'm a police officer from the Yinjiang District Police Station. Your brother, Yu Junfeng, is it? Hearing this, UCC immediately felt a sense of unease. She nervously asked, I'm his sister. What happened to him? Miss Yu, your brother was in a car accident while racing on Panlong Mountain Road. He is fine, but a girl who was with him was seriously injured. She is currently undergoing orthopedic examination at the Yinjiang District People's Hospital. You need to come quickly and help cover her medical expenses. As the officer explained the situation, UCC felt her heart sink. However, she couldn't rely on her mother at home, and with her brother in trouble, she had no choice but to face it. In a flurry of thoughts, she didn't have time to think too much. She stood up anxiously. Lin Wanru and Su Guer were puzzled. Lin Wanru was the first to ask, Cici, what happened? My brother had a little accident while racing outside, and I need to go to the Yinjiang District People's Hospital. She replied, I have to leave now. Oh no, is it serious? I don't know the specifics, but judging from the officer's tone, it shouldn't be too serious. Don't worry, I'll leave now. After saying this, UCC quickly walked out of the dessert shop. Lin Wanru and Su Guer exchanged glances. Guer, should we go check it out? Never mind. I've met her brother a couple of times. He's not capable and has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. This time he is in trouble. I guess it serves him right. Sigh. UCC is so outstanding. It's really unfortunate for her to have such a brother. Who can blame her? All the money she earns goes to support the family. While the two girls were lamenting here, UCC had already taken a taxi and quickly arrived at the People's Hospital in the Riverside District. After getting out of the car, she called the police officer back. Officer, I'm at the hospital now. Where should I go? Come to the 7th floor first. Miss you, just a reminder. The little girl's parents and relatives are already here. As a family member, you should be mentally prepared for some harsh words. Chapter 86. YSS's distress after hearing the officer's reminder. YSS couldn't help but show a wry smile. Putting herself in the other party's shoes, she could naturally understand the anger of their family. At the same time, she felt a deep resentment towards her irresponsible younger brother, grinding her teeth in frustration. She had warned him many times, yet he never listened. Now, he had landed himself in big trouble, and it was up to her, his elder sister, to clean up the mess. Nervously taking the elevator to the 7th floor, she found a police officer in his 40s waiting for her. Upon seeing YSS, still such a beautiful woman, his expression momentarily froze. He tentatively asked, Are you Miss YSS? Yes, I am, YSS replied. Officer, how is the girl's condition? How much medical expenses do I need to cover? Her greatest concern was that the girl's injuries wouldn't be too severe. If it were just a moderate fracture, around $30,000 should be enough for medical and follow-up rehabilitation costs. However, since the girl was only 17 and a minor, if her family pursued the matter, her brother might even face criminal charges. The specifics would depend on how both parties negotiated. Upon hearing the officer's words, YSS felt as if the sky was about to fall. She could manage to come up with $30,000 for medical expenses. But to prevent her brother from facing criminal charges, the subsequent compensation would definitely exceed that amount. Just then, 5 or 6 aggressive men and women walked over. One middle-aged woman with bright red lipstick and big waves shot YSS a fierce glare. Angrily, she said, Are you the relative of that little brat? It was clear that the little brat she referred to was YJNFing. YSS had never encountered such a scene and instinctively took 2 steps back. Feeling guilty, she nodded slightly. Sister, I am YJNFing's sister, and I apologize on his behalf. I'm really sorry. Upon hearing YSS's words, the middle-aged woman became even angrier. Sorry, what good is that? My daughter's leg is broken, and now she's lying in a hospital bed. While your brother, that little brat, is completely fine. If your family doesn't give us a satisfactory explanation, I'll make sure your family has no peace. Hearing this, YSS glanced at the police officer, but he showed no reaction. She weakly asked, Annie, what kind of satisfactory explanation do you want? What else is there to say? Besides my daughter's medical expenses and subsequent rehabilitation costs, you must also compensate us with 100,000 for emotional distress. On hearing this, even the police officer found it hard to listen. It seemed that the woman's sole focus was on compensation, and she didn't appear too concerned about her daughter's injuries. However, speaking of which, generally, those little girls who go out to have fun probably don't have it any better at home. With a conciliatory attitude, I casually said, you can negotiate the compensation among yourselves, and if you reach an agreement, there's no need to go through legal procedures. Let Miss You pay the medical expenses first. Hearing this from the police officer, the other party didn't object. A group of people took the elevator back to the first floor. Coincidentally, she had just received her salary and bonus today, along with some previous savings. UCC's bank account had just over $50,000. After inquiring about the treatment costs, she ended up paying $30,000, as it would be adjusted later. After handing over the money, UCC felt her heart bleed. She weakly asked the police officer, Officer, can I see my brother? Upon hearing this, the officer first glanced at the few people on the other side before nodding. He.S. also in the ward on the 7th floor. Come with me. A few minutes later, looking at her brother Eugene Phone with a bandage wrapped around his head, UCC could only swallow her anger. Eugene Phone knew he was in big trouble and asked in a low voice, feeling a bit guilty, Sis, am I going to jail? Hearing this, UCC couldn't help but feel even more furious. Now you know to be scared. That girl isn't even 18 yet. And you took someone else to race cars. If her parents pursue criminal responsibility, do you know how serious the consequences could be? Hearing his sister say this, Yu Juanfeng's face turned a bit pale. Sis, what? What happened to Zhang Mingyao now? Zhang Mingyao, you mean that girl, right? She has a moderate fracture in her calf, and I've already advanced 30,000 for her medical expenses. You know our family situation. We don't have any extra cash, and I had to borrow this medical fee. To make Yu Junfeng understand the seriousness of the situation, UCC told a small lie. Ignoring her brother's nervous expression, she continued, the other party's family has already made demands. To avoid criminal responsibility, we still need to pay 100,000 in mental damages. Upon hearing this, Yu Junfeng had difficulty swallowing. He actually earned about 5,000 to 6,000 a month working at a KTV, but he had always spent money lavishly. Not to mention 100,000. He couldn't even take out a few hundred from his pocket right now. He knew about his sister's situation over the years. The money she earned had barely been enough to support the family. In a state of anxiety, he quickly said, Sis, Zhang Mingyao insisted on getting into my car. Why should I be the only one responsible now that something happened? Why? Just because she isn't yet 18, and besides, who would believe what you're saying? So, what do we do now, sis? I don't want to go to jail. Humph. How many times have I advised you? Now you're scared. Don't you have plenty of so-called friends? Where are they now that something has happened? Not a single one can be seen. Sister, I know I was wrong. Please help me one more time. I promise I will pay you back once I start making money. This was the first time UCC had heard her younger brother admit he was wrong. No matter the reason, she couldn't just ignore it. She sighed and said, I can't guarantee that I can borrow this money, but I'll try my best. After saying this, she left the hospital room. Then, with the help of the police, she bargained with a middle-aged woman, eventually reducing the compensation amount from 100,000 to 80,000. After the negotiation, the middle-aged woman seemed less angry. She asked lightly, when will you give us this 80,000 in compensation? Annie, I really don't have that much money at home. Can you give me a few days? I will borrow from friends. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's brows furrowed slightly. Within 3 days, I don't care how you do it. You must compensate us, otherwise, your brother will have to prepare for jail. After dragging her exhausted body back home, UCC didn't dare to tell her mother about this. If her mother got too angry, she couldn't imagine how she would face all these troubles. Chapter 87. The sensual dance of UCC after a quick rinse. UCC lay on her bed, pondering the matter of 80,000 yuan. In this day and age, 80,000 yuan is neither too much nor too little. The thought of borrowing from Lin Wanru and Su Guir crossed her mind but was immediately dismissed. Her relationship with the two was merely casual. spending time shopping together when free. If she were to ask for tens of thousands right away, regardless of the outcome, their friendship would certainly change. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to bring it up. As her thoughts wandered, the figure of Boss Chen naturally surfaced in UCC's mind. She already had a strong desire to climb higher, especially since her brother had gotten into trouble. Turning to Chun Mo to resolve this issue was already her only choice. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and opened WeChat to edit a message, but after thinking it over, she deleted it all. When it comes to money matters, it's better to discuss it face to face. The next day, as soon as Chun Mo arrived at the office, UCC knocked on the door and walked in. The expression on her face was one of unspoken difficulty. Boss Chun, can I discuss something with you? Seeing UCC's shy demeanor, Chun Mo smiled lightly. Go ahead, what is on your mind? Something happened at home, and I urgently need some money. Can I ask you to advance a few months' salary? Chun Mo was slightly taken aback by her request. He then gently tapped his fingers on the desk and asked, what happened? Is it okay to explain? Given the boss's inquiry, UCC felt there was no reason to hide the truth. She explained her brother Yu Juanfeng's situation in detail. After listening to her, Chun Mo's eyes flickered for a moment. He didn't think she would fabricate such an outrageous story to deceive him. After a brief pause, he asked with a half-smile, UCC, even if your situation is true, why should I advance you several months' salary? You saw the supermarket situation. It's basically losing money while trying to attract customers. 80,000 yuan isn't a big deal for me, but you have to give me a reason. UCC had mentally prepared for this question. Biting her lip, she quietly replied, Boss Chen, don't you want to see me dance? I learned a routine online and can perform it for you in a private place. Also, I've never had a boyfriend. Is that enough reason? After saying this, UCC's fair face had turned a bright shade of red. Meanwhile, the boss was quite pleased with her response. However, he cautiously asked, You're so beautiful, and you've never had a boyfriend in college? Hearing Chun Mo's question, UCC forgot her shyness. She looked up and nervously explained, Boss Chun, during college, many boys pursued me, but I never agreed. Haha, I was just asking casually. No need to be so nervous. If what you said is true, then this reason is definitely enough. So, have you thought it through? Hearing the girl softly respond with a Chun Mo had nothing more to say. He slowly stood up from the boss's chair, a smile on his face that was hard to describe. It's not convenient here. Let's go to my place. If I'm satisfied, 80,000 is no big deal. At that moment, UCC couldn't quite describe her feelings. Nervous, confused, excited, and looking forward to it. A mix of emotions swirled together as she followed the boss out of the office. Just as they stepped out the door, Wang Na approached with her long legs. If nothing unexpected happened today, it should be her turn soon. She originally thought of coming over to give Chun Mo a shoulder massage and flirt a bit to warm things up. Seeing UCC blushing and following Chun Mo, she felt a sudden pang in her heart. Instantly, an ominous feeling arose. Chun, are you two going out? Yes, I'm going out with UCC to handle some matters. What matters? Hearing Wang Na's question, Chun Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Assistant Wang, do I need to report to you about what matters I'm handling? At his words, Wang Na felt a slight tension in her heart. She quickly forced a smile and said, Chun, I misspoke. Please don't be angry. All right, just do your job and don't ask what you shouldn't tea, he said, casting a casual glance at Wang Na before walking through the back door into the underground parking lot. Seeing this, UCC felt too shy to lift her head. Following closely, the boss exited the supermarket. After the two left, Wang Na's expression was quite complex. She knew that after she and Gong Jing received that bonus yesterday, someone would definitely have ulterior motives. However, she never expected someone would jump out so quickly. And that person was the shyest among them, UCC. One could imagine that in the future, wanting to share the boss's attention evenly would mean longer waiting times. In the underground parking lot, without needing Chun Mo to remind her, UCC took the passenger seat voluntarily. The same position, but with different faces each day. All remarkable looks and stunning figures. Chun Mo was becoming increasingly sophisticated in enjoying life. Glancing at the girl's flushed face, he gently stepped on the gas, and the BMW X5 quickly left the underground parking lot. Half an hour later, it was UCC's first time arriving at Chun Mo's garden villa. Nervously looking around, she weakly asked, Chun, do you live here? Since the girls were all his type, Chun Mo wasn't in a hurry. Sitting casually on the sofa, he smiled and replied, What's wrong? Is it not as luxurious as you imagined? Upon hearing this, UCC awkwardly smiled. I thought you lived in a villa. Haha. I've gotten used to living here and am too lazy to move. Some things, of course, Chunmo wouldn't say so explicitly. With the system bound and the cheat activated, top luxury homes and cars will eventually be his. Amid his thoughts, a charming smile appeared at the corner of Chen's mouth. UCC, didn't you say you learned some beautiful dance moves? Here, you won't be disturbed by anyone, so feel free to show off. Hearing this, although there was a hint of nervousness in Yu's heart, she was already mentally prepared. Taking a deep breath, she walked a couple of steps to stand in front of Chun and confidently began to perform the seductive dance she had just learned online. Compared to the short classical dance she had done in the office a few days ago, today's performance was clearly more pleasing to Chunmo's eyes. While it might not have any special techniques, every twist of UCC's perfect S-curve figure exuded a unique charm. Chapter 88. Winning over UCC. Even though UCC was mentally prepared, she still felt very unnatural at first. However, as she danced, she gradually loosened up. Looking at the burning gaze of the boss, she didn't shy away. Her eyes were filled with countless charming expressions. UCC twisted her body while reaching out her hands to rest on Chunmo's shoulders. Biting her lip, she asked, Mr. Chun, does this dance look good? In this situation, Chunmo had no mood to pay attention to the dance. A smile that was hard to describe appeared on his lips as he gently pulled her into his arms. Everything felt so natural, everything seemed so logical. After the spring breeze and rain, the hint of red on the sheets made the boss feel exceptionally pleased. At the supermarket, Lin Wanru hadn't seen UCC for a long time. She frowned slightly and walked outside to find Suguer. Suguer, have you seen UCC? I saw her once in the morning. Isn't she in the office? No, I haven't seen her for an hour or two. Could she be dealing with her brother's matters? Why not give her a call? Hearing this from Suguer, Lin Wanru didn't think much of it. Just as she was about to take out her phone to call, a message from the boss popped up in the A-level employee WeChat group. I want to formally commend the new administrative assistant UCC. She has performed very well during this time. For such a capable and hardworking employee, I'd like to offer some encouragement. Immediately after, he transferred 80,000 yuan to the group, and it showed that UCC received it. After seeing this message, Lin Wanru was almost dumbfounded. Seeing the unusual expression on Lin Wanru's face, Suguer asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" In response, Lin Wanru's expression was indescribably wonderful. No need to call, just check the WeChat group. Hearing Lin Wanru say this, Suguer instinctively opened WeChat. After seeing the boss's message, she was also a bit stunned. Suguer had seen similar messages from Chunmo in the group several times before. She naturally understood the implication. However, she never expected that UCC would take this path so quickly. It's important to note that among the three of them, UCC was the most conservative in her thinking. With such good personal conditions and a background in dance, she couldn't seize the great opportunities in the internet industry. And now, she had directly gotten involved with the boss. Suguer and Lin Wanru both froze for a moment before exchanging glances. They could see confusion and disbelief in each other's eyes. Of course, there was also a hint of envy. The bonus of 80,000 yuan was not a small amount for either of them. Lin Wanru was the first to whisper, Suguer, do you think UCC has already? It's highly likely. Otherwise, why would the boss be so generous? Sigh, our boss probably didn't have good intentions when bringing us on board. Now it's UCC. But who knows who will be next? Hearing Lin Wanru say this, Suguer couldn't help but chuckle softly. It can't be said that there are no good intentions. The boss has never forced anyone. It's all voluntary. It just depends on whether one can resist the temptation of the bonus. While the two girls were quietly chatting over here, the other girls in the A-level employee WeChat group also discovered this information one after another. Undoubtedly, each of them felt a considerable shock. Meanwhile, Wang Na, Gong Jing, Luo Shasha, and Lu Lily felt a bit uneasy. This time, the bonus was a whopping 80,000. It was more than any previous reward they had received. Why is that? Regardless of their figures or looks, they didn't think they were any less than UCC. Of course, even if they were confused, no one dared to question Chunmo about it. In the beautiful garden, UCC underwent a transformation from girlhood to womanhood, becoming even more charming. After discovering the 80,000 bonus posted by Chunmo in the group, she couldn't help but weakly ask, Boss, does this bonus count as an advance on salary? Of course, it doesn't count as an advance. This is a special reward for you. You see, as long as you behave and work well, you'll receive a bonus every month. Upon hearing this, UCC's eyes lit up slightly. No wonder so many women want to take shortcuts. This feeling of soaring is indeed quite nice. In her thoughts, her delicate fingers gently slid over Chun Mo's arm. Boss, you're so nice. Hee, you're pretty good too. That afternoon, the boss personally took UCC to the hospital. In the presence of the police, UCC paid the 80,000 in one go to the woman with big waves. It could be considered settling the mess her brother had created. On the way back to the beautiful garden, UCC suddenly mustered the courage to ask, Boss, can you let my brother work at the supermarket? Upon hearing this, Chun Mo flatly refused without hesitation. The supermarket doesn't need extra hands right now. And I also don't like you arranging family members there. Let us not bring it up again. What a joke. This guy even dares to mess around with younger girls. If he really arranged for him to work at the supermarket, it would definitely be asking for trouble. Not to mention, with the current relationship he had with UCC. He didn't want to get too entangled with the family of any woman he was connected with. Hearing Chun Mo's straightforward refusal, UCC bit her lip but didn't say anything more. She understood that if she wanted to gain greater benefits in the future, even to become the main partner, she absolutely couldn't let this man have any dissatisfaction with her. After returning to the beautiful garden, night was already falling. Chun Mo sat directly on the sofa, looking at Udamiran with a half smile, and asked, Cece, do you still feel unwell? Seeing Chin's expression, Cece understood immediately. She bit her lip and gently shook her head, saying, Mr. Chun, I'm not feeling unwell. However, I need to go back tonight. My brother is in the hospital, and my mom is home alone. She hasn't been well, and I'm worried about how she'll handle my brother's situation, so I need to go take care of it. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo glanced at the time and smiled lightly. It's good to be filial to your parents, but it's still early. I'll personally take you back in 2 hours. After hearing this, UCC naturally wouldn't object. The delightful taste of her first experience made it hard for her to resist. Chapter 89. UCC's first time. As the lights began to glow, the supermarket was still bustling with activity. Chun Mo from Jinsho Garden felt a sense of satisfaction as he stepped onto Cloud 9 once again. As UCC's first man, he couldn't help but feel a bit of secret joy. Naturally, compared to the other women, Chun Mo showed a bit more tenderness. The two hadn't visited the supermarket all day after this morning. The girls naturally knew what was going on. Originally, Wang Na, who was supposed to be next in line today, felt the most indignant. After returning to the Zeton apartment with Gong Jing, she couldn't help but complain. Gong Jing, why do I feel like you have no emotions at all? Aren't you angry? Hearing Wang Na's question, Gong Jing took a bottle of drink from the fridge and gently shook her head with a smile. After taking a sip, she quietly said, Sister Na, don't you know what kind of person Chen always is? Since I've chosen this path, I anticipated all this long ago, so there's no point in getting angry. Sister Na, as sisters, I advise you to keep these thoughts to yourself in front of Chun. I can't say for sure about other things, but Chin definitely doesn't like jealous women. After hearing Gong Jing's words, Wang Na understood the reasoning. However, she couldn't help but murmur. But UCC isn't any more outstanding than us. Why does she get so many rewards? In response, Gong Jing took another sip of her drink and chuckled lightly. From what I've seen of UCC's character, there's a good chance this is her first time. Otherwise, Chin wouldn't treat her so differently. First time? Someone as beautiful as UCC hasn't had a boyfriend? Sister Na, I'm just guessing, but it's probably true. If that's the case, will Chin be biased in the future? Who knows? Why don't you just ask Chin directly? Wang Na couldn't help but glare at her. I'm not that foolish. Do you really think I'm so naive? At the same time, the sisters Luo Shasha and Luo Lily were also gossiping in their rental apartment. Sis, I'm feeling really troubled. Hee, is it because of UCC? Shasha, we're sisters, we can talk about anything behind closed doors. Can you tell me your plans for the future? Hearing her sister's sudden question, Luo Shasha was slightly taken aback. Sis, what do you mean by that? Shasha, as a woman who has been divorced, I have a natural resistance to marriage. I might never seek another man again. And you, starting off with Chun, must have the best intentions. But now you see, the number of women around him will only increase. In this situation, haven't you thought about your future? After hearing her sister Luo Lily's words, Luo Shasha wore a worried expression. Sis, I know what you mean, but a man like Chun, in every aspect, is far superior to any of the boyfriends I've had before. Being with him makes me better understand what happiness is. Now, Most of my thoughts are filled with this man's figure, leaving me no room to think about the future. Hearing my sister Rosa say this, Lily couldn't help but show a wry smile. Didn't she have the same thoughts? Initially, she wanted to take the opportunity to advise her sister to get out of this relationship, but now it seemed like she was too deep into it. Could it be that the two sisters would maintain this kind of relationship with this man for a lifetime? Just thinking about it sent shivers down Lily's spine. This thought was too crazy. She couldn't even imagine how their parents would react if they found out about this. The next day, Chun Mo had just arrived at the supermarket when Rosa walked in. There was an indescribable sadness in her eyes. Noticing this, the boss Chun couldn't help but ask with a charming smile, "Manager Rosa, did someone upset you?" Hearing this, Rosa walked over slowly and sat directly on Chun Mo's lap. In a playful tone, she said, "Mr. Chun, aren't you aware of that?" Then, she leaned in close to his ear. Whispering sweetly, she said, "Mr. Chun, I want to come over to your place tonight." Faced with the girl's bold move, the boss naturally wouldn't refuse. For him, there were no strict priorities. It was all about following his desires. If he felt one woman was more obedient, he would naturally pamper her more. He chuckled and said, "All right, it's you tonight." Just as he was speaking, there was a sudden knock at the door. Then, Wang Na strode in with her long legs. Seeing this, Rosa naturally felt awkward about staying on the boss's lap. She stood up, a faint smile on her lips as she nodded at Wang Na, then walked out of the office. She even thoughtfully closed the office door behind her. Rosa's smile seemed harmless, but to Wang Na, it always carried a hint of provocation. She cursed silently in her heart. Then she turned her gaze to Chun Mo, her eyes filled with a touch of sadness. Unlike Rosa, she didn't sit directly on the man's lap. Instead, she walked to the back of the boss's chair. Naturally, she placed her hands on Chun Mo's shoulders, gently squeezing, and asked, "Mr. Chun, isn't it my turn to go to your place tonight?" Hearing Wang Na's question, Chun Mo's expression became quite interesting. With more and more girls around, he truly felt overwhelmed. In his thoughts, he casually replied, "I'm a bit tired these days. Let us do it next time." Upon hearing this response from the boss, Wang Na felt her heart sink. Could it be that Rosa had already made plans? Wanting to say something more, her lips parted slightly, but in the end, she swallowed it back. Just as Gong Jing said, if she wanted to gain more benefits, the tactics of jealousy and rivalry probably wouldn't work. In another large office, when Cece just started her job, she felt a little shy. However, seeing that everyone else was behaving normally, she quickly returned to her usual self. During lunch in the small cafeteria, just as Cece sat down after getting her meal, Su Gui'er and Lin Wanru approached her with a smile that seemed to hold back laughter. Seeing their expressions, Cece could feel her face getting warm without needing to ask anything. She took the initiative to whisper, "You all know, right?" The message in the group was so obvious, and we're not blind. You guys won't laugh at me, will you?" Su Gui'er was the first to shake her head with a smile. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. There's nothing to laugh about. But I am quite curious. Cece, you seem so reserved in front of the live stream. How did you take the initiative with Mr. Chun? Chapter 90. Views of Wang Hong. Upon hearing Su Gui'er's question, Cece's face immediately flushed red. She nervously glanced around. Fortunately, the staff cafeteria at Jiajialu was quite spacious and not open to the public, so each table was distanced from the others. As long as the volume wasn't too loud, others wouldn't pay attention. She then softly replied, "Su Gui'er, please don't laugh at me. You all know my brother had an incident the night before last. He was racing and hit a little girl who isn't even 18 yet, causing her to suffer a moderate fracture. Besides needing to cover 30,000 yuan for medical expenses, I also have to pay 80,000 yuan for emotional damages to prevent her family from pursuing responsibility. You all know my family's situation. We can't come up with that much money. So I had to turn to Mr. Chun." Hearing this, Lin Wanru and Su Gui'er were both taken aback. Lin Wanru was the first to ask, "Such a big deal. Why didn't you tell us?" 80,000 yuan is not a small amount, and I felt embarrassed to ask. Besides, Mr. Chun is quite nice, so I don't regret it at all. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru and Su Gui'er exchanged glances. What she said made sense. If she did ask to borrow money, given their relationship, it shouldn't be a big issue. However, it wouldn't feel good in their hearts. In this day and age, even the best of relationships can be strained over money. None of them wanted their friendship to deteriorate over such a sum. Moreover, seeing Cece's expression, it seemed that even without this incident, she would likely still take this path. There was nothing they could do. After all, Mr. Chun was quite generous. At 2 p.m. that afternoon, A dozen selected supermarket professionals arrived at Jiajia Le supermarket on time. After personal interviews, Chen Imo ultimately chose two satisfactory candidates. One male, named Zhou Jingye, and one female, named Wang Hong. Zhou Jingye was of average appearance, 39 years old, with over 10 years of experience in procurement at top companies. Wang Hong, 36 years old, had experience as a store manager at a certain supermarket chain. Her personal image wasn't particularly stunning, but she had a strong presence. The key was that her management skills in supermarkets far surpassed Chen Mo's. After a casual conversation, Chen Imo quickly recognized that this woman was his ideal candidate. That same day, he reorganized the management structure, appointing Wang Hong as the store manager of Jiajia Le supermarket, giving her full authority to manage its operations. Her initial salary was set at 30,000 yuan per month, with significant bonuses available if the supermarket performed well. Wang Shui would take a step back to serve as deputy manager alongside Luo Shasha, assisting Wang Hong in managing the supermarket. Zhou Jingye was appointed as the procurement manager, with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Like Wang Hong, he would also receive additional bonuses for contributing to the supermarket's performance. As for the former procurement manager, Luo Lily, she would step back to the second line, serving as the deputy procurement manager. The other staff remained unchanged. When Wang Hong was the manager at a certain store, her salary was only 15,000, which was half of the 30,000 monthly salary offered by the boss. Not to mention that the boss also promised substantial bonuses if the supermarket's performance met expectations. With such a top-tier offer, Wang Hong naturally started to consider her options. After a brief tour of the supermarket, she immediately provided her feedback. Mr. Chun, although our supermarket has a large area, many parts are designed irrationally. If you want to pursue a high-end route, a renovation is definitely necessary. This idea was something Mr. Chun could have thought of himself. However, a renovation would take at least 10 days, if not longer, and he was still about 800,000 short of the 3 million pure profit target. He certainly didn't want to waste time at this crucial moment. Even if a renovation was needed, it would have to wait until he secured his next business partnership. Without any hesitation, he directly rejected Wang Hong's proposal. Manager Wang, let's talk about the renovation next month. Why don't you look into what other areas need improvement? Although Wang Hong was a bit confused by his response, she didn't press further. She thought for a moment and said she needed to review the supermarket's operational reports and various expenses for the recent period. These were minor issues, and Mr. Chen immediately asked Wang Shui to prepare the necessary documents for her. After Wang Hong briefly reviewed the revenue and expenditure reports for the supermarket over the past month, she was left utterly bewildered. Before applying for the job, she had looked into the supermarket's information and knew that the owner aimed to provide employee benefits comparable to a well-known local competitor. She had initially thought this was just a marketing gimmick. To her surprise, the owner was even more generous than what she had read online. In just 1 month, the supermarket's total revenue was just over 2 million, with a net profit of only around 300,000. The income from membership cards alone was over 1 million, and when everything was added up, it was still under 2 million. However, the owner's expenses, including utilities and rent, exceeded 5 million. This meant that despite hiring so many attractive employees to create an appealing supermarket, the owner was not only making no profit, but was also losing at least 500,000 each month. Under these circumstances, the owner still dared to pay salaries and bonuses in advance. What was even more astonishing was that several management employees received outrageous bonuses. This reckless behavior made Wang Hong question her understanding of the situation. If she didn't know that the reports were genuine, she might have thought it was a scam. After calculating roughly, she realized that in just a few days of the month, the owner's various expenses had already exceeded 2 million. Shocked, Wang Hong checked the number of people applying for membership cards, which was consistently on a downward trend. It was easy to imagine that as the income from membership cards dwindled, the situation would only worsen. If there are no special circumstances, Boss Chun will definitely incur even greater losses this month compared to last month. Faced with such a mess, she has no confidence in turning the supermarket around. Of course, Chen Imo has never thought about reversing the losses for the time being. He hires talents online at a high salary, not only to make his own workload a bit easier, but largely to prepare for taking over the next system-bound enterprise. However, Wang Hong is unaware of this and is secretly feeling distressed. Upholding the principle of diligence, she ultimately proposed several good suggestions that even Boss Chun hadn't considered. Chapter 91. The very capable Rosasha Wang Hong's point is essentially focused on improving service quality, using her previous experience in large supermarkets. She has made up for many shortcomings of the Jia Le supermarket. On the first day of his employment, purchasing manager Zhou Jingye contacted several high-end suppliers through his own channels. In summary, everything at Jia Le supermarket is developing in a positive direction. A few days later, in Boss Chen's office, Rosasha wore a charming smile on her face. Mr. Chen, the number of people applying for membership cards at the supermarket has increased again compared to yesterday. So far, the revenue during the same period has also increased by more than 20% compared to yesterday. Hearing Rosasha's report, Chen Mo was naturally in a very good mood. Today is Wednesday, and to have such good results on a weekday is definitely a very positive sign. As the target of 3 million in pure profit gets closer, the smile on Boss Chen's face grew wider. He glanced towards the office door, and his excited smile instantly turned into a mischievous grin. Manager Luo, I'm feeling very excited right now and don't know how to channel it. Could you help me out? Upon hearing this, Rosasha was momentarily taken aback. Then she caught a glimpse of the suggestive look in Boss Chun's eyes and immediately understood what he meant. Feeling a bit shy, she bit her lip. Mr. Chun, do you mean in the office? How about it? Are you unwilling? Seeing Chun Mo's ambiguous smile while asking this question, Rosasha hesitated for just a moment before directly conceding. She stepped towards the office door and locked it with a click. Then she turned back to Chen Mo. Without any words, slowly crouching down beside him, everything was unspoken. Later, in the A-level employee group of Jia Le supermarket, a text message from Boss Chun made the girls feel quite mixed. I want to especially commend Rosasha for her work performance during this time. Her capability and hard work have not gone unnoticed, and I'd like to encourage her here. Following that was a cash transfer of 20,000 yuan, marked for Rosasha. One can imagine, in this money-oriented era, Boss Chun casually giving out cash rewards of thousands in the WeChat group has a huge impact on the girls. Compared to the complicated feelings of Jiang Xiaoyu, Su Yingying, Lin Wanru, Su Gui'er, and Ma Ling, the four girls, Ro Lily, Wang Na, Gong Jing, and Yu Cixi, also felt a bit uncomfortable. Ro Lily was somewhat more open-minded, thinking that the benefits should stay within the team. The other three girls, however, were feeling quite unbalanced. They all performed similarly. Why is it that Rosasha is both capable and hardworking? Could there be some secret to it? Each of them pondered. Knowing that Boss Chun had no reason to treat them differently, there must be something more to it. As for what that secret is, it would depend on how clever the girls are. After work that day, the two sisters, Rosa and Lily, had just returned to their rented apartment when Lily couldn't wait to ask, Rosa, what did you and Mr. Chen do today? Why did he suddenly reward you with 20,000? Hearing her sister's sudden question, Rosa felt a bit embarrassed. Although the sisters had been very close since they started working with Mr. Chun, this particular matter was indeed hard for her to bring up. Looking at her sister's eager expression, she struggled for a moment before shyly replying, Sister, why don't you wait until tomorrow when there's no one around and ask Mr. Chen directly in the office? He will tell you. Upon hearing this, Lily couldn't help but glare at her. Rosa, what can't we talk about as sisters? Rosa replied, I just find it a bit hard to say. Seeing her sister's expression, Lily suddenly had an idea. She chuckled and said, All right, I won't put you in a tough spot. I'll ask Mr. Chen myself tomorrow. The next morning, after finishing her work, Lily took the opportunity to go to Mr. Chen's office. She found the office door tightly closed but didn't think much of it. She knocked on the door with her delicate hand and called out, Mr. Chen, can I come in? Soon after, a somewhat unusual voice came from inside. Manager Luo, please wait a moment. As an experienced woman, Lily instantly realized what was happening. Without needing to think, she understood that some other clever girl had already taken advantage of Mr. Chen's generosity. Standing at the door, she felt stuck, unsure whether to stay or leave. Her expression was quite something. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the door creaked open. Gong Jing appeared with a flushed face and smiled sweetly at Lily before moving aside and walking out. Seeing this, Lily couldn't help but curse under her breath, Vixen. Before striding into the office, there, she saw Mr. Chun comfortably leaning back in his chair, a half smile on his face as he asked, Manager Luo, what can I do for you? Hearing Mr. Chen's question, Lily suddenly found it hard to speak. She wasn't foolish. The situation had been so obvious. With Mr. Chen's limited resources, how could he possibly satisfy everyone's desires? Even if she wanted to make an effort, she would have to find another opportunity. Lost in thought, she finally mustered the courage to say, "Mr. Chun, if you want to, I can also help next time." Upon hearing this, Mr. Chin's smile deepened. No wonder everyone wanted to be the boss. There was even a saying circulating online, something about not envying the couple or the immortals, but only envying Mr. Ho every day. Given her current life, it seemed that even Mr. Ho would sigh in admiration. With her spirits lifted, she shot an evil smile at Lily and said, "Manager Luo, no need to wait for next time. We can do it right now." Hearing this, Lily's expression momentarily froze. "Mr. Chun, just now? Didn't Manager Gong just? Ha ha ha. I've become so powerful that I can hardly believe it myself. Stop hesitating and come over quickly." Chen Mo is even more excited now than when Gong Jing came knocking earlier. After a brief moment of shock, Luo Lily's face turned bright red. Just to be safe, she turned around and locked the door. A little later, in the A-level employee WeChat group of the company, Chen Mo sent a message that was essentially the same as before. "I want to formally commend Gong Jing and Luo Lily for their hard work today. And as a token of encouragement for their spirit, I'm rewarding each of them 20,000 yuan." Chapter 92. UCC can endure any hardship. Just yesterday, 20,000 was rewarded to Rosasha, and today there's another reward. And it's for two people at once. One can only imagine how impactful Chun Mo's generous bonuses, often exceeding 10,000, are on the employees in the A-level staff group. If anyone is calm about this, it must be Rosasha. Although she was a bit surprised that Gong Jing, the tricky one, also received a reward today, she quickly got over it. Others are not foolish. As long as they are willing to delve into it, they can soon understand the intricacies involved. Little did Rosasha know that Gong Jing had already played this card before. However, at that time, Chen Mo didn't have much employee welfare funds left, so he wasn't as generous with the rewards. Now that the funds are ample, even after distributing this 40,000 in bonuses, there are still over 350,000 in employee welfare funds left. In any case, in the remaining half month, even to scrape that 1% of benefits, Chen Mo certainly wouldn't let the employee welfare funds hit zero. Such employee reward funds naturally have to be fully included in the reports. Wang Hong, who just joined, was nearly stunned. She hadn't even fully processed the 20,000 rewarded to Rosasha yesterday. Today, Gong Jing and Luo Lily came in with another 40,000 reward. Although the supermarket's business is getting better day by day, it still falls far short of covering expenses. Even if the big boss has a fortune at home, there's no need to be this extravagant. Wang Hong couldn't imagine how audacious a boss must be to make such a crazy move like Chen Mo. As a woman, even if she sensed something amiss, she still found it hard to comprehend. She did a quick calculation in her mind. Just this month, Rosasha, Luo Lily, Gong Jing, and UCC, with their base salaries plus bonuses, each received 95,000, almost 100,000 a month in top-tier salary. Such an extravagant treatment. Even Wang Hong felt a genuine sense of envy and jealousy. However, she also knew that at her age, even if she had some appeal, she probably wouldn't catch the big boss's eye. While she sighed about this, Wang Na and UCC were a bit confused. They hadn't even figured out the 20,000 rewarded to Rosasha yesterday, and today Chen Mo pulls another stunt. They just couldn't understand how Rosasha and the others could be so exceptional and willing to endure hardship for the same effort put in at Chen's place. Before the end of the workday, the puzzled UCC took the initiative to go to Chun Mo's office. Seeing the girl hesitating to speak, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. He asked with a grin, "What's up, Cici? Is there something you don't understand?" Hearing this, UCC felt shy about asking directly. She shyly said, "Mr. Chun, I want to come to you tonight. I can endure hardship too." Hearing her say this, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected that under the incentive of bonuses, UCC would be so bold. He then revealed a charming smile and asked, "You really can endure any hardship?" "Yeah, as long as Rosasha and the others can, I definitely can too." As UCC spoke, her clear eyes were filled with determination. Seeing this, Chun Mo's smile grew even wider. "So you won't be going home tonight? Is everything okay at home?" "It's fine. I'll call home later and say I'm at a friend's place." With UCC saying that, Chen Mo had nothing more to say. He stood up directly from the boss's chair. "Let's go to the garage." Although there was still more than an hour before the end of work, the big boss had spoken. UCC didn't hesitate at all. Her cheeks flushed as she followed him. In the car, Boss Chen asked with concern, Cece, have you taken care of your brother's situation? Yes. Thank you for your concern, Chun. It's all sorted out. He just had a minor injury and has been discharged from the hospital. I heard you say that your mother is unwell. What illness does she have? Hearing Chun Mo's question, Cece couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. My mother is like a walking pharmacy. Ever since my dad passed away a few years ago, she fell seriously ill, and since then various ailments have cropped up. Just the medication costs us about 2,000 yuan every month. After hearing this, Chun Mo sighed a bit. Every family has its struggles, and he felt fortunate to have a system. Otherwise, life would be much harder. Lost in thought, he focused on driving while asking, can't such a situation be treated all at once in a big hospital? Chun, you might find it funny, but our family situation is just like that. Plus I have a brother who isn't very capable. Before coming to your supermarket, my monthly salary from teaching dance was barely enough to cover household expenses. Hospital treatments can easily cost tens of thousands, and I feel powerless. After listening, Chun Mo thought for a moment and casually asked, for your mother's situation, how much would it cost to stabilize her condition in the hospital? Hearing Chun Mo's question, Cece's eyes brightened slightly. She was very filial but lacked the means. Although she wasn't sure what Chun Mo meant, it gave her a glimmer of hope. Nervously, she replied, Chun, I've inquired before. To stabilize my mother's condition, she would need 2 surgeries, which would cost about 100,000 yuan. After hearing Cece's words, Chun Mo smiled lightly. For him, 100,000 yuan was nothing. After all, it was all covered by the system. He just needed to find a reason to reward her. Compared to other women, this one who gave her first time to him certainly made Chun Mo more affectionate. Lost in thought, he gently asked, Cece, do you want your mother to stabilize her condition completely? Hearing Chun Mo's question, Cece's heart skipped a beat. She eagerly nodded. Chun, are you willing to help me? Ha ha ha. As long as you behave, I'll cover your mother's treatment costs. Upon hearing this, Cece felt even more delighted. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will definitely be obedient. Whatever you ask me to do, I can do it. Hee. Then I'll have to see how you perform. Chun Mo's words were just a pretext. He believed that even without this matter, Cece would definitely be obedient. After returning to the beautiful garden, Chun Mo offered a few pointers, and sure enough, the girl could endure any hardship. Later that day, in the A-level employee WeChat group of the supermarket, a message from the boss instantly made all the girls' hearts tremble again. I want to give a special commendation to Cece. Her performance has been exceptionally outstanding during this time, and she is particularly capable of enduring hardships. For such an excellent employee, I have decided to reward her with 100,000 yuan, followed by a transfer of a staggering 100,000 yuan. Chapter 93. Suguer also wants to lie flat, a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be envious? Even Lin Wanru and Suguer, 2 originally high-income girls, couldn't help but feel their hearts racing. Not long ago, they could somewhat understand Cece's first bonus of 80,000 yuan. After all, as close friends, they knew that Cece had never had a boyfriend since childhood. For someone as pure as her, it's not too outrageous for Chun Mo to offer an 80,000 yuan bonus. But how long has it been? Just a flimsy reason like outstanding employee, and Boss Chin generously rewards 100,000 yuan again. Suguer didn't know if Lin Wanru was tempted, but she certainly was. Chun Mo's extravagant display was far stronger than those so-called big shots in the live stream. A reward of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, Suguer could still face with a smile. But the big boss's move was a full 100,000, and judging by the situation, it definitely wasn't a one-time thing. Suguer really couldn't take it anymore. The key was that she knew where her advantages lay. During college, Suguer had also had a boyfriend, but her last line of defense had never been breached. Fundamentally, she was also a pure girl. She believed that in terms of looks and figure, she was no worse than Cece. Since the other party could receive such great benefits, why couldn't she? In this era where wealth is admired but morality is scorned, Suguer also wanted to seize this opportunity. When Chun Mo came out of the bathroom, he casually glanced at his phone. There were 2 private messages, one from Rosa and the other from Gong Jing. Rosa, Boss Chun, are you trying to make me lose sleep tonight? Gong Jing, Boss Chun, I'm feeling a bit unwell, followed by a crying emoji. Clearly, both girls were genuinely feeling unbalanced about the 100,000 yuan bonus awarded to Cece. The same effort, the same dedication. And they even bent over backwards first. A small difference might be acceptable, but a difference of 5 times was naturally unbalanced. After reading the 2 messages, Chen Mo's lips curled slightly. Although he could give his money to whoever he wanted, it was still necessary to explain to these 2 girls who had performed well. After thinking for a moment, he replied with the same message to both. You don't need to be envious. UCC's family situation is special. Her mother needs this money for surgery. There's also another important reason. UCC has never had a boyfriend before. Just after replying to the 2 girls, the WeChat notification chimed again. Seeing Su Guire's flashing avatar, Chen Mo felt a surge of amusement and opened the message without hesitation. Boss Chen, I also want the same treatment as UCC. The girl's meaning was even more straightforward than Chen Mo had imagined. Su Guire, with her looks, had attracted hundreds of thousands of fans, and her figure and appearance were even more stunning than those in the live stream. For such a level of beauty to actively offer herself, Boss Chen naturally had no reason to refuse. With an indescribable smile on her face, she quickly edited a message and sent it out. Su Guire, if you want the same treatment as UCC, it's not impossible. However, her situation is unique, and I don't like others setting conditions with me. Do you understand what I mean? Just after sending the message, the girl replied almost instantly. General Chen, I'm just like UCC, still a perfect person. After seeing this message, Chen Mo was indeed a bit surprised. Su Guire, you've never had a boyfriend? General Chen, don't you believe me? It's not that I don't believe, it's just a bit unexpected. And of course, it's also very delightful. Then I also want the treatment like UCC, General Chen. Can you give me a chance? As long as what you say is true, the treatment like UCC is naturally not a problem. You don't need to go to work tomorrow. Wait for my call. Good night. Right after messaging Su Guire, UCC came out wrapped in a white towel. Cici, how long have you known Su Guire? Hearing Chen Mo suddenly ask this question, UCC's rosy little face froze for a moment. I've known her since childhood, and we attended the same school in elementary, middle, and high school. So she, like you, has never had a boyfriend? I'm not sure about her university years, but she definitely doesn't have a boyfriend now. General Chen, do you have any thoughts about Su Guire? To be precise, it's Su Guire who has thoughts about me. Seeing UCC's surprised expression, Chen Mo simply handed over his phone. Smiling, he said, take a look for yourself. She also wants your treatment. Faced with Chen Mo's generous act, UCC instinctively took the phone. The screen was still on their chat interface. UCC casually scrolled through it, and her expression was quite remarkable. With such a bold move from the big boss, she had already had a premonition in her heart. Whether it's Lin Wanru or Su Guire, they would probably end up on the same path as her. It's just that Su Guire's fall was quicker than she imagined. Lost in thought, UCC said softly with a complicated expression, General Chen, since Su Guire said she has never had a boyfriend, she should not, and would not dare to lie to you. After all, such a lie can be easily exposed. Hearing this, Chen Mo sat on the bed, smiling as he gently beckoned. Seeing this, UCC obediently walked over. Cici, what about Lin Wanru? Hearing Chen Mo ask this, UCC wasn't particularly surprised. Perhaps in the future, they would all be dishes in the big boss's bowl, so she had no need to hide anything. As for Lin Wanru, I'm also not sure if she had a boyfriend during university, but a few months ago, she brought her boyfriend to a gathering with us. As for how far they've developed, I'm not too clear. But that guy is just okay looking, and his family background isn't much better than Lin Wanru's. Hearing UCC's words, Chen Mo was not surprised at all. Among the 3 beautiful women, having 2 with perfect figures was already beyond his expectations. As for Lin Wanru having a boyfriend, that was also within reason. Moreover, among the remaining girls in the supermarket, the probability of having boyfriends was also quite high. Chen Mo never considered trying to win them all over. After all, he adhered to the principle of not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not being responsible. How much reward the girls wanted would depend on their own efforts. The next day, Chen Mo personally took UCC back. He even directly approved a few days off for her, allowing her to handle her mother's treatment before returning. To put it bluntly, the few administrative assistants in the supermarket were merely for show. Even if they didn't go to work, it wouldn't affect the supermarket's operations in the slightest. Chapter 94, Capturing Su Guire. Meanwhile, in a relatively nice apartment in Jiangqing, Zhang Guire was doing her makeup in the bathroom. Although her family situation wasn't as complicated as that of UCC, it was still quite difficult. Her mother's preference for sons over daughters was quite severe. After she started earning her own income, she rented this apartment on her own, as she rarely returned home. At this moment, looking at her bright and charming reflection in the mirror, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Ever since she took live streaming as her career, she had envisioned this day. She just hadn't encountered those extravagant wealthy individuals, which allowed her to maintain her innocence until now. However, thinking back, it could be considered a stroke of luck. Chun Mo's extravagant demeanor was definitely on par with the legendary wealthy figures online. Not to mention, Chen's appearance was very much in line with Su Guer's aesthetic. Giving her first time to such a man, while also gaining considerable benefits, Su Guer didn't feel she was at a loss. Of course, there were some regrets. Who wouldn't want to keep a handsome, wealthy, and exceptionally charming bachelor like Chun Mo all to themselves? Lost in her thoughts, her phone rang beside her. Picking it up, Su Guer's smile remained as she decisively hit the answer button. President Chun. Su Guer, where are you? I'm coming to pick you up. At the Nanshan apartment on Jiangbin Road. Got it, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Su Guer took another look in the mirror. Feeling very satisfied with her outfit for the day, she grabbed her small handbag and left the room. She waited for about 10 minutes at the entrance of the Nanshan apartment. Chun Mo's BMW X5 smoothly parked next to her. At this point, there was no need for her to be overly reserved. She smiled brightly at Chun Mo, directly opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. Taking a glance at Su Guer's outfit today, it wasn't deliberately sexy, but rather had a refreshing and elegant charm, giving off a bit of a youthful campus vibe. This made Chun Mo, who was used to seeing sexy outfits in the supermarket every day, feel a sense of refreshment. With a smile, he asked, Su Guer, do you live around here? I don't live with my family. This is a place I rented myself. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo didn't ask any further questions. He simply pressed the gas pedal, and the BMW X5 drove onto the main road. President Chun, where are we going now? Hearing the question, Chun Mo flashed a charming smile. Where do you want to go? President Chun, can you take me to a 5-star hotel presidential suite? I've never seen one in my life. At this, Chun Mo hesitated for a moment. Then he chuckled. Sure, I'll take you to see it. As he spoke, the BMW X5 headed towards a 5-star hotel that Chun Mo was familiar with. He had never stayed in a presidential suite himself, but with the supermarket's daily earnings now comfortably exceeding tens of thousands, he certainly wouldn't mind spending a little on this. On a first date with a beauty like Su Guer, indulging a little is quite reasonable. The 5-star hotel in Jiangdu. The presidential suite isn't as expensive as Chun Mo imagined. It costs only 38,000 for one night, which is less than the daily net income of a supermarket. After a swift card payment, the hotel arranged for a beautiful female concierge, elegantly dressed in a high-slit cheongsam, who personally took them up the private elevator while engaging in warm conversation. The service was impeccable. Chun Mo even believed that, if he wanted, this so-called beautiful concierge could provide a warm bed service. Of course, the premise was that the money had to be in place. He wasn't lacking in women, especially with the even more stunning Su Guer around, so he naturally wouldn't have any other thoughts. A 38,000 yuan room is indeed different. It emphasizes extreme luxury. The oversized, wide soft bed goes without saying, and the suite includes a living room, meeting room, and recreational room. What surprised Chun Mo was that, since the presidential suite was on the top floor, there was an infinity pool on the spacious balcony. It was the hot months of July and August, and swimming up there would definitely be a pleasurable experience. Su Guer was even more surprised than Chun Mo. After touring the room, she immediately ran to the poolside. Before she could express her admiration, Chun Mo suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind. The beautiful Su was already mentally prepared for this moment. Naturally, she had no thoughts of resistance or struggle and willingly offered her soft lips. After a brief foreplay by the pool, looking at Su Guer's charming little face, delicate collarbone, and alluring figure, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile devilishly. Everything felt so natural. Everything seemed so inevitable. In a hazy moment, Su Guer transformed into a true woman. After the spring rain, seeing the hint of red on the sheets, a sense of pride arose in Chun Mo's heart. At the supermarket, after starting work today, Lin Wanru noticed that both UCC and Su Guer hadn't shown up. She inexplicably felt a bit annoyed. First, she called Su Guer, but after 3 attempts, no one answered. They had promised deep sisterhood and a simultaneous holiday, right? Feeling frustrated, she called UCC. You, the beauty, quickly picked up, her voice carrying a sweet tone. Lin Wanru, I'm taking my mom to the hospital for treatment. President Chun approved a few days off for me, so I probably won TB at the supermarket for a while. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru felt a twinge of jealousy. That's nice. By the way, Sugwar didn't come to work today either. I just tried calling her. But no answer. Do you know what is going on? After a moment of silence on the other end, UCC replied softly. Sugwar should be with President Chun right now. At this, Lin Wanru's heart trembled. Are you serious? Well, I won't talk to you anymore. I still need to queue up to make an appointment with a specialist. Before I could ask in detail, I heard a busy tone on the phone. After hanging up, Lin Wanru's expression was quite spectacular. After the 100,000 yuan bonus from Chun Mo was issued last night, she was actually tempted. But due to various personal reasons, even though she was tempted, it wasn't appropriate to act immediately. She never expected that Sugwar would take the lead. Just as she was lost in thought, a notification from the A-level employee WeChat group popped up. When she opened it, Chun Boss's message, which was just a rephrased version, almost made the beautiful Lin lose her composure. Chapter 95. Lin Wanru was feeling down. I want to take a moment to commend Sugwar. Her performance lately has been outstanding, just like UCC, and she has been awarded 100,000 yuan. Without further ado, a cash transfer of 100,000 yuan was sent to the group. Looking at this bonus, Lin Wanru felt her heart nodding up. Chun Mo's generosity was both expected and beyond her imagination. It was hard to believe that the big boss Chun could give out bonuses like this without feeling the pinch. Even if his family owned a bank, they wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. Even though Sugwar, UCC, and she were close friends, at this moment, Lin Wanru couldn't help but feel a wave of intense jealousy. She was currently dating a male flight attendant from the same airline, but their relationship wasn't particularly deep. They were together mainly because of their looks. To put it bluntly, it was just mutual attraction. They would occasionally meet up. But since the guy's financial situation was average, sometimes Lin Wanru had to foot the bill herself. Even without discussing money, her boyfriend's looks were not much better than Chun Mo's. In terms of romantic relationships, the benefits Lin Wanru received paled in comparison to what Sugwar had. Comparing the two, she felt utterly foolish. She wished she could kick that useless boyfriend to the curb right now. Lin Wanru was indignant. When Luo Shasha and Gong Jing saw the message, they felt equally uneasy. They all had the same thought. Could it be that Sugwar had never had a boyfriend before? Other than this explanation, they couldn't fathom why Chun Mo treated them so differently. However, having learned from UCC's experience, no one sought out trouble for themselves anymore. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Jiangdu, after Sugwar received the 100,000 yuan bonus, she was excited and very proactive, leading Boss Chun to Cloud 9 once again. After another round of passion, Boss Chun was naturally in a good mood. In the afternoon, they swam in the infinity pool while enjoying the cityscape of Jiangcheng. As night fell, the city lit up beautifully. In the infinity pool, Chun Mo reached Cloud 9 for the third time. The joy was indescribable. At that moment, Boss Chun couldn't help but exclaim, that 38,000 yuan was truly worth every penny. At Jiangxing People's Second Hospital, UCC's mother's first minor surgery today went quite smoothly. The mother and daughter were quietly chatting in the hospital room. Cici, where did the medical expenses for the surgery come from? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll never feel at ease. Mom, just don't ask so many questions. Anyway, I haven't stolen or robbed anything, so you can focus on your treatment. Sighing, her mother replied, oh, my child, I won't ask anymore. I've been a burden to you all these years, and with your brother being so unambitious. My biggest wish is for you to find a good man and not make things so hard for yourself. Hearing her mother say this, UCC couldn't help but picture Chun Mo's face in her mind. He was impeccable in every aspect. It would be wonderful if such a man could be devoted to her. Just as she was lost in thought, the door creaked open. Yu Junfeng walked in with a somewhat displeased expression. After greeting their mother briefly, he called UCC out to the hallway. Sis, how come you didn't let me know about Mom's surgery? Such a big deal. Hearing her brother's question, UCC almost laughed in anger. I'm covering all the costs for Mom's surgery, and you didn't have to spend a penny. Are you unhappy about that? What's wrong? Don't you want Mom to be healthy? At her words, Yu Junfeng's expression became somewhat unnatural. Sis, don't say that. Of course, I want Mom to be healthy, but the treatment costs at least tens of thousands. Where did you get that money? So what if I borrowed it? It doesn't require you to pay it back. Borrowed? Who would lend you tens of thousands for no reason? You didn't find yourself a rich boyfriend, did you? Feeling her brother's suspicious gaze, Yucici's heart tightened slightly. At the same time, she felt a sense of relief. Chun Imo truly had foresight. If her brother were to get involved in the supermarket, who knows what trouble might arise. Shaking her head decisively, she said, "Stop thinking nonsense. There's no rich boyfriend. I borrowed this money from Lin Wanru and Su Guo. Also, about that incident you had a while back, I borrowed money from them for that too. Forget the medical expenses, but you need to find a way to pay back the 80,000 compensation to the other party." Upon hearing this, Yu Junfeng immediately became anxious. "Sis, with my salary, I barely have enough for myself. How can I find a way to pay it back? I don't care. This money is yours to return since you borrowed it." After saying this, fearing his sister would dwell on the issue, he hurriedly turned and left. Seeing this, a barely noticeable cold smile crept onto Yucici's lips. With such a brother, she had no choice. As for the 80,000, she never expected him to pay her back. She was just worried that persistent questioning might reveal something. She didn't want to cause trouble for herself with Chun Imo because of this unreliable brother. Meanwhile, at the supermarket, it wasn't closing time yet. Lin Wanru received a call from her boyfriend. His name was Wei Zihao. He didn't really mind Lin Wanru, who had an amazing figure, switching to work at the supermarket. After all, the pay offered by the supermarket was definitely better than that of a flight attendant. The other party's financial situation has improved, and he might benefit from it as well. The only thing that Wei Zihao is dissatisfied with is that due to their current work relationship, their usual weekly dates, which used to be at least 5 times, have dropped to less than twice a week. Today, sensing that it was about time, he made a call. As soon as the call connected, he couldn't wait to say, "I've booked a room at the hotel, room 708. Hurry over after work." If it weren't for the issue with Su Guo today, Lin Wanru probably wouldn't have refused. After all, she enjoys the romantic moments as well. However, right now, her mind is filled with thoughts of that 100,000 yuan bonus, leaving her no mood for a date. In this situation, she didn't even think twice and directly declined. "I'm not in the mood today. I'm not coming." Hearing Lin Wanru say this, Wei Zihao's mood instantly soured. He not only spent 380 yuan on a room, but also took some special medication earlier to achieve the best effect. How could she just say she's not coming? Isn't that playing with people's feelings? Chapter 96. Wang Na also wants to suffer. Wei Zihao felt a mix of frustration and forced cheerfulness as he tried to coax her over the phone. "Baby, don't be naughty. I've already prepared my room. You can't stand me up. Listen carefully, Wei Zihao, I'm not in the mood today. Don't bother me for a while," Lin Wanru said before hanging up without waiting for a response. On the other end, Wei Zihao was left in shock, listening to the busy tone. Once he regained his composure, he angrily called back, but the call was immediately cut off. With a flood of exasperation, he sent a WeChat message. "Lin Wanru, are you messing with me? I've taken my medicine. If you don't come, I'll have to find another woman. Don't regret it." Seeing this message from Wei Zihao only worsened Lin Wanru's already bad mood. She gritted her teeth and made a decisive decision. Without hesitation, she replied, "Wei Zihao, you can find whoever you want. Let's break up, and don't contact me again." After sending the message, she promptly blocked him on WeChat and his phone number. After doing all this, Lin Wanru felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Just a pretty boy, daring to threaten her. "Yucici Su Guo, I'm sorry, but I want the bonus too," she thought, her eyes naturally sparkling. The gloomy mood lifted as she embraced her newfound single status. Just as she returned home, she received a call from an unfamiliar number. Lin Wanru thought it might be Wei Zihao, still unwilling to let go. As soon as she picked up, she mockingly said, "I already have a new boyfriend, so don't bother me anymore." Before she could finish, a weak voice came through the receiver. "Sister Wanru, I'm Yu Junfeng, Yucici's brother." Hearing the voice, Lin Wanru furrowed her brow, feeling both awkward and annoyed. "It's you. How did you get my number?" I asked my sister for it." Lin Wanru had no good feelings for her friend's brother. A pretty boy who lazed around all day. Was he looking to date someone new after chasing too many girls? With a cold tone, she asked, "What do you want?" "Sister Wanru, did you borrow a lot of money from my sister?" "Borrow money? When did I ever borrow money from her? Are you sure you didn't borrow money from my sister?" Lin Wanru frowned slightly at his question. "Is that why you called me?" Well, I can clearly tell you that I didn't borrow any money from your sister." After saying this, she decisively hung up the phone. However, she still felt puzzled and decided to call Yucici. Soon, Yucici's voice came through the receiver. "Wanru, why are you calling me so late? Lin Wanru was straightforward and said, "Your brother just called me out of the blue, asking if I lent you money. What's going on?" Upon hearing this, UCC felt a pang of anxiety. "Ah, how does he have your number?" "I was curious too. He said you told him." "So, what did you say?" "I said the truth. I didn't lend you any money." "What exactly happened?" It's nothing. Just ignore him if he calls you again." "Haha, don't worry. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even bother talking to him." "All right, I need to take a shower. I won't keep you longer. Bye." After hanging up the phone, Lin Wanru didn't think much of it. However, UCC was frowning. She never expected that Yu Junfeng would think to call Lin Wanru to verify. Unsurprisingly, he would definitely follow up with her. Sure enough, early the next morning, he rushed to the hospital. "Sister, I called Lin Wanru to verify, and she didn't lend you any money. Tell me honestly, where did that large sum of money for mom's medical expenses and my compensation come from?" Facing her brother's questioning, UCC naturally had a sour expression. "Yu Junfeng, what do you mean by that? Do you think I stole or robbed that money?" "Sister, I didn't mean it that way. You must be hiding something from me, or did you find a very wealthy man?" "Yu Junfeng, let me say it again. I don't need you to worry about that 80,000 yuan. I want to ask you to pay it back." "Sister, I'm your own brother. If you really found a rich man, I'd be happy for you. What is there to hide?" Hearing this, UCC was infuriated. "Yu Junfeng, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Stop dreaming. Who would be foolish enough to be a burden to a brother like you?" Hearing UCC's words, Yu Junfeng's face also turned a bit sour. "Fine, if you want to tell me, I'll find out myself." After saying this, he stormed off. Watching Yu Junfeng's back, UCC's good mood from the past few days vanished completely. She was now worried about how to handle things if it got back to Chinemo. After thinking it over, she decided to clarify the situation with the boss to avoid being caught in the middle later. Chen Mo returned to the supermarket today, looking radiant, and Wang Na seized the opportunity to walk in. She had been suffering these past few days. First, Luo Shasha, Lily, and Gong Jing each received a funding of 20,000 yuan. Just when she finally found a clue from Gong Jing, she hadn't even taken action yet. Then UCC and Su Guoyer snatched the opportunity away from her. 2 bonuses of 100,000 yuan left Wang de Baron completely stunned. Fortunately, Gong Jing also showed Wang Na the messages Chun Mo sent her. It was only natural to guess that Su Guoyer was probably the real deal too. Feeling envious and jealous was of no use. After all, it was her own youthful naivety that led her to mistakenly value the wrong person. After arriving at work today, when she finally saw the big boss enter the office, her joy was mixed with a sense of determination. A bonus of 20,000 yuan wasn't insignificant for her, and it was something she couldn't afford to miss, both emotionally and logically. When she saw Wang Na come in, she immediately put on a shy expression. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle, flashing a charming smile. "Assistant Wang, is there something you need?" Wang Na replied, "Mr. Chen, I can work hard too." Chapter 97. Lin Wanru came to the door. Wang Na bit her lip as she spoke, her expression so alluring that it sparked countless fantasies. For a bonus of 20,000 yuan, this former big sister of the underworld was truly giving it her all. Seeing the girl's expression, Chen Mo instantly felt energized. Without any unnecessary words, he leaned back in his boss chair, displaying a half smile on his face. Upon seeing this, Wang Na naturally wouldn't hold back. After turning and locking the office door, she slowly walked over to the big boss. Just as Chen Mo was enjoying the moment, his phone suddenly rang. He opened his eyes, slightly furrowing his brows, and picked up the phone on the table. Seeing that it was a call from UCC, he didn't think much of it. He gestured to Wang Na that it was fine while answering the call. "CC, President Chen, there's something I need to tell you." Hearing the girl's hesitant tone, Chen Mo couldn't help but pause for a moment. He smiled lightly and asked, "What's the matter? Just say it." It's like this. You know I have a troublesome younger brother. He keeps asking where our mother's treatment fees come from. To avoid troubling you, I initially lied and said I borrowed it from Lin Wanru and the others. But now he knows I was lying, and I'm worried he might trace it back to you, causing unnecessary trouble for you." After listening to UCC's words, Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. He just wanted to enjoy life and least of all wanted to get entangled with the families of these girls. However, it was commendable that UCC was so honest. So he couldn't really blame her. "All right, I understand. Let us end the call for now." A small troublemaker was nothing for Chen Mo to worry about. He placed his phone back on the table revealing a look of enjoyment once again. A little later, in the A-level employee WeChat group of the supermarket, Chun Mo routinely sent out a message. I want to especially commend Assistant Wang Na for her hard work during this time. As a reward for her excellent performance, I'm giving her 20,000 yuan as encouragement. He then transferred 20,000 yuan in cash in the group. For Chun Mo's actions, the girls had long since gotten used to it and didn't express much surprise anymore. Meanwhile, the newly appointed store manager, Wang Hong, had been repeatedly shocked these past few days, especially with the two 100,000 yuan bonuses that UCC and Su Guo received. When she saw those amounts credited, her heart started to tremble. When she first arrived, Wang Hong was still pleased with her 30,000 yuan salary. But compared to these girls, it was nothing. In deep envy, she unconsciously straightened her back. Then she sighed inwardly. She was older now and no longer had the confidence of her youth. Although she still had some charm, when compared to these young beauties in the supermarket, whether in looks or figure, she probably stood no chance in the eyes of the big boss. Even if she wanted to take shortcuts, she couldn't find a way. As Wang Hong lamented the relentless passage of time, Lin Wanru pondered for a long while before finally calling Su Gui'er to the staff lounge. The two girls exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Lin, feel free to ask me anything you want, Lin said. I don't really have anything specific to ask. I'm just curious how you made that decision so quickly. Haha, well, I'm a woman. I don't plan to become a nun, so I have to take that step eventually. It's rare to have such good resources from Mr. Chun. I think it's great to give my first time to such a man. So, it really is your first time? Haha. Do you think a bonus of 100,000 yuan is easy to get? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru's eyes flickered slightly. Noticing this, Su Gui'er smiled gently. What's wrong? You already have such a handsome boyfriend like Wei Zihao. You wouldn't want to take any shortcuts, would you? I have already broken up with him. Hearing Lin Wanru say this, Su Gui'er was momentarily taken aback. Surprised, she asked, when did this happen? Why did you break up so suddenly? Well, it was some time ago. I just felt that being with him was meaningless, and I don't really care for such a man. No way. Last month you were still showing off in front of me, and now you just broke up? Lin Wanru, be honest. Did you break up with Wei Zihao because of Mr. Chin? As Su Gui'er hit the nail on the head, Lin Wanru felt a bit guilty. After thinking for a moment, she finally confessed, there is a little bit of that reason, but the main reason is still Wei Zihao. Over the past 2 years, I've put in more than he has materially. It's inevitable that I would break up with such a man. After hearing Lin Wanru's response, Su Gui'er didn't know what to say. After a long pause, she tentatively asked, so, are you also planning to make some quick money with Mr. Chin? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru hesitated for a moment, but then decisively nodded. I'm not getting any younger. A woman's youth only lasts for a few years. As you said, it's rare to meet someone like Mr. Chun with such good resources. I want to seize the opportunity. You won't laugh at me, will you? Hearing this from Lin Wanru, Su Gui'er couldn't help but feel a slight sense of lament. She then shook her head with a bitter smile. What right do I have to laugh at you? I'm in the same boat. Mr. Chun is indeed a great guy, handsome and generous. Which woman in the supermarket wouldn't envy that? Lin Wanru, as long as you've made your decision, I want to advise you otherwise, and it won't affect our sisterhood. How much benefit you can get from Mr. Chun depends on you. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru felt a bit bitter. With her situation, it would be nearly impossible to get a single bonus of 100,000 yuan. However, if she could manage to earn a few extra thousand each month, that would be quite good. Upon realizing this, Lin, the beautiful woman, had an unprecedented determination in her eyes. At some point in the afternoon, she seized the opportunity and walked alone into the office of the boss. A few minutes later, she emerged from the office with a delicate smile on her face. It was clear that within those few minutes, she and the boss had reached some sort of agreement. That evening, with over an hour left until the end of the workday, Lin was already seated in the boss's BMW X5. The boss firmly grasped the steering wheel, and a hint of a smile couldn't help but appear at the corners of his mouth. When a boss can be treated this way, I bet no man would not be envious. Chapter 98. Winning over Lin Wanru, dressed as a flight attendant, surprised Chin Mo a bit when she suggested this afternoon that she also wanted to take it easy. However, he naturally wouldn't refuse such a stunning beauty. He didn't even inquire about her boyfriend, as it wasn't like he was actively trying to steal someone else's partner, and he didn't have any responsibilities in that regard. If he were to turn down such a good opportunity, it would be a waste of the system. Upon arriving at the luxurious garden villa, Lin Wanru was somewhat astonished. With someone like Chen Mo, who was so generous, she had expected at least a townhouse, if not a standalone villa. Although the garden villa was quite luxurious, it seemed a bit out of sync with Chen's lavish spending habits, where he casually rewarded tens of thousands. Slightly surprised, she asked, "Mr. Chen, do you live here regularly?" Chen Mo, surrounded by beauty every day, was in no rush. Hearing Lin Wanru's question, he relaxed on the sofa, crossing his legs with a calm smile on his face, and replied, "What? Do you think the conditions here are not good?" In response, the beautiful Lin Wanru gently shook her head while moving closer to Chen Mo, her delicate figure leaning in slightly. "Mr. Chen, your house is quite beautiful. I just feel it doesn't quite match your status." Chuckling, he said, "I'm just a lonely person. This house is more than enough for me. There's no need to worry about whether it matches or not." As he spoke, he gently pulled her into his embrace. With the spark igniting between them, the sofa quickly transformed into the main battlefield. When Chen Mo revealed his 8-pack abs, Lin Wanru's eyes lit up. Apart from his handsome face, Chen Mo's perfect physique completely overshadowed her previous boyfriend, Wei Zihao. Not only are men attracted to beauty, but women are equally so. At that moment, Lin Wanru felt nothing but gratitude. If she missed out on such a charming and generous man, it would surely be a lifelong regret. Even without a bonus, she felt it was worth it. After some intimate moments, her thoughts intensified. Compared to her previous boyfriend, who was all looks but no substance, Chen Mo's charm had reached an impeccable level. After lounging on the sofa for a while, Lin Wanru finally walked barefoot into the bathroom. Watching her graceful silhouette, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile mischievously. Suddenly, a transparent panel appeared before him. Postbound to Enterprise, Happy Family Supermarket. Total number of employees, 144. Maximum cannot exceed 150. Number of employees who meet A-level quality, 10. Total profit of the supermarket, 2. 863, 385 yuan. Remaining employee welfare budget for this month, 131, 500 yuan. He looks at this thing almost every day, mainly to see the changes in the profit margin. As the target of 3 million gets closer, Chen Mo feels a sense of anticipation, much like unboxing a mystery gift. At the current pace, there are at most 3 days left. Lost in thought, he directly closed the transparent panel. After pondering for a moment, he picked up his phone and sent a routine message in the A-level employee WeChat group. "I want to especially commend Assistant Lin Wanru for her diligent work during this period. Here is a reward of 30,000 yuan to encourage her." Following that, he sent a transfer of 30,000 yuan. When the other girls saw this message, although they were already used to it, there was still some impact in their hearts, especially for Jiang Xiaoyu, Su Yingying, and Ma Ling. They were not yet at a point where they could face such bonuses of tens of thousands of yuan with ease. However, due to their personalities or other reasons, they had not yet decided to take that step. But that didn't stop them from guessing among themselves who would be the next recipient of the big boss's reward. As for what the girls were thinking, let us put that aside. When Lin Wanru came out of the bathroom and saw this message, she was somewhat prepared and didn't feel too disappointed. With a faint smile on her face, she lightly tapped her phone and naturally accepted the 30,000 yuan. Then she proactively sat on Chen Mo's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. With a charming smile, she said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Looking at the enchanting Lin Wanru in front of him, Chen Mo smirked. "I gave Su Gua and UCC each a reward of 100,000. Aren't you a bit dissatisfied?" Hearing this, Lin Wanru playfully shook her head. "Mr. Chen, even if you don't give me a bonus, I still feel very satisfied." Seeing the girl's demeanor, Chen Mo felt quite pleased. "Ha ha ha, beautiful Lin. Don't worry, as long as you behave, the future benefits will definitely include you." "Yes, I'm very obedient." "Mr. Chen, your abs look really good." As she spoke, a teasing expression appeared in Lin Wanru's eyes. Under the girl's provocation, the flames of passion reignited. The next day, as Chen Mo just arrived at the office, Jiang Xiaoyu walked in with a stride. "Mr. Chen, there's a man at the front desk who says he is UCC's brother and wants to see you about something." As she said this, there was a hint of intrigue in Jiang Xiaoyu's expression. She was well aware of the situation between UCC and the big boss. The total bonuses so far had added up to 180,000. If she believed there was nothing fishy about this, Jiang Xiaoyu would definitely not be convinced. And now Cici's brother showing up at the supermarket made things even more interesting. After hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Chen Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Fortunately, Cici had given him a heads up, so he was somewhat mentally prepared. After thinking for a moment, he let him in. Yes, Mr. Chen. Before long, a fairly handsome man walked in, his eyes clearly filled with shock. It goes without saying that this guy was Yu Junfeng, who somehow managed to find out about his sister Cici's 2 sums of money. They were both given by the owner of this supermarket. Although it was officially labeled as a bonus, anyone could see that there was definitely something fishy about it. Yu Junfeng naturally guessed that his sister and the supermarket owner must be involved with each other. To his surprise, he felt a sense of joy. Regardless of whether his sister was a little lover or a mistress, the fact that someone could casually hand over 180,000 in cash meant that his sister's new brother-in-law was definitely generous. He didn't even discuss it with his sister. He specifically took a day off today just to come over, wanting to see if he could gain some benefits from the situation. However, once he entered the supermarket, the stunning scenery of the store almost blinded Yu Junfeng. Chapter 99. Yu Cici cried, although Yu Junfeng knew that his sister had changed to a job at a new supermarket. He hadn't paid much attention to the specific details of this place. If it weren't for the current situation, he probably wouldn't have imagined that there was such a uniquely charming supermarket in Jiangxing, not to mention the many attractive employees. The front desk staff Jiang Xiaoyu, as well as the beautiful Rosa and Gong Jing he had just seen in the supermarket. Each one was a stunning beauty. Compared to the hostesses at the KTV he usually frequented, they were definitely more than just a match. It was hard to believe that so many beautiful women could gather in such a place, which was just a supermarket. Watching the handsome security guards bustling around inside, Yu Junfeng immediately made a certain decision. Once inside the office, upon seeing the appearance of the supermarket's big boss, he was momentarily stunned. This brother-in-law of his was much more handsome than he had imagined. It even made Yu Junfeng feel somewhat inferior. While he was still in a daze, Chen Mo didn't have a pleasant expression. You are Yu Cici's brother. What do you want from me? Hearing Chen Mo's question snapped Yu Junfeng back to reality, and he forced a shy smile. You must be Mr. Chen. I should call you brother-in-law. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. My sister is really lucky to be with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. He truly didn't expect this guy to have such thick skin. Kid, don't talk nonsense. My relationship with your sister is not what you think. Yu Junfeng didn't take this to heart at all. Still grinning, he said, brother-in-law, we're all men. I understand your meaning. A man like you must have more than one woman. Regardless of whether it's a kept relationship or not, calling you brother-in-law is not wrong, right? After hearing Yu Junfeng's words, Chen Mo was almost amused to the point of anger. No wonder Yu Cici always had a look of frustration whenever she mentioned this guy. Who ends up with such a brat is really unfortunate. Lost in thought, his expression also turned cold. Your sister is really unlucky to have a brother like you. Kid, let us not even talk about my relationship with your sister. Even if there was one, with your situation, you don't deserve to call me brother-in-law. Hurry up and get out. After hearing Chen Mo's merciless words, the smile on Yu Junfeng's face also stiffened. He was just a KTV worker, to put it bluntly, a small-time thug. When his temper flared, he didn't care about the benefits he was there to seek. He slammed the table, his face contorted in anger. Who the hell are you calling a small-time thug? I'm giving you face by calling you brother-in-law. If you don't appreciate it, you're nothing. After being with my sister, now you want to distance yourself? You better give me 100,000 yuan, or else I won't let this go. Seeing that the other party dared to extort and threaten him, Chen Mo's expression turned even colder. He didn't say much, dealing with such a punk. He certainly wouldn't take any risks. He picked up the phone on the desk and dialed an internal number. Hurry up and have Huang Dong bring 2 security guards to my office. Seeing Chen Mo's actions, Yu Junfeng suddenly felt uneasy. He was just putting on a brave front. On someone else's turf, he naturally didn't dare to act recklessly. With a glare, he thought to himself, you're tough. But this matter isn't over yet. After saying that, he left the office in a huff, just in time to bump into Huang Dong and his group coming the other way. Seeing their imposing figures, Yu Junfeng dared not act arrogant anymore. Lowering his head and quickly heading towards the supermarket exit. Noticing that the other party had backed down, Chen Mo naturally didn't want to cause trouble for himself or the supermarket. After sending Huang Dong and the others away, he immediately called Yu Cici. President Chen. Chen Mo was straightforward, saying, your reckless brother just came to the supermarket. Not only did he threaten me, but he even tried to extort 100,000 from me. You see, I'll let it slide this time because of you, but if they're essay next time, I'll definitely have him arrested. Hearing Chun Mo's words, Yu felt a sudden tightness in her chest. President Chun, I'm sorry for the trouble he's caused you. I'll definitely give him a good lesson. Hearing the girl's nervous tone, Chun Mo's voice softened. Cece, I'm not targeting you. Your reckless brother is truly a piece of work. If you want to live a good life, you'll have to sever ties with him. If that's not possible, at least move out and live on your own. Otherwise, you might never find peace in your life. Upon hearing this, Cece felt bitter. Having a brother like Yu Junfeng, how could she not want to cut ties with him? But with their mother dependent on medication at home, how could she just walk away? Thinking this, she still expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your concern, President Chen. I'll think about it. All right, don't worry about the supermarket. Come back to work once you've sorted things out at home. Okay, thank you, President Chen. After hanging up, Cece found a secluded corner in the hospital and immediately called Yu Junfeng. Yu Junfeng, what do you want? Why are you doing this to me? Hearing his sister's emotional outburst, Yu Junfeng raised an eyebrow. Sis, what did that jerk of a boss of yours say to you? You're the jerk. How dare you extort someone? Why not? He got my sister involved. Why can't I ask him for something in return? This matter isn't over. You jerk. I'm telling you again, I have no relationship with President Chun. Stop causing trouble, okay? You really think I'm a 3-year-old? No relationship? Do you think he would give you that much money? Don't even talk to me about your work abilities. We know each other well enough to know what you're capable of. Besides selling your looks, are you worth that much? Yu Junfeng, you are a scoundrel. Starting today, I no longer have you as a brother, and I won't let our mother take care of you either. Let's cut off our family ties completely. Fine. You're just a burden. I don't want to take care of you. If you have the ability, just die in the hospital and don't come back. After hearing this, Cece was almost too furious to stand. She always knew her brother was irresponsible, but she never imagined he could be such a jerk. She was truly heartbroken this time. After hanging up the phone, she stumbled back to the hospital room. Standing in front of her mother, with slightly red eyes, she said, Mom, I don't want to go back to our home. What's wrong, Cece? Why are you crying? Mom, Yu Junfeng is such a jerk. He came to the supermarket where I work and made a scene. He is trying to push me to my limits. I've made up my mind. It's as if I never had a brother. Once you get discharged, I'll rent a place outside, and we'll never have any contact with him again. Chapter 100. Finding a new enterprise. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Cece's mother slightly parted her lips. Eventually, she sighed and said nothing more. She was well aware of her son's character. In the future, if she wanted to enjoy her retirement, she could only rely on her eldest daughter. Her son was certainly not dependable. After finishing the call, Chen Mo quickly put aside his troubles. That evening, before 8 p.m., he called Su Guo'er to join him in his BMW X5. Inside the car, as Su Guo'er fastened her seatbelt, she casually asked with a smile, Mr. Chun, Lin Wanru went to see you yesterday, right? Hearing her question, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. Did she tell you? Well, not exactly. But I could guess. Haha, she came on her own, and I had no reason to refuse. Upon hearing this, Su Guo'er playfully glared at him. Mr. Chun, if so many beautiful girls at the supermarket came on their own, would you refuse them all? Su Marin, I'm not that fickle. Unless they reach your level of beauty and figure, I wouldn't be swayed. Then who do you think has a better figure, Cece? Lin Wanru or me? After Su Guo'er asked, Chen Mo turned his face with a charming smile. Of course, your figure is better. Hearing this, Su Guo'er smiled enchantingly. Mr. Chun, you aren't just trying to flatter me, are you? Ha ha ha, it's absolutely heartfelt. You three are such good friends. You should know in your hearts who has the better figure. After hearing Chun Mo's words, Su Guo'er's charming smile grew even brighter. To be fair, compared to her two good friends, she felt she had a slight edge. However, hearing it from Chun Mo made her even happier. As Su Guo'er smiled enchantingly, Chun Mo gently pressed the accelerator. The BMW X5 smoothly exited the underground parking lot, heading towards the beautiful garden. Undoubtedly, with a beauty like Su Guo'er by his side, Chen Mo's nightlife would be anything but dull. In fact, it could be described as quite splendid. The next day, being Saturday, both the number of people applying for membership and the supermarket's revenue saw a significant increase compared to yesterday. Chen Mo checked the panel from time to time. He was just one step away from achieving a pure profit of 3 million, barring any surprises. He would accomplish this small goal set by the system before the supermarket closed today. As he was pondering what the next bound enterprise might be, Rosa Shaw walked in with her impressive figure. Her gaze held a hint of resentment. She approached Chun Mo from behind, placing her hands on his shoulders. As she gently squeezed, she whispered softly, "Mr. Chun, I want to go to your place tonight." Upon hearing this, Mr. Chun smiled lightly. "It's not convenient today. Let's arrange it when it's more suitable." Last night, Su Guo had already made an appointment for today, with a stunning figure and a clean appearance. Before the novelty wore off, Chun Mo must have preferred the beautiful Su. Hearing this, Luo Shasha immediately felt a wave of exhaustion. However, she knew that as more girls appeared, her turn would only take longer. The key was that if she wanted to benefit, she couldn't afford to show any displeasure. After staying in the office for a little while, she left with a hint of resentment. Just as she reached the door, she ran into Lin Wanru, who was walking in. The two exchanged glances and simply nodded lightly. Both silently cursed each other as a seductress before passing by. Seeing the beautiful Lin walk in, Chun Mo couldn't help but feel amused. His office was indeed getting livelier. Lin Wanru was clearly in high spirits. Whenever she saw Chun Mo, the image of his strong 8-pack abs would involuntarily flash in her mind. Noticing the girl's lustful gaze on him, Chun Mo chuckled. "Lin Wanru, you wouldn't have that same look when you see a handsome guy on the street, would you?" Hearing this, Lin Wanru's cheeks flushed slightly. Embarrassed, she chuckled shyly. "Mr. Chun, don't joke around. In my 2 years as a flight attendant, I've seen many handsome guys, but none are as charming as you." "Wow, Lin, I didn't expect you to be so sweet-tongued. Is there something you need?" I was hoping to go to your place tonight." Hearing that Lin Wanru had the same request as Luo Shasha, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile wider. "Haha, it's not convenient tonight. How about tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, disappointment clearly flashed in Lin Wanru's eyes. However, it quickly transformed into a flirtatious demeanor as she turned around and locked the office door. Turning back, she smiled sweetly. "Mr. Chun, if it's not convenient tonight, it should be now, right?" Seeing Lin Wanru's expression, Mr. Chun instantly understood. He smiled wickedly and leaned back slightly. Everything was unspoken. Holding a fair attitude, later on, in the employee WeChat group for A-level staff, Chun Mo routinely sent a message. "I want to especially commend Lin Wanru for her excellent performance during this period. Her spirit of hard work deserves a bonus of 20,000 yuan as encouragement." The girls had become somewhat numb to such news, merely smiling to themselves. At 6:38 p.m. that evening, the long-awaited heavenly sound finally rang in Chun Mo's mind. Ding! The net profit of Jia Jia Lu Supermarket has reached 3 million. Congratulations to the host for completing this target. Ding! The system is scanning to bind the next enterprise. Ding! Binding successful. The company name is a certain electronics factory located in an industrial zone. Note: all shares, property rights, land, and factory equipment of the electronics factory have been fully transferred to the host through system transactions. The company's utilities, taxes, and other miscellaneous fees will be managed by the system. The host cannot privately sell shares of the factory or any of its equipment. To earn profits, the host can only rely on the wealth created by the factory workers. Ding! The first batch of employee welfare funds for the electronics factory amounts to 10 million. Effective on the 1st of next month. Note: the welfare funds for the electronics factory, like those for a certain supermarket, can only be used for employee salaries and benefits. If not fully distributed by the end of the month, the remaining amount will be automatically reset to 0 and will be replenished on the 1st of the following month. To increase the welfare funds for the electronics factory employees, the host can complete designated tasks assigned by the system at irregular intervals. From this moment on, the employee welfare funds of the two enterprises under the host will. For every distribution made, the host will receive a 5 commission. Chapter 101. The spoiled Su Guo listening to a series of sounds in his mind. Chun Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. The second enterprise turned out to be an electronics factory completely unrelated to the supermarket, and it was located in another province. The key was that he knew nothing about the electronics industry. Was there something strange about the system scanning and binding this enterprise? Of course, he was only slightly puzzled for a moment before a huge surprise hit him. Compared to the properties rented by the supermarket, this Tianda electronics factory was entirely his private property. If nothing unexpected happened, the legal representative in the enterprise system must have been changed to his name. Without a doubt, with a monthly employee welfare fund of 10 million, the scale of the factory must be significant. As for the commission from distributing the welfare funds, which had risen to 5. That was quite a nice surprise. Just from the 10 million employee welfare fund at Tianda Electronics Factory. If all was smoothly distributed, Chen Mo could easily earn 500,000 each month. Not to mention, as he completed system tasks, the employee welfare funds at Tianda Electronics Factory would surely have a lot of room for improvement, just like the supermarket. With this thought in mind, he directly opened the transparent panel in front of him. Host has bound 2 enterprises, the supermarket and Tianda Electronics Factory. Chen Mo switched the mode directly to Tianda Electronics Factory. Current number of employees, 817. Maximum cannot exceed 3,000 employees. Employees meeting system A-level quality, 1. Since they are original factory employees, no rewards will be given. Factory status. Currently in a slight loss due to a poor external environment and lack of orders. The host needs to achieve a pure profit of 30 million at Tianda Electronics Factory, and the system will automatically bind and unlock the next enterprise for the host. After understanding a bit, Chen Mo closed the panel in front of him. With over 800 employees, even in a place like Guang Province, it could be considered a large factory. The system panel did not provide detailed information about Tianda Electronics Factory. As the actual controlling person, Chen Mo wanted to know about the factory situation, so he could only type Tianda Electronics Factory on High Industrial Zone, 1 city into a search engine. The information showed that this factory was an electronics factory manufacturing parts for mobile phones, computers, televisions, and smartwatches, covering nearly 50 acres. It was also considered a star enterprise in Onhai district a few years ago. At its peak, the number of employees even exceeded 2,000. However, due to a poor environment in recent years, even with only over 800 workers now, it was in a semi-production halt state. After briefly reviewing the information, Chen Mo felt he had a good grasp of the situation. The factory's largest expense was definitely employee salaries. He didn't even have to pay for utilities or taxes. As long as there were orders, making a profit of 30 million was only a matter of time. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly became excited. The land of this factory alone was probably worth billions, even if it cannot be sold. As the actual controlling person of the factory, Chen Mo's status has suddenly been greatly elevated. Since the employee welfare fund will not take effect until next month, he is not in a hurry. Lost in thought, he stood up and directly called Su Guer. I'm off work now, waiting for you in the underground parking lot. There was no unnecessary small talk. Such a happy occasion today must be celebrated in advance. After a while, Su Guer walked up to the car, her waist swaying gracefully. While fastening her seatbelt, she smiled and asked, Mr. Chun, is there something good happening? Hee, is it that obvious on my face? Yes. I can feel your excitement. There is indeed something exciting, which is why I asked you to leave work early to celebrate. As they spoke, the BMW X5 slowly drove out of the underground parking lot. Su Guer asked in surprise, wow, what could make you so excited, Mr. Chun? Hee, if you perform well later, I'll tell you. Hey, did I not perform well last night? Ha ha ha, yesterday was yesterday, today is today. If you do well later, I'll tell you. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Su Guer was curious but didn't ask further. An hour later, at the Jinsho garden. CH Chen, can you tell me now? Hee, Miss Su, are you that curious? Please, tell me. You performed well tonight, so it's okay to tell you. I successfully acquired a company today. Upon hearing this, the charming Su Guer showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Ah, Mr. Chun, did you acquire another supermarket? Not a supermarket. It's an electronics factory, located in a city in Guangdong Province. Hearing this, Su Guer's surprised gaze deepened. Just as she wanted to ask more, Chen Mo smiled mischievously. Don't say anything, it ruins the atmosphere. Okay. In a flurry of thoughts, Su Guer felt like she was walking on clouds. After the spring rain, her curiosity was still hard to hide. She murmured again, Mr. Chun, how did you come to acquire such a distant company? Hee, just a coincidence. Then, how big is this electronics factory? Hee, it's not as big as yours. Mr. Chun, you're so annoying, just tell me. It's just average, covering over 40 acres, with about 800 to 900 employees. Upon hearing this, Su Guer was suddenly shocked. She had originally thought it was just a small factory, covering over 40 acres and nearly 1,000 employees. How much would it cost to acquire such a large factory? Moreover, Chen Mo hadn't left Jiangxing during this time. Su Guer couldn't help but imagine how the big boss Chen managed to pull off such a significant deal. Although it was somewhat hard to believe, She didn't doubt the authenticity of this matter. After all, it indirectly explained where Chun Mo's confidence came from when he acted so boldly. At this moment, Chun Mo was becoming increasingly charming in the heart of the beauty from Sioux University. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the phone suddenly rang. Chun Mo picked it up and saw it was a call from a certain woman. What could she want at this hour? He frowned slightly, but didn't think much of it, and directly pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, a somewhat anxious voice came through the receiver. Mr. Chun, someone just attempted to set fire at the back door of the supermarket. Fortunately, it was discovered in time by the patrolling security, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing this, Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. The words supermarket arson were undoubtedly a scar deep within him. The fire that broke out at the Jia Jia Le supermarket a few years ago still hadn't been clarified as to whether it was arson or an accident. Chapter 102. UCC's attitude. If it weren't for the system binding, Chun Mo's life would have been basically ruined because of that fire. In his thoughts, the smile on his face gradually turned cold. How is the situation at the supermarket? Have they caught the arsonist? Don't worry, Mr. Chun. It's just that a few shelves in the back warehouse were burned, and there were no casualties. The two little arsonists were caught on the spot, and I've already called the police. They should be arriving soon. All right, I'll come over right away. After hanging up the phone, a glint of coldness flashed in Chun Mo's eyes. If he had to say he had any entanglements with others during this time, it would probably only be with Luo Lily's husband, Wu Zhibin, and UCC's brother, Yu Junfeng. As a senior executive in an IT company, the probability of Wu Zhibin committing such a foolish act should be low. After thinking it over, he suspected it was most likely that little punk Yu Junfeng. If what Chun Mo thought was true, even if UCC personally pleaded for him, he would definitely not let this scumbag go. Su Guer, who was nearby, also overheard their conversation. She hurriedly asked, Mr. Chun, should we head back to the supermarket now? Hearing this, Chun Mo shook his head lightly. You rest well. I can go by myself. Oh, then please drive carefully, Mr. Chun. As Chun Mo returned to the Jia Jia Le supermarket, UCC at the Second People's Hospital of Jiangsheng also received a phone call. The caller was straightforward. Is this UCC? I am UCC. May I ask who you are? I'm a police officer from the Nanxing District Police Station. Your brother, Yu Junfeng, is he your sibling? Upon hearing that the police were looking for her again, a sense of foreboding rose in UCC's heart. Officer, what happened to him? Your brother and an accomplice used gasoline to set fire to a supermarket and were caught red-handed. You need to come to the police station right away. Upon hearing this, UCC's heart tightened. Before she could ask anything else, the other party had already hung up. When Chun Mo arrived at the Jia Jia Le supermarket, it was already closed. Only Rosa and Wang Shui were there. After a brief look, he noticed that the area in the underground parking lot leading to the back warehouse was clearly in disarray, and there was a strong smell of smoke. Mr. Chun, the two little thieves have been taken away by the police, and Manager Wang went with them to give a statement. Rosa said softly. Hearing this, Chun Mo frowned and thought for a moment before instructing, Sister Wang, Sha, you two go back and rest. I'll head to the police station myself. The Nanxing District Police Station was only a few miles from Changfeng Square. In no time, Chun Mo found himself in the holding room facing the two little arsonists. As he expected, one of them was indeed Yu Junfeng, whom he had seen just a couple of days ago. At this moment, the guy looked visibly panicked. Earlier in the afternoon, while drinking and chatting with a friend, he had inadvertently mentioned this incident. Coincidentally, that friend had a bit of a crush on his sister. Upon hearing that UCC was already being supported by someone else, that was it. The two individuals became increasingly agitated, and under the influence of alcohol, they decided to cause some trouble for the store owner. One of them managed to get half a barrel of gasoline and sneak into the supermarket through the back door from the underground parking lot. Just as he lit the fire, they were caught red-handed by a patrolling security guard. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, which prevented a major disaster. At that moment, the alcohol that Yu Junfeng had consumed had long since worn off. Seeing Chun Mo's grim face made him feel a bit uneasy. Swallowing hard, he nervously pleaded, Brother-in-law, we only had a little to drink and did something foolish. Can you talk to the police and let us off the hook? Hearing Yu Junfeng call him brother-in-law made Chun Mo's expression even darker. Before he could respond, the other troublemaker was already shouting in anger. Yu Junfeng, you coward. How could you call him brother-in-law? I really misjudged you. Zhang Bing, don't be reckless. We were wrong in this matter, and an apology is necessary, Yu Junfeng replied. Apologize for what? The supermarket didn't suffer any losses. Worst case, we get detained for 2 days. It's not like we've never been in detention before. If you call him brother-in-law again, I'll cut ties with you." Upon hearing this, Yu Junfeng felt that the situation wasn't so serious after all. His mood lightened, and he awkwardly smiled at Chen Mo. "Then, I'll just call you Manager Chen. After all, you didn't suffer any losses. Is it really necessary to detain us for such a small matter? How about we pay you a few hundred yuan and settle this privately?" Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a bit amused by Yu Junfeng's words. Although the incident hadn't caused any losses to the supermarket, it was still a serious matter. The supermarket had a history of arson, and he had no good feelings towards Yu Junfeng. Even if it cost a lot to hire a lawyer, he wanted to ensure that these two troublemakers were charged with endangering public safety. Feeling conflicted, he didn't see the need to say much to them, and simply left with a cold expression. Upon entering the holding room, he just wanted to confirm whether it was indeed Yu Junfeng. As he stepped out, he saw Yu Cece rushing over, led by a police officer. "Chen, is the supermarket okay?" Seeing this, Chen Mo shook his head expressionlessly. "Cece, come with me," he said, then walked straight out of the police station. Yu Cece, realizing the urgency, didn't bother to see Yu Junfeng anymore. After greeting the police officer, she followed Chen Mo outside. Once they found a corner outside the police station, Yu Cece lowered her head and weakly said, "Manager Chen, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." "Cece, remember when I called you a couple of days ago and said I had given your brother a chance? This time, he actually tried to set my supermarket on fire. Your brother wants to put me in a precarious position. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and there were no casualties. There's no need to plead for him. I've already made up my mind. This time, I will make sure that this troublemaker gets the harshest punishment." After hearing Chen Mo's words, Yu Cece did not show any signs of panic on her face. After thinking for a moment, she said seriously, "Mr. Chen, Yu Junfeng is nothing but scum. Do whatever you want, I won't plead for him." Hearing this, Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. He asked in astonishment, "Is that really how you think? That kind of jerk even curses his own mother. It's best to lock him up for life to prevent him from harming others." Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Chen Mo's face. In any case, he now had fewer worries. Setting fire to a supermarket, especially in a crowded plaza, could definitely be charged as a crime endangering public safety. As long as he handled it properly, these two guys would probably spend most of their lives behind bars. Chapter 103. Actively adding Jiang Xiaoyu as Yu Cece, the elder sister of Yu Junfeng, made her intentions clear. She still had to go through the final procedures. Under the guidance of the police, they returned to the detention room. At this moment, Yu Junfeng was no longer as tense as he had been at the beginning. When he saw his sister enter, a smile even appeared on his face. "Sis, did you see General Chen? Hurry up and speak for me. There's no need for such a small matter to land me and Zhang Bing in detention." Seeing Yu Junfeng still so unrepentant, Yu Cece felt little emotion. With a blank expression, she said, "Junfeng, you probably still don't understand the nature of what happened today. How could you do something as foolish as setting a supermarket on fire? How many troubles have you caused me since we were kids? I can't even count them all. From today on, our sibling bond is severed. I won't worry about you anymore. You better take care of yourself in there." After hearing Yu Cece's words, the smile on Yu Junfeng's face gradually faded. "Yu Cece, stop pretending to be a good person. Now that you've connected with the big boss, you want to ignore me. Fine, if you don't want to plead for me, that's okay. I don't need your help. This matter isn't over once I get out." Even now, Yu Junfeng still didn't grasp the seriousness of the situation. He thought he would only be detained for a couple of days at most. Given the circumstances, Yu Cece didn't want to say much more. She glanced at her brother with a complex expression and turned to leave the detention room. After exiting the police station, she naturally got into Chun Mo's BMW X5. "General Chun, could you please take me back to the hospital?" Chun Mo didn't say much. He lightly pressed the accelerator, and the BMW X5 drove directly onto the main road. The situation regarding Yu Junfeng was basically set. It just needed a little more attention. He would face severe penalties. For a scoundrel even his own sister despised, Chen Mo certainly wouldn't show any mercy. The next day, the Jiajiala supermarket was still as usual. The little incident from yesterday had no impact on business. However, with the small target already achieved, Chen Mo was no longer in a hurry for profits from the supermarket. To elevate Jiajiala supermarket, a renovation had become a necessary option. Upon arriving at the supermarket, he immediately called over Wang Hong, Wang Shui, and Luo Shasha. Getting straight to the point, he said, "I plan to renovate the supermarket. and we will suspend operations starting tomorrow. You all send a message to every member. How you phrase it is up to you. Notify all employees that there will be a special meeting after work tonight. Regarding Chen Mo's orders, the group naturally had no objections. That night after work, all employees of Jiajia's supermarket gathered once again. Chen Mo calmly looked around at everyone. You all should have heard about the renovation plans for the supermarket, so I want to elaborate further. Starting tomorrow, until the renovation is complete and the supermarket is back to normal operations, all employees must continue to clock in every day. The specific work involves performing fashionable square dances in the plaza to attract attention and create a unique scene for our supermarket. As for what dance to perform and at what times, you can discuss it among yourselves. However, each person must dance for at least 2 hours. If anyone tries to cut corners, their salary and bonuses will be completely cancelled. Of course, those who perform well will receive higher bonuses. There are only 2 days left until the beginning of next month, and I do not want to see anyone slacking off. Is there anyone who wants to add anything regarding the square dance? After hearing these words, many people showed signs of excitement. Just dancing for 2 hours a day can lead to such good benefits. Who would have any objections? It's definitely better than a regular work schedule. Seeing that no one raised any objections, the supervisor suddenly asked, who was the first to discover the arson incident at the supermarket yesterday? Hearing the boss ask this, a colleague quickly stepped forward. It was Su Yunfeng from the security department. With this statement, many people's attention turned to Su Yunfeng. The supervisor glanced at him, and his eyes flickered slightly. What is your relationship with Su Yingying? Upon hearing the boss's question, Su Yunfeng felt both nervous and excited as he replied, she is my older sister. Haha, no wonder you two look somewhat alike. The supervisor then praised him. Good, you have made a contribution. Starting next month, you, Huangdong, and Zhao Maosan will have the same level, and all 3 of your base salaries will increase to 10,000. Additionally, here's a bonus of 10,000 yuan for you. As he spoke, he naturally took out a stack of cash. Upon seeing this, Su Yunfeng was so surprised he nearly froze. The incident last night was just a coincidence, and now he was getting a promotion along with a cash bonus of 10,000 yuan. Seeing her brother still in shock, Su Yingying, while delighted, quickly stepped forward and said, Su Yunfeng, don't you want to thank the supervisor? Hearing this, Su Yunfeng quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the promotion. I will work hard to ensure the best security for the supermarket. Although Zhao Maosan and Huangdong felt a bit envious, their base salary also increased by 2,000. They all came forward to express their thanks. After briefly summarizing the matters, the supervisor announced the end of the workday. Renovating such a large supermarket to meet luxury standards would definitely require a significant amount of funds. The next day, a well-known renovation company estimated, if the supermarket industry's top configuration is followed, the renovation costs would reach 1.2 million. Fortunately, during this period, the supervisor's earnings had been good, and he had over 3 million in his personal account, so he was naturally not hesitant. He promptly signed a contract with the renovation company. As the supermarket planned to undergo renovations, the girls in the square started dancing an alluring square dance. Except for one who was at the hospital taking care of her mother, the remaining 9 A-level employees of the supermarket all took the lead in the dance. Dressed in attractive uniforms, they swayed their graceful bodies. Such a stunning sight instantly filled the once quiet Changfeng Square with crowds. That night, with the first day of the next month approaching, Chen Mo, just before heading to a nearby city, intended to bring a girl along. He glanced at Su Guo'er beside him and decisively rejected the idea. After several days of deeper interaction, the novelty of the boss had significantly diminished. His thoughts naturally turned to Jiang Xiaoyu, Su Yingying, and Ma Lin. After careful consideration, he felt that Jiang Xiaoyu was the most to his liking. He promptly added her on WeChat. Just a few seconds later, Jiang Xiaoyu accepted the request and sent back a smiley face. Chapter 104. The aggrieved Su Guorzhan Mo didn't hesitate and quickly typed out a message and sent it. Jiang Xiaoyu, I need to go to a certain province to take over a factory, and I'm still short of a personal secretary. I don't want to recruit anyone else. After thinking it over, you're the most suitable person for the job at the supermarket. You can receive double the base salary. Are you interested? On the other side, Jiang Xiaoyu was originally lying in bed watching videos. She didn't pay much attention when Chen Mo added her on WeChat, just sent a smiley face in response. But now, seeing the message from her boss, she was completely stunned. Apart from Su Guer, no one else knew about the Tianda Electronics factory matter. And Chun Mo hadn't told anyone else. Suddenly seeing this message, Jiang Xiaoyu took a while to process it. She was well aware of the unclear relationship between Chun Mo and several other attractive girls at the supermarket. Normally, how could such a position as a personal secretary to the big boss fall to her? In her thoughts, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly guessed Chun Mo's intentions. She was actually quite tempted by the high bonuses offered to the other girls at the supermarket. However, she couldn't bring herself to exchange her body for it. Her pride held her back. Faced with the olive branch thrown by the big boss, her heart was in turmoil. Undoubtedly, going to that province with Chun Mo would provide a much broader career space compared to her current position as a front desk manager at the supermarket. But the cost was evident. A personal secretary, in simple terms, meant being the boss's little lover. After struggling internally for a while, Jiang Xiaoyu finally bit her lip and replied, "Mr. Chun, this is too sudden. I need to discuss it with my family before I can respond to you." Upon receiving Jiang Xiaoyu's message, Chun Mo was unfazed. "I'm leaving in 2 days on the 1st. Regardless of whether you are willing or not. You need to give me a response before noon tomorrow." After reading this message from her boss, Jiang Xiaoyu lost all interest in watching videos. She immediately left her bedroom and called her parents out. After briefly explaining the situation, Jiang Dapeng and Wu Xia exchanged glances. To be honest, with only one daughter, they were naturally reluctant to let Jiang Xiaoyu work so far away. Wu Xia was the first to ask, "Xiaoyu, how does Mr. Chen have a factory in that province?" "Mom, I just heard about it earlier, and I'm not too clear on the specifics. However, I suspect that Mr. Chen's significant investment in the supermarket is likely due to this factory. Perhaps that's his main business. Mr. Chun said that if I am willing to go, I can receive double the base salary, but this is too sudden, and I still want to seek your opinions." Hearing their daughter say this, Wu Xia glanced at Jiang Dapeng. Hesitatingly, she asked, "Dapeng, what do you think?" After a moment of thought, Jiang Dapeng finally said, "This is such a great opportunity. It would indeed be a pity to miss it. Let's not talk about the double salary for now. The prospects in that region are definitely better than in the supermarket. Xiaoyu, you're grown up now, so you don't need to worry about me and your mom. You should make your own decision on this matter. If you want to go, then go." Wu Xia added, "Xiaoyu, I also think your dad is right. Boss Chun is a good person. Working alongside him will surely lead to greater opportunities in the future. Why not give it a try?" After hearing this from her parents, Jiang Xiaoyu already had a faint decision in her heart. At this moment, Chun Mo was also awake, thinking about the beginning of the month approaching. After all, there were over 70,000 in employee benefits funds, and it certainly wouldn't go to waste. He then edited a message in the A-level employee WeChat group. "As the end of the month approaches, I want to formally commend Su Guer, Yu Cici, Lin Wanru, Luo Shasha, Luo Lily, Gong Jing, and Wang Na. Your performances have been outstanding, and I am awarding each of you a bonus of 10,000 yuan as encouragement." He promptly sent out 7 transactions of 10,000 yuan in the group. No one complained about the amount. The ladies each expressed their gratitude. Seeing the activity in the group, Jiang Xiaoyu finally made a definite decision. She immediately sent a private message to Chun Mo. "Mr. Chun, thank you for this opportunity. I've just discussed it with my family, and I am willing to follow you to that region." Not surprised by Jiang Xiaoyu's reply, Chun Mo slightly smiled and casually responded, "All right, we will set off the day after tomorrow on the 1st. Get ready." "Okay, understood, Mr. Chun." Nearby, Su Guer had just clicked to receive her 10,000 yuan bonus. Seeing the smile on Chun Mo's face, she couldn't help but turn over, lazily asking, "Mr. Chun, who are you chatting with?" Hearing Su Guer's question, Chun Mo had nothing to hide. He replied with a faint smile, "I'm going to that region the day after tomorrow to take over the factory, and I plan to have the front desk manager, Jiang Xiaoyu, work as my personal secretary. She has already agreed." Upon hearing this, Su Guer, who was initially in a lazy state, suddenly became a bit anxious. She placed her hands on Chun Mo's arm, looking at him with a pitiful expression. "Mr. Chun, I can be a personal secretary too. Why don't you let me go?" Seeing this, Chun Mo pinched the girl's cheek. "Haha, I thought you still have live streams to do. So I didn't want you to run around so much. Mr. Chun, it's not tiring. Please take me with you. Let us not talk about this. You just stay at the supermarket and behave. There will be more benefits for you." Hearing this, although Su Guer felt somewhat dissatisfied, she didn't dare to argue much in order to gain more benefits. With a hint of grievance, she asked, "Mr. Chun, How often will you come back from that region? It's hard to say right now. We'll see how it goes. Upon hearing this, Su Guire suddenly became charming. Mr. Chun, I still want. After hearing the girl's words, Chun Mo felt energized instantly. After a long and pleasant night, the next day, Boss Chun called all 10 female employees from the A-level group, including UCC, for a small gathering. He mentioned that he would be going to a certain province to take over a factory, and that Zhang Xiaoyu would be going along. The girls were all shocked, and their eyes involuntarily turned towards Zhang Xiaoyu. The envy on their faces was unmistakable. Even Su Yingying and Ma Lin were filled with immense jealousy. If it were them, they probably wouldn't even discuss it with their families and would agree right away. Compared to a third or fourth-tier inland city, the city they were going to is a new first-tier metropolis with much greater potential for development. Chapter 105. An unexpected surprise. As for Rosa, Gongjing, and several other girls, there's no need to mention them. Setting aside the potential for career advancement, who wouldn't want to be by the side of such a charming man as the boss every day? Originally, because of the interference from others, they felt a bit sidelined during this period. But now, with the boss heading to another province, even with the current advancements in air travel, if they wanted to occasionally quench their thirst for attention, they wouldn't know when that would happen. Each of them looked at Zhang Xiaoyu with a mix of envy and jealousy. That night, Chun Mo finally paid attention to the most resentful Rosa. After accumulating emotions for over 10 days, she clearly didn't want to stop. Before they knew it, it was already midnight. As Rosa lay softly beside him, Chun Mo opened the transparent panel right on time. Host has bound 2 enterprises, Jiajialu Supermarket, Tianda Electronics Factory. Number of employees at Jiajialu Supermarket, 144. Number of employees meeting A-level quality standards, 10. Current total profit of the supermarket, 3,062, 245 yuan. Next goal, total profit reaching 10 million will yield a surprise gift box. Employee welfare fund for the supermarket this month, 3 million yuan. Note, any surplus welfare is a reward for completing tasks. Upon seeing this, Chun Mo's mood inexplicably improved. The more welfare funds, the better. Putting aside this unexpected surprise for now, he felt a huge anticipation for the surprise gift box once the supermarket's total profit reached 10 million. In the midst of his thoughts, he looked at the information for Tianda Electronics Factory. Aside from the 10 million welfare fund being credited, there were basically no other changes. After a brief contemplation, he decided to increase the bonuses for the logistics, kitchen, and fresh produce department employees to 1,000 yuan each. In addition to their base salary, all credited to their personal salary accounts. For the ordinary cashiers and security personnel, their bonuses were raised to 2,000 yuan each, also credited to their salary accounts. For Zhou Xiaowei, Huang Dong, Zhao Maosan, and Su Yunfeng, in addition to their base salary, each received a bonus of 5,000 yuan. Wang Shui, Li Wan, and the new store manager Wang Hong, along with the procurement manager Zhou Jingya, besides their promised base salary, each received a bonus of 10,000 yuan. With the system's operation, the allocation of funds was merely a thought for Chun Mo. After handling the welfare of these individuals, only the 10 A-level employees remained. Naturally, special groups deserve special treatment. Chun Mo first sent a message in the group. This month's bonuses will not be dispersed in cash. The base salary and bonuses will be combined and sent to the group. Su Yingying, Ma Ling, and Zhang Xiaoyu have all performed well this month. With a base salary of 15,000 and a bonus of 15,000 each, totaling 30,000. Immediately afterward, he sent 3 transactions of 30,000 yuan to the group. The girls were mostly still awake, all waiting for the boss to distribute the benefits right after midnight. Although I don't understand why Boss Chun chose this timing. As long as the money is in place, these things don't matter. 3 transfers were completed in less than 10 seconds. Thank you, Boss Chun. Thank you, Boss Chun. Thank you, Boss Chun. Regardless of what the 3 ladies thought in their hearts, after receiving this much higher than industry standard welfare salary, they all expressed their gratitude with a brief message. Chun Mo didn't mind and glanced at Rosa, who had already fallen asleep beside him. However, she still wore a satisfied smile on her face. With a slight lift of the corner of his mouth, he typed out another message and sent it. I would also like to give special praise to Rosa, Lily, Wang Na, Gong Jing, UCC, Zhou Doer, and Lin Wanru. I have seen and remembered your outstanding performance this month. For such capable and hardworking employees, I will round up the base salary plus bonuses, rewarding each of you with 100,000 yuan. Following that, he transferred 7 payments of 100,000 yuan to the group. With the system in operation, there were no funding limitations at all. Since the establishment of the A-level employee WeChat group, Chen Mo hadn't even received any notifications. It seems all the risks had been thoroughly managed by the system. The ladies thought it was the big boss's extraordinary capabilities and didn't think much of it. Besides Rose's funds, the other 6 ladies all received their benefits one after another. None of them spoke up in the group. Instead, they all privately messaged their thanks. The excitement in their words was evident. Each of them wished they could fly to Boss Chen's side immediately to show their appreciation. 100,000 yuan may not sound like much, but in reality, it could easily lead most women to indulge. Not to mention, this was just the monthly welfare bonus. Even if Chen Mo went to another province, the ladies probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly for such a significant benefit. Chen Mo initially just wanted to go with the flow. At first, he never thought about making them loyal to him for life. However, as the system became more powerful, his internal thoughts gradually began to change. If given a choice, he certainly wouldn't want any woman to betray him. As he was about to set off for the other province, he thought for a moment and decided to send a reminder. He replied to each lady with the same private message. I will be going to the other province tomorrow. With effort comes reward. If you want to continue receiving such substantial benefits every month, I don't want you to have any other ambiguous relationships besides me. Of course, everyone has the right to choose. If you are tired of this lifestyle, you must tell me in advance. I won't force anyone. Let us part on good terms. But if I find out that anyone is secretly taking my benefits while having other ambiguous relationships, don't blame me for turning my back on you. After receiving this message, the girls felt a slight tension in their hearts. However, no one thought that Chen Mo's words were excessive. To be fair, the boss has been quite considerate towards them. He didn't force anyone and even provided an option to withdraw completely. Under these circumstances, the girls sincerely made their guarantees. At least for now, no one would be foolish enough to choose to withdraw at this point. As they expressed their loyalty, Jiang Xiaoyu, Su Yingying, and Ma Ling began to feel increasingly uneasy. The bonuses offered by the boss were getting higher and higher, so high that it made their hearts flutter, difficult to control. Chapter 106. Shai Jiang Xiaoyu starting from the 50,000 bonus that Gong Jing received in her first month. By the second month, the bonuses received by several girls added up to 100,000. The current month has just begun, and with the base salary and bonuses, it has directly exceeded 100,000. Even with this as a foundation, a luxurious monthly income of 100,000 means, if one takes it easy for a year, their worth could surpass 1 million. Just thinking about it made Jiang Xiaoyu, Su Yingying, and Ma Lin feel a surge of excitement. Jiang Xiaoyu was a bit better off. She could follow Chen Mo to the southern province, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Su Yingying and Ma Lin, however, felt a bit regretful. Both of them had boyfriends, and due to their personalities, they never took the initiative. But at this moment, both girls were regretting. Who knows when Chen Mo would return from the southern province? Even if they wanted to take the initiative now, they probably wouldn't find the opportunity. Today, the total salary and bonuses distributed reached 1 million. With a 5 commission, Chen Mo's own account increased by over 100,000. As for the remaining 900,000 in employee welfare funds, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the month had just begun. The next day, he first sent off the somewhat resentful Luo Shasha. Only then did he call Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu, have you booked your flight? Mr. Chun, it's already booked. All right, I'll pick you up at the supermarket. After they met at Changfeng Square, under the envious gazes of the other girls, Jiang Xiaoyu, holding a small suitcase, directly got into a luxurious business ride-hailing car. The trip from Jiang City to the nearest Yunsan airport took about an hour and a half. Although the luxurious business vehicle was spacious, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit uncomfortable throughout the ride. Since she got in, her face had a slight flush. She understood in her heart that from the moment she agreed to follow Chen Mo to the southern province, she had already compromised. But the sudden solitude still made her a bit nervous. Seeing the girl's flushed cheeks, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. He jokingly asked, Jiang Xiaoyu, is this your first time traveling far? Why so nervous? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu awkwardly brushed her hair. It's not really my first time traveling far, just a bit unaccustomed. By the way, how much was the flight ticket? Upon hearing Chunmo's question, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression gradually returned to normal. Mr. Chun, according to your request, I booked 2 first-class tickets for a total of 11,600 yuan. I see. I'll send you 30,000 in the group. The extra will be considered as a bonus. As he spoke, he opened the WeChat group and sent a message. Jiang Xiaoyu performed well, so here's a reward of 30,000 to encourage her. Faced with Chun Mo throwing money at her right off the bat, Jiang Xiaoyu looked a bit flustered. Mr. Chun, you're giving too much. Ha ha ha, what's this? As long as you work hard. This little money is just an appetizer. Listening to Chun Mo's words, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a slight struggle in her heart for a moment. She weakly replied, Thank you, Mr. Chun. The conversation between the two made the driver in front incredibly envious. On one hand, he envied Mr. Chin's romantic encounter. In their situation, even if nothing had happened yet, it probably wouldn't be far off. He couldn't even imagine how charming a pure and beautiful girl like Jiang Xiaoyu must be. On the other hand, he naturally envied Jiang Xiaoyu's luxurious treatment. Just booking a plane ticket earned her nearly 20,000 yuan. Compared to his early morning to late night work as a ride-hailing driver, it was countless times better. If he couldn't compete with the man, he felt even more inferior to the woman. He was filled with envy and jealousy. Chun Mo, of course, didn't he care what the driver thought. When he saw Jiang Xiaoyu accept the 30,000 yuan, his smile widened. He casually asked, Jiang Xiaoyu, do you have a boyfriend? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu's heart trembled slightly. She gently shook her head. Mr. Chun, I haven't dated anyone yet. Upon hearing her answer, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Chun Mo's mouth, just as he had guessed. He then smiled faintly and said, It's good that you haven't dated anyone. I like pure girls like you. Although his words were somewhat flirtatious, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit shy but had no negative emotions. The luxury business car sped along the highway, and Chun Mo's mood continued to improve. Meanwhile, in the Tianda Electronics factory in Guangxing Anhai District, the RD department manager Feng Dunke pushed open the door to his dorm room. As a senior manager at Tianda Electronics, he had his own one-bedroom apartment. Upon entering, he saw a woman sitting on the sofa in the living room eating watermelon. Seeing this, Feng Dunke felt an indescribable excitement. He walked over to the sofa and sat down, pulling her into his embrace. Shower, have you missed me? Facing the man's tease, the woman was as charming as could be. She picked up a piece of watermelon and offered it to the man's mouth. Dunke, this watermelon is so sweet, try it. Feng Dunke took a bite and smiled contentedly. It really is sweet, but I think you are even sweeter. You're silly. I remember back in high school you were never good with words, and now you've learned to be so smooth. Shower. I had a crush on you in high school, but I was too ordinary back then to even dare to hope. Fortunately, fate has been kind to me. After all these years, it brought you to me. Listening to Feng Dunke's words, the woman couldn't help but feel a strong sense of regret deep within her. Yes, she was Chun Mo's ex-wife, Zhang Xiaoer, after a chance encounter in the mall where the two ex-couples collided. With the comparison, Wu Zhibin began to look down on Zhang Xiaoer. They became close quickly, but parted even faster. After being dumped by Wu Zhibin, Zhang Xiaoer went on to date several men one after another, but they were all worse than the last. There was even one man who delivered food. This left Zhang Xiaoer extremely regretful, and she gradually began to realize the harsh reality. In the matchmaking market, wealthy and high-quality men are far more sought after than beautiful women. She wasn't exactly a stunning beauty to begin with. Plus, having been divorced, finding a man she was satisfied with was quite a challenge. Unintentionally, she vented her frustrations on her QQ space, saying that all she wanted was to find a good man to rely on. Why was it so difficult? Coincidentally, Feng Dunke, who had secretly had a crush on Zhang Xiaoer since high school, saw this post. He majored in electronic technology in college, and after graduating, he joined a local electronics factory. Within just a few years, thanks to his solid skills, he was promoted to the manager of the RD department. Chapter 107. Heading south to Guangxing with Jiang Xiaoyu when he first entered university, Feng Dunke learned from other classmates that Zhang Xiaoer got married, and he was troubled for quite a long time. Now, after seeing this update on Zhang Xiaoer's QQ space, Feng Dunke couldn't help but feel excited. He instinctively knew that she was most likely divorced. Otherwise, why would she post such a thing? The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. Currently, he earns over 20,000 a month at Tianda Electronics, which is quite impressive for someone who came from a rural background. This gave Feng Dunka enough confidence to leave a message on Zhang Qiaoer's post. Once they connected, their conversation began. A monthly salary of over 20,000 was already within Zhang Qiaoer's acceptance range after she faced numerous setbacks. Plus, Feng Dunka had never been married and looked decent enough. After just 2 days of chatting, Zhang Qiaoer decisively traveled from Jiangxing to Guangxing. She wasn't a naive girl. After feeling satisfied upon meeting, they spent the night together. Feng Dunka was living out a dream he had for many years and was in a constant state of excitement during this time. At this moment, they were being affectionate on the couch when Zhang Qiaoer asked, "Dunka, have you inquired about the office clerk position for me yet?" Upon hearing this, Feng Dunka showed a hint of hesitation. "Qiaoer, there is something I just found out today. Our electronics factory has been acquired by another owner. The big boss hasn't shown up for several days, and many in management are feeling uneasy. The HR department is also hesitant to place anyone in the office. I'll check for you in a few days once things settle down." Hearing this, Zhang Qiaoer nervously asked, "Does that mean your position as the RD manager is also at risk?" In response, Feng Dunka smiled confidently. "Qiaoer, I rely on my skills for a living. Generally speaking, no matter who the new boss is, it won't affect me much." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiaoer felt relieved. After missing out on the significant wealth and comfort with Mrs. Chun, she really couldn't handle any more upheaval. It was rare to find a man who was so accommodating and had good qualities in various aspects. Naturally, Zhang Qiaoer didn't want any more complications. As for the office clerk position, she had only asked casually. Mainly, she was a bit bored staying in the room these days. A salary of 5,000 to 6,000 a month wasn't that important to her. After thinking for a moment, she pretended to be obedient and replied, "It's okay. If it's difficult, I can work in the workshop instead." Hearing this, Feng Dunka gently wrapped his arm around her. Without hesitation, he firmly rejected. "How could I let you work in the workshop? Qiaoer, my current salary is decent. Even if you don't work, I can support you. Once I earn enough money, let us go back to our hometown and buy a house in Jiangxing, putting both our names on it, okay?" Hearing Feng Dunkai's words, Zhang Qiaoer, who was originally in a good mood, felt a pang of pain in her heart. She had chosen to leave behind the luxurious life of a wealthy wife, and now she found herself in such a predicament. With Feng Dunkai's current salary level, after deducting their daily expenses, there wouldn't be much left after a year. The key point is that Zhang Qiaoer had grown accustomed to a high-material lifestyle over the past few years. Buying a piece of clothing or a set of cosmetics would easily cost thousands. Asking her to live frugally was practically harder than killing her. Under these circumstances, wanting to buy a decent apartment in Jiangxing would be an uncertain wait. Of course, Zhang Qiaoer wouldn't reveal any of her thoughts. She sweetly replied, "Denkai, you are so good." Upon hearing Zhang Qiaoer say this, Feng Denkai became as excited as if he had received a boost of energy. He didn't care about day or night, and directly pushed the woman in front of him down onto the sofa. On the flight from Yunshan Airport to Baiyun Airport, Jiang Xiaoyu also felt an inexplicable excitement. It was her first time on a plane, and she was seated in the luxurious first class, feeling like she was in a dream. Stealing a glance at Chen Mo, she saw him resting against the soft sofa with his eyes closed, unsure if he was asleep. To be honest, from Jiang Xiaoyu's angle, the man looked really handsome. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Although the big boss was a bit of a flirt, he wasn't one to casually flirt around. Just a moment ago, a stunning flight attendant, both in figure and appearance, had shown a hint of favor towards Chun Mo while serving in first class. Jiang Xiaoyu believed that as long as the big boss said a few words, the beautiful flight attendant would definitely reach out with her contact information. She could see it herself, and she didn't believe that the clever Chen boss wouldn't notice. However, Chun Mo had no interest in the flight attendant's subtle intentions. To put it bluntly, he wasn't lacking in beautiful women at the moment. Naturally, he didn't want to seek out potential trouble in unfamiliar situations. But Chun Mo's relatively normal mindset turned into a shining point in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. The boss had been worn out by Luo Shasha for several hours the night before. Plus, with the late-night distribution of wages and bonuses, he felt a bit drowsy as soon as he boarded the plane. In a daze, he felt something soft pushing against his arm. Right after, he heard Jiang Xiaoyu's gentle voice. "Mr. Chun, the plane has landed." Opening his eyes and looking out the window, he saw that the plane had already docked at Baiyun Airport. Stretching slightly, he smiled and said, "An hour passed quite quickly." He spoke simply, reached out to unbuckle his seatbelt. "Let's go, time to get off the plane." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't say much, picked up her suitcase, and followed Chun Mo, walking with the crowd out of the cabin. Once they were off the plane and in the aisle, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Chun, are we going to take a vehicle to Guangqing now?" Hee, I had already arranged everything. Someone will come to pick us up." Hearing Chun Mo say this, Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes flickered for a moment, and she gently responded with an "oh," then said no more. The Tianda Electronics factory changed ownership without any warning. Others were unaware, but the current general manager, Zhou Jinhua, certainly knew. The original owner of the factory was from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang region. He only received a phone call that briefly explained the situation. And that was the end of it. The implication was clear. He had to fend for himself. Faced with such circumstances, Zhou Jinhua naturally felt anxious. The higher one is in position, the more one worries about the new big boss making major changes. Although he had the experience in the current unfavorable environment, if he left Tianda Electronics, finding another job with such good benefits would be nearly impossible. Chapter 108. The beautiful Orwaksu with the factory changing ownership. Zhou Jinhua naturally had to investigate the background of the new boss. The legal representative of the company had information about Chun Mo, so it wasn't difficult to look up. However, as long as the new boss didn't arrive, he couldn't put his mind at ease. Just when he was feeling anxious, he received a call from Chun Mo yesterday, informing him that he would be arriving in the city today and asked him to arrange for a car to pick him up at the airport. With such an important matter at hand, Zhou Jinhua would not leave it to others. He wasn't sure what preferences the boss had, but assuming that all men liked beautiful women, he called the company's recognized beauty, accountant Orwaksu from the finance department, to join him. Early this morning, they took the company's business Mercedes and rushed to the airport. Orwaksu only learned today that the factory had changed owners. At this moment, she was holding a bouquet of flowers. The driver was holding a sign that read "Welcome Mr. Chun Mo for the inspection of the factory." As the flight from Yunsan to Huaqing was displayed on the LCD screen, Zhou Jinhua's heart became slightly tense. The current operating situation of the factory was not ideal. If nothing unexpected happened, the new owner would likely take over with a slight loss. If the new boss was unhappy, he could directly put Zhou Jinhua in a difficult position, and there was nothing he could do. After all, in a privately held enterprise like this, the owner's word was law. Just as he was feeling anxious, Chun Mo and Jiang Xiaoyu appeared in front of them. The boss looked even more handsome in person than in the materials. Without hesitation, Zhou Jinhua greeted him with a bright smile. "Mr. Chun, I am Zhou Jinhua, the general manager of the factory." Upon hearing this, Chun Mo merely nodded lightly, his gaze shifting to Orwaksu behind him. With her youthful and beautiful appearance and a well-proportioned figure, she was on par with Jiang Xiaoyu. Presumably, this was the only employee at the factory who met the A-level standard. When Chun Mo looked over, Orwaksu also showed a sweet smile. She handed the flowers over and said, "Hello, Mr. Chun, I am Orwaksu from the finance department." Naturally, Chun Mo wouldn't put on a cold face towards a pretty girl offering flowers. He smiled gently, thanked her, and took the flowers, casually handing them to Jiang Xiaoyu. The driver, seeing this, quickly took the suitcase from Jiang Xiaoyu's hand. Zhou Jinhua quickly said, "Mr. Chun, the car is in the parking lot. Let me take you there." A few minutes later, they got into the car one after another. The business Mercedes was spacious, and the four of them sitting in the back felt comfortable. On the highway to the city, Chun Mo asked casually, "Mr. Zhou, what is the current situation of the factory?" Hearing the boss's question, Zhou Jinhua was not surprised. After considering it for a moment, he replied humbly, "Mr. Chun, the competition in the domestic electronic components market has been quite fierce in recent years, and orders are decreasing year by year. I must admit that the factory is currently in a slight state of loss." Upon hearing this, Chun nodded slightly, unsure of what to say. He continued to ask, "How much capital is left on the factory's financial books?" Hearing Mr. Chen's question, Zhou Jinhua wasn't too clear either, and he directly looked towards Oruashue from the finance department. Seeing this, Oruashue proactively replied, "Mr. Zhun, there is just over 4 million left on the books, and this money is for paying salaries this month." Hearing this, Chen was somewhat unexpectedly pleased. He thought the previous owner would transfer all the funds away when the system was acquired. This money can be considered as his personal property, and transferring it to his own account should not be against any rules. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Chen's mouth. "Miss O, I will give you an account number later, and you can transfer all the money from the factory's books to this account. As for the workers' salaries, I will arrange that separately." Hearing the boss say this, Urawashi was astonished and hesitated to glance at Zhou Jinhua. This look from the girl shocked Zhou Jinhua. What? The boss has given an order, just follow it. Why are you looking at me? If the new boss starts to have any doubts, Zhou Jinhua would have nowhere to cry. In his anxious thoughts, he quickly said, Accountant, just do as Mr. Chen says, there's no need to hesitate. Seeing Zhou Jinhua's nervous appearance, Urawashi heart also skipped a beat. She looked at Chun and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Chun, I will take care of this as soon as I get back to the factory. Chun didn't take the girl's hesitation to heart. He continued to ask, please tell me in detail about the current welfare and salary levels at Tiando Electronics, including all the leadership teams. With the previous experience in mind, Urawashi naturally didn't dare to hesitate again. As an accountant in the finance department, she could speak fluently without needing to check any data. Mr. Chun, our Tiando Electronics provides free dormitories and meals, and the salary for workshop workers ranges from 4,500 to 9,000. Since there are fewer orders now and no overtime, most workers can only earn around 5,000. As for the management, Mr. Zhou earns 50,000 a month, and there is a production manager in the factory who earns 35,000 a month. There are about 10 department managers, and their salaries are mostly concentrated between 20,000 and 30,000. The factory also has some technical staff engaged in research and development, with salaries generally above 15,000. Mr. Chun, if there's anything else you want to know, just ask. After hearing her words, Chun looked at her with newfound respect. She is not only beautiful, but also highly capable. Such talent will naturally be cultivated in the future. In his thoughts, he casually asked, what about your salary? Upon hearing this, Urawaxi's expression slightly froze for a moment. My current salary is 12,000. Hearing her say this, Chun Mo pondered for a moment. With your skills, a salary of 12,000 is a bit low. Let's go to the factory first, and then I'll give you a promotion and raise. Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, Urawaxi's face immediately showed an expression of surprise. Zhou Jinhua noticed this and, with a gleam in his eyes, quickly smiled and congratulated her. Accountant Uro, since Mr. Chun has spoken, congratulations. He could see that his new employer was quite interested in beautiful women. Complimenting her was something anyone could do. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been silent all along, showed a rather interesting expression. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Is Boss Chen planning to turn the electronics factory into something like a family-friendly supermarket? Chapter 109. Does the big boss enjoy being a pirate? An hour later, the business van drove into the industrial zone of Anhai and Dongguan. Looking through the car window, there were large standard factories everywhere. Electronics factories, clothing factories, woolen factories, shoe factories. There are at least hundreds of them in this Anhai industrial zone. In recent years, many industries along the coast have been moving inland, and Dongguan has naturally lost some of its former glory. However, even a thin camel is bigger than a horse. It still remains a holy land for many workers across the country. Every day, a large number of young men and women flock to this city. As long as one has some technical skills and is hardworking, earning several thousand yuan is not a problem. Compared to clothing factories and woolen factories, the requirements for general workers in electronics factories are not as high. Basically, with just a little training, one can start officially. Many vocational schools in the mainland arrange internships for graduates and generally prefer to cooperate with electronics factories. Although Chun Mo had never worked in a factory, he had a general understanding of the ins and outs of it. Just as the business van was about to drive into the factory, Urawashi glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu thoughtfully and curiously asked, Mr. Chun, is she your girlfriend? Without Chun Mo needing to answer, Jiang Xiaoyu smiled lightly and replied, I am Mr. Chen's secretary, Jiang Xiaoyu. Oh, Miss Jiang, you are really beautiful. You are also very pretty. After exchanging compliments, the atmosphere in the car became lively. As the van drove through the main gate, Chen Mo couldn't help but frown slightly. Through the window, he spotted Zhang Qiao near a flower bed in the factory area. Why was this woman here? Could it be that she was the reason the system bound to Tiando Electronics? It was no wonder Chun Mo thought this way after their divorce. Unless it was intentional, the chances of running into each other, even in Jiang City, were very small. And Jiang City is over 1,000 kilometers away from Dongguan. Even if it were a coincidence, it couldn't be this dramatic, right? Lost in thought, a cold smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. He pointed and asked casually, Mr. Zhou, do you know that woman? Hearing the boss's question, Zhou Jinhua was slightly taken aback. He followed Chen Mo's finger and took a look. It wasn't too far away. Plus, the driver in the front seat deliberately slowed down, allowing Zhou Jinhua to observe carefully. He then shook his head in confusion. Mr. Chun, I don't think I've seen her before. Do you know her? Just asking. Zhou Jinhua was somewhat puzzled by the boss's answer. Although the woman by the flower bed looked decent, she certainly couldn't compare to the two beauties in the car. Did the boss have some special preferences? While he was lost in thought, Jiang Xiaoyu was genuinely surprised. She had seen Zhang Xiaoer once in the supermarket and immediately recognized her as the former owner of that supermarket. The young woman was extremely surprised, and with a smile, Orowaxu spoke up. Mr. Chun, I know a bit about this woman's identity. She seems to be the girlfriend of Manager Feng from the RD department. She has been at the factory for over 10 days now. Upon hearing Orowaxu's words, Chen Mo expressionlessly nodded. Mr. Zhou, please call Manager Feng to see me later. I have something to ask him. Hearing this, Zhou Jinghua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the big boss really has some peculiar interests? For example, liking to act like a bandit? This thought flashed through his mind, but he naturally showed no sign of it on his face. He quickly nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the Mercedes business vehicle smoothly stopped in front of the office building of Tianda Electronics. The entire Tianda Electronics factory covers nearly 50 acres, divided into employee dormitory areas, production areas, and office buildings. In between the dormitory and production areas, there is also a sports plaza, a library, basketball court, badminton court, and small garden are all built in this area. Overall, the recreational facilities for Tianda Electronics employees are quite good. The office building has only 6 floors, with various departments having their own offices. Zhou Jinghua's office as general manager is on the 5th floor, which also includes a luxurious suite. He usually rests and works here. Having just personally brewed a pot of good tea for the big boss, Orowaxu brought Feng Dinko in. Feng Dinko was still a bit confused. He had just been slacking off at the RD department when the factory's beauty, Orowaxu, casually mentioned that the new big boss wanted to see him. Feng Dinko was instantly dumbfounded. As the RD manager, he didn't consider himself anything special in the factory. He had merely been fortunate to rise to this position. Among the team of several members in the RD group, at least 2 or 3 had technical skills equal to or better than his. Feng Dinka simply couldn't understand why the big boss, having just arrived at the factory, would take the initiative to meet him. After asking Orowaxu, she indicated that she was also unsure. Until she understood the big boss's intentions, the beautiful Orowaxu certainly wouldn't complicate matters. Thus, Feng Dinka arrived at the general manager's office feeling both confused and nervous. Mr. Chun, this is Feng Dinka, the manager of the RD department. Orowaxu briefly introduced him and was about to turn to leave. Seeing this, Chen Mo quickly called her back. With a faint smile, he said, what I told you about a promotion and salary increase is not a joke. Call your finance department manager here. Upon hearing this from the boss, Orowaxu couldn't help but feel her heart race. In the entire finance department, besides one finance manager, the remaining accountants, cashiers, and auditors are basically at the same level. If she wanted a promotion, it could only be to the finance manager position. What does the big boss mean by this? Could it be that he wants to promote her despite the usual criteria? Regardless of whether her guess was correct, the worst-case scenario was certainly a good thing. In her excitement, Orowaxu quickly stepped aside and excitedly dialed her supervisor's phone. Seeing this, Chen Mo turned his gaze to Feng Dinka. Standing at around 1.7 meters, his appearance was quite ordinary, and due to work reasons, he had been using his brain for years, leaving him with a slightly bald head. At this point, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle disdainfully. Zhang Xiaoer was being picky, but her standards weren't that high either. Putting everything else aside, just in terms of looks, Chen Mo was very confident that he completely overshadowed the other person. Not to mention, he was now the big boss of a certain electronics factory. The slight cold smile that Chen Mo unintentionally revealed made Feng Dinka shiver involuntarily. He could swear he had absolutely no acquaintance with this big boss. But why did that smile seem so chilling? Could it be that the big boss intended to use him as a target? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Feng Dinka started to break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 110. The misfortunate Zhang Xiaoer in the current unfavorable environment. Even someone like him, a technical talent who relies on intellect, is not exactly in high demand. To put it bluntly, every year there are countless fresh graduates in the electronics field who struggle to find jobs. If he were to be let go by the big boss, Feng Dinka wouldn't even be able to search for a managerial position. Even finding a regular job as a research technician would not be that easy. While he was still feeling anxious, he heard Chun Mo casually ask, "Manager Feng, what is your relationship with Zhang Qiaoer?" Hearing the big boss ask this, Feng Dunke was momentarily taken aback. Although he didn't understand why the other party would bring up Zhang Qiaoer in such a situation, he couldn't afford to think too much. He nervously replied, "Sage. Chairman, Zhang Qiaoer is my high school classmate, and she is currently my girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Chun Mo pondered for a moment. "Manager Feng, I want to question your work abilities for now, but I'm giving you a choice. Either you voluntarily resign through the proper channels, or you immediately choose to break up with this woman." After hearing this from the big boss, Feng Dunke's eyes widened in shock. He blurted out in disbelief, "Huh? Why?" He had considered many reasons, but he couldn't fathom why the big boss would demand his resignation over this matter. The general manager, Zhou Jinhua, thought to himself, as expected, this new big boss indeed has the demeanor of a ruthless character. With such a beautiful secretary by his side, he still has his eyes on another man's woman. Having just seen that woman in front of the flower bed, her looks weren't anything extraordinary. What a peculiar preference rich people have. In Zhou Jinhua's view, Chun Mo was threatening Feng Dunke with his job to force him to break up with his girlfriend. It was simply an attempt to take advantage of the situation. While he was lost in thought, Chun Mo's voice turned icy as he spoke. "Because Zhang Qiaoer is my ex-wife, an extremely vain woman who, at my lowest point in life, still tried to stab me in the back. Just seeing such a woman makes me want to vomit. I'm giving you this choice because I don't want to have any entanglements with her anymore. You have 1 hour to consider, and regardless of your choice, Zhang Qiaoer must leave Tianda Electronics." After Chun Mo's statement, everyone in the office was utterly stunned. They couldn't have imagined that the big boss and Feng Dunke's girlfriend had such a connection. The key point was that they couldn't understand why she would choose a man like Feng Dunke over a handsome and wealthy husband. Is this what they call vanity? Only Zhang Xiaoyu among those present seemed to grasp a little of the situation. Zhang Qiaoer was merely the most unfortunate kind of woman. Having just divorced, her ex-husband had already reached the pinnacle of success. Of course, she felt no sympathy. After all, everyone had heard the conversation between Chun Mo and Zhang Qiaoer at the supermarket, and they all had their own judgments. Whether she craved vanity or preferred wealth, wanting a divorce to avoid debt was not unreasonable. The key point is that Chun Mo has accumulated so much debt and still wants to seize someone else's property. If I were in Boss Chen's position, I certainly wouldn't give the other party any good face. At this moment, Feng Dunke's expression was as vivid as it could be. He never expected that the man he once hated for taking away Zhang Qiaoer would turn out to be someone so significant. As he felt parched and dazed, Feng Dunke was a bit lost in thought. He knew that Zhang Qiaoer was vain and preferred wealth over poverty. When they first got in touch, she was hardly enthusiastic, even very cold. However, once Feng Dunke mentioned his current position and salary, Zhang Qiaoer's attitude did a complete 180. Feng Dunke didn't think much of her behavior. After all, he had an average appearance and background, without a job and decent pay to back him up. How could a beautiful woman like Zhang Qiaoer travel all the way to Guangxing and throw herself at him? But now, hearing the big boss say this, Feng Dunke was somewhat enlightened. With his current salary, perhaps Zhang Qiaoer would be very compliant. If one day this sole advantage of his were to disappear, he couldn't even imagine the outcome. Lost in thought, Feng Dunke didn't say much and left in a daze. To be honest, he had worked so hard to win over his high school goddess. Even knowing what kind of person she was, he didn't want to give up unless absolutely necessary. He still wanted to test if she would be willing to endure hardship with him. Even if he lost this job, he still wanted to hold the goddess in his arms every night. Just after he left the office, the finance manager, Li Julin, knocked and walked in. A woman around 40 years old, she had been working at Tianda Electronics for over a decade. Today was the first time she learned that the factory had a new big boss. While feeling anxious, she received a call from Oroashua, saying that the new boss, Chun, had arrived at the factory and specifically wanted to see her. Upon entering the office, Li Julin naturally focused her gaze on Chun Mo. "Mr. Chun, I am the finance manager." Seeing this, Boss Chun nodded slightly. Getting straight to the point, he said, "Manager Li, your job may be changing. From now on, the finance manager position will be taken over by Oroashua. As for you, I can create a deputy manager position in the finance department for you to take on. Of course, if you're not satisfied, you can resign through the normal procedure." After hearing Chun Mo's words, Li Julin felt extremely bitter. She never expected that the big boss would target her first. Li Jilin had worked her way up step by step at Tiando Electronics. Having finally reached a management position, she naturally wouldn't give it up easily. Not daring to think too much, she cast a complex glance at the somewhat excited Oruashua. A voice, slightly bitter, replied softly, "Mr. Chun, I will follow your arrangements." Upon hearing this, Chun Mo smiled faintly. "Manager Li, don't be disappointed. Please assist Oruashua well. The future benefits will only be better than what you had before. The factory is not like a supermarket. Someone like Li Jilin, who is an experienced financial talent. Chun Mo actually hopes that she will stay. After all, the employee welfare fund from the system is definitely increasing. Offering a bit more incentive is quite easy." After hearing Mr. Chen's promises, Li Jilin's expression improved significantly. She didn't expect the benefits to be better than before. As long as they remained the same, she would be very satisfied. Chapter 111. The Rise of the Ex-Husband After Dealing with the Matter of Orwaksu. Chen Mo had no urgent tasks at hand. He looked at Zhou Jinhua and casually said, "I need to stay at the factory for a while. Is there a place to live?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinhua quickly replied with a hint of anxiety, "Mr. Chun, the 6th floor of the office is decorated as a residence. The former boss always stayed there whenever he visited. Let me show you around. And if there's anything that needs improvement, I'll arrange for it right away." Hearing Zhou Jinhua's words, Chen Mo stood up directly. He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu thoughtfully and smiled. "Jiang Xiaoyu, let us go take a look." Given the circumstances, there was no need for Jiang, the beautiful woman, to be overly reserved. She lightly responded and followed the two men into the private elevator to the 6th floor. After a brief tour, Chen Mo found it to be much better than he had imagined. The spacious 6th floor had 2 vacant offices, while the rest had been transformed by the previous owner into duplex suites. It was fully equipped with various high-end amenities. And in front of the living room was a nearly 200 square meter huge sky garden, far more luxurious than Chun Mo's small villa in the Jinsei Garden. From Zhou Jinhua, Chen Mo learned that the previous owner spent no more than a month there each year. This indicated that when it came to enjoying life, the business owners from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions were never outdone by anyone. Under such conditions, other than needing to replace all the bed linens with new ones, there wasn't too much else to change. Meanwhile, Feng Denkai returned to the employee dormitory area looking dejected. Zhang Xiaoer was still wandering around the flower bed out of boredom. Clearly, she hadn't noticed that her ex-husband had also come to the Tianda Electronics factory. Seeing Feng Denkai approach with a very grim expression, Zhang Xiaoer couldn't help but ask, "Denkai, what's wrong?" Upon seeing the concerned look from the woman he admired, Feng Denkai felt even more heartbroken. He truly didn't want to part ways unless absolutely necessary. Steadying his emotions, he sighed half-heartedly, "Xiaoer, I was laid off by the new boss. It seems we'll have to move out of the factory today." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoer's expression changed instantly. "What? How could this happen? Didn't you say that someone in your position, relying on skills, wouldn't be laid off no matter who the boss was?" "Denkai, every new ruler brings new subjects. The new boss brought his own team, and I couldn't do anything about it. But don't worry with my qualifications. Finding a technical job in another electronics factory with a monthly salary of 10,000 shouldn't be too difficult." At this point, Zhang Xiaoer's face turned as pale as could be. She had traveled all the way south to Dongguan precisely because of Feng Denkai's current job benefits. But now, the job was suddenly gone. Finding a new one would be uncertain, and even if luck was on their side, as Feng Denkai said, it would only be a salary of 10,000. It's quite unpleasant to say, but with such a meager salary, it's tough for Zhang Xiaoer to manage on her own. Even if she lowers her standards for a partner, she can't accept living like that. Not to mention, she now faces the prospect of searching for a job alongside Feng Dunka. Amid her thoughts, the expression on Zhang Xiaoer's face also turned cold. "Dunka, I agreed to be with you because of your current job. You must be well aware of this. Since you want to change jobs, I don't want to suffer alongside you in this struggle. I've already done my part for you over the past 10 days. Let us part ways amicably. Give me 10,000 as compensation for my emotional distress, and I'll return to Jiangsheng." Upon hearing this, Feng Dunka's face turned extremely grim. Even though he anticipated Zhang Xiaoer's choice, he never expected her to be so unreasonable. Asking for emotional distress compensation, how could she say such a thing? If anyone should be feeling emotional distress, it should be him. At that moment, Feng Dunka's admiration for her completely shattered. He even felt a bit relieved. Being with such a woman, aside from a bit of physical comfort, Who knows what kind of pitiful future he would have? No wonder the new boss spoke about her so coldly. Lost in thought, Feng Dunke's expression also gradually turned cold. Zhang Xiaoer, how can you even say that? Ask yourself, have I ever mistreated you since you came to Guan City these past few days? The clothes and gifts I bought for you add up to several thousand, right? It's fine if you don't want to search for a new job with me, but how dare you ask me for emotional distress compensation? What qualifications do you, a divorced woman, have to ask me for that? After hearing Feng Dunke's words, Zhang Xiaoer's eyes were filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe that the usually submissive Feng Dunke would say such cruel things to her. Traveling all the way from Jiangxing to Guan City. And you think it's too much to ask for a bit of travel money after you've had fun for over 10 days? The more Zhang Xiaoer thought about it, the angrier she became. Just a love-struck fool, and he dares to call her names. Lost in her thoughts, her eyes were filled with malice. Feng Dunke, I truly regret coming to Guan City. Is it too much to ask you for a bit of travel money after wasting 10 days with you? A poor loser like you deserves to be fired by your boss. If I wasn't blind, I wouldn't have let you touch me at all. Hearing this, Feng Dunke couldn't help but laugh in anger. At this point, he was too lazy to argue anymore. Zhang Xiaoer, I really thank Mr. Chen for showing me your true colors. Hurry up and leave Tiandao Electronics. Upon hearing the name Mr. Chen, Zhang Xiaoer's fierce expression slightly stiffened. Instinctively, she asked, Mr. Chen, which Mr. Chen? Haha, of course it's your ex-husband, Chen Mo, who is now the sole actual controller of the electronics factory. He made me choose between work and you. I initially wanted to test you. If you were willing to endure hardship with me, even if it meant giving up this job, I would be willing to spend my life with you. But as you can see, disgusting woman. Hurry up and pack your things and leave. Chen only gave you an hour. No, to be precise, there's only half an hour left. Hearing Feng Dunke's words, Zhang Xiaoer felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her expression was one of disbelief. No, it's impossible. Chen Mo, who runs a supermarket. How could he have the qualifications to acquire such a large electronics factory? Feng Dunke, hurry up and tell me you're lying. I can't believe this is true. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Compared to the mental blow she just received, Zhang Xiaoer now felt like she was going crazy. The fact that her ex-husband Chen Mo had risen by opening a supermarket was already hard for her to accept. If what Feng Dunke said was true, and he had actually reached the level of fully acquiring the electronics factory, it would be even more unbearable than if she were killed. Seeing his former goddess in such a frantic state, Feng Dunke felt a mix of satisfaction and sadness. He couldn't even articulate what kind of emotions he was experiencing. Chapter 112. Taking down Zhang Xiaoyu in his thoughts, Feng Dunke let out a sigh. Zhang Xiaoer, do you really think I need to deceive you at this point? Whether this is true or not, you should be able to find out online. There's only half an hour left. Hurry up and pack your things to leave the dorm. No, I don't believe it. Unless you let Chen Mo come out to see me. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoer was still obstinate, Feng Dunke smiled coldly. What? Do you still think that President Chen will remember your good side? Stop dreaming. President Chen said he feels like throwing up just seeing you. So hurry up and leave. Or the security will come to escort you out, and you'll be the one embarrassed. Hearing Feng Dunke's words, Zhang Xiaoer felt a pang in her heart. Deep down, she had already completely believed it. It's just that such a dramatic thing happening to her. It has not even been 3 months since the divorce. Her ex-husband Chen Mo's rapid rise made Zhang Xiaoer even doubt the reality of this world. Why? Why does fate have to treat her this way? All she wanted was a life of wealth and honor. Is that wrong? In extreme unwillingness and regret, Zhang Xiaoer stumbled back to her dorm. On the other side, after Chen Mo finished inspecting his room, Zhou Jinhua flatteringly suggested, President Chen, it's getting late. How about I invite you and Miss Zhang out for a meal? Hearing this, Chen Mo shook his head directly. No need to trouble yourself. Isn't there a canteen in the factory? Let us just eat there later. I'll take a look around. Also, have the HR department hire a cook who is good at spicy dishes, with excellent culinary skills, and offer the highest salary. Naturally, Zhou Jinhua readily agreed to the big boss's request. Just as he was speaking, his phone rang. He stepped aside, took the call, said a few words, and came back. President Chen, manager phone from the RD department, has already sent that woman away. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo merely nodded faintly, not taking it to heart at all. If he hadn't coincidentally seen Zhang Xiaoer here, he might have almost forgotten about her. The factory's canteen is located on the ground floor of the employee dormitory, and the several thousand square meters of space is laid out quite nicely. It was only a little past 3 p.m., not yet off work, so it seemed a bit empty. There was a small canteen specifically for the management. And under Zhou Jinhua's instructions, the chef quickly prepared a few hearty dishes. The chefs in such large canteens could only be described as having average skills. President Chun was not picky. While eating, he asked, "Zhou, what is the standard meal expense for our employees each day?" As the general manager, Zhou Jinhua was aware of these fixed numbers. "President Chun, we provide 2 free meals for employees each day, and the standard meal cost per employee is set at 8 yuan per meal." Upon hearing this figure, Chun Mo couldn't help but frown slightly. 8 yuan per meal? Can employees even eat meat? "Mr. Chun, we all purchase at wholesale prices. The meals in the canteen are quite good compared to the entire industrial area, with at least 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a nutritious soup for each meal." Upon hearing this, Chun Mo didn't say much. After all, once he takes over, the system will cover his expenses, and the company's benefits will improve in various aspects in the future. After a simple meal, the 3 of them walked out of the employee canteen. Zhou Jinhua asked, "Mr. Chun, do you think we should call all the management for a meeting?" Hearing this, Chun Mo thoughtfully glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu. Decisively shook his head. "Not today. Tomorrow morning, gather the management and all employees together. I have something to announce." After giving a brief explanation, Chun Mo took Jiang Demiran back to the top floor of the office building. The brand new bed linens had already been delivered. Although the room was large and cool, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit flustered at that moment. Her face slightly flushed, and with a somewhat reserved expression, she asked, "Mr. Chun, where will I stay tonight?" Chun Mo was sitting on a leather sofa when he heard Jiang Xiaoyu's question. A slight smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Jiang Xiaoyu, don't just stand there, come sit down." "Oh." The girl softly replied and walked over to sit beside Chun Mo, maintaining a little distance. Seeing this, the smile on Chen's face grew wider. "Jiang Xiaoyu, are you afraid of me?" "And Mr. Chun, I. He chuckled, "Don't worry. I won't put anyone in a difficult position regarding those matters between men and women. You probably know my situation, right? So I won't beat around the bush. I'll give you a choice. Either be my regular secretary, with a base salary and bonuses that will definitely be higher than the current front desk manager at a certain supermarket, but not by much. Or be my woman, like Su Guier and the others, and receive very generous bonuses every month." After hearing Chun Mo's words, Jiang Xiaoyu's heart raced. Since she chose to come south, she had already made her decision in her heart. Facing Mr. Chen's inquiry, there was really no need to hesitate. She just considered it symbolically for a moment, then lowered her head and softly replied, "Mr. Chun, I am willing to follow you." "Ha. Then why are you sitting so far away? Come closer." Hearing Chun Mo's slightly mischievous laughter, Jiang Xiaoyu's face turned even redder. Biting her lip, she shifted her position slightly. Before Chun Mo could take the next step, she quietly murmured, feeling a bit dry in her throat, "Mr. Chun, can I wash up first?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's smile became even more charming. He had just checked out the bathroom, which was not only spacious, but also had a super luxurious massage and whirlpool bathtub, easily accommodating 2 people. A wicked thought briefly crossed his mind, but was quickly extinguished. After all, Jiang Xiaoyu was a perfectly innocent girl. For her first experience, Chun Mo still intended to give her a beautiful memory. As for the temptation of the bathtub, there will be plenty of opportunities in the days to come. So he wasn't in a hurry. Lost in thought, he softly smiled and said, "Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you in the master bedroom." Jiang Xiaoyu responded softly and stepped into the bathroom. Half an hour later, the graceful Jiang Xiaoyu wrapped in a white towel walked into the master bedroom. Everything felt so natural, everything unfolded so logically. In the haze of the moment, Jiang Xiaoyu transformed into a true woman. Looking at the fresh red mark left on the new bedsheet, Chun Mo felt a wave of pleasure wash over him, while deep inside, a strong sense of pride also surged. Without a doubt, a beauty like Jiang Xiaoyu. Setting aside her stunning figure and appearance, her personality was definitely that of a virtuous wife and good mother. It was just that Chun, the boss, was too extravagant. Otherwise, this girl wouldn't have so willingly compromised. Chapter 113. Shy Beauty Jiang Demi today, Jiang Xiaoyu took a flight, and then a car. After such a tiring journey, she fell asleep, her beautiful face revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. At this moment, the sky had not fully darkened, and Chun Mo also wore a faint smile as he picked up his phone from the bedside table. For a perfect woman like Jiang Xiaoyu, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. He directly sent a message in the A-level employee group of the supermarket, praising her. I want to give a special shout out to Jiang Xiaoyu for her excellent performance in Guangqing. Here is a reward of 100,000 yuan as encouragement. He immediately followed up with a transfer of 100,000 yuan. The girls far away in Jiangcheng, upon noticing the activity in the group, felt both envious and speechless. What kind of tricks was Bastian playing? It seemed no one in the group was unaware. It was obvious that he had successfully won over Jiang Xiaoyu. They didn't find it strange at all. After all, in a place like Guangdong with so few women, it was only reasonable for Jiang Xiaoyu to compromise in front of such a powerful boss. But why did he have to publicly praise her performance in the group? What performance? It was just about being capable, right? In the WeChat group, only Su Yingying and Ma Ling were left unclaimed. The girls thought Chun Mo's intentions were too obvious. Not to mention, after seeing this message, Su Yingying and Ma Ling felt a strong sense of envy and even considered breaking up with their boyfriends. In truth, the girls felt a bit wronged towards Boss Chun. When he first created this WeChat group, he definitely had that kind of intention. But now, Chen Mo didn't lack women at all. He had long since lost that initial thought. Of course, if Su Yingying and Ma Ling were willing to take the initiative, he wouldn't refuse. After all, although the girls were all beauties, each had their own unique traits, and who wouldn't want to try something new? The reason for publicly announcing the bonus in the group was, on one hand, that Chen Mo had just tried to transfer funds from the employee welfare account of Tiando Electronics, which couldn't be sent to Jiang Xiaoyu's account. It seemed that since she was linked to the supermarket, she couldn't enjoy benefits from other companies. Chen Mo didn't mind that. After all, the employee welfare funds at the supermarket were more than enough for him to spend. Since he was going to give the bonus, it had to be done publicly. It was also a form of encouragement for the girls. After sending the bonus, Chen Mo glanced at the sleeping Jiang Xiaoyu. A faint smile hung on his lips as he got up, completely naked. He first enjoyed some time in the massage bathtub. Then, wrapping himself in a bathrobe, he stepped onto the garden balcony. Lighting a cigarette, he looked up at the sky of a foreign land, leisurely taking puffs. He sat on the balcony for about an hour before the sky gradually darkened. The night view of the industrial area was certainly not something to admire. He stood up and walked back to the bedroom. Just as he returned to bed, perhaps due to a slight movement, Jiang Xiaoyu hazily opened her eyes. She asked with a hint of innocence, "Mr. Chun, is it dawn yet?" Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. He reached out and pinched the girl's delicate little face, laughing. "It's still dark. What's wrong? Can't sleep?" Even though they had already taken their relationship to the next level, Jiang Xiaoyu still felt a bit uneasy with Chun Mo's intimate gestures. She slightly recoiled, shyly responding with a soft "I thought I had been asleep for a long time." Seeing this, Chun Mo took the initiative to pull her into his embrace. He chuckled, "Xiaoyu, are you feeling okay now?" Hearing Chun Mo's question, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression froze for a moment, but she quickly reacted. Her face blushed as she softly murmured, "Mr. Chun, I'm fine." Upon hearing her response, Chun Mo felt a surge of energy. After another round of tender moments, Jiang Xiaoyu finally felt less shy. Her little head rested on Chun Mo's solid chest. She asked softly, "Mr. Chun, you kicked Zhang Qiao out of the electronics factory today. Do you still resent her?" Chen Mo couldn't help but lightly pat her when he heard this sudden question. "Why are you asking about her?" I'm just a bit curious. A man as outstanding as you. How could Zhang Qiao leave you? Maybe that's just her fate." "Jiang Xiaoyu, you don't think I'm being cruel to her, do you?" "That's not cruel at all. You haven't done anything to her. You just don't want to have any ties with her. If I were in your shoes, I would definitely do the same." "Haha, I love hearing that. By the way, I sent you a bonus of 100,000 yuan in the WeChat group. Hurry and receive it." After hearing Chun Mo's words, even though Jiang Xiaoyu had anticipated it, she couldn't help but feel delighted. No wonder Gong Jing and Rosa worked so hard. Lost in her thoughts, she lifted her little head and gently pecked Chun Mo on the cheek. "Thank you, Mr. Chun. Ha, this is all yours. As long as you listen obediently in the future, the benefits will definitely keep coming." After a soft reply, Jiang Xiaoyu picked up her phone, tapped it lightly, and directly received the 100,000 yuan into her account. The feeling of making quick money was indeed wonderful. The next morning, including Zhou Jinhua, more than 800 employees from Tianda Electronics gathered in the square. It was on this day that everyone learned the factory had a new major owner. Of course, for the ordinary workers in the factory, it was just a slight surprise, and they didn't feel any significant impact in their hearts. Many were already somewhat dissatisfied with their current salary. There are fewer orders, no overtime pay, and salaries around 5,000. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the decent environment of the factory, many workers would have left by now, leaving their hometowns and being away from home. Everyone wants to earn a bit more money. As for whether the factory changes owners, it is completely irrelevant to them. They just hope the factory can get more orders and have more overtime in the evenings, so they can earn more. Ordinary employees are indifferent. But the management in various departments is a bit anxious. They all know that the finance manager, who was replaced by the factory's beauty, has been a topic of discussion. Although she still retains the position of deputy finance manager and her benefits remain the same, everyone knows this might just be the appetizer. Who knows if the new big boss will take action against them today? It didn't take long for Chun Mo to stroll over. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't join them today due to some leg soreness, so Boss Chen didn't ask her to come over. Seeing such a handsome big boss, the female workers in the factory suddenly seemed much more spirited. Their eyes were shining, and they all wished they could rush over. Chapter 114. Confused Orwaksu Chen Mo glanced around. Female workers made up at least 80% of the entire Tianda electronics factory. However, most of them were a bit older, with young women making up no more than 20%, and those with any looks were even rarer. While Chen Mo was still assessing the employee structure, Zhou Jinhua approached with a flattering expression. He pointed to a row of a dozen men and women ahead, including Orwaksu, Li Julin, and Feng Dunka, who were all in the industry. Mr. Chun, they are the managerial staff of Tianda Electronics Factory. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo nodded slightly and asked indifferently, "Who is the manager of the HR department?" With the big boss asking, Zhou Jinhua didn't need to say anything more. A woman in her 30s with short hair walked out from the front row, looking fairly decent. A bit nervous, she introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Chun, I am Wu Yafan, the HR manager." Chun Mo lightly nodded and said, "Manager Wu, I asked the HR department to recruit a cooking aunt yesterday. Has that been arranged?" Hearing the big boss's question, Wu Yafan quickly replied, "Mr. Chun, the recruitment information was posted yesterday, but no one has inquired yet." Chen Mo frowned slightly. He wasn't accustomed to the culinary standards of the employee cafeteria. "Manager Wu, what salary did you offer in the recruitment information?" According to Mr. Zhou's instructions, we offered an industry top salary of 10,000 yuan a month. Is the top salary only 10,000? That's too low. Reprint a few copies of the recruitment information and raise it to 20,000 a month. I want someone hired today." Wu Yafan was shocked and asked, "Sichen, isn't 20,000 a month too high for a kitchen worker?" It was no wonder she was surprised. The typical salary for kitchen staff in Wancheng was between 6 to 8,000, and even for those with exceptional culinary skills, the salary would top out around 10,000. Hearing someone like Chun Mo offer 20,000 a month, Wu Yafan couldn't help but think that the big boss might be a bit foolish with money. Little did she know, Chun Mo had a system for salary management and wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. Seeing that she dared to question him, he raised an eyebrow slightly. "Manager Wu, whether the salary is high or not is not for you to decide. I don't want to repeat myself. Just follow my instructions. If you can't recruit someone I'm satisfied with today, you can forget about being the HR manager." Hearing the big boss's words, Wu Yafan felt a tightening in her chest and quickly replied, "Okay, Mr. Chun, I will take care of it right away." After saying this, she didn't bother to greet anyone else and turned to head to the HR department. Wu Yafan wasn't foolish. With the big boss saying this publicly, it was clear that if she didn't handle this matter well today, her position as HR manager could very well be at risk. In the current economic climate, especially for those in management, no one wanted to take their position for granted. Boss Chen's recent remarks were clearly noticed by the management team in the front row. Aside from Orwaksu, I'm afraid no one felt at ease. Everyone was worried that the boss might turn his attention to them next. Chun Mo glanced around. He didn't understand the electronics industry at all and had no intention of making any changes to the management team for the time being. He then shifted his gaze to the neatly lined up factory workers in the back. With around 800 employees, it wasn't a small number by any means. He aimed to make Tianda Electronics the factory with the best benefits and salaries in the Anhai district, and even the entire city of Dongguan. However, he did look down on most of the workers in front of him. They were just ordinary factory workers. Anyone with hands could do it. Since he was prepared to offer top salaries, he naturally didn't want to hire those who were not up to par. Even if they couldn't reach the standards of some other companies, he at least wanted younger workers. In the midst of his thoughts, he spoke up lightly. You all are probably more aware of the current situation at Tianda Electronics than I am. The factory's orders are decreasing, and I took over when it was already in a state of loss. Given the current situation, the factory doesn't need so many workers. Today, I'm giving everyone a choice. If anyone wants to resign right now, you can settle all your wages immediately without any procedures. Additionally, I will personally provide an extra 2,000 yuan subsidy for those who resign. Upon hearing Boss Chen's words, the crowd stirred. It's not easy to recruit factory workers nowadays, and resigning can be quite troublesome. Most factories tend to drag out the process when workers want to leave. Many have even left without pay due to the long delays. With the new boss allowing immediate resignation without any procedures and an extra 2,000 yuan subsidy. In an instant, most people were tempted. Watching the restless crowd, Boss Chen's lips curled slightly. He turned to Orwaksu and instructed, Manager Oro, have the finance department prepare a payroll list quickly. If anyone wants to resign now, settle all their wages immediately and provide the additional 2,000 yuan subsidy. Orwaksu was a bit taken aback by Boss Chen's order. The first thing she did upon taking office yesterday was transfer over 4 million to the boss's personal account. Currently, the finance department was practically broke. Now that the boss suddenly wanted to do this, she had no idea how to pay the wages. In her confusion, Orwaksu could only hesitantly say, Boss, there doesn't seem to be much money left in the accounts. Hearing this, Chun Mo smiled lightly. I know there is no money. Just proceed as I instructed, and I will transfer 8 million to the finance account shortly. After hearing this, Orwaksu was even more confused. The boss could easily acquire such a large factory, so his capabilities were undoubtedly impressive. But she just couldn't understand. Yesterday, Chun Mo transferred out more than 4 million, and today he transferred in 8 million. Isn't that like taking off one's pants to fart, a pointless action? Of course, even if Orwaksu couldn't figure it out, she definitely wouldn't dare to question anything. With this 8 million, her newly appointed financial manager would be even more confident. However, the upcoming wave of worker resignations was making her and the entire management a bit anxious. Chun Mo offered such good conditions. Even that infatuated girl would find it hard not to be tempted. These days, it doesn't matter where you work, it's still work. Plus, the recent orders at Tianda Electronics factory have indeed been disappointing. With less money to earn, even if the factory environment is good, it would be of no use. Chapter 115. The bold moves in this situation. The number of workers applying for resignation left both the leadership team and Yuri shocked. In just a short span of 10 minutes, over 300 workers took the initiative to resign. Moreover, under this herd effect, those who were initially hesitant began to feel restless. As the general manager, Zhou Jinhua was unsure why the big boss was acting this way. But he certainly couldn't just stand by and watch the situation deteriorate. If all the workers left, what would he, as the general manager, be worth? As he pondered, he approached Chun Mo cautiously and reminded him, Mr. Chun, it's not easy to recruit general workers in one city right now. If all these workers resign, our factory's production will come to a halt. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo glanced at him indifferently. I've already said it. Do you want me to change my mind? No. I wouldn't dare, but Mr. Chun, this isn't a viable solution. I have my own plans. You don't need to say more. With the big boss's tone so resolute, Zhou Jinhua dared not say anything further. Watching one worker after another queue up to resign, he felt a deep sense of despair. He was now worried that if all the factory workers left, would he, as the general manager, also be at the end of his career? Zhou Jinhua wasn't he alone in this thought. The other management members also wore expressions of worry and confusion. Even Yuri's, who had just been promoted by the big boss, was no exception. If all the workers left, as the finance manager, she certainly couldn't just pay a few managers their salaries. She couldn't believe the boss would be that foolish to support so many high-paid leaders for nothing. Since Zhou Jinhua's persuasion had proven ineffective, they naturally saw no reason to make themselves uncomfortable. In any case, the worst outcome would be leaving the Tianda Electronics factory just like these workers. Under the herd effect, more and more hesitant workers took the initiative to resign. 2 hours later, looking at the scattered 30 or so remaining workers, the boss Chin was quite pleased with his masterpiece. He once again asked calmly, the opportunity for a 2,000 yuan subsidy is only this once. Are you all sure you don't want to resign? The remaining 30 or so general workers were mostly young women in their 20s. Each looked at the others, but no one stepped forward. Their decision to stay was not due to any infatuation. On one hand, They were reluctant to leave the excellent working environment of Tiando Electronics. On the other hand, the girls were somewhat discerning. The big boss offered such generous conditions to encourage workers to resign, which was indeed very unusual. So if they chose to go against the tide and stay, would there be better rewards? Even if there were no unexpected surprises, it would only mean losing the 2,000 yuan subsidy. It must be said, they indeed made the right choice. As no one else stepped forward to resign, Chen Mo was about to say something. A few security guards timidly approached. Mr. Chun, if we voluntarily resign, is there a 2,000 yuan compensation? Just now, many workers left with their wages in large bags. Such a commotion left the security guards bewildered. After clarifying the situation, each of them started to entertain the idea. Their job had no technical requirements. They were just watching the entrance. Their salary was even lower than that of the workshop workers, only 3,000 to 4,000 a month. And they could easily find similar jobs elsewhere. If they could receive a 2,000 yuan compensation for resigning voluntarily, that would be a nice gain. With this thought in mind, they hardly had the heart to guard the entrance. After discussing among themselves, the security guards decided to resign. Seeing this situation, Zhou Jinhua's face darkened. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. Having worked hard in the area for so many years, he had never seen such an outrageous situation. He couldn't even imagine what would happen next at the electronics factory. With only 30-some employees left, they might not even be able to complete the simplest tasks. As for hiring new workers, Zhou Jinhua hadn't even considered that. The big boss was already offering 2,000 yuan in cash to entice workers to resign. Hiring new workers would be too absurd. While he was lost in thought, facing the security guard's request to resign, Chen Mo didn't hesitate at all and readily agreed. To put it bluntly, even if those guards hadn't brought it up, Chen Mo would have tempted them to leave. He was planning to go for an elite route. And as the face of the company, the security guards, not to say they needed to be special forces level, but at least they should be a batch of fit and decent-looking men. After some bewildering operations between the HR and finance departments, the 8 million transferred to the finance account by Boss Chun had already spent 5 million. The expenditure was even more than the total wages of all employees last month. While everyone was still anxious, Chen Mo was quite pleased with his handiwork. Turning to Zhou Jinhua, he instructed, have HR draft a new recruitment notice immediately. Just say that due to work needs, we need to hire a large number of general workers, and we will recruit as many as have resigned today. Hearing this, Zhou Jinhua was truly dumbfounded. The expression on his face was one of complete confusion. Of course, other management members were pretty much wearing the same expression. They were utterly baffled by the boss's bizarre operation. Just moments after enticing workers to resign, he was immediately hiring. Didn't he know how difficult it was to recruit general workers right now? The key was that the big boss was paying such a high price. Just for this kind of ridiculous maneuver, was he burning money for fun? While everyone was still in disbelief, they heard Chen Mo continue. We must strictly control the quality and image of the new recruits. Unless it is a necessary procedure, most positions only hire female workers, and the age cannot exceed 30. If the overall appearance is outstanding, the age requirement can be slightly relaxed. After saying this, under the bewildered expressions of Zhou Jinhua and others, Chen Mo pointed to a relatively attractive young woman in the HR department. According to her standards, if the overall appearance does not meet hers, there is no need to hire them. This young woman is not necessarily very beautiful, but among many working women, she stands out. Chen's comments left Zhou Jinhua and others in a state of shock. Compared to the previous bold and provocative comments made by the boss to tempt workers to resign, the current hiring standards gave them a feeling of absurdity. Chapter 116. Outrageous recruitment information. If you're hiring clerks for various departments in the office, there's nothing to say about the appearance requirements. The key point is that you're hiring general workers for the workshop, just someone to screw in bolts. You want to limit age and gender, and also consider overall appearance. Even someone as beautiful as Miss Euro would think that the boss is out of his mind. After going in circles, you come up with this. In a situation where it's already hard to recruit ordinary workers, you still want to only hire pretty faces. In Miss Euro's view, it's undoubtedly a daydream, simply impossible. While everyone else looked confused, Chen Mo continued. Additionally, we need to recruit a new batch of security personnel, and they must have good appearance and stature, preferably ex-servicemen. Before the boss could continue, Zhou Jinhua, looking troubled, interjected, Boss Chun, I mean no offense, but with these requirements you've proposed, it's going to be very hard to find workers. Hearing this, Chen Mo didn't mind. He smiled lightly and said, As long as the salary and benefits are high, we won't have trouble finding workers. Our factory will implement a policy of at least 1 day off per week. When orders are low, working 6 hours a day will suffice. The base salary for general workers is set at 8,000. If orders increase in the future and work hours exceed 6, it will count as overtime, and the overtime pay will be doubled. As for security personnel, each will have a monthly salary of 12,000. After hearing this from the boss, Zhou Jinhua looked bewildered. He had been shocked multiple times today by the boss's outrageous decisions. Undoubtedly, with such benefits, recruiting would be a breeze. However, the factory, which was already in a slight loss, would definitely face significant losses. Given the current order volume, the profit from the products produced, after deducting costs and expenses, would be at most around 5 million a month. Before Chun Mo took over, the monthly wage expenses were about 4 million. There were also cafeteria staff subsidies, maintenance of the factory environment, utility costs, and so on, which required at least 5 million in expenditures. If we follow the boss's plan, expenses would increase by at least 2 or 3 million a month. Zhou Jinhua simply couldn't understand why, even with more money, it was necessary to spend it like this. Feeling troubled, he weakly reminded, Boss Chun, following your plan, recruiting won't be an issue. However, with the current lack of orders in the factory, profits will certainly fall far short of expenses. Offering such high salaries might lead to significant losses every month. Upon hearing this, a faint confident smile appeared on Chun Mo's face. I can afford this little loss. Just do as I say. Furthermore, we need to recruit a few attractive clerks for the office, using manager euro from the finance department as a standard. The salary will temporarily be set at 20,000 a month, with substantial bonuses for good performance. Recruiting clerks must be a top priority for this recruitment. Faced with the nonchalant orders from the big boss, Zhou Jinhua was left feeling bewildered. Acquiring a factory at such a great cost just to recruit attractive women and deliberately incur losses. He had never even heard of such a thing. While he didn't understand it, Zhou Jinhua certainly didn't dare to question anything further. That said, if the factory's benefits improved, he, as the general manager, would also rise along with it. Not to mention the enhanced welfare, he would at least gain the affection of the ordinary workers. With this thought in mind, he didn't care whether the big boss was foolishly generous and readily agreed. The 30 or so workers who remained had not left yet. They had just heard Chun Mo promise benefits and the strict conditions for recruitment. Among them, only 2 or 3 could meet the image standards set by the HR clerk. Everyone felt both excited and anxious. While each was lost in their thoughts, Chun Mo's gaze directly landed on them. With a hint of an appreciative smile, she said, "You all did well. When salaries are paid in the middle of the month, last month's wages will be adjusted to the latest standard." Upon hearing this from the boss, the group of women felt an overwhelming joy. Last month, due to a lack of supply, most of their salaries were just over 4,000. Chun Mo was directly bumping it up to 8,000. With this alone, they had no reason not to be thrilled. Witnessing this scene, the HR and finance clerks who had been bustling around earlier felt somewhat uneasy. Although a boss this generous would likely not treat them poorly, the boss had also mentioned that there would be a new recruitment for beautiful clerks. Who knew what awaited them? Until the dust settled, everything remained uncertain. On the day when a large number of employees left Tiando Electronics, a new recruitment notice that stirred the hearts of all workers was posted at the factory gate and various intersections in the industrial zone. 1 day off each week. Working 6 hours would earn a base salary of 8,000. Not to mention, if supply was sufficient, there would be overtime pay that could double. It was known that in the electronics factories in the area, overtime pay was generally around 20 per hour. On weekends and holidays, the overtime pay would be even higher. Even at the lowest standard, the overtime pay at Tiando Electronics could reach 40 per hour. Such lavish treatment was hard to find not just in Anhai district, but throughout the entire Dongguan and even the whole province. Of course, with such favorable conditions, the stringent recruitment requirements of Tiando Electronics had many applicants with less than stellar appearances cursing. For a mere electronics factory, it was one thing to hire young female workers, but they also had to meet beauty standards. It was just a workshop for screwing in parts, not a beauty pageant. While many were grumbling, some women who considered themselves somewhat attractive, they rushed to the Tianda Electronics factory to apply for jobs. Li Xinran is a true girl from Hunan. From middle school to university, she has always been the school belle. Currently, She is in her 4th year in the finance department at a university in Dongguan and is about to graduate. She has a cousin who runs a clothing processing factory in a certain district. The factory has about 40 to 50 workers and is doing quite well. Li Xinran accepted her cousin's invitation and started an internship as an accountant at his factory. Since they are family, her salary is slightly higher than that of others. Of course, it's not significantly higher, currently just 7,000 yuan a month. Today, after leaving the factory to buy some things, she happened to see the job postings on the recruitment board. She was immediately intrigued. With her education and outstanding appearance, she naturally looks down on ordinary jobs. What attracted her the most was the clerical position advertised by Tiando Electronics. Chapter 117. The nightlife of Guangxing. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, even without any additional bonuses, was enough to make Li Xinran, a girl from Hunan, incredibly excited. She only had her looks and figure to boast about, and the university she attended was not the prestigious Guangxing University. It was only of average quality domestically, ranking around the 3rd or 4th tier. Given her educational background, if she didn't take any shortcuts, her normal salary in a company would be less than 10,000 yuan. To earn a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, she would have to work hard for several years to have a chance. The job posting from Tianda Electronics Factory undoubtedly gave Li Xinran an opportunity to showcase her strengths. Without even notifying her cousin, she hailed a taxi and headed straight for Tianda Electronics Factory. By the time she arrived, a long line had already formed for the job openings. Clearly, under such attractive benefits offered by the factory, she was not the only one interested. Anyone who felt they had a decent appearance wanted to try their luck. People aspire to rise, just as water flows downward. Wherever screws are being fastened, it's natural to seek better treatment. The HR manager at Tianda Electronics Factory, was extremely busy today. The big boss had instructed that if she couldn't find a satisfactory cook today, her position as HR manager would be at risk. With priorities in mind, she naturally focused on hiring a cook. She personally posted a job advertisement on the Guangxing recruitment website. Attracted by the high salary of 20,000 yuan, several cooks quickly applied for the position. After careful consideration, Wu Yafen ultimately chose the one with the best looks and temperament. Her name was Tan Sili, a 43-year-old from Nanchuan. Among cooks, she was considered quite young. She had previously run a Sichuan restaurant and specialized in spicy homestyle dishes. Coupled with her decent appearance and temperament, Wu Yafen decisively selected her. The big boss placed so much emphasis on appearance even when hiring general workers, so Wu Yafen assumed she was catering to his preferences. Of course, with such an important matter concerning her job, she was certainly cautious. In the factory cafeteria, she had Tan Sili personally cook a plate of mapo tofu, which turned out to be deliciously spicy. Feeling confident about her choice, she then took Tan Sili to meet the big boss. After a brief inquiry, Shenmo was also very satisfied with the cook and immediately let her start working. After wrapping up this task, Wu Yafen hurried back to the recruitment site. Several of her subordinates in the HR department had already hired a large number of applicants. Although the big boss had set a standard for appearance, beauty is subjective and lacks specific criteria. As long as it wasn't too extreme, slight variations were acceptable. Not long after Wu Yafen arrived, it was Li Xinran's turn. The striking appearance of this girl caught Wu Yafen's attention immediately. Just as she had guessed, Li Xinran was indeed aiming for an office clerk position. Chen Mo has said that hiring clerks is a top priority, so she naturally wouldn't dare to play any tricks. After a simple inquiry, Li Xinran officially joined Tiando Electronics. While Chen Mo was tasting Tan Sili's cooking with Jiang Xiaoyu, a notification sounded in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have hired an employee of A-level quality. Employee benefits have increased by 1 million yuan, effective next month. Hearing the sound in her mind, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. It turned out to be the same model as the Jia Le supermarket. With a thought, she directly opened the transparent panel in front of her and converted the binding company to Tianda Electronics. Current number of employees, 186. The maximum cannot exceed 3,000. A-level quality employees, 2. Only the first 5 newly hired A-level quality employees are eligible for the bonus increase in benefits. No rewards will be given beyond that. Current company pure profit, 360,000 yuan. Once profits reach 30 million, the system will automatically unlock the next company. Remaining employee benefits for this month, 96 million yuan. Looking at the information on the panel, Chun Imo knew without asking. In just the afternoon, besides hiring one clerk who met the appearance standards, over 100 production workers were recruited. As long as the benefits are attractive, there are no difficulties in hiring workers. Seeing that the boss suddenly put down her chopsticks, Tansili nervously asked, "Mr. Chun, do these dishes suit your taste?" Hearing this, Chun Imo smiled easily. "Not bad. In the future, at least 2 spicy Sichuan dishes should be included in every meal." Upon hearing this from the boss, Tansili felt her tense heart relax. In her previous job as a cook, she had to prepare meals for 8 family members, earning only 9,000 yuan. Compared to Chun Imo's 20,000 yuan for cooking for just 2 people, it was much easier with better pay and benefits, so she naturally valued this job immensely. To ensure the boss's satisfaction, Tansili sincerely expressed, "Mr. Chun, don't worry. I can cook most famous Sichuan dishes and will strive to make sure you and Miss Jiang have different meals every day." Hearing this, Chun Imo smiled lightly and asked, "Sister Tan, I heard from Manager Wu that you used to run a Sichuan restaurant. With your skills, business should be good, right? Why did you stop?" At that time, my daughter was in high school and needed attention. Plus, running a restaurant was really exhausting, so I sold it. That was several years ago." After hearing Tansili's explanation, Chun Imo didn't ask any further. Their relationship was merely that of employer and employee. She certainly wouldn't pry into others' family matters. Afterward, she called Zhou Jinhua to arrange a single room for Tansili in the factory dormitory. That was quite considerate for this cook. After Tansili left, Chun Imo spent time on the garden balcony, sweetly chatting with Jiang Xiaoyu. While occasionally messaging girls from thousands of miles away, the sky quickly darkened. Without a doubt, with the addition of Jiang Xiaoyu, Boss Chen's nightlife in the city will definitely not be dull. In fact, it can be said to be quite exciting. Tansili is currently renting a house in the Anhai industrial area with her husband Yuan Wei. Anyway, it's not too far, and she isn't too willing to move into the factory. She decided to discuss work matters first. She hasn't told her husband about applying for a job at the electronics factory yet. Yuan Wei drives a truck, and his income is decent, earning about 10 to 20,000 each month. With a man who can earn money and a woman who is beautiful, their relationship naturally flourishes. Just as she returned to the room, Yuan Wei walked in wearing a tank top. Seeing this, Tansili couldn't hide her excitement and said, "Yuan Wei, I found another job today. Guess how much the salary is?" Chapter 118. Connecting dots for my daughter. Hearing his wife say this, Yuan Wei instinctively asked, "Are you cooking for someone else again?" "Yes, it's a chef's job, and the boss is paying me 20,000 a month." When she said this, Tansili couldn't hide her excitement. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wei's heart skipped a beat as he incredulously asked, "What? 20,000 a month? How can it be so much?" Seeing his reaction, Tansili shot him a reproachful glance. "What's wrong with a high salary?" Yuan Wei didn't look very excited and cautiously asked, "Who is your employer? No one would just pay you such a high salary for no reason, right?" Knowing what her husband was worried about, Tansili pretended to be angry and replied, "What are you thinking? This employer is a big boss from an electronics factory. He's handsome and young, and he has a very beautiful girlfriend. How could he possibly be interested in someone like me?" Hearing his wife's response, Yuan Wei felt a bit relieved. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious. Although Tansili was not young, she was beautiful and maintained her figure quite well. Compared to many women in their 30s, she was even more charming. Suddenly hearing about such a high salary made him a bit paranoid. In the midst of his thoughts, Yuan Wei smiled awkwardly. "Honey, who says you're old? You'll always be the most beautiful in my heart." Flattered by her husband's compliment, Tansili felt a little pleased and playfully glared at him. "We've been married for so long, and you're still so sweet-talking. Are you not worried now?" "Hee, I still have some worries. If that boss has any ulterior motives, no matter how high the salary, you shouldn't take it." Although she knew Yuan Wei was joking, Tansili felt a warm sensation in her heart. She laughed. "Now my salary is higher than yours. You're not feeling unbalanced, are you?" "How could I? As long as the boss has no bad intentions. I actually hope your salary keeps getting higher. I'd love to experience what it feels like to be a kept man." "Hee, then you better behave well." Looking at Tansili's charming demeanor, Yuan Wei instantly felt energized. With a grin, he pulled her closer. "Hey, what are you doing? We haven't even eaten yet." "What do you mean eating? I want to savor you first." "Ugh, you're so annoying." Later, with a rosy complexion, Tansili used an electric stove to stir-fry 2 dishes. Yuan Wei happily ate while sincerely praising her. Honey, your cooking skills are getting better and better. The electronics factory boss is paying 20,000, so he's not losing out at all. Stop flattering me. I just got lucky. I'm good at making spicy Sichuan dishes. Plus, this boss Chun is indeed generous. In another place, you wouldn't even get 10,000. Does boss Chun like spicy food? Is he also from Sichuan? I didn't ask in detail, but it should be the case based on the accent. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the factory is hiring a lot today, and the pay is incredibly good. For regular workers, the guaranteed salary without overtime is 8,000 yuan, and you can have 1 day off a week. If there is overtime, I heard from others that you can earn over 40 yuan per hour. Hearing this from my wife, Yuan Wei was taken aback. Although he had never worked in a factory, he wandered around the industrial area every day. He knew a little about the salary and benefits of most electronics factories. Some recruitment ads look appealing, claiming salaries from several thousand to over 10,000. But that's not the reality. To earn the top salary, you would have to work overtime every day until you're exhausted. What his wife Tan Siley mentioned, that regular workers can earn 8,000 yuan without overtime. Yuan Wei had never heard of that before. In his thoughts, he asked in shock, are the benefits in electronics factories really this good? What high-tech stuff are they making? There's no high-tech. It's just a factory producing ordinary electronic components. But with such good benefits, not everyone can get in. Except for a few positions. They only hire female workers aged 18 to 30, and they must be good-looking. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wei was slightly stunned. What? Regular workers in an electronics factory have to be good-looking? What is so strange about that? If they offer such good pay, I think it's not unreasonable to have that requirement. You should have seen it when I went for the interview today. There were many pretty girls at the factory gate. Hearing this, Yuan Wei snorted in annoyance. It's just a factory screwing in screws. What is the use of being pretty? The products produced are the same anyway, and they create more wealth. I think the boss is just foolish with money. Although this made sense, Tensili was still a bit dissatisfied with Yuan Wei's tone. You can't say that. If they offer such good benefits, what is wrong with hiring some pleasant-looking employees? It's much better than hiring some rough-looking guys, right? Plus, it can enhance the factory's reputation. Why not? If I were the boss and spent so much money, I would do the same. What my wife said made some sense, and Yuan Wei naturally wouldn't argue about it. He just felt it was a bit ridiculous. An ordinary electronics factory can come up with these new tricks. It's truly a sight to behold. Just as he was lamenting this in his heart, he heard Tan Siley continue speaking. By the way, the benefits for regular workers aren't exaggerated. The treatment for office clerks they're hiring is even better. The monthly salary is 20,000 yuan. And if their work impresses the big boss, there are extra bonuses. Yuan Wei, I want our daughter Xiaoming to try it out. What do you think? Hearing his wife ask this, Yuan Wei was surprised and replied, Isn't Xiaoming just a sophomore? Don't you want her to continue her studies? She was never cut out for studying in the first place. It was you who insisted she go to this university. Not only did you spend money, but she probably learned nothing at all. Besides, you know that school isn't exactly prestigious, right? Even if she manages to get a diploma in the future, finding a job will be tough. You know the current job market. Many graduates are competing for positions that only pay a few thousand. It's not guaranteed she'll even get hired. I think it's rare to have such a good opportunity. It could save her a few years of detours. What do you think? After listening to his wife, Tan Siley, Yuan Wei pondered for a moment. After some thought, he replied, putting other things aside, do you really think Xiaoming can get hired with such great benefits being offered by the electronics factory? Chapter 119. The beautiful Yuan Xiaoming, hearing the man's question, Tan Siley immediately broke into a charming smile. I forgot to mention, the office clerk position at Tianda Electronics is also judged by appearance. However, the appearance requirements are much higher than for general workers. Besides that, you only need to have basic computer skills. No diploma is necessary. You know our daughter Xiaoming. She's even more beautiful than I was at her age. I am quite confident about her looks. After hearing Tan Siley's words, Yuan Wei frowned slightly. He was indeed a bit bewildered by the outrageous hiring standards at Tianda Electronics. It's not even a hotel, yet they have such high standards for appearance. However, on the other hand, with such good salary and benefits for an office clerk, he couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. His daughter, Yuan Xiaoming, was already somewhat resistant to the idea of attending university if it weren't for Yuan Wei's insistence. She might have started working already. In today's job market, a monthly salary of 20,000 20,000 yuan. Many graduates from prestigious universities would probably be scrambling to compete for such a position. Just as his wife Tan Sili said, if she really gets the job, it would save her a few years of detours. With this thought, his frown began to ease. You should ask Xiaoming and see what she thinks. Hearing this, Tan Sili had nothing more to say. She directly called her daughter. At a university in a certain city in Guang province, Yuan Xiaoming had just returned from playing badminton with her classmates. She was about to take a shower when her phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, she saw it was her mother. Without thinking much, she swiped to answer. Mom, Xiaoming, have you had dinner yet? I ate a long time ago. Just got back from the sports hall after playing badminton. Oh, how has your university life been lately? Same as always, there are so many boys buzzing around. It's getting annoying. Hearing her daughter say this, Tensili felt a slight tightening in her chest. She quickly reminded her, Xiaoming, you're still young. You can't be fooled by sweet talk from other boys. Mom, don't worry, none of them are profound. I'm not that shallow to be easily deceived. Is there anything else? I need to get ready for a shower. I want to discuss something with you. If I ask you to drop out of school right now, would you be willing? Hearing her mother suddenly ask this, Yuan Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. She didn't do well on the college entrance exam and didn't want to repeat the year. She initially planned not to attend university at all. Her parents were adamant against it, and in the end, they paid a high price for her to attend a private university in Guang province. She had just begun to adapt to university life. Now her mother Tensili was bringing this up, which truly confused her. Frowning, she asked, Mom, is something wrong at home? Nothing's wrong. Your dad and I are doing fine. Why are you suddenly asking this? I thought it was because the family couldn't afford my tuition. So, today I applied for a cook position at an electronics factory, and I happened to see that they are also hiring for an office clerk. I feel like you are quite suitable for the position. So I discussed it with your dad and wanted to ask for your opinion. Hearing this from my mom on the phone, Yuan Xiaoming felt a bit confused. Office clerk? What conditions are suitable? I don't understand. Xiaoming, listen to me. This factory is hiring office clerks, and there aren't many specific requirements, but for appearance, you must be very beautiful. The benefits are quite high, with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. And if your work performance satisfies the big boss, there will be extra bonuses. I thought about it. Since you're not too keen on studying, even if you finish university, finding a satisfactory job won't be easy. After discussing with your dad, I wanted to ask for your opinion. If you're not interested, we have no objections to you continuing your studies. After hearing this from her mom, Yuan Xiaoming was slightly taken aback. Although she had never worked before, she understood what a salary of 20,000 yuan a month meant. To put it bluntly, even if Yuan Xiaoming graduated smoothly, it would be nearly impossible to earn that kind of salary right away unless she took shortcuts. In her thoughts, she was indeed a bit tempted. She asked on the phone, Mom, do you really think I can get the job? It's very likely. If you're interested, you can ask for a leave from school and come to see the place in Dongguan, and we can make plans from there. Then I'll ask for leave tomorrow to come and take a look. After hanging up the phone with her family, Yuan Xiaoming picked up some clean clothes and went into the bathroom. Her dormitory was a 4-person room with a private bathroom. Among private universities, the conditions were quite good. Of course, the tuition fees were on the higher side. In the bathroom, there was a small mirror. As Yuan Xiaoming placed her clean clothes on the rack, she looked at her pretty face in the mirror. She was also pondering whether what her mom said on the phone was reliable. Such good benefits, only looking at appearance and not qualifications, seems a bit suspicious. In her thoughts, as she fidgeted, her clothes slipped off and fell to the floor. After a few minutes, the girl with damp hair walked out. Just as she picked up the hairdryer, the dorm room door swung open, and a stunning girl with a figure and looks that complemented her own stepped in. What a coincidence! The two recognized campus beauties of the sophomore year were in the same class and assigned to the same dorm. This girl was from a place near the Shijiang River named Shunruashi. Being both stunning beauties, she and Yuan Xiaoming naturally became the best roommates and close friends. Upon entering, she smiled and asked, Yuan Xiaoming, why are you up so early to shower today? I just played badminton and worked up a sweat. Hearing this, Shunruashi didn't think much of it. She smiled lightly and suddenly asked, tomorrow is the weekend. Shall we go shopping? Aren't you going to spend time with your boyfriend? When Yuan Xiaoming asked this, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Shunruashi's eyes. Don't mention that guy. A few days ago was my birthday, and he wouldn't even buy me an 8,000 yuan bag. I don't want to bother with him. Oh, didn't you say his family runs a hotel? They should be quite wealthy, right? He can't even spend a few thousand? Who knows? Anyway, I often hear him complain that business is getting worse and that the allowance from his family is getting less and less. Now he is being so stingy with me. Who knows what the future holds? Sometimes I regret getting together with him. Chapter 120. Yuan Xiaoming came for an interview after hearing Shun Ruoshi's words. Yuan Xiaoming couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Chao Jun was also a classmate of theirs and was known for driving a BMW around campus, making him quite the famous rich second-generation student. Back in their freshman year, he only showed a hint of his wealth, but successfully won over one of the two most popular girls in class, Shun Ruoshi. Yet, for such a wealthy individual, he was reluctant to spend even a few thousand yuan on a birthday gift for his girlfriend. This made Yuan Xiaoming realize the harsh reality even more. Unlike the fictional worlds of online novels where many wealthy individuals casually throw around millions, in real life, figures like Principal Wang, who are willing to give women tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, are rare gems. Unconsciously, she placed more importance on her upcoming job interview for a high-paying clerical position in Guangqing. If she could earn a lot of money, would she ever need to look at a man's face again? Lost in thought, Yuan Xiaoming smiled apologetically. Shun Ruoshi, I'm really sorry, but I want to have time tomorrow. I need to go to Guangqing. Oh, is it to visit your parents? Yes. Before securing the job, Yuan Xiaoming didn't want to complicate matters, so she decided not to elaborate on it. The next morning, Yuan Xiaoming left the campus early and made a call to her mother. Due to work commitments, Tan Siley had prepared a key to the apartment for her daughter the day before. Early in the morning, while preparing breakfast at Boss Chen's place, she received her daughter's call. After a brief conversation, she sent the address of Tianda Electronics Factory to her daughter. For breakfast, she made a light dish of century egg and lean meat congee along with 3 small cold dishes, ensuring it was both appetizing and visually appealing. Boss Chen's bedroom was on the top floor, and Tan Siley had no idea when the boss would wake up. So she prepared 2 bowls of congee in advance to cool down. About half an hour later, Boss Chen finally came down, looking energetic, followed closely by the rosy-faced Jiang Xiaoyu. After becoming a true woman, she radiated even more charm. Seeing this, Tan Siley quickly smiled. Good morning, Mr. Chun. I made you and Miss Jiang some century egg and lean meat congee. I've already set 2 bowls aside. Thank you, Sister Tan. Mr. Chun, you're too kind. With the treatment you give me, this is the least I can do. I didn't prepare anything too heavy for breakfast. I hope it suits your taste. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo simply smiled lightly and sat down at the table. After stirring the congee and taking a taste, he found it to be quite pleasant, though not exceptionally remarkable. Jiang Xiaoyu, however, enjoyed it and praised, Sister Tan, this century egg and lean meat congee is really delicious. Even without the boss's praise, Tan Siley felt very happy. Thank you, Miss Jiang. There's more in the pot, so feel free to have as much as you'd like. She had no idea about Jiang Xiaoyu's private secretary identity and thought the other person was just the boss's girlfriend. After saying this, she didn't dare to say anything more. Suddenly, a ringtone of Xiang Xiang Lady by Phoenix Legend rang. Seeing the astonished expression on the boss's face, Tan Siley hurriedly took out her phone from her bag, pressed the answer key, and walked aside to say a few words. Then she apologetically said, Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. My daughter has come to your factory from Deep City for a job interview. She's at the factory gate now and is a bit confused. Can I go out and check on her? Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's expression froze for a moment, and he asked in surprise, Sister Tan, what is your daughter applying for? Is she here for a workshop worker position? Since the boss asked, Tan Siley naturally had nothing to hide. She is in her 2nd year at a private school in Deep City, and she isn't too keen on studying anymore. So I thought I'd let her come and try for a clerical position. Hearing this, Chen Mo felt a slight stir in his heart. Sister Tan, our factory does have requirements regarding appearance for clerical positions. You know that, right? When the boss asked this, a hint of confidence inadvertently appeared on Tan Siley's face. Mr. Chun, I know that. I can't guarantee anything else, but in terms of looks, my daughter is definitely very outstanding. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let her come for the interview. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo showed a hint of pleasant surprise on his face. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. With Tan Siley's impressive figure and appearance, he completely believed her words. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and replied, Sister Tan, why don't you bring your daughter up? I'll personally interview her. If everything is fine, I can arrange a good position for her. After hearing the boss's words, Tan Cai was initially taken aback. Then she quickly nodded and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I'll go down and bring her up now. Go ahead. After Tan Cai left, Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been silent, finally asked with a slightly resentful expression, Mr. Chun, do you want to transform Tiando Electronics into a model like the Jia Jia Le supermarket? Haha, with such great benefits. Of course I want to attract some appealing candidates. Xiaoyu, there are some things you shouldn't be jealous about. Just be obedient. And there will be more benefits in the future. Jiang Xiaoyu naturally understood this. Since she had chosen this path, she no longer had the right to be jealous. She lightly nodded and obediently replied, I understand, Mr. Chun. On the other side, when Tan Cai arrived at the factory entrance, she was shocked by the scene before her. Compared to yesterday, the number of applicants had at least multiplied several times. Once this kind of news spreads, it's usually a case of word of mouth. 1 tells 10, 10 tells 100. This area was originally full of industrial factories, and anyone with a bit of charm wanted to come and try their luck. Once hired, they could directly go back and fire their bosses. Among the crowd, Tan Cai even saw several exceptionally beautiful young women. This made her anxious. In Tan Cai's view, the clerks in the factory each have their own positions. If all the spots are filled, no matter how outstanding her daughter is, she can't possibly squeeze into a spot with others, right? As her thoughts wandered, she looked around and finally spotted Yuan Xiaoming at the back of the line. She quickly walked over. Yuan Xiaoming naturally saw her mother as well, but since she was in line, she didn't dare to approach casually. Upon arriving at the electronics factory, she was surprised to see so many beautiful girls applying for jobs. It was easy to imagine how competitive the positions at the factory were. After lining up, she finally called her mother. With a look exchanged between the two, Tan Cai wasted no time. She directly said, Xiaoming, you don't need to stand in line anymore. Come with me. The manager wants to interview you personally. Chapter 121. Tan Cai felt a bit nervous. Hearing her mother say this, Yuan Xiaoming asked in surprise, Mom, are you talking about the big boss of the electronics factory? Yes, hurry up and follow me. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming was both shocked and delighted as she stepped out of the line. The girls in front and behind her couldn't help but feel envious. After all, Yuan Xiaoming was already much prettier than them. Now she could even get special treatment, making it hard not to be jealous. Putting aside the thoughts of these girls, after Yuan Xiaoming followed her mother Tan Cai into the factory area, she curiously asked again, Mom, why would the big boss personally interview me? Tan Cai replied with a smile while walking, When you called me just now, the boss happened to hear it and casually asked about you. When you go in later, stay sharp. The boss said if he thinks you're good, he'll arrange a nice position for you. Oh. The mother and daughter chatted while walking and soon took a private elevator to the top floor. The moment they entered the room, Yuan Xiaoming felt a bit nervous. After all, she was just a sophomore. Suddenly facing a job interview with no adjustment period at all was daunting. When she saw the boss Chun sitting on the sofa, she was surprised. She never expected the big boss of the factory to be so young and handsome. He was completely different from her image of an electronics factory owner. While she was marveling at this, her mother Tan Cai had already spoken up. Mr. Chun, this is my daughter Yuan Xiaoming, who just came from Shenzhen. As soon as Yuan Xiaoming walked in, a satisfied smile appeared on Chun Mo's face, setting aside her outstanding figure and looks. The youthful charm that Yuan Xiaoming exuded made Chun feel inexplicably pleased. Hearing Tan Cai's introduction, Chun stood up from the sofa and asked with a smile, Yuan Xiaoming, I heard from your mother that you are a sophomore. How old are you this year? Faced with the handsome boss's inquiry, Yuan Xiaoming felt a bit shy. She quietly replied, Mr. Chun, I'm 19 this year. Ah, that age is good. If you come to work at the factory, you might fall behind in your studies. Have you thought it through? Hearing Chun Mo's question, Yuan Xiaoming's heart leaped with joy. Mr. Chun, does that mean I've already got the job? Ha ha. With a talent as outstanding as you, there's definitely no problem. After hearing Chun's praise, Yuan Xiaoming felt even happier. She glanced at her mother Tan Cai, who was also smiling, and nodded in response. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chun. I've thought it through, and I'm willing to work at your factory. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen's face remained. He pointed to the side. This is Jiang Xiaoya, my personal secretary. For now, you will learn from her for a while. I'll arrange a suitable position for you in the factory later. The salary is temporarily set at 20,000 yuan per month, and there will be generous bonuses for good performance. After hearing this from the boss, Yuan Xiaoming naturally had no objections. She proactively greeted Jiang Xiaoya. saying, "Secretary Jiang, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Hearing this address, Jiang Xiaoya felt a bit awkward. After glancing at Chen Mo, she awkwardly smiled and replied, "Miss Yuan, I'm not too knowledgeable either. Let's learn from each other." While the two young women were greeting each other, Tan Siley nearby looked a bit bewildered. It was only now that she realized the beautiful woman living with the big boss was just a personal secretary, having traveled around for many years. Tan Siley quickly understood the intricacies involved. Letting her daughter learn from Jiang Xiaoya? Learn what? As this question popped into her mind, Tan Siley felt a bit anxious. Of course, compared to that slight worry, she wouldn't openly oppose such good treatment. For now, Chen Mo wasn't thinking too much about it. Whether at the supermarket or the electronics factory, he maintained a nonchalant attitude, neither proactive nor rejecting, and not responsible. Under the right monetary temptation, if the young women wanted to gain more benefits, it would depend on their individual performance. When Tan Siley took her daughter down to handle the onboarding procedures, she saw that no one was around, and then seriously reminded her, "Xiaoming, when you learn from Secretary Jiang, make sure not to offend her." Surprised, Yuan Xiaoming responded, "Mom, why do you say that? Why would I offend her?" Tan Siley replied, "Just a reminder, Miss Jiang is not just an ordinary personal secretary. I initially thought she was the boss's girlfriend. If you want to cherish this job, try not to offend her, do you understand?" After hearing her mother's words, Yuan Xiaoming nodded, somewhat understanding but not fully convinced. Although she hadn't experienced such matters between men and women, it didn't mean she was completely clueless. Workplace unwritten rules are everywhere in this day and age. Plus, with such a handsome boss and a little sweetness thrown in, which personal secretary could resist? Yuan Xiaoming didn't think too much about it. She just wanted to settle into this well-paying job for now, and as for the rest, she couldn't think that far ahead. By the end of the day, Chen Mo had heard two pieces of news. Clearly, in addition to recruiting Yuan Xiaoming, another stunning young woman had joined. Her name was Li Man, and her last job was as a public relations planner at a star-rated hotel. Due to her outstanding looks and work capabilities, her salary was also quite decent, earning around 20,000 yuan per month. However, Li Man's exceptional appearance also brought her various workplace challenges. The newly appointed general manager of the hotel is a bald man in his 40s, whose appearance could be described as unremarkable. Upon his arrival, he quickly set his sights on her. At first, in order to keep her job, Li Man adopted a compromising attitude and tried to navigate around the manager. However, as time went on, the new manager became somewhat dissatisfied. He directly presented Li Man with two options: either comply with him and have a chance for advancement in the hotel, or resign voluntarily and give up such a good job opportunity. If the new manager had been handsome, Li Man might have considered it. After all, the current job market is not thriving. Even though she is quite attractive, finding a similar job is not that easy. However, looking at the few hairs on the new manager's head, combined with his unappealing image, Li Man decided not to compromise. She decisively resigned from the hotel. While she was searching for a new job, an acquaintance working in the Anhai district informed her about a high-paying clerical position at Tiando Electronics. Chapter 122. Enhancing Boss Meng's image. Li Man, who works in hotel public relations planning, felt a bit overqualified coming to the factory as a clerk. However, she was not satisfied with the salary from the jobs she had been looking for recently. With a try-and-see attitude, she discovered that this factory was indeed quite unique. Satisfied with the benefits here, she decided to join immediately. Chen Mo was unaware of these developments. Additionally, with the recent hiring of Li Xinran, the system recognized that 3 employees had met the A-level quality standard. As a result, the employee benefits fund for the next month at Tianda Electronics Factory was increased by 3 million. This month, aside from the remaining 2 million in benefits funds here, there was nearly 3 million in the financial account. The salaries to be paid this month were left for the management team, some office clerks, core staff from the RD department, and over 30 old employees who remained. That afternoon, Chen Mo gathered all the management for a brief meeting. Manager Wu from the HR department first reported on the recruitment work over the past 2 days. "Mr. Chen, including the qualified office clerk Yuan Xiaoming that you personally interviewed, we have hired a total of 3 suitable office clerks. For the workshop workers, we recruited 687 workers in 2 days, all female workers as per your request, excluding over 20 necessary positions. By tomorrow morning, we should have filled all the vacant positions. In addition, for the security department, we have recruited 8 qualified security personnel as per your requirements. After hearing Manager Wu's report, Chen Imo nodded lightly. The recruitment was going well. After filling the positions tomorrow, they could conduct a brief training session, and the factory could officially start operations. He then turned his attention to the newly promoted finance manager, Oruo Shui. Manager O, can you calculate how much salary needs to be paid this month? Oruo Shui hesitated slightly and asked, Mr. Chun, are the over 30 old employees calculated at a base salary of 8,000? Of course, that includes the previous office clerks at an 8,000 monthly salary. The management and RD personnel, as well as kitchen staff, will receive an additional 2,000 each on top of their original salaries. Upon hearing Chinmo's words, the entire management team felt a wave of joy. After the big boss's decisive actions yesterday, everyone was worried about their jobs. Now, not only were their positions secured, but each person's salary was also increased by 2,000. Although it wasn't a huge amount, it was certainly something worth celebrating. As everyone reveled in their joy, Oruo Shui was already calculating on her phone. With her accounting background, she quickly estimated the figures. Mr. Chun, based on the salary ratio you provided, the factory will need to pay around 700,000 in salaries this month. Hearing this, Chen Imo nodded slightly. All right, then please proceed to distribute everyone's salaries shortly. From today onward, our factory will no longer delay salary payments. They will be distributed on the first of every month without fail. Upon hearing the boss's words, everyone was taken aback. Timely salary payments on the first of each month is undoubtedly a precedent for most factories. However, thinking it through, there is nothing strange about the boss's arrangement. Most factories withhold salaries mainly to prevent workers from leaving suddenly, making it difficult to fill positions. With the excellent benefits at the current factory, it's no exaggeration to say that unless there are special circumstances, who would be foolish enough to voluntarily resign? As everyone was still in shock, the boss paused slightly and looked at General Manager Zhou Jinhua, asking Zhou, last time I heard you say that the daily meal subsidy for each employee in our canteen is 16 yuan, right? Zhou Jinhua instinctively nodded at the sudden question. Before he could ask anything, the boss directly instructed, starting tomorrow, the daily meal subsidy for each employee will be raised to 50 yuan. Once again, everyone was astonished by the boss's words. It was only Chun Mo's third day at the factory, and already he had made numerous astonishing decisions that left everyone in awe. This time was no exception. 50 yuan may not sound like much, but the canteen purchases are made at wholesale prices with zero cost, meaning that with 50 yuan, they could essentially buy ingredients worth 80 to 100 yuan. It's no exaggeration to say that under such circumstances, not only would there be plenty of meat at every meal, but they could even enjoy seafood at every meal. With the high salary and welfare policies in place, the boss's simple statement meant he would have to spend at least an additional 800,000 yuan each month. Of course, it also further enhanced his image as a generous boss in front of everyone. While Zhou Jinhua and others were still in shock, Chun Mo's expression turned serious. Since I've established such great benefits for the factory, I naturally don't want anyone to have any ill intentions. The purchasing for the canteen must be strictly monitored. If anyone dares to touch even a single cent of this budget, I will not spare them. Hearing this, Zhou Jinhua quickly assured him, don't worry, Chun. I will personally oversee the purchasing process and ensure that no one takes a single penny. In response, Chun Mo merely nodded lightly, then looked at Manager O Ruashua. Manager O, after deducting the salaries and this batch of canteen procurement funds, transfer all the remaining money to the RD department as their welfare funds. If we want our factory to grow and thrive, the RD department must not stop. As he spoke, he glanced at the RD department manager, Fengdinka. Manager Feng, please inform all the key personnel in the RD department that if the team breaks through any new technology, I will reward them handsomely. At that moment, Fengdinka was already overjoyed when Chun Mo mentioned transferring the remaining funds to the RD department. Generally, electronic factories like this one have fixed technologies. The RD department is merely a name. Having a research budget of several 100,000 each month is already quite good. Fengdinga, being the manager of the RD department, is certainly not someone with a simple mind. He quickly estimated in his mind how much was left in the finance department's account after deducting salaries and cafeteria expenses. There should be around 1.5 million left. Since he is in the RD field, he naturally wants to make a name for himself. As long as the budget is sufficient, Fengdinga believes the RD department of the electronic factory will definitely achieve great things. Meanwhile, Li Xinran, the first resident of Senior Dormitory 609, welcomed her two new roommates Yuan Xiaoming and Li Man. Chapter 123. Two beautiful ladies. The employee dormitory area of Tianda Electronics Factory has a total of 6 floors. The first floor is a large cafeteria. Floors 2 to 5 are for regular employees, with each room containing 4 bunk beds, accommodating 8 people, and equipped with private bathrooms and air conditioning. The 6th floor is reserved for department heads and key personnel such as office clerks and RD staff, with higher quality accommodations. Only managers can have a standard room to themselves. The rest share rooms with 3 people, featuring 3 large mattresses, private bathrooms, and air conditioning. I must say, even if Chun Mo doesn't take over, the factory's environment at Tianda Electronics is quite impressive among all the large factories in the Guang province. Li Xinran had just left her cousin's place today and moved in this morning. She has not yet been assigned specific work. While sitting by her bed, looking forward to her future job, Yuan Xiaoming and Li Man entered one after the other. The 3 girls are all charming beauties. After a few words of introduction upon meeting, they quickly became familiar with each other. While tidying up her bed, Li Man asked first, Li Xinran, Yuan Xiaoming, have your jobs been arranged yet? Hearing this, Li Xinran shook her head. I came for the interview yesterday, but I still have to wait for the specific job assignment. Yuan Xiaoming hesitated a bit and replied, I was personally interviewed by the big boss, Chun. He asked me to learn from his personal secretary for a while, and my specific job will also be arranged later. Upon hearing Yuan Xiaoming's words, Li Xinran and Li Man looked at her with suspicion. Yuan Xiaoming, the big boss personally interviewed you. You don't have any special relationship with him, do you? Li Xinran asked, surprised. Not really. My mom works as a cook for the big boss, and she just got hired yesterday. She mentioned my situation, and that's how it happened. After hearing Yuan Xiaoming's explanation, Li Xinran and Li Man didn't think much of it, although they felt a bit envious. After all, being in close contact with the big boss is definitely beneficial for future work. Lost in thought, Li Man couldn't help but remember her previous job and that bald boss. Curiously, she asked, Yuan Xiaoming, what kind of person is the big boss? How old is he? Hearing Li Man's question, Li Xinran was also somewhat curious. Offering such high benefits, it would be one thing to hire a few pretty clerks, but the requirement for the factory workers was also quite high. To put it bluntly, even establishments like foot massage or spa centers probably don't have as high requirements as Tianda Electronics. Under these circumstances, the 2 girls naturally became curious about the big boss. Hearing Li Man's question, Yuan Xiaoming immediately pictured Chun Mo's handsome face in her mind. She smiled awkwardly and said, the big boss is quite young, probably around 30 years old, and he's pretty handsome, giving off a bit of that domineering CEO vibe from idol dramas. After listening to Yuan Xiaoming's answer, both Li Xinran and Li Man were somewhat surprised. The owner of such a large electronics factory turned out to be so young and handsome. In a moment of thought, Li Man asked, the owner's personal secretary must be very beautiful, right? Yes, her name is Jiang Xiaoyu, and she has an outstanding figure and looks. Upon hearing this, without any prompting from Yuan Xiaoming, both Li Man and Li Xinran could already guess. The relationship between the big boss and his personal secretary is probably quite special. Just as they were lost in their thoughts, there was a knock on the dormitory room door. The financial manager, Ruoshue, walked in. With a faint smile on her face, she calmly introduced herself. I am Ruoshue, the financial manager of Tianda Electronics. President Chun asked me to bring the 3 of you to a small meeting. Seeing yet another stunning beauty who matched their appearance, the 3 girls, Li Xinran, Yuan Xiaoming, and Li Man, were slightly taken aback. However, they didn't dare to hesitate too much. After exchanging glances, they hurriedly followed Ruoshue out of the dormitory without even tidying up their beds. On the way to the office building, Li Xinran curiously asked, Manager O, is President Chun going to assign us work? Hearing this, Ruoshue turned back with a smile and replied while continuing to walk. I'm not sure about that. You'll find out when you get there. She was also somewhat amazed by the beauty of the 3 girls in front of her. She couldn't help but speculate about the big boss spending heavily to recruit such beautiful girls. However, she kept those thoughts to herself and wouldn't express them aloud. A total of over 600 new employees had been hired today and yesterday, most of whom were quite attractive, since they hadn't officially started working yet. The leisure square between the dormitory area and the office building was filled with beautiful girls everywhere. However, when Ruoshue and the 4 beauties walked by, there was an immediate and striking contrast. The girls kept walking and soon arrived at the boss's office. Chen Mo was sitting on the sofa with an air of calmness. Jiang Xiaoyu did not avoid anything and sat next to him with a comfortable distance. As he watched the few girls walk in, Chen Mo's gaze naturally settled on the two beautiful ladies. He had already seen their profiles from the HR department and knew a bit about their appearances. However, seeing them in person was still a significant difference. Both girls were around 1.7 meters tall. Li Man had a stunning figure, clearly exuding a captivating allure. She was on par with the two sisters, Rosa and Shasha. Li Xinran, on the other hand, had a pure and sweet type of beauty, quite similar to Yuan Xiaoming. Of course, while their figures might not be as striking as Li Man's, they still stood taller than most women. Each had their own merits, and they were all easy on the eyes. Li Xinran and Li Man's first impression of the big boss, Chen Mo, was quite good. If given a choice, who wouldn't he want their boss or CEO to be a handsome guy? Even if nothing significant happens, just taking a look can be refreshing and improve one's mood. Everyone's thoughts lingered for a moment. Yururuxu smiled lightly and said, "Mr. Chun, I've brought Yuan Xiaoming and her two friends." After experiencing so much in the past few months, Chen Mo felt indifferent towards beautiful women, so he naturally didn't show any unusual expressions. Hearing Yururuxu's words, he pointed to the sofa nearby and smiled casually. "It's not a serious meeting. Feel free to take a seat." "Manager Yururuxu, you sit too." With the big boss speaking up, the few ladies didn't pretend to be overly formal and casually sat down. The sofa was quite spacious, comfortably accommodating 6 people in a harmonious manner. Chapter 124. Li Man's promotion and salary increase. Seeing this, Chen Mo first turned his gaze towards Li Man and smiled, asking, "Li Man, I looked at your profile. Your last job was as a public relations planner for a star-rated hotel, right?" Upon hearing the big boss ask her first, Li Man felt a bit flattered and quickly sat up straight, replying, "Mr. Chun, after graduating from university, I've always worked in hotel public relations planning." "Well, you must have been in a senior position at the hotel, and your compensation should have been quite good. Why did you suddenly leave?" When the big boss asked this, Li Man felt a bit uneasy. After organizing her thoughts in her mind, she quietly replied, "To be honest, Mr. Chun, the new general manager at the hotel often made things difficult for me, and I really couldn't stand it, so I chose to resign." Hearing Li Man's words, Chen Mo could roughly guess what was going on. There are unspoken rules in every industry, and he naturally wouldn't delve into details. With a faint smile, he said, "It's a bit of a waste for someone like you to be a clerk. I plan to set up a public relations planning department in the factory, and I'd like you to be the manager, with a monthly salary tentatively set at 30,000. Li Xinyan and Yuan Xiaoming. You will also join this department as special assistants in public relations, with your salary remaining at 20,000. He continued, "From now on, any public relations planning activities in the factory will be up to you." Listening to the big boss's few simple words, Li Man found herself unexpectedly promoted and receiving a salary increase of 10,000. This luxurious treatment made her heart race uncontrollably, and she was almost at a loss for words from excitement. Forcing herself to calm down, she stood up and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for the promotion, Mr. Chun. I will definitely work hard and not let you down." Li Man's sudden promotion and salary increase naturally made Yuan Xiaoming and Li Xinyan extremely envious. However, they also understood the other party's qualifications, realizing that this kind of good fortune was not something they could easily attain. One was still in her senior year and hadn't graduated yet, while the other was only a sophomore. Their work experience could be described as a blank slate. Earning a monthly salary of 20,000 at their stage was already quite impressive. After Li Man expressed her gratitude, both of them followed suit, stating they would work hard. In the finance department, Oruwashua witnessed this scene. Although her expression did not change much, she felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. As the finance manager, she had just received her salary today. Based on her previous monthly salary of 28,000, it had increased by 2,000, making it exactly 30,000. Compared to the 12,000 she earned before Chen Mo took over the factory, it was more than double. Originally, this was something very exciting. However, now seeing how lightly Chen Mo spoke, Li Man had been promoted and was now at the same level as her, which made her feel inexplicably uneasy. She herself didn't know why, it just felt a bit off. After arranging the work for several girls, Chen Mo finally turned his attention to Jiang Xiaoyu beside him. "Xiaoyu, Please create a group called Tianda Electronics A-Class Employee Group and add the 4 of them in. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu lightly acknowledged and, without saying much, opened WeChat to start creating the group. She certainly understood what the boss was up to. With the mindset that being obedient would lead to more bonuses, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't bother to compete for attention. Once the group was created, she first added Chen Mo and then scanned to add the other girls one by one. Although Oroaksu and the others were somewhat puzzled by the sudden establishment of the Tianda Electronics A-Class group, in such a situation, no one dared to ask too much. Chen Mo picked up his phone and pondered for a moment, then suddenly revealed an indescribable smile. As your boss and the one who initiated this group, let me give each of you a little red envelope. As he spoke, he directly transferred 4 amounts of 10,000 yuan into the group. The girls were still trying to comprehend what the boss meant when they were stunned by the transfers of 10,000 yuan. A whole 10,000 yuan. Is this considered a little red envelope? Shocked, joy welled up from deep within. Who wouldn't be excited facing such a handsome and generous boss? Thank you, Mr. Chun. Thank you, Mr. Chun. With smiles on their faces, they quickly claimed their 10,000 yuan. Jiang Xiaoyu watched this unfold, feeling a bit uneasy. Just as she started to have some mixed thoughts, Chen Mo transferred another 30,000 yuan in the WeChat group. He had just tested it to see that if he transferred bonuses to Jiang Xiaoyu, he could only use the employee welfare funds from another source. However, it didn't matter to Chen Mo. Both sides had ample funds, while he was indifferent. The looks from Li Xinran and the other girls towards Jiang Xiaoyu carried an indescribable nuance. For them, 30,000 yuan was neither too much nor too little. Especially for Yuan Xiaoming and Li Xinran. Both had relied on family support during college, with monthly living expenses and pocket money only around 3,000 to 4,000. They had just been pleased with their own recently awarded 10,000 yuan, but upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's 30,000 yuan bonus, their joy was at least halved. Regardless of beauty, everyone has a sense of comparison. Even knowing that Jiang Xiaoyu's relationship with the boss might not be that simple, they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of envy. Under the envious gazes of the girls, Jiang Xiaoyu lightly tapped her finger and claimed the 30,000 yuan. After receiving the bonus, the earlier hint of melancholy she felt had long dissipated. She was well aware of Chun Mo's intentions. With a soft and sweet voice, she thanked, "Thank you, Mr. Chun." The thoughts of the girls were something Chen Mo didn't want to guess, nor was it necessary to do so. Whether it was a certain supermarket or an electronics factory, getting benefits would depend on their performance. In his thoughts, he smiled lightly again and said, "By the way, if you have any friends who meet your standards in terms of figure and appearance, feel free to introduce them. For each successful introduction, I will personally reward 50,000. There are currently 2 spots available, first come, first served." After hearing the boss's words, the girls showed expressions of astonishment. Li Man was the first to cautiously ask, "Mr. Chun, will the position for those introduced also be a special assistant in public relations?" "Yes, it will be for the special assistant in public relations." Chapter 125. Starting to build a fish pond again. The Tianda Electronics Factory system only allocated 5 A-level employee slots for welfare enhancements. Each person gets 1 million, which totals 5 million in employee welfare funds. Chen Mo naturally thought he should secure this employee welfare quota first, even if there weren't suitable candidates around Li Man. Boss Chun would definitely offer better benefits to attract the right talent. Upon hearing the boss's words, the most eager one was Li Man. She had a cousin named Lu Yusin, who was currently working as a supervisor at a star-rated hotel restaurant in the area. Lu Yusin was quite outstanding in both figure and appearance. Li Man had long heard her cousin complain about her job being exhausting and not lucrative. Unfortunately, given the current environment, unless one resorted to unethical means, it wasn't easy to find a job that was both easy and well-paying. After briefly explaining the situation, the girls returned to their dormitory area, each with their own thoughts. Li Man, having suddenly been promoted to management, registered at the HR department, and immediately switched from a shared room to a private standard room. Thinking about the promised bonus of 50,000 yuan, and wanting to help her cousin Lu Yusin find a better future, she called Lu Yusin as soon as she entered her new room. The phone rang for a while before a pleasant voice came through. "Cousin, I'm at work. What do you need?" Without hesitation, Li Man got straight to the point. "Yusin, didn't you say you wanted to change jobs? I have a suitable opportunity for you." Hearing her cousin mention a job, Lu Yusin was surprised and asked, "Cousin, did you find a new job?" "Yes, it's at an electronics factory in the Anhai industrial zone." Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin's tone became even more surprised. "Ah, an electronics factory? I really don't want to work in a factory. Come on. What are you thinking? It's not like I'm asking you to be on the assembly line. The position is a public relations assistant, which is basically an office clerk. I still don't want to be a clerk. Although it's tough here, I can still earn over 10,000 a month. How much can a clerk in a factory make? At most a few thousand, so forget it." Hearing her cousin say this, Li Man chuckled. "Yusin, I haven't finished my sentence. Why are you in such a hurry? Do I really need to call you to talk about a job that pays a few thousand?" Upon hearing her cousin's tone, Lu Yusin's heart stirred slightly. She quickly asked, "Cousin, is the clerk job at the factory really going to pay more than what I earn?" "Hee, I remember you said your base salary plus bonuses is 12,000, right? The job I'm offering you has a monthly salary of 20,000, and if you perform well, there are additional bonuses." "What? A monthly salary of 20,000? Cousin, you must be joking. Come on, we're cousins. How could I joke about something like this?" What kind of electronics factory pays such high salaries for clerks?" "The factory named Tianda Electronics has a reputation for offering high salaries, not just for clerical positions, but also for workshop workers, which is significantly better than other factories. Anyway, there are still 2 vacancies for high-paying clerks. Why not come by tomorrow to take a look? If you pass the interview, it would definitely be much better than your current role at the restaurant." Cousin, you know my qualifications. I only graduated from high school. With such good benefits at your factory, do I stand a chance?" Hearing her cousin Lu Yusin ask this, Li Man couldn't help but smile. "I forgot to mention, the hiring standards set by our factory's big boss focus on appearance and physique. Education level isn't that important." "Oh, is that the hiring standard at the electronics factory? Your big boss can't be some lecherous old man, can he?" Quite the opposite. The big boss looks quite impressive, not much different from the domineering CEOs you see on TV. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin's curiosity was instantly piqued. Setting aside the boss's appearance, just for such a great job opportunity, she naturally wanted to check it out. After thinking for a moment, she lowered her voice and said, "Cousin, I'll ask for leave tomorrow to take a look. If it works out, I'll resign from my current job." "All right, I'll send you the address on WeChat shortly. Call me when you arrive tomorrow." "Okay, bye, see you tomorrow." Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Senior Staff 609, Li Xinran and Yuan Xiaoming were feeling somewhat reflective. After just a brief meeting with the big boss, another beautiful colleague, Li Man, unexpectedly got a promotion and a raise. Thankfully, both of them received a bonus of 10,000 yuan each, so despite their surprise, they felt a bit pleased. After Li Xinran tidied up her bed, she suddenly asked, "Yuan Xiaoming, do you have any suitable friends nearby? The manager has promised a reward of 50,000 yuan. Doesn't that tempt you?" Hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming shyly replied, "Li Xinran, to be honest, I'm still in my 2nd year of college, and my friends are all classmates. Even if there are a few with outstanding looks, they wouldn't come here." Li Xinran was quite surprised by Yuan Xiaoming's answer. "So, are you not continuing your studies because of this job?" "Well, I didn't do well in the college entrance exam, so I was planning to go to university. My family insisted that I attend. I'm not ashamed to say this, but it's just an ordinary private university in Shenzhen, and it cost a lot to get in. I figured that even if I graduated, finding a good job wouldn't be easy. Now that there is such a great job opportunity, my parents are very supportive, so why not take advantage of it?" After hearing Yuan Xiaoming's words, Li Xinran completely understood. If it were her, she would likely make the same choice as Yuan Xiaoming. She gently murmured, "It's really hard to find a job with such good benefits these days. Yuan Xiaoming, your decision is definitely the right one. I would do the same if I were in your shoes." At this point, she sighed softly. "Alas, it's a pity that my friends don't meet Mr. Chen's standards in appearance. That promised bonus of 50,000 yuan seems out of reach." Hearing Li Xinran mention the 50,000 yuan bonus again, Yuan Xiaoming felt a sudden stir in her heart. Her roommate and close friend, Shun Ruashi, was also of school beauty level, with looks and figure that were no less impressive than hers. However, she still had no confidence in convincing her to drop out and come work at the electronics factory. After some thought, with a mindset of giving it a try, she decided to send a message to Shun Ruashi. "Ruashi, what are you up to?" Chapter 126. Shun Ruashi came to apply to on the campus of a certain university in Deep City, Shen Ruoshi, the roommate and close friend of Yuan Xiaoming, wore a big expression of grievance and displeasure on her face. Today, while shopping with another roommate, she unexpectedly saw her boyfriend, Chao Jun, holding hands with a beautiful girl in the mall. The intimacy of their actions left no doubt in Shen Ruoshi's mind that something was amiss. In that moment, she couldn't care less about the public setting and rushed over to confront them on the spot. Chao Jun was equally caught off guard. He never expected to be caught in the act of juggling two relationships. The girl he was holding hands with was recognized as the campus belle among the freshman students. She was stunning and alluring, not at all inferior to Shen Ruoshi. Behind Shen Ruoshi's back, Chao Jun had been relentlessly pursuing this beauty. In just this short period, he had already spent tens of thousands on her. With the prospect of winning her over in sight, he was unwilling to give up easily. Weighing his options, he decisively chose to abandon Shen Ruoshi, causing her to burst into tears. Shen Ruoshi's family background was even less favorable than that of Yuan Xiaoming. When she first entered university, facing a wealthy second generation like Chao Jun, she fell for him without much resistance. She had originally dreamed of becoming a wealthy wife after graduation, but now she felt as if she had been thrown back to reality. Back in the dorm, Shen Ruoshi even regretted her impulsive decision to confront him. If she had pretended not to see, perhaps things could have turned out differently. However, as this thought crossed her mind, a self-deprecating smile emerged on her face. Given Chao Jun's character, even if she pretended not to know, her hopes of marrying into a wealthy family seemed bleak. It was almost laughable. Shen Ruoshi was merely wearing the title of a wealthy second-generation girlfriend. During their freshman year, Chao Jun had spent a few tens of thousands on her while pursuing her. After winning her over, he barely spent more than a few hundred on occasional small gifts. Just a few days ago, Shen Ruoshi celebrated her 20th birthday and had her eyes set on a handbag worth several thousand. Despite her coaxing and pleading, Chao Jun was extremely reluctant. This was undoubtedly influenced by that beautiful freshman girl. But ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that this man was fickle and unreliable. Just as Shen Ruoshi was feeling wronged, a WeChat notification chimed. Casual as she was, she glanced at it and saw that it was a message from Yuan Xiaoming. After calming herself down, she edited a response. "I'm in the dorm. I have class tomorrow. Aren't you coming back today? Shen Ruoshi, I might not continue my studies. I'm going back in a couple of days to apply for withdrawal." Seeing Yuan Xiaoming's message, Shen Ruoshi was taken aback, and her grievance faded considerably. She quickly typed a response. "Yuan Xiaoming, what's going on? Did something happen at home?" "There is not much going on at home. I found a satisfying job here in the city and don't want to continue studying anymore. My parents are quite supportive of my decision." "Oh, is that really true? A good job?" "Not studying anymore. I'm working as a clerk in an electronics factory, earning 20,000 a month. When I first joined, the boss generously gave me a big red envelope worth 10,000. Yuan Xiaoming had her thoughts, and naturally, she wouldn't keep them to herself. She mentioned the bonus that Chun Mo had given earlier. Shen Ruoshi read this information several times with a look of suspicion and replied, 20,000 a month. The boss even gave you a 10,000 red envelope right after you joined? Yuan Xiaoming, is this boss trying to take advantage of you? It's understandable for Shen Ruoshi to think that way. There is something fishy about it. Although she had never worked in a factory, she knew that clerks usually didn't have such high benefits. And receiving a 10,000 red envelope right after joining, anyone would think the boss had ulterior motives. While lost in thought, Yuan Xiaoming sent another message. Shen Ruoshi, stop overthinking. This electronics factory is different from other ones. The benefits for regular employees are really good. Several clerks who joined with me have similar benefits. And we all received the boss's 10,000 red envelope. One of the older sisters got promoted and raised her salary right after joining. She's earning 30,000 a month. Seeing Yuan Xiaoming's message, Shen Ruoshi felt a bit tempted. Her family situation was average. And now that her dream of marrying into wealth had shattered, if Yuan Xiaoming's job benefits were true, she would really want to join. In her thoughts, she proactively replied, Yuan Xiaoming, is your factory still hiring clerks? Seeing Shen Ruoshi's question, Yuan Xiaoming felt a slight joy in her heart. She nonchalantly replied while lying in bed. Why do you ask that? With such good job benefits, I'm a bit tempted. Really? There are indeed 2 openings. But would Chao Jun agree if you quit school to come work? Don't mention him. That guy is unreliable. And I'm thinking of breaking up with him. Shinruashi didn't mention what happened today to avoid being laughed at. Yuan Xiaoming wouldn't pry further either. After thinking for a moment, she replied, Shinruashi, I'd be very happy if you're willing to come, but you need to think it through. Quitting school is a big decision, so it's best to discuss it with your family. Okay, I will. If everything goes smoothly, I'll come to the city tomorrow to take a look. Alright, let me know before you come. Bye. After ending this WeChat chat, Shinruashi felt inexplicably happier. She immediately called her family. They didn't know about her rich boyfriend, but when she mentioned the high-paying clerk job, her parents were instantly interested. For an ordinary family like theirs, supporting a college student is primarily about hoping for them to secure a good job in the future. But there are only so many good jobs available these days, and who can predict what will happen in the future? Right now, there is a shortcut. So what more is there to say? In any case, the implication is that Shinruashi should go and take a look herself. If it's really as her classmates said, then giving up on her studies isn't out of the question. The next day, Shinruashi directly took a leave of absence from school. Following the address provided by Yuan Xiaoming, she arrived at Tianda Electronics Factory in the morning. The entrance of the factory was no longer as crowded as it had been the day before. After filling the remaining 100 positions in the morning, the HR department would directly end the recruitment. Looking up at the large characters at the entrance of the factory, Shinruashi immediately called Yuan Xiaoming. Chapter 127. The surprise of Shinruashi when Yuan Xiaoming brought Shinruashi to see the big boss. Li Man and her cousin Lu Yusin had already arrived a step earlier. Knowing that the big boss judged talent based on appearance and figure, both Lu Yusin and Shinruashi had dressed up carefully today. Originally, they were both stunning beauties, and in the eyes of the boss, there was hardly a flaw to be found. Just yesterday, they had discussed this matter, and today, two beautiful women had come to his door. The introduction fee of 50,000 was indeed quite enticing. Even though Lu Yusin and Shinruashi had already prepared themselves mentally, they were still slightly taken aback by the handsome appearance of Chen Mo. It was hard to imagine that such a young and dashing boss would have such peculiar and absurd standards for talent. Of course, even if they couldn't understand it, both of them felt a bit pleased. If the boss didn't have such ridiculous standards, how could such a good opportunity at Tianda Electronics possibly have come to them? After a brief inquiry, Chen Mo, sitting on the sofa, casually asked, You two are entering as special assistants in the Public Relations Planning Department, with a monthly salary of 20,000. If there are no objections, we can sign the employment contract now. Both girls had come prepared and had their ID cards with them. Hearing the boss say this, they had no objections at all. They had already made up their minds that one would go back to resign, and the other would drop out of school after joining. Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't bother to have them go down to sign the contract. He simply called Manager Wu from the HR department with a phone call. After smoothly signing the employment contract, a sound echoed in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting 2 employees of A-grade quality. Reward: increase employee welfare by 2 million, effective next month. Note: the 5 A-grade employee reward slots at Tianda Electronics have been filled. No further rewards will be given for the recruitment of additional A-grade employees. Listening to the sound in his mind, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Mo's face. With the additional 5 million in employee welfare from the girls, the amount he could control next month had reached 15 million. Even if he only took 5 from the system, he would still earn 750,000. This was even stronger than when he had his peak at the supermarket. Lost in thought, with a satisfied smile on his face, he instructed Jiang Xiaoyu beside him, add them to the group too. Faced with the boss's request, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't even think about refusing. She smiled lightly at the slightly confused Shinruashi and Lu Yusin. Open your WeChat codes. I'll add you to the group. Although the 2 girls were still unaware of what group they were being added to, it didn't stop them from uniformly opening their WeChat codes. Once the 2 girls were added to the group, Chen Mo smiled faintly. Since you are both outstanding employees of Tianda Electronics, I want to treat you differently. Here is a small red envelope for each of you. While speaking, he directly took out his phone and transferred 2 amounts of 10,000 each in the group chat. Upon seeing this, Shinruashi and Lu Yusin felt their hearts racing uncontrollably. They had heard from Yuan Xiaoming and Li Man that the boss was generous, but witnessing it firsthand was a whole different experience. Getting a 10,000 reward right upon starting. Was there a more exciting onboarding ceremony than this? At this moment, the 2 beautiful girls were filled with wonderful expectations for their future work at the factory. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Seeing this, Chen Mo smiled lightly and glanced at Li Man and Yuan Xiaoming nearby. The two girls also wore expressions of eager anticipation. Hee. Without further ado, Boss Chen chuckled and directly input 2 transfers of 50,000 each in the group chat. Manager Li, Yuan Xiaoming. I want to thank you both for introducing excellent talents to the factory. This is your introduction bonus. Upon hearing the big boss say this, Yuan Xiaoming and Li Man were, of course, extremely excited. Especially Yuan Xiaoming, a sophomore student from a modest background, who had never seen so much money. She was so thrilled that she could hardly find her bearings. Meanwhile, Shun Ruashi and Lu Yusin were still basking in their own 10,000 bonuses. Upon witnessing the big boss's extravagant display, they felt an overwhelming envy. Before the two could regain their composure, they saw Chun Mo's lips curl slightly. He turned to Jiang Xiaoyu and said with a smile, Secretary Jiang, you've performed well these past few days. Let me give you a bonus as well. Saying this, he transferred another 50,000 to Jiang Xiaoyu in the group chat. 30,000 yesterday, 50,000 today. The big boss's spontaneous generosity was making Jiang Xiaoyu's heart leap with excitement, although she knew that this bonus was meant to be seen by the other girls. What did that matter? In just a few days since arriving, she had already received 180,000 in cash from Chen Mo. Adding to the welfare funds from the supermarket this month, it had already exceeded 200,000. If she had chosen her major and worked honestly in a company, she probably wouldn't have earned this much even if she didn't eat or drink for 2 years. Moreover, given the boss's tendency to distribute such generous bonuses, it was easy to imagine that today's 50,000 would definitely not be the last this month. Such huge returns made it feel like she could soar without even trying. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu felt no regret whatsoever about her choice to follow the big boss south. It was easy to imagine how much impact this sudden reward had on Li Man and the others. A mere comment of performing well was worth 50,000. If there were no hidden agendas, they probably wouldn't believe it no matter what. When arranging dormitories, there were plenty of empty rooms anyway. Plus, Shun Ruashi and Lu Yusin were key talents personally recruited by the big boss. The logistics manager at the electronics factory assigned a separate room to the two individuals. It just so happened to be next to room 609 in room 610. Yuan Xiaoming also walked in, hesitating for a moment. She asked in a negotiating tone, Lu Yusin, can I switch rooms with you? Hearing this, Shun Ruashi looked at Lu Yusin with a bit of hope. If given the choice, she would definitely prefer to stay in the same room as her close friend, as it would be more convenient to talk. Noticing this, Lu Yusin hesitated for a moment, then readily agreed. After all, both dormitories had the same layout, so it didn't matter where she stayed. Once they switched rooms, Shun Ruashi excitedly looked around the new room. Xiaoming, the conditions here are really good. Not only does it have a private balcony and a bathroom, but it also has air conditioning. It's so much better than our school dormitory. Chapter 128. The luxurious factory meals. Seeing Shun Ruashi's surprised expression, Yuan Xiaoming felt quite happy as well. The world is truly marvelous. Just a day ago, they were still second-year students. And today they both dropped out to become office clerks at an electronics factory. In the midst of her thoughts, Yuan Xiaoming suddenly asked with a slightly awkward smile. Shun Ruashi, I earned a referral bonus of 50,000 yuan from you. You're not upset, are you? Hee. With such a great job, I can't thank you enough. What is there to be upset about? I can only say our boss, Mr. Chun, is generous. At this point, Shun Ruashi hesitated for a moment and asked, by the way, what is the relationship between Secretary Jiang and Mr. Chun? Why did she also receive a bonus of 50,000? Hearing Shun Ruashi's question, a complex smile appeared on Yuan Xiaoming's face. What kind of relationship? It goes without saying, it's definitely not just a normal boss-secretary relationship. Yesterday, when Mr. Chen rewarded us with a big red envelope of 10,000 yuan, he also gave Secretary Jiang an additional 30,000. Upon hearing this, Shun Ruashi's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Wow, 80,000 yuan in just 2 days. This money is too easy to earn. Seeing Shun Ruashi's expression, Yuan Xiaoming jokingly asked, what's wrong? Do you have any thoughts now that you just arrived? In response, Shun Ruashi shot her a glare. What thoughts could I have? Can't I just be envious? Ha ha ha, just joking. By the way, does Chao Ju know you're here? when Yuan Xiaoming suddenly mentioned him. Shinruashi's expression turned a bit unnatural. I forgot to tell you, I broke up with him yesterday. Oh, is it because he didn't buy you a bag for your birthday? Yuan Xiaoming, don't laugh at me, but Chao Jun is just a fickle person. Behind my back, he is pursuing a freshman girl. I found out about it yesterday while shopping. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming was slightly startled. How could he do that? He has such a beautiful girlfriend and still chases after others? I've come to realize that men are unreliable. I was blinded by his wealthy background before, and I gave him my innocence without getting much in return. As long as I can earn a lot of money myself, I won't have to rely on a man. Yuan Xiaoming, I have to thank you. Even if I studied for a few more years and graduated smoothly, I probably wouldn't find such a good job. After hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming nodded, somewhat understanding. It's good that such a man is out of your life. Let us go back to school together tomorrow to handle the dropout procedures. Yeah, today. After all the factory employees are gathered, the factory will start simple training. The assembly line in the electronics factory is actually very simple. Except for a few specialized technical positions, the rest are basically easy to learn. These girls, aside from their looks, are all quite skilled, and they pick things up very quickly. None of them feel tired at all. If there is no overtime, the workday is only 6 hours. This job can even be described as quite easy. As the pleasant closing bell rang at noon, the girls, either in small groups or alone, walked towards the cafeteria with smiles on their faces. Shun Ruashi, Yuan Xiaoming, along with Lu Yusin and Li Xinran from the neighboring dormitory. Since the Public Relations and Administration Office has not yet been established, there was no need to work for the time being. When it was time for lunch, they naturally headed to the first floor. From a distance, they could see the employee cafeteria was already bustling. Compared to yesterday's 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, today's offerings were definitely on another level. It was like night and day. There were oil-braised prawns, stir-fried crabs, braised chicken legs and wings, spicy diced chicken, green pepper beef, and braised lion's head meatballs, along with a variety of vegetables. Just looking at them was enough to whet the appetite. Moreover, today there was no limit on these dishes. As long as there was no waste, everyone could serve themselves in line. Such a luxurious dining standard completely astonished all the employees in the factory. Only the management knew about the changes in the cafeteria meal expenses. Until the details were finalized, they hadn't spread the word. So when the girls suddenly encountered this delightful surprise today, they were all a bit overwhelmed with excitement. Yuan Xiaoming and her colleagues, being office clerks, had a separate window to get their meals, just like the management. They didn't have to stand in that long line. The few girls looked at the beautifully presented dishes, their eyes filled with surprise. Lu Yusin, at the front of the line, picked up a few oil-braised prawns and a large chicken leg, along with a scoop of green pepper beef. She excitedly remarked, "This food is too luxurious. It's way better than the staff meals at my 5-star hotel. No, I need to control my appetite. Otherwise, what if I gain weight?" Hearing Lu Yusin's chatter, the other girls couldn't help but smile knowingly. They didn't yet know if this kind of meal would be an occasional treat or a daily occurrence. If it were daily, that would be simply wonderful. When it was Yuan Xiaoming's turn to get her food, she couldn't help but ask a woman in a white hat in the back, "Sister, will our factory meals be like this every day?" After the factory benefits were restructured, the cafeteria wages naturally rose significantly. Facing the inquiry from the beautiful Yuan Xiaoming, the woman didn't seem impatient at all. She smiled and replied, "You newcomers are really in for a treat. The cafeteria meals were just upgraded today. Not only has each person's meal cost increased several times, but we also brought in several top chefs. So this standard will be maintained every day." Clearly, the other girls also heard this. Each of them happily carried their favorite dishes to the dining area. Shinruashi took a big prawn and was so moved that she almost cried. Even though she was dating a wealthy heir, this guy rarely took her out for seafood. To put it nicely, it's said to be for her figure. Shinruashi only realized now that this guy simply didn't want to spend money on her after successfully pursuing her. As long as she controls her food intake, no matter what good food she eats, her figure won't easily change. After a meal in the staff cafeteria, whether old or new employees, their sense of belonging to the factory increases. Unconsciously, they also feel a bit grateful towards the big boss Chun. Even those who have never set foot in the factory know that most factory owners are not thinking about how to exploit workers' benefits. Instead, they are focused on how to make workers create greater wealth for themselves. It's rare to find a boss like Chun, who not only offers high salaries, but also raises the standards for meals to such a high level. not to mention in Guan City. Even looking across the entire province, or even the whole country, it's probably a rare occurrence. Chapter 129. Jiang Xiaoyu lost direction. The Public Relations Planning Department's office was ultimately decided to be on the 6th floor. The entire 6th floor was so spacious. And aside from Chun Mo's luxurious boss office with an aerial garden, there were also 2 large vacant rooms. The previous boss disliked being disturbed during his leisure time, so those rooms had remained empty. Although Chun Mo still adhered to the principle of not taking initiative, not refusing, and not being responsible. Now that the fish pond had been built, he naturally wanted the fish to be a bit closer to showcase his strength. The next day, Yuan Xiaoming and Shun Ruoshi returned to the city to handle their withdrawal procedures. As for Lu Yusen, she had resigned from her position as the restaurant supervisor the day before and returned to the hotel. The office chairs and computers were all in place for the large public relations planning department. Aside from manager Li Man, there were only Lu Yusen and Li Xinran. The 2 girls sat in their respective office chairs, looking at each other. They had no idea how to start with their so-called special assistant roles in public relations. Bored, Lu Yusen browsed the development history of the Tianda Electronics Factory on the computer for a while. She then stood up and walked into Li Man's office. With no one else around, the atmosphere was quite casual. Li Man smiled and asked, "Yusen, are you getting used to the office work?" In response, Lu Yusen casually found a chair to sit down, smiling awkwardly. "Cousin, with such a high salary from President Chun, we can't just sit here waiting for the day to end, right?" Hearing Lu Yusen say this, Li Man revealed a hint of a bitter smile. "This factory is different from the hotel. I also don't know how to start for now. Let's first learn more about the factory situation on the computer." Upon hearing Li Man's words, Lu Yusen glanced outside the window at Li Xinran. Suddenly, she asked, "Cousin, why do I feel like this public relations planning department is just a leisure position? With such generous benefits from President Chun, bringing us beautiful women in, could there be another purpose?" Hearing this, Li Man frowned slightly. "Don't talk nonsense. With a charming and wealthy boss like President Chun, what kind of woman can't he find? Why would he go to such lengths? Just focus on your work. Isn't it nice to have some leisure time? Anyway, the benefits we should have, President Chun won't shortchange us. It's fine to say these things to me, but if others find out, who knows what kind of consequences there might be." Seeing her cousin so serious, Lu Yusen couldn't help but chuckle. "I was just joking. It's not like anyone else will know. What are you worried about, cousin? All right, it's work time. You should go back to your own desk." In the afternoon, after Yuan Xiaoming and Shun Ruoshi completed their withdrawal procedures and returned to the factory, the Public Relations Planning Department naturally had 2 more bored girls. Chen Mo also felt a bit bored, thinking it was still more comfortable at the supermarket at home. According to the current order production situation at the factory, it would take about half a year to achieve a profit of 30 million. As I thought of this, a self-deprecating smile appeared on my face. I really am getting greedier. The system has just unlocked a new enterprise, and I'm already thinking about the next target. Progress should be made step by step. Putting aside these chaotic thoughts, Boss Chin took some time to bring Jiang Xiaoyu to the RD department, together with RD manager Feng Denkai. There were a total of 9 people in the department, all of whom were men. Upon seeing the big boss visiting, everyone perked up. Not only have their salaries improved, but there is also over 1 million in RD welfare funds sitting in the department's account. This was something that was unimaginable in the past. Of course, even with ample funding, innovating in electronic technology is still very challenging in a short time. However, Feng Denkai confidently reassured that they would achieve technological innovation as soon as possible. Chen Mo patted him on the shoulder and suddenly asked, "Manager Feng, is Zhang Xiaoer still in contact with you?" Hearing the boss's question, Feng Denkai couldn't help but feel a shiver. "Mr. Chen, that day I already followed your orders to cut ties with her. I definitely wouldn't dare to contact her again." "Haha, Manager Feng, you don't still hold a grudge against me, do you?" When asking this, Chen Mo fixed his gaze on Feng Denkai's changing expression. If the other party showed even the slightest hint of abnormality, he would not hesitate to let him go. However, Chen Mo was overthinking. Feng Denkai did have some resentment at first, but after seeing Zhang Xiaoer's true colors, he even felt a bit relieved. If he had married such a woman, aside from some physical enjoyment, his home would definitely be in chaos. To put it bluntly, he was doing well enough now. If he were to go back to his hometown for matchmaking, he would definitely be in high demand. Finding a wife, even a beautiful one, would not be too difficult. Lost in thought, Feng Denkai hurriedly shook his head. "Mr. Chun, I'm grateful to you. How could I resent you?" If it weren't for your timely intervention, I can't even imagine the tough days ahead. Seeing that Feng Dengkai's expression was normal, Chen Mo didn't say much more. As long as the other party didn't have any ill intentions, he didn't need to play the villain. After a brief exchange, he left the RD department with Jiang Xiaoyu. In the corridor, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Chun Mo's mouth. Xiaoyu, since there's nothing much going on in the factory right now, let's go explore Guanqing. I've heard this city is famous for its beautiful women, and since we're here, we should see for ourselves. Hearing Chun Mo say this, Jiang Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. Then she obediently nodded. She had now realized that if she wanted to gain more benefits from this man, besides behaving well, the rest was just to be obedient. As long as Chun Mo didn't involve her in illegal activities, Jiang Xiaoyu could compromise. One can't blame her for having such thoughts. The main reason is that the boss Chun has been too generous. In just a few days since arriving in this city, he has already given 180,000. Under the overwhelming influence of cash, Jiang Xiaoyu, who was originally quite honest and straightforward, has completely lost her direction. This city is known as a hub of adult entertainment in the country. Even after several crackdowns, it remains at the forefront of such developments. Chun Mo is surrounded by beautiful women, and even if he gets a bit tired of them, a single call can have Su Guer and Luo Shasha flying over. Naturally, there's no intention of having any deep experiences at these places. It's just about wanting to see what it's like. As night falls, countless luxury cars pour into the Longgong Hotel's Prince nightclub. Chapter 130. Visiting a nightclub with the sister in the business van, besides the driver. There were also Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Man sitting next to Chen Mo. He was not familiar with the city at all, so naturally, he needed someone who knew it well. After several years of working in hotel public relations, Li Man became the best choice. At this moment, Li Man was still a bit stunned. The big boss actually asked her to take him to a nightclub. It was simply outrageous. If it weren't for Chun Mo's handsome appearance and his generous demeanor, she would have wanted to refuse. Although Li Man worked in hotel public relations, it was a legitimate job, and she had never crossed any lines. After much consideration, she chose the well-known Taizi nightclub in the city. Looking out at the bustling traffic outside the car window, Chun Mo casually asked, "Manager Li, is Taizi nightclub very famous here?" Hearing this, Li Man nodded slightly. Yes. The owner of the Taizi nightclub at Longgong Hotel has a significant background, and its scale ranks among the top 3 in the city. When I worked at my previous hotel, I had some business dealings with Longgong Hotel, so I have a little understanding. At this point, Li Man hesitated slightly, showing a somewhat awkward expression. Mr. Chun, although I've been in the hotel industry for a few years, I'm not very familiar with the inner workings of nightclubs. Haha. It's fine. Let's just treat it as a casual visit. As they spoke, the business van was moving swiftly. Suddenly, Chen Mo had the idea of buying a car. The best vehicle at the current electronics factory was this business van. Although it wasn't shabby, it still felt a bit beneath the surface. Chen Mo currently had over 6 million in his account. The daily pure profit from the electronics factory and supermarket was nearly 200,000. To put it bluntly, Chen Mo was a lone wolf and had no plans to settle down for the time being. Even if the system no longer bound him to other businesses, the profits from these 2 electronics factories and the supermarket were more than enough for him to spend freely. He didn't dare to dream of buying a luxurious villa with this amount of money just yet, but purchasing a slightly better luxury car was completely feasible. After about 10 minutes, the business van steadily parked in the parking lot outside Taizi nightclub. Given the mixed crowd at the nightclub, Chun Mo decided to have the driver, Xiao Zhao, accompany him. The driver, Zhao Yuanjia, was a genuine veteran. In his spare time, he liked to work out, and his muscles were quite developed. He could handle 2 or 3 ordinary people without much trouble, making him suitable as a temporary bodyguard in such places. Upon entering through the main door, they were greeted by a huge dance floor. The DJ on stage and the alluring, sexy women had already set the atmosphere. Surrounding them were numerous booths filled with countless men and women. Although Chun Mo rarely visited nightclubs, he knew that the place where money was most lavishly spent was in the private rooms inside. As long as you have enough cash, there are all kinds of beautiful women here for you to choose from. A simple package is just to accompany you for drinks and conversation. If you want a deeper interaction, it all depends on how much you're willing to spend. Chen Mo is not lacking in beautiful women, so he naturally wouldn't take unnecessary risks. Once inside, he casually looked around. Even just around the dance floor, Chun Mo spotted several stunning girls. However, compared to the 2 beauties beside him, Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Man, they were still a bit lacking in charm. Lost in thought, he waved to a nearby waitress. "Please arrange a nice booth for us." Seeing Chun Mo and his companion's impressive demeanor, the waitress instantly broke into her signature smile. She pointed to a VIP booth on the high platform and said with a smile, "Sir, the minimum consumption for that VIP booth is 6,000 yuan. Is that all right?" A minimum consumption of 6,000 yuan was nothing for someone of Chun Mo's stature, so he nodded without any hesitation. Seeing this, the waitress's smile grew even brighter. Unlike the princesses in the private rooms, she relied on generous customers for commissions to provide better service. Clearly, with Chun Mo's extraordinary demeanor, along with the presence of two beauties like Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Man, he definitely appeared to be a high-spending customer in her eyes. Under the waitress's guidance, the group of four quickly made their way to the elevated booth via a small staircase. This elevated independent booth was essentially a small private room, just without any partitions. From here, the entire dance floor was in clear view. The waitress, with a sweet smile, naturally handed over the drink menu. Chun Mo casually flipped through it. Most of the options were in package form. The lowest price was over 800, while the most expensive Emperor Spada package reached an astonishing 88,000 yuan. Since it was a rare occasion to visit such a place, Chun Mo naturally wouldn't mind spending a little extra. Without any hesitation, he pointed directly at the most expensive Emperor Spada package. "Let us try that Emperor Spada." Seeing that Chun Mo ordered a top-tier package right off the bat, the waitress was both surprised and delighted. It's worth noting that even in such high-end venues, the most expensive packages are rarely ordered. Most people understand that the actual cost of the so-called Emperor Spada is probably just a few thousand yuan, or even less. Those who consume such packages, aside from not being short on cash, mainly seek the prestige that comes with it. Just from this order, the waitress could earn a commission of over 1,000 yuan. Excited, she quickly pulled out a POS machine. Her face beaming, she explained, "Sir, we require payment up front here." Not wanting to delay, Chun Mo simply took out his card and swiped it. Meanwhile, the two beauties, Li Man and Jiang Xiaoyu, looked on. There was not the slightest shock at Boss Chen's performance. In their minds, it wasn't just about over 80,000. Even if it were over 800,000, it would probably be just a drop in the bucket for the big boss. When the waitress went to prepare the set meal, Chun Mo glanced at Zhao Wenjia, who was standing behind him. With a faint smile, he said, "Xiao Zhao, no need to stand. Come and sit down." After all, the others were not bodyguards, just a driver, and Chun Mo felt it was not polite to make him stand there. Hearing the big boss say this, Zhao Wenjia awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "President Chun, I usually don't drink, and since I'll be driving later, you all enjoy yourselves. I'll just watch the fun." Since Zhao Wenjia said so, Chun Mo naturally wouldn't insist. Chapter 131. Li Man was touched on the dance floor before long. Several waiters approached with drinks and fruit pastries. A manager-level man from the nightclub even took the initiative to warmly hand over a business card, implying that he hoped Chun Mo and his friends would come often to support them. After some simple pleasantries, they didn't disturb Boss Chun and the others. Looking at the beautiful bottles of liquor on the table, Li Man couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Having worked in the hotel industry, she had naturally heard of the famous Ace of Spades. This drink isn't just about alcohol. Even a sip is filled with the taste of wealth. While she was still pondering, Chun Mo had already poured a glass for each person. He took the lead and sipped, then smiled. "This is indeed more flavorful than ordinary champagne. You two should give it a try." With the boss speaking, Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Man were both curious and eager as they lifted their glasses and took a small sip. The drink went down, and Li Man felt an indescribable taste. She smiled lightly and said, "Just this little sip might be worth several $100. Mr. Chun, if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have tasted such expensive liquor in my lifetime." "Ha ha, this is just about the experience. The taste is actually quite similar." "Jiang Xiaoyu, what do you think?" Hearing Chun Mo ask her, Jiang Xiaoyu gently shook her head. "Mr. Chun, I usually don't drink much, so I'm not very familiar with this." "No worries, if you're not used to it, just enjoy the fruit." A little is fine." Even if she wasn't used to it, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't want to waste such a good opportunity. Upon hearing that, Chun Mo just smiled lightly. He then turned his gaze to Li Man. "Manager Li, do you know how to play rock, paper, scissors?" A little, but not very well." "Ha ha, I only know a bit too. Let us just have some fun." Facing the boss's invitation, Li Man couldn't possibly refuse out of respect. Let us do it. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand. With the rule that the loser takes a sip, Li Man's fair little face soon turned red. Compared to her drinking capacity, she was far behind the two sisters, Rosa. Jiang Xiaoyu watched for a while and quickly learned. As Li Man's face turned red, she also joined the game. Chen Mo faced the two beautiful women alone, not falling behind at all, mostly winning and rarely losing. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyu's little face also turned rosy. But neither of them reached the point of drunkenness. Chen Mo had no intention of getting them drunk. Seeing it was about time, he naturally stopped. Standing up and looking at the large dance floor below, he suddenly smiled and suggested, "Since we're here at the nightclub, how about we go down and dance?" Hearing the boss propose this, obedient Jiang Xiaoyu naturally had no objections. After a moment of thought, Li Man also nodded and agreed readily. One reason for her quick response was that Chen Mo was indeed very generous. In just a few days since starting her job, she had already received a bonus of 60,000 yuan. With such a generous boss, she didn't dare to offend him in the slightest. On the other hand, Chen's handsome appearance also matched her aesthetic preferences. Even if she faced a little inconvenience on the dance floor, Li Man could accept it. However, she was overthinking it. Chen Mo had no intention of taking advantage of her at all. He had never been to a nightclub in his life. He simply wanted to experience it freely. Even if Li Man didn't agree, he wouldn't harbor any resentment. Of course, having a beautiful woman dancing alongside him would certainly make him feel happier. At that moment, there were at least dozens of men and women dancing in the entire dance floor. With the addition of Chen Mo and the others, many people's attention was instantly drawn to them. Chen Mo's slightly handsome appearance wasn't anything particularly special. However, beauties like Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Man were quite rare in a nightclub setting. With the arrival of two such stunning women, the atmosphere in the dance floor was elevated to a new height. Cheers and shouts filled the air, driven by the DJ's music. It was also Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Man's first time at a nightclub. Initially, they were a bit reserved, but seeing their boss dancing so enthusiastically, they gradually relaxed. To be honest, swaying to the DJ's music felt quite enjoyable. Just as Li Man was getting into the groove, she suddenly felt someone touch her hips. Angrily turning around, she saw a man with a buzz cut and tattoos leering at her. With that kind of outfit, he looked like he could have gangster written all over his face. Her anger dissipated significantly in an instant. In a place like this, it was a mix of good and bad. She didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Mo, so she furrowed her brows slightly and took 2 steps away. The buzz-cut tattooed man, seeing this, grew bolder. Pretending to dance, he pushed right against Li Man from behind. This time, Li Man couldn't hold back and impulsively kicked the man. The tattooed man, in pain, cursed, "You filthy bitch, how dare you kick me?" As he shouted, he raised his hand to slap Li Man. The situation escalated too quickly for Chen Mo and Jiang Xiaoyu to even comprehend what was happening. Just as it seemed that slap was about to land on Li Man's face, Zhao Yuanjia swiftly caught the man's hand before it could strike. As a driver, he didn't dare to confront someone who looked like a troublemaker directly. He gently pushed the man back, positioning himself in front of Chen Mo and the others. After a brief commotion, 2 more men emerged from behind the tattooed man. They had tattoos on their arms, clearly not good company. As the 2 parties were about to clash, the crowd around them quickly parted. The tattooed man, who had just been kicked, shot a fierce glare at Zhao Yuanjia. He then turned to Li Man and shouted angrily, "How dare you kick me? Do you know who I am?" Faced with the man's fierce demeanor, Li Man felt both scared and regretful. Just as she was at a loss, Chen Mo, who had regained his composure, stepped forward. He coldly glanced at the 3 men and then asked, "Manager Li, what just happened?" "CH Chen, he just touched me, and I kicked him," Li Man stammered. As soon as she finished speaking, several aggressive security personnel squeezed in. "What is going on? Who dares to cause trouble at the venue?" At the same time, the man who had just handed his business card to Chen Mo also pushed his way in. As soon as he saw that the conflict involved Chen Mo and his group, his heart sank. As the manager of this area, he was counting on such a patron to support the venue in the future. Who dares to block his source of income? Chapter 132. The surprisingly man in the midst of his thoughts. The man's gaze turned sharply towards the tattooed crew with buzz cuts. As the manager responsible for this dance floor, he immediately recognized their identities. These guys were known local troublemakers with no significant background. They typically came to this establishment to consume cheap drinks, spending only a few dozen yuan. With tattoos on their necks and arms, They really thought they were tough guys. Even if they were part of a gang, the manager had no fear. Behind him was a powerful figure in the local hospitality industry. A big boss who had connections in both legitimate and illegitimate circles. In an instant, the man reached a conclusion. With a fierce look in his eyes, he angrily addressed the tattooed crew. Who gave you the guts to cause trouble here? As he spoke, he signaled to a few imposing bouncers nearby. Drag them out and teach them a lesson. Upon seeing this, the tattooed crew was immediately taken aback. Although they weren't major players, they had some notoriety in the area. Since they frequented this club, the manager shouldn't have failed to recognize them. How could they be treated this way without any reason? Especially since they were all from the same scene? As the bouncers approached with unfriendly expressions, one of the crew quickly shouted, "Manager Chin, that girl started it first. Why are you treating us like this?" "Why? Because they are VIPs at our establishment," the manager retorted. "And you guys are just a bunch of losers. I know exactly what you are like. Don't waste time talking to them. Just drag them out and don't disrupt our business." With that, the bouncers wasted no time, grabbing the tattooed men and dragging them out of the club like hawks snatching up chicks. The manager then gestured for the DJ on the stage to continue. Turning to Chun Mo, he smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry that these thugs ruined your evening." Seeing the manager's attitude, Chun Mo didn't feel angry anymore. He still didn't quite understand what had happened. In places like this, accidental bumps and touches were inevitable. Glancing at Li Man, who looked a bit wronged, he lost interest in dancing. After returning to their VIP booth, he casually asked, "Manager Li, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Li Man replied, "Not a big deal. I didn't expect you to have such a fiery temper," Chun Mo said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Li Man's face turned slightly red. She quickly explained, "Mr. Chun, that guy was just too much. I couldn't help but kick him." Li Man felt a bit embarrassed to mention the vulgar actions of the guy earlier, and she still felt wronged. Noticing this, Chun Mo didn't press further. His gaze shifted to Zhao Yuanjia, who was standing nearby, and he remarked appreciatively, Zhao, good job. We really owe you for that." Hearing this, Zhao Yuanjia smiled awkwardly and said, "Mr. Chun, you flatter me. I'm also cautious when dealing with those troublemakers. You've performed well. When you return, I'll give you a raise." Upon hearing this from Boss Chun, Zhao Yuanjia's eyes lit up slightly. Previously, as Zhou Yaohua's dedicated driver, along with some skills, his salary plus bonuses was around 10,000 a month. After Boss Chun arrived, just a few days ago, he announced that everyone's base salary in the factory was increased by 2,000. Naturally, Zhao Yuanjia was no exception, and his salary rose to 12,000. He was still riding high from that joy, and now he was getting another raise. It was hard not to feel excited. In his thoughts, a grateful expression naturally appeared on his face. "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Upon hearing this, Chen Mofeng smiled lightly, raised his glass, and took a sip. He then stood up and said with a smile, "I've seen enough of this nightclub. Let's head back." Hearing the boss say this, Li Man and Zhang Xiaoyu both breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they didn't like places like this at all. Besides the earlier incident, they really didn't want to stay here any longer. As for the expensive drinks, they wouldn't even want to spend a few hundred if it were up to them. With the strong smell of money around, they would prefer to go outside and buy a bottle of soda instead. Once outside the nightclub, Zhao Yuanjia appeared somewhat nervous. He was genuinely worried that the troublemakers might come back for revenge, not to mention that the boss and the others needed protection, even if he let loose. He didn't have confidence in beating the three troublemakers. With the boss promising a raise, Zhao Yuanjia didn't want any trouble at this critical moment. Chen Mo was also a bit concerned, but fortunately, nothing happened. After getting in the car smoothly, he pondered whether he should hire a couple of strong bodyguards for himself. In situations like today, having some capable bodyguards around would certainly ease his worries. Back at the factory, Chen Mo directly rewarded Zhao Yuanjia with 10,000 cash and raised his salary to 15,000. Faced with such a windfall, Zhao Yuanjia felt he could hardly contain his loyalty. After bringing Zhang Xiaoyu back to his luxurious apartment, after a little guidance, the girl obediently joined Chun Mo for a bath. Later, leaning against the bed, he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and edited a message to post in the group chat. Today, Manager Li and Secretary Jiang both performed well, so as encouragement, each will receive a bonus of 20,000. Following that, he sent 2 transfers of 20,000 each. Li Man returned to her dorm and took a shower. As she lay on her bed, Feeling a bit wronged about today's events, she heard a WeChat notification and casually opened it. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The boss actually rewarded her with a bonus of 20,000. What had she even done today? How did she end up being recognized for her performance? Could it be that just accompanying the boss to a nightclub, having a few sips of expensive drinks, and dancing a bit in the club qualified as good performance? Although she couldn't quite understand it, the surprise in her heart instantly washed away any feelings of grievance. Wasn't it just a little bump from a slacker? It wasn't anything substantial. Just like that, 20,000 yuan. And Li Man even felt like she had struck it rich. She had only joined the electronics factory for a few days and had already earned 80,000 yuan. Bonuses of thousands were frequent, and the boss's extravagance was even more than she had imagined. With a gentle tap of her finger, she happily pocketed 20,000 yuan and typed a few words in the group. Thank you, Mr. Chun. At this point, it was still not yet 10 o'clock in the evening, and the four girls in the employee dormitories 609 and 610 were still awake. While scrolling through videos on their phones, they all noticed the activity in the group one after another, and were instantly stunned. Chapter 133, Beauty and Luxury Cars for Li Xinran and the Others. 20,000 yuan is equivalent to their monthly salary. It's not a small amount by any means. The big boss has always rewarded Jiang Xiaoyu frequently, which has made the other girls quite envious. Now, with just a remark about good performance, Li Man has also received a bonus of 20,000. In an instant, the girls' minds were filled with calculations. There is no love or hate without reason in this world. They certainly didn't believe the big boss would reward Li Man out of the blue. Lu Yusin, as Li Man's cousin, simply left the room to visit. They were on the same floor, and soon she knocked on the door. Cousin. Hearing the noise, Li Man, who was still feeling happy, was slightly taken aback, then got out of bed to open the door. Yusin, why are you still awake at this hour? I can't sleep anyway, so I thought I'd come over and visit. As she spoke, Lu Yusin walked straight in, seeing her cousin hesitating to speak. Li Man knew what she wanted to ask. She took the initiative to say, you want to know why President Chun gave me a bonus, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin awkwardly smiled. Cousin, you were called out by President Chun, and then I didn't see you again. Where did you go? You probably won't believe it, but our big boss wanted to experience the nightlife in the city, so he asked me to be a temporary tour guide. Just the two of you? Seeing the doubtful expression on Lu Yusin's face, Li Man couldn't help but roll her eyes. What are you thinking? Besides Secretary Jiang, there was also the driver from the factory. The four of us went to the Longgong Hotel's Prince nightclub. President Chun took you two beautiful women to a nightclub? It's not as complicated as you think. The big boss just wanted to see, and we only stayed in the dance area for a bit. Hearing her cousin say this, Lu Yusin still looked skeptical. Just like that, President Chun rewarded you with 20,000 yuan? What do you think it is? Stop overthinking it. Hurry back to the dorm. Naturally, Li Man wouldn't mention the incident in the dance area. Watching her cousin Lu Yusin leave the room with a hint of doubt on her face, she couldn't help but show a wry smile. The big boss's extravagant generosity indeed invites speculation, but she didn't care. Making money is the ultimate truth. In Dorm 410, Yuan Xiaoming and Shun Ruoshi also wore puzzled expressions. Shun Ruoshi couldn't hold back her curiosity, and after hesitating for a while, she finally asked, Xiaoming, do you think Manager Li might have, with the big boss? Hearing Shun Ruoshi's question, Yuan Xiaoming leaned back on her bed and gently shook her head. 20,000 yuan shouldn't be for that. I don't think Manager Li is that kind of person. 200,000 isn't a small amount. I guess it's highly likely that's the case. Otherwise, why would Mr. Chun reward both her and Secretary Jiang at the same time? Shun Ruoshi, no matter what, you can talk to me about this. But don't go spreading it outside. I know, I'm not foolish. Hurry up and sleep. We have to work tomorrow. After the lights went out, while Yuan Xiaoming quickly fell asleep, Shun Ruoshi found it hard to drift off. She remembered how easily she had been pursued by the wealthy second-generation student, Chao Jun, when she had just entered university. Her materialistic tendencies were much stronger than those of the other girls. She had always envied Jiang Xiaoyu, who was close to the big boss. Now, with the incident involving Li Man, regardless of whether it was as she thought, her heart began to stir. He was handsome, wealthy, and most importantly, incredibly generous. Such a man was many times better than her ex-boyfriend, Chao Jun. Even if it meant being a third or fifth party, Shun Ruoshi wanted to give it a try. Chun Mo naturally had no idea about Shun Ruoshi's inner thoughts. After Zhang Xiaoyu received the bonus of 20,000 again, she became even more obedient that night. The next day, after training, the beautiful girls in the workshop were back to work, and the factory resumed operations fully. At this time, there weren't many orders, and they worked less than 6 hours a day, which was quite relaxed. After the rewards he had given the girls in the past few days, the employee welfare fund still had 177 million left. He wasn't in a hurry. Even if he couldn't spend all of it, he would find a way to use it all on the factory's welfare before the end of the month. A 5% commission? Why not take advantage of it? With Zhou Jinhua managing the factory, he didn't need to worry at all. After breakfast, he checked the best security companies in the country online. After some comparisons, the Golden Shield Security Group from the neighboring city entered his sights. The group had been established for over 30 years and basically held a monopoly in this industry domestically. Many well-known big bosses were their clients. Since the city was so close, Chen Mo was too lazy to consult online and wanted to see it in person. Before going, he also wanted to buy a sports car to drive. A few hours later, at a large 4S dealership in the city, a brand new black Lamborghini slowly drove out. Chen Mo felt a bit excited in the driver's seat. Compared to his BMW X5 in Jiangcheng, which was worth less than 600,000. This cool Lamborghini was a significant upgrade in both feel and comfort. Of course, the price was 7 to 8 times more than the BMW. In the passenger seat, Zhang Xiaoyu was also very excited. She had only seen such luxurious sports cars on the internet and never expected she would one day get to sit in one. Looking through the car window at the envious gazes of passers-by, she felt her heart soar. With a radiant smile, she asked Mr. Chun, "Are we going back to the industrial area now?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile slightly and immediately set the navigation to the headquarters of a security group in the city. "I'll take you around the city." Hearing Chun Mo say this, Zhang Xiaoyu didn't ask much and obediently responded with an Before long, the Lamborghini supercar entered the expressway. Compared to the constraints of the city, Chen Mo quickly accelerated to 120 km/h on the highway. The occasional roar of the engine gave an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Chen Mo unconsciously pushed the speed up another notch. Only when the speed warning alert rang did he gradually slow down. After the initial excitement wore off, Chen Mo, not being a young, reckless person, naturally wouldn't risk his life. In less than an hour, the Lamborghini supercar smoothly exited the highway. Chapter 134. Beautiful bodyguard Lung Yu. The city of Deep City has quite a few districts, and after getting off the highway, guided by the navigation, it took almost another hour to finally arrive at the headquarters building of the Golden Shield Bodyguard Company. In this prime location, an entire multi-story building belongs entirely to the Golden Shield Group. One can imagine that achieving a monopoly in the domestic bodyguard industry is no small feat. Chun Mo's Lamborghini sports car, while not the absolute top tier, is still quite impressive. Facing such a potential major client, a manager-level man from the Golden Shield Bodyguard Group personally received the two. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaoyu understood the main purpose of Chun Mo's trip to Deep City. She wasn't too surprised, after all. In her eyes, it was not an exaggeration for someone of Chun Boss's wealth to hire a few bodyguards. The man from the Golden Shield Group was named Zhou Kuei, who politely inquired about Chun Boss's background. Upon learning that he was the owner of a major electronics factory, his smile remained broad. "Mr. Chun, our bodyguards at the Golden Shield Group are absolutely the most professional in the country, and we have significant recognition globally. Your personal visit indicates that you should have some understanding of our group's strength. I won't go on about our merits. Our bodyguards are quite straightforward. There are 3 levels in total: junior bodyguards, intermediate bodyguards, and senior bodyguards. If Mr. Chen's requirements are not too high, generally speaking, an intermediate bodyguard would be fully capable. If you have higher demands, I still recommend choosing a senior bodyguard. Those who qualify as senior bodyguards in our Golden Shield Group are usually seasoned veterans with combat experience, easily handling several ordinary individuals. Of course, the price for senior bodyguards differs significantly from other types. The specifics depend on your choice, Mr. Chun. The time can also be flexible, whether it's a day or a month." After listening to Zhou Kuei's introduction, Chun Mo smiled lightly and asked, "Manager Zhou, the price is not an issue, and I will try to choose a longer duration. Can I select the bodyguard myself?" "Of course, no problem. All the information about our bodyguards is available on this computer. Feel free to browse." As he spoke, he pushed a laptop from the desk over to Chun Mo. Chun Mo didn't feel the need to be polite. After adjusting the computer's position, He pressed the mouse and directly accessed the database for senior bodyguards. There were also a series of filters for selection, including gender and age. Since Chun Mo had come here with specific intentions, if given the choice, he naturally preferred to select a dashing female bodyguard. With no hesitation, he quickly checked the options for female and the age range of 18 to 22. With a gentle click of the mouse, the database updated the screen. Only 6 young women met these criteria, but their appearances were hard to describe. Feeling disappointed, he changed the age range to 23 to 30 years old. This time, there were more than 10 candidates that met the criteria, and Chun Mo quickly focused on a girl named Lung Yu. At 24 years old, she was an orphan and a top-notch bodyguard trained from a young age by a security company. Compared to other average-looking female bodyguards, Lung Yu's beauty was exceptional. Although the profile only had a headshot, Chun Mo was confident in his judgment. In the midst of his thoughts, he pointed to the girl's profile. That's the one. When Zhou Kuei saw that Chun Mo chose Lung Yu as the bodyguard, he wasn't particularly surprised. However, he still explained, Mr. Chun, Lung Yu is one of our top bodyguards, and her price is slightly higher than that of other high-level bodyguards. Additionally, I must remind you that her temperament isn't the best. Several previous employers parted ways with her on bad terms. If you have any other intentions, I advise you to consider someone else. Hearing Zhou Kuei's words, Chun Mo understood his meaning. Without hesitation, he smiled and said, I just want a bodyguard who looks pleasing to the eye, and I have no other thoughts, so I'll choose her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuei gave Chun Mo a meaningful glance, but didn't press the issue further. He then shifted the conversation. All right, let me introduce her pricing. Since you are looking for a long-term arrangement, I want to mention the short-term fees. Due to her special status, hiring Lin Yu for a month costs 300,000 yuan, and payment must be made in advance. If there are any unpleasant issues due to the employer's inappropriate thoughts during this period, our security group can terminate the contract early, and the fee will not be refunded. Mr. Chun, if you can accept these terms, I can call Lung Yu over right now. After listening to Zhou Kuei, Chun Mo finally understood. How could such a stunning and capable female bodyguard still be waiting in the database for someone to choose her? Not to mention the exorbitant monthly fee, this last clause would likely deter many big bosses. Chun Mo didn't mind. After all, the salary was covered by the system. He just needed to find a reason to arrange a position for her in the factory, and he could afford any high salary. As for the last clause, it was even less of a concern. The reason he wanted a beautiful female bodyguard was purely for aesthetics. To put it bluntly, now that he had this powerful boss system, if he were to be a little proactive, who knows how many beautiful girls would want to throw themselves at him. Under such circumstances, there was no need for any ulterior motives. Seeing that Chun Mo had no objections, Zhou Kuei immediately made a phone call. Before long, a beautiful girl dressed in a black shirt, black pants, and black boots walked in with confidence. It was the top bodyguard Lung Yu from the profile. The moment Chun Mo saw her, his mood brightened even more. Lung Yu looked even more stunning in person than in the computer profile. She was simply breathtaking. The key is that her figure is exceptional, and her overall attractiveness definitely surpasses that of any woman around her by several points. If we were to rate Jiang Xiaoyu and Luo Shasha around 85 points, then Ling Yue would be at least above 90 points. At this moment, her hair is elegantly pinned up, and her all-black outfit adds a unique charm. While Chun Mo is assessing her, Ling Yue is also evaluating him. As the top bodyguard of a security company, ever since she nearly scared a client off a year ago. Most of the assignments she has taken since have been from female clients, and they are all very short-term. She just received a notification that a big boss from a local electronics factory specifically requested her, and she feels a bit reluctant about it. She knows best how impressive her figure and looks are. Chapter 135. The expensive beauty bodyguard due to the incident with her male employer a year ago. Lung Yu specifically discussed with the higher-ups at the company. She stated that if any male employers wanted to hire her in the future, the fee would have to increase from the previous 240,000 to the current 300,000 per month. Additionally, the strict terms were proposed by Lung Yu herself. The reason she did this was that she was generally unwilling to take on male employers. At this moment, looking at Chun Mo, who appeared quite decent on the outside, she felt little fondness. With a stunning beauty by her side, why not just hire a practical bodyguard? Why spend such a high price to bring her on board? In Lung Yu's opinion, Chun Mo likely didn't have good intentions. Of course, since someone specifically requested her and was willing to accept those strict terms. Lung Yu had no choice but to comply. After all, as an orphan with no parents, the company invested heavily in training her to be a top bodyguard. They certainly didn't want her as a mere decoration. Profit was the primary goal. In fact, with Lung Yu's figure and looks, if she were a bit softer in personality, she could easily rise within such a large corporation. However, this girl was genuinely proud and had little desire for money. Since childhood, she had an exceptional talent for combat sports, combined with a fiery personality. Even if some high-ranking individuals in the company were envious of Lung Yu's physique, they found that soft approaches didn't work and hard approaches were futile. So far, no one had managed to subdue her. Saying that Lung Yu was a thorny wild rose would not be an exaggeration. A small manager like Zhou Kuei brought far less benefit to the company than Lung Yu. Naturally, he didn't dare to show any displeasure and smiled gently. Lung Yu, this is Mr. Chun Mo from Tianda Electronics in Wan City. He wants to hire you as his personal bodyguard long-term. Manager Zhou, you've already mentioned my conditions, right? Mr. Chun is aware and has no issues with it. All right, then let us proceed with the contract. Throughout the process, Lung Yu didn't ask Chun Mo a single question. Her proud demeanor made Chun Mo feel a bit vexed. However, there were no other suitable candidates in the bodyguard database, so they had to make do. Regardless of her attitude, as long as she looked good, that was enough. When filling out the contract, to ensure the system processed the payment smoothly, Chun Mo changed her title from personal bodyguard to bodyguard for Tianda Electronics. Although Zhou Kuei found this action a bit puzzling, he didn't dwell on it. As per their prior agreement, after signing the contract, it was time for Chun Mo to make the payment. Although it was the payment account of the company, it was officially for hiring Lung Yu. The system cooperated well, and the 300,000 employee welfare funds were smoothly transferred to the other party's account. After the payment, Chun Mo looked at Lung Yu. With a slight smile, he asked, Miss Lung, does this mean that from now on, you are my personal bodyguard? Upon hearing this, Lung Yu nodded expressionlessly. Mr. Chun, you can call me by my name, but please don't call me Miss Lung. During the contract period of the next month, I will do my best to ensure your personal safety. All right, then I'll call you Lung Yu. Today, I drove 2 sports cars here, and you'll need to take a ride to the Tianda Electronics factory in the Anhai district of Dongguan. After hearing Chun Mo's words, Lung Yu's expression slightly froze for a moment. She then nodded lightly. I understand. Please send me the address, Mr. Chun. After the two exchanged WeChat contacts, Chun Mo sent over the address of the Tianda Electronics factory. Once everything was settled, he briefly explained and left the Jin Dun group with Jiang Xiaoyu. It's a rare visit to Shenzhen, so Chun Mo took the opportunity to show the girl around, but it felt just average. After a casual stroll, the sports car returned to Dongguan. In the car, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Chun, the price for this bodyguard is too high, 300,000 a month, which is equivalent to 10,000 a day. Lung Yu is just a weak woman. Besides being beautiful, she doesn't seem that impressive. Can she really take on 10 at once? Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Chun Mo firmly gripped the steering wheel. With a smile on his face, he replied, Don't underestimate her. To reach the ace level in a bodyguard group like Jin Dun, she must have her own unique skills. I can guarantee that our factory's driver, Xiao Zhao, is probably no match for her, even if there are 2 or 3 of them. Wow, is she really that impressive? Hehe, if you're curious, just let her show her skills later. Meanwhile, Lung Yu, transported by the company's special vehicle, had already arrived at the entrance of the Tianda Electronics factory. Her previous employers all lived in luxurious villas. This factory was something she had never encountered before. Chun Mo had already informed the factory, and the girl was easily taken into the administrative office building. Zhou Jinhua, somewhat bewildered, had to personally escort her to the office. Just as he was about to ask if she wanted coffee or tea, Lung Yu coldly spoke up, Is Mr. Chen not back yet? What is your relationship with Mr. Chen? Upon hearing this, Lung Yu slightly raised her eyebrows. I am his newly hired personal bodyguard. Didn't Mr. Chen mention it to you? Zhou Jinhua was momentarily taken aback by her words. A stunningly beautiful personal bodyguard? It made him want to hire one for himself. Even just to enjoy the view, he felt it would be worth it. Of course, Zhou Jinhua, as the general manager of Tianda Electronics, was certainly no fool. He could guess that a beauty like her would not come cheap. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, if it's not too much trouble, how much did Mr. Chen pay to hire you? 300,000. The cold moon reluctantly uttered a few words. 1 year? 1 month. Hearing the accurate response from the beautiful girl in front of him, Zhou Jinhua nearly stumbled. Even though he had already guessed that the price wouldn't be cheap, he was still shocked by this exorbitant figure. 300,000 for a month? He couldn't believe he was even considering hiring one. With his salary, it felt utterly impossible. While he marveled at the new employer's extravagant spending, he also couldn't help but complain internally. Wealthy individuals really do have new ways of courting. Zhou Jinhua certainly didn't believe that Boss Chun was spending such a large sum just to find himself a personal bodyguard. Of course, no matter what he thought inside, he wouldn't show it on his face. Given the other party's status, it was inappropriate for them to stay in his office. After some thought, he politely smiled and said, Boss Chun should be back soon. Let me take you to Manager Lee on the 6th floor. Chapter 136. The stunning ladies in the office of the Public Relations Planning Department on the 6th floor. Several ladies were bored and playing with their phones. They had already gone through the documents of the electronics factory several times. Li Man had not assigned any tasks for the time being, so it was quite a leisurely day. Just as they were idly passing the time, General Manager Zhou Zhenghua walked in with Lung Yu. Although they were both stunning beauties, Lung Yu's strikingly superior appearance, combined with her cold and unique aura, made Li Xinran and the others feel a sense of surprise. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Man also stepped out from her inner office. After glancing at Lung Yu, she hesitantly asked, Mr. Zhou, who is she? She is the personal bodyguard hired by President Chun. Since he hasn't returned yet, I brought her along, Zhou Zhenghua replied. Li Man was slightly taken aback by this revelation. She initially thought this incredibly beautiful lady was another special assistant recruited like Lu Yusin and the others, only to find out that she was actually the personal bodyguard of the big boss. No wonder she looked so cool. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Li Man's face broke into a faint smile. All right, Mr. Zhou, you go ahead with your work. I can take care of her. Once Zhou Zhenghua left, Li Man smiled kindly at Lung Yu. Feel free to find a seat. There's a water dispenser and free coffee over there. I won't bother you. After saying this, Li Man nodded with a smile and walked back into her office. As soon as Li Man left, Yuan Xiaoming jumped up from her seat, curiosity written all over her face. Sister, you're so beautiful. Your outfit is so cool. Where did President Chen find you? Lung Yu was a bit dazed at the moment. Although Li Man and Yuan Xiaoming were not as stunning as her, they were still exceptionally beautiful women. It was hard to imagine that an office in an industrial electronics factory would have so many top-tier beauties. However, seeing this scene made her feel much more relaxed. With so many beautiful women around, President Chen shouldn't be taking any risks with her, right? Thinking this way, a smile appeared on her face. Hello, I'm Lung Yu. You can call me a Yu or Xiao Yu. I'm from the Golden Shield Bodyguard Group in Shin City. Upon hearing Lung Yu's introduction, Yuan Xiaoming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Oh, what a coincidence. I study at Shin City University too, but I haven't heard of your company. With Yuan Xiaoming's words, Lung Yu curiously asked, Are you a senior here for an internship? I just started my sophomore year this year, but since this job opportunity is so good, I dropped out to come and work here, she said, pointing at Shinruashi, who was in a similar situation. Hearing this, Lung Yu was also somewhat surprised. Dropping out of a good university to work? She even felt that her mind was struggling to process this. Several other girls also gathered around, seeing the surprised expression on Lung Yu's face. Shinruashi curiously asked, Sister Lung Yu, if Mr. Chun can hire you as his personal bodyguard, your skills must be exceptional, right? Initially surprised, Lung Yu didn't think much more when she heard Shinruashi's question. She smiled lightly and replied, It's all right. Ensuring someone's safety is not a problem. By the way, what do you all do here? We're in the Public Relations Planning Department, essentially regular office staff. Regular staff? How come you all are so beautiful? Sister, you're even more beautiful. I didn't expect a bodyguard could have such looks. As the girls chatted and laughed, Li Xinran suddenly asked the question everyone was most curious about. Lung Yu, how much did Mr. Chen pay to hire you? 300,000 a month. Hearing Lung Yu's nonchalant answer, the girls couldn't help but gasp. Although they had guessed that Lung Yu's salary would be higher than theirs, they never expected it to be so outrageous. Seeing the shocked expressions on Li Xinran and the others, Lung Yu explained, That's the price set by our Gene Dun group. I only take home about over 100,000. Wow, over 100,000 a month is already quite high, exceeding my expectations. Sister Lung Yu, is being a bodyguard really that lucrative? Seeing Shun Ruashi's envious expression as she asked this, Lung Yu couldn't help but smile lightly. Most bodyguards only earn a few thousand a month. I'm considered a top bodyguard in our group, so my rate is a bit higher. Top bodyguard? You can really take on 10 or more at once, right? If it's against unarmed, ordinary people, taking on 10 should still be manageable. After hearing Lung Yu's words, the girls were left astonished. They didn't doubt the truth of her statement. A sky-high hiring fee of 10,000 a day for such impressive skills seemed reasonable. Soon, their expressions were filled with admiration. Lung Yu's aloof personality was only directed towards men, with other beautiful girls like Yuan Xiaoming. She naturally didn't keep up her cold demeanor and quickly found common ground with them. Li Man, seeing the situation outside through the window, remained indifferent. She was currently holding the position of manager in the Public Relations Planning Department, but also didn't know how to proceed. After asking the boss, Chen Imo simply told her to do as she pleased. To put it bluntly, this Public Relations Planning Department was originally a small pond created by the boss, so he naturally didn't care whether the fish worked or not. When Chen Imo returned with Jiang Xiaoyu, Lung Yu immediately went back to his side. Her face once again returned to its aloof expression. Seeing this, Chen Imo didn't think much of it and arranged a room for the girls downstairs in his house. When Tan Siley hurried over to cook, she found another stunning beauty in the living room. Before she could ask, Jiang Xiaoyu had already introduced her with a smile. Sister Tan, this is Lung Yu, the new personal bodyguard hired by Mr. Chen. You can call her by her name, or a Yu, or Xiaoyu. Hearing this, Tan Siley was a bit surprised, but didn't dare to ask more. She smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, Miss Jiang." She then kindly nodded at Lung Yu. Meanwhile, Chen Imo was upstairs listening to a video call report from Luo Shasha. In the video, the beautiful Luo seemed to be gazing affectionately, her eyes almost melting. "Mr. Chen, when will you return to Jiang City?" "It depends. How is the supermarket renovation going?" Currently, it's progressing very smoothly. It's expected to be fully completed in about 20 days. What about the crowd at the square? Is anyone slacking off during the dancing? With such great treatment from you, and with the rest of us keeping an eye on things, who would dare to slack off? That's good to hear. I'll make sure to reward you all properly when I return. Chapter 137. Rosa is coming. Mr. Chen, I really miss your presence. Since the supermarket is not busy, can I come to Guan City? Hearing Rosa's question in the video, Chen Imo couldn't help but smile slightly. Sure, go ahead and book a flight. Send me the itinerary, and I will arrange for someone to pick you up. After hearing Chen Mo's response, Rosa's eyes lit up in the video. She had just said it casually, but didn't expect the boss to actually agree. As her thoughts wandered, the charm on her face became more pronounced. Mr. Chen, I will book the fastest flight right now. After hanging up the video call with Rosa, Chen Imo felt quite pleased. Occasionally indulging in something special is nice, especially with someone like Rosa, who has an exceptional figure. Checking the time, feeling elated, he headed downstairs. With Tan Siley busy in the kitchen, several exquisite dishes were already laid out on the dining table. After washing his hands and sitting down with Jiang Xiaoyu, Chen Imo glanced at the standing Lung Yu and thought for a moment before calling out, "Lung Yu, why don't you join us at the dining table?" Upon hearing this, Lung Yu immediately declined. "No need, Mr. Chen, Sister Tan has already saved me some food." Chen Imo didn't insist after hearing her response. He served himself a spoonful of soup and, after taking a couple of sips, instructed, "Sister Tan, from now on, when I'm eating, you and Lung Yu don't need to stand so close. It feels a bit uncomfortable. Since you've saved her some food, take her over to that small table." "All right, Mr. Chen." "Lung Yu, come with me," Tan Siley said. Once the two went to the small table in the kitchen, Chen Imo casually mentioned, "Xiaoyu, Rosa is coming to Guan City. Her flight is at 9 tonight, so you'll sleep in another bedroom tonight." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression froze for a moment, but quickly returned to a casual demeanor. "Okay, I understand, Mr. Chen." Chen Imo was very pleased with Jiang Xiaoyu's obedient response. Meanwhile, in the rental apartment in Jiang City, Luo Lily watched her sister Rosa packing a few clothes. Feeling quite complicated, she had just heard about this. Putting aside the tempting bonus, the charm of the boss was something Luo Lily missed greatly. After calming her complicated feelings, she quietly asked, "Sasha, how many days are you planning to stay there?" Rosa smiled back, "Sister, I don't know, just following Mr. Chen's arrangements." "What if Mom and Dad ask?" "Sister, I've thought about it. Just say I'm going on a business trip for learning." "All right, just be careful since you're going far alone. I'm an adult now, you can relax." While they were talking, Rosa finished packing a small suitcase. "Sister, I've ordered a car and need to head to the airport, so I'm leaving now." Watching her sister Rosa leave, Luo Lily felt inexplicably drained. Later that night, around midnight, Rosa successfully arrived at the electronics factory. Due to it being evening, there wasn't much time for sightseeing. Under the guidance of the driver, they quickly arrived at Boss Chen's top-floor suite. At this moment, both Lung Yu and Jiang Xiaoyu were already resting in their respective rooms. Chun Imo stood in the living room, slightly opening his arms. Luo Shasha dropped her small suitcase and directly went into his embrace. Boss Chen, I missed you so much. Ha ha ha, it's only been a few days. Is it really that exaggerated? Yes, it is true. I missed you so much last night that I couldn't sleep. Regardless of whether Luo Shasha's words were exaggerated, Chen Imo felt quite pleased. Just as he was enjoying the moment, the door to Lung Yu's room suddenly creaked open. She stepped out wearing a black tank top, her gaze coldly sizing up Luo Shasha. With a somewhat unfriendly expression, she asked, Boss Chun, where's Miss Jiang? Who is she? Seeing her expression, Chun Imo slightly furrowed his brows. He reprimanded, Lung Yu, remember, I paid a high price to hire you just to ensure my safety. You don't need to worry about anything else. Now, go back to your room immediately. After hearing Chun Mo's words, Lung Yu probably guessed what was happening. She snorted softly, said nothing more, and returned to her room. The scene left Luo Shasha a bit stunned. Looking at Lung Yu's room, she blinked and curiously asked, Boss Chun, who is that girl? She's so beautiful. Hee, she's a hired bodyguard. It seems she considers Jiang Xiaoyu as the main one and is naturally hostile towards you. Just a bodyguard? Why is she acting like this, really? Don't mind her. That's just her personality. He then pointed upstairs, his face regaining a charming smile. Come on, knowing you were coming today. Jiang Xiaoyu has already made space for you. Upon hearing this, Luo Shasha instantly forgot about the earlier unpleasantness. She clicked her heels and went upstairs. The long journey didn't make her feel tired at all. After a quick wash, she looked even more radiant and full of fighting spirit. The next day, after Jiang Xiaoyu got up, she naturally went downstairs. Lung Yu, who had already risen, walked over. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, Miss Jiang, are you okay? Hearing Lung Yu's somewhat abrupt question, Jiang Xiaoyu looked a bit confused. Sister Lung Yu, what do you mean? What could be wrong with me? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's expression, Lung Yu was also a bit perplexed. Her man was hugging another woman, yet she had no reaction at all. Could it be that she was still unaware? Upon hearing this, Cold Moon kindly reminded, Miss Jiang, I saw Mr. Chun with a woman in the living room downstairs last night. You might want to pay attention. After hearing Cold Moon's words, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, Cold Moon, but I'm aware of this matter, and it's not convenient for me to discuss the specifics with you. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's response, Cold Moon's heart began to churn. Although she had a cold and proud personality, she was also a bit naive. It became clear to her in an instant that her boss, Mr. Chun, was definitely a fickle person. No wonder a regular electronics factory could attract so many stunning beauties. However, as a highly paid personal bodyguard, Cold Moon realized that before Mr. Chun had any other intentions towards her, these matters were indeed not something she should interfere with. If Jiang Xiaoyu herself was not anxious, why should she be? Chapter 138. A bit of a discomforting Cold Moon. Once Siley finished preparing breakfast, Chen Imo and Luo Shasha stepped out of their room. After arriving downstairs, Luo Shasha exchanged smiles with Jiang Xiaoyu. There was a slight awkwardness, but they quickly adapted. The two of them sat down and began to chat cheerfully in low voices. Seeing this scene, Ling Yue felt even more uncomfortable. She couldn't understand why such a beautiful woman like Jiang Xiaoyu would be willing to share a man with another woman and maintain such a close relationship with her. As she pondered this, her gaze towards Chun, the boss, grew increasingly displeased. This typical playboy was clearly eyeing more than one option. If he dared to have any improper thoughts about her, she would make sure he regretted it. While she was feeling indignant, Siley was a bit confused. Just yesterday, a bodyguard named Ling Yue appeared, and today another stunning beauty showed up. The intimate interaction between Luo Shasha and the boss as they descended the stairs. If she was still a bodyguard, Siley certainly didn't believe it at all. However, she naturally wouldn't, nor dare to, ask too much about the boss's private life. After finishing breakfast at Luo Shasha's initiative, Jiang Xiaoyu took her for a brief tour of the Tianda electronics factory. They first arrived at the workshop and saw that the girls working there were all quite good-looking. Luo Shasha was naturally surprised, but quickly understood with Jiang Xiaoyu's explanation. As long as the benefits were good, it was much easier to recruit beautiful employees in a place like Guanqing than in Jiangqing. The two of them then wandered around the small square. Luo Shasha couldn't help but tentatively ask a question. Jiang Xiaoyu, besides the personal bodyguard Lin Yue, does Boss Chin have any other major plans here? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu paused slightly. What major plans? Like in our supermarket's A-level employee WeChat group. Hearing Luo Shasha's words, Jiang Xiaoyu instantly understood. She forced a bitter smile and said, Manager Luo, I thought you were going to ask something else. Boss Chin just set up a public relations planning department 2 days after arriving, hiring a new manager and 4 public relations assistants, all of whom are top beauties. A few days ago, he had me create an A-level employee group, which includes those 5 plus a manager from the finance department. Now with Boss Chin, there are already 8 people in this group. After hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Luo Shasha felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. However, given their positions, it was indeed difficult to inquire further. They exchanged wry smiles, and Jiang Xiaoyu pointed in the direction of the employee dormitory. Let me take you to the cafeteria. As the 2 girls strolled around the factory, Chen Mo lay back in a rocking chair in the garden. With a thought, he opened the transparent panel in front of him. First, he checked the situation of the supermarket. Number of employees, 144. It cannot exceed 150 people. The number of employees who have reached A-level quality, 10. The current total profit of the supermarket, 3,062, 245 yuan. A surprise gift box will be available once the net profit reaches 10 million. The remaining employee welfare budget for this month, 690,000 yuan. Other than the employee welfare budget, there hasn't been much change in the supermarket since the last time it was checked. In an instant, the panel was switched to another facility. Number of employees, 831. The maximum cannot exceed 3,000. Employees who have reached A-level quality, 7. The net profit generated for the host by the factory currently stands at 530,000 yuan. Once the net profit reaches 30 million, the system will actively bind and unlock the next enterprise for the host. The remaining employee welfare budget for the factory this month, 520,000 yuan. Without a doubt, Lung Yu must also be counted as one of the A-level quality employees. However, since the 5 reward slots are already full, there will be no increase in employee welfare funds. As for the factory's net profit, it has only officially started for 1 day, yet it has already increased by 170,000 yuan compared to the last time. Calculating like this, even with the current order volume, there should be a net profit of 5 million for the month. Achieving the target of 30 million is only half a year away. Thinking of this, Chinemo couldn't help but smile slightly as he closed the panel. Sitting in the rocking chair, he felt quite pleased, while Lung Yu, standing not far away, felt a bit uncomfortable. Her lips slightly pursed, she thought to herself. This man spent such a high price to recruit her back. He wouldn't just want her as a decoration, would he? Lung Yu, as the top bodyguard of a security company, usually executes short-term tasks. However, if calculated by the day, the cost would double. Aside from a year ago when a coal mine owner had ulterior motives and was kicked out, causing an unpleasant end, all other employers basically had important protection tasks to seek her out as a top bodyguard. Looking at Chun Mo, he didn't seem to have anything that needed protection. If she had to stay here all day doing nothing, Lung Yu felt a bit drained. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask quietly, Mr. Chun, do you need to go out today? Hearing Lung Yu's question, Chun Mo turned to look at her. Not going out today, why? Since you don't need much protection in the factory, can I go out for some exercise? Upon hearing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He stood up from the rocking chair, shaking his head lightly. Lung Yu, my cost for hiring you for a day is 10,000 yuan. Even if you just stand here to please my eyes, I wouldn't feel it's a loss. But as you said, I spent such a large amount. And you want to do something you like instead, wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Listening to Chun Mo's words, Lung Yu frowned slightly. Mr. Chun, I'm not just a pretty face. I just feel it's quite boring standing here all the time. I don't see you as a decoration. Since you find it quite boring, I'm curious about your skills. How about I find a few people for you to practice with? If I'm satisfied, I'll give you a day off to arrange as you like. Upon hearing this, the expression in Lung Yu's eyes brightened slightly. Mr. Chin, I agree. But you must keep your word. Ha ha ha. It's just a day off. Why would I need to trick you with such a small matter? Let's go. We just hired a few strong security guards at the factory. Let me see if you're really that impressive. Just as they stepped out of the room, they bumped into Rosa and Jiang Xiaoyu returning. Mr. Chen, where are you headed? Lung Yu is a bit restless and wants to practice. So I'm finding a few people for her to have a real battle. Chapter 139. The Skills of Cold Moon. Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, Jiang Xiaoyu and Rosa Xia immediately became interested. A sky-high price of 10,000 a day for a top-notch bodyguard made them quite curious about just how formidable she really was. Noticing the curious gazes from the two girls, Chun Mo took the initiative to smile and said, "Let us go take a look together and see if our top bodyguard lives up to her reputation." Cold Moon felt a bit displeased, but had no way to refuse. With a cold expression, she stepped into the elevator first. She was not only annoyed with Rosa Xia, but also held no good feelings towards Jiang Xiaoyu. It was clear that this man was a notorious flirt, yet he was not only unresisting but seemed to enjoy it. Cold Moon couldn't understand why a man would demean himself like this when there were so many out there. Chun Mo, unfazed by her attitude, cheerfully beckoned the two girls to follow him. A few minutes later, at the small square of Tianda Electronics Factory, 6 burly security personnel were staring blankly at Cold Moon. Although the girl had a cool look and was the personal bodyguard of the big boss, she didn't seem like a master in their eyes. Plus, with Cold Moon's stunning face and impressive figure, it felt like the big boss was just setting them up for a laugh. One of them, a newly hired security captain named Lu Yufeng, stood at over 6 feet tall with a well-built physique. As he gazed at Cold Moon's towering presence, he swallowed hard and then nervously turned to Chun Mo with an awkward smile, saying, "Mr. Chun, we definitely have no problem practicing with her. But during the sparring, there might be some physical contact, and if we accidentally touch somewhere we shouldn't, that wouldn't be good, right?" Before Chun Mo could respond, Cold Moon, clearly impatient, interjected, "It's just sparring. Why are you dragging this out? Let us get on with it." Seeing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but chuckle. The girl's attitude clearly showed she didn't think much of Lu Yufeng and the others. However, he still reminded them, "Captain Lu, as long as there are no intentional lewd actions, any contact is fine. Also, if anyone can defeat my bodyguard, I'll personally reward you with 100,000. Upon hearing the big boss's words, the eyes of Lu Yufeng and the others lit up. Compared to the idea of getting close to the girl, the tangible reward of 100,000 was far more enticing. Lu Yufeng, having been a soldier before, was confident in his strength, believing that his size and muscle would easily overpower such a delicate girl. With that thought, he stepped forward without hesitation, looking at Cold Moon with a faint smile. "Since Mr. Chun has spoken, I'll take the lead to test Miss Cold's skills." In response, Cold Moon smirked disdainfully. "One at a time is too troublesome. You might as well all come at once." Upon hearing her words, Lu Yufeng's expression immediately soured. This girl is too arrogant. If it weren't for the big boss being here, he would have wanted to curse. Suppressing his displeasure, his gaze unconsciously turned to Chun Mo, wanting to see his opinion. Noticing this, the boss slightly raised the corners of his mouth. "Captain Lu, don't be upset. Lung Yu isn't underestimating you. Do you know how much I pay her every month? A whopping 300,000. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. You should team up. As long as you can work together to surpass her, the bonus of 100,000 is still valid." After hearing the boss's words, Lu Yufeng and the other 5 security personnel showed expressions of shock. It wasn't that they thought Lung Yu was particularly formidable. They were mainly taken aback by the exorbitant hiring fee. It's important to note that Lu Yufeng, as the head of security, only earns 15,000 a month. Compared to Lung Yu's 300,000, it's simply negligible. It's hard to imagine that such a delicate girl could be worth that price. Regardless of their confusion, after listening to the boss, Lu Yufeng and the others naturally didn't dare to underestimate her, even if there might be some exaggeration in her hiring fee due to her looks and figure. At the very least, it indicated that this striking bodyguard was definitely not an ordinary person. In a moment of thought, Lu Yufeng glanced at the others. Without him saying anything, the 5 security personnel stepped forward in unison, forming a fan shape around Lung Yu. No one dared to be careless, even for the sake of the 100,000 bonus. Among the 6 of them, 4 were veterans. The other 2, even if they hadn't served, had well-developed physiques. Tianda Electronics offered a high salary of 12,000 for security personnel. The hired guards, at least on the surface, all looked quite formidable. Lu Yufeng took the lead and called out an apology. His tall figure swooped down like an eagle pouncing on a chick. This move seemed unremarkable, yet it was very practical. As long as he could grab Lung Yu, he wouldn't even need the others. Lu Yufeng was confident that his powerful arms could easily pin this girl down, rendering her unable to move. However, he still underestimated Lung Yu. At the moment Lu Yufeng lunged at her, Lung Yu's face showed not a trace of change. She slightly tilted her body and casually executed a sweeping kick. Lu Yufeng's large frame crashed to the ground. While the other 5 were still in shock, Lung Yu darted forward like lightning. With Lu Yufeng as a cautionary tale, the 5 didn't dare to be careless at all. Each of them took up a defensive stance. No matter how skilled Lung Yu was, she was still just an ace bodyguard. With 5 strong men attacking simultaneously, it was impossible for her to overpower them effortlessly. However, her expression remained calm, and her body moved like a little eel, weaving through the 5 men. Seizing the opportunity was like a swift strike. There were no fancy moves, and in less than a minute, all 5 strong security personnel were on the ground, losing their fighting capacity. Lung Yu's performance was even stronger than Chun Mo had imagined. Luo Shasha and Jiang Xiaoyu were completely stunned. Luo, the beautiful lady, couldn't help but shiver. When she arrived last night, she was quite dissatisfied with Lung Yu's performance. Fortunately, she didn't provoke the other party today. With her small stature, she would probably be pinned to the ground in no time. Chun Mo was the first to applaud, a look of satisfaction on his face. Indeed, you get what you pay for. The top bodyguard truly lived up to the reputation. Chapter 140. The girls all want to come to the city. Hearing Chun Mo's words, Lung Yu's expression showed no change at all. Mr. Chun, you promised to give me a day off. Is that still valid? Upon hearing this, Chun Mo glanced at the few big men lying on the ground. They're not in any trouble, right? Don't worry, I was just a bit rough. They'll recover soon. After hearing Lung Yu's words, Chun Mo didn't think much and waved his hand. Go ahead, you are completely free today. Just come back to report tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lung Yu's cold expression finally softened a bit. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I'll head back to the city now. After saying this, she walked directly towards the factory gate. Chun Mo initially planned to have his driver Zhao Yuanjia see her off, but seeing her like this, he didn't want to meddle. Before long, several security personnel gradually regained consciousness and got up, their faces flushed with shame. A few sturdy men were easily taken down by a girl, and just thinking about it made them feel embarrassed. At first, they thought about taking advantage of the situation, but they didn't even know how they got caught. The head of security, Lu Yufeng, was the first to get up after being knocked down. His expression was quite something. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that a delicate woman could have such explosive power. He glanced at Chun Mo with an awkward smile. Mr. Chun, I apologize for the trouble. The bodyguard you hired is really impressive. This statement was truly heartfelt from Lu Yufeng. Chun Mo didn't think much of it. To put it bluntly, their performance was within his expectations. Although they were all strong and muscular, they had never truly trained. They could handle a couple of ordinary people without any problem. If they really encountered a top bodyguard like Lung Yu, unless they were armed, they wouldn't stand a chance at all. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and reassured them. Don't overthink it. Lung Yu's title as a top bodyguard is well-deserved. You all performed well today. I'll have the finance department give each of you a bonus of 3,000 yuan. Upon hearing the boss's words, Lu Yufeng and the others were suddenly both surprised and delighted. The gloom and shame on their faces vanished instantly, compared to the solid 3,000 yuan bonus. Being taken down by a girl was completely negligible. As long as there was a bonus, they would wish the boss would have Lung Yu come and take them down every day. After giving a few simple instructions, Chun Mo returned to the administrative office building with Jiang Xiaoyu and Luo Shasha. On the way, Luo Shasha exclaimed, before seeing Lung Yu's skills, I thought her hiring fee was outrageous. I really didn't expect her to be this formidable. I think even if 6 more men came, they definitely wouldn't be her match. Hearing Rosa say this, Chun Mo felt a different kind of emotion. A beautiful girl like Lung Yu, who is both aloof and powerful, if she could be conquered. The sense of achievement would be exhilarating just to think about. But that's just a thought. So far, the system has only given Chun Mo some changes in terms of energy and spirit. In terms of skills, he might not even match those security personnel. Without absolute strength, Boss Chun certainly doesn't want to risk being kicked by a girl. At the same time, at a supermarket in Jiangcheng, this morning, the absence of Rosa sparked curiosity among the other girls. Usually, the girls dance for an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon. Generally, they wouldn't miss it. After finishing the square dance, Wang Na casually asked Luo Lily, Manager Luo, why didn't your sister come today? Facing Wang Na's inquiry, Luo Lily hesitated for a moment. Considering Boss Chen's character, it was probably hard to keep it a secret. So she straightforwardly said, Boss Chen sent her to another city. She left last night. Upon hearing this response from Luo Lily, Wang Na couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Oh, Rosa went to another city. Her exclamation caught the attention of the other girls, and they all had their own suspicions, feeling a bit envious. As soon as Chun Mo returned to his top-floor room, his phone rang with a series of WeChat notifications. Taking out his phone, he immediately smiled. Besides Luo Lily, Wang Na, Gong Jing, UCC, Su Guer, and Lin Wanru had all sent him messages in quick succession. They were all inquiring if Rosa was in the other city and subtly suggesting they wanted to come over for some fun. With so many beauties making plans, it was originally a wonderful thing. However, even if Chun Mo had a robust constitution and abundant energy, he couldn't handle it all. He glanced at the messages and joked to Rosa. See, your sudden arrival has made the other girls jealous. Rosa, seeing the messages from Gong Jing and the others, felt a bit embarrassed. Boss Chen, what should we do now? What else can we do? I can only treat everyone fairly. Chen Mo replied. Rosa, book a flight back to Jiangsheng tomorrow, and I'll let them take turns coming over to hang out. Hearing this, although Rosa was somewhat reluctant, she didn't dare to throw a tantrum. She obediently replied, Boss Chun, you have to spend some time with me tonight. Ha ha, of course, that's no problem. The next morning, Lung Yu returned to report back. Seeing the boss and Rosa getting ready to leave, before she could ask anything, Chun Mo smiled first. You're back just in time. Come with me, I'm heading to the airport. They had already discussed that Su Guer would take the lead today. The ticket purchased for a flight arriving at Baiyun Airport at 9:30 a.m. was for a departure at 9 o'clock a.m. It was perfectly timed for both pick-up and drop-off, and since Chin Mo had nothing to do, he decided to go in person. In the business van, Zhao Yuanjiao was focused on driving, feeling a deep envy. The beautiful women around the big boss were stunning, one more captivating than the other. Lung Yu was simply celestial. Just a few days ago, Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Man had transformed into Rosa Xia and Lung Yu today, each one a goddess of exquisite beauty. The life of the wealthy is truly indescribable. In the car, Lung Yu remained as aloof as ever. Even when Rosa Xia initiated a conversation, she merely nodded in response. The lovely Rosa Xia, feeling a bit prickly seeing the other's proud demeanor, decided to flirt a bit with Chun Mo, playfully showing off in front of Lung Yu. Chapter 141. Shun Ruashi takes the initiative regarding Luo Shasha's actions. Lung Yu felt quite speechless. If it weren't for the employment relationship, she wouldn't even spare a glance at someone like Chin Mo, who is so fickle. Just because he has a bit of money, what's there to be envious about? Flaunting it right in front of her. With her thoughts racing, she slightly raised her eyebrows and turned her face to look out the window. Out of sight, out of mind. In this subtle atmosphere, the business van quickly arrived at the airport. After successfully sending Luo Shasha off to the plane, seeing that Chun Mo had no intention of leaving, Lung Yu, as a private bodyguard, didn't ask any questions. The three of them then headed to the arrival hall. Before long, Su Guer appeared in Chun Mo's line of sight, wearing a light beige dress. She carried a small handbag and, knowing she would only stay for a day or two, didn't bring much luggage. Although she was somewhat suspicious of Lung Yu's identity, it didn't dampen Su Guer's enthusiasm. Right in the arrival hall, she went straight to Chin Mo and gave him a warm hug. Mr. Chun, I missed you so much. Seeing this scene, Lung Yu's eyes narrowed sharply. This fickle man, it turns out, wasn't just playing the field. Just after sending Luo Shasha away, he welcomed another stunning beauty. Just because he has some money. These women are truly blind, throwing themselves at him like moths to a flame. The dedicated driver, Zhao Yuanjia, was also enviously purple with envy. Whether it was the just departed Luo Shasha or the beauty in the big boss's arms, their figures and looks were simply impeccable. He couldn't even imagine how extravagant the boss's nightlife must be. Putting aside Zhao Yuanjia and Lung Yu's thoughts, after a brief hug, Chun Mo showed no intention of making introductions. After all, he could tell that Lung Yu was quite dissatisfied with his colorful love life. Under such circumstances, Chun Mo naturally wouldn't seek out trouble for himself. Before long, the four of them smoothly got into the business van. Inside the vehicle, Su Guer was quite curious about the aloof Lung Yu. Unable to resist, she asked, Mr. Chun, who is she? This is my hired private bodyguard. You can just call her Lung Yu, Chun Mo replied. After hearing this, Su Guer's eyes flickered for a moment, and she offered a friendly smile to Lung Yu. Lung Yu, hello, I'm Su Guer. In response to Su Guer's self-introduction, Lung Yu merely nodded expressionlessly and then turned her face to look out the window. Su Guo'er felt a bit awkward after being met with such indifference. Noticing this, Chun Imo casually smiled and said, Su Guo'er, you don't need to mind her. That's just how she is. The rest of the journey went smoothly, and the business van soon drove into the Tianda electronics factory. Jiang Xiaoyu was feeling a bit frustrated. Just as he sent Luo Shasha away, another Su Guo'er showed up. And looking at the situation, it's clear that Su Demarin is definitely not the last one. Although feeling frustrated, she still maintains the necessary etiquette. After all, in this city, she is considered half a host now, even if it's for greater benefits. Jiang Xiaoyu won't show any displeasure. Without needing Chen Mo to say anything, she took Su Guo'er's hand and walked to the garden balcony. The two girls were chatting and laughing. Seeing this scene, Lung Yu was even more speechless. This world is simply crazy. After a short break, Chun Imo took Su Guo'er to the master bedroom upstairs. After not seeing each other for several days, Su Demarin had also become quite wild. She was no less impressive than Luo Shasha. After fully expressing themselves, it was only around noon when the girl finally trembled down the stairs. Unaware, Tensili was naturally taken aback. The speed at which the boss changed women was beyond her imagination. Of course, as a chef, no matter how shocked she was, she dared not show it on her face. She thought to herself that she must find an opportunity to remind her daughter not to get too close to the boss. At the same time, a few idle girls in the public relations department were also chattering away. Being on the same floor, they would generally know a bit about any movements from the boss. For example, today's departure of Luo Shasha or the recent arrival of Su Guo'er. At this moment, Lu Yusin had just walked into her cousin Li Man's office. Mumbling, "Cousin, did you know that President Chen brought back another beautiful lady?" Hearing this, Li Man looked puzzled and replied, "Are you talking about Luo Shasha?" "No, it's another stunning beauty with an outstanding figure and looks. And her relationship with President Chen is definitely not ordinary." After hearing Lu Yusin's words, although Li Man was somewhat surprised, she didn't think much of it. She smiled and said, "That's the boss's personal business. Why do you care so much?" "I'm just curious. Why isn't Secretary Jiang Xiaoyu angry at all?" "There's really nothing to ponder. The answer is definitely that the boss is giving too much." After hearing her cousin Li Man's words, Lu Yusin really couldn't refute. After thinking it over, it seems that the only thing that could keep such beautiful girls peaceful is probably the boss's financial power. Outside, Yuan Xiaoming, Shen Ruoshi, and Li Xinran basically shared the same thoughts. Yuan Xiaoming and Li Xinran were only sighing in their hearts. But Shen Ruoshi was a bit more eager to take action. After experiencing the situation with her ex-boyfriend Chao Jun, her desire for money was even stronger than before. Although a monthly salary of 20,000 sounds decent, it's definitely far from enough to spend freely. Right now, there's an opportunity that seems to be just lying there waiting to be taken, and the girl was naturally very tempted. As for whether the boss is fickle, Shen Ruoshi didn't care at all. To put it bluntly, she was actually afraid that Chun Mo wouldn't be fickle. Otherwise, even if the girl had ideas, she probably wouldn't find such opportunities. In the midst of my thoughts, an important decision had already been made in my heart. That night, after taking a shower and lying in bed, I decisively applied to add Boss Chen's WeChat. Su Guo'er felt a bit unwell due to being overly energetic in the morning. In this situation, Chun Mo naturally wouldn't push anything. After enjoying a couple's bath with Jiang Xiaoyu, he discovered the friend request from Shen Ruoshi. Currently, the A-level employee group of Tianda Electronics has a total of 7 girls. Including Jiang Xiaoyu, and Shen Ruoshi was the first to take the initiative to send a friend request. Chun Mo's impression of this girl was similar to that of Yuan Xiaoming. She was young and full of youthful vitality. If he had to describe her in one word, it would be fresh, and indeed, very, very fresh. Chapter 142. The Melancholy of Shen Ruoshi. Without much thought, Chen Mo directly clicked to agree. However, he did not take the initiative to engage with the other person and casually placed his phone on the bedside table. He beckoned Jiang Xiaoyu, who had just walked out of the bathroom. The beautiful Jiang bit her lip and approached the bed. "Mr. Chun, aren't you going to visit Su Guo'er tonight? If you do, I hope you can spend some time with me first. Hurry up and come here." Jiang Xiaoyu replied obediently and climbed onto the bed. In dorm 610, Shen Ruoshi was quite delighted to see that the big boss had quickly approved her friend request. She waited for a while with her phone, but noticed that Chen did not make any move to engage. Biting her lip and pondering for a moment, she decided to send a message. Mr. Chun, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. May I ask you something? After sending the message, Shun Ruashi's heart raced. She glanced at Yuan Xiaoming on the other bed, who was half reclining with her phone, not sure if she was watching a show or scrolling through videos. She quickly withdrew her gaze and anxiously awaited the big boss's reply. After waiting for a few minutes, there was still no response on WeChat. Shun Ruashi suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Though her figure wasn't extremely voluptuous, she was still a delicate beauty. Did the big boss not like young and tender girls? In her anxiety, Shun Ruashi edited a more ambiguous message. But after thinking it over, she bit her lip and deleted it. Although she really wanted to make progress, if the boss wasn't responding, being too proactive might be annoying. On the other bed, Yuan Xiaoming inadvertently noticed Shun Ruashi frowning and biting her lip. She couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Shun Ruashi, what's wrong?" Suddenly hearing Yuan Xiaoming ask, Shun Ruashi felt an inexplicable panic. She quickly shook her head. "Nothing. It's nothing. Hee. Looking at your expression, I feel like you're hiding something from me. It's not that Chao Jun guy contacting you again, is it?" Hearing Chao Jun's name, Shun Ruashi felt a wave of irritation. "Don't mention that guy. I can almost forget him. I'm going to sleep now. You should get some rest too." After saying this, Shun Ruashi didn't wait for Yuan Xiaoming's reaction and directly switched off the bedside lamp. As the room darkened, Yuan Xiaoming couldn't help but frown slightly. What is up with Shun Ruashi today? She is not acting normal at all. After muttering to herself, she didn't think much of it and put down her phone, preparing to sleep. Although Shun Ruashi said she was going to sleep, she tossed and turned in bed. Unable to fall asleep, she was just too eager to make progress. The next day, after Chun Mo woke up, he saw the message Shun Ruashi had sent him, and an involuntary smile appeared on his lips. He glanced at the beautiful Jiang Xiaoyu beside him. Noticing that she showed no signs of waking up, she simply got dressed and went downstairs. Su Guo actually got up quite early today, sitting alone in the rocking chair on the garden balcony, seemingly lost in thought. When she saw Chun Mo coming down, she quickly stood up. A delicate smile appeared on her face. "Mr. Chun, why are you up so early?" I went to bed relatively early last night, and once it got light, I couldn't sleep anymore. You look a bit bored after breakfast. How about I take you out for a drive?" Hearing Chun Mo say this, Su Guo naturally felt happy. She then glanced at Lung Yu's room and quietly asked, "Mr. Chun, is your beautiful bodyguard coming with us?" "Ha. Do you want her to come?" "Honestly, I feel a bit intimidated when I see Lung Yu. She seems to have a particularly strong opinion of me." "Ha. That's just how Lung Yu is, don't mind her." After breakfast, Chun Mo briefly gave some instructions and took Su Guo out of the room. As they walked out of the administrative office building, they encountered Yuan Xiaoming and Shun Ruashi coming towards them. Yuan Xiaoming didn't think much and greeted them cheerfully. "Mr. Chun," but Shun Ruashi felt a bit uncomfortable. Until now, the boss hadn't replied to her messages. She was eager for progress, but seeing the glamorous Su Guo made her feel even more insecure. Whether it was Jiang Xiaoyu, Luo Shasha, or the current Su Guo, Shun Ruashi had no advantage except for her age. While she was lost in her thoughts, Chun Mo gave her a knowing smile. "Shun Ruashi, judging by your expression, did you not sleep well last night?" Seeing the boss take the initiative to greet her made Shun Ruashi inexplicably flustered. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chun. I slept quite well last night." "Hee. By the way, I just saw your WeChat message and forgot to reply. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now." After hearing this, Shun Ruashi almost stumbled. What does the boss mean? Is he doing this on purpose? She glanced at the bewildered Yuan Xiaoming, forcing a smile. "It's nothing important, just that staying in the office every day is quite boring. So I wanted to ask Mr. Chun about work-related matters." "Oh, I see. Let's talk about it when I get back." She answered softly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she hurriedly walked into the office building. Yuan Xiaoming noticed and had a hint of suspicion on her face, quickly following her. While waiting for the elevator, seeing no one around, she quietly asked, "Shun Ruashi, when did you add the boss on WeChat?" Guessing that Yuan Xiaoming would ask, Shun Ruashi had no reason to lie. "I added him last night." No wonder you were so distracted last night." "Shun Ruashi, you don't mean to be thinking about something else, do you?" Upon hearing this, Shun Ruashi cast a melancholic glance at Yuan Xiaoming. "You think that's the case? But you heard it too. Manager Chen didn't pay any attention to me at all. Even if I wanted to make progress, I wouldn't find the opportunity." "Yuan Xiaoming, you wouldn't laugh at me, would you?" After hearing Shun Ruashi's words, Yuan Xiaoming was slightly taken aback. She looked at her with a complicated expression. What do I have to laugh at you for? But have you thought it through? Besides Jiang Xiaoyu, there are also Luo Shasha from yesterday and this Sugao and manager Li Man. Their relationships with him might not be clear either. With a man like him, I don't need to say how fickle his heart is, right? After hearing Yuan Xiaoming's words, Shun Ruoshi became even more melancholic. She murmured softly, "Sigh, I actually wish Manager Chun were even more fickle, otherwise. How would I have a chance?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming was at a loss for words. "Shun Ruoshi, what are you even after?" Chapter 143, giving Shun Ruoshi a chance for improvement. Hearing Yuan Xiaoming's question, Shun Ruoshi couldn't help but smile bitterly. She couldn't tell if the other party was genuinely confused or pretending not to understand. Just as she was unsure how to respond, Li Man walked in. "Hey, what are you guys chatting about? The elevator has arrived. Why aren't you going up?" Upon hearing this, Shun Ruoshi quickly forced a smile and was the first to step into the elevator. Yuan Xiaoming naturally didn't say much and followed Li Man into the elevator. In the minds of the two girls, this woman might have a connection with the big boss, so it was unlikely they would share everything with her. Chun Imo drove his brand new Lamborghini, taking Su Guo to Songshan National Park. During the trip, the girl was quite well behaved and didn't ask much about Shun Ruoshi. At the moment she offered herself, she was very clear about her position. No matter how many women Chun Imo finds in the future, as long as her benefits are secured, Su Guo doesn't care about the rest. By 4 p.m., the two returned to Tianda Electronics Factory. After returning to the factory, Chun Imo had someone clear out another vacant office on the 6th floor to serve as his office. When the big boss speaks, the efficiency is remarkably high. In less than an hour, a luxurious office was perfectly set up. As he comfortably leaned back in the boss chair, contemplating whether to have Shun Ruoshi come over, Su Guo walked in obediently. "President Shun, I've booked my ticket. It's a 9 p.m. flight." "Su Guo, are you unhappy about going back so soon?" "President Shun, I know you want to be fair, and I've had a great time these past few days." Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Chun Mo's face. "Haha, I like girls who are obedient and well-behaved like you. I want to be seeing you off tonight. I'll have Jiang Xiaoyu take you to Baiyun Airport." "That is fine. But who do you plan to send to Guangqing next?" "I haven't thought about it yet. Let us talk about it in a couple of days." Over at Tianda Electronics, Shun Ruoshi wanted to take the initiative. The girls from Jiangsheng wanted to come over, and of course, Chun Imo wanted to take his time. After dinner, he had the driver Zhao Yuanjia and Jiang Xiaoyu take Su Guo to Baiyun Airport. Chun Imo lay on a rocking chair in the garden, glancing at Lin Yue behind him. He couldn't help but smile slightly and asked, "Lin Yue, your surname is quite rare, and it really matches your personality." Hearing Chun Mo's sudden question, Lin Yue frowned slightly. In a cold voice, she replied, "President Chun, I'll head back to my room now. Call me if you need anything." After saying this, she went straight back to her room. Lin Yue was quite unaccustomed to this employment task. As Chun Imo said, the other party spent such a large sum to hire her back. It was purely for eye candy. Don't even mention any protection tasks. There wasn't even a place to stretch her limbs. She just wants time to pass a little faster now. After a month of employment, she never wants to stay in this electronics factory again. Seeing the girl walk into the room with a cold expression, Chun Imo didn't mind. Surrounded by obedient and beautiful girls, having such a cool beauty around is a different kind of fun. Lost in thought, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Shun Ruoshi. "Shun Ruoshi, weren't you curious about my work arrangements? I'm free right now, come over here." The beautiful Shun was feeling gloomy in her dormitory. The message from the boss suddenly stirred her emotions. She read it several times before looking up excitedly at Yuan Xiaoming and asking, "Yuan Xiaoming, what do you think it means that President Chen asked me to go to him?" Yuan Xiaoming was shocked and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Shun Ruoshi, are you that eager?" Hearing this, Shun Ruoshi felt a bit embarrassed. I'm not eager. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to President Chen's place now." As she spoke, she walked towards the small balcony. After checking her reflection in the mirror and feeling there was nothing much to fix, she pushed the door open and walked out. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaoming felt very complicated. She had an inkling of what her roommate was after. With their relationship, Yuan Xiaoming didn't feel it was appropriate to advise her, let alone complain from a moral high ground. Everyone has their own choices, just like her decision to drop out of school and work for a better future. While Yuan Xiaoming was lost in her thoughts, Shun Ruoshi had already arrived at Chun Mo's side. The door was left open, and the girl nervously peeked her head inside. "Shun Ruoshi, come here." Hearing the sound, she stepped inside. "Chun, the boss, was leisurely sitting in a rocking chair in the garden, wearing a half-smile on his face. Seeing him, Shun Ruashi's face turned slightly red, and she deliberately bit her lip, trying to appear charming. President Shun, where are Secretary Jiang and the others? Hee. Jiang Xiaoyu took Su Guerre to the airport. Ah, President Shun, is the Su Guerre you're talking about the beautiful sister from today? Upon hearing this, Chun Imo stood up from the rocking chair, a mischievous smile appearing on his face as he asked a different question. Shun Ruashi, how old are you this year? President, I'm 19. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Shun Ruashi felt a sudden panic at the unexpected question. She wanted to lie, but was afraid. After all, this kind of thing could be verified. After a moment of hesitation, she finally lowered her head and stammered, President Chun, I was young and naive when I first started college, and I had a boyfriend, but we've already broken up. Hearing Shun Ruashi's words, Chun Imo felt a bit regretful, but he wasn't too disappointed. In this day and age, he couldn't expect every beautiful girl he met to be perfect. Since the other party wanted to improve, of course, Boss Chun would give her a chance. With these thoughts in mind, he smiled lightly and said, being able to acknowledge your youthful ignorance shows you're a good girl. Seeing that the boss didn't show any signs of disdain, Shun Ruashi felt relieved. She sweetly smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chun. Haha, you have quite a sweet tongue. Chun Imo replied. Shun Ruashi, come with me. After saying that, Chun Imo stepped towards the staircase. Seeing this, Shun Ruashi felt unexpectedly happy and, without any hesitation, took a step forward to follow him. Chapter 144. Taking down Shun Ruashi as the two approached, the door to Leng Yue's room opened, and the girl disdainfully glanced upstairs. What is wrong with these women? They are so beautiful and can easily find men. Why do they have to swarm and throw themselves at this fickle guy? Chun Imo, of course, had no idea about Leng Yue's little thoughts downstairs. After arriving at his large bedroom upstairs, he casually sat down on the bed, looking at Shun Ruashi, who had followed him with a half-smile. Although Shun Ruashi had prepared herself, under Chun Mo's fiery gaze, she felt a bit flustered. Shun Ruashi, do you know why I called you up? Hearing the boss's charming tone, Shun Ruashi's face instantly turned rosy. Without any hesitation, she softly said, President Shun, I also want to be like Secretary Jiang. I don't want to work hard anymore. Upon hearing Shun Ruashi's straightforward words, Chun Mo's smile deepened. He loved dealing with smart girls like her. He then extended his right hand and beckoned her over. Seeing this, Shun Ruashi didn't resist at all. Walking right up to Chun Imo, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her expression alluring as she spoke sweetly, President Shun, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Listening to the girl's unconventional confession and her fiery gaze, Chun Imo naturally had no reason to hesitate. He gently pulled her into his embrace. Everything felt so natural, so logical. When Jiang Xiaoyu returned, it was already past 10 at night. As she approached the bedroom door, her brows furrowed slightly. She could clearly hear the unique sounds coming from inside. Which little vixen is moving so fast? With a resentful glance, she contemplated for a moment before finally heading towards another bedroom. This situation had been expected by Jiang Xiaoyu. It was just that it happened sooner than she had imagined. It was easy to guess that, regardless of who the woman inside was, at Tianda Electronics, she was definitely not the last one. Not long after returning to the other bedroom, the answer soon surfaced. In the Tianda Electronics A-level employee WeChat group, a text message from Chun Imo instantly caused a stir among the girls. I want to give special praise to Shun Ruashi from the Public Relations Planning Department for her outstanding performance during this time, and as encouragement, a reward of 50,000 yuan. Immediately following was a transfer of 50,000 yuan. Besides Jiang Xiaoyu, the other 6 girls, even Yuan Xiaoming, were somewhat dumbfounded. After all, Shun Ruashi had only left the dormitory for less than 2 hours. As for what she went to do, she was well aware. However, the boss's blatant reward certainly left Yuan Xiaoming perplexed. On one hand, the amount of the bonus was more than she had imagined. On the other hand, what did it mean for the boss to openly post the bonus in the group? Yuan Xiaoming had such an expression, and there was no need to mention Li Man, Lu Yusin, and Li Xinran. After a brief moment of confusion, they all naturally guessed the only possibility. If we say that Shun Ruashi has shown any outstanding performance at work during this time, that would be pure nonsense. The entire Public Relations Planning Department has been idle since its establishment. Even Li Man, the manager, felt a bit restless. The other girls, none of them were not scrolling on their phones to kill time during work. With such work performance, if they could be rated as excellent, there would be no unqualified employees in the world. Plus the 50,000 yuan bonus. It's not too much to say, but it's definitely not insignificant. Although Li Man and the others all had great figures, none of them were brainless. Just thinking a little, the correct answer became clear, while they were all sighing in their hearts. Shin Ruashi was excited and thrilled at the moment. Even without the high bonus, the happiness she gained from Chun Mo was far greater than what she had with her ex-boyfriend, Chao Jun. Just a slight comparison made Shun Ruashi feel that her more than a year in college was almost a waste, and over a year of effort. The benefits she gained from Chao Jun didn't even add up to 100,000 yuan. But with Boss Chun, in such a short time, she had already earned a tangible 50,000 yuan bonus. The feeling of low input and high return, the joy of effortlessly soaring, completely entranced Shun Ruashi. With a slight movement of her fingers, she directly pocketed the 50,000 yuan from the group. She looked at Chun Mo with an extremely charming gaze. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Little beauty, you reap what you sow. This is your deserved reward. As long as you listen obediently in the future, I guarantee there will be bonuses every month, and they will only increase. After hearing Boss Chen's words, Shin Ruashi's heart began to flutter. The next day, Tan Siley was carrying ingredients and had just opened the door to prepare breakfast. She was stunned when she saw Shun Ruashi coming down the stairs with a rosy complexion. Having worked here for a few days, Tan Siley naturally knew that Shun Ruashi was her daughter Yuan Xiaoming's classmate. At this time, how could the other party come down from the boss's floor? While still in a daze, Shun Ruashi smiled and greeted her. Aunt Tan, good morning. Ruashi, good morning to you too. Before she could ask in detail, Chun Mo also came down the stairs. With a very natural smile, he said, Sister Tan, make one more breakfast. Faced with the boss's request, Tan Siley dared not ask anything further. In her heart, she already had an answer. It was just that the situation was too sudden, and she couldn't quite wrap her head around it. It was hard to imagine how this classmate, introduced by her daughter, had reached this stage so quickly after only a few days at the factory. As she thought this, an inexplicable panic arose in her heart. While making breakfast in the kitchen, I took a moment to send my daughter a message. Xiaoming, go to your dad's place after work tonight. I have something to discuss with you. Although the factory arranged a single room for her, her partner had already rented a place outside. Since it wasn't far from the electronics factory, Tenkeli hadn't been staying at the factory lately. After sending the message, I couldn't help but sigh. As a big boss, I certainly provide good benefits for my employees. But this man seems a bit too extravagant, doesn't he? She had only been working for a few days, yet I had already seen 4 beautiful women associated with the boss. Just as Tenkeli was reflecting on this, Yuan Xiaoming had already replied, Mom, I understand. Chapter 145. The anxious Yuan Xiaoming at the dining table, Shun Ruashi sat, as if on pins and needles. She didn't know what was wrong, but since the boss's personal bodyguard, Lung Yu, walked out of the room in the morning, her gaze seemed to be constantly displeased with her. It was baffling. She hadn't offended her in any way. Was this woman unwell? After finishing breakfast with her head down, Shun Ruashi stood up, feeling a bit anxious. Mr. Chun, I'm going to work now. Hearing the girl say this, Chunimo didn't say much, just nodded with a faint smile. Seeing this, Shun Ruashi smiled at Jiang Xiaoyu and walked out of the room. It was already time to start work as she arrived outside the Public Relations and Administration office. Taking a deep breath, she pretended as if nothing was wrong and walked in. Inside the room, Yuan Xiaoming and others immediately turned their attention towards her. Although there was a hint of unspoken meaning in their gazes, no one asked too many questions about it. In the blink of an eye, the day passed. After work, Yuan Xiaoming still greeted Shun Ruashi. Shun Ruashi, I'm going to visit my parents later, so I won't be eating in the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Shun Ruashi didn't think much of it. She smiled and replied, I saw your mom this morning. She made such delicious breakfast. Hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming didn't say much more, smiled with a complex expression, and turned to leave. Back at her rented place, her father Yuan Wei hadn't returned yet. Tan Siley was tidying up some things, and naturally stopped when she saw her daughter come back. After a slight hesitation, she asked, Xiaoming, I saw your classmate Shun Ruashi at the boss's place today. Do you know about this? Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming's expression froze for a moment. Mom, is that why you called me back? Of course, it's a big deal. You have no idea. When I saw her coming down from upstairs, I was completely stunned. How could your classmate be like this? In response, Yuan Xiaoming couldn't help but show a hint of a wry smile. Mom, everyone has their own choices. Please don't go around saying anything. How could I spread rumors about such things? Xiaoming, I called you back to remind you that our boss is not a good person. You'd better not get too close to him. Hearing her mother say this, Yuan Xiaoming didn't know what to say. Mom, Mr. Chen pays you such a high salary, and you still speak ill of him behind his back? Besides, this matter was initiated by Shun Ruashi herself. Whether Mr. Chen is a good person or not is a different issue altogether. Upon hearing her daughter say this, Tensili couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. With a cold face, she said, I don't care whether your classmate was the one who initiated it. You'd better keep your distance from Mr. Chen in the future. I don't want to see you coming down those stairs one day. Upon hearing her mother's words, Yuan Xiaoming's face turned slightly red. Mom, what are you saying? I would never do that. All right, I called you over today just to remind you. I still need to go back to the factory to cook for the manager. Let's head back together. After the mother and daughter returned to the factory, they went their separate ways. Yuan Xiaoming casually ate a little in the canteen, and just as she returned to the dormitory, she saw Shun Ruashi finishing her shower and preparing to go out. Oh, Xiaoming, why are you back so soon? My dad wanted to talk to me about something, so I came back right after. Where are you off to now? It's so boring staying in the dorm after getting off work so early. I was planning to go out for a stroll, and since you're back, let us go together. Hearing this from Shun Ruashi, Yuan Xiaoming felt it made sense, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. At Tiando Electronics, all employees work a 6-hour shift as long as they don't have overtime. Their leisure time is quite ample. The two girls didn't leave the factory but just strolled around the plaza garden. Perhaps due to yesterday's events, both were initially a bit silent. Finally, Shun Ruashi smiled lightly first. Xiaoming, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you introducing me here, I wouldn't have encountered such good fortune. After hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She sighed. I see you're really smitten. Is the manager really that great? Yes. The manager is handsome and charming, way better than Chao Jun. And you saw the 50,000 bonus in the group chat yesterday. Chao Jun can't compare at all when it comes to generosity. I don't regret it at all. The manager said that as long as I behave in the future, the bonuses will only increase. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming felt an inexplicable annoyance. As long as you don't regret it, you don't have to tell me all this. Hee, we're best friends. Of course, I want to share my joy with you. After hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then she asked, when you went over impulsively yesterday, did Jiang Xiaoyu give you any attitude? Jiang Xiaoyu? I just saw her at breakfast this morning, and she didn't seem to show any dissatisfaction. But the manager's beautiful personal bodyguard seems to have a big problem with me. That cold stare was a bit frightening. Hearing Shun Ruashi say this, Yuan Xiaoming became a little curious. Really? Didn't Lung you chat pretty well with us that day? You didn't offend her. So how could she have an issue with you? Exactly. I even took the initiative to greet her, but she ignored me, and that icy look was scary. I'm starting to wonder if Lung Yu has taken a liking to the manager and is unhappy because I got ahead of her. After hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming gently shook her head. That's unlikely. Lung Yu is prettier than us, has a great figure, and her skills are impressive. How could she possibly feel that way? Xiaoming, you underestimate people's hearts too much. General Chun is so generous, and he's young and handsome. If you're not moved, it doesn't mean others won't be. Just you wait and see. I can't say for sure about Lung Yu, but in our public relations planning department, it won't be long before someone feels the same way as I do. After hearing Shun Ruashi's words, Yuan Xiaoming's eyes flickered slightly, and she seemed lost in thought. 2 hours later, the two girls had just returned to their dormitory when Shun Ruashi's phone rang. She picked it up and instantly broke into a bright smile. Oh, it's a call from General Chun. Without hesitation, she answered the call. After a brief conversation, during which General Chun said who knows what, Shun Ruashi obediently responded with a few mms before hanging up. Yuan Xiaoming. General Chun wants me to go to his place, so I won't be staying in the dormitory tonight. Chapter 146. UCC has arrived as Shun Ruashi spoke. She stepped outside. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaoming was a bit speechless. Does the big boss really have such great charm? Even in a foreign land, the nightlife of Boss Chun is equally colorful. To make the big boss even happier, Shun Ruashi has been very, very diligent, willing to endure any hardship. After spending another wonderful night, the next day, Chen Mo called Lung Yu again, along with driver Zhao Yuanjia. The three of them drove the company's business Mercedes towards the airport. In the car, Lung Yu naturally didn't ask much, staring silently out the window. Noticing this, Chun Imo suddenly asked, Lung Yu, Shen Ruashi said you have some issues with her. Is that true? Hearing the big boss's question, Lung Yu turned her face around. With a blank expression, she replied, I'm not familiar with her. How could I have any issues with her? Well, you wouldn't have issues with me, right? You are my employer. How could I dare to have issues with you? Shen Imo continued, you always have a cold expression. Not a smile at all. How can you face your employer like this? Upon hearing this, Lung Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. Mr. Chun, I am just your personal bodyguard. Besides ensuring your safety, there are no other conditions. If you want someone to flatter you with smiles, go find those women of yours. After saying this, Lung Yu turned her gaze back to the window. Seeing this, Chun Imo smiled non-committally and didn't say anything further. Today, they were going to the airport to pick up UCC. She was the first perfect girl he had secured after binding the system. Due to her mother's and brother's situation, they hadn't been intimate for a while. After Luo Shasha and Su Gua took the lead, the girls expressed their desire to come over one after another. After much thought, Chun Imo, following his heart, had UCC buy a flight ticket for this morning in the group chat yesterday. Upon picking up the girl at the airport, UCC also showed no hesitation and directly jumped into Boss Chen's arms. Witnessing this scene, Lung Yu's already displeased expression grew even more so. She couldn't understand why so many beautiful women would throw themselves at him. Initially, she thought this guy was playing both sides. But it turned out to be not just 2, 3, or 4, but now even the 5th. What frustrated Lung Yu even more was that these girls seemed to know each other's identities and weren't angry at all. Isn't it just some money? At that moment, in Lung Yu's mind, Chun Imo was just a super playboy, a scoundrel, a womanizer. Filled with resentment, her gaze towards UCC was naturally not very friendly. Faced with Lung Yu's unfriendly eyes, UCC was a bit confused. She looked at Chun Imo with curiosity and tentatively asked, Mr. Chun, who is she? Her name is Lung Yu, my hired personal bodyguard. Isn't she beautiful? After listening to Chun Mo's answer, UCC still felt a bit confused. However, she smiled and took the initiative to greet. Hello, my name is UCC. In response to UCC's friendly gesture, Lung Yu's expression softened a bit. She nodded lightly, without saying much. Before long, they successfully arrived at the business Mercedes-Benz. Zhao Yuanjia held the steering wheel without looking away. After picking up several beautiful women from Baiyun Airport, he had somewhat gotten used to the rhythm of the big boss. Such fortune was enviable, but he figured it was better to focus on doing his own job well. Who knows, if the big boss was in a good mood, he might even get some tangible benefits. In the car, Chun Imo didn't inquire about the situation at UCC's home. UCC's brother, Yu Junfeng, along with his accomplice, both received a sentence for a serious crime endangering public safety, totaling 40 years in prison. Even if they could be released in the future, they would probably be no different from a useless person. For such trash, one could only say they brought it upon themselves. Chun Imo felt no guilt whatsoever. Moreover, seeing UCC's expression now, it was clear she appeared more relaxed than when he first saw her in the supermarket. The journey back to Tianda Electronics Factory went smoothly without any hiccups. Regardless of what Jiang Xiaoyu was thinking, she appeared very happy on the surface about UCC's arrival. After a short break, Boss Chun took the beautiful Yu upstairs to the master bedroom. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, especially with a beauty like UCC. The experience brought to Chun Imo was simply indescribable. When Tan Siley had just prepared a lavish lunch, she was once again shocked to see UCC coming down from upstairs. She took a moment to text her daughter. Xiaoming, I just saw another beautiful woman coming down from the big boss's floor. You must remember what I told you. At that moment, it was lunch break, and Yuan Xiaoming was chatting casually with Shen Ruashi in the dormitory. Upon seeing her mother's message, her expression momentarily froze. Seeing this, Shen Ruashi curiously asked, Xiaoming, what's wrong? Nothing. Yuan Xiaoming dared not casually share this message from her mother with anyone. If it got to Boss Chun, her mom might lose her job over it, and there would be nowhere to cry. While dealing with Shen Ruashi, she felt a mix of amusement and frustration. She had no connection with the big boss, yet her mom was already jumping around in excitement. After work in the afternoon, the news of a new beautiful woman at the big boss's place naturally became a topic of gossip among the women in the public relations department. In Li Man's office, Lu Yusin peeked outside through the sheer curtains, and then quietly said, Cousin, the boss brought back another beautiful woman. Did you know about this? Yeah, I know. What's up? She was genuinely curious about how many women the big boss had outside. It's only been a few days, and you've already brought back 3 women. Hearing this from my cousin Lu Yusin, Li Man couldn't help but glare at her. Yusin, don't go asking about Mr. Chen's matters. This job is hard to come by. If you lose it, you won't even have a place to cry. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin seemed completely unconcerned. Hee, cousin, I was just asking you. I won't go around snooping. As she spoke, her gaze darted outside. With a somewhat wistful tone, she said, Cousin, you say Shinruashi is young but quite cunning. She has only been here a few days, and she's already climbed into Mr. Chen's bed? A bonus of 50,000 yuan. Just thinking about it makes me envious. Chapter 147. Thirsty girls hearing her cousin Lu Yusin's words. Li Man couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. What's wrong? You can't possibly have any thoughts about this, right? Hee, cousin. President Chun is not only handsome, but also charismatic. Isn't it normal for me to have some thoughts? I don't believe you have absolutely no thoughts in your mind. What thoughts could I have? Stop talking nonsense. Though she said this, the fluctuating emotions in Li Man's heart revealed her insincerity. She was already 28 this year, and had some experience with romantic relationships. If President Chun had an unattractive appearance or was sleazy looking, even with a bonus of tens of thousands, she definitely wouldn't have any thoughts. The key is that the boss is truly handsome, which has struck a chord in Li Man's heart. Just thinking about being in a relationship with such a man and receiving substantial benefits is quite appealing. How could she not be a little moved? However, such matters are not exactly honorable, and she couldn't express her feelings as casually as her cousin Lu Yusin did. As for Shinruashi, to say that she felt no emotions at all regarding UCC's arrival would be self-deception. However, she was very clear about her positioning and goals. Even if she had some emotions, she wouldn't reveal them at all, while several girls in the public relations planning department were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Chen Mo embarked on a peculiar journey. A day later, after sending UCC off, he welcomed Lin Wanru. President Chen truly experienced what it was like to be crazily thirsty with this beautiful flight attendant. Fortunately, his physical condition was much stronger than most people. Otherwise, he might not have been able to handle it. After Lin Wanru, it was followed by Luo Lily. Faced with one beautiful woman after another, Cold Moon was almost speechless. She couldn't understand why these women were going crazy. Each one was as beautiful as a flower. So why would they lower themselves for this guy? She had seen many flirtatious men, but someone as extravagant as President Chun was a first for the girls. If it weren't for the fact that the contract period hadn't ended, she wouldn't want to stay by Chun Mo's side for even a moment longer. Being a bodyguard, most of the time she was just watching him flaunt his affection with the girls. That day, just after sending Luo Lily away, she was suddenly greeted by 2 more. Wang Na and Gong Jing simply came as a group. In the business Mercedes, seeing President Chun with girls on either side, Cold Moon's expression was close to freezing. If it weren't for a bit of rationality left in her heart, she would have almost exploded. Regarding the stunningly beautiful and aloof bodyguard by President Chen's side, Wang Na and Gong Jing had heard about her from the other girls and were not surprised at all. They completely ignored her displeased expression. While they were being affectionate, they shared amusing stories about Jia Jia Lu's supermarket with Chen Mo. Although Cold Moon was looking out the window, her ears were definitely attentive. She had probably guessed that the boss had opened a supermarket elsewhere during this time of comings and goings. This batch of beautiful girls in his entourage must have all come from that supermarket. I find it quite puzzling how a supermarket could have so many stunning beauties, all of whom seemed to be drawn to the boss. 3 days later, after sending off the 2 ladies, I found it a bit unusual not to pick anyone up at the airport. On the way back, I couldn't help but ask, is anyone else coming in a couple of days? The boss seemed amused by my question, a smile forming on his lips. What's wrong? Not used to not picking anyone up today? Seeing his expression, I nearly slapped him playfully. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. With that, I turned my gaze to the window. Suddenly, he asked, haven't you ever had a boyfriend? Upon hearing this, I coldly replied, I wouldn't give any man the satisfaction. His response sparked an unexpected excitement in him. A proud and aloof beauty like me, with a perfect figure, would naturally trigger a strong desire to conquer in any man. He was no exception. After acquiring the system, most women had willingly approached him. Meeting someone like me, who was the opposite and exceptionally attractive at that, heightened his desire to conquer even more. However, he also knew that trying to tempt someone like me with money wouldn't be an easy task. After a moment of thought, he cautiously asked, "How much do you earn in a year?" With this question, I turned back from the window, giving him a cold glance. "Why do you want to know?" He chuckled. "Well, I am your employer after all. Isn't it normal to be concerned about your income? Humph. I advise you to keep those ulterior motives to yourself. Money is only good enough for me as long as it's sufficient." After hearing my response, he merely smiled and didn't say anything more. He was just curious, knowing that I had no desires. Even if he had a strong urge to conquer, he wouldn't want to make things awkward. With nothing much to do, he opened the transparent panel in front of him, switching directly to the electronics factory. The number of employees, 841, not exceeding 3,000. Employees meeting A-grade quality, 7. The factory's current profit, 2. 53 million. Remaining employee benefits this month, 1. 46 million. The factory had only been operational for less than half a month, and the profits had already exceeded 2. 5 million. Clearly, it was much stronger than the supermarket. This was still under conditions of insufficient supply. If the orders were sufficient, making over 10 million in a month would be a breeze. Back at the factory, he went straight to his office. During this time, several messages had come from a colleague expressing a strong desire for advancement. However, Boss Chun was busy entertaining the ladies from Jiangcheng, so he naturally had no time to pay attention to her. Now that he had some free time, he directly called Shun Ruashi. The beautiful Shun has indeed been extremely frustrated lately. She originally thought that just Ucc would be the only one to contend with. Little did she expect that several other stunning beauties like Lin Wanru, Luo Lily, Wang Na, and Gong Jing would also pop up one after another. Even though she really wanted to make progress, Boss Chun couldn't spare any time. At this moment, she was sitting in the office, bored and playing with her phone when the boss's call came in. Seeing this, she was immediately jolted and answered the call in an instant. "President Chun." "Shun Ruashi, come to my office." Chapter 148. Capturing Yuraksu. A simple sentence from Chun Mo in the microphone instantly made Shun Ruashi feel incredibly excited. After hanging up the phone, she twisted her graceful body and walked out in high heels under the puzzled gazes of Yuan Xiaoming and a few other girls. Upon arriving at the office of the big boss next door, she proactively closed the door at Chun Mo's silent cue. There was no need for further instructions. Driven by her desire to improve, Shun Ruashi eagerly began her performance. After experiencing the joy of being the boss, Chun Mo was generous. As Shun Ruashi entered the bathroom looking as fresh as a peach blossom, he took out his phone and opened the WeChat group. With a few taps, he sent out a message. "I want to commend Shun Ruashi for her diligence and willingness to work hard during this time. Here, I'm giving out 30,000 cash as encouragement. Additionally, Jiang Xiaoyu has also performed very well, so I'm sending another 30,000 as encouragement." He then proceeded to transfer two amounts of 30,000 cash into the group. When the girls in the public relations planning department noticed the activity in the group, they felt a complex mix of emotions. Shun Ruashi had only been out for a short while and already earned more than their monthly salary. To say they weren't envious would be a lie. Chun Mo's clear mention of diligent, willing to work hard in the group was too obvious to ignore, while Yuan Xiaoming and Li Xinran were merely envious without many thoughts. Cousins Li Man and Lu Yusin found it hard to resist the temptation of such easy gains. Just as they were hesitating, the finance department's Yuraksu had already taken the lead in applying to add the big boss on WeChat. Yuraksu, 24 years old, graduated with a degree in finance. Zhang Jimao, the current production manager at Tianda Electronics, is a distant relative of hers. After graduating from university, thanks to Zhang Jimao's connections, she landed a well-paying accounting job at Tianda Electronics. Securing such a good job right after entering society made Yuraksu very satisfied. Unexpectedly, less than 2 years into her job, real fortune came her way. With her outstanding looks, she was promoted to finance manager by the new boss. A monthly salary of nearly 30,000 at her age undoubtedly reached a high level. The girl initially thought she must strive for perfection in the finance department to repay the big boss's recognition and promotion. However, the big boss's dazzling maneuvers over the past half-month made Yuraksu feel a bit restless. The arrival of one beautiful woman after another in Jiangcheng was secondary. Shun Ruashi's proactive pursuit of improvement and her effortless achievement of a 50,000 cash bonus left Yuraksu extremely envious. She had been closely monitoring the group's activity during this time. Today, the big boss praised diligent and willing to work hard again and rewarded another 30,000. The girls simply couldn't sit still. After much thought, she proactively applied to add Chun Mo on WeChat. As he looked at the second fish on the hook, Boss Chun couldn't help but smile. After sending Shun Ruashi away in high spirits, he directly approved the friend request from Orwaksu. Just after the request was accepted, the young woman quickly replied with a message. Mr. Chun, do you have time? I would like to report to you in person about the financial work during this period. After carefully reading the message, Chun Mo had nothing to hesitate about. He simply replied with a few words, "Come to my office." They were in the same office building, just a few minutes away. Dressed in professional attire, Orwaksu knocked and walked in. As she caught a whiff of an inexplicable scent in the air, a slight blush appeared on her face. However, she quickly regained her composure and walked to Boss Chen's desk. With a charming smile, she said, "Mr. Chun." Chunmo looked her up and down before asking with a half smile, "Manager Oro, what work do you want to report to me?" I wanted to ask, do the bonuses in the WeChat group need to go through the financial report? This is my private reward. There's no need to go through the financial report. At this point, Chun-Mo suddenly changed his tone and asked with a slightly charming undertone, "Manager Oro, did you add me on WeChat just to ask about this?" Hearing the boss's question, even though Orwaksu was somewhat prepared, her heart couldn't help but race. She lowered her head, shyly asking in a soft voice, "Mr. Chun, may I ask, what exactly does Shun Ruashi do that makes you reward her continuously?" Upon hearing this, Chun-Mo's smile widened even more. Shun Ruashi actively seeks improvement. Just now she was willing to endure hardships here. For such an excellent employee, the previous 2 bonuses were just the beginning. There will be more in the future. So, Manager Oro, do you also want to actively seek improvement like her? With the boss's words being so direct, Orowaksu naturally wouldn't pretend to be reserved anymore. "Mr. Chun, I can do what Shun Ruashi can do. And I can endure what she can endure." After saying this in a voice as small as a mosquito's, the blush on Orwaksu's face became even more pronounced. The shy expression on her face made Boss Chun feel extremely pleased. With a charming smile, he casually asked a question. "Manager Oro, have you ever had a boyfriend?" Hearing the boss's sudden question, Orowaksu felt a tightness in her chest. "Mr. Chun, I have had a boyfriend, but we no longer keep in contact." Upon hearing this, even though he had anticipated it, Chunimo couldn't help but feel a tiny bit disappointed. Damn it, why do all the good ones end up with someone else? However, that tiny bit of disappointment vanished instantly, in front of top-notch beauty and figure. A pure body wasn't that important after all. Lost in thought, Chun-Mo's smile remained. "Manager Oro, are you really able to endure anything?" Listening to Chun-Mo's pointed inquiry, the quick-witted Orwaksu instantly understood. A hint of struggle appeared in her eyes, but it quickly transformed into determination. Without needing Chen's instruction, she turned and walked to the office door, locking it with a click. Seeing Orwaksu being so obedient and sensible, Chun-Mo had nothing more to say. He leaned back slightly, comfortably reclining in the office chair. Undoubtedly, what awaited Chen next was yet another indescribable delight. On the spacious garden balcony, the boss had not assigned any tasks, and Lung Yu was bored, swinging her fists alone. Chapter 149. Li Man is also moved after throwing a few punches. Lung Yu finally vented a bit of her frustration. Unknowingly, it had already been half a month since she came to Tianda Electronics to work as a personal bodyguard for Chunimo. During this time, aside from picking up a few girls at Bayonne Airport with the boss, she had basically nothing to do. It was almost impossible to find someone to spar with. This was undoubtedly the most boring period in Lung Yu's bodyguard career. She was eagerly counting down the days, wishing the contract period would just arrive. Lost in thought, she glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu on the balcony, enjoying her afternoon tea. Jiang, the beauty, had just received a bonus of 30,000 yuan. The joy on her face was inadvertently revealed. Seeing this, Lung Yu was nearly speechless. She really couldn't understand what Jiang Xiaoyu had to be so happy about. Day after day, watching other women throw themselves at her man. And not only did she not complain, but she was also in high spirits. This kind of behavior from Jiang Xiaoyu made Lung Yu somewhat look down on her. After half a month, they had only exchanged a couple of sentences at the beginning. Later on, the 2 girls hardly had any verbal communication. With a cold glance, she was about to head to her room to wash off the sweat when she saw Boss Chun entering with the financial manager, Oroashua. The office always felt a bit constrained. It was fine to let the girls endure some hardship there, but to feel free, her own master bedroom was much more comfortable. At that moment, Urawashi blushing expression made Lung Yu feel extremely speechless. There was no need to think about it. It seemed that Boss Chen's harem was about to add another member. Although Lung Yu was quite unhappy with these women's reckless behavior. She was just a bodyguard and naturally wouldn't say much. After giving Urawashi a cold glance, she directly returned to her room. Chen Mo was already used to Lung Yu's expressions and felt no waves in his heart. However, he couldn't help but fantasize secretly. If only the system could enhance his body, he would make this woman scream first. Lost in thought, he glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu on the balcony and smirked. Then he stepped upstairs. Seeing this, Urawashi face turned red as she followed him. An hour later, a message in the WeChat group suddenly set the girls ablaze. I want to especially commend the financial manager Urawashi. She has the same excellent spirit as Shun Ruashi, being capable, willing to work hard, and endure hardships. Here, I will distribute a bonus of 80,000 yuan as encouragement, immediately followed by a transfer of 80,000 yuan in cash. With the girl's capable and hard-working performance, Shun Mo decided to give her and Shun Ruashi the same amount, directly handing out 80,000 yuan. After all, there were still plenty of welfare funds left this month at Tianda Electronics, more than enough for him to play around with. Boss Chun just needed to lift a finger. Li Man and Lu Yusin, who originally had some ideas, felt a surge of excitement. The two cousins had already been a bit restless after seeing Shun Ruashi receive such a significant benefit. Little did they know that before they could act, they were outpaced by Urawashi from the finance department. Seeing the cash transfer of 80,000 yuan in the WeChat group made them envious. Not to mention Li Man and Lu Yusin. Even Yuan Xiaoming and Li Xinran, who weren't as ambitious, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. The two girls weren't foolish. With such high benefits offered by the big boss and the establishment of a seemingly unnecessary public relations planning department, and with several girls pulled into an A-level employee group at the same time, the intentions behind this blatant cash reward were clear. Li Xinran and Yuan Xiaoming had similar thoughts. They were inexplicably worried. With such good working conditions and the big boss's blatant bonus temptation, they genuinely feared that if they continued to appear indifferent, the boss might directly replace them. In this day and age, jobs with benefits like theirs were definitely rarer than beautiful women. It's not an exaggeration to say that when Tianda Electronics first recruited clerks, many people were unaware. If it were to be hyped for a few days, in a place like Guanxing where beauties are abundant, who knows how many stunning women of their level would rush in. While Yuan Xiaoming and Li Xinran were still a bit worried, Lu Yusin and Li Man, the cousins, proactively applied to add the big boss's WeChat. In front of the handsome and imposing boss, they also wanted to make progress. As fellow fish in the pond, Chen Mo naturally wouldn't disappoint them. The next day, he called Li Man to his office first. Before coming to Tianda Electronics, Li Man probably never imagined she would have such a day. She had heard a lot about the unspoken rules of the workplace. Generally, it's the boss or superior who initiates conversation with their subordinates. But in this situation, under the temptation of the boss's bonus, Li Man was definitely in the offensive position. At this moment, Li Man's emotions were hard to describe. After entering the office, her shy and hesitant expression brought a unique pleasure to Chen Mo. Among the A-level employees at Tianda Electronics, if one were to say who had the most striking figure, it would undoubtedly be Li Man. With her graceful and impressive physique, she could easily compete with sisters Luo Shasha and Luo Lily. At Li Man's age, Chun Mo naturally wouldn't ask such ridiculous questions as whether she had ever had a boyfriend. In the face of Li Man's figure and beauty, whether she remained pure was completely irrelevant. In his thoughts, a smile that was hard to describe appeared at the corner of Chun Mo's mouth. Manager Li, I want to confirm, do you really want to make progress? Upon hearing this, the flush on Li Man's face became more pronounced. Biting her lip, she nodded. Mr. Chun, I can be like O Ruashiwe and Shun Ruashi. I am willing to endure any hardship. Ha ha ha, Manager Li, I am very satisfied with your statement. As he spoke, Chen Mo stood up directly. Let's go. It's not very convenient here. Let's go to my room. Given the situation, Li Man naturally wouldn't pretend to be coy. She was actually looking forward to what was about to happen. Not to mention, the big boss's looks are even more handsome than Li Man's previous two boyfriends. When it comes to being attracted to beauty, women are not necessarily much less than men. After arriving at the big boss's room, Li Man paid no attention to Lung Yu's frosty expression and walked up the stairs in her high heels. Chapter 150. Returning to Jiangsheng when Chun Mo revealed his 8-pack abs, Li Man couldn't help but have her eyes light up. She never expected that the big boss was not only handsome, but also had such an amazing physique. Essentially, Li Man and the flight attendant Lin Wanru were of the same kind. Half an hour later, the excitement in Li Demarin's heart reached an indescribable level. Mr. Chun, coming to the Tianda Electronics Factory was the best decision I've ever made. Haha, are you praising me in disguise? After a nurturing environment, Chen Mo naturally would not neglect the beautiful lady beside him who brought him joy. He routinely sent a text message in the WeChat group. I want to especially commend Manager Li Man from the Public Relations Planning Department, who has shown a hardworking spirit. Here's an 80,000 yuan bonus as encouragement. Immediately after, there was a cash transfer of 80,000 yuan. Even with the prior examples of Shun Ruashi and O Ruashua, the big boss's extravagant yet subtle way of expressing generosity still made the lady's hearts surge with excitement. Lu Yusin even felt a bit anxious. At this moment, she realized that her cousin Li Man had also taken that step. It was evident that in the eyes of the big boss, her cousin was more appealing than herself. Even as cousins, Lu Yusin couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. On the other side, Li Man lightly tapped the screen, directly bringing the 80,000 yuan into her pocket. At this moment, the joy in Li Demarin's heart reached an unprecedented high. Her delicate hands caressed Chen Mo's strong abs. She softly asked, Mr. Chun, from what my cousin Lu Yusin said, she also really wants to improve. Why not give her a chance too? Hearing this, Chen Mo chuckled. I didn't expect you to care so much about your cousin. Don't worry, she's just like you. She expressed her desire to improve yesterday. As long as there are girls with that mindset, I will treat them all fairly. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Li Man wasn't too surprised. After all, she was already well aware of Lu Yusin's thoughts. However, she was still quite happy that the big boss prioritized her first. The next day, Lu Yusin finally got what she wished for. Although her figure couldn't compare to her cousin Li Man's impressive physique, her looks were still striking. Complemented by her graceful waist, Lu Yusin definitely had an alluring presence. Without needing Chun Mo's guidance, Lu Yusin was even bolder than Li Man, Shin Ruashi, and O Ruashua. A series of unique displays made the big boss's happiness unstoppable. Afterwards, naturally, just like Li Man and the others, they were also rated as excellent employees who were capable, willing to work hard, and deserving of recognition, rewarded with 80,000 yuan in the WeChat group. In a short period, among the 6 young women in the A-level employee WeChat group of Tianda Electronics, except for Yuan Xiaoming and Li Xinran, all had joined Boss Chen's exclusive group. The emergence of this situation was actually quite understandable. Handsome and wealthy, the key factor was still Chun Mo's generosity. In an environment where money is hard to come by, being able to enjoy oneself while receiving such a substantial bonus was simply the right choice made by Li Man and her friends. Watching one young woman after another throw themselves into the fire, Chun Mo's personal bodyguard, Lung Yu, had gradually gone from confusion and irritation to accustomed acceptance. After all, they were just a bunch of unrelated women. If others didn't take care, why should she worry? Now, besides practicing boxing on the balcony every day, she could be said to have nothing to do. As the month of her employment drew closer, Lung Yu's mood gradually improved. One day, Rosa called from Jiangcheng, saying that the supermarket had finished all renovations and was ready to reopen, asking if Boss Chen wanted to return. Without much hesitation, Chen Mo made a decision. Not only would he and Jiang Xiaoyu return, but also a few young women from the Public Relations Planning Department would be brought back to help out. Since they had nothing to do every day, bringing them back could attract some attention. Chen Mo was still very much looking forward to the surprise gift box promised by the system after the supermarket achieved a profit of 10 million yuan. When he mentioned this to Li Man and the others, the young women naturally had no objections, nor would they dare to voice any. They then went downstairs and called Lung Yu over. Getting straight to the point, he said, "Get ready. Today, I need to go back to Jiangcheng." Hearing the boss's words, Lung Yu's expression froze for a moment. Am I going to Jiangcheng too? Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Chen Mo's face. I paid such a high price to hire you as my bodyguard. Do I still need to ask? Then, I understand. Mr. Chen. After saying this, she reluctantly went back to her room to pack her things. At Baiyun Airport, when Chen Mo and his group appeared, they instantly became the most stunning sight at the airport. Accompanying him were Jiang Xiaoyu, Lung Yu, Li Man, Lu Yusin, Yuan Xiaoming, Shun Ruashi, and Li Xinran. Any one of them could be considered a stunning beauty. Moreover, there were suddenly 7 of them. As the only man in the group, the surrounding men could only envy them to the core. Such a spectacle, even the notorious wealthy figures online would probably feel ashamed in comparison. Could it be that the big boss of Weo Media was traveling? Thinking this way, the scrutinizing gazes around became even more unabashed. The onlookers' stares didn't bother other girls much. However, for Lung Yu, it was somewhat unpleasant. She couldn't imagine that in the hearts of these passers-by, she had certainly become the object of their fantasies. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she felt increasingly resistant to this trip to the city. That bastard boss, going back to the city was one thing, but bringing the entire public relations department of the electronics factory along was simply absurd. This situation continued until she boarded the first-class cabin of the plane. Only then did her sense of discomfort ease a little. This flight had 8 first-class seats, all of which were taken by the group, led by the boss. When 2 beautiful flight attendants came in, their eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise. An extraordinary-looking man accompanied by 7 beauties who were equally stunning. Such a grand arrangement was something they had never encountered in their careers as flight attendants. Chapter 151. The stunning stewardess Ouyang Lana. Naturally, the 2 flight attendants developed a great interest in Shinamo. In their minds, this man must have a significant background to command such an impressive presence. He might even be the heir of a super wealthy tycoon. Even with so many beautiful women around, it was hard for them not to entertain thoughts of flirting. One of the exceptionally attractive flight attendants, who was a bit bolder, took the opportunity while serving Chun Mo some snacks. She proactively pulled out her phone, displaying a charming smile. "Sir, I am Ouyang Lana, the first-class flight attendant assigned to this flight. May I add you on WeChat?" Faced with such a flawless and beautiful flight attendant initiating the conversation, Chun Mo didn't hesitate at all and decisively took out his phone to scan and add her as a friend. Undoubtedly, for Chun Mo to take such action, this flight attendant named Ouyang Lana must have reached an exceptional level of beauty. Being flight attendants, Chun Mo couldn't help but compare Ouyang Lana with Lin Wanru a little. If Lin Wanru scored around 85 out of 100, Ouyang Lana had at least reached 90. Among his 2 current enterprises, perhaps only his rather aloof bodyguard, Lung Yu, could rival Ouyang Lana's beauty. The fact that a woman of this caliber took the initiative to reach out made Chun Mo feel inexplicably pleased. A smile crept across his lips as he thought, "Miss Ouyang, this surname of yours is quite unique. There's a big star with a similar name. You 2 aren't related, are you?" Ouyang Lana naturally knew who Chun Mo was referring to. She smiled and shook her head. "I have no relation to her. We just happen to have similar names. By the way, sir, you're traveling with so many beautiful women. Are you attending a business event?" "Well, sort of. I have a supermarket reopening in Jiangcheng, and I brought them along for support." "Oh, I see. I won't disturb you any longer. Have a pleasant journey, and feel free to call on me if you need anything." As a first-class flight attendant, Ouyang Lana couldn't continue chatting with Chun Mo. After saying this, she stood up and walked back to her position. As for what the other ladies thought of this scene, that's another story. Lung Yu, however, was extremely displeased. While Li Man and the others might have approached him due to work reasons, this impeccably beautiful flight attendant was blatantly flirting. How could she not see all the lovely ladies around him? Chun Mo naturally didn't care about Lung Yu's thoughts and was already contemplating whether he should recruit this stunning flight attendant, Ouyang Lana, into his company, even without any enhancement in employee benefits. She didn't want to miss out on such a stunning beauty. However, there was no rush for this matter, as the 2 of them now had each other's contact information and could communicate privately at any time. After arriving at Yunshan Airport, they called for 2 luxury business vehicles and headed straight for Jiangcheng. Rosa and her friends had already been notified, and all 10 A-level employees at the supermarket were eagerly awaiting. After more than an hour's journey, Boschin finally arrived at Changfeng Square with Li Man and the others. When they saw one beautiful woman after another stepping out of the car, Rosa and her friends were a bit dazed, especially Su Yingying and Ma Ling, who had been through a lot in the past 20 days. They were originally contemplating whether to take the initiative when the boss returned. But now, seeing this situation, they were both completely stunned. Originally, there were still 8 beautiful women waiting here, but now the boss had brought back so many beauties. Even if there was a queue, it would be hard for them to get a turn. Just when the 2 of them were feeling bitter, Jiang Xiaoyu, as the host from both sides, took the lead in introducing everyone to each other. Li Man and the others had long been prepared and were naturally not surprised by the scene before them. They all greeted each other with smiles. At this moment, Yuan Xiaoming and Li Xinran felt a bit nervous. In their minds, they assumed that, apart from the two of them, the other girls present must have some unclear relationship with the boss. Boss Chen naturally didn't care about the girls' thoughts. At the seafood restaurant in Changfeng Square, he hosted a banquet for Li Man and all the supermarket employees. After finishing the meal, they took a large group of beauties to the supermarket. With over $1 million spent on renovations, the overall structure of the supermarket had definitely been upgraded several notches compared to before. However, to Li Man and the others, it was nothing special. They even found it hard to understand why it was just an ordinary supermarket. Compared to the industry of Tianda Electronics Factory, it was hardly worth mentioning. Boss Chun grandly called them over to support. Could it be related to Rosa and her friends? Just as they were lost in their thoughts, they heard Boss Chen's calm voice say, "Since our supermarket is reopening, it needs to have a brand new look. Luo Lily, you and Rosa, Gong Jing, and Wang Na go and purchase several sets of different styles of work uniforms. Chong Sam's, JK uniforms. And you can choose other styles as well, but they must highlight the figure. Feel free to buy a few more sets. At least ensure that the girls have different outfits to wear every day of the week." Facing Boss Chen's orders, Luo Lily naturally had no objections. In fact, she was quite excited. With such a good figure, who wouldn't want to dress up beautifully every day? Changing outfits daily. Just thinking about it felt wonderful. With so many girls coming from the town, Chun Mo naturally couldn't call all of them to his beautiful garden. Instead, he simply booked 5 rooms at a nearby hotel. After all, he wasn't short on money at the moment. Once he finished these trivial matters, Rosa, Shagwar, and the others returned to the supermarket. The efficiency of the girls working together was impressive. They carefully selected 6 sets of work uniforms, bringing them all back to the supermarket. Each style consisted of 120 sets, totaling over 700 sets, which just about used up this month's employee welfare budget. Soon after, he gathered the girls together again. Chun, surveying the group, couldn't help but let a slight smile appear on his face. With a hint of charm in his voice, he said, "Rosa, Shagwar, Li Man, Yuan Xiaoming, come with me to the staff lounge. I want to see how these work uniforms look on you." After saying this, without waiting for any response from the girls, he headed towards the staff lounge at the back of the supermarket. Rosa paused for a moment, but then followed him directly. Shagwar and Li Man hesitated little and also went along. Yuan Xiaoming felt conflicted for a moment, but under the curious gazes of the other girls, she bit her lip and followed as well. It was just trying on work clothes. The boss shouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts, right? Chapter 152. The sexy JK work uniform. Calling Yuan Xiaoming over to try on the uniform was a spontaneous decision by Chen Mo. Among the 2 remaining girls at the Tianda Electronics Factory, Yuan Xiaoming and Li Xinran each have their own unique qualities. Chun Mo originally had a laid-back attitude towards both girls. However, during his conversations with Tan Sili, he learned that Yuan Xiaoming had never had a boyfriend. The probability of her maintaining such a perfect figure is quite high, although chastity may not seem so important in the face of beauty. As more women surrounded him, Chun Mo's mindset gradually began to change. He started to pay more attention to that alluring scene than he did before. If given the choice, he would certainly prefer to win over a few more pure and graceful girls. Yuan Xiaoming, of course, had no idea what the boss was thinking. Anxiously, she followed Luo Shasha and the others to the staff lounge. The newly purchased work uniforms were all laid out here, and without trying them on, Boss Chen couldn't see any advantages. After thinking for a moment, he smiled knowingly at the girls. "Luo Shasha, you all try on the JK-style uniforms first. I want to see the effect." Upon hearing this, Luo Shasha didn't react much. With a charming smile, she pointed to one of the piles of clothing. "This is the JK uniform. You can choose whatever size you want." After saying this, she took a larger size and walked into a small room. With her stunning figure, if the size were smaller, the buttons on her chest would probably not even close. Li Man also picked a uniform of the same size as Luo Shasha. In terms of her alluring figure, she was not at all inferior to the beauty Luo Shasha. Su Guer and Yuan Xiaoming each chose a size that suited them. The staff lounge at the supermarket has 10 small rooms. Each person picked a uniform and casually chose a room to change in. Luo Shasha, Li Man, and Su Guer showed no signs of embarrassment. They even left the door open and started changing into their JK uniforms right away. After all, with Boss Chun guarding outside, they weren't worried about anyone barging in. When Yuan Xiaoming entered her room, her heart raced. With so many girls, why would the boss choose her to try on the uniform? Lost in thought, she first closed the door. Then, with a flushed face, she changed into the outfit. When she finally stepped out of the room in the brand new JK uniform, Luo Shasha and the other two had already emerged. Even though Su Guer's figure was slightly less impressive, wearing the new JK uniform made her look irresistible. Not to mention Luo Shasha and Li Man. Their stunning figures paired with this JK uniform were simply captivating. Then, looking at Yuan Xiaoming as she walked out. Although her figure wasn't as striking, she was essentially a sophomore. The youthful and vibrant beauty, combined with the brand new JK uniform, also caught Boss Chen's eye. As Rosa and her friends were trying to showcase their strengths, Yuan Xiaoming felt her face flush uncontrollably. Although the uniform was quite standard, the intense gaze from the boss made her feel as if she was being seen right through, leaving her feeling uneasy. Chen Mo didn't think too much about it. And after admiring the uniforms, he smiled in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. This JK uniform is very appealing and will definitely attract a wave of membership traffic to the supermarket. The remaining 5 sets of uniforms. You all try them on separately so I can see the effect." Upon hearing this, Rosa smiled brightly. "I personally selected a cheap Hao. So let us try that one first." With that, she stepped confidently toward another neatly arranged stack of clothing. After choosing a suitable size, she entered the room. The other 3 girls followed suit without needing much prompting from the boss. They each picked their appropriate sizes and gracefully walked into the room. Having learned from the first experience, Yuan Xiaoming felt much less nervous. After closing the door, she boldly took off the JK uniform and changed into the cheap Hao. This was her first time wearing a cheap Hao. She first looked in the mirror inside the room, and seeing her curvy figure, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Then she opened the door and stepped out. Compared to the sexy JK uniform, this slightly more mature and charming cheap Hao on the girls made the boss's eyes light up. Especially from behind, the girls' shaped figures were likely to stir impulses in any man who saw them. After giving them high praise, the girls proceeded to try on the other 4 sets of uniforms, including a flight attendant uniform, a sexy maid outfit, a fitted sexy tank top paired with denim, and a youthful casual style outfit. Each set looked stunning on the girls, making Chun Mo feel delighted. In fact, with their figures and looks, even an ordinary outfit would exude their unique charm. Moreover, these work uniforms were carefully selected by them. They then returned to the supermarket for Wang Hong to arrange for the distribution of all the work clothes. Besides the management and A-level employees receiving 2 sets of each style, ordinary sales staff each got 1 set of each style, along with their original work uniforms. They could go a week without repeating an outfit. Li Man and the other girls from Tianda Electronics looked at the work uniforms they received, a bit dazed. Did the big boss really want them to work at the supermarket too? Chen Mo actually did have this idea. Although the electronics factory had a larger industry, the public relations department was just idle. Instead of letting Li Man and the others do nothing there, it would be better to arrange for them all to work at the supermarket and attract more people to sign up for membership cards. He is not in a hurry to express his opinion on this matter, planning to observe the results before making a statement. After some discussion, in the end, it was still Boss Chun who made the final decision. The supermarket will officially open at 10 a.m. tomorrow. On the first day, everyone will wear JK uniforms, which can be seen as a benefit for the loyal members. Under Chun Mo's arrangement, Wang Hong and Wang Shui have started notifying the members. During this time, thanks to the girls' dance performances, the popularity of Changfeng Square has been increasing day by day. Su Guer and Zhou Xiaoyi have also been busy, uploading videos of the girls dancing in the supermarket almost every day. With these combined efforts, even though the supermarket is undergoing renovations, its reputation in Jiangxing is growing stronger by the day. Everyone is looking forward to a grand reopening tomorrow. Of course, there is one exception, and that is Cold Moon, Boss Chin's personal bodyguard. Chapter 153. Lin Yue wants a bath. Since getting off the car and arriving at the supermarket, Lin Yue had not felt a moment of ease. As a bodyguard, she didn't even know what her purpose was here. Watching Boss Chun stand in the center like a star surrounded by the moon, a hint of disgust flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. With such wealth, running a supermarket like this, it would be fine to hire some attractive employees. But what was with the JK uniforms and maid outfits? Was this really appropriate work attire for a supermarket? If Boss Chun was merely in it for the money, she would be the first to disagree. Chun Mo briefly explained things and then sent the girls back home. On the first day back in Jiangxing, he didn't want to fuss about. After dropping off Li Man and the others at the hotel, only Lin Yue remained by his side. For this extremely beautiful and cold bodyguard, Chen Mo could only say he was powerless. After bringing the girls back to the garden, it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. He casually pointed to a guest room and said, "You'll sleep here tonight." Although Boss Chun's arrangement was not inappropriate, it was unusual for him not to bring the other girls back. Just the thought of being alone in a room with this notorious flirt made Ling Yue feel a bit uneasy. But that feeling was fleeting. With her impressive skills, what was there to worry about? If he dared to have any ulterior motives, she could end the contract early and take the opportunity to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Ling Yue's mouth. She even found herself somewhat looking forward to Boss Chun having any improper thoughts. After entering the room and taking a quick look around, she sat on the bed in a daze for a while. Just as she was about to wash up, she realized there was no separate bathroom. Frowning slightly, she walked back out. Glancing toward the master bedroom, she saw the door tightly closed. What on earth was that guy doing in there? Ling Yue couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. Although she was just a bodyguard, she was still a stunning beauty. That jerk had left her in the room without a care. Gritting her teeth, she looked around and was relieved to find a small bathroom near the garden balcony. After entering, she saw it had a shower and everything. Washing up shouldn't be a problem. She then returned to her room and pulled out her pajamas. Once in the bathroom, she locked the door behind her. Looking at her own proud and beautiful reflection in the mirror, she rarely showed a smile. If all went well, in a few days, she wouldn't have to stay by this annoying man's side anymore. Even now, she couldn't understand why Chen Mo had hired her for a month at 300,000. If he wanted to show off, he could have hired several elite bodyguards for that much money. If he had other intentions, he wouldn't still be making no moves at this point. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was just a case of a foolish person with too much money. While lost in these thoughts, her fingers moved, and her clothes slipped off. Without thinking too much, she lightly pressed the switch of the shower. However, the expected sound of rushing water did not occur. Instead, a weak trickle of water emerged from the shower head, and the flow was decreasing. Seeing this, Lung Yu was immediately dumbfounded. She stood there in a daze for a moment, then turned on the faucet in the sink. The water flow was just as pitifully small. Such a weak stream couldn't possibly activate the water heater, and it might not even wash off the foam on her body. With no other choice, she could only grit her teeth and put her clothes back on. After returning to the living room, she looked at the closed door of the master bedroom. After much contemplation, Lung Yu simply couldn't bear the unpleasant odor from her long journey. If she didn't rinse off, she definitely wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Chen Mo had just taken a comfortable hot bath in the big bathtub. Dressed in his shorts, he was half reclining on the bed, thinking about checking on the 2 companies under his name. Suddenly, he heard a series of knocks on the door. With only 2 people in the room, he didn't have to think twice to know who it was. Boss Chen certainly didn't think he had any charm that would make the beautiful Lung take the initiative. Without further thought, he got out of bed and opened the door. Standing there shirtless, his sudden appearance in front of her made Lung Yu's heart skip a beat. She really didn't expect her unreliable boss to have such a good physique. Of course, working at a security group, she had seen all kinds of muscular men. That subtle feeling was instantly replaced by dissatisfaction. With a cold expression, she said, "Mr. Chun, the water pipe in the living room bathroom is broken and there's no water. I can't rinse off. Please have someone come fix it quickly." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's expression froze for a moment. Then he couldn't help but chuckle. He laughed. "The water in that bathroom has always been weak. Not many people use it, so I never bothered to fix it. It's too late to call someone to repair it now." At this point, Chen Mo's voice paused slightly. He pointed to the large bathroom in his own bedroom and said with a smile, "There's a big bathtub inside. Just make do with that." Upon hearing this, Lung Yu frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, she quietly asked, "Could you please go to the living room first? I'll rinse off, and then you can come in." "Haha, with your skills, I wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts." Chen Mo replied, "All right then. I'll sit in the garden balcony for a while. You go wash up." After saying this, he didn't wait for her reaction and directly walked out of the room. Seeing this, Lung Yu's eyes flickered as she pondered something. She then turned back to the room, grabbed her pajamas, and returned to the master bedroom. A few minutes later, she comfortably lay in the big bathtub. This flirtatious man finally showed a bit of conscience. While Lung Yu was lost in thought in the bathtub, Chen Mo was also lying on a rocking chair in the garden. In the blink of an eye, a transparent panel appeared before me. "It has been less than a month since I took over the electronics factory, and the total profit has already reached over 4.6 million. With 5 days left in the month, there is still 1.29 million in employee welfare funds. Meanwhile, over at the supermarket, after purchasing a large number of work uniforms today, there are only a few remaining funds, which can basically be ignored. The employees who wish to receive bonuses will have to wait until next month. It would be great if the employee welfare funds could be shared between both sides. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a notification sound rang in my head. Ding! Strong desire detected in the host's mind. As long as the host merges the A-level employees of both enterprises into one group, the A-level employees from both sides will be able to share the employee welfare funds. Chapter 154. Ouyang Lana takes the initiative to strike up a conversation, hearing the sounds in his mind. Chen Mo's eyes couldn't help but brighten slightly. It really is true that thinking about something brings it to you. The system is just too considerate. He immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, can you pull all the A-level employees from Jia Le Supermarket, including Luo Sha, into the group for Tianda Electronics? At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu had already returned home. Her parents, Jiang Dapeng and Wu Xia, were naturally very happy about their daughter's return. The fruit stall had closed early today. Jiang Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't mention her deal with the big boss. She selectively talked about the interesting things that had happened during her recent trip to Guang province when a WeChat notification chimed. She picked up her phone and smiled at her parents. Dad, Mom, Mr. Chun has arranged a bit of work for me on my phone. The supermarket is reopening tomorrow, so I'll be busy and want to chat with you more. Hearing their daughter say this, Jiang Dapeng and Wu Xia didn't think much of it. They only knew that their daughter's salary and benefits were getting better and better. Naturally, they sincerely hoped that the supermarket's business would flourish. After returning to her room, Jiang Xiaoyu easily merged the two groups into one and sent a message in the group saying this was arranged by Mr. Chun. Luo Sha and the others didn't pay much attention. After all, it was just a palace group. What difference did it make to have one group or two? However, the next message from the big boss made all the girls perk up. Jia Le Supermarket will reopen tomorrow. To motivate you, let us distribute some bonuses first. Su Yingying, Ma Ling, Yuan Xiaoming, Li Xinran, you all have performed well during this time, each receiving a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Soon after, for transfers of 10,000 yuan each were made. Yuan Xiaoming and Li Xinran, who were at the hotel, beamed with joy upon seeing this message. Having joined Tianda Electronics for over half a month, they could say they hadn't done much at all. At work, they either slacked off or slacked off. With such an easy job, combined with the initial 10,000 yuan red envelope they received upon joining, the big boss had rewarded them with 20,000 yuan, equivalent to a month's salary for both of them. Although this amount was far less than the bonuses received by Li Man and the others, they were self-aware enough to know they hadn't contributed anything. To receive such a big reward was already enough to be satisfied. Before long, the girls began to pop up one by one, claiming their bonuses. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Seeing this, Luo Sha and the others felt no envy at all. Based on Mr. Chin's previous generous behavior, if nothing unexpected happened, this was definitely just an appetizer. Sure enough, just as the thought crossed the girls' minds, Chun Mo sent another message in the group. Additionally, I want to give special recognition to Li Man, Orwaksu, Shinrawashi, Lu Yusin, Luo Sha, Lily Luo, Su Guer, Ucc, Lin Wanru, Wang Na, and Gong Jing. I have been closely observing your excellent performance during this period, and as the boss, I truly appreciate it. I would like to give special recognition to Jiang Xiaoyu for her outstanding behavior recently. It brings me great joy as her employer. Without further ado, I will reward Jiang Xiaoyu with 150,000 yuan, while everyone else will receive 100,000 yuan. I hope everyone continues to maintain this diligent and hard-working spirit, as the benefits in the future will only increase. Shortly after, 12 substantial bonuses were distributed in the group. In an instant, all the girls were filled with excitement. They thought that the boss would treat them well, but such generous rewards surpassed their expectations. At the supermarket, Rosa and her team had already received a bonus of 100,000 yuan at the beginning of the month. Adding the current 100,000 yuan bonus, that totals 200,000 yuan. Their contributions for the month were minimal, having only accompanied the boss for a day or two. In fact, it hardly qualifies as a significant effort. Their living conditions, including food and entertainment, were at the highest standard of enjoyment. If that counts as effort, then there would be no such thing as hard work in the world. While they felt a bit envious that Jiang Xiaoyu received 50,000 yuan more, they soon came to terms with it. After all, Jiang Xiaoyu had spent the most time with the boss this month. Even if it's a matter of being at the right place at the right time, she has that advantage. In the future, as long as they are willing to study and work hard, who knows who will have the upper hand? Meanwhile, the excitement among Li Man and her colleagues at the electronics factory was even greater than that of Rosa and her team. They could hardly believe that on their very first day in Jiang City, the boss would give such a huge surprise. They were so excited that their hearts raced, and they couldn't even sleep. Even Orwaksu, who was far away in Guan City, wished she could fly to Jiang City immediately to demonstrate her willingness to work hard to the boss. In contrast to the excitement of Jiang Xiaoyu, Li Man, and the others, Su Yingying, Ma Ling, Yuan Xiaoming, and Li Xinran felt a bit bittersweet. Although they suspected that the boss would treat them differently, they never expected such a huge disparity. At that moment, not only Su Yingying and Ma Ling, but even Yuan Xiaoming and Li Xinran couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. At Jinxiu Garden, after distributing the bonuses to the girls, Chen Mo had just exhausted the remaining welfare funds for the month. Glancing towards his master bedroom, he couldn't help but picture something in his mind. It must be said that Leng Yu's incredibly charming figure and looks stirred a longing in Chen Mo's heart. It's a bit of a shame that such a beautiful woman is only a bodyguard. Lost in thought, a WeChat notification suddenly rang. He picked up his phone to find that it was the beautiful flight attendant Ouyang Lana, whom he met on the plane today, sending a smiley face. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. At his current status, he couldn't be bothered with ordinary pretty girls. However, Ouyang Lana is truly stunning. Her face is the kind that could make anyone swoon. Among the women around Mr. Chen, perhaps only the bodyguard, Leng Yu, who is currently soaking in the bathtub, could compare. Lost in thought, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He quickly replied with a message. Miss Ouyang, it's quite late for you to send a smiley face. I'm a bit confused. After sending the message, the girl basically replied in seconds. Hee hee, I was just worried you might be asleep, so I sent a smiley to test the waters. Miss Ouyang, are you looking to chat with me? Well, since I can't sleep anyway, I happened to see your WeChat ID. Hope I'm not bothering you? Chapter 155. The golden figure of the cold moon. Hearing the girl's question, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. He didn't deny that he was increasingly valuing women's chastity. However, for top beauties like Ouyang Lana, even if they were not perfect, they still held great allure for him. Moreover, since the girl was the one making the first move, Chen Mo had no reason to hold back. Lost in thought, he quickly replied to the girl with a message. I usually don't sleep this early, Miss Ouyang. Don't you have a flight tomorrow? Well, I'm off tomorrow and the day after. By the way, Mr. Chen, with so many beautiful women around you today, are they models you hired? They are all employees from my company. I have a supermarket reopening in Jiangcheng, so I had them come to help out. Wow. What kind of company has such high-caliber employees? Is it a cultural entertainment company? It's just an ordinary electronics factory in Guangxing. They're all office clerks. But I offer a higher salary, so I naturally attract some beautiful faces. So, Mr. Chen, you're the owner of an electronics factory? It must be quite large. Haha. It's okay. By the way, Miss Ouyang, if you have time tomorrow, you can come to my supermarket to have some fun. I'll treat you to a meal. After sending this message, it took about half a minute for the girl to reply. Mr. Chen, I'm really curious about the scale of your supermarket. Please send me the address. I'll definitely come if I have time. Since Ouyang Lana said so, Chen Mo had no reason to hesitate. He quickly sent her the address of the supermarket. After chatting with the girl, he glanced toward the direction of the master bedroom door, his eyes flickering slightly. That silly girl had been in the shower for quite a while. Could she have fallen asleep in the big bathtub? Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Cold Moon had a distressed expression on her face. She had actually finished showering a long time ago, but when she reached for her pajamas, she accidentally dropped her clothes and pajamas into the bathtub. Stunned for a moment, she finally fished out her soaked clothes. After searching around, she found there was no hairdryer inside. She could only wring them out by hand. But how could that possibly dry them quickly? With no other choice, she reluctantly put on the pajamas. The feeling of the fabric clinging to her body made her very uncomfortable. Looking in the mirror, the curves of her body were faintly visible, making her face flush even more. If she could just return to her own room, it wouldn't be a problem. The key issue was that the flirtatious man was still in the living room. If she went out now, she would inevitably expose herself. Caught in this dilemma, Cold Moon felt both angry and embarrassed. Just as she was contemplating whether to head to the master bedroom first, there was a sudden knock on the bathroom door, followed by Chun Mo's voice. "Cold Moon, are you okay?" Hearing the big boss's question outside the door made Lung Yu feel even more flustered. Her impressive skills didn't provide her with any sense of security right now. After taking a moment to steady her nerves, she spoke up. "Mr. Chun, I accidentally got all my clothes wet. Could you please find a hairdryer for me?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mo outside the bathroom couldn't help but chuckle. He replied, "A hairdryer is too much trouble. I'll just get you a nightgown instead." Without waiting for Lung Yu's reaction, he walked over to the cabinet and picked out a sexy silk nightgown. Recently, there had been several ladies staying over, and there were at least 7 or 8 sets of various sexy nightwear, which now came in handy. He then walked to the bathroom and gently knocked on the door. With no other choice, Lung Yu could only open the door slightly and reach out to take the silk nightgown. A few minutes later, she emerged wearing the sexy silk nightgown, her cheeks slightly flushed. She saw Chun Mo sitting on the big bed, a faint smile on his face as he looked at her. Feeling inexplicably flustered, Lung Yu quietly said thank you and hurried out of the master bedroom. Watching her graceful figure leave, Chun Mo's smile remained. After spending more than half a month with Lung Yu, it was the first time he had seen her so embarrassed. However, it must be mentioned that aside from her more outstanding beauty compared to others, Lung Yu's curvaceous figure also reached a golden ratio, truly a perfect body. If she weren't indifferent to money, Chun Mo might have made a move long ago. That night, Chun Mo surprisingly had a rare spring dream. When he woke up in the morning, he couldn't help but smile wryly. What the hell was going on? He should have invited a girl over last night. After rinsing off and getting dressed, he finally left the room. He found Lung Yu already up, standing on the garden balcony, seemingly lost in thought. Chun Mo greeted her, and they headed out together. They first went to the hotel where Li Man and the others were staying. The girls had just received such great benefits the night before. Without needing Chun Mo's guidance, they had proactively changed into brand new JK uniforms in the morning. Chun Mo had already seen the charm of Li Man and Yuan Xiaoming. Naturally, his gaze fell on Shun Ruoshi, Li Xinran, and Lu Yusin. All three were stunning beauties. Even if their overall looks couldn't compare to Lung Yu and Ouyang Lana, they were definitely rare finds, especially after putting on the JK uniforms. They appeared even more sexy and alluring. After appreciating them openly, Chun Mo casually had breakfast with the girls at the hotel. Then, everyone went together to the supermarket. The reopening of the supermarket was set for 10 a.m. that day. It was still before 9, but all the employees were already in place. With such great benefits at the supermarket, no one dared to slack off today. Seeing the girls all dressed in brand new uniforms, the manager was in a great mood. As the store manager of a supermarket, she also wore a new work outfit today. Although she was a bit older, she maintained her figure very well. Walking over to the manager, she deliberately straightened her posture and smiled, saying, "We already have many loyal customers at the square, as well as new customers lining up to apply for memberships. What do you think about opening the supermarket earlier?" Hearing this, the manager had no objections. After thinking for a moment, he decided to have a few staff members accompany the new arrivals. They selected 10 attractive employees from among the cashiers and headed directly to the entrance of the supermarket escalator. 8 stunning beauties stood by, ready to offer a visual treat to both new and returning customers entering the supermarket today. Chapter 156. Ouyang Lana arrives knowing that the Jiajela supermarket is opening today. Not only did many longtime members eager to enjoy the view arrive early at Changfeng Plaza, but a large number of new customers with a desire to sign up for membership have also gathered during this time. Accompanied by Jiang Xiaoyu, Li Man, and a group of beautiful girls in JK uniforms, the customers waiting in line at the supermarket entrance were instantly captivated. Setting aside the other 10 girls, just Jiang Xiaoyu, Li Man, Yuan Xiaoming, Li Xinran, Lu Yusin, and Shun Ruoshi are all stunning beauties with both figure and looks. Dressed in sexy JK uniforms, with their curvy figures and long legs, it's no exaggeration to say they are even more eye-catching than many ordinary car models. Usually, such a scene could only be seen at large auto shows. At this moment, many who initially just wanted to apply for a quarterly membership card began to change their minds. Although money is hard to earn these days, it all comes down to cost-effectiveness. The quarterly membership is 120, while the annual card is 400. Since they would be shopping anyway, getting an annual membership card is definitely a better deal. To put it bluntly, as long as Jiajia supermarket doesn't go out of business and offers such great views, who would want to go to another supermarket? With this mindset, among the 600 new members processed at the front desk in the morning, over 80 opted for the annual membership card. This means that, excluding sales revenue, just the income from membership cards in the morning has already generated at least 200,000 in profit for Boss Chen. Moreover, after the supermarket's renovation and the introduction of high-end products, although it hasn't reached the level of some well-known international brands, it is already considered quite upscale for a third or fourth-tier city like Jiangxing. With a diverse selection of products and the unique scenery at Jiajia, the supermarket sales figures are naturally on the rise. Compared to before the renovation, there has been a significant leap. At the same time, the girls' JK work outfits, under the enthusiastic promotion of Su Guo, quickly topped the popularity charts in Jiangxing. With the influence of the internet, the avant-garde marketing approach of Jiajia supermarket has piqued the curiosity and admiration of more and more people. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Mo leaned back in his office chair, listening to the report from the beautiful Lu Shasha. Boss Chen, as of now, the number of people who have applied for membership today has exceeded 1,000, with over 800 customers opting for the annual card. According to feedback from the cash register, the sales revenue has already surpassed 150,000. As Luo Shasha reported, she felt genuine joy. Although she knew that Boss Chen wasn't too short on money, she sincerely hoped that Jiajia supermarket could grow stronger. Chen Mo was also very satisfied with the current state of the supermarket. Given the current pace, breaking through 10 million in net profit is definitely just around the corner. As for profit margins, Chen Mo wasn't too concerned. He mainly wanted to obtain the surprise gift box mentioned by the system. With these thoughts, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. After exchanging a few pleasantries and sending Rosa away, a notification sound from WeChat on my phone caught my attention. When I looked at it, my smile widened even more. At the same time, in Changfeng Plaza, Ouyang Lana, dressed in casual attire, looked astonished at the bustling entrance of a supermarket. There were also Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Man in their alluring JK uniforms. She had seen Jiang Xiaoyu and the others on the plane, but it was quite clear that the style of this supermarket was indeed unique. While lost in thought, Chen Mo's figure appeared at the supermarket entrance. For this stunning beauty, the owner Chen showed considerable enthusiasm. "Miss Ouyang, I thought you wouldn't come." Hearing Chen Mo's playful remark, Ouyang Lana smiled sweetly and pointed to Jiang Xiaoyu and the others at the entrance. "Mr. Chen, your supermarket style is truly distinctive. With this flow of customers, it must be a great opening day." In response, Chen Mo smiled lightly. "It's about what we expected. Miss Ouyang, how about I show you around the supermarket?" They had met briefly on the plane, and Ouyang Lana had come specifically to visit. One could only imagine how innocent her intentions might be. After hearing Chen Mo's invitation, she readily agreed with a bright smile. At the supermarket entrance, Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Man saw Chen Mo and Ouyang Lana laughing and chatting as they walked into the supermarket, feeling quite complicated inside. Though they were both beauties, they had to admit that there was still a difference. The beauty radiating from Ouyang Lana indeed reached a higher level. After a tour around the supermarket, Ouyang Lana's surprise grew even stronger. "Mr. Chen, considering the scale of your supermarket, your daily expenses must be quite significant. Can this supermarket make money?" "You might laugh, Miss Ouyang, but my main purpose in opening this supermarket is to create a unique charm for the city. Even if it means losing money to promote it, that's fine. At least when people think of the city, they will first think of our supermarket." After hearing Chen Mo's words, Ouyang Lana's eyes flickered for a moment. Then she smiled delicately. "To be able to come up with so many ideas for a supermarket, I really admire you, Mr. Chen." "Ha ha ha. It's an honor to receive praise from Miss Ouyang. Let's go to my office for a chat." Meanwhile, in Chen Mo's office, Lung Yu was counting the days on her fingers. When she saw Ouyang Lana walk in, her expression momentarily froze. She had a very deep impression of this top beauty who was as stunning as herself. She never expected that just a day after meeting on the plane, this girl would take the initiative to come over. However, having witnessed Chen Mo's ability to navigate multiple relationships without capsizing, Lung Yu was no longer surprised. She was only slightly surprised and then started counting the days in her mind again. Noticing Ouyang Lana's puzzled expression, Chen Mo smiled and introduced her. "This is Lung Yu, my hired personal bodyguard." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lana was somewhat taken aback and glanced at Lung Yu's seemingly delicate figure. A personal bodyguard. She must be very skilled, right? Haha, absolutely. No 10 or 8 men can get past her. Hearing Chun Mo praise her, Lung Yu furrowed her brows slightly. She stood up from her chair and asked in a negotiating tone, Mr. Chun, I would like to take a walk in the square. Is that okay? Chapter 157. The pure and elegant Ouyang Lana hearing that Lin Yue wanted to take a stroll in the square. Chen Imo didn't think much and readily approved the girl's day off. After Lin Yue left the office, Ouyang Lana tentatively asked, Mr. Chun, is she really just your personal bodyguard? I feel like she has a bit of hostility towards me since she came in. In response, Chen Imo maintained his smiling demeanor. That's just Lin Yue's personality, Miss Ouyang. You don't need to take it to heart. Although Ouyang Lana was still a bit puzzled by Chun Mo's answer, she didn't press further. Just as she was about to say something, Chun Imo asked with a smile, Miss Ouyang, how much do you earn in a month at the airline? Ouyang Lana was momentarily taken aback by this sudden question, then replied with a slight smile, as an outstanding employee at our airline, along with various bonuses. I earn about 30,000 yuan a month. Hearing this, Chen Imo wasn't surprised. Regardless of the industry, even with the same job, salaries and benefits can vary greatly under different regulations. In some ways, a person's appearance is indeed very important. With these thoughts, a smile crept onto Chun Mo's face. Miss Ouyang, if I were to ask you to switch jobs and join my company, would you agree? Ouyang Lana was genuinely shocked by this sudden question. The reason she came today was purely out of interest in Chen Imo. He was handsome and wealthy, and she wanted to see if there could be a further development between them. As for switching jobs, she had never considered it. She was very satisfied with her identity as a flight attendant and her luxurious monthly salary. Just as she was about to outright refuse, Chen Imo continued, Miss Ouyang, don't be in a hurry to answer. If I'm suggesting you switch jobs, I can assure you the working conditions will be satisfactory. Interestingly, I currently have a public relations assistant in my supermarket named Lin Wanru, who is also a flight attendant. Her previous salary wasn't as high as yours, barely under 20,000 yuan a month. I've set her base salary plus bonuses to no less than 30,000 yuan a month. Of course, that 30,000 yuan is just the basic guarantee. This month, her actual take-home salary is 200,000 yuan. Ouyang Lana's heart skipped a beat at Chen Mo's words. Mr. Chun, you can't be joking with me, right? Seeing her shocked expression, Chun Mo's smile widened. Ha ha ha, do you think I would joke about such things? Not just Lin Wanru, but also the employees you saw on the plane yesterday, and several outstanding employees from the supermarket. They all earned similar amounts this month. Hearing this, Ouyang Lana's heart trembled even more intensely. A monthly salary of 200,000 is absolutely beyond her imagination. Even many executives of large corporations might not earn that much. In a daze, she incredulously asked, Mr. Chun, do you mean that if I switch jobs, I would also receive such excellent benefits? Upon hearing Ouyang Lana's question, Chun Imo gently shook his head with a smile. I have a total of 16 outstanding employees under me, but only 12 can earn a top salary of 200,000 this month. This is closely related to their hard work. Miss Ouyang, do you understand what I mean? After listening to Chen's words, Ouyang Lana's expression slightly froze. Mr. Chun, I'm not quite sure I understand what you're saying. Could you be more direct? Seeing her question, Chen Imo couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking his head with a smile, he said, Miss Ouyang, I won't beat around the bush. The reason Lin Wanru and the others can receive such high-end treatment is that they are my confidants. Of course, if you switch jobs, it doesn't mean you have to give anything in return. It's still a very relaxed job, and I can guarantee that your base salary plus bonuses will definitely not be less than 50,000. If, and I mean if, you're also willing to earn bonuses every month like Lin Wanru and the others, it won't be less than this amount. As he spoke, Chen Imo directly held up 3 fingers. The meaning was obviously clear. Hearing this from Chun, Ouyang Lana's heart was even more tumultuous than before. She naturally understood what the term confidence implied, wanting to refuse outright, but the temptation of a monthly bonus of 300,000 was simply too great for her. Even knowing that this man in front of her was a notorious playboy. Undeniably, Chun Mo's handsome appearance was quite in line with Ouyang Lana's aesthetic preferences. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so proactive. After all, men who are both handsome and wealthy are truly rare. After a moment of internal struggle, she quietly replied, Mr. Chun, this matter you proposed is too sudden. I need to think about it seriously. Hearing Ouyang Lana's response, Chen Imo was somewhat surprised. He had offered an exorbitant bonus of 300,000 a month, and she still needed to consider? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked, Miss Ouyang, may I ask, have you ever had a boyfriend before? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lana's pretty face turned slightly red. Biting her lip, she retorted, Mr. Chun, do you think that just because I'm being so proactive, I must be that kind of woman? Haha, Miss Ouyang, you're joking. I really didn't think that. Mr. Chun, whether you think that or not, I can honestly tell you that I have never had a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect that a woman like Ouyang Lana could still maintain such a pure and innocent state. In any case, this was undoubtedly a very pleasant surprise for Chun Mo. With his thoughts racing, the smile on Boss Chen's face remained. Miss Ouyang, my proposal just now might have been a bit presumptuous, but I am serious. You might want to consider it carefully. The figure of 300,000 a month is definitely just a minimum guarantee. Even if you are not willing to take that step, I can offer you an easy job with a monthly salary of 60,000. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lana, who was already somewhat tempted, naturally wouldn't outright refuse. She stood up and softly replied, Mr. Chun, please allow me a few days to think it over. Once I've made up my mind, I will give you a response. Chapter 158. Cold Moon had a nightmare. Ouyang Lana's response was also within Chun Mo's expectations. After all, the fact that she didn't outright refuse was a good sign. Chun Mo was very confident. Even if Ouyang Lana wouldn't make the first choice for now, there was a 99% chance she would agree to the second condition he proposed. A monthly salary of 60,000 yuan was nearly double what she currently earned as a flight attendant. Unless she was indifferent to money, there was no reason for her to refuse. As long as Ouyang Lana became a part of his circle, Chun Mo believed that one day she would definitely be his type. By 5 p.m., the number of membership applications had surged dramatically. The three women at the front desk were overwhelmed. Wang Hong quickly mobilized 2 more staff members to assist, which eased the situation at the front desk. It wasn't until 10 p.m., when the last customer left, that the supermarket officially closed for the night. On the first day of reopening after renovations, the supermarket achieved a significant success. The number of new membership cards issued set a new record, reaching 896. Among them, over 2,000 were annual memberships. The pure income from membership cards alone brought Chun Mo nearly 1 million in profit. In terms of marketing, the supermarket also set multiple records. The single-day sales figure broke through 300,000 yuan, with a pure income of at least 50,000. This means that the profit from the first day of reopening exceeded 1 million yuan. Chun Mo had already learned about this situation from the reports. However, when manager Wang Hong mentioned it personally, he couldn't help but smile with joy. He praised all the staff. Everyone did really well today. I won't say much more. The bonuses for the beginning of the month will be doubled. Upon hearing this straightforward benefit from their boss, everyone broke into happy smiles. In fact, today wasn't particularly arduous. The fact that the boss was making money made everyone genuinely happy, and receiving double bonuses at the beginning of the month was an added delight. After a brief meeting, Chun Mo let the staff go home for the day. As for what work uniforms to wear tomorrow and the day after, Rosa had already arranged everything. Boss Chun had a spring dream last night, so naturally, he needed to prepare in advance. After looking around, he finally decided on Rosa. Currently, the 3 women with the most impressive figures around Chun Mo were Rosa, Lily, and Li Man. If he had to rank them, the tall and younger Rosa would definitely be the one he couldn't resist. In the underground parking lot, Rosa naturally sat in the passenger seat of the BMW. As she buckled her seatbelt, she turned back and flashed a friendly smile at Cold Moon in the back seat. She still didn't understand what kind of relationship this stunning woman had with Chun Mo. For the sake of caution, Rosasha naturally did not want to have any conflict with Lingyue. Facing Rosasha's kind smile, Lingyue showed no intention of responding, her gaze directed straight out of the car window. After being ignored, the beautiful Rosasha smiled awkwardly but wasn't angry. She turned to Chun Mo and asked with a smile, Mr. Chun, how long are you planning to stay in Jiangxing this time? Upon hearing this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Chun Mo's mouth. It depends on the situation. If there's nothing going on in Guangxing, I might try to stay here in Jiangxing. Hearing this from Mr. Chun, Rosasha's smile became even more charming. That's wonderful. My sister and I can't wait for you to stay in Jiangxing. Haha, your sweet talk is getting better. As they spoke, the tip of her foot gently pressed down, and the BMW X5 drove straight out of the parking lot. Upon returning to the garden, without Lingyue saying anything, Chun Mo pointed toward the direction of the garden bathroom. With a meaningful smile, he said, Lingyue, I've already had someone fix the water pipes today. It can be used normally now, but please don't let your pajamas fall into the water again. After hearing the boss's teasing, a rare blush appeared on Lingyue's face. She shot him a glare and quickly returned to her room. Seeing this, Rosasha couldn't help but pout slightly. Looking at Lingyue's expression, she thought it didn't seem like the demeanor of a normal bodyguard. Although this woman was extremely capable, she was still just a woman. Under Mr. Chen's influence, she would probably end up like herself sooner or later. Naturally, Lingyue was unaware of Rosasha's thoughts about her. If she had known, she would have scoffed in disdain. She wouldn't be like those foolish women. What was so good about men, especially a man like Mr. Chen, who was a notorious playboy? Sitting bored on her bed, she counted the days again. Just 5 more days, and she wouldn't have to stay beside this man anymore. Thinking of this, a hint of relief finally appeared on Lingyue's face. She picked up her pajamas and headed to the bathroom on the balcony of the living room garden. To be safe, she first pressed the switch for the shower. Once hot water flowed out, she proceeded to the next step. A few minutes later, while Lingyue was rinsing the foam off her body with hot water, a magical voice from Rosasha suddenly came through the wall from the master bedroom bathroom. Upon hearing the commotion, Lingyue's expression changed immediately. That jerk, could he be doing this on purpose? To be fair, she felt a bit wrong towards Mr. Chen. He didn't realize that the sound insulation between the master bedroom bathroom and the living room bathroom was poor. The problem was that Rosasha's voice was indeed a bit loud. Even a wall couldn't completely muffle it. In such a situation, Lingyue naturally had no mood to wash slowly. Gritting her teeth, she hastily rinsed off, put on her pajamas, and returned to her room. After finally calming her irritated mood, she had barely laid on her bed for a moment when Rosasha's bright, singing voice came from the master bedroom again. Damn, they had changed the battlefield. Suppressing the urge to lose control, Lingyue took a tissue from the nightstand, crumpled it into 2 small balls, and stuffed them in her ears. However, Rose's enchanting voice was impossible to block out. It lasted for almost an hour. And just when Lingyue felt like she was about to break down, it finally quieted down. That night, Chen Mo had a very good sleep. Meanwhile, Lingyue, in a daze, had a rather terrifying nightmare. After waking up from the nightmare, she was drenched in cold sweat. Her legs felt weak and wobbly. The next day, both the boss and Rosa woke up naturally. After freshening up, they headed to the living room. Noticing that Lingyue's door was still tightly shut, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel amused. Could it be that this woman was still sleeping in? Chapter 159. Mr. Chen, how do you want to play? Chen Mo was thinking this when the door to Lung Yu's room creaked open. The girl's face was not looking good, and she had a rare hint of dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating she and slept well last night. With a mix of embarrassment and resentment, she shot a glance at the two before heading straight to the bathroom. Not only was Rosa confused, but even Chun Mo felt a bit perplexed. As they were leaving, Boss Chen couldn't help but ask, Lung Yu, you don't seem to be in great spirits. Did you not sleep well last night? Chen Mo's question made Lung Daybody recall the nightmare from the previous night. Just thinking about the humiliation she experienced made her shiver involuntarily. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to stay by this man's side for even a moment longer. After calming herself down, she finally stopped and spoke in a negotiating tone. Mr. Chun, could you possibly terminate our employment contract early? Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's face showed a mix of surprise and confusion. Then he heard Lung Yu continue, don't worry. I will pay you the full employment fee for the remaining days, and I can even offer a little extra. Hearing this, Boss Chen shook his head without hesitation. Although the girl was somewhat aloof, her impressive skills were undeniable. As a bodyguard, she was absolutely top-notch. Having such an attractive and capable bodyguard was definitely better than hiring a burly man to follow him around. Not to mention just the remaining days of the contract. In Chun Mo's mind, as long as the Golden Shield bodyguard group was willing, he would be happy to hire this beautiful bodyguard indefinitely. Lost in thought, he shook his head and smiled lightly. Lung Yu, do you think I would be so concerned about a few bucks after hiring you at such a high price? Upon hearing Chen Mo's response, Lung Yu became anxious. Last night it was Rosa, who knew who it would be tonight. She couldn't imagine having to listen to that kind of magical voice every night. Who knew if she would still have nightmares? Just thinking about that immersive feeling made her legs go weak. Mr. Chun, but, before Lung Yu could finish, Chen Mo interrupted her directly. There's no but. When we signed the contract, I didn't pay attention to your unfair terms. You've been by my side for so long, and I've never had any inappropriate thoughts about you. As the ace bodyguard of the Golden Shield Group, you should at least uphold the basic spirit of the employment contract, right? Although Chun Mo couldn't understand why Lung Yu wanted to terminate the contract early today, he was determined not to agree. Seeing the firmness in Boss Chun's tone, Lung Yu felt a surge of anger, but, as a professional bodyguard, she didn't dare to lose her temper. Just a few more days, and it would be over. Thinking this way, she chose to remain silent. Noticing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile faintly. He originally planned to renew the contract with the Golden Shield Company after it expired. At this moment, Boss Chun already had an idea in mind. After arriving at the supermarket, it was almost 10:30 a.m. The foot traffic in the entire supermarket was even more bustling than the same time yesterday. The young ladies were all dressed in kipeos today, exuding a blend of traditional elegance and a hint of alluring sensuality. It created a uniquely pleasing atmosphere. Many customers who came to see the JK Allure today had no complaints at all. Watching the supermarket get back on track, Chun Mo felt quite pleased. Upon entering the boss's office, he noticed Lung Yu sitting on the sofa, looking bored and lost in thought. He smiled and said, "There's a fitness center next door. If you're feeling bored, you can go there and get some exercise. If something comes up, I'll call you." Hearing this, Lung Yu's expression slightly froze. Boss Chin's sudden kindness today was indeed a bit unexpected for her. However, regardless, she had no reason to refuse. After Lung Yu left, Chun Mo directly dialed the phone number of Zhou Kuei, the business manager of the security company. The phone barely rang twice before Zhou Kuei's cheerful voice came through. "Boss Chin, are you calling to renew the contract?" Taken aback by the question, Chun Mo replied, "How did you know I was calling to renew?" Zhou Kuei responded, "If you're proactively calling me, it's either to renew or terminate the contract, so I can mostly guess it's the former." With the matter laid bare, Chun Mo didn't want to beat around the bush. He asked with a smile, "I do want to renew, but I'll only make the payment on the 1st of next month. Is that okay, Manager Zhou?" "Ha. As long as you make the payment before the 3rd of next month, there's no problem at all." Zhou Kuei agreed readily. "All right, let us settle it this way. Also, please don't inform Lung Yu about the renewal for now." Zhou Kuei, though a bit confused, found it to be a small matter and readily agreed. After hanging up, a wicked smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Chun Mo's mouth. As long as he could keep Lung Yu by his side for the long term, perhaps she would eventually develop feelings. Given the chance, Boss Chun would definitely not let it slip away. His strong desire to conquer this ice-cold beauty even surpassed that for the equally stunning Ouyang Lana. Most men are like this. The harder it is to obtain something, the more they want to conquer it. Moreover, Boss Chun had the means. With a system bound to him, he was undoubtedly the chosen one. If he couldn't win over a single woman, that would be quite embarrassing. After wrapping this up, an unnamed desire unexpectedly surged within him. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat. After announcing a substantial bonus in the group chat the day before yesterday, Su Yingying and Ma Lin both actively requested to add him on WeChat. However, during their brief chats, he learned that neither of the two young ladies was particularly innocent. Moreover, they still had some lingering connections with their current boyfriends. Under such circumstances, Chun Mo naturally lost interest. It's not very pleasant to say, but with more and more women around, he is feeling a bit overwhelmed. If they're not top-notch in looks or pure as ice, Boss Chun really seems to look down on them. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided against calling Su Yingying and Ma Ling in. He then opened his phone contacts and dialed Lin Wanru's number. Although the women are capable and willing to work hard, when it comes to skills, the best has to be this beautiful flight attendant, Lin. After receiving the call from the boss, Lin Wanru walked in, feeling quite pleased. Without needing a hint from Chun Mo, she directly locked the door. She then flashed an extremely charming smile and gracefully approached Boss Chun. Slowly, she sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and softly whispered, "Mr. Chin, how would you like to play?" Chapter 160. Cold Moon caused trouble listening to the bold and tempting tone of the beautiful Lin. Chun Mo felt his anger rising even more. While he was enjoying the pleasure of being a domineering boss in the office, Cold Moon had already arrived at the gym not far away. With her stunning figure and beauty, she instantly became the center of attention as soon as she walked into the gym. Cold Moon didn't care much about the gazes from others. After getting a temporary membership card, she headed straight for the treadmill. With her skills, there was no need for her to practice any strength training. Just a few steps into her run, A handsome man approached her, wearing a self-satisfied smile that he thought was charming. "Beautiful lady, I'm a VIP member here and have been working out for over 2 years. Can we get to know each other?" he said, casually showing off his luxury watch on his wrist. From the looks of it, he was definitely someone who wasn't too short on cash. To Cold Moon, this man appeared like a clown. Without any hesitation, she coldly spat out one word: "Get lost." This merciless dismissal left the handsome man blushing with embarrassment. He had always been smooth sailing and flirting with women, and even if he occasionally encountered proud ones, they would only politely refuse him. He had never met someone like Cold Moon who responded with a blunt "get lost." As he turned away, the handsome man couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn BTCH, what's there to show off?" Though his words were quiet, they reached Cold Moon's ears perfectly. Having a bad day already? Her gaze turned icy in an instant. She stopped the treadmill and shouted coldly at the man's back, "Stop! What did you just call me?" Hearing this, the man turned his head with a cold smile. "I called you a BTCH. What are you going to do about it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cold Moon's figure flashed, and she kicked out with one foot. The handsome man only saw a blur before he felt a sharp pain coursing through him. With the force of her kick, his body uncontrollably flew backward. He hit the ground with a thud, and cold sweat poured out from the pain. The conflict between the two happened in an instant, and the others in the gym hadn't even reacted before this scene unfolded. Meanwhile, at the supermarket, Chun Mo was in a daze when his phone on the desk rang. Frowning, he picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. After some thought, he hung up. Just as he was about to close his eyes and continue enjoying his moment, the phone rang again. It was the same number, and feeling impatient, he answered directly. "Who is this? Is this Mr. Chun from the supermarket? I'm a police officer from the South City Police Station. Your personal bodyguard has assaulted someone at the gym. Do you want to come to the station to handle this personally?" For some unknown reason, the police officer on the phone sounded quite friendly. Upon hearing this, Shinimo couldn't help but feel a bit amused. He had hired an expensive female bodyguard who did nothing all day, and now she had gotten him into trouble. He wasn't worried at all. Knowing Lung Yu's nature, she would never act without cause. Plus, since the police officer's tone wasn't too heavy, it probably wasn't a big issue. Thinking of this, he politely replied, "I'm sorry, but I have something urgent to attend to and won't be able to come for another half an hour." "It's fine, since the issue isn't serious. I won't disturb you any further, Mr. Chun." After hanging up, he looked at Lin Wanru's puzzled expression. Chun Mo simply smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, just a small matter. Let us continue." After saying that, he leaned back slightly in his office chair, a charming smile reappearing on his face. An hour later, at the police station in the Southern District. After some negotiation, they only needed to cover a small medical fee, and both parties reached a private settlement. After all, it wasn't a major issue, and given Mr. Chin's prominent status, the handsome man decisively chose to back down. Just as he stepped out of the police station, Lung Yu said a few words. "Mr. Chun, how much did you pay for medical fees? I'll transfer it to you later." Upon hearing this, Chun Mo shot her a half-smiling glance. "Lung Yu, I went through all this trouble for your sake, and you don't even say thank you, but you insist on settling the accounts?" Upon hearing this, an inexplicable anger surged in Lung Yu's heart. If it weren't for this annoying man in front of her, and if she hadn't had that nightmare last night, she wouldn't be so irritable today. However, some things were hard for her to explain. She could only suppress her anger and stubbornly say with a cold face, "Then thank you, Mr. Chun, but the compensation is one thing, and I don't want to owe you anything." Hearing this, Chun Mo didn't bother to say much. He chuckled and said, "All right, it's 3,000 yuan. You can just pay if you want." After returning to the supermarket, with the earlier incident still fresh, Lung Yu didn't want to go anywhere else. Chun Mo observed in real time through the panel. Today's net income was likely to reach a new level. Naturally, he was overjoyed. At this pace, a net profit of 10 million was just around the corner. He was also incredibly excited about the surprise blind box mentioned by the system. Just before the normal closing time of 9 p.m., Rosa took the initiative to stride in, reporting today's performance. She smiled brightly and said, "Mr. Chun, today the number of new members surpassed yesterday, breaking through the 3,000 mark. So far, we've registered a total of 3,217 members. And the number of customers who applied for annual membership cards has exceeded 2,500. Additionally, the supermarket's sales have increased by nearly 100,000 compared to yesterday." Although Chun Mo already knew the answer, hearing it from Rosa made him feel exceptionally excited. "Very good. Please inform everyone that there will be no small meeting today, and we can leave work on time. Starting tomorrow, we will resume the regular two-shift system. Yes, Manager Chun. After saying this, Luo Shashet didn't rush to leave, but instead showed a hesitant expression. Seeing this, Chun Mo smiled faintly. Is there anything else? Manager Chun. My sister said she really misses your presence. Can I let her come to see you? Upon hearing this, Chun Boss couldn't help but show a hint of a wry smile. I've already made arrangements with you Cece for tonight. Let your sister Luo Lily come tomorrow night. Hearing Chun Mo say this, Luo Shasha naturally didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. With a bright smile, she nodded. Yes, thank you, Manager Chun. I'll head out now. Chapter 161. Liu couldn't take it anymore. Lin Yue, who was watching the conversation between the two, was so furious that her teeth were grinding. She could only hope that the UCCC mentioned by Boss Chen wouldn't sound so enchanting when she was in a frenzy. After work, Lin Yue was once again in the back seat of the same BMW X5. This time, the passenger seat had changed from last night's Rosisha to today's UCCC. The beautiful UCCC had an attitude towards the stunning bodyguard next to Boss Chen that was basically the same as Rosasha's, unless absolutely necessary. She definitely didn't want to have any conflict with Lin Yue. Upon returning to the Jingxiua garden, Lin Yue was smarter today. Without any pause, she went to her room, grabbed her pajamas, and walked into the bathroom in the living room. Finally, she enjoyed a peaceful and comfortable hot shower. Back in her room, she had already used tissues to roll up 2 small balls to stuff in her ears. Half-dazed, just as she was starting to feel sleepy, UCCC's enchanting voice once again reached Lin Yue's ears. Although the noise wasn't as crazy as Rosasha's from yesterday, it still made Lin Yue unable to bear it. She jumped up from the bed, shook her head a few times. Her lips were pouting, and she was quite irritated. This jerk, doing this every day? Was it still possible to get any sleep? That enchanting voice continued for almost an hour. Just when Lin Yue felt like she was about to break down, it finally stopped. Leaning back against the bed, she stared blankly for a while. Her head felt heavy, and she didn't dare to sleep. The nightmare from last night still made her legs weak at the thought. If she had to experience that nightmare again tonight, she would really collapse. In a daze, Lin Yue didn't even realize when she fell asleep. Although she didn't have that nightmare tonight, she woke up in the morning feeling even worse than yesterday. When Chun Mo got up and saw the dark circles under her eyes, he almost laughed out loud. He said, Lin Yue, what happened to you these past 2 nights? Is it that you're not used to the environment in Jiangxing? Hearing Boss Chen's words, Lin Yue's expression became even worse. With such hellish sleep quality, she couldn't stand it for a whole night. Glancing at the charming UCCC, then thinking about her own inhumane torture. She didn't care about anything else and directly said, Boss Chun, the sound insulation in this room is too poor. If you're bringing women back at night, could you arrange for me to go to a hotel? Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, both Chun Mo and UCCC were momentarily stunned. Boss Chen instantly understood what was going on and couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Is the sound insulation in this garden villa really that bad? Humph. I don't know about the quality of the house, but I certainly can't stand this woman's voice. After Lin Yue's blunt remark, UCCC's face instantly turned red. Could she blame herself? In that specific scenario, it was all involuntary, okay? Chen Mo didn't feel embarrassed at all. This might even be a good opportunity. And he certainly wouldn't fulfill Lin Yu's wish. He decisively refused, saying, You are my personal bodyguard, so there's no need to think about staying in a hotel. Hurry up and wash your face. We still have to go to the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a mix of anger and frustration. However, as a personal bodyguard, she really couldn't argue against her employer's request. Moreover, strictly speaking, Chen Mo's statement didn't even qualify as a request. After arriving at the supermarket, Lin Yu became smarter. She immediately took out her own money to buy a Bluetooth headset. She didn't believe that if she wore the headset and listened to music while sleeping, she could still hear that annoying voice. Chen Mo, of course, was unaware of Lin Yu's little schemes. After the peak days of membership registration in the first 2 days, the number of people in the supermarket noticeably decreased today. By the end of the day, the number of membership cards issued hadn't even reached 2,000. However, it is worth mentioning that today's revenue only slightly decreased compared to yesterday, still exceeding 300,000. The fresh outfits of the female staff at the supermarket made many men eager to visit the place every day, although female customers still made up a minority. With the influence of more than 20 handsome security guards, A considerable number of female customers also actively signed up for membership every day. The supermarket had only reopened for 3 days, but it had already brought nearly $3 million in pure income to Chinemo, among which the profits from membership cards accounted for a large portion, reaching over $8 million. At this current pace, even if the number of membership cards decreased later on, in at most 10 days, they would unlock surprise gift boxes ahead of schedule. Feeling delighted, Chinmo naturally planned to leave work early to celebrate. Since he had already promised yesterday, Luo Lily became the lucky woman today, amidst the ups and downs. Just thinking about Lung Yu's defeated expression next door made Chinmo's charming smile even broader. Under his subtle guidance, Luo Lily worked even harder. However, when he woke up the next day and saw that there was no change on Lung Yu's face at all, Chinmo felt disappointed and couldn't help but ask, "Lung Yu, did you not have trouble sleeping last night?" Seeing the disappointed expression on her boss's face, the rarely smug smile appeared on Lung Yu's face. "I slept quite well, Mr. Chun. Is there a problem?" Seeing her expression, Chun-mo didn't think much of it. He chuckled and said, "There's no problem, just didn't expect your adaptability to be so strong." Upon hearing this, the smile on Lung Yu's face instantly froze. She didn't want to be misunderstood by this flirtatious man. She quickly took out her Bluetooth headset from her bag and huffed, "Mr. Chun, since you want to let me stay in a hotel, I can only use this to sleep." Listening to their conversation, Luo Lily was completely confused. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, "Mr. Chun, what are you two talking about? I don't understand at all." Upon hearing this, Chun-mo gently patted Luo Dami's elegant arm and laughed, "It's fine if you don't understand. Let's go. Today is Saturday. Let's see if the supermarket's earnings can hit a new high." Oh. Seeing that Chun-mo was unwilling to elaborate, Luo Lily naturally dared not ask further. As more women gathered around Boss Chun, and their spending became increasingly generous, she shared the same thoughts as the other ladies. That is, when faced with Chun-mo's instructions, they would obediently and unconditionally comply. As for any desire to compete for his favor, none dared to entertain that thought. Luo Lily no longer aspired for much. She would be satisfied with just an occasional gentle touch of kindness. After the three of them arrived at the supermarket, as soon as they entered the boss's office, Li Man strode in with her long legs. Chapter 162. Softness won't work. Let's go hard today. The uniform at the supermarket resembles that of a flight attendant. Li Man, flaunting her impressive figure, walked in, exuding charm. She first smiled kindly at Lung Yu. Then, she turned to Chun-mo with a playful smile and asked, "Mr. Chun, when do you plan to let us return to our city?" They had already been in Jiang City for 4 days, and Li Man along with Yuan Xiaoming and the other 3 girls. Aside from welcoming guests on the first day, they had mostly been hanging out, similar to Wang Na and Lin Wanru. Every day was spent wandering around the supermarket, which was incredibly leisurely. However, despite holding the title of PR planning department at a certain electronics factory, Li Man felt somewhat out of place spending every day in a supermarket. She wasn't sure what Chun-mo was planning, so she decided to ask directly today. Regarding Li Da Mei Ren's question, Chun-mo didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked her up and down with an aggressive gaze. One must admit, as one of the 3 most stunning beauties under Chen's leadership, Li Man's flight attendant outfit today was simply explosive. He even worried that the buttons on her outfit might suddenly pop open. The more he thought about it, the more his mind wandered. Then he flashed a charming smile and instructed Lung Yu, who was playing on her phone on the sofa. "Lung Yu, go take a stroll in the square. I'll call you if I need anything." Upon hearing the boss's words, Lung Yu was momentarily taken aback. She was told to go to the gym yesterday and now to stroll in the square. When did the boss become so generous? However, the girl wasn't foolish. She glanced at the ambiguous atmosphere between the two in the room, especially the way Li Man's eyes seemed to melt. She internally cursed, shameless, and expressionlessly stood up to leave. Seeing this, Chun-mo then gave Li Man a mischievous smile. "Manager Li, we'll talk about work later. Please lock the office door first." After hearing Chun-mo's words, Li Man didn't hesitate at all. She walked over to the door and, with a click, locked it. Then she returned to Chun-mo's side with a myriad of charms. She leaned in and asked softly, "Mr. Chun, do I look good in this flight attendant outfit?" Faced with Li Man's enchanting demeanor, Chun-mo's spirit soared instantly. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a new month, and all the supermarket employees were full of energy today. By now, no one doubted Chun-mo's capabilities. After a Saturday of hard work, both the number of new memberships and the supermarket's revenue reached new highs. under the promotional concept of beautiful saleswomen wearing new outfits every day at the supermarket. It's no exaggeration to say that in today's Jiang City, the most famous establishment is definitely not well-known supermarkets like Walmart or Yonghui, with similarly well-decorated environments and high-quality products. Once someone experiences the heavenly shopping atmosphere at this supermarket, they will likely feel an irresistible urge to return. Even though there are a few sarcastic voices, no one pays them any attention. Just today, the number of new members at the supermarket approached 4,000. Most of them are annual membership cards, combined with the profits from the supermarket. On the last day of the month, the owner's income reached 1 million. Although such explosive profits supported by new members cannot last long, it doesn't change the fact that the goal of achieving a net profit of 10 million is getting closer. The owner felt an uncontrollable excitement. Once the supermarket is on track, even without new members, the income from the supermarket alone will be extremely considerable. Earning 1 to 2 million in a month is quite easy, after several nights of hustle. Plus, with the craziness in the office during the day, the owner felt no desire and didn't call anyone after work. Cold Moon even felt a bit unaccustomed to this. Of course, being able to sleep without earplugs was something she naturally welcomed. Thinking that there are only 3 days left before she can leave this man, she felt a rush of clarity. She actually wondered if the owner would renew her contract. However, this thought was quickly dismissed by Cold Moon. A staggering monthly fee of 300,000 just to employ someone like her as decoration. As long as the owner has a bit of rationality, he definitely wouldn't make such a foolish move. With this thought in mind, and with no magical sounds coming from next door, Cold Moon happily drifted off to sleep early. Meanwhile, in the big bedroom next door, the owner was still waiting for the system to update the welfare funds and naturally couldn't sleep. In a moment of thought, he opened the transparent panel before him. With another thought, he switched to the supermarket. Number of employees, 144. Number of employees meeting A-level quality, 10. Current net profit of the supermarket, 63 million. After reaching a net profit of 10 million, a surprise gift box will be awarded. Available employee welfare amount for this month, 600 yuan. In a moment, he switched the transparent panel to the electronics factory. Number of employees, 857. Number of employees meeting A-level quality, 7. Current net profit, 36 million. Once the net profit reaches 30 million, the system will automatically unlock the next enterprise. Available employee welfare amount for this month, 200 yuan. The remaining employee welfare amounts for both businesses were practically negligible. The supermarket only needs to earn another 37 million to receive the so-called surprise gift box. If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow being Sunday, the supermarket will definitely be exceptionally busy. With the minimum standard, the net income is likely to be at least 1 million. Even if the membership card income drops drastically on the following weekdays, the goal should be achievable within 3 days. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of the owner's mouth. Suddenly, he thought of the flight attendant, Ouyang Lana. The woman hadn't made a sound for several days, which surprised Chen Mo to some extent. If it were an ordinary girl, Boss Chen wouldn't have paid much attention. However, with Ouyang Lana's stunning beauty, combined with her pure and elegant demeanor, if he were to miss out on her, he would truly feel a bit regretful. Amidst his thoughts, Chen Mo recalled the icy beauty, Lung Yu, next door. Compared to Ouyang Lana, his desire to conquer this stunning ice queen just a wall away had reached a peak. If only this surprise gift box from the system contained something to enhance his physical abilities. Then, if soft approaches didn't work, he could take a harder stance. With this thought, an indescribable smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Chun Mo's mouth. However, after having such thoughts, his previously calm heart started to feel a bit restless. Chapter 163, Super Angry Cold Moon. Looking at the time, it was just past 10 in the evening. He simply made a call to summon Su Guer over. He didn't want to have any more ridiculous dreams. Half an hour later, Cold Moon, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly heard a magical voice in her ear. She thought she was having a nightmare and sat up in bed immediately. Pinching her thigh hard, it hurt. In an instant, her expression turned extremely unpleasant. This scoundrel, jerk, and heartless playboy, is he done yet? Suppressing the urge to explode, she muttered softly. It's okay, just 2 more days, bear with it. Taking a deep breath, she took out her Bluetooth earbuds and put them in her ears. However, after being disturbed like this, Cold Moon couldn't sleep at all. She simply got dressed and went out to the garden balcony, glancing occasionally towards the master bedroom. She wished she could kick him out. Chun Mo didn't think much about it. After some pleasant exchanges, he felt much better. While Sugor was in the shower, he checked the time, and it was just midnight. He couldn't wait to open the system panel. Number of employees at Jia Jia Le Supermarket, 144. Maximum capacity can be expanded to 200. Employees meeting A-level quality, 10. Current net profit of the supermarket, 763. Available welfare funds for this month, 5 million. Note, the increased 500,000 welfare funds are a reward for expanding the number of employees. As for the Tiando Electronics Factory, there was basically no change. Employee welfare funds still stood at 15 million. After reviewing the updated data on the panel, Chun Mo's lips curled slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to expand the supermarket staff. Being able to increase employee welfare funds by 500,000 was a pleasant surprise, to say the least. With this thought in mind, under the promise of a base salary, all ordinary employees were rewarded with a bonus of 4,000 each. Through the system's operation, salaries and bonuses were immediately credited to their accounts. Wang Shui, Li Wan, Zhou Xiaowei, Huang Dong, Zhao Maosan, and Su Yunfeng received 10,000 each in bonuses, which were also credited to their accounts right away. As for the store manager, Wang Hong, and purchasing manager, Zhou Jingye, in addition to their base salaries, each received a bonus of 30,000. With this round of distribution, the welfare funds of Jia Jia Le Supermarket were consumed by 1.8 million, adding the 300,000 credited to the employees' free canteen accounts. The remaining welfare funds stood at 900,000. This amount was even insufficient for the rewards for the A-level employees. Fortunately, the employees could share the benefits from both companies owned by Boss Chun. In his thoughts, Chun Mo didn't hesitate much. He directly opened the A-level employee WeChat group for Tiando Electronics. After merging the two groups, along with Boss Chun himself, the group had now reached 17 members. Amidst the fluctuations of fingers, a piece of text information was sent out. Today is the beginning of the month again, and I assume everyone is still awake, so I won't waste time and will start distributing the base salary bonuses. Su Yingying, Ma Ling, Yuan Xiaoming, Li Xinran. Each will receive a base salary plus a bonus of 30,000. Following that, for transfers of 30,000 each were sent in the group. Zhang Xiaoyu, Luo Shasha, Luo Lily, Gong Jing, Wang Na, Sugor, Ucc, Lin Wanru, Li Man, Lu Yusin, Oroashue, Shun Roashi. You have all performed exceptionally well, and I won't treat anyone differently. Each of you will receive a reward of 100,000. The girls clearly haven't slept, except for Sugor, who was in the bathroom. The others quickly collected their bonuses. Regardless of whether it's 30,000 or 100,000, everyone expressed their gratitude. This fund was all drawn from the employee benefits of the electronics factory. After all the transactions, a total of 32 million was distributed. After rewarding the girls, to avoid any prolonged delays, I directly transferred 300,000 to the security group's dedicated account. With the financial flow recorded, such a large group company won't deny it. At this moment, Lung Yu has returned to her room, and after the magical sounds quieted down, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. The girls probably wouldn't have imagined that the big boss had already renewed their contracts in advance. The next day, Oroashue sent over the salaries and cafeteria expenses for the electronics factory employees through WeChat. With over 800 employees, including all management, last month's salary was just over 3 million, plus a subsidy of 3 million from the cafeteria. The total was only 6 million. After a series of expenses, the employee benefits fund at the electronics factory still had 78 million left. Coupled with the 900,000 remaining from the supermarket, there was certainly enough for the big boss to spend freely for the rest of the month. Chun Mo merely needed to move his fingers, while Oroashue from the electronics factory was almost in a daze. She calculated the expenses, and according to the big boss's current operations, at least 4 million or more would have to come out of his own pocket to cover such a large gap after excluding last month's factory profits. She couldn't understand what the big boss's true intention was in taking over the electronics factory. It couldn't just be to attract a few top employees. Could it? Oroashue couldn't figure it out, and neither could Zhou Jinhua, and the others. Even the girls working on the assembly line were puzzled. With less than 6 hours of work a day, 1 day off each week, living in air-conditioned rooms, and enjoying luxurious meals provided by the factory. Under such conditions, it's hard to say that a base salary of 8,000 would be enough, even if it were only 3,000 or 4,000. Many would probably break their heads to get in, and the big boss's promise of the first salary payment was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone. At the supermarket, the girls were also filled with laughter and joy today. Even a few cleaning staff received monthly salaries of over 10,000. This salary in Jiangsheng has already surpassed that of many white-collar workers. Moreover, one can enjoy ultra-luxurious meals for free every day. To put it bluntly, there are people who would hesitate to trade their civil servant jobs for this. Everyone is genuinely happy, except for one person who can't seem to find joy. Lung Yu has just received a notification from the headquarters of a major corporation, saying that the big boss has renewed her contract in advance. In other words, she has been counting down the days, only to find herself included in the count. After putting down the phone, she immediately walked up to the boss. With a fluctuating chest and a frosty expression, she questioned, "Mr. Chun, who allowed you to renew my contract?" Chapter 164. The strongest man on the surface looking at the angry expression on Lung Yu's face as she questioned him, Chinemo couldn't help but smirk. "I think you are quite suitable as my personal bodyguard, and I'm very satisfied. Is there any problem with renewing the contract early?" Faced with Chen's high praise, Lung Yu felt a bit frustrated. She had no idea where this evaluation came from. She neither knew how to flatter nor to butter up anyone. Even when dealing with her boss, Chinemo, she often wore a very indifferent expression. How could he be so satisfied? The thought of spending another month with this man made her frustration hard to describe. After calming herself down, she managed to muster a rare smile. "Mr. Chun, I really want to thank you for your recognition of my work. However, as you can see, my role by your side is minimal. I often cause you trouble, and hiring me for such a high price isn't worth it at all. Could you please talk to the headquarters about terminating this collaboration early? Don't worry, I will ensure they refund you the renewal fee in full." Hearing Lung Yu's words, Chinemo felt a bit uncomfortable. This woman was indeed beautiful, but she was also too proud. With a cold smile, he said, "Do you think I would care about such a small amount of money? Since the renewal fee has already been paid, there's no need to bring it up again. Just focus on protecting me for another month." Upon hearing Chen's firm tone, Lung Yu's expression stiffened slightly. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Fine, since Mr. Chen isn't afraid of wasting money, I will protect you for another month. But I want to make it clear that next month, without my permission, even if you renew the contract early, I won't acknowledge it. And during this month of employment, you mustn't have any bad intentions towards me. Otherwise, I can terminate the contract early." Upon hearing this, Chinemo narrowed his eyes slightly. "Lung Yu, I don't understand. I haven't treated you poorly during this month, have I? It's just that I've found a few more women. You don't need to react so strongly, right? Mr. Chun, how many women you find is none of my business. I've always been this way. If you think I'm not qualified as a bodyguard, you can definitely fire me. Hee, then you might be disappointed, because I actually appreciate your rebellious nature. Just stay by my side honestly. As for next month's renewal, it's still early. Who knows, maybe you'll change your mind by then." Change my mind. You must be dreaming." Although they were in an employer-bodyguard relationship, Lung Yu was ready to let loose. Naturally, her words became less respectful than before. Chun Mo realized that unless the system could transform him physically, conquering this icy beauty seemed nearly impossible. His anticipation for the surprise gift box mentioned by the system only grew stronger. Chun Mo knew that the system could extract his thoughts, and perhaps his dreams would come true. In the midst of his thoughts, he couldn't be bothered to argue with Lung Yu about anything. Today was the beginning of the month, and it was Sunday. However, the number of people applying for membership was far less than Chen's expectations. Yesterday, Saturday, there were nearly 4,000 people, but today it was less than 3,000. This was actually not surprising. Jiangsheng was just a medium-sized city, a third or fourth tier one. No matter how attractive the supermarket was, not everyone was willing to spend a few hundred yuan. Once the recent hype passed, the number of people applying for membership would definitely drop sharply. By the end of the day, the income from membership cards combined with the supermarket's pure revenue barely exceeded 1 million. Facing this situation, Chen Mo was not anxious at all. With today's pure income, he was still about 1.3 million away from his 10 million profit goal, unless something unexpected happened. He would unlock the surprise gift box in just 2 or 3 days. The next few working days went as expected. On Monday, there were 563 new members. On Tuesday, there were 1,098 new members. The supermarket's revenue remained around 300,000, showing no significant fluctuations. By Wednesday at 5:30 p.m., Chinmo's mind finally heard a heavenly voice. Ding! The pure profit of the supermarket under the host has reached 10 million, unlocking the surprise gift box. Ding! Detecting the host's strong desire. This system will use a special method to transform the host into the strongest man on earth. Just as this heavenly voice echoed in his mind, Chun-Mo felt a jolt throughout his body. Under the infusion of a mysterious power, every pore in his body underwent a tremendous change. Ding! Transformation complete. The host's current strength is equivalent to peak Tyson, and his skills are similar to the movie version of Chun-Jun. Meanwhile, his speed, endurance, and mental strength will all be elevated to the strongest on Earth. Feeling the overwhelming power in his body, before he could even be surprised, another ding echoed in his mind. Ding! From this moment on, this system will unlock a new feature, allowing the host to detect any woman's name, age, height, weight, purity, and overall attractiveness with just a thought. After hearing the system's introduction, Chun-Mo couldn't help but smile. His gaze involuntarily turned to Lung Yu on the sofa, with a single thought. A transparent panel displayed Lung Yu's information. Name, Lung Yu. Age, 24. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Purity, 0. Comprehensive attractiveness score, 92 points. After experiencing this new feature, Chun-Mo felt even more excited. Lung Yu, who was idly playing with her phone, suddenly felt a scorching gaze directed at her. Looking up, she saw Chun-Mo's eyes filled with a charming intensity, staring straight at her. Feeling this, Lung Yu immediately felt a bit uneasy. This guy? Could he be fantasizing about her? Thinking this, the girl slightly furrowed her brows and stood up with an expression as cold as frost. Mr. Chun, what are you looking at? Mr. Chun had just gained explosive power and was no longer the insignificant person he once was. Faced with the ace bodyguard, he naturally felt no fear at all. He smiled somewhat frivolously and said, "Cold Moon, I'm paying you a lot of money just to enjoy the view. What? Can't I even take a look?" Seeing Mr. Chin's unusually flippant tone, Cold Moon's face grew even colder. "Mr. Chun, I'm not just a pretty face. You'd better stop with those sordid ideas, or else I won't care whether you're my employer or not." Chapter 165. Preparing to win over Lung Yue. Upon hearing Lung Yue's words, Chun-Mo was completely unfazed. Just as he was about to tease the girl a bit more, Rosa stepped in. She usually came in around this time every day to report her performance. In reality, she just wanted to get closer to Chun-Mo and show off her impressive figure. Who knows, maybe the big boss would be pleased and give her a chance. "Mr. Chun, today's performance has declined again." As Rosa reported her performance, Chun-Mo's mind was already activating the new function. Name, Rosa. Age, 25 years. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 104 kilograms. Purity, -2. Overall attractiveness, 87 points. After reviewing the profile of the beautiful Rosa, it was pretty much what Chun-Mo had imagined. Among all his women, Rosa's overall attractiveness should be the highest. As for the purity of -2, it likely indicated that she had been with another man before him. Since that was all in the past, Chun-Mo naturally wouldn't pay much attention to it. After finishing her report, seeing that Chun-Mo had no further instructions, Rosa could only leave the office with a hint of disappointment. Once the beautiful Rosa left, Chun-Mo turned his attention back to Lung Yue. Even the one with the best figure and highest attractiveness among his women, Rosa, was still 5 points lower in attractiveness than Lung Yue. One can imagine how exceptional Lung Yue was. Seeing Chun-Mo's devilish gaze again, Lung Yue felt a mix of anger and a sudden spark of thought. She stood up, a rare flirtatious smile appearing on her face. In a sweet voice, she asked, "Mr. Chun, you don't really have any thoughts about me, do you?" Caught off guard by her sudden flirtation, Chun-Mo paused slightly. Then he chuckled. "Lung Yue, you wouldn't be trying to tease me into activating the Overlord clause, would you? I'm not that foolish." Upon hearing this, the flirtation on Lung Yue's face instantly turned cold. "Humph, you have the desire but lack the courage, so don't think of any tricks." Chun-Mo, unfazed by her words, smirked slightly and stood up. "With looks like yours, why have such a bad temper? Let's leave work early today and head back to the garden." Facing Chun-Mo's teasing, the coldness on Lung Yue's face intensified. She was somewhat puzzled by Chun Mo's unusual behavior today. It was hard to believe that someone who was willing to pay such a high price to hire her had no ulterior motives. However, with her attitude and the overlord clause in place, Chun Mo hadn't made any overt moves during their time together. Yet today, his unabashedly intrusive gaze left Ling Yue feeling annoyed and, at the same time, confused. After following Chun Mo to the underground parking lot and seeing that no other women were getting into the car, she didn't think too much. Anyway, she was determined that if he dared to invade her space with his eyes again, she would make sure this big playboy would regret it. After returning to the beautiful garden, Chun Mo casually plopped down on the living room sofa. With a charmingly mischievous smile, he said, "Lung Yu, why don't you perform that tempting act from the office again? Who knows, I might just fall for it." The girl, who was about to head back to her room, turned her head coldly after hearing Chin's provocative words, her eyes flashing with a cold light. "Mr. Chun, although I am your hired bodyguard, I am not just a vase for you to disrespect at will. If you dare to offend me again, I want to care about your status as an employer." Seeing her angry demeanor, Chun Mo's smile remained undiminished. "Ha ha ha, you're such a beautiful woman, but you don't look good when you're angry. Actually, there's something I haven't told you. My skills are pretty formidable, maybe even a bit stronger than yours. If you want to teach me a lesson, it won't be that easy." Upon hearing this, Lung Yue's originally cold expression froze for a moment, but soon, she revealed a disdainful smile. "Humph. With your skills, you think you can talk about abilities with me?" Chun Mo, seeing her expression, continued to smile. "If you don't believe me, how about I give you a chance? Let us have a practice match and place a bet. If I win, you'll be my woman. If you win, you'll get a legitimate chance to teach me a lesson. You've always looked down on me, right? So, are you willing to take this bet?" Hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Lung Yu's eyes. She didn't believe Chun Mo's words. Even if this man had hidden skills, he could never be better than her, the ace bodyguard. Since he was bold enough to make such a suggestion, Lung Yu naturally wanted to take the opportunity to teach this scoundrel a lesson. With her thoughts racing, she slowly walked to the center of the living room. Gathering her hair up high, she extended her right hand and lightly gestured, a disdainful smile on her face. "Mr. Chun, I admire your courage. Come on, let me see if you're as fierce as you claim." Seeing this, Chun Mo's smile widened even more. He slowly stood up. "Let us make it clear, if you lose, you have to be my woman. Humph, as long as you have the capability. But I should clarify. I want to hold back, so if I accidentally hurt you, Mr. Chun, you'll have to bear it. Besides, if you lose, our contract ends here." Feeling the surge of power in his body, as long as there were no firearms involved, Chun Mo truly didn't know how to lose. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, grinning. "You're a woman, please go first." At this, a cold light flashed in Lung Yu's eyes, and she raised her long leg, launching a kick towards Chun Mo's charming face. If this kick landed, it wouldn't just ruin his looks. At the very least, it would turn his handsome face into that of a pig. However, under Chun Mo's focused state, this seemingly fierce kick from Lung Yu was nothing more than a showy move. Just as her long leg was about to reach his face, his right hand shot out like lightning and grabbed it. With a gentle pull, Lung Yu hadn't even realized what was happening before she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Just as surprise surged in her heart, Chun Mo showed no mercy and directly mounted her. With overwhelming strength, she found herself completely unable to move. Lung Yu had never had such intimate contact with any man in her life. In that instant, she didn't even have time to wonder how he could be so formidable. Furious and embarrassed, she shouted, "You jerk, let me go." Chun Mo chuckled. Hey, Lung Yu, you have no strength to fight back now. A bet is a bet, and we agreed on the terms earlier. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Chapter 166. Cold Moon has such a quirk. After hearing Chun Mo's words, Cold Moon couldn't help but feel a tightness in her chest. Blushing with anger, she glared at him and said, You are so skilled. Did you set me up on purpose?" Whether it was on purpose or not. If you gamble, you have to accept the outcome. I'm not wrong about that, right? At this point, Cold Moon's heart raced even more. "Mr. Chun, you have so many beautiful women around you. Why bother with me?" Seeing her hesitating and trying to back out, Chun Mo felt a surge of frustration. He reached out and gave her a hard slap on the backside. With a loud smack, Cold Moon was instantly stunned. However, a strange feeling she had never experienced before made her unable to feel even a hint of anger. Seeing her dazed expression, Chun Mo, feeling unsatisfied, slapped her a few more times. Then he stood up and said, "You really don't know what is good for you. Since you're unwilling, let us terminate the contract today." In this lawful society, even if Chun Mo was tempted by Cold Moon's body, if she truly didn't want to, he didn't want to take any legal risks by doing anything inappropriate. After saying this, to Chun Mo's surprise, Cold Moon blushed and got up, weakly replying, "Mr. Chun, I'm willing to fulfill the bet, but could you hit me a few more times like before?" Hearing her response, Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback. He never expected Cold Moon to have such a quirk. It was indeed true that sometimes unexpected outcomes arise from unintentional actions. Once he came to his senses, Chun Mo couldn't help but feel a rush of exhilaration. A smile that was hard to describe appeared on his face. Hee, as long as you behave, Cold Moon, you can ask for as many hits as you want. After hearing Chun Mo's rather frivolous tone, Cold Moon felt no anger at all. Instead, an unprecedented feeling of anticipation arose within her. Everything felt so natural, everything fell into place. With Cold Moon, the icy beauty, taking the initiative, Chun Mo experienced a joy he had never felt before. After the spring breeze and rain, looking at the crimson stain on the sheets, a sense of pride inexplicably welled up in his heart. And as Cold Moon, in a daze, transformed into a real woman. At this moment, she too felt a flavor that was hard to describe. Leaning her delicate body against Chun Mo's arm, she softly asked, "Mr. Chun, how can you be so strong? Our chief instructor at the Gold Shield Group probably isn't even your match." In response, Chun Mo chuckled and said, "I've always been this strong, just been low-key about it." "Then, Mr. Chun, if you're so capable, why did you need to find a bodyguard like me?" It's naturally to fulfill the good things happening now." While speaking, he slapped her again. Mr. Chun, you're really annoying." After transforming into a real woman, Leng Yue's words unconsciously carried a hint of flirtation. She never imagined that the feeling of reaching new heights would be even more pleasurable than her usual practice of free fighting. After nightfall, for reasons unknown, the enchanting voice she despised even more than Rosa and the others became even more pronounced. The next day, both of them went to the supermarket. In front of other girls, Leng Yue returned to her aloof demeanor. Chun Mo, after browsing the supermarket, checked the profiles and attractiveness scores of all the girls. Excluding the ordinary staff, the general attractiveness scores ranged from 70 to 80. Among the dozen girls in the A-level group, it turned out that Rosa had the highest score. Only two reached a score of 86, namely Zhang Xiaoyu and Su Guo, both with a purity score of -1. The five girls, Yu Cixi, Lin Wanru, Luo Lily, Li Man, and Yuan Xiaoming, all had a combined attractiveness score of 85. The rest, including Wang Na, Gong Jing, Su Yingying, Ma Ling, Shun Ruoxi, Lu Yusin, and Li Xinran, all had a combined score of only 84. The lowest purity score belonged to Wang Na, who had been with 4 men before Chun Mo. However, those were all things of the past, and Boss Chen wouldn't hold grudges. As long as the girls behaved in the future, he would definitely treat each one well. In the following days, with the presence of the stunning beauty Leng Yue, Boss Chen naturally lost interest in checking other girls. After experiencing a peak in popularity, Jia Le supermarket saw a gradual return to normal in terms of membership card applications. However, the daily sales in the supermarket consistently remained above 300,000. That day, at Boss Chen's suggestion, the news of Jia Le supermarket planning to recruit 50 more beautiful female employees quickly spread online. With 1 day off a week, the supermarket implemented double shifts, working 6 hours each day. There was also a luxurious free employee meal. Most importantly, the salary and benefits, with a monthly base salary plus bonuses, would not be less than 10,000. In just a few hours, this news topped the hot search list in Jiangxing. The next day, at the recruitment site in Changfeng Plaza, at least several thousand candidates showed up. With nothing better to do and a new system feature available, Boss Chen personally took on the role of interviewer. Under his discerning eyes, the 50 employee slots were quickly filled. These 50 girls had an even higher combined attractiveness level than the previous batch of supermarket staff. Even the least attractive among them approached an 80 score. 39 of them exceeded 80. Among them, 7 directly reached the level of Su Yingying and Ma Ling. However, as Boss Chen's standards rose higher, these girls didn't even have a chance to join the A-level employee group, let alone be favored. I just finished handling this matter, and the factory contacted me with good news. They said the RD department made some innovations, and the new electronic products are receiving very positive feedback. As a result, the factory has seen a surge in orders. Workers are already being arranged for overtime. They asked Mr. Chen if he wanted to go back and take a look. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt quite pleased. As the owner of his private enterprise, he naturally hopes for maximum profits. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the supermarket already has enough attractive staff. He decided to bring Li Man and her 4 colleagues back to the factory in Dongguan with him. With Leng Yu by his side, the role of Zhang Xiaoyu as his personal secretary became somewhat redundant. However, seeing the eager expressions on the girls' faces, he ultimately decided to keep Zhang Xiaoyu with him. The group of 8 booked tickets the same day and prepared to return to the Dongguan factory. Chapter 167. Yuan Xiaoming is also moved. The first-class cabin was the same. But today the 2 flight attendants in the special class weren't that impressive. One scored 85, the other 86, and neither was particularly pure. After casually looking at the profiles of the 2 ladies, Chen Mo couldn't help but think of a certain celebrity. He was puzzled by the lack of news from her for so long. However, he quickly pushed that thought aside. After conquering the icy beauty, no matter how beautiful the other women were, they would just be SOSO. He didn't care to guess the reasons anymore. Upon arriving at the electronics factory, Chen Mo immediately headed to the RD department. He first gave them a big compliment, then awarded the entire department with 300,000 in cash as a form of encouragement. At the same time, Yuan Xiaoming had been picked up by her mother and taken back to their rental apartment. Tan Siley had been quite free during this period. With the boss not around, she hardly had to do anything except occasionally dust the room. However, she still received her full salary for the month at the beginning, just like all the other employees. Being so free and still getting 20,000, Tan Siley was quite grateful to the boss. But thinking about her precious daughter being close to the boss made her a bit anxious. At that moment, as the 2 returned to the rental apartment, Tan Siley couldn't wait to ask, Xiaoming, during your time in Jiangxing, did the boss treat you well? Hearing her mother's question, Yuan Xiaoming was somewhat amused. Mom, what are you asking? Everything is fine. How could the boss treat me badly? After hearing her daughter's reply, Tan Siley felt relieved. It was best that nothing happened. Although the boss was a nice person, he was quite flirtatious. By the way, how is your classmate Shin Ruashi doing? When her mother suddenly asked this, Yuan Xiaoming felt a bit uncomfortable. The 2 of them pretty much entered the factory at the same time, but their treatment was worlds apart. Yuan Xiaoming had received a total of 40,000, which was much higher than she had expected. But compared to Shun Ruashi's nearly 200,000, it felt a bit dim. In her thoughts, she shook her head with a bitter smile. Shun Ruashi is doing well? Why do you ask, Mom? Oh, just asking casually. With her situation, didn't the boss give her any extra compensation? How could he not? The bonuses she received have probably exceeded 200,000 already. And it seems she will keep getting that amount every month. Upon hearing this, Tan Siley couldn't help but be shocked. Wow, 200,000. The boss is really that generous? Since the topic was already out there, Yuan Xiaoming felt there was no need to hide anything. That is nothing. Among the girls who came in with us, except for me and Li Xinran, everyone else has received around 200,000. Upon hearing this, Tan Siley paused for a moment. Then hesitantly asked, how many women does Mr. Chen have now? Surely not everyone is treated this way. Why are you asking so much? I was just asking casually. Anyway, I need to get back to the factory to cook for Mr. Chen. Do you want to go back together? After returning to the factory, both mother and daughter had their own thoughts. Tan Siley went straight to the canteen, selected some fresh ingredients, and headed to Mr. Chen's room. Thinking about how her daughter's classmate could earn 200,000 a month in bonuses made her a bit distracted while cooking. In this day and age, such excellent benefits are hard to resist. Of course, Tan Siley was not thinking about herself. Although she had some looks, her age was a barrier, and Mr. Chen would definitely not be interested. She was mainly considering her daughter, Yuan Xiaoming. If what her daughter said was true, earning 200,000 a month would amount to over 2 million a year. Even if it required some sacrifices, Tan Siley felt it would be extremely worth it. Compared to a certain amount of money, a woman's integrity seemed insignificant. However, as a mother, she naturally felt embarrassed to bring this up openly. On the other hand, Yuan Xiaoming was also somewhat distracted. Her mother's hesitant questions earlier had conveyed shock and envy without saying a word. Yuan Xiaoming even sensed a hint of yearning in her mother Tan Siley's eyes. As soon as this thought emerged, She couldn't help but feel a shiver. But she quickly dismissed the idea. Even if her mother had some incomprehensible thoughts, it wouldn't pass Mr. Chen's scrutiny. What was there for her to worry about? Upon returning to the dormitory with a complicated expression, Shun Ruashi was at the mirror adjusting a handbag. When she saw Yuan Xiaoming return, she chuckled. Yuan Xiaoming, isn't this Chanel bag beautiful? I told you to buy one, but you didn't. Hearing Shun Ruashi say this, Yuan Xiaoming couldn't help but roll her eyes. This Chanel bag was something the two girls spotted while shopping in Jiangxing. It was worth 38,000. Shun Ruashi was now financially secure and bought it without hesitation, saying it was to commemorate her lost youth. At that time, she had even encouraged Yuan Xiaoming to buy one. However, Yuan Xiaoming only had 40,000 in her account, so she couldn't bear to spend it on such an expensive bag. Seeing Shun Ruashi flaunting it made her feel even more uncomfortable. She sat on her bed with a complex expression on her face. Noticing this, Shun Ruashi didn't continue to show off. After a moment of hesitation, she walked over and said, Yuan Xiaoming, I truly owe my current situation to you. If it weren't for you introducing me to the factory back then, I probably would never meet a generous and handsome man like Mr. Chun in my lifetime. As sisters, I truly hope you can take a step forward. A woman's youthful beauty only lasts for a few years. If you don't seize such a great opportunity in front of you, you'll definitely regret it in the future. Upon hearing this sudden remark from Shun Ruashi, Yuan Xiaoming's heart couldn't help but race a few times. To be honest, she was indeed moved. Meanwhile, on Chun Mo's side, when Tan Sili was about to serve the dishes, Zhang Xiaoyu proactively walked over and greeted with a smile. Sister Tan, from now on, Lin Yue will also join us at the dining table, so you don't need to set aside food for her. Hearing Zhang Xiaoyu say this, Tan Sili was slightly taken aback. She had noticed that Lin Yue seemed a bit different from before. Not only was she not as aloof as she used to be, but she was also laughing and chatting with Zhang Xiaoyu on the garden balcony. Chapter 168. Winning over Yuan Xiaoming. Tan Sili was not foolish. Various circumstances indicated that the stunning bodyguard, Lung Yu, beside the big boss was likely as infatuated as the other girls. Amid these thoughts, Tan Sili dared not show any emotions. She smiled and nodded, saying, I understand, Miss Jiang. The meal is ready. Could you ask Mr. Chun to come down for dinner? Regarding the hiring matter, Chen Mo was not in a hurry. Following the system's usual patterns, it was possible that new tasks would be assigned, which could further enhance employee benefits, making it even better. Later that evening, Chen Mo had just been having an enjoyable conversation about life with Zhang Xiaoyu. At that moment, the beautiful Jiang was so relaxed that she lacked the strength to even lift a finger. With a satisfied smile, she soon drifted off to sleep. It must be mentioned that after gaining the abilities of the strongest man on the surface, Chen Mo's charm had reached an indescribably powerful level. Watching the content smile of the girl beside him in her sleep, Chen Mo felt a surge of pride as a man. Just as he was contemplating taking a relaxing bath in the hot tub, his phone pinged with a WeChat notification. Picking it up, he couldn't help but smile. To his surprise, on her first day back at the electronics factory, Yuan Xiaoming had already started to take the initiative. Without any hesitation, he accepted Yuan's friend request. About 10 seconds later, she sent a message, Mr. Chun, it's quite late. I hope I'm not disturbing you? Seeing Yuan Xiaoming being so polite in her text made Chen Mo chuckle. They exchanged a few messages casually. I'm still awake, so there's no disturbance. Yuan Xiaoming, did you add me on WeChat to talk about something specific? Mr. Chun, what do you think of me? Hee, in what way do you mean? My looks. You're quite beautiful, with a great figure, and full of youthful energy. You seem to be under 20, right? Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chun. I still have 2 months until I turn 20. Youth is great, but being 19 means you're already an adult. Yuan Xiaoming, let's not beat around the bush. You added me on WeChat. You must have something more than just chatting in mind, right? After sending the message, it took about a minute for Yuan Xiaoming to respond again. Mr. Chun, I want the same treatment as Shun Ruashi. Is that possible? Wanting her kind of treatment is not impossible, but you know there are things that need to be offered in return, right? Yes, I understand. So, do you need me to come over now? Hearing her question, Chun Mo pondered for a moment. Although he had just been through quite a bit, and his body was fine, he wasn't feeling much desire at the moment. He typed a reply to Yuan Xiaoming. You don't need to worry about it tonight. Just go to sleep and rest well. Come directly to my office tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Mo was drinking pumpkin porridge cooked by Tan Sili at the dining table. He casually asked, Sister Tan, are you satisfied with this cooking job? Hearing the big boss suddenly ask this, Tansili was somewhat confused and a bit anxious. She hurriedly replied, Jinzong, with such a high salary you offer me, I am naturally very satisfied. Haha, you don't need to be nervous. I'm just asking casually. Upon hearing this, Tansili felt a sense of relief, though she also found it somewhat puzzling. After finishing breakfast and taking a brief moment to rest, Chun Mo casually instructed Lung Yu and Zhang Xiaoyu a few things before leaving the room and heading to his boss's office. After a few minutes, Yuan Xiaoming knocked on the door and peeked in. Although she had prepared well, she was feeling quite nervous at that moment. Mr. Chun, please come in, and also lock the door behind you. After listening to Boss Chun, Yuan Xiaoming's heart began to race even faster. Could it be that the big boss wants to do that in the office? Thinking this way made her even more nervous. However, since she had already decided to take that step, she naturally wouldn't care about such details. Her little face flushed as she locked the door behind her. Then, she took small steps to stand in front of Chun Mo. Her face was shy, not daring to lift her head, and her little hands were nervously pinching her fingertips, seeming to have nowhere to put them. Seeing this, Chun Mo slightly curled his lips into a charming smile. In a moment of thought, he looked over Yuan Xiaoming's information again. Name, Yuan Xiaoming. Age, 19. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Purity, 0. Overall attractiveness, 85 points. Although he knew that the girl was innocent, Boss Chin still asked habitually, Yuan Xiaoming, have you never had a boyfriend before? Hearing the big boss's question, Yuan Xiaoming softly replied with a sound. Mr. Chun, I've never even held a boy's hand in my whole life. Hearing this, Chun Mo felt even happier. Hee, I just like girls like you who are so pure. But if your parents find out about this, will there be any trouble? Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming set aside her shyness and confidently shook her head. Mr. Chun, I am already an adult, and I can make my own decisions regarding such matters. Moreover, it seems that my mom wouldn't oppose either. After hearing this from the girl, a bigger smile appeared on Chun Mo's face, and he gently reached out his hand. For a pure and innocent girl like Yuan Xiaoming, he naturally wouldn't make any excessive demands. Adjusting the angle of this spacious office chair would also be quite wonderful. And the beautiful Lady Yuan had already made up her mind, so she naturally wouldn't pretend to be reserved. Everything felt so natural, everything was so logical. After the gentle spring rain, seeing the splash of crimson on the black office chair, Chun Mo felt exceptionally good. Faced with this pure and beautiful girl, he naturally wouldn't treat her poorly. Immediately, he edited a message in the A-level employee WeChat group. I would like to particularly commend Yuan Xiaoming from the Public Relations Planning Department for her outstanding performance during this period. As the big boss, I am here to award a bonus of 100,000 yuan as encouragement. Following that, he transferred a sum of 100,000 yuan in the group. The other girls felt somewhat mixed upon seeing the activity in the group. If nothing unexpected happened, it seemed they would have to wait even longer for their turn to be favored. Li Xinran sat in her office chair, and upon noticing the group's activity, her eyes flickered a couple of times, leaving her thoughts unclear. Chapter 169. The charming cold moon. Yuan Xiaoming had been resting in Boss Chen's office for almost half an hour before she felt a bit better. Under such circumstances, it was naturally inconvenient for her to return to the Public Relations Planning Department. After some thought, she cast a slightly resentful glance at Boss Chun. Mr. Chun, I'll head back to the dormitory. If you're not worried about your mom seeing, why not come to my place to rest for a bit? Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming immediately shook her head. No, that's fine. I'd rather go back to the dormitory. Although she had an idea of what her mother, Tansili, was thinking, the situation would still feel a bit awkward for both of them when they met. Boss Chin naturally respected Yuan Xiaoming's wishes and nodded with a smile. All right, then you rest well in the dormitory. If everything's fine tonight, come by my place. After the girl left, walking unsteadily, Chun Mo called in the Human Resources Manager, Wu Yafan, with a phone call. Facing the big boss, Manager Wu looked nervous. Mr. Chun, you wanted to see me? Yes, you need to issue a recruitment announcement immediately. We at Tianda Electronics need to hire a large number of female workers for the workshop. The benefits will be the same as the last batch of workers, but in terms of appearance and physique, we should select the best of the best. Hearing this directive from the boss, Wu Yafan naturally didn't dare to show any resistance. In the current economic climate, most factory owners were racking their brains to figure out how to cut benefits. However, Tianda Electronics was an exception. Not only had they not cut any benefits, but they had also significantly improved them across the board. This month, under Boss Chen's suggestion, the upper management at Tianda Electronics received an additional salary increase of 3,000 yuan each. This meant that since Chun Mo took actual control of Tianda Electronics, managers like Wu Yafan had seen their monthly compensation rise by 5,000 yuan. Along with the luxurious meals provided in the employee cafeteria, it was not an exaggeration to say that the sense of belonging and personal happiness among everyone at Tianda Electronics, whether in management or as workshop workers, had reached an unprecedented height. Just as Wu Yafan stepped out of the office, a notification sounded in Chun Mo's mind. Ding. Temporary task released. The host needs to personally recruit a group of female workers with an overall appearance score of over 75. For each person recruited, there will be a reward of an additional 10,000 yuan in employee benefits, with a maximum of 500 recruits for this task. Hearing the notification in his mind, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. It was just as he had imagined. As long as the salary and benefits were in place, recruiting attractive female workers would be a piece of cake. Even working in the workshop tightening screws for a few hours a day was an ideal job for many beautiful girls. He then called Wu Yafan again to rearrange the recruitment details. The specific benefits remained unchanged, and he stated that he would personally oversee the recruitment, scheduling it for tomorrow morning. The big boss wants to personally recruit workers. Although Wu Yafan finds it hard to understand, she doesn't dare to be negligent. She immediately started making arrangements. That morning, the roadside advertising board in the Anhai Industrial Zone, along with the recruitment website, displayed a job listing that caught everyone's attention. Tianda Electronics is hiring again. Over the past month, Tianda Electronics has gained quite a reputation. If workers don't do overtime, they can earn an 8,000 yuan monthly salary for just 6 hours of work, with easy tasks, high pay and benefits, and an incredibly luxurious canteen. It has become a dream workplace for many workers in the area. Now that they are hiring again, it naturally excites many people. However, under the strict conditions set by Boss Chun, many male workers and most average-looking women couldn't help but complain. It's just a factory job assembling screws. So why only hire attractive women? Even online, many negative comments appeared under videos related to Tianda Electronics, with insults suggesting that the factory is just a front for something else, and some comments were even harsher. In this age of widespread internet access, Chen Mo couldn't manage what others say. Offering such great benefits and hiring some appealing workers is completely reasonable, not to mention that there are systematic tasks. Even if there weren't any assigned, he couldn't tolerate having employees like those with poor reputations in his company. Later that evening, Yuan Xiaoming proactively sent a message. Boss Chun, I'm really sorry, my legs are a bit sore, and I'm feeling a bit unwell. Is it okay if I don't come over tonight? Upon seeing her message, Chen Mo could somewhat understand and even felt a bit proud. In a way, it was a compliment. He slightly smiled and quickly typed a reply. No problem, take a good rest. With someone as exceptional as Lung Yu by his side, Chen Mo didn't take the matter to heart. That night, after spending intimate moments with the beautiful Long, her once cold demeanor was replaced by a charming allure. Ever since she became a true woman, Lung was even more captivating than before. After some tender moments, Chen Mo suddenly asked cheerfully, Lung Yu, since Jiang Xiaoyu and the others are with me, each of them can get a substantial bonus every month. Don't you have any requests? Hearing Chen Mo's sudden question, Lung Yu's charming expression momentarily froze. Then she shook her head. Boss Chun, as long as I have enough money, that is fine with me. Over the years, I've saved some money from my bodyguard jobs, probably several million. If you need, I can even give you some. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Lung Yu, are you planning to let me live off you? Well, are you willing? Ha ha. You even want to support me. It seems I need to train you a bit. Humph, if you want to come, then come. Who's afraid of whom? I have to say, the seemingly delicate body of Lung Yue is much stronger in terms of endurance compared to Jiang Xiaoyu and Yuan Xiaoming. Before long, the room was filled with enchanting sounds once again. After another refreshing moment, at the strong request of the boss, a bonus of 300,000 was directly transferred to the young lady through the system. Even though she wasn't particularly interested in money, under Chun Mo's extravagant actions, Lung Yu's gaze softened a bit. Chapter 170. Tant Siley also got a raise. If it weren't for feeling a bit overwhelmed, Lung Yu would have wanted to make more requests. The next day, Chun Mo, in high spirits during breakfast, suddenly smiled at Tant Siley and said, Sister Tan, your cooking skills are really impressive. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan seems a bit low. He continued, I'll notify the finance department to raise your salary to 30,000 yuan starting this month. Hearing the boss's words, Tan Caili was almost stunned. To be honest, her cooking skills were only slightly better than average. To say she was outstanding would be an exaggeration. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan was already very high. Now, just by the boss's words, it inexplicably increased by 10,000 yuan. If she didn't know she was already getting older, she might have thought the boss was interested in her. After a moment of dazedness, she excitedly replied, Thank you, Mr. Chun, for recognizing my cooking skills. I will do my best to make sure you enjoy delicious meals every day. The sudden raise for Tan Caili was certainly due to Yuan Xiaoming's influence. After all, the young woman had given her first time to him. Although Chun Mo did not want any entanglements with the families of the girls, Tan Caili was clearly an exception. It wouldn't be appropriate to just have a passionate encounter with Yuan Xiaoming and then dismiss her mother. Since this connection was unavoidable, the salary increase became a natural outcome. After all, Chun Mo had the capability and strength to do so. After the initial excitement, Tan Caili began to feel something was off. She wasn't some lucky charm that good fortune would just come her way. After thinking it over, she considered her daughter, Yuan Xiaoming. Could it be? The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. After tidying up the kitchen, she headed to the nearby public relations planning department. Standing at the door, she hesitated for a moment but decided to call first. As soon as the phone rang twice, Yuan Xiaoming's voice came through the receiver. Mom, I'm at your office door. Can you come out for a moment? I need to ask you something. Well, Mom, I'm not feeling well, so I didn't go to work. I'm in the dorm. Hearing her daughter say this, Tan Caili's heart tightened slightly. Xiaoming, what's wrong? If you're not feeling well, why didn't you tell me? Mom, it's just a little discomfort. It's nothing serious. All right, you child, I'll come to your dorm right away. In the senior dormitory, Yuan Xiaoming felt extremely nervous listening to the busy tone on the phone. Why would her mom call her at this time? Did she already suspect something? Trusting her instincts, Yuan Xiaoming wasn't too worried about her mother getting angry upon discovering the truth. It was just that such matters could still be a bit awkward. After a few anxious minutes, Tan Caili walked in. The two mother and daughter exchanged glances, and the atmosphere felt somewhat delicate. Yuan Xiaoming smiled awkwardly and said, Mom, I really have nothing going on. Why did you come over? Upon hearing this, Tan Caili looked her daughter up and down. However, she couldn't discern anything just by looking. She calmly replied, As long as you're fine. By the way, during breakfast today, Mr. Chun mysteriously raised my monthly salary by 10,000 yuan. I feel like there's something fishy about it. Xiaoming, do you know why? Hearing her mother's words, Yuan Xiaoming's heart tightened slightly. After struggling with her expression for a moment, she lowered her head and said weakly, Mom, well, I have already given myself to Mr. Chun, so maybe that's the reason. Even though she had her suspicions, upon hearing this answer, Tan Caili felt a complex mix of emotions. She had already had such thoughts, so she didn't feel particularly sad or angry. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, Xiaoming, this is your own life choice, and as your mother, I can't criticize it. But since you've chosen this path, you must strive to gain the maximum benefits for yourself. Has Mr. Chen promised you anything? Hearing her mother's words, Yuan Xiaoming felt an indescribable sensation. Her mother's attitude was even more indifferent than she had imagined. Clearly, after learning about Mr. Chen's extravagant methods with other women, the concept of integrity seemed less important. Of course, since it was her own choice, Yuan Xiaoming had no complaints. Lost in thought, she replied softly, Mr. Chen already gave me a bonus of 100,000 yuan yesterday, and he guaranteed that as long as I have no other intentions, I can receive good bonuses in the future, not less than 200,000 yuan each month. Hearing this, Tan Caili's expression didn't change much. She nodded slightly and advised, Xiaoming, I won't say much else. But there are many women around Mr. Chun. You should be aware of how outstanding his beautiful bodyguard, Ling Yue, is in both figure and looks. If you want to secure a better position in this man's heart, you must have the charm and the means that a woman should possess. At this point, Yuan Xiaoming's face turned slightly red. Mom, I understand. By the way, please don't tell Dad about this. Do you think I'm foolish? This is not something to be proud of, so I naturally won't tell him. All right, let me properly teach you how a woman can win a man's favor. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoming's face turned even redder, but she still perked up her ears. After all, in matters of love and relationships, apart from her experience in the office yesterday, she was practically a blank slate. Having her mother personally pass on her experience might just have some unexpected effects. While the mother and daughter were whispering in the dormitory, the recruitment scene at the entrance of Tianda Electronics Factory had reached an unprecedented level of excitement. Under the influence of yesterday's recruitment information, even before dawn today, many attractive candidates rushed in from all directions. Although the factory has opened up 500 positions for general workers, who wouldn't be envious of such good treatment? In this area, there is no shortage of beautiful women. Everyone is worried that if they arrive a bit late, the slots will be filled, and there will be nowhere to cry. With an average attractiveness score of 75, it's not too high, but certainly not low either. For some smaller factories, this could even qualify as a factory beauty. However, under the system's requirements, today is merely the minimum threshold standard for entering the workshop at the electronics factory to assemble parts. Chapter 171. Beef tendon stewed with goji berries. The Tianda Electronics Factory is looking to hire 500 general workers. But the big boss insists on personally interviewing each one. Moreover, he doesn't want anyone else to interfere. Manager Wu from the HR department and several recruitment clerks are completely baffled. Interviewing 500 employees one by one. When will this recruitment be completed? At this moment, Chun Mo sits calmly in the main interview seat, completely unfazed by the bewildered expressions of Wu Yafan and the others. There are at least 2,000 candidates present today, forming 2 long lines. Due to the strict requirements for appearance stated in the job posting released yesterday, most of the applicants today are quite attractive. Completing the target of 500 in advance shouldn't be a problem. Lost in thought, he directly commands, "Let the recruitment begin. From now on, when I say someone is qualified, Manager Wu, you don't need to ask anything. Just have them sign the employment contract." Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, although Wu Yafan is still a bit confused, she doesn't dare to question him directly and quickly nods. "Got it, Mr. Chun." The candidates in the front row are also a bit stunned at the moment. They thought this handsome interviewer was just an ordinary recruitment supervisor at the factory. However, seeing Manager Wu and the others being so deferential, along with the title of Mr. Chun, a bold thought suddenly pops up. Could this handsome man be the big boss of the factory? With this thought in mind, the candidates' eyes light up. The story of Cinderella becoming Snow White is a dream that every ordinary girl secretly desires. If they could catch the big boss's eye, they could just sit back and take off. Chun Mo, of course, is unaware that some of the candidates are already lost in their own fantasies. After giving his instructions, he directly starts today's recruitment journey. 2 candidates from the front come up, and they haven't even said a word. Under the transparent display panel in front of Chun Mo, one has a comprehensive score of 77 for appearance, and the other has a score of 75. "You both are qualified. Go over there to sign the employment contract." The entire recruitment process probably takes less than 5 seconds. Such a casual recruitment not only leaves the 2 candidates a bit stunned, but the entire HR department is also a bit bewildered. However, everyone quickly realizes the big boss is personally recruiting, and it seems he is only focused on looks. After all, they're just hiring people to work in the workshop to assemble parts. As long as they have hands, everything else can be overlooked. While the HR department prepares to have the 2 candidates sign their contracts, Chun Mo is somewhat dissatisfied with his recruitment speed. Even if it takes 5 seconds to recruit 2, that's only 12 in a minute. If there's any delay, who knows when he'll finish hiring. He doesn't want to waste time here. After a moment of thought, I shouted to the girls in line ahead of me. "To improve efficiency, let's start by having the first 10 of you form a line. After I finish interviewing you, the next 10 will follow suit." Despite being a bit surprised by this unconventional recruitment method, the girls dared not voice any objections. The first 5 from both lines automatically formed a row. With synchronized steps, they approached me as if participating in a beauty pageant. Overall scores were given: 78, 76, 71, 75. In the blink of an eye, the scores for the 10 girls appeared in my mind. Only 2 were deemed unqualified, and I regrettably had to send them back where they came from. The entire recruitment process took only a few seconds. Once the process was familiarized, the second round of interviews went even faster. There was hardly any small talk. Unqualified candidates were directly pointed out, and the rest were all qualified. With this rapid efficiency, Dozens could be hired in just a minute. After spending an hour, I personally interviewed all the girls waiting in line. Among them, about 100 had scores above 80. Of course, even with the best benefits, their wouldn't beat any top beauties working as assembly line workers. The highest scores were just 2 at 83. Watching the sparse remaining candidates, I turned to ask, Manager Wu, how many have we hired so far? As of now, we've hired 1 for 139 people. With 61 spots left, I wasn't in a hurry. After all, anyone scoring below 75 wouldn't stand a chance at the factory. After sitting for about 10 more minutes, as the quota of 500 was filled, a notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary recruitment task. Reward: an increase of 15 million in employee welfare funds, effective next month. Hearing the notification, a smile crept onto my face, and I decided to end the recruitment for the day. With 500 new employees flooding into the factory, the atmosphere naturally became more lively. As one of the few male general workers in special positions at the factory, my sense of happiness was at an all-time high. In this environment, as long as one is a bit clever, finding a beautiful girlfriend wouldn't be a challenge at all. I didn't have to worry about the training and onboarding of the new employees. During lunch, I was surprised to see a dish of braised beef tendon with goji berries on the table. Seeing the astonished look on my face, Tant Siley smiled and said, Mr. Chun, this is a special dish I made for you. Eat more, it's good for your health. Hearing her words made me chuckle. I had no doubt that she was aware of my situation with Yuan Xiaoming. However, her reaction was a bit unexpected, regardless of the reason. As long as there were no disturbances, everything was perfectly fine. Amidst my thoughts, I glanced at the tense smiles on the faces of the 2 girls at the dining table, and then spoke seriously to Tant Siley. Sister Tan, I'm perfectly fine. So there's no need for these unnecessary things anymore. Upon hearing this, Tant Siley's expression stiffened slightly. If it weren't for her daughter, she wouldn't bother with all this. However, seeing that Boss Chin didn't seem to be joking, she didn't dare to argue. After all, in front of him, she was just a cook, and she couldn't afford to act like a mother-in-law. She quickly nodded and said, Mr. Chun, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. All right, take this dish away, he said. Seeing that Boss Chin didn't even taste it, Tant Siley couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After taking the large plate of beef tendon stewed with goji berries back to the kitchen, she thought for a moment and decided not to throw it away. Such a good dish would be great to pack up and take home for her man. Chapter 172 bonus again later that evening. Yuan Xiaoming took the initiative to make a call. Mr. Chun, I'm feeling better now. Do you need me to come over? Hearing her say this, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel delighted. Among all the women around him, Yuan Xiaoming's overall attractiveness was quite high, comparable to Jiang Xiaoyu. In terms of purity, she was also as perfect as ever. The key point was that she was the youngest, even a few months younger than Shun Ruashi. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe her as tender and delicate. As for the girl wanting to take the initiative to improve herself, Boss Chun naturally welcomed it with open arms. As night fell, compared to yesterday's office atmosphere, Yuan Xiaoming experienced a completely different kind of joy. In a hazy state, she applied the experience taught by Tant Siley in actual practice. After a delightful evening, Chen Mo, with a satisfied smile on his face, asked, Xiaoming, you seem to know quite a bit. Where did you learn all this? Hearing Boss Chen's question, Yuan Xiaoming's cheeks turned slightly red. She replied in a soft voice, Mr. Chen, I learned all this online last night. Do you like it? Of course. She couldn't honestly reveal the experience passed down from her mother. However, Chen Mo didn't think much of it and continued to smile. Very good. I like girls who are obedient and sensible like you. Whether in Jiangxing or Guangxing, Boss Chen's nightlife had never been dull. In fact, it could be said to be quite enjoyable. After 2 days of training, the new girls in the factory had also joined the production line. With the increasing number of orders, Chun Mo's income naturally rose as well. Both the supermarket and the electronics factory were developing in a very positive direction. With leaders at both places, he had no need to worry at all. It could be said that it was easy money. Time flew, and soon it was the end of the month. After spending the night with Lung Yu, he opened the transparent panel to check. Number of employees at the electronics factory, 376. Total profit generated by the factory, 77 million. Remaining employee welfare budget for this month, 408 million. Number of employees at the supermarket, 194. Total profit generated by the supermarket, 48 million. Remaining employee welfare budget for this month, 900,000. After the initial surge in membership, the supermarket gradually returned to a more normal state. Now, the daily new members were even less than 100. With the pure profit from the supermarket sales, the daily profit was only around 100,000. Meanwhile, the electronics factory, with increasing orders, had already generated over 13 million in profit this month. The goal of 30 million is expected to be unlocked in about a month, allowing the binding of new enterprises. Chen Mo's personal account now has over 30 million in funds. This amount may not seem significant to top billionaires, but compared to his peak when running the supermarket, it has already doubled. Considering there is still nearly 5 million in employee welfare funds, Chen Mo naturally wouldn't let it go to zero. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to post in the group. Currently, in the A-level employee group, only Li Xinran, Su Yingying, and Ma Ling remain unclaimed. Su Yingying and Ma Ling are not worth mentioning, but Li Xinran has an overall attractiveness score of 85. And crucially, her purity level is also -1. As Chen Mo's standards have risen, he is no longer interested in women who are not perfect. Under these circumstances, he naturally has no interest in baiting in the group. After a brief moment of thought, he privately sent a bonus of 150,000 to each of the 5 women, Rosa, Jiang Xiaoyu, Su Ge, Yu Cixi, and Yuan Xiaoman. For the remaining women, Luo Lily, Wang Na, Gong Jing, Lin Wanru, Li Man, Shun Ruoxi, O Ruoxiwe, and Lu Yusin, he sent each a bonus of 100,000. The reason Chen Mo treated Rosa differently is clear. Although she is not pure, her figure and looks are outstanding, and she is also very flirty. For Chen Mo, she is one of his most favored women. After distributing the bonuses to these women, the funds at Jia Le supermarket were already zeroed out. The welfare funds at Tianda Electronics still have 43 million remaining. Chen Mo is not stingy about giving the women a bit more. However, if too much money is given at once, the women might lose motivation. Moreover, the current level of bonuses each month is already quite substantial. To put it bluntly, as Chen Mo's circle of close women grows, the contributions and returns of most women are no longer proportional. For example, Wang Na and Gong Jing didn't contribute anything this month. Of course, it's not that the women don't want to contribute. It's mainly that Chen Mo is too busy. With fresher and younger options available, of course, he wants to choose the best. In the midst of his thoughts, Leng Yu wrapped in a white towel walked out of the bathroom. Seeing this, Chen Mo smiled and gestured with his hand. The beautiful Leng Yu obediently stepped forward and lay in Chen Mo's arms. Leng Yu, I just transferred another 300,000 to your account. Upon hearing this, Leng Yu's expression momentarily froze. Ah, why did you transfer money to me again? Ha. Everyone including Jiang Xiaoyu got theirs, so of course you won't miss out. After hearing this, Leng Yu suddenly leaned forward and playfully bit Chen Mo's arm. She didn't bite hard, but it still left a faint mark. Seeing this, Chen Mo wasn't angry and chuckled. What's wrong? You bite me after I give you a bonus? Humph, I used to wonder why so many beautiful women would be drawn to you. But it turns out it's because you, Boss Chun, give so much. After hearing this from Leng Yue, Chen Mo's smile remained. Hee, you're getting jealous. But the bonuses I give them aren't as much as yours. Boss Chun, you know I'm not after your money. Even if you didn't give me a single cent, I'd still feel pretty happy. Upon hearing this, Boss Chin's smile grew even wider. Hee, I naturally understand that. Otherwise, why would I treat you differently? At this point, the conversation suddenly shifted. By the way, Leng Yue, in your situation, could I buy you out from the Jean Dunn bodyguard group? Hearing Chen Mo's question, Leng Yue looked slightly stunned. Then a hint of a wry smile appeared on her face. Boss Chun, I understand what you mean. However, the Jean Dunn group is like family to me, and I don't want to sever ties with it. Chapter 173. Lily's mixed feelings after hearing Leng Yu's words. Chen Mo understood, and didn't he insist on persuading further. The next day, he called over Zhou Jinhua, Ruoxue, and a procurement department supervisor, Lin Jichuan. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. I want to add some benefits for the factory. I plan to purchase a washing machine and a refrigerator for each dormitory. Supervisor Lin, can you calculate how much funding we will need? Upon hearing Chen's proposal, Lin Jichuan and the others couldn't help but feel a slight shock. To put it mildly, the current conditions at Tianda Electronics Factory, even without considering the exceptionally high salaries and free meals provided by the factory, the dormitory conditions are among the best in the Anhai industrial zone. With private bathrooms, small balconies, and air conditioning, it leaves no room for complaints from the new female employees. Under these conditions, the boss actually wants to add a refrigerator and washing machine to each dormitory. However, upon reflection, compared to the series of actions taken by Chun after he took over Tiando Electronics, adding these benefits doesn't seem that significant. With this thought in mind, Lin Jichuan was the first to smile humbly. President Chun, our factory has a total of 360 dormitories, including all the vacant ones. Are you saying you want to add a refrigerator and washing machine to each dormitory? Let's calculate the cost for all the dormitories, and they should all be brand name products. After a moment, Lin Jichuan responded, with such a large quantity, we can source directly from the factory. If we count a refrigerator and washing machine for each dormitory at around 4,000 yuan, it will be approximately 4 to 1, 5 million yuan. Hearing this, Chun Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. There are still 2 days left in the month, and there are over 2 million yuan remaining in the welfare fund, which he naturally wants to spend completely. After thinking for a moment, he said, Manager Zhou, Supervisor Lin, let us discuss what other welfare improvements the factory might need. I will transfer 2 million yuan to Manager O's financial account shortly. Apart from the costs for the washing machines and refrigerators, the remaining funds must be used for welfare improvements in the factory by the end of this month, without a single yuan left over. You can discuss the specifics among yourselves. I just want to see the results. Is that okay? After hearing Chun Mo's words, Zhou Jinhua and the others were left bewildered. This month the factory's orders have indeed doubled, and profits have exceeded 10 million yuan. However, after accounting for employee salaries, cafeteria subsidies, and other utility costs, the boss is even having to dig into his own pockets. They couldn't understand why, under such circumstances, the boss would still be willing to spend such a large sum to enhance the factory's welfare facilities. Could it be that the boss's money is just blowing in from the wind? Of course, while they couldn't figure it out. In light of Chun Mo's clear statement that he only wanted to see results, Zhou Jinhua quickly patted his chest in assurance. President Chun, don't worry. In these 2 days, I will make sure to spend every single cent of this money on welfare improvements for the factory. If one cannot earn money, can one not spend it? On that day, through quick communication with Supervisor Lin, washing machines and refrigerators from a certain brand in the city were continuously brought into the factory. While the assembly line workers were still in a daze, the factory announced that the big boss decided to build a free leisure and entertainment center in the factory to give all employees a sense of happiness and belonging. After work, the workers could not only surf the internet for free and listen to music inside, but also enjoy free coffee and drinks, and even limited desserts. It was expected to be opened in 2 days. This series of welfare measures from the electronics factory left the workers astonished. Amidst the shock, they were all genuinely excited. Easy work, high rewards, abundant meals, luxurious dormitories, and such rich leisure activities. Even if it was just assembling parts, the workers wished they could work at the electronics factory until retirement. Boss Chun was also very satisfied with the leisure and entertainment center plan, stating that in the future, he would personally invest at least 1 million each month into this center. Before long, the beginning of the month arrived. Just after midnight, the system panel of Chun Mo was automatically updated. Number of employees at the electronics factory, 376. Total profit created by the factory, 69 million. Currently available employee welfare amount for this month, 30 million. Number of employees at the supermarket, 194. Total profit created by the supermarket, 71 million. Currently available employee welfare amount for this month, 3 million. After some thought, he first distributed the salaries of the supermarket employees. For the new batch of workers, they also received a full month's salary. Ordinary sales staff and security personnel each received a base salary plus bonuses of 3,000. The logistics, fresh produce, and kitchen departments each received a base salary plus bonuses of 2,000. Workers like Zhou Xiaowei, Li Wan, Su Yunfeng, Huang Dong, and Zhao Maosen received an additional bonus of 5,000 each. Store manager Wang Hong, purchasing manager Zhou Jingye, and deputy managers Wang Shui, Su Yingying, and Ma Ling each had their salaries doubled. As for Jiang Xiaoyu, Luo Shasha, and the others, similar to a few days ago, Chun Mo couldn't be bothered to boast in the group and directly transferred the funds to their accounts. At this time, basically no one at the supermarket was asleep. Everyone was waiting for the big boss to distribute the big red envelopes. Although Su Yingying and Ma Ling each received 30,000, they couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness. The big boss did not announce it through the group chat this time, directly transferring the funds to their accounts, which was quite clear. It was evident that even if they sought advancement now, they probably wouldn't find an opportunity. If one claims not to feel regret or disappointment, it would be hard to convince oneself. In a high-end apartment in Jiangsheng, after their finances were sufficient, Luo Shasha and her sister had long moved out of the old neighborhood they originally rented. At this moment, Luo Lily felt a twinge of jealousy. Although they were sisters, her younger sister Rosa had received 100,000 more in bonuses just a few days apart. Rosa, do you think the manager gave Wang Na and the others a bonus of 150,000 as well? Hearing her sister's question, Rosa was a bit uncertain. The manager had suddenly changed his style in distributing bonuses, which caught the girls off guard. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head and said, "How would I know? Why don't you just ask him?" Never mind. I was just venting a little." If she compared this to her past during the divorce, if she could have a stable income of 20,000 a month, Luo Lily would have been very satisfied. Chapter 174, Luxury Cars, Mansions, and Beautiful Women in the High-End Dormitory of Tiando Electronics. Shun Ruashi felt a bit uncomfortable. She had given herself to Chun Mo first, yet the benefits she received were far less than those of Yuan Xiaoming, even though they were classmates and close friends. At this moment, Shun Ruashi was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. Adding to that, the bonus from a couple of days ago made the difference between them a full 100,000. Just thinking about it made Shun Demarin's heart twist in frustration. "Yuan Xiaoming, why does the boss treat you so well?" she asked Lu Yusen, who along with her cousin also received a 100,000 bonus a few days ago. "But you got 150,000. Do you have some secret?" Hearing Shun Ruashi's question, Yuan Xiaoming, still basking in her inner joy, couldn't help but blush slightly. She softly complained, I've never even dated a boyfriend. How could I have any secret? Don't say such nonsense. The boss treats me differently for sure because of that." Upon hearing this, Shin Ruashi felt that it had to be the reason. The resentment in her heart was palpable. Why had she been so foolish back then, giving herself to that scoundrel Chao Jun? If life could start over, she would definitely uphold her boundaries and present her pure self to the boss. The next day, the finance department conducted a count. The total salary to be distributed across the plant this month would exceed 18 million. Plus, the cafeteria subsidies would add another 5 million. Boss Chun waved his hand and directly transferred 22 million to the finance account. Immediately after, he allocated 5 million for research and development benefits to the RD department. Furthermore, he added another 5 million welfare funds to the factory's recreational center. After all these expenditures, along with the bonuses given to the ladies yesterday, the remaining employee welfare funds for the month totaled less than 5 million. Since it was only the beginning of the month, Chen Mo naturally wanted to keep some funds for unexpected needs, whether at Tiando Electronics or at Jiaijia Supermarket. With the improving benefits, the employees' cohesion and sense of belonging were naturally growing stronger. There was no need for Boss Chun to worry at all. Both businesses could bring him at least 500,000 to 600,000 in pure income daily. 2 days later, Chun Mo returned to Jiangsheng with Leng Yu and Jiang Xiaoyu. The apartment in Jinxiu Garden, with its poor soundproofing, indeed felt a bit low class. Chen Mo's personal account had reached over 34 million. Since it was just sitting there with no use, he naturally wanted to purchase luxury cars and houses. He wasn't quite used to driving sports cars, so he spent over 3 million to buy a Range Rover autobiography. Chen Mo particularly liked the spacious and luxurious back seat. That day, he took Leng Yu on a trip to the outskirts, to a sparsely populated scenic area, to experience the joy of the outdoors. The fun of merging with nature was something only Boss Chun could truly appreciate. After returning to Jiangsheng, he went straight to the largest real estate transaction center. As a medium-sized city ranked in the 3rd or 4th tier, the villa prices in Jiangsheng are not high. For standalone villas in areas with slightly poorer geographical conditions, the total price is less than 3 million. Compared to the price of the Jinxiu Garden, where Chun Mo currently resides, it's not significantly higher. With no financial constraints, Boss Chun directly set his sights on the top-tier Nanshan Villa complex in Jiangxing. In this unfavorable economic climate, there are indeed several villas available for sale here. After some selection, He finally chose a 3-story standalone villa with a huge garden. The nearly 3,000 square meters of garden even has a large European-style swimming pool in the middle. The total price is just over 18 million. However, this is already considered one of the top villas in Jiangcheng. He then spent an additional 2 million to renovate it. And only then did Chen Mo move in, with luxury cars and mansions, plus various beautiful women around him. The key is that he earns a pure profit of hundreds of thousands every day while lying down. This kind of life can be said to be the peak existence that many ordinary men dream of. However, with a system as powerful as this, Chen Mo naturally wouldn't be satisfied with the current situation. One day, in the office of the supermarket owner, Rosa stood up with a rosy complexion, tidied her clothes a bit, and then said coyly, "Mr. Chen, my sister hasn't visited your villa yet. Why don't you take her to see it today?" Upon hearing this, a half-smile suddenly appeared on Chen Mo's face. "Sure. How about both of you sisters come along today?" Hearing this, Rosa was slightly taken aback. I can go too." What? Are you unwilling?" Seeing Chen Mo's charming expression as he asked this, Rosa naturally didn't dare to hesitate anymore. She had actually thought about such things, but didn't expect it would be with her own sister. In her thoughts, she quickly replied obediently, "Mr. Chen, I'll follow your arrangements." That's the spirit. Go tell your sister right now, and we'll head to the Nanshan villa later. Looking at Rosa's graceful figure as she walked out, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile at the exciting moments that lay ahead. Meanwhile, instead of heading to the office, Rosa made a phone call to her sister, asking her to come to the staff lounge for a discussion. A few minutes later, the two sisters were sitting face to face in the lounge. "Sasha, what's the matter? Why did you have to call me here?" Hearing her sister's question, Rosa felt a bit hesitant. After stuttering for a while, she finally bit her lip and said, "Sister, Mr. Chen agreed to let you visit his Nanshan villa." Upon hearing this, Lily couldn't help but feel delighted. With more and more women around the big boss, and with a stunning beauty like Lung Yu, Lily hadn't experienced the joys of romance for almost a month. Although she has been divorced once, she is only 27 this year. If she says she doesn't wanna, even she might not believe it. Of course, under the extremely extravagant policies put forth by Chen, including Luo Lily and all the other girls, even those who haven't been favored for a long time, none of them dare to think of anything behind Boss Chen's back. In anticipation and waiting, upon hearing her sister Luosha's words, she naturally felt extremely excited. Before she could say anything, she heard Luosha continue, "Sister, you need to be mentally prepared. Chen wants us sisters to go together." Luo Lily, who was still feeling exhilarated, suddenly froze at these words, her smile instantly disappearing. She wasn't foolish and immediately understood the deeper meaning behind her sister Luosha's statement. Chapter 175 Binding the third private enterprise. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly asked, "Sasha, does Mr. Chen want it that way?" Upon hearing her sister's question, Rosa's face turned slightly red. Shyly, she nodded gently, "Sister, it's what you want. I can't refuse. I've already agreed to Mr. Chen." Hearing this, Lily's expression struggled for a moment, before she quietly said, "Sasha, you did the right thing. We're sisters, after all, and as long as we can please Mr. Chen, there's really nothing wrong with it." "Well, let's go then. Mr. Chen asked us to leave work early, so let's head to the villa in Nanshan now." Rosa had only been there once, and she was also captivated by the environment inside. A few minutes later, the two sisters shyly followed their boss to the underground parking lot. After getting into the Range Rover, Rosa instinctively asked, "Mr. Chen, isn't Lingyue here?" She had something to do and went back to the headquarters of the Jindung Group in Xinxing this morning. Upon hearing this from their boss, the two sisters let out a sigh of relief. It felt much more comfortable without a third party around for such matters. Half an hour later, at the fork heading to the Nanshan villa, Chen Mo suddenly made a turn and headed towards the back mountain. After about 20 minutes, he stopped at a slightly secluded spot. Seeing this, Rosa asked suspiciously, "Mr. Chen, aren't we going to the villa? Why did you bring the car here?" In response, Chen Mo curled his lips into a smile. We'll go to the villa later." Seeing the charming smile on their boss's face, the two sisters exchanged glances. In an instant, they understood their boss's intentions from each other's eyes. A wave of nervousness surged in their hearts. With the Rosa sisters leading the way, Chen Mo naturally had more ideas. The next day, Gong Jing and Wang Na also arrived at the Nanshan villa. On the third day, he simply called over Su Guer, UCC, and Lin Wanru to the Nanshan villa together. On the fourth day, after Ling Yue returned from Xinjiang, she also called Jiang Xiaoyu over. In these joyful days, time flew by. At the end of the month, a long-awaited notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding! The total profit created by Tianda Electronics has reached 30 million. Congratulations to the host for completing this target. Ding! The system is actively scanning to bind the next enterprise. Ding! Binding completed. The host's next enterprise is Taihu Restaurant by West Lake in Hangzhou. Ding! 100 of Taihu Restaurant's shares have been transferred to the host. Ding! The initial employee benefits for Taihu Restaurant for 1 month are 5 million. Note: the host can only obtain operating profits from Taihu Restaurant and cannot sell or transfer its shares. Additionally, the water, electricity, taxes, and other miscellaneous expenses for Taihu Restaurant will be covered by this system. After hearing a series of sounds from the system, Chun Mo felt a bit bewildered. He had thought that the scale of the enterprises he was associated with would continue to grow, but why had it shrunk instead? Although judging by the scale of employee benefits, it should be somewhat better than a local supermarket, but it certainly wouldn't be much stronger. Moreover, it was just a single restaurant, far from the scale of a large electronics factory. After thinking for a moment, he quickly took out his phone to search for information about the Taihu Restaurant in Hangzhou. This was a restaurant primarily focused on culinary culture, currently employing around 80 people. However, according to the latest information, like the electronics factory, the Taihu Restaurant was also operating at a loss. In short, it was a situation where they lost money every day they opened. With the support of the system's welfare funds, Chen Mo wasn't worried about this situation at all. At the beginning of the month, after distributing the welfare salaries for the supermarket and the electronics factory, he and a girl named Lung Yu boarded a flight to Hangzhou. The current general manager of Taihu Restaurant is named Dong Taiwa. He got this position through connections with the former owner's family. The full transfer of the restaurant would surely make him, as a senior employee, feel a bit anxious. The former owner had said that he was not familiar with the current owner, and whether he would continue to be employed in the future was uncertain. In short, the implication was that they didn't want to deal with him anymore. Chen Mo arrived in Hangzhou today without notifying anyone. After getting off the plane, he directly hailed a taxi and headed straight to Taihu Restaurant. In the car, Lung Yu asked with a charming smile, "Mr. Chun, aren't you going to notify the restaurant staff?" "Haha, I plan to visit incognito today. First, I'll take you to taste the food at my restaurant and then make other plans." After hearing Chun Mo's words, Lung Yu didn't ask any more questions. About 40 minutes later, they successfully arrived at their destination. Looking at the 4 golden characters of Taihu Restaurant, there wasn't any welcome staff at the entrance, so they casually walked in. Besides many small private rooms, Taihu Restaurant also had a spacious dining hall. The overall decor was quite luxurious, but the customer flow was a bit dismal. As lunchtime approached, the dining hall had very few customers, and the business could be described as extremely poor. After finding a table by the window, they waited for about 10 seconds before a waitress finally approached. She glanced at Lung Yu with a hint of surprise before casually placing the menu on the table. With a nonchalant attitude, she asked, "What would you like to eat?" Seeing the waitress's indifferent demeanor, Chun Mo frowned slightly. He casually asked, "Miss, it seems your restaurant isn't busy at all. When there are customers, why don't you come to serve them right away?" Upon hearing this, the waitress was slightly taken aback. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice you earlier. What would you like to eat?" Although her words carried an apologetic tone, there was a hint of impatience in her voice. Chen Mo didn't expect that his first visit to his own restaurant would be met with such hospitality. No wonder it loses money every day. With such a service attitude from the staff, it would truly be a miracle if they could still make a profit. Holding back his discomfort, he glanced at the menu. The prices were quite standard, with the most expensive signature dishes reaching several thousand, while the cheapest were still in the dozens. Overall, the average cost per person should still be several hundred. He was ready to go incognito, and naturally, Chun Mo wanted to experience the most authentic flavors here. He ordered all the signature dishes priced in the thousands. Seeing Chun Mo's extravagant spending, the waitress finally managed to smile a little. "Please wait a moment. I will arrange the dishes for you right away." After the waitress left, Lung Yu smiled lightly. "Mr. Chun, are you planning to settle the bill later?" Chapter 176. Arrival in Hangzhou. Hearing Lung Yu's teasing question, Chun Mo smiled faintly. "Well, that depends on whether the dishes here suit my taste." Lung Yu was not surprised at all by the sudden acquisition of a restaurant by the big boss. Having witnessed Chun Mo's extravagant spending, she thought that even acquiring a 5-star hotel wouldn't be that surprising. The location of the Taihu restaurant was excellent. Sitting by the window allowed one to enjoy the beautiful scenery of West Lake in Hangzhou. With such an advantage, it's hard to believe they were operating at a loss. One can only imagine how poorly managed the restaurant must be. Before long, the dishes Chun Mo ordered, such as steamed king crab and braised abalone, were served one by one. After tasting them, he found the flavors decent, but nothing extraordinary. If it were just a few hundred yuan, there would be no room for complaints. But for a few thousand yuan per dish, such culinary skills. It was no wonder the business was so bad. Chun Mo was not angry. After all, if it weren't for the system binding him to this restaurant, he would have no connection to it at all. He casually ate a few bites with Lung Yu before calling over a waitress. Without waiting for any questions, Chun Mo took the lead and said in an unquestionable tone, "Where's your restaurant manager? Call him over." Hearing Chun Mo's cold tone, the waitress was momentarily taken aback. She awkwardly smiled and asked, "Sir, is the food not to your liking?" "Just okay. Hurry up and call the manager. I have something to discuss." The service staff at the bottom level had no idea that the restaurant had a new owner. Upon hearing that Chun Mo insisted on seeing the manager, they thought he was looking for trouble. With a slight furrowed brow, the waitress did not go directly to find Dong Taihua, but instead called over the restaurant supervisor. The supervisor, a woman in her 30s named Lu Yue, was quite pretty and had received a score of 85 in the system. Seeing Chun Mo and Lung Yu's distinguished demeanor, she was very polite. "Hello. I am the supervisor Lu Yue. If you have any requests, please let us know, and we will do our best to accommodate." Seeing this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Chun Mo's mouth. He had seen plenty of beautiful women and naturally had no particular interest in Lu Yue. "Your restaurant's manager, Dong Taihua, seems to have quite the attitude. Do I need to meet him in person?" Hearing the mention of the manager's name, Lu Yue's expression stiffened slightly. You know Manager Dong?" Before Chun Mo could say anything, Lung Yu stood up directly. "This is Chun Mo, the actual owner of Taihu Restaurant now. Hurry up and call your manager out." Upon hearing Lung Yu's introduction, Lu Yue and the nearby waitress were stunned. They had certainly seen the big boss of Taihu Restaurant before. A well-known local entrepreneur in his 50s from Hangzhou recently had a meal here with his family. How could he suddenly become a different person in just a few days? As her thoughts raced, Lu Yue felt she couldn't afford to be careless. "Mr. Chun, please wait a moment. I will call Manager Dong right away. Also, bring out the heads of human resources and finance." Upon hearing this, Lu Yue paused briefly before quickly heading towards the manager's office. After about 3 or 4 minutes, under Lu Yue's lead, a middle-aged man rushed out. Following him were a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 30s. It was clear that the middle-aged man was the manager, Dong Taihua, and the man and woman behind him were likely the heads of finance and human resources. Dong Taihua, after hearing Lu Yue's straightforward report, was nearly drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't received any notifications from the new owner in the past few days, and he was feeling anxious. He never expected that they would come for an unannounced visit today. From Lu Yue's words, it seemed that the big boss was not satisfied with the restaurant's service and food. In this situation, Dong Taihua became even more uneasy, fearing that the new owner might take action against him on the very first day. If given a choice, he certainly wouldn't want to give up such a good position. After all, while the restaurant's business was barely breaking even, Dong Taihua's salary was guaranteed. With a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, along with occasional small kickbacks, he could easily make over 400,000 yuan a year. If he were to be let go by the new owner, Dong Taihua would have nowhere to cry. At this moment, without any introductions, he walked straight up to Mr. Chun, forcing a smile on his face. "Mr. Chun, you finally came. I have been looking forward to this moment every single minute these past few days." Facing Dong Taihua's obsequious expression, Chun Mo showed no signs of friendliness. "Manager Dong, how do you manage this restaurant with such poor business?" Hearing Mr. Chin's immediate reprimand, Dong Taihua's heart sank. He forced a smile and explained, "Mr. Chun, you may not know, but our restaurant's poor business has only been an issue for this past year, mainly because a new restaurant, Yinyu Restaurant, opened on this street 2 years ago, and they have been quite unscrupulous. They not only poached our head chef with high salaries, but also competed against us at every turn. They've managed to lure away quite a few of our regular customers, leading to the current situation." Upon hearing Dong Taihua's words, Chun Mo furrowed his brow slightly. The previous owner of this restaurant was quite powerful in Hangzhou. How could he let himself be bullied like this? Dong Taihua revealed a bitter smile. "Mr. Chun, While my former boss was quite capable, the other party is also formidable. Besides, although Yunyu Restaurant's actions are a bit unscrupulous, it is still considered normal competition. And he couldn't intervene. Hearing this, Chen Mo gave a cold smile. Heh, in the end, it's still your own management that's lacking. Just now, I ordered several signature dishes worth thousands, but they were nothing special at all. With such culinary skills, it's no wonder that regular customers have been taken away. Moreover, the attitude of the restaurant staff towards the guests was also very poor. Even if I had never managed a restaurant, I would know that this situation is definitely the manager's responsibility. Manager Dong, since we've come this far, you might as well resign on your own. After hearing the last words from the new owner, Dong Taihua felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 177. The major overhaul of Taihu Restaurant. Dong Taihua opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately said nothing, bitterly nodding his head. He had actually anticipated this worst-case scenario long ago. No matter who the new owner was, seeing the current state of Taihu Restaurant, it was highly likely they would first target him. Rather than humbly begging for mercy, it was better to maintain some dignity. Seeing this, Chen Mo also lost the desire to waste words. He turned to the two people behind Dong Taihua and asked, "Which of you is in charge of the finance department?" Hearing Chun boss's question, a woman stepped forward nervously. "Mr. Chun, I'm Li Shuiyan, the finance department supervisor." As one of the few senior executives at Taihu Restaurant and the head of the finance department, Li Shuiyan was naturally aware of the change in ownership. Seeing the big boss dismiss Dong Taihua right away, she couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. Chun Mo nodded slightly and directly asked, "How much money is left in the finance account?" "Mr. Chun, there's just over 420,000 in the finance account, which is the revenue from the past couple of days." Upon hearing that there was only this amount, Chun Mo lost interest. To put it bluntly, the supermarket and electronics factory he owned were bringing him at least 600,000 in pure profit every day. A mere 400,000 was hardly worth his attention. He looked at another man and asked, "Are you in charge of the human resources department?" "Mr. Chun, I'm Wu Yu, the human resources department supervisor." "Wu supervisor, you and Li supervisor can go ahead and process manager Dong's resignation paperwork. Pay him whatever his salary should be." Seeing that the big boss didn't continue to target them, Wu Yu and Li Shuiyan both felt a slight sense of relief. For management-level employees like them, finding a job with the same benefits was not easy. If given a choice, they naturally hoped to stay at Taihu Restaurant. As the two went to handle Dong Taihua's resignation paperwork, Chen Mo looked around at the scattered diners. He called over Lu Yuer, who looked a bit confused. "Lu supervisor, from now on, don't let any new customers in. After this batch leaves, gather all the staff for a meeting to discuss the overhaul." After hearing the big boss's instructions, a still somewhat bewildered Lu Yuer quickly nodded. An hour later, aside from the dismissed Dong Taihua, all 84 employees of Taihu Restaurant had gathered together. The kitchen team, wearing white hats, consisted of 27 individuals. The rest included waitstaff, food runners, procurement, warehouse staff, maintenance workers, and logistics personnel. With Dong Taihua dismissed, the management team now comprised Lu Yuer, Li Shuiyan, Wu Yu, and a logistics supervisor named Zhang Wei. Until now, everyone had learned about the change in ownership. However, aside from a few management members, most employees showed little emotional reaction. As the lower-tier workers, their treatment was not high. Even if the new boss makes big moves, the worst that can happen is resigning and finding another job. Chen Mo looked around, just about to say something, when suddenly a sound echoed in his mind. Ding. System task. The host needs to ensure that the Taihu Restaurant overwhelmingly defeats its competitor, Yunyu Restaurant. Upon completion, the next business can be unlocked. Hearing the system's notification, Boss Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He initially just wanted to make some minor adjustments. However, with such a task from the system, that obviously changed everything. After a moment of contemplation, he casually introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Mo, and I have fully acquired the Taihu Restaurant." He glanced around and continued, "I just took a look at the current operating environment of the restaurant, and it can be said to be exceptionally poor." He paused slightly before turning his gaze to Li Shuiyan and asked, "Manager Li, as the finance supervisor, you should know the specific daily profit and loss situation of the restaurant, right? Can you tell me about it?" Hearing the boss's question, Li Shuiyan felt a bit anxious. However, at this crucial moment, she dared not say anything untrue. "Boss Chun, during this period, the restaurant's daily sales are basically between 150,000 and 200,000 20,000. After deducting the cost of ingredients and other miscellaneous expenses, the daily pure profit is about 80,000. The staff's salaries amount to around 40,000 per day, and various costs like rent, utilities, and environmental fees add up to about 50,000. Based on last month as standards, the daily loss is between 10,000 and 20,000. Hearing Li Shuyan's words, Chen Mo naturally did not show any emotional fluctuations. He looked around at everyone again and said, "You've all heard it. The restaurant loses money every day. This situation means I have to make thorough changes. Aside from Manager Liu and the finance and HR departments, everyone else can resign today. I will give you an extra month's salary." After hearing Boss Chun's statement, everyone had a stunned and shocked expression on their faces. They weren't particularly attached to this job. It was just that Boss Chen's outrageous decision was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. If everyone was dismissed, how would the restaurant operate? Of course, while everyone was in shock, they realized they would soon be resigning anyway, and whether the restaurant survived or not had nothing to do with them. Plus, with Boss Chen promising an extra month's salary for resigning, no one dared to voice any dissent. In addition to Li Shuyan, the finance department had 2 accountants and a cashier, all of whom were equally bewildered. Li Shuyan, with slightly dry lips, asked, "Boss Chen, if what you say is true, we would need to disperse about 3.5 million in salaries. What do you think? That's a small matter. Just give me the financial account, and I'll transfer 3.5 million right away." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, everyone was taken aback. The new owner was indeed quite bold. Some even began to have second thoughts about leaving. However, in this private enterprise, everything relies on mutual agreement. The new big boss clearly does not want to hire them anymore, and no one wants to beg shamelessly. 2 hours later, under the liquidation, the entire restaurant was quite desolate. The restaurant manager, the finance manager, and the HR manager, along with a few junior clerks from the finance and HR departments, left only 6 people in total. At this moment, they all looked at the boss with a bit of unease. The boss glanced around and then calmly said, "You can see the current situation of the restaurant, so I want to actively encourage you to resign. Of course, if any of you want to resign, you can bring it up, and I can offer you an additional month's salary." Chapter 178. Absurd recruitment. After hearing what Boss Chen said, Liu Yiwei and the others exchanged glances. The only clerk in the HR department ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the monthly salary and voluntarily resigned. Chen Mo's expression didn't change at all as he instructed Li Shuyan to settle her salary promptly. Then, he calmly glanced at the panel data. It directly switched to Taihu Restaurant. Number of employees, 5. Number of employees meeting A-level quality, 0. Current net profit of the restaurant, 200,000 yuan. Remaining employee benefits for this month, 1.56 million yuan. Note, employees must have a comprehensive appearance score of 90 or above to qualify as A-level quality. There are 3 slots available, and for each person hired, the employee benefits fund will be increased by 1 million yuan. After reviewing this information, Chen Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As his standards rose, he didn't expect the system to join in the fun. A beauty with a score above 90 is not something you come across every day. The difficulty of recruitment has at least increased tenfold. Of course, the system didn't mandate hiring only A-level quality employees. After some contemplation, Chen Mo decided not to dwell on it. If they could hire someone, great. If not, then so be it. Seeing that no one else was voluntarily resigning, he turned to Wu Yu and asked, "Supervisor Wu, what is the median salary for waitstaff and chefs in Hangqing right now? If we were to recruit again, would there be any difficulty?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was not too surprised. After all, Taihu Restaurant is located in a prime area, and closing for a day would incur significant losses. After considering for a moment, he replied, "Mr. Chen, the pay for waitstaff in the restaurant industry in Hangqing is generally similar, mostly based on our Taihu Restaurant standards. As long as the salary is in place, it would be quite easy to recruit a new batch. As for the chefs, it depends on the head chef's skill level. For instance, our previous head chef, Mr. Wang, was offered a salary of 500,000 yuan a year, but he was poached by Yunqing Restaurant with an even higher offer. The chef who just resigned, Chef Liu, had an annual salary of only 400,000 yuan, and his skills couldn't match those of Chef Wang. Other junior chefs and assistants earn between a few thousand to over 20,000 yuan monthly. If Mr. Chen wants to recruit a better kitchen team, It will likely require offering a salary at least equivalent to that of Chef Wang. After listening to Wu Yu, Chun Imo nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Wu Yu's words. After thinking for a moment, he said, "You need to go to the Hangqing talent recruitment website immediately and post a recruitment ad. The kitchen team's skill level must be at least that of the previous head chef, and for the salary, set it as a monthly salary. Offer the head chef a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, and increase the salaries of junior chefs by 50 from the average wage. As for the waitstaff, our previous salary was 6,000 yuan per month. Let's double it to 12,000 yuan. In addition to having a good service attitude, the age requirement cannot be too high. Anyone over 30 will not be considered. The key aspect is appearance and physique, which must be top-notch. The salaries for other support staff will increase by 50% from the original base. Additionally, we need to recruit 3 top-notch hosts for our establishment to serve as the face of the restaurant. The monthly salary should also be set at 80,000. There are no other requirements, but they must be exceptionally attractive. I will personally conduct the interviews for these hosts. Furthermore, starting this month, the salaries for the few of you will be doubled from the original amount." After hearing the boss's words, Wu Yu and the others couldn't help but feel dry in their throats. They never expected the new owner would make such outrageous hiring demands. Offering high salaries to the head chef or kitchen team would be understandable. However, the general salary increase that followed left everyone a bit stunned. In this generally poor economic environment, a 50% increase for support staff was already quite exaggerated. The waitstaff salaries skyrocketed by 100%, going from 6,000 to 12,000. But considering the boss's requirements, they quickly calmed down. After all, they needed to be young and attractive. A monthly salary of 12,000 isn't too outrageous. What left them most dumbfounded was the boss's proposal to recruit 3 top hosts. An 80,000 monthly salary amounts to nearly $1 million a year. Even in a big city, that is quite impressive. It's hard to imagine that the boss would offer such a top salary just for a few hosts. Shocked as they were also excited about their own doubled salaries. For instance, Lu Yue, who was the former restaurant supervisor, had a salary of 15,000. After the increase, it directly reached 30,000. Li Shuyan, Wu Yu, and Lu Yue had similar salaries. As for the 2 clerks in the finance department, their new salaries would reach 16,000. Although there's still a bit of a gap compared to Lu Yue, the 2 girls were very satisfied. They even felt a bit of fear. If they had succumbed to the temptation of that 1 month's salary and chose to resign, they would have regretted it immensely. After arranging everything, the recruitment through the online job portal naturally didn't require the boss's concern. After taking a tour of the office, Chun Imo walked out of the Taihu restaurant with Lung Yu. The stunning woman beside the boss did not arouse much curiosity among Lu Yue and the others. With such good looks and wealth, it would be strange if a man like him didn't have beautiful women around him. After leaving the Taihu restaurant, Chun Imo glanced around. On the street a few hundred meters to the right, he immediately spotted the golden sign of Yinyu Restaurant. After thinking for a moment, he chuckled softly and said, "Lung Yu, you didn't eat well just now, did you? Let me take you somewhere nice to eat." Following Boss Chen's gaze, Lung Yu, the beautiful woman, revealed a charming smile. "They say that rivals are often in the same industry. Are you still planning to dine there, Mr. Chen?" "Ha ha ha. This is my strategy. First, I go to see how they operate and taste their food. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle." To Chun Mo's words, Lung Yu merely smiled lightly. It's just an ordinary restaurant. She didn't think Boss Chen would take it so seriously. However, occasionally changing the environment, coupled with the absence of other women's distractions, made Lung Yu quite happy. Chapter 179. Nightlife in Hangzhou. To Chun Mo's surprise, the Yinyu restaurant had 2 beautiful hostesses dressed in kipeos. Although their figures and looks were not extraordinary, their overall attractiveness scores reached 80 and 81 respectively on Chun Mo's system panel. Just based on this, Chun Mo couldn't help but look at the Yinyu restaurant with a higher regard. Once inside, he casually glanced around. The overall decor and size were not much different from his Taihu restaurant. However, the number of diners in the hall was clearly much better than that of Taihu restaurant. Noticing Chun Imo looking around, a beautiful waitress quickly approached with a smile and asked, "Are you 2 here to dine?" Hearing the young woman's question, Chun Imo nodded lightly and said, "Please arrange a private room for us." The waitress didn't show any surprise at his request. After all, with Chun Mo and Lung Yu's appearance and demeanor, it was clear they were not short on money. They were warmly welcomed into a small private room. Chun Mo didn't hesitate and ordered several signature dishes from the menu, which were quite pricey. Although his wealth wasn't at a level where he could spend freely, he wouldn't hesitate for even a second on typical expenses. As the waitress went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes, Lung Yu couldn't help but smile and said, "Mr. Chun, no wonder the business here is so good. The attitude of the waitstaff is much better than that of the Taihu Hotel. This should be the result of long-term accumulation. When business is poor, the service attitude naturally suffers. But don't worry, soon you will see a brand new Taihu restaurant." Hearing Chun Mo's words, Lung Yu wasn't particularly surprised. She had heard every word of his high-salary recruitment policy. The success of a restaurant business relies on the location, the taste of the dishes, and the service attitude. Like the Yunyu restaurant, located on West Lake Street, the prime location was undeniable. With salaries twice that of competitors, the quality of the waitstaff would surely be exceptional. As for the taste of the dishes, as long as a truly top chef could be recruited, the Taihu restaurant would not be far from thriving. Speaking of which, nearly $1 million in annual salary. If they couldn't recruit a top chef with that, Lung Yu herself wouldn't believe it. In the midst of her thoughts, the beautiful Lung suddenly asked, "Mr. Chun, are you planning to build a harem by recruiting 3 top hostesses with a monthly salary of 80,000? Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback by her question, then smiled and replied, "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Hearing this, Lung Yu's expression dimmed slightly as she responded, "I'm just a bodyguard. I don't have the right to be jealous. I was just asking casually." Lung Yu, I don't consider you just a bodyguard. You are now one of the most favored women by my side. As long as you behave, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Chun Mo indeed valued Lung Yu more than other women. However, after experiencing the betrayal of a certain individual, even a woman like Lung Yu, he only engages physically, without any emotional involvement. If the girl is willing to obediently stay by his side, he will naturally treat her well. Conversely, Chun Mo won't feel any discomfort either. Lingwei has been by Boss Chen's side for 2 months, witnessing so many flirtations. Naturally, she has come to know this man quite well. From the moment she made the commitment, she understood what was waiting for her. Naturally, she wouldn't find it amusing to dwell on that topic any longer. In the midst of her thoughts, she changed the subject and smiled as she asked, "Mr. Chun, how long are you planning to stay in Hangzhou this time?" Seeing that the girl no longer lingered on that issue, Chun Mo's smile became even gentler. He chuckled, "Let's see how it goes. After we have dinner, I'll take you to the hotel." "Oh." As the two chatted and laughed, it didn't take long for a series of delicious dishes to be served. The ingredients were the same as before, mostly top-grade king crabs, lobsters, abalones, and the like. However, just a taste revealed that the flavors were indeed much fresher than those at another hotel. Chun Mo couldn't be considered a food expert. Yet, even he could discern the difference between the two places. It's only natural that business was thriving here. Fortunately, he had his own advantages. So completing the system's tasks shouldn't be too difficult. With that in mind, the smile on his face grew more relaxed. After eating until they were about 3/4 full, the two settled the bill and left the restaurant. They strolled along the streets. And after not walking far from West Lake Street, they spotted a luxurious 5-star hotel. With no budget constraints, Chun Mo wouldn't skimp on food, clothing, or accommodation. He booked the presidential suite, priced at 48,600 yuan per night, without hesitation. Considering he would be staying in Hangzhou for some time, he decided to book it for half a month. Facing such a high-profile guest, the hotel naturally provided exceptional service. Not only did they assign him 2 personal butlers, but they also promised to arrange a Rolls-Royce for him to use at any time. Then, accompanied by a beautiful private housekeeper, a few people directly took a private elevator to the top presidential suite. After sending the housekeeper away, the vast presidential suite became the private territory of Boss Chun and Lung Yu. With no one else present, the cold pride on the young woman's face instantly transformed into a hint of charm. "Mr. Chun, when you hit me with your hand later, could you be a bit stronger than usual?" Chun Mo still can't figure out what's going on with this alternative form of self-harm exhibited by the cold beauty. He had only seen it in movies before and didn't expect to encounter it in real life. The key is the girl's figure and looks. Just thinking about it can make one's blood rush. In the midst of these thoughts, Boss Chun also revealed a somewhat indescribable smile. Then you mustn't cry later. I hate it. I just said to apply a bit more force, not to go all out." As they chatted, The beautiful woman leaned in closer. After a pleasant conversation, it was only the afternoon. At Chinmo's suggestion, they decided to leave the hotel and take a stroll along a nearby street. It's true that this place has many beautiful women. Just walking a short distance, one can encounter a stunning beauty with an overall attractiveness score of over 85. Of course, in the eyes of other men. Someone like Lung Yu, with an overall attractiveness exceeding 90, is truly like a celestial being. Watching the woman affectionately link her arm with Chinmo's, the envy and jealousy in their hearts reached an almost indescribable level. It's hard to imagine how vibrant this handsome man's nightlife must be. Chinmo had long been accustomed to the countless envious gazes and remained unfazed. Chapter 180. Encountering Ouyang Lana again strolling by the West Lake, enjoying the cool breeze. The night soon descended. The two returned to the hotel and were just about to take the private elevator when a commotion suddenly erupted from another entrance in the lobby. Chinmo instinctively glanced over and was taken aback. He saw the beautiful flight attendant Ouyang Lana being pushed and shoved by two women, while several hotel staff members were trying to intervene. If it weren't for her tall and striking figure, Chinmo might not have recognized her in her current disheveled state. Faced with such a situation, both morally and logically, Chinmo felt he couldn't just stand by. He quickly walked over and asked, "Miss Ouyang, do you need help?" Upon hearing Chinmo's voice, Ouyang Lana instinctively looked up. At that moment, her clothes were in tatters, with some areas even exposed. Her hair was messy, draping over her shoulders, and there was a noticeable scratch mark on her face. Her eyes, looking at Chinmo, were filled with helplessness, grievance, and a hint of surprise. She slightly parted her lips, but hadn't said anything yet. One of the women confronted Chinmo angrily. "Who are you? This shameless woman seduced my husband and was caught red-handed at the hotel, and you want to help her?" Chinmo was momentarily stunned by her words. He was genuinely shocked. How could a woman with Ouyang Lana's looks possibly seduce someone else's husband? Especially since he had offered her such good terms last time. It didn't make sense. In the midst of his thoughts, he furrowed his brows slightly. Without showing any expression, he discreetly checked Ouyang Lana's profile. Her overall attractiveness was rated at 91, which was about what Chinmo expected. When he detected that her purity level was still 0, he inexplicably felt relieved. There was no doubt that if her purity level had been negative, he would have turned and walked away without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. "Miss Ouyang is my friend. Whether she seduced your husband or your husband deceived her, this matter is still uncertain. You are committing an act of violence in public, which could have legal consequences." After saying this, without waiting for a reaction, he turned to Ouyang Lana and asked, "Miss Ouyang, do you need me to call the police for you?" Hearing Chinmo's question, Ouyang Lana shook her head gratefully. The woman who had confronted Chinmo, seeing his remarkable demeanor, didn't dare to lash out at him. Instead, she shot an angry glare at Ouyang Lana and warned, "Shameless woman, if you dare to seduce my husband again, I will strip you in public and show everyone how lewd you are." After saying this, she turned and left with the other woman. The nearby hotel staff members also dispersed at that moment. Seeing this, Chinmo thought for a moment. He then said lightly, "Miss Ouyang, your clothes are torn. Why don't you come to my room to freshen up?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lana softly thanked him. "Thank you, Mr. Chun. Haha. Follow me." Lung Yu remained silent throughout, feeling somewhat speechless inside. After all, they had come to such a place, yet they encountered such bizarre situations. She had a deep impression of the beautiful flight attendant. After all, their figures and looks were quite comparable. As for why she would try to seduce someone else's husband and ended up being caught in the act, Lung Yu was also a bit curious. This woman didn't seem foolish. Could there be something more to it? The three of them then took a private elevator to the presidential suite. Chinmo immediately called a private butler and transferred 20,000 yuan to her, pointing at the somewhat reserved Ouyang Lana. Given her figure, she could buy 2 suitable outfits, and the remainder could be considered a tip. Upon hearing this from Chun, the beautiful private butler happily agreed. Even for higher quality clothes, it would only cost about 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, which was a great deal for her. After the attractive butler left, Ouyang Lana, feeling a bit awkward, finally said, "Mr. Chun, thank you so much today. I should transfer that 20,000 yuan back to you." Chun chuckled. "No need, we are at least acquaintances. It's just 20,000 yuan. I don't mind it." At this point, Chun suddenly changed the subject and curiously asked, "By the way, Miss Ouyang, That woman said you seduced her husband and were caught in the act. What is going on? Hearing this, Ouyang Lana's expression became somewhat embarrassed. She glanced at Lung Yu and eventually shared her recent experiences in a low voice. It turned out that after leaving the supermarket last time, she was quite tempted by the conditions proposed by Chen Mo. She was considering agreeing to the job after a couple of days. As for whether to become his woman, she planned to see how things went. However, during one of her subsequent flights, she encountered a handsome man in first class. When he requested to add her on WeChat, Ouyang Lana naturally didn't refuse. He claimed to be the CEO of a company in the area, currently single, with a fortune of tens of millions. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he was very attractive to Ouyang Lana. The two quickly became familiar through chatting on WeChat. He claimed to have fallen for Ouyang Lana at first sight and, if possible, was willing to take their relationship further. Subsequently, they began to interact as if they were in a romantic relationship online. With this encounter, Ouyang Lana naturally overlooked the conditions presented by Chen Mo. She was also a very proud woman. During their subsequent dates, she didn't allow him to possess her quickly. However, as their feelings heated up, it was only natural that they would take that step. Amidst his sweet talk, it was today that Ouyang Lana decided to give in completely. However, it seemed like fate was playing a cruel joke. The two entered the hotel room, and before they could even embrace or kiss, two women barged in. One of them started screaming at the other, accusing her of being a mistress, a shameless woman who was seducing her husband. Caught off guard by this sudden confrontation, the woman was completely stunned. Before she could collect her thoughts, the accuser slapped the man twice. For reasons unknown, the man squatted on the ground, not daring to make a sound. After hitting the man, the woman naturally wouldn't stop there. Along with the other woman, they began to claw and scratch at the accused. The woman felt both humiliated and ashamed, wondering how she had suddenly become a mistress. In her embarrassment and anger, she didn't dare to fight back. Amidst the chaos of insults and physical altercations from the two women, she ran all the way from the room to the hotel lobby. Chapter 181. Ouyang Lana is annoyed. After listening to Ouyang Lana's description, Chen Mo also showed a relieved expression. No wonder the girl offered me such good conditions without a care. It turns out there was this matter. Undoubtedly, the handsome man Ouyang Lana mentioned is probably someone who relies on others. In the midst of his thoughts, he inadvertently asked, Miss Ouyang, what are your plans for the future? Upon hearing Mr. Chen's question, Ouyang Lana couldn't help but show a hint of a bitter smile. You've seen me make a fool of myself. My original dream was to marry into a wealthy family, but I ended up in such a ridiculous situation. As for my future plans, let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, my current salary as a flight attendant is not bad. Hearing this, Chen Mo smiled slightly. Miss Ouyang, I actually have a proposal for you, if you're interested. I recently took over a restaurant in Hangzhou, and I am currently looking to hire a few top-notch hosts. Since I have high standards for appearance, the monthly salary is also top tier, reaching 80,000. Are you interested? With someone like Lung Yu by his side, and considering Ouyang Lana's recent situation, Chen Mo didn't want to directly ask her to be with him. However, as long as she agreed to be a host, winning her over later should not be too difficult. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Ouyang Lana was slightly taken aback. Hesitantly, she asked, Mr. Chen, are you really willing to give me this chance? Haha, with an outstanding employee like you, I would definitely be willing to give you a chance. From your tone, it sounds like you're interested. With a monthly salary of 80,000, how could Ouyang Lana not be tempted? Even though the position of a restaurant host is far from the prestige of being a flight attendant, the significant difference in salary made the high status completely insignificant. Moreover, after going through this dramatic situation, she no longer yearned to marry into a wealthy family. Thinking about the conditions the man had offered last time, 300,000 a month, which amounts to over 3 million a year, she would be rich herself. So why would she need to compromise and marry into a wealthy family? With this thought, Ouyang Lana instantly felt enlightened. Without hesitation, she nodded, Thank you, Mr. Chen, for giving me this opportunity. I will resign from my flight attendant job tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. It's true that sometimes flowers bloom where you least expect them, and sometimes unexpected opportunities arise. By chance, the beautiful flight attendant Ouyang Lana would become one of his lovely employees. As for whether she would join his future endeavors, he had no doubts. Before long, a beautiful housekeeper knocked and walked in. With a beaming smile, she said, Mr. Chen, these two outfits cost a total of over 7,400. Here is the receipt. It's fine. It's all good. You can go out first. After sending the beautiful housekeeper away, Chun Mo smiled at Ouyang Lana. Miss Ouyang, please see which outfit fits you better. Go change in the bathroom. At this point, Ouyang Lana was no longer so reserved. She picked up 2 brand new outfits and walked into the bathroom. In no time, she came out wearing a dark green dress. Her hair was also styled, looking much more refreshed than before. However, there was still a scratch mark on her face. Although it wasn't broken skin, the blood-colored bruise was quite noticeable. Seeing this, Chun Mo asked, "Do you want me to have someone buy some medicine for you to apply?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lana shook her head. "Thank you, Mr. Chun, it's nothing serious. I should be fine after a night's sleep." Hearing her say this, Chun Mo naturally didn't insist further. He pointed in the direction of the guest room. "I have extra rooms here anyway. Why don't you just stay here for the night?" Hearing this, Ouyang Lana hesitated for a moment, but then decisively nodded in agreement. Throughout the time, the 2 women in the room had not exchanged any words. As night fell, Ouyang Lana lay on the big bed in the living room, staring blankly at the ceiling. The enchanting voice of Lung Yue suddenly filled her ears. Although Ouyang Lana was still in perfect shape, she immediately sensed the subtlety in that voice. In an instant, she felt a surge of restlessness deep within her heart. In a daze, she somehow fell asleep. Early the next morning, she left a note on the table and departed first. After Chun Mo got up, he picked up the note. It read, "Mr. Chun, I went back to the company headquarters to resign. If all goes well, I will come over tomorrow." Seeing this, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Chun Mo's mouth. After having a light breakfast with Lung Yue, he leisurely made his way to the Taihu restaurant. Although there was a sign at the entrance stating that it was temporarily closed, the restaurant inside was bustling with people. After the recruitment notice was published yesterday, the HR manager Wu Yu's phone was almost blown up. Whether it was chefs, waiters, logistics personnel, or even the highly paid top hosts, many inquired. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and turned off his phone, finally finding some peace. Since the recruitment notice included the location and today's recruitment time. Early in the morning, as soon as Taihu restaurant opened, over 100 people surged in. Apart from a dozen very beautiful women applying for the host positions, the rest of the applicants Wu Yu could manage himself. Of course, with the boss offering such high salaries, he didn't dare to let anything slide. For waiters, as long as they were not too old and had outstanding looks, he could make decisions on the spot. In terms of chefs, 3 top chefs came in today. Wu Yu looked over their profiles, and they were all well-known top chefs in the industry. The title is no less impressive than that of Chef Wang, who was poached by the Yunhua restaurant. For such an important position, he could only wait for the boss, Mr. Chun, to make the final decision. When Chun Mo and Lung Yu walked in, Lu Yue quickly ran over to greet them. Bowing and nodding, she said, "Mr. Chun, there are more than a dozen young ladies applying for the hostess position, and there are 3 chefs who need your personal decision." Upon hearing this, Chun Mo nodded slightly. There was no hint of surprise on his face. He had anticipated this situation. He wasn't in a hurry regarding the hostess candidates either, even though there were over a dozen applicants. However, finding candidates with an overall attractiveness rating of over 90 would not be an easy task. First, he reviewed the profiles of several head chefs and asked them to come to the kitchen for a live cooking demonstration. After a round of culinary competition, he ultimately chose a chef named Bai Yulo. Chapter 182. The beautiful girl Wang Xiaoyu. The chef named Bai Yulo may have a name that sounds refined and elegant, but his appearance is quite the opposite. He sports a large bald head and has a wild look about him. His last job was as the head chef in a 5-star hotel restaurant. But after his contract expired, he voluntarily resigned due to dissatisfaction with the offered compensation after negotiations failed. Coincidentally, he came across a high-paying job advertisement from a restaurant, which he took as a stroke of luck. Once the head chef position was filled, the recruitment of assistant chefs and kitchen staff naturally fell to Bai Yulo. Chun Mo personally met with a dozen beautiful candidates applying for the top welcoming position. It must be said that although none of them reached the 90-point standard, each had an overall attractiveness score exceeding 85 points. This means that any of these dozen girls could easily match the likes of Gong Jing or Wang Na. Among them, 2 girls even surpassed Luo Shasha, reaching a score of 88 points. Logically speaking, such levels of attractiveness would be more than sufficient for any hotel or restaurant in the industry to qualify as a greeter. However, the salary Chun Mo was offering was not just any high salary. It was close to $1 million annual salary. It's no exaggeration to say that over 90% of hotel general managers nationwide probably do not earn this kind of income. In front of Chin's system panel, the profiles of the dozen girls were laid bare, except for one younger girl who was pure and innocent. The others were somewhat less than perfect. However, with a stunning beauty like Lung Yu by his side, and another one waiting to be won over, Ouyang Lana, Chen Mo didn't have much interest unless they were top-tier beauties. Lost in thought, he smiled lightly and said, "I'm sorry, but my restaurant has high standards for the appearance of greeters. I've looked at your qualifications, and overall, they just lack a bit of flair. I can only say sorry." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the girls felt a bit disheartened. They had all dressed up meticulously for this interview, only to be dismissed with a comment about lacking a bit of flair. Of course, even if they were tempted by the salary. The employer-employee relationship was based on mutual consent, so no one caused a scene. As the girls revealed their disappointment, they heard Chen Mo's voice shift. "However, given your qualifications, if you were to apply for a server position, you would certainly be more than qualified. I have a compromise proposal. If you are willing to come work as servers at my restaurant, I can offer you a monthly salary of 20,000. If your performance is exceptional, there will be additional bonuses each month." Chen Mo's expression didn't carry any ulterior motives. Compared to clerical jobs at supermarkets or electronics factories, being a restaurant server is definitely more demanding. Those who came here today to apply for the greeter position, with their looks, certainly held a bit of pride in their hearts. If the salary and bonuses don't increase a bit, I'm afraid no one would be willing to lower themselves to take on the role of a server. After hearing what the boss Chen said, the young women exchanged glances. It must be said that a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan is quite good, even in a large city like Hangzhou. One of the young women was the first to speak up. "Boss, I've never worked as a server before. What exactly does the job involve? You won't make us wash dishes, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo chuckled. "Our restaurant will hire dedicated dishwashers. Your main job will be to greet customers with a smile, and during busy times, you might just need to carry some dishes." Hearing this, the girl who asked the question felt a spark of interest. Although she was very attractive and had a great figure, she didn't have high hopes for today's hostess recruitment. It was easy to guess that with such a high salary of 80,000 yuan, the requirements would surely be extremely strict. Since she couldn't apply for the hostess position, being a senior server would still be a good option. After all, a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan is considered high-paying. Amid her thoughts, the girl stood up directly. "I would like to apply for the server position." Seeing this, Chen Mo's smile remained. "I remember your name is Wang Xiaoyu, right? Very good. Being a restaurant server isn't as hard as you might think. The fact that you volunteered to step up first is commendable. Our restaurant needs someone like you. We're actually looking for a head server, and you will take that position. With a base salary plus an additional 10,000 yuan. Please go to Supervisor Wu to fill out your employment contract." After hearing Chen Mo's words, the girl named Wang Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a slight joy. With a smile on her face, she sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, boss. Haha, my name is Chen Mo. Just call me Mr. Chen from now on." Seeing Wang Xiaoyu unexpectedly promoted and given a raise, several other girls showed expressions of regret. They were already tempted earlier, but wanted to see how others reacted. In the end, a slight hesitation caused them to miss out on the opportunity. Ultimately, among the 14 young women who came to apply for the hostess position today, 9, including Wang Xiaoyu, were willing to stay on as servers. The other 5 might have found the salary unsatisfactory, or perhaps they couldn't let go of their pride and left decisively. What Chen Mo felt a bit regretful about was that 2 beautiful women with an overall score of 88 points did not choose to stay. He could actually offer a higher salary, but after thinking about it, he felt it wasn't necessary. For most diners, beautiful servers could at most serve as eye candy. The key factor is still the quality of service. With their proud personalities, if they became servers, it might even have a counterproductive effect. Under the new high-tech policies, recruitment for other job positions was also going smoothly. By 11 a.m., the staff was basically all hired. Including the Bayou building, the kitchen had a total of 31 employees. The restaurant hired a total of 34 staff members, including 9 stunning women, among whom Wang Xiaoyu is one. With such great benefits, Wu didn't dare to take any shortcuts. Overall, their appearances are all rated above 75. Additionally, there are 23 support staff hired. Including the 5 people who stayed over from yesterday, the total number of employees at Taihu Restaurant has reached 93. In the afternoon, as an experienced employee, Lu Yuer conducted a brief training session for the new hires. Suddenly, a tall and attractive woman walked in from the stairway and shyly asked, "Excuse me, are you still hiring for the reception position?" Boss Chun was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea in the office when Lu Yuer knocked and entered. "Boss Chun, we have another applicant for the reception position." Chapter 183. The top beauty, Zhou Huiyan. Upon hearing Lu Yuer's words, Chen Mo's expression remained unmoved. Since the morning, several beautiful girls had come in for the hostess position, but after multiple interviews, none had met the system's standard of a score of 90 for appearance. By now, Chen was losing hope of finding a top-notch hostess today. He casually replied, "Manager Lu, have her come to the office." "All right, Mr. Chun." Before long, a tall and beautiful girl knocked and walked in. Just a casual glance was enough for Chun Mo's eyes to brighten instantly. The girl stood at least 175 centimeters tall, wearing an orange casual sweater paired with light blue jeans. Zhou Huiyan's figure and looks were absolutely stunning. If one had to use a single word to describe her, exquisite would not be an exaggeration. From the first impression alone, Chun Mo knew this girl had potential. In a flash, he opened the panel for her information. Name, Zhou Huiyan. Age, 22. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 92. Purity level, 0. After reviewing her information, Chin's eyes shone even brighter. This girl named Zhou Huiyan not only had an overall score of 92, but also maintained a perfect purity level. She was truly a gem among gems. Lost in thought, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on his face as he asked, "Are you here to apply for the hostess position?" Hearing this, the girl nodded slightly, appearing a bit shy. She replied softly, "I saw your job listing online yesterday. Is the 80,000 monthly salary real?" "Of course it's real. Over 20 girls have come in to apply today, but none have been qualified," Chun Mo said, and Zhou Huiyan couldn't help but feel nervous. "Then, do you think my image is acceptable?" "Huh, your appearance is quite impressive, so there shouldn't be any problem. Now, tell me about your resume," he replied. Upon hearing this, the girl felt a bit relieved. "My name is Zhou Huiyan. I'm 22 years old, a graduate from Zhejiang University's Fashion Institute, and I currently have no work experience." Listening to her introduction, Chen Mo's smile remained. "Zhou Huiyan, as your name suggests, you're quite wonderful. Congratulations, you've passed the interview. Let us go handle your onboarding paperwork." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Zhou Huiyan also showed a look of joy. Although her major was decent and her looks were extraordinarily excellent, she never dared to hope to land a high-paying job of 80,000 a month right after graduation. While the hostess job at the restaurant might not align perfectly with her field of study, such a luxurious salary made any mismatch completely negligible. Before long, with Chun Mo's personal arrangement, Taihu Restaurant finally welcomed its first top-notch hostess. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a qualified Grade A employee. As a reward, the employee welfare fund for the restaurant is increased by 1 million, effective next month. Listening to the heavenly voice in his mind, Chun Mo's smile grew even wider. The increase in employee welfare funds is secondary. How could he not feel pleased to recruit such an outstanding top beauty? Perfectly as expected. Soon after, several more candidates for the hostess position arrived, but none met the system's requirement of a 90-point beauty standard. To elevate the restaurant's status, the uniforms for the waitstaff were all high-end kipayos. Just refreshing the staff uniforms cost nearly 200,000 from the welfare fund. The next morning, before the official reopening, Boss Chun gathered all the staff together. Looking at each of them in good spirits, Chun Mo nodded in satisfaction. He said calmly, "The success of the restaurant's business relies not only on the quality of the dishes, but also on excellent service. Most of you are likely new to this industry. I don't expect you to treat customers like gods, but I hope you can maintain the necessary enthusiasm and smiles long-term. Additionally, I want to mention that while working at the restaurant, I won't withhold any of your wages. They will be paid on time at the beginning of each month. For those who perform well, there will be extra rewards on top of your base salary. I won't say much more. Today marks a new beginning for our restaurant. As the owner, I will give each of you an 8,000 yuan red envelope to celebrate our grand reopening." As he spoke, Boss Chun opened a bag he had prepared in advance. Inside were stacks of bright red cash, each stack containing 8,000 yuan. Upon seeing this, everyone's hearts began to race. Compared to many businesses that give out small red envelopes of a few or dozens of yuan during their opening, Boss Chun's extravagant gesture far exceeded everyone's expectations. Having just started the day before, they hadn't even generated a single income for the restaurant yet. The big boss directly handed out an 8,000 yuan red envelope to each person. Such an astonishing act was something they had never seen before or even heard of. In an instant, the way the young women looked at Boss Chun changed. How wealthy must he be to make such a grand gesture? Among those present, perhaps only the calmest was Lung Yu, standing next to Boss Chun, compared to this man who casually hands out tens of thousands as bonuses. What they were witnessing could only be considered childish play. Undoubtedly, under the excitement of the bonuses, everyone's spirits were lifted. Seeing is believing, and hearing is deceiving. No one was questioning Boss Chun's strength anymore. Zhou Huiyan, wearing a specially tailored slit qipao, proactively stood at the door. It was her first time in this role, and she felt a bit nervous. After adjusting her emotions a bit, a perfectly refined smile finally appeared on her face. With her stunning beauty and graceful, tall figure, just standing lightly at the entrance of the restaurant instantly created an incredibly eye-catching scene. Soon, several tourists visiting the scenic area were drawn to her. They had traveled to numerous cities across the country, yet had never seen such an outstanding greeter at any restaurant. It's no exaggeration to say that with her figure and looks, she could easily surpass over 90% of female celebrities. As she noticed a few tourists approaching the entrance, she felt a surge of nervousness again. However, she ultimately remained composed, wearing her signature exquisite smile, and made a welcoming gesture with her hands. Welcome to the restaurant. Chapter 184. Restaurant's sexy qipao outfits after seeing the first group of guests enter. Wang Xiaoyu, as the restaurant's floor manager, although not very experienced, found it quite simple to greet customers with a smile. She was the first to approach them with a beaming face, asking, "Are you here to dine? Do you need a private room, or would you prefer a table in the main hall?" Upon seeing such a stunning beauty personally welcoming them, along with other elegantly dressed ladies and qipeos around, the tourists were somewhat taken aback. They couldn't help but think, is this really a restaurant? Am I in a nightclub masquerading as a restaurant? While they were confused, they also noticed the lack of other diners in the main hall, leaving them feeling a bit anxious. With such an extravagant setup, could the meals be overpriced? Though these tourists were relatively well off compared to the average person, they weren't particularly wealthy. One middle-aged woman in her 40s cautiously asked, "Excuse me, are your prices clearly marked? There won't be any hidden charges, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly smiled and explained, "Don't worry, miss. All our dishes have clear prices. Aside from an additional fee for private rooms, there will definitely be no hidden charges." "Oh, then why does it seem like business is so slow here? Is the food particularly bad?" Facing the customer's skepticism, Wang Xiaoyu remained patient and smiled as she replied, "Actually, our restaurant has just undergone a renovation and is only reopening today. As for the food quality, you can rest assured. Our head chef was specially recruited from a 5-star hotel at great expense by our owner, so you will definitely get your money's worth." After hearing Wang Xiaoyu's reassurance, the tourists felt much more at ease. They decided against a private room and chose a table by the window in the main hall. Noticing that the prices on the menu were reasonable, they felt even more relaxed. At the same time, several more groups of customers started to arrive. Some simply wanted to eat, while others were drawn in by the stunning beauty of the hostess. Most guests shared the same thought, with such an attractive greeter at the entrance. This restaurant must be extraordinary. Upon entering, they couldn't help but think, just as I expected, not to mention the other 20 or so beautiful ladies. Even the 9 who didn't make the cut as top hostesses, like Wang Xiaoyu, were still exceptionally gorgeous. Even if they didn't match the overall beauty of the head hostess, they were certainly rare gems. Wearing the specially tailored qipeos, their figures appeared even more graceful. It's hard to imagine how much the owner had to invest to hire so many breathtaking beauties for what seemed like an ordinary restaurant. Amidst everyone's thoughts, there was great satisfaction with the service attitude at the restaurant. The warm smiles on the girls' faces were genuinely heartfelt. After all, they had just received a substantial bonus of 8,000 yuan. If anyone were to display a cold demeanor at this moment, it would indeed seem they were not cut out for the service industry. The first batch of tourists didn't order anything particularly expensive. However, as the first order of the grand opening, the restaurant took personal charge. The head chef of a 5-star hotel restaurant certainly knows their craft. Even a simple dish in their hands can reach an extraordinary level of flavor. Undoubtedly, the few tourists enjoyed their meal immensely. Other guests, Even if they didn't get to taste the restaurant's culinary skills, were still quite satisfied with the dishes. Coupled with the extra points for the service staff, there was really nothing to nitpick, especially the male customers who were already secretly planning that next time they dined in the area, they would definitely prioritize this restaurant. Even though it just opened today, and with a top-notch greeter like Zhou Huiyan welcoming guests at the entrance, the business appeared to be lukewarm, without any bustling scenes. However, compared to when Chun Mo arrived 2 days ago, it was much better. The outcome of today was within Boss Chin's expectations. It wasn't disappointment, nor was it surprise. Around 3 in the afternoon, a phone call came in from Ouyang Lana. The girl's voice on the phone was clearly a bit excited. "Mr. Chun, I have successfully resigned and just got off the plane." "Haha, that's great. I want to pick you up. Just take a taxi to the restaurant on Shifu Street." "Okay, Mr. Chun, see you soon." After hanging up the phone, a slight smile appeared on Chun Mo's face. 2 top-notch greeters at the restaurant, both with impeccable charm. The likelihood of this happening is probably even slimmer than winning the lottery. Chun Mo wasn't entirely sure about Zhou Huiyan's personality yet, so he couldn't guarantee he could win her over completely. However, when it came to the beautiful Ouyang Lana, Boss Chun felt quite confident. Once the timing was right, things would likely fall into place naturally. Half an hour later, outside the restaurant, Ouyang Lana got out of the taxi and was immediately captivated by the stunning greeter Zhou Huiyan at the entrance. But as soon as she thought of the astonishing monthly salary of 80,000 yuan offered by Boss Chun, she quickly felt reassured. Wasn't she in a similar position? Lost in thought, she walked slowly to the entrance. Being both top beauties, Zhou Huiyan was also amazed by Ouyang Lana's looks. She couldn't help but guess that the other party was likely there for the same position. However, adhering to professional etiquette, she showed no signs of surprise. She also made a signature gesture. "Welcome to the restaurant." Seeing this, Ouyang Lana could already imagine that after today, she too would likely be standing there welcoming guests with a smile. Between thoughts, there wasn't much conversation. She just smiled and nodded before walking in. After experiencing the charm of a certain supermarket in Jiangqing, Ouyang Lana didn't have much emotional reaction to the numerous charming waitresses and the alluring qipao uniforms at the Taihu restaurant. When faced with Wang Xiaoyu's enthusiastic greeting and straightforward request to find Manager Chun, Ouyang Lana's tone made it clear that Wang Xiaoyu didn't dare to be negligent and personally escorted the beautiful Ouyang to the office. After 2 days apart, the marks on the girl's face had completely faded. Perhaps there was some anticipation in her heart. Her already stunning beauty looked even more radiant. Manager Chun and Ouyang Lana were familiar with each other, so there was no need for pleasantries. After exchanging a few friendly words, they directly went to complete the onboarding procedures. Chapter 185. Ouyang Lana and a qipao having just completed her onboarding procedures, a familiar sound echoed in Chun Mo's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have recruited a qualified employee of A-level quality. Reward, an increase of 1 million in employee benefits at Taihu Restaurant, effective next month." Chun Mo felt little excitement over this system reward. Of course, he still hoped to maximize his gains, even if it was just a small percentage. After finishing her paperwork, Ouyang Lana hesitantly asked, "Mr. Chun, do I need to start working right away?" Hearing her question, Chun Mo smiled slightly and replied, "If you don't feel tired, you can experience it now. By the way, go change into the custom qipao. With your figure, it will definitely be a sight to behold." As he spoke, Chun Mo unabashedly took a glance at her impressive figure. Ouyang Lana's face turned slightly red upon noticing, and she softly responded, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chun." Seeing her shy demeanor made Chun Mo's smile widen. He suddenly asked, "By the way, do you have a place to stay in Hangzhou?" Ouyang Lana was momentarily taken aback by the question. She then lowered her head and quietly asked, "Mr. Chun, don't you provide accommodation?" "Generally, I don't cover accommodation for regular employees, but you are an exception. I happen to have an available room in my presidential suite. If you don't mind, you can stay there temporarily," Chun Mo said. Ouyang Lana couldn't help but recall the enchanting voice from that night. Her fair face flushed once more. After a moment of internal struggle, she nodded in agreement. After the recent incident in Hangzhou, she realized that it was better to be practical and work beside Chun Mo than to chase unrealistic dreams of wealth. Seeing her comply with his suggestion, Chun Mo's smile grew even broader. If all went according to plan, he might get to enjoy something new tonight. Compared to the girls from the supermarket and the electronics factory, this top flight attendant would undoubtedly bring him greater joy. After a brief contemplation, He turned to the side and smiled at Lung Yu. I'll take Ouyang Lana to change into her qipao. You don't need to follow us. Lung Yu, rarely showing a hint of displeasure, pouted slightly, but didn't he say much as she walked towards the office. Chen Mo then looked at Ouyang Lana, his smile unwavering. Let us go. I'll take you to change into your work attire. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lana's heart raced. A CEO, and a man at that, was taking her to change her work clothes. Was that appropriate? Did he have ulterior motives? A thought suddenly crossed Ouyang Lana's mind, making her heart race with anxiety. After a moment of internal struggle, she bit her lip and ultimately did not refuse. Near the warehouse of the restaurant, there was a lounge specifically for changing clothes. After Chun Mo brought her here, he promptly sent away the 2 staff members. Seeing this, Ouyang Lana felt even more nervous. As they entered the room, Chun Mo casually closed the door behind them and pointed to several deep blue, sexy qipaos, saying, these qipaos are custom-made for the restaurant's guests, costing over 8,000 each. Choose one that fits you. Hearing this, Ouyang Lana tried to suppress her panic and quietly selected a suitable size. Suddenly, she looked up, bit her lip, and asked softly, Mr. Chun, am I changing here? What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Mr. Chun, I'm still a bit shy. Could you turn around for a moment? Sure. Chen Mo replied casually as he turned his back. Feeling her heart race, Ouyang Lana began to change, listening to the sound of clothes rustling behind her. Chun Mo behaved like a gentleman and didn't sneak a glance. However, the atmosphere between the two of them was undeniably delicate. After about 2 minutes, Ouyang Lana's soft voice broke the silence. Mr. Chun, I'm ready. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo slowly turned around. Ouyang Lana, with her outstanding figure and beauty, looked stunning in the custom-made sexy qipao. While he had shown some restraint when admiring another top beauty, Zhou Huiyan, he couldn't hold back now. Feeling the intensity of Chun Mo's gaze, Ouyang Lana's expression became even more alluring. Lowering her head, she said softly, Mr. Chun, I'll go to work now. Seeing that she was indeed a bit shy, Chen Mo didn't push her. After all, this beautiful woman would eventually be his. It was just a matter of time. With that thought, he opened the door and smiled. All right, the other hostess is Zhou Huiyan. You two can chat more. When Ouyang Lana saw Chun Mo opening the door, she finally felt relieved. Although she had made up her mind, she certainly didn't want to lose herself in such an environment. After putting on the qipao and arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, Zhou Huiyan, who had her suspicions, didn't show any surprise. She smiled and greeted. Hello, I'm Zhou Huiyan. Yes, Mr. Chen mentioned your name. I'm Ouyang Lana, both being top beauties. After introducing themselves, they quickly became familiar. When there were guests, they would say, welcome to the restaurant. When it was quiet, they could chat softly. After standing for a while, you can take turns to rest inside. It's quite easy anyway. After having dinner at the restaurant at 7 in the evening, Chen Mo didn't want to stay any longer. Normally, restaurants usually operate until 10 p.m. He certainly didn't want to stay here so late every day. He was also considering whether to hire a new manager or something similar. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a suitable candidate popped up in his head. Lu Yusin from the Tianda Electronics factory used to be a restaurant supervisor. Since she is currently not busy at the factory, he might as well let her come over and make use of her skills. In the midst of his thoughts, he directly called Lu Yusin. After explaining the situation in Hangzhou, she was almost overjoyed. She said she would come over as quickly as possible tomorrow. After finishing the call with Lu Yusin, Chun Mo asked Wang Xiaoyu to bring in Zhou Huiyan and Ouyang Lana. Chapter 186. Capturing Ouyang Lana in the office. Next to Boss Chun stood a stunning beauty. In front of him were Zhou Huiyan and Ouyang Lana, both dressed in sexy qipaos. In this small office, 3 breathtaking beauties had gathered. As the only man present, Chun Mo couldn't help but let his imagination wander. If these girls could be like the Rosashaw sisters, the happiness would be endless. Lost in thought, a smile naturally appeared on his lips. He said, today is the grand opening of the restaurant, so it might be a bit tough. Starting tomorrow, you two can alternate shifts, working 6 hours a day. Upon hearing this, both girls showed delighted expressions. With a daily salary of nearly 3,000 and only having to stand for 6 hours, plus a day off each week, this kind of luxurious treatment was hard not to get excited about. Even Ouyang Lana, who had decided to take it easy, still intended to keep work and personal life separate. Chen Mo wasn't just giving the 2 girls special treatment. Starting tomorrow, all employees at the restaurant would basically follow a 2-shift policy. With the powerful boss system in place, Boss Chen certainly wouldn't be stingy. Besides offering his employees salaries far above the industry average, all the necessary welfare policies would also be in place. After briefly instructing Lu Yue, he left work early with the two beauties. It was still yesterday's five-star hotel, still that presidential suite. However, with Ouyang Lana's addition, the atmosphere among the three became somewhat subtle. Unlike the special circumstances from the day before, Chen Mo had stated that during their time in Hangzhou, Ouyang Lana would be staying here long-term. Cold Moon was well aware of what was about to happen. Since there was no way to resist, the girl could only accept it calmly. Undoubtedly, the presidential suite worth over 40,000 a night, even if it was just the secondary bedroom. Its luxury far surpassed that of other hotel rooms. When Boss Chen walked into Ouyang Lana's secondary bedroom with a smile, her heart raced once again. The girl sat on the bed, her hands intertwined, looking like she didn't know where to put them. She weakly asked, "Mr. Chun, what brings you here?" In response, Chun Mo's smile remained, and he casually sat down beside Ouyang Lana. "Miss Ouyang, we're both adults, so I'll be straightforward. My previous promise still stands. As long as you follow me, in addition to a fixed monthly salary, there will be at least 300,000 in bonuses each month. Of course, this is all consensual, but I don't want to make this promise a third time." After hearing Chun Mo's candid words, Ouyang Lana's nervousness decreased significantly. She had already made up her mind, but she still carried a hint of the reserved demeanor typical of a top beauty. After Chun Mo offered an extravagant benefit once again, the little bit of restraint that Ouyang Lana had instantly vanished. She leaned closer to Boss Chun, biting her lip as she softly replied, "Mr. Chun, I am willing to be your woman." This response was entirely within Chun Mo's expectations. A charming smile appeared on his face as he gently pulled her into his embrace. Accompanied by Ouyang Lana's unique fragrance, Chun Mo felt a surge of hormones rush to his head. Everything felt so casual, so natural. In that hazy moment, Ouyang Lana experienced the biggest transformation of her life. When the crimson mark was left on the sheets, she transitioned from a girl into a true woman. The next morning, when the two women met in the living room, there was a subtle atmosphere in the air. Ouyang Lana finally revealed a hint of a smile. "Mr. Chun said you are a month older than me, so can I call you Sister Lin Yue from now on?" Hearing Ouyang Lana's somewhat flattering tone, Lin Yue couldn't help but smile slightly. "Whatever you like." Although she only responded with a few casual words, the awkward atmosphere in the air eased considerably. Boss Chen was naturally pleased to see such a harmonious scene. After enjoying a complimentary gourmet breakfast at the hotel, the three of them returned to Taihu Restaurant. The hall manager, Lu Yue, was the first to report yesterday's performance to Boss Chen. "Mr. Chun, the restaurant's daily revenue increased by about 30 compared to before, reaching 260,000. The estimated net profit is around 140,000. Chen Mo was quite satisfied with this result. It was only the first day of reopening, and it was easy to imagine that with the good reputation of Taihu Restaurant, business would surely get better and better. There was even a possibility of profit after accounting for the high salaries of the employees. Of course, Boss Chen hadn't forgotten the goals set by the system, which was to completely defeat Yinyu Restaurant, not to mention driving them out of business entirely, at the very least. He aimed to make their business dismal to achieve the goal. With this in mind, he had already devised a basic plan. At 11 a.m., Lu Yusin walked into the restaurant with a small suitcase in hand. After receiving Boss Chen's call last night, she was so excited that she hardly slept. She was filled with anticipation for this trip to Hangzhou. On one hand, she wanted to get closer to the big boss, and on the other hand, she wanted to elevate her career to the next level. In the office, seeing the twinkle in her eyes, Chun Mo's heart softened. Although Lu Yusin's looks were far from the level of Lin Yue and Ouyang Lana, she was still a curvy and graceful beauty. Plus, she had traveled a long way. So Chun Mo naturally wanted to comfort her. In between thoughts, a smile appeared at the corners of my mouth. I turned to Lin Yue and said, "Lin Yue, why don't you go outside and have some fun? Come back in 2 hours." Upon hearing this, the beautiful Lin Yue slightly pouted her lips, glanced at Lu Yusin, and stood up to leave. Seeing this, Chun Mo personally got up and casually locked the door. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yusin's gaze became even more affectionate. After a gentle spring rain, more than an hour quickly passed. After completely releasing the emptiness within her, Lu Yusin looked even more radiant. After tidying herself up a bit, she curiously asked, "Zhenzong, why do I feel like Lin Yue is a bit different from before?" Chapter 187. The Beautiful by Ing Shue. Hearing Lu Yusin's question, Chen Mo couldn't help but show a hint of a smug smile. Ling Yue has now become my woman, so naturally, she is much more obedient than before. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin was slightly taken aback, but she quickly felt relieved in her heart. With such a handsome and imposing boss, what woman could resist? Noticing the change in the expression on Lu Yusin's face, Chen Mo decided to be serious. Lu Yusin, the reason I called you here to be the manager of Taihu Restaurant is for one goal only, to completely bring down the Yinyu Restaurant on the same street. Even if it means not making a profit or even losing money, we must achieve this goal. Do you have confidence? After hearing Chen Mo's words, Lu Yusin was left dumbfounded, her mind racing. She was new here and didn't even know what kind of establishment Yinyu Restaurant was. Yet she was assigned such an important task. After all, she had only worked as a restaurant supervisor for a short time. This man really thought highly of her. Lost in thought for a moment, Lu Yusin finally weakly asked, Mr. Chen, do you have a grudge against Yinyu Restaurant? It's not convenient for me to explain the specifics. Just do as I say, Chen Mo replied. With that, Lu Yusin felt she had no choice but to take one step at a time. She had just taken a look at the scale of Taihu Restaurant. Aside from the beautiful waitresses, the dining atmosphere was quite pleasant. This at least indicated that the food here was decent and could hold its own. Under the premise of not fearing losses at the restaurant, Lu Yusin was eager to test her abilities. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I will do my best to meet your requirements. Good. Yinyu Restaurant is just a right turn out of our restaurant, less than 100 meters away. Why don't you go check it out and taste their dishes to understand the competition and strategize? Naturally, Lu Yusin agreed with Chen Mo's suggestion. She lightly acknowledged and then opened the office door to step out. Afterward, Chen Mo called over several senior staff members, including Lu Yue, Wang Xiaoyu, and Li Xuan. He pointed to Lu Yusin in front of them and confidently stated, This is Lu Yusin. She will be the manager of Taihu Restaurant from now on, and all operational matters will be under her full responsibility. He then introduced Lu Yusin to the roles of the others present. Seeing the mixture of envy and a hint of respect in the eyes of Wang Xiaoyu and the others, Lu Yusin couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Compared to her aimless days at the electronics factory, this position of real power undoubtedly excited her. Under Lu Yue's guidance, she familiarized herself with the layout of the entire restaurant, and her spirits soared even higher. After saying goodbye to Chen Mo, she headed to Yinyu Restaurant. As for how Lu Yusin gathered information, today, the business at Taihu Restaurant was slightly better than yesterday. It is no exaggeration to say that at least half of the diners are attracted by the two hostesses. After all, it is quite rare to see beauties of the caliber of Zhou Huiyin and Ouyang Lana anywhere. Being just hostesses at Taihu Restaurant naturally piques the curiosity of many people. With such stunning hostesses, could there be something unusual about this restaurant? Meanwhile, in a VIP room of a high-end beauty salon in Hangzhou, a phone suddenly rang. Bai Xue, who was getting a facial treatment, fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. The beautician quickly handed her the phone. Miss Bai, your phone is ringing. Glancing casually at the caller ID, Bai Xue nonchalantly pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, a man's voice came through. Second miss, I need to report something to you. It seems that Taihu Restaurant is making big moves. Upon hearing this, Bai Xue's expression remained unchanged. She replied calmly, Uncle Yang, didn't Taihu Restaurant just get a new owner a few days ago? Isn't it normal for them to make moves? Second miss, you don't know this. I just got the news that the new owner of Taihu Restaurant has dismissed most of the staff as soon as he arrived. Moreover, on the same day, he offered salaries far exceeding industry standards and has recruited a new batch of excellent employees. According to my sources, the head chef from Huaza Hotel, Bai Yulo, has been poached by them. Additionally, all the waitstaff they hired are beautiful young women. So far, 2 hostesses have come in, and their looks and figures are impeccable, probably not far off from yours. Hearing the man's words, Bai Xue finally showed a hint of emotion. She is no ordinary person. The daughter of the Bai family in Hangzhou. With her outstanding beauty, she can be considered a top-notch girl who possesses family background, figure, and looks. When Bai Xue graduated from university, her father, Bai Jingtang, transferred the family-owned Yinyu restaurant on West Lake Street to her as a gift, placing it under her name. At first, she didn't quite understand how to run it, so Bai Jingtang sent a talented manager, Uncle Yang, to assist her. The young woman had a knack for business and quickly found the key to managing the restaurant. Besides service, the taste of the dishes is extremely important. She spent a lot of money to poach Chef Wang from Taihu Restaurant. After 2 years of competition and struggles with Taihu Restaurant, Mingwei restaurant has been thriving, bringing Bai Yingxue a considerable income every month. It is worth mentioning that under the current economic climate, the Bai Group has been gradually declining. This year, the group's assets even faced losses at one point. In this situation, as one of the few profitable ventures of the Bai family, Bai Yingxue naturally places even more importance on Yunyu Restaurant. She was also among the first to learn about the change of ownership at Taihu Restaurant. But she didn't take it seriously in her heart. The former boss of Taihu Restaurant had considerable influence in the city, and she had indeed faced off against herself before. Initially, when she heard from Uncle Yang over the phone that the other party was making big moves, she didn't take it seriously. After all, anyone taking over Taihu Restaurant would likely make significant changes. However, after Uncle Yang's remarks, Bai Yingxue finally felt a stir of interest. They hired the head chef Bai Yutong, offered salaries far exceeding industry standards, and all the waitresses were stunning. That wasn't all. Even the two greeters were almost as attractive as she was. What was going on? It's worth noting that when it comes to looks and appearance, Bai Yingxue had never conceded to anyone. Chapter 188. Bewildered by Yingxue. How high is Bai Yingxue's beauty? There's even a saying in the high society of Hangzhou. Whoever can win over the second young lady of the Bai family will probably never have to step foot in a snowy place for the rest of their life. Although this statement is somewhat exaggerated, it undoubtedly proves how exceptional Bai Yingxue's figure and looks are. At this moment, she heard Uncle Yang mention that the Taihu Hotel has recruited 2 hostesses. Their looks are almost on par with hers. How could she not be shocked? Top-tier beauties aren't just a dime a dozen. How could they possibly work as hostesses? In the midst of her thoughts, Bai Yingxue instinctively asked on the phone, "Uncle Yang, you're not joking with me, are you?" Upon hearing her tone, a bitter laugh came from the other end of the line. "Second young lady, this is all true. If you don't believe me, you can go see for yourself. The new owner of the Taihu Hotel is simply crazy, offering such great benefits to the employees. I don't understand what he is trying to do. The key point is that our employees at Yunyu Restaurant have been a bit emotional about this." Upon hearing this, Bai Yingxue couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. "Uncle Yang, is the business at our restaurant affected? It's hard to tell for now, but second young lady, you need to be mentally prepared. The feedback from diners at Taihu Hotel has been very high these past few days. If this continues, it will definitely have a significant impact on our Yunyu Restaurant." "All right, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Bai Yingxue no longer had the mood to continue her beauty treatment. She simply had the beautician give her a quick cleanse and then left the upscale beauty salon. With Uncle Yang's words being so serious, Bai Yingxue naturally wanted to check it out herself. Yunyu Restaurant had finally gained the current flow of customers and reputation. She would never allow anyone to touch her piece of cake. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Taihu Hotel, a stylish red Porsche smoothly parked in the spot at the intersection. When the car door opened, Bai Yingxue stepped out gracefully. At this moment, Ouyang Lana was on duty at the entrance. The stunning Ouyang Lana naturally saw Bai Yingxue stepping out of the Porsche. As their gazes crossed, both top beauties were momentarily struck by each other's beauty. While Ouyang Lana was surprised in her heart, she didn't feel any other emotions. After all, in a place like West Lake in Hangzhou, while top-tier beauties are quite rare, occasionally one does pop up. Bai Yingxue, however, was far more shocked. The tall hostess in front of her was even more beautiful than she had imagined. It was hard to believe that such a stunning beauty would deign to work as a mere hostess. Even at this moment, Bai Yingxue still hadn't fully grasped Uncle Yang's earlier statement about the significantly higher salary for those in the same line of work. The 2 hostesses at her own restaurant, due to their relatively outstanding looks, had salaries that were much higher than the average hostess. However, even so, a monthly salary of only 9,000 yuan. Bai Yingxue thought to herself, how high could the benefits and treatment offered by the restaurant be? At most, it could double from the 9,000 yuan base salary. Would a stunning beauty like her really be willing to stand here as a greeter for just a few thousand yuan? Lost in thought, Bai Yingxue had already reached the entrance. Ouyang Lana greeted her with a trademark smile, saying, "Welcome to the restaurant." Bai Yingxue nodded symbolically, her mind filled with doubts as she walked in. Wang Xiaoyu at the front desk noticed Bai Yingxue's exceptional aura and quickly approached her personally. With enthusiasm, she said, "Miss, are you here to dine?" Hearing this, Bai Yingxue nodded lightly while casually scanning the surroundings. The looks of the waitstaff here were indeed far superior to those at her previous workplace. While 1 or 2 might be acceptable, they were all young and beautiful. Several of them had figures and appearances that were simply impeccable. just like the woman who was currently attending to her. Even if she couldn't compare to the greeter outside, she was definitely an extraordinary beauty. What kind of high salary was this boss offering to hire so many attractive waitstaff? With these thoughts in mind, Bai Yingxue wasn't in the mood to savor the chef's culinary skills. She suddenly said, "I'm not here to eat. Is your boss around? I need to speak with him about something." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. Could it be that this stunning beauty was here to apply for the greeter position? Thinking this, she didn't ask much and kept her smile. "Our boss is just in the office. Let me take you to see her." At that moment, Lu Yusin was still at the other restaurant gathering information and hadn't returned. Boss Chun was idly chatting with Ouyang Lana while playing chess under the office desk. Lung Yu nearby was also watching with great interest. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoyu's voice came from the office door. "Boss Chun, this young lady is here to see you." Upon hearing the commotion, Chun Imo instinctively glanced towards the door. His face immediately showed a look of surprise. Another beauty who was no less stunning than Lung Yu and Ouyang Lana. Without any hesitation, he activated the scanning panel. Name: Bai Yingxue. Age: 25. Height: 171 centimeters. Weight: 54 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 92 points. Purity: 0. Checking the information only took a moment, and Chen Imo couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. What kind of luck was this? He had only encountered 4 women with attractiveness over 90 points before, and they were all perfectly pure. In this era where people laugh at poverty but not at prostitution, the odds of this happening might not be lower than hitting the jackpot in a lottery. Of course, his shocked expression was fleeting, as a smile soon curved at the corners of his mouth. "Are you here to apply for the greeter position?" Upon seeing 2 equally stunning women in the room, Bai Yingxue felt even more shocked than before. What is the background of the new owner of the Taihu restaurant? Just as her mind was racing, she suddenly heard the other party ask if she was there for a hostess position. Bai Yingxue's heart stirred, and she calmly asked, "What is the monthly salary for hostesses here?" Hearing this, Chun Imo showed a hint of surprise. "Didn't you see our recruitment information? I never said I was here to apply, but I am quite curious about the salary for hostesses at your restaurant. Is it convenient to share?" After Bai Yingxue said this, Chen Imo couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of whether she was there to apply or not, he naturally wanted to attract her. He smiled and said, "It's not a secret. We have high standards for the appearance of hostesses, so the salary is top-notch. The monthly salary is 80,000 yuan. Working 6 hours a day, and aside from 1 day off each week, you can enjoy all statutory holidays. I can see you definitely meet the appearance requirements. Are you interested in being a hostess here?" Chapter 189. The frustrated Bai Yingxue. After hearing Chun Mo's words, Bai Yingxue couldn't help but question her life choices. Is it really possible for a restaurant of this scale to offer a staggering salary of 80,000? Is this guy in front of her crazy? Or is the world going mad? Even though she was born into a wealthy family, she couldn't even imagine such a thing. It's worth noting that even the well-established Bai Group doesn't have many people receiving such extravagant benefits. Of course, despite her shock, Bai Yingxue felt a bit disdainful. Offering such random salaries might attract more customers, but thinking that it could make the restaurant profitable was absolutely wishful thinking. After calming down a bit, when Chun Imo finally expressed his intention to recruit her, a hint of contempt appeared on her lips. "Mr. Chun, you're making such a big move right after taking over the Taihu restaurant. It really surprises me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Bai Yingxue, the owner of the Yunyu restaurant next door." Upon hearing this sudden self-introduction from the young lady, Chen Imo was momentarily taken aback. He truly didn't expect that this stunning beauty in front of him was actually the owner of the neighboring restaurant. However, his surprise lasted only a moment before his expression quickly returned to normal. He then looked at Bai Yingxue with a half-smile and said, "So you're the esteemed Bai from Yunyu restaurant. What a rare guest. Since we're in the same industry, could you give me some advice on the style after the renovation of Taihu restaurant?" Seeing Chun Imo casually ask this, Bai Yingxue felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. "Mr. Chun, I don't understand what you're aiming for by offering such a high salary. But your behavior of casually disrupting the industry salary standards has already caused some unrest among my employees. My advice is that everyone is in business to make money. You don't need to do these flashy things." After hearing Bai Yingxue's words, Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. He calmly replied, "Miss Bai, our 2 restaurants are so close to each other, and I've also heard about some of your previous practices. To put it nicely, we are industry colleagues. To put it bluntly, we are business competitors. By offering such great benefits to my employees, I naturally hope they will work harder and improve my restaurant's business. As for the emotions of your employees, that has nothing to do with me. However, I can give you a piece of advice. If you want to keep them content, just raise their salaries to match mine, and there won't be any issues. After hearing Chun Mo's words, Bai Yingxue couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. What kind of nonsense advice is that? If all the employees' salaries were to align with Taihu Restaurant, Yinyu Restaurant would probably be facing losses immediately. As the second lady of the Bai group, how could Bai Yingxue possibly do such a foolish thing? In her thoughts, she couldn't help but scoff. Mr. Chun, you really have no idea what you're talking about. I can't wait to see how long you can keep up this reckless management style. Haha. How long I can hold on doesn't need you to worry about, Mr. Bai. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. And this Westlake Street naturally can't accommodate two restaurants. I think you should focus on the business of your own restaurant. After hearing this, Bai Yingxue couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Mr. Chun, are you planning to publicly declare war on my Yinyu restaurant? Hehe. The business world is like a battlefield. If you want to understand it that way, that's fine. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingshue's expression immediately turned cold. I apologize for the interruption. I will take my leave. After saying this, she turned and walked out of the office. As the second young lady of the Bai family in Hangzhou, coupled with her outstanding beauty, it was her first time feeling defeated by a man, so the frustration in her heart was understandable. Of course, despite her displeasure, she didn't lose her composure. The other party was blunt but reasonable. After all, the two restaurants were in competition. Now that Mr. Chun has brought it to the forefront, it's not surprising. Bai Yingxue still needed to discuss how to prepare her restaurant for the impact from the Taihu restaurant. Seeing the graceful figure of the young lady leaving, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. It really is getting more interesting, isn't it? Could the ultimate task issued by the system be related to this woman? Lost in thought, he heard Ouyang Lana exclaim. This woman is really beautiful. She looks like she's in her 20s. Yet she has become the owner of a restaurant. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Hearing this, Chen Mo chuckled. She is indeed quite beautiful. But becoming the owner of Yinyu Restaurant is certainly related to her family background. While speaking, he directly took out his phone to search for information about Yinyu Restaurant. This isn't a secret. He quickly found the information about the Bai family and the Bai Group, a publicly listed company valued at over 3 billion. Yinyu Restaurant is merely a subsidiary of the Bai family, and the current legal representative is the second young lady, Bai Yingxue. After reviewing this information, there was no change in Cold Moon's expression. However, Ouyang Lana did show some signs of panic. She nervously said, "This Miss Bai has such a big background. Mr. Chun, is she going to cause us any trouble? Ha ha ha. Xiao Nana, have you been reading too many novels? So what if it's a listed group? We haven't done anything to her. It's just normal business competition." While speaking, he reached out and gave her a playful pat on her rounded backside. He continued with a smile. Nowadays, it's harder to make money in large corporations. The data shows that the Bai Group has even reported losses this year. In this situation, who would care about a small restaurant? After receiving the system's powerful transformation, Chun Mo had long lost any fear of this world. With the system taking care of the Bai side, he didn't need to worry at all. If the other party dared to play dirty, Mr. Chen had nothing to be concerned about. He observed that although Bai Yingxue was a daughter of a wealthy family, she wasn't overly willful or capricious. If it were a fair competition, even with the support of a certain group, Boss Chen was very confident that with his unconventional methods, he could definitely defeat the opponent comprehensively. Not to mention his side, Bai Yingxue felt quite frustrated when she returned to the restaurant. Upon seeing that the number of diners had not decreased significantly, she felt a sense of relief. At least for now. The impact caused by the other restaurant was still quite limited. Of course, she had no idea whether this would change in the future. Afterward, she took a stroll around the restaurant and noticed that some of the waitstaff seemed to be working with a bit of emotion, which made her furrow her brows. Chapter 190. Bai Yingshue's response strategy. The Yinyu restaurant is usually overseen by a man named Yang Zheng, who is also the one that just called Bai Yingxue. In his 40s, he is currently the manager of Yinyu restaurant. At this moment, he is in his office thinking about countermeasures when he sees Bai Yingxue storming in. Visibly upset, with a wry smile, he asks, "Second miss, have you already been to Taihu restaurant?" "Humph. That despicable owner has officially declared war on us at Yinyu restaurant. A mere receptionist is earning 80,000 a month. I wonder how long he can keep that up." Hearing the frustrated remarks from his employer, Yang Zheng can't help but smile bitterly. Second miss. Regardless of how long they can hold out, The key issue is that many of our staff are already showing negative emotions during work hours. If this continues, the negativity will surely spread, and when the service declines, our business will be affected. Bai Yingxue, upon hearing Yang Zheng's words, becomes even more furious. While the salaries and benefits at Yinyu Restaurant may not be top-notch, they are still among the better ones in the industry in Hangzhou. Now that Taihu Restaurant is offering better treatment, they have even learned to show attitude. With a cold expression, she commands, "Uncle Yang, fire the least diligent staff members. They are not even that good-looking and are now being picky. I want to see if they can find better jobs after leaving Yinyu Restaurant." Yang Zheng agrees with this approach. The high salaries at Taihu Restaurant are just an exception and do not represent the entire restaurant industry in Hangzhou. Moreover, the hiring requirements of others are indeed a bit high. The staff at Yinyu Restaurant really needs to be restructured. Nodding, he continues, "Firing a few employees could serve as a warning to the rest. However, the head chef at Taihu Restaurant, Bai Yulo, is quite skilled. I've seen several posts on the Hangzhou Food Forum praising the taste of Taihu Restaurant. Second miss, I'm afraid we've encountered a formidable opponent this time." Bai Yingxue naturally understands that Yang Zheng's mention of a formidable opponent does not refer to Bai Yulo, but rather the new owner of Taihu Restaurant. Suddenly, she asks, "Uncle Yang, what do we know about them? Have you found out anything?" Yang Zheng shakes his head with a bitter smile. "I've looked into it, but I couldn't find any useful information." Upon hearing this, Bai Yingxue's eyes flicker. "Then there's no need to investigate further. No matter who they are, I refuse to believe that their money is more valuable than ours. I want to see how long they can keep up this loss-making strategy." Bai Yingxue is uncertain how long Chun Mo can last, but in the following days, under the influence of Taihu Restaurant's good reputation, many regular customers from Yinyu Restaurant, especially male patrons, start flocking to the new place. As long as the taste is good, where one dines doesn't matter. The key is that the girls at the restaurant have a charming appearance and great service. Even a casual meal can lift one's spirits. Recently, Bai Yingxue has not had the mood to wander around. She has been keeping an eye on the business at Yinyu Restaurant, which has been declining day by day, and the staff are getting increasingly worried. A couple of days ago, several employees who were stirring up trouble were publicly dismissed, which did have a deterrent effect. However, merely improving service attitude is no longer sufficient. The food quality at competitors is not worse than theirs, and might even be better. Diners can enjoy delicious meals while being treated to the sight of lovely girls. Everyone has their preferences, and naturally, they lean toward the restaurant that brings them more comfort. If it weren't for the good reputation Yinyu Restaurant has built over the years, its current situation would likely be even worse. After closing that day, when Bai Yingxue calculated the day's revenue, her mood took a downturn. Before Boss Chen arrived, Yinyu Restaurant typically earned over 400,000 a day. Only in special circumstances, like extremely bad weather, would the earnings drop below that threshold. Yet today, with clear skies, the earnings didn't even reach 300,000. Although, after deducting all expenses, there was still a slight profit, the disparity made by Yingxue quite uncomfortable. It's not hard to imagine that if the current situation continues to develop, the difficulties facing Yinyu Restaurant will only grow, and there might even be losses. Bai Yingxue has invested so much effort into this restaurant. Naturally, she doesn't want to see this happen. That day, Yinyu Restaurant posted an announcement on the local food forum, stating that starting tomorrow, all customers, whether new or returning, would receive a 20% discount on their meals. Since they couldn't compete with the service of the other restaurant, Bai Yingxue had to resort to practical discounts to attract customers. Meanwhile, at the other restaurant, Chun Mo has been living a blissful life these days. Lu Yusin, after being favored on the first day, has not received much attention from Boss Chen since, whether it's Ling Yue or the newly acquired Ouyang Lana. The thrilling experiences they bring are not something Lu Yusin can compare to. Despite feeling a bit resentful about this situation, Lu, the beauty, would not dare to show it, especially since she receives a substantial bonus every month. Unable to enjoy the pleasures of the high life, Lu Yusin has focused all her energy on her work. To be fair, while her management skills may not be outstanding, they are still better than the previous manager, Dong Taiwa, at the other restaurant. In just a few days, after a series of small adjustments, the business at the restaurant has been improving. Today, the revenue has finally surpassed the 300,000 mark for the first time. Generally, the gross profit margin for restaurants can reach around 50%. This means that today, the net profit for the other restaurant has already reached 150,000. If we exclude other expenses from the restaurant, the employee salaries alone are already more than sufficient. As the manager of the restaurant, Liu Yusin occasionally browses the local food forums. Not long after the news of a discount on dishes at another restaurant was posted, Liu Yusin saw it. The young woman furrowed her brows slightly and directly called Chen Mo. The phone rang several times before Chen's slightly dissatisfied voice came through. It was already 10 o'clock at night. What could be so urgent that it required a call at this late hour? Besides Chen Mo's voice, Liu Yusin could clearly hear the sound of another woman's breathing on the line. However, through the phone, she couldn't tell if it was Lung Yu or Ouyang Lana. Chapter 191. If we're playing, let's go big. Hearing Chen Mo's dissatisfied voice, Liu Yusin naturally knew that this call was poorly timed. However, since the call was connected, she briefly explained the situation. It was just a minor issue, yet Chen Mo on the other end was somewhat speechless. While feeling quite pleased, he said, "Haven't I told you before? Our restaurant's main goal is not profit, but to defeat the Yunyu restaurant. Since they are offering a 20 discount, then you should offer 30, 40, or even 50. In the future, for such matters, you can make the decisions yourself." After saying this, he decisively tossed his phone aside. On the side of Taihu restaurant, Liu Yusin was half leaning against her bed. Listening to the busy tone from the phone, she felt a bit dazed. 30, 40, 50. Such reckless price cuts. What kind of grudge did Boss Chun have against Yunyu restaurant? Of course, being dazed aside, she dared not defy Chen Mo's orders. After thinking for a moment, she didn't offer any discounts of 30, 40, or 50. Instead, representing Taihu restaurant, she posted on the Hangzhou Food Forum, stating that from tomorrow onwards, all dishes would also be offered at a 20 discount. The next day, after Bai Yingxue got up, she learned about Taihu restaurant's subsequent actions and was furious. It was simply too much. The other party clearly did not want to give Yunyu restaurant a chance to breathe. After a quick freshen up, Bai Yingxue angrily went downstairs. Upon entering the living room, she saw a handsome man sitting on the sofa, who bore a resemblance to her. This was her older brother, Bai Zhan, currently the general manager of the Bai Group. He was quite a prominent figure in Hangzhou. Seeing his sister's angry expression, he couldn't help but tease her, asking, "Yingxue, what's wrong? Who upset you so early in the morning?" Hearing her brother's question, Bai Yingxue hesitated. In the end, she decided not to mention the restaurant issue. The Bai Group's performance this year was already a mess, and they were still in a state of loss. Her brother was anxious enough as it was, so she certainly didn't want to add fuel to the fire. Forcing a smile, she said, "Oh, I just got annoyed by a character in a drama." Then she quickly changed the subject, asking, "Why aren't you at the company yet?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhan didn't think much of it and replied with a smile, "I have a project meeting to attend later, so I won't be going to the office this morning. By the way, how is the business at your restaurant these days?" When her brother asked about the restaurant's business, Bai Yingxue's expression slightly froze. It's okay. I have plans to go shopping with a friend, so I won't keep you." As she spoke, Bai Yingxue hurriedly left the Bai family mansion. Of course, the shopping trip was just an excuse. Her mind was entirely focused on Yunyu restaurant. There was no time for shopping. Driving her cool Porsche, she rushed to the restaurant before it opened. With all dishes at a 20 discount, the gross profit would at least drop by more than 15 percentage points. Originally, Bai Yingxue was forced to take actions that harmed her own interests while trying to outdo her competitors. Little did she expect that Taihu restaurant would employ the same strategy. With both sides offering a simultaneous 20 discount on dishes, Bai Yingxue felt uncertain about whether her own restaurant could turn the tide today. After a day filled with anxiety, another day quickly passed. Due to the discount promotion posted at the entrance, today's customer flow was slightly better than yesterday. But it still didn't create a bustling scene. In the afternoon, Bai Yingxue took some time to observe Taihu restaurant and saw that their customer flow was significantly larger than hers, which made her feel even worse. In total, under Chun Mo's management, Taihu restaurant had only been reopened for less than 10 days, while Yunyu restaurant was already struggling. If this continued, it would be quite difficult for her restaurant to establish itself on Shihu Street. By the end of the day, the revenue had increased by about 50 to 60,000. However, Bai Yingxue was quite dissatisfied with this figure. If only pure profit was considered, today was even less than yesterday. The discount promotion at the restaurant had completely failed to meet her expectations. Wasn't it just beautiful waitresses? If the owner of Taihu could hire them, so could Bai Yingxue. After making up her mind, Yunyu restaurant immediately released a recruitment notice. On top of the base salary of 12,000 yuan for regular waitstaff at Taihu restaurant, Bai Yingxue added an extra 8,000 yuan. Offering a high salary of 20,000 yuan, she aimed to recruit 10 special waitresses with both charm and figure. In addition to the physical requirements, Bai Yingxue also added a requirement for some basic dance skills. Wasn't it just showy? If you were going to play big. With the attractive salary policy, 10 young and beautiful special waitresses were quickly hired. They donned specially customized sexy kipeos. After a simple rehearsal, Mingwei Restaurant began to mimic the highly popular song and dance restaurants online. Although the girls weren't very professional dancers, their looks and figures were enough to attract a lot of male customers, who cheered loudly. Indeed, Bai Yingshue's strategy worked, and business at Yinyu Restaurant gradually improved. While it couldn't be considered booming, it was certainly better than before. With Lu Yusin managing the overall situation, Chen Mo had become too lazy to visit Taihu Restaurant during this period. He wasn't particularly anxious about completing the system's tasks. It was just about binding another enterprise. To put it bluntly, Chen Mo wasn't lacking in money or beautiful women right now. Even with just these 3 enterprises, plus the system's salary, he was already well off enough to live leisurely. One day, after experiencing a cloud journey with Ouyang Lana in the presidential suite, he suddenly heard a notification sound in his mind. Ding! The system has detected the host's passive and slow attitude. A mandatory task has been issued. From today, the host must completely defeat Yinyu Restaurant within a month. Failure to do so will result in severe penalties. Listening to the commotion in his mind, Chen Mo was stunned. This was the first time the system had issued a mandatory task. Although the system didn't explicitly mention the severe penalties, he didn't want to take any risks. Ouyang Lana, with her delicate beauty, noticed the change in Chen's expression and softly asked, "Mr. Chen, what's wrong?" Hee, just remembering something. Hurry up and get dressed. We need to go back to the Taihu Restaurant. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Ouyang Lana didn't think much of it. She was already scheduled for the evening shift, so it was quite normal for her to arrive a few hours early. After getting dressed, she called Lung Yu, who was practicing martial arts on the garden balcony, and the 3 of them headed straight out of the hotel. Chapter 192. Preparing for high salary recruitment. As Chen Mo passed by Yinyu Restaurant, he frowned at the bustling flow of customers at the entrance. It had only been a few days since he last came, yet their business seemed to be thriving. What was Lu Yusin up to? You all go ahead. I'll go in and see what's going on, he said. After entering the restaurant alone, none of the staff recognized him. Chen Mo casually chose a window seat and ordered a few small dishes. Looking around, he didn't notice anything suspicious. Just as he was pondering this, music suddenly started playing. A few elegantly beautiful young women danced their way to the center of the dining area, with the cheers and applause from a few male customers. The atmosphere in the restaurant quickly heated up. Watching the graceful movements of these young women, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. So that was the twist. Bai Yingxue really knew how to adapt. Earlier, she had criticized Taihu Restaurant for being flashy, yet here she was doing the same. It had to be said that the overall attractiveness of these dancing girls was above 80 points. Undoubtedly, Bai Yingxue had invested quite a bit to compete with Taihu Restaurant. Understanding the secret behind it all, Chen Mo lost interest in staying. Just as he was about to call the waiter to settle the bill and leave, Bai Yingxue walked over slowly, a smile playing on her lips. Mr. Chen, what a rare guest. What brings you here to dine? Is the food at Taihu Restaurant not to your taste? As she spoke, Bai Yingxue sat down directly. Seeing her proud expression, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. Ms. Bai, you've really put on quite a show here. Well, I learned it from you, Mr. Chen. I've spent quite a bit hiring these young ladies. With such a large enterprise as the Bai Group, there's no need to exaggerate, right? When Chen Mo mentioned his background, Bai Yingxue wasn't too surprised. After all, it wasn't a secret and could be found easily. As she pondered, a faint smile appeared on her face. Mr. Chen, with such a long West Lake Street, there's really no need for our 2 restaurants to fight to the death. How about we negotiate and cancel the 20 discount on the dishes? Hearing this, a slight smile appeared at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth. Ms. Bai, are you conceding to me? At this, Bai Yingshue's expression suddenly changed. I, Bai Yingxue, have never known how to concede. Mr. Chen, if you really want to compete, I'm more than willing. Ms. Bai, don't be angry. As the saying goes, competitors are enemies. I'm not targeting you. My attitude would be the same with anyone running Yinyu Restaurant. The Westlake Street can only have one dominant restaurant, and that is my Taihu Restaurant. I suggest you, Mr. Bai, to heed my advice and not stir things up unnecessarily. lest it becomes a fruitless effort. The system has imposed a mandatory task, and Chun Mo straightforwardly laid it out. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingshua's expression turned even colder. As the second young lady of the Bai family in Hangzhou, when has she ever been looked down upon like this? She stood up and coldly said, "Fine, I want to see how you make my efforts go unrewarded." After saying this, Bai Yingxue directly turned and left. Seeing this, Chun Mo smiled and shook his head, paid the bill, and walked out of the restaurant. The system only gave 1 month, so it seems unconventional methods will have to be employed. When he returned to the entrance of Taihu restaurant, he paused in front of Zhou Huiyin. Regarding this top beauty, Chun Mo had some thoughts, but they weren't too strong. Mainly because he was surrounded by 2 equally stunning beauties, he didn't want to divert his attention for now. When she saw the big boss, Zhou Huiyin's smile became even brighter. "Mr. Chun," Zhou Huiyin asked, "standing all day, don't you feel tired?" Hearing the big boss ask this, Zhou Huiyin quickly shook her head. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chun. Aside from the first few days when my feet were a bit sore, I feel much better now. Hee, we don't have so many rules here. Even during work hours, if you're tired, you can go in and rest." Upon hearing this, Zhou Huiyin felt a bit moved. With a sky-high salary of 80,000 yuan a month, standing for just 6 hours a day is not too much. The big boss could say such kind words. It was hard not to be touched. She was very, very satisfied with her current job. As long as the restaurant doesn't fail, Zhou Huiyin even felt she could work here until retirement. Without mentioning what the beautiful Zhou was thinking, after Chun Mo entered Taihu restaurant, he went straight to the office. Lu Yusin was quietly talking with Ouyang Lana, while Lung Yu was sitting nearby, playing with her phone. When she saw the boss come in, Lu Yusin quickly stood up with a smile. "Mr. Chun." Chun Mo originally wanted to reprimand her a bit, but seeing her expression, after thinking it over, he felt it wasn't necessary. As a restaurant supervisor, she had done quite well to manage Taihu restaurant to its current state. In his thoughts, he lightly smiled and said, "Go call Manager Wu from the HR department for me. I have something to discuss." Hearing this, Lu Yusin didn't ask any further questions. She responded with a smile and went out. Shortly after, Wu Yu followed Lu Yusin into the room. He secretly glanced at the cold Yu and Ouyang Lana in the room. He couldn't help but swallow hard. He was well aware of the dynamics between the big boss and these women. Wealthy people have it good, being able to enjoy such exquisite beauties in pairs. Just thinking about it made Manager Wu almost envious to the point of turning purple. Of course, this emotion was brief, and he quickly adjusted his mindset to ask, "Mr. Chun, did you need something from me?" "Manager Wu, you should have Chef Wang's contact information from Yunwei restaurant, right?" Hearing Boss Chen's question, Wu Yu's expression froze for a moment. He nodded in confusion. "Chef Wang used to work at our restaurant, so I do have his contact information." "All right, contact him right away and tell him that our restaurant is willing to offer a higher salary to bring him back." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was a bit bewildered. "Boss Chun, don't we already have Chef Bai at our restaurant? Who says a restaurant can't have 2 chefs? You need to follow my instructions and do whatever it takes to bring Chef Wang over. Also, didn't Yunwei restaurant just hire a batch of special dancers? I checked, and their current salary is 20,000 a month. Offer them 30,000 and bring them all over to me." Chapter 193. Chun Mo's major move. Upon hearing Boss Chen's words, Wu Yu immediately felt a dryness in his throat. Such reckless high salaries to poach talent. The big boss clearly intended to take down the Yunyu restaurant. He simply couldn't understand why, on such a large Shihu street, both restaurants couldn't coexist peacefully. Was it really necessary to spend such a hefty price to eliminate the competition completely? Of course, no matter how confused he was just a senior employee and naturally didn't dare defy Boss Chen's orders. He nodded and replied, "Mr. Chun, I will take care of this immediately." After Wu Yu left the office, he looked at the somewhat bewildered Lu Yusin. Chun Mo smiled calmly and said, "You need to arrange things quickly. Starting tomorrow, all dishes at our restaurant will be 30 off. If Yunyu restaurant dares to follow suit, we will offer 40 off. In any case, even if we have to sell at a loss, we must make Yunyu restaurant feel desperate." Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin was even more confused. Unable to contain herself, she asked the question she most wanted to know. "Mr. Chun, do you have a grudge against Yunyu restaurant?" "Haha, you're overthinking it. It's just normal business competition." Lu Yusin nodded, somewhat understanding. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of Yunyu restaurant, Chef Wang Biao was directing 2 apprentices in cooking when his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and frowned slightly. Why was old Wu calling him? After thinking for a moment, he stepped into an empty corridor before answering the call. He heard Wu Yu's cheerful voice on the other end. Chef Wang, what are you doing? Hearing the tone of the other party, Wang Biao felt a bit puzzled. Their relationship could only be described as familiar, but they had no personal connection. Since he switched from Taihu Restaurant to Yinyu Restaurant, they hadn't been in touch at all. He only had the other person's number saved on his phone. Otherwise, Wang Biao might not even recognize him. With these thoughts, his tone wasn't particularly enthusiastic. Of course, I'm cooking in the kitchen. Old Wu, why are you calling me? Ha ha. Of course, it's good news. Chef Wang, our new big boss at Taihu Restaurant values your culinary skills highly and wants to poach you back with a high salary. Just name your price. Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, Wang Biao was even more bewildered. As a chef, moving from Taihu Restaurant to Yinyu Restaurant could hardly be seen as betrayal. It was simply about where the better treatment was. However, for them to want to poach him back with a high salary seemed a bit absurd. Setting aside whether it was a matter of pride, he also knew that the current head chef at Taihu Restaurant, Bai Yulo, was just as skilled as he was, if not better in some respects. Given this situation, Wang Biao was a bit confused and directly asked, Old Wu, you're not joking with me, are you? Chef Wang, would I joke about something this serious? Could it be that something happened to the chef over there? What could happen to the chef? He's busy cooking in the kitchen. Chef Wang, I won't waste any more time with you. Our new big boss is determined this time and definitely won't leave any room for your restaurant. Besides trying to recruit you, didn't you just hire 10 new waitresses who specialize in dancing? They are all targets I want to recruit with high salaries. If you agree to come over now, your prospects will definitely be limitless. Otherwise, just think about the consequences. After hearing what Wu Yu said, Wang Biao felt a pang of anxiety. He had naturally heard about the new boss's series of bold moves at the new restaurant, especially the high salary of 80,000 for hiring hostesses. This was beyond Wang Biao's imagination. Such a lavish spending style suggested that there might be even bigger moves to come. For better benefits, he could leave his current restaurant for the new one. He didn't feel particularly loyal to his current place. After struggling internally for a moment, he lowered his voice and asked, my current annual salary here is 650,000. What price is your boss willing to pay to recruit me? Hearing Wang Biao's question, Wu Yu inexplicably felt relieved. He laughed on the phone. Chef Wang, what kind of price do you want to come back? Well, you know my skills. I'm not any worse than the chef over there. Since your boss offered him 80,000 a month, I want the same price. Is that okay? Boss Chen said he would spare no expense in recruiting, so Wu Yu naturally had no hesitation. He didn't even need to consult anyone and directly agreed. All right, 80,000 it is, Chef Wang. Just try to move quickly. By the way, can you get me a phone number of one of the new dancers? Seeing Wu Yu agree so readily, Wang Biao had no hesitation in promising this small request. After hanging up, he looked around the kitchen with a sigh. If nothing unexpected happened, he probably would never return here. After giving a few instructions to his 2 apprentices, he walked out again. As the head chef of his restaurant, his status here was not much lower than that of Manager Yang. He easily got a phone number of one of the waitresses. He then sent it to Wu Yu via text. After reaching out to her, with a high salary of 30,000 and additional benefits, the waitress didn't hesitate at all and directly acted as a mediator. She easily persuaded the other 9 waitresses. With an extra 10,000 a month, who wouldn't be tempted? Buying Xue didn't go anywhere today. After hearing Chun Mo's straightforward declaration of war in the morning, although she said she wasn't afraid, she couldn't help but feel a little worried inside. With the other party's arrogant demeanor, she couldn't believe that just relying on 10 special waitstaff would be enough to turn the tide. While her mind was racing with thoughts, Ma Wenkai, the head of the HR department at Yinyu Restaurant, rushed in. Boss Bai, it's bad. Something serious has happened. Seeing this, Bai Yingxue couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart, but she didn't show any unusual expression on her face. She slightly furrowed her brows and asked, Manager Ma, what's got you so flustered? Boss Bai, just now Chef Wang and several of his apprentices came to resign collectively. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingxue immediately stood up, genuinely alarmed. Before she could ask anything further, a junior staff member from the HR department rushed in. Boss Bai, it's bad. The 10 new special waitstaff we hired are also planning to resign collectively. Chapter 194. And agitated Bai Yingxue listening to the series of resignation messages. Bai Yingxue was almost stunned. Whether it was Chef Wang or the 10 beautiful waitresses, they were all extremely important to the current Yinyu restaurant. It was simply unusual for everyone to resign at such a critical moment. Could it be the actions of that scoundrel from the other restaurant? Lost in thought, Bai Yingxue hurried to the HR department. Such a significant matter could not be agreed upon by the HR manager without the boss's approval. Upon arriving at the HR office, Bai Yingshue's gaze directly fell on Wang Biao. Chef Wang, I believe I haven't treated you poorly at Yunyu restaurant. Why do you suddenly want to resign? Hearing this, Wang Biao felt somewhat embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly and said, Bai, to be honest, the other restaurant offered me an 80,000 monthly salary to return. I'm just a worker, and I want to provide a better life for my family. I'm really sorry. Upon hearing Wang Biao's response, Bai Yingxue couldn't help but grit her teeth. Just as she suspected, she then turned her gaze to the 10 beautiful waitresses. And you all? Bai, we're really sorry. The other restaurant offered us a 30,000 monthly salary. Even though she had her suspicions, Bai Yingxue couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Taking a deep breath, she coldly replied, What if I don't agree to your resignation requests? Bai, the other restaurant has stated that they will compensate us for all our losses here. So regardless of whether you agree or not, we will be leaving Yunyu restaurant. Hearing this response, Bai Yingxue felt a wave of anger rising in her heart. That Chen was simply too much. Such ruthless pressure from the other side, without considering the consequences, was clearly a move to eliminate Yunyu restaurant. Losing the 10 beautiful waitresses was one thing. The real challenge would be finding a satisfactory chef again. It was easy to imagine that Yunyu restaurant was about to face its darkest moment. Bai Yingxue had no good response to this situation. An hour later, the news that the other restaurant was offering all dishes at a 30% discount felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It made Bai, the beautiful lady, feel extremely frustrated. Was it really necessary for that scoundrel to be so ruthless? She still couldn't understand why, even if the two restaurants were rivals. Shinmo's self-destructive tactics made no sense at all. The more Bai Yingxue thought about it, the angrier she became. She simply decided to walk directly to the other restaurant. At this time, Ouyang Lana was at the entrance welcoming guests. Seeing Bai Yingxue striding over with a fierce demeanor, she felt somewhat uneasy. The series of oppressive actions from Boss Chun had left even Ouyang Lana feeling a bit bewildered. At this moment, although there was a hint of unease in her heart, the young woman still greeted, Mr. Bai, are you looking for Mr. Chin? Faced with Ouyang Dana's greeting, Bai Yingxue responded with a neutral Then let me take you inside. Chen Mo was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea in his office when he saw Bai Yingxue storming in. Chen knew very well why she had such an expression. If it weren't for the system's task requirements, he wouldn't intentionally target the Yunyu restaurant. Moreover, the owner of Yunyu restaurant was such a stunning beauty. With these thoughts, a faint smile appeared on his face. Mr. Bai, you're just in time. I just brewed some premium Da Hong Pao tea. Why not sit down and enjoy some? The more Chun Mo appeared relaxed, the more Bai Yingxue fumed. Taking a deep breath, she angrily asked, Mr. Chun, do you really not want to leave a way out for my Yunyu restaurant? Hearing her question, Chun Mo maintained his smile and pointed to the sofa beside him. Mr. Bai, there's no need to be so angry. Let's sit down and talk. With that, Bai Yingxue angrily took a seat. Chun Mo skillfully poured her a cup of tea and cheerfully said, Mr. Bai, have a cup of tea to calm down. Humph. The chef from my place has been poached by you. How can I have the mood for tea? Haha, Mr. Bai. I mentioned this morning that only one restaurant can survive on West Lake Street. I'm not specifically targeting you. Since you've come here, let me be clear. My actions to suppress Yunyu restaurant won't stop until it closes. So, to avoid any hard feelings, Mr. Bai, why don't you just voluntarily shut down the restaurant? After all, your group is quite large, and the profit from operating a restaurant shouldn't be significant for you, right? Listening to Chun Mo's words, Bai Yingxue felt a tightness in her chest. This guy really had no idea of the struggles she faced. Not to mention the current difficulties of her Bai group. The fact that Yunyu restaurant was her private property alone gave her no reason to close it. Even in this predicament, she had never considered shutting down the restaurant. Clenching her teeth, she retorted, if you want me to shut down the restaurant voluntarily, you might as well stop dreaming. Whatever tricks you have, Bai Yingxue, will take them all on. As the saying goes, words that don't resonate are better left unsaid. After saying this, the beautiful Bai stood up angrily. Mr. Bai, competition is competition, I mean you no harm. Since you're here, have a cup of tea before you leave. Damn it. Bai Yingxue rarely cursed as she turned to leave the office. Observing this, Chen Mo was not angry at all. He cheerfully called out, Mr. Bai, take care, and feel free to drop by any time. Bai Yingxue, who had already left the office, nearly stumbled upon hearing those words. If someone were unaware of the situation, they might think that the two were very close. After returning to Yinyu restaurant, the newly hired chef was already in place. However, in such a hurry, finding a satisfactory chef was certainly unlikely. This chef's skills should be similar to those of the previous chef at Taihu restaurant. In order to prevent Yinyu restaurant from falling into a desperate situation, Bai Yingxue had no choice but to employ him. It's not hard to imagine that after tomorrow, the business of Yinyu restaurant would surely decline further. Even if they followed Taihu restaurant and offered all dishes at a 30% discount, this situation would still be difficult to avoid. After a brief explanation, the weary Bai Yingxue returned early to the Bai family mansion. While soaking in the large bathtub in her room, she contemplated whether to share this matter with her family. Chapter 195. Bai Yingxue's follow-up. The next morning, in the dining room of the Bai family's mansion, the family was enjoying a lavish breakfast. Bai Yingxue hesitated for a moment, and ultimately put down her utensils, looking at her father, Bai Jingtang, as she said, "Dad, there's something I need to discuss with you." Seeing Bai Yingxue's serious expression, Bai Jingtang, Bai Zhan, and her mother, Wang Ting, all showed expressions of surprise. Without waiting for anyone to ask, Bai Yingxue recounted the recent events concerning Yinyu restaurant. After listening to his daughter's account, Bai Jingtang furrowed his brow. "Yingxue, why didn't you mention such a big issue earlier?" "Dad, I thought too simply about the situation, and I believed I could resolve it easily. The company at home is also not doing well, so I didn't want to worry you." Upon hearing this, Bai Jingtang asked, "Have you looked into the new owner of Taihu restaurant? What do you know about him?" Initially, Uncle Yang looked into it, but he didn't find any useful information. After hearing his daughter's words, Bai Jingtang pondered for a moment. He instructed his eldest son, Bai Zhan, "This matter is too suspicious. You should personally investigate this Mr. Chen's background." Bai Zhan appeared somewhat dismissive. "Dad, who cares about his background? In Hangzhou, I can't believe anyone could have a bigger background than our family. We should use his own tactics against him. Since he dares to use underhanded business methods, we can do the same. I'll call Director Tan at the Westlake District's Industry and Commerce Bureau and have them shut down Taihu restaurant for a few days for inspection." Hearing his eldest son's words, Bai Jingtang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Bai Zhan, you're an adult now, yet you still act so rashly. Do you really think the Industry and Commerce Bureau is ours to command? Just saying to shut it down doesn't make it happen. Besides, the new owner of Taihu restaurant is not as simple as you think. He clearly knows Yingxue's identity and still dares to target her like this. There might be bigger schemes at play. First, investigate the other party's background before making any plans." After receiving this reprimand from his father, Bai Zhan still felt somewhat unconvinced but didn't dare to argue back. However, in his heart, he had already started to resent Mr. Chen. After breakfast, using a series of connections, Bai Zhan finally managed to uncover Chun Mo's background. In the study of the Bai family mansion, Bai Zhan placed a document on the table, saying dismissively, "Dad, I told you this guy has no background. He's from Jiangsheng, runs a trendy supermarket, and it's all just flashy stuff. Maybe he made some money and recently used some connections to acquire an electronics factory in Guangdong province. As for any other background, it's basically zero." Upon hearing this, Bai Jingtang took a serious look at the detailed information about Chen Mo. Muttering to himself, "It's strange. How could a supermarket owner have the funds to acquire such a large company as Tiando Electronics? Dad, as long as this guy has no background, who cares where he got his funds from? A newcomer to Hangzhou was just trying to do business honestly. But he dared to bully Yingxu. Does he really think the Bai family is easy to mess with?" After hearing his son's words, Bai Jingtang thought for a moment and said, "Then let's do as you suggested and call the local business bureau in Shihu district. But since we are asking for help, we shouldn't sound too arrogant. We need to show proper respect." "Got it, Dad." As the top family in Hangzhou, the Bai family still has some connections in the officialdom. The director of the local business bureau, Director Tan Chao, has a good relationship with Bai Zhan privately. After receiving the call from the young master Bai, he hesitated at first and was reluctant to commit. After all, it's unreasonable to suddenly regulate a normally operating restaurant. However, after Bai Zhan promised some enticing benefits, Director Tan immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Mr. Bai, your business is my business. How dare that outsider bully our sister? Don't worry, I'll personally visit Taihu restaurant and make sure to find some faults, ensuring they are shut down for at least 10 days to half a month." "Ha ha ha, with your words, Director Tan, I feel relieved. I'll treat you to a meal another day." After hanging up the phone, Bai Zhan felt a sense of clarity. He immediately called his sister, Bai Yingxu. At that moment, Bai Yingshu was frowning at her restaurant. After multiple blows from Boss Chun, the customer flow at Yunyu restaurant this morning was so bad it could only be described as tragic. Even in the past, under poor weather conditions, business was better than it is now. Just as she was feeling bitter, her brother Baijan called. Yingshu, I've already contacted Director Tan from the Business Bureau in Shihu District, and he has agreed to help. Don't worry. It won't be long before that jerk at Taihu restaurant starts facing trouble. Hearing this, Bai Yingshu felt a surge of joy. After being treated so poorly lately, she naturally felt no sympathy for Boss Chen. She would be more than happy if Taihu restaurant were to close its doors forever. Feeling pleased, Bai Yingshu was also very curious to see Boss Chen's miserable expression later. She simply walked out of her restaurant and went to visit Boss Chen. Without needing anyone to guide her, she easily found her way to Chen Mo's office. Due to the system's mandated task deadlines, Chen Mo naturally didn't dare to slack off. He had arrived at the restaurant early in the morning and was currently contemplating Bai Yingshu. Would she comply or resist to the end? While he was thinking, Bai Yingshu, with a triumphant smile, walked in. Seeing her, Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Bai, you seem to be in a good mood today. Any good news to share? Bai Yingshu casually sat down on the sofa, first glancing at Lin Yue, then turning her gaze to Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, don't get too cocky too soon. It's still uncertain which of our restaurants will collapse first. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes flickered thoughtfully for a moment. Then he smiled lightly and said, It seems that Ms. Bai has something big going on again. Let me guess, as the second daughter of the Bai family. With the Bai group being so impressive in Hangzhou, could it be that you've used some family connections, or perhaps other relationships, to consider unconventional methods? Listening to Chen's calm analysis, Bai Yingshu was momentarily stunned. Mr. Chen, aren't you at all worried? Ha ha ha. When the soldiers come, I'll meet them. When the water comes, I'll dam it. What is there for me to worry about? Chapter 196. The aggrieved Bai Yingshu. Meanwhile, at the Industry and Commerce Bureau in the Westlake District of Hangzhou, at the command of Director Tan, the Market Enforcement Department and the inspection team were about to head to Taihu Restaurant. Just then, Tan Xiao's phone rang. Looking at the screen, he was surprised to see it was a private call from Bureau Chief Wu of the Hangzhou Industry and Commerce Bureau. Although he was a bit taken aback, Tan Xiao did not dare to delay and quickly pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, a stern male voice came through the receiver. Director Tan, what are you preparing to do now? Hearing the question from the top official, Tan Xiao was even more confused. Chief Wu, I was going to conduct enforcement on the street. Did you need something from me? Humph, conducting enforcement. Is it at Taihu Restaurant? Hearing Wu's unfriendly tone, Tan Xiao's heart sank. Wu Chief, how did you know? How did I know? The top official of Hangzhou just called me and inexplicably scolded me. Listen carefully. The background of Taihu Restaurant is extremely complicated. Don't think that as a mere director of the Westlake District Industry and Commerce Bureau, you can take this lightly. If you're not afraid of getting into trouble, go ahead and investigate, but don't drag me down with you. Upon hearing this, Tan Xiao's face turned pale, and cold sweat began to pour down. Damn it, Baijan, this bastard is trying to get me killed. You said Taihu Restaurant has no background, yet even the top official of Hangzhou has to be cautious. Is that called having no background? Thankfully, I didn't act too quickly. If I had moved faster, I might have lost my position. Thinking about this made Tan Xiao's cold sweat stream down his cheeks. He had worked diligently to climb to this position. He never expected to almost face disaster. He immediately withdrew from the task and took a moment to calm himself. Then he called Baijan. As soon as the call connected, Baijan's cheerful voice came through. Director Tan, you called so soon. Do you have good news? Hearing Baijan's laughter, Tan Xiao felt an uncontrollable anger rising. Good news, my foot, Baijan. I almost got killed because of you. Upon hearing this, Baijan's smile froze instantly. Director Tan, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Didn't you say the owner of Taihu Restaurant has no background? Their background is sky high. Ah, how is that possible? I investigated thoroughly. He is just a supermarket owner from Jiangcheng. What kind of background could he have? Regardless of whether he is just a supermarket owner, let me tell you, the top official of Hangzhou has personally intervened in this matter. Even he has some reservations about Taihu Restaurant. Can that be called having no background? Thankfully, I didn't act too quickly, otherwise, I would have really been put in a tough spot because of you. Baijan, some things shouldn't be viewed so simply. You must not entertain any wrong thoughts. I also think that Bai Zong is quite a decent person on a daily basis, which is why I specifically called to remind you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't bother caring about their life or death. After hearing Tan Chao's words, cold sweat unconsciously broke out on Bai Zhan's face. Although the Bai family has some influence in Hangzhou, they can't be considered one of the top families. The connections they usually have in the official circles are at most at the level of someone like Tan Chao. Now, even the top figure in Hangzhou has to be wary of this person, yet he is still foolishly trying to use unconventional means. Isn't that akin to looking for trouble? In a flurry of thoughts, he quickly expressed his gratitude over the phone. After hanging up, he promptly informed his father, Bai Jingtang, about the situation. Upon learning about this, Bai Jingtang also broke out in a cold sweat. Old Bai couldn't imagine what would happen if they truly offended someone with such a powerful background. The Bai group, which he worked so hard to build. Who knows what kind of catastrophic blow it would face? Fortunately, this incident hadn't caused any serious consequences yet. In a rush of thoughts, Bai Jingtang hurriedly said, "Quickly call your sister Ingxue and tell her to make sure she doesn't stir up any trouble." On the other side, in the office of Taihu Restaurant, Bai Ingxue looked at Boss Chen's calm demeanor. A bad premonition rose in her heart. Although the girl had an outstanding figure, she was by no means just a pretty face. Boss Chen clearly guessed her intentions, yet he maintained a nonchalant expression. Could it be that he has some backup plan? Chun Mo didn't have any backup. He simply unconditionally trusted the system. Just as the atmosphere in the room became somewhat subtle, Bai Ingxue's phone rang. She picked it up to see it was her older brother Bai Zhan calling. After thinking for a moment, she decided to answer the call right there. As soon as the call connected, Bai Zhan's somewhat anxious voice came through. "Ingxue, where are you right now?" Hearing her brother's tone, Bai Ingxue's uneasy feeling intensified. She quietly asked, "Brother, is there something wrong?" "Ingxue, the information I found was incorrect. The new owner of Taihu Restaurant has a significant background. Official pressure won't work, so you'd better avoid any conflicts with them. Also, if you say anything that offends them, find a time to go in person and apologize." Listening to her brother's words, Bai Ingxue involuntarily glanced at Boss Chun with suspicion. After calming her emotions, she lowered her voice and replied, "Brother, is that really necessary?" "Ingxue, you know the current situation of our Bai group. We truly can't withstand any disturbances. Even for our family's sake, you'll have to endure a bit." Hearing this, Bai Ingxue's internal turmoil was evident. Her mood today felt like a roller coaster ride. Excited one moment, confused the next, and then deeply disappointed. After a moment of being dazed, she softly replied, "I understand, big brother." After hanging up the phone, the expression on her face was quite remarkable. She originally came to see the CEO Chen make a fool of himself, but it turned out she was the one who ended up being a joke. Since the call wasn't on speakerphone, Chun Mo naturally didn't know what Bai Ingxue's big brother said on the other end. However, looking at her expression, he could guess a bit. If nothing unexpected happened, it was definitely the system helping him deal with some unknown troubles. Amidst his thoughts, a smile reappeared on his lips. "Bai, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Did something difficult happen?" Upon hearing this, although Bai Ingxue felt very wronged, she couldn't afford to be willful for the sake of her family. Slowly standing up, biting her lip, she said, "Mr. Chun, if I have offended you in any way, I apologize to you face to face now." Chapter 197. Tian Weiwei causes trouble after finishing her words. Bai Ingxue slightly bowed her delicate body forward, her attitude quite sincere. Chun Mo was somewhat surprised by the scene before him. It seemed that the system was even more powerful than he had imagined. In his thoughts, he casually waved his hand and smiled. "President Bai, you are too polite. It's just business competition. There are no personal conflicts between us." Hearing what Chun Mo said, Bai Ingxue felt relieved. A smile appeared on her face. "Mr. Chun, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." "Haha, no need to see me off." Chun Mo didn't take Bai Ingxue potentially using her connections against him to heart. After all, anyone facing such pressure would likely not remain indifferent. That said, to quickly complete the system's tasks, he would certainly increase the pressure on Yunyu Restaurant. Bai Ingxue understood this principle as well. After returning to Yunyu Restaurant, she looked at the sparse customers in the hall, feeling a wave of bitterness. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they would be operating at a loss. But the thought of closing the restaurant made her extremely reluctant. Even during its worst times, Yunyu Restaurant could still bring her a net income of hundreds of thousands each month. Now, she felt powerless against Chen Mo's tactics. One could only imagine the intensity of the frustration in Bai Ingxue's heart. Just as she was lost in thought, two girls around her age walked in through the door. One of them, a fashionable girl with coffee-colored hair, cheerfully said first, "Ingxue, you've been saying you're busy whenever we try to meet up, and here you are." Glancing at the two girls, Bai Ingxue forced a smile. "Zhou Qian, Tian Weiwei. Why didn't you call me first before coming over?" The two girls she referred to were also quite outstanding in appearance. Although their families were not as affluent as the Bai family, they had considerable businesses in Hangzhou. Due to their striking looks, the three girls often went shopping and watched movies together, making them very close friends. In particular, the girl named Tian Weiwei, with her stylish silver-gray hair, gave off a stunning impression. While her overall appearance might not surpass Bai Ingxue's, she was undoubtedly a captivating figure. Tian Weiwei was the first to laugh. "Bai Ingxue, both Zhou Qian and I have tried to meet up with you several times, but you always say you're busy. Isn't there's someone managing the restaurant for you? Why are you still here every day?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ingxue once again managed to smile. "It's not convenient to talk here. Let us go to my office." The two girls naturally had no objections to Bai Ingxue's suggestion. After arriving at the office, Bai Ingxue personally made coffee for her two friends. Although she wore a smile, the hint of bitterness was still caught by Tian Weiwei. Hesitantly, she asked, "Bai Ingxue, why do you look a bit worried? Is something wrong?" Hearing Tian Weiwei's question, Bai Ingxue couldn't help but smile bitterly. There was nothing to hide about what had happened during this time, so she straightforwardly shared everything. Upon hearing this, both Tian Weiwei and Zhou Qian displayed expressions of shock. It was hard to imagine that someone could push the second young lady of the Bai family into such a desperate situation in Hangqing. Tian Weiwei was the first to ask, "Bai Ingxue, does your family know about this?" "Yes, they already know, but the other party has a very complicated background, so I can't count on my family for help. You saw the business at the store just now. At this rate, it won't be long before we have to close down." Upon hearing this, Tian Weiwei's eyes flickered. Suddenly, she said, "Bai Ingxue, I know a few people in the community. How about I ask them for help to create some trouble for Taihu restaurant? There might be a chance for a turnaround." Bai Ingxue was somewhat tempted by her suggestion. Although Tian Weiwei was a girl, her personality was quite wild. And it wasn't surprising that she knew a few people in the community. To be honest, Bai Ingxue was really unwilling to let Yinyu restaurant close down so easily. After thinking for a moment, she said, "It's fine to let your friends create some normal trouble. I can also give them a reward. But the owner of Taihu restaurant has a very complicated background, so please don't go too far. I'm worried it won't end well." Tian Weiwei laughed dismissively at Bai Ingxue's words. "Don't worry, we're not going to fight. We'll just find a reason. And I can guarantee that this jerk won't come out unscathed. Just sit back and enjoy the show." After discussing the details, the two girls left the restaurant. Around 6 o'clock that evening, Tian Weiwei, accompanied by 5 spirited guys, entered Taihu restaurant quite naturally. Even though they were there to cause trouble, Tian Weiwei was somewhat shocked. The greeter at the entrance was even more stunning in both figure and looks than she was. Once inside, the numerous beautiful waitresses gave her the illusion that this was not just a dining place, but more like a nightclub or a dance hall. If she had such thoughts, her friends from the community were even more bewildered. After entering the private room and ordering some dishes, one of the guys with blonde hair nervously asked, "Sister Weiwei, is this really a restaurant? You didn't bring us to the wrong place, did you? Stop talking nonsense. The owner of this place has a very complicated background, so remember to watch my cues later. We must be reasonable and not get ourselves into trouble, but we also need to make a bigger scene. Don't worry, Sister Weiwei, we won't let you down." As they were talking, exquisite dishes were being served by the waitstaff. The group ate quietly for a while, and one of the guys looked around curiously. He directly pulled a dead cockroach out of his bag and placed it on the dish. At Tian Weiwei's signal, he stood up and walked out of the private room, shouting loudly, "Who is the owner? Get out here right now." Hearing the commotion, a beautiful waitress at the door was startled. She hurried over, trembling, and asked, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Normally, if faced with such a beautiful girl, he would definitely respond kindly. However, today he had a mission and would not show any mercy. With a fierce expression, he shouted angrily, "This lousy restaurant actually served a dead cockroach in the dish. It disgusts me to death. Hurry up and call your boss out." Chapter 198. Tian Weiwei was taken aback. Seeing the ruckus created by the man with yellow hair, the beautiful waitress had never encountered such a scene before, and her face turned pale with fright. The other diners in the hall, upon hearing that there was a dead cockroach in the dish, lost their appetite regardless of whether it was true or not. They all stood up, ready to see what was going on. Chen Mo was lounging in his office chair. casually responding to messages from several girls. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoyu rushed in, looking flustered. President Chun, it's bad. A customer said they found a dead cockroach in their dish. And now they're causing a scene outside. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo furrowed his brow slightly. With two experienced chefs in the kitchen, how could such a basic mistake happen? Without further thought, he walked out with Lung Yu, asking, have you notified the kitchen? Yes. Supervisor Liu has already gone to inform them, Wang Xiaoyu replied. Before long, Chen Mo found himself in front of the man with yellow hair. Seeing the man's scruffy appearance, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. After a brief exchange, they entered the private room together. Inside, Tian Weiwei and the others had also stood up from their seats. While the other thugs were irrelevant for now, the stylishly dressed Tian Weiwei did catch Chen Mo's eye. He instinctively opened the scanning panel. Name, Tian Weiwei. Age, 24. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 88. Purity, -2, although she didn't meet the 90-point threshold for exceptional beauty. This girl was still a point higher than Luo Shasha in overall attractiveness. No wonder she left him with a stunning impression. Of course, Chen Mo was no longer the naive person he once was. He was surrounded by top-tier beauties like Lung Yu and Ouyang Lana, and he also had a pure girl, Zhou Huiyan, with a score of 92 waiting to be pursued. With someone like Tian Weiwei in front of him, he really didn't feel much desire. In the midst of his thoughts, the two sides hadn't negotiated much yet when chefs Bai Yulo and Wang Biao entered the private room. Tian Weiwei had already mentioned that the owner of this restaurant had a remarkable background, so the man with yellow hair didn't dare to act too recklessly. He pointed at the dish with the dead cockroach, displeased, and said, what kind of lousy restaurant is this? A dish costing over 1,000 yuan has a dead cockroach in it. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this go. Hearing this, Bai Yulo was the first to glare. Nonsense. I personally cooked this dish. Even if there were an extra fly in it, I would have seen it. You think I'm blind just because there's a cockroach sitting here? Upon hearing Bai Yulo's words, the man with yellow hair didn't care. I don't care if you're blind or not. The cockroach is right here in the dish. You can't possibly think we're blind, can you? You. Seeing that Bai Yulo still wanted to argue, Chen Mo had basically made up his mind. He gave a cold smile and said, Master Bai, I'll handle this matter. You and Master Wang can return to the kitchen for now. Upon hearing this, Bai Yulo was unsure of Chen Mo's thoughts and was somewhat anxious. With such a high salary, he really didn't want the big boss to misunderstand anything. Mr. Chun, I swear, there could not have been any cockroach when this dish was served. They are clearly trying to frame us for money. All right, I have my own plans. You and Master Wang can head back to the kitchen. Seeing Chen Mo's firm tone, Bai Yulo dared not say more and left the private room with Wang Biao. Supervisor Liu, you and Wang Xiaoyu can go out as well. After sending everyone away, at Chen Mo's signal, Lung Yu directly closed the door to the private room. Tian Weiwei and a few small-time thugs did not seem anxious. Each wore a nonchalant smile, especially the small-time thugs, whose eyes kept wandering over to Lung Yu. Compared to their sister Weiwei, this cold and proud beauty in front of them was clearly more attractive and had a better figure. Staring a little longer would definitely not be a loss. If they hadn't been reminded that the owner of this restaurant had an impressive background, they might have been even more reckless. Chen Mo, however, did not notice these details and directly sat down on a chair. He coldly smiled and said, let's hear it. You are making such a fuss about putting a dead cockroach in the dish. How much do you want to extort? Hearing Chen Mo's words, Tian Weiwei's expression immediately turned cold. Her family was in the electrical wholesale business and was not lacking in money. She came this time just to give her friend Bai Yingxue a sense of justice and stir things up a bit. You really are taking advantage of the situation. Clearly, it was your mistake, yet you are trying to pin the blame on us for extortion. Do we look like the kind of people who would need that little bit of money? After hearing what Tian Weiwei said, the blonde guy chimed in, exactly. The Hongguang electrical wholesale market in Hangcheng is run by my sister Weiwei. Would someone of her status come to your rundown restaurant to extort money? That's just ridiculous. Hearing this, Chen Mo was somewhat surprised and glanced at Tian Weiwei. He didn't expect this beautiful young lady to be from a wealthy family. Today's situation was becoming more interesting. Regardless of the other party's identity, Chen Mo did not believe Bai Yulo would make such a low-level mistake. Not to mention someone like them who was a professional chef. Even if Chen Mo himself were cooking, he would never miss such a large cockroach. As his thoughts wandered, a cold smile appeared on his lips again. Since it wasn't about extorting money, then what was the purpose of going through so much trouble to put a dead cockroach in the dish? Were you planning to cause a scene in my restaurant? Hearing Chun Mo's words, Tian Weiwei's anger also began to rise, regardless of whether it was a setup or not. The other party was so quick to accuse them without even checking. To insist that they had placed the dead cockroach was just too domineering. She always had a fiery temper, and when the little tough girl got angry, she didn't care about Chun Mo's background at all. She slammed the table and angrily said, "You bastard! How dare you say we released the cockroaches? If you don't clarify this today, do you believe I, Tian Weiwei, will smash your restaurant?" After experiencing the powerful backing of the system, Chun Mo now had little respect for legal constraints. Seeing this little tough girl still daring to threaten him, Boss Chun's gaze turned cold. He stood up and slapped her. With a loud smack. Tian Weiwei was almost stunned. Born into a wealthy family, she had always gotten whatever she wanted. Even though she had become somewhat of a tough girl, other delinquents still called her Sister Wei. Today, while just out for a meal, she was actually slapped by a man. Chapter 199. Tian Weiwei was nearly scared to death, her face burning with pain, and combined with the anger in her heart. She let out a sharp scream. "You bastard, dare to hit me. Mao Dan, go kill him." The other few thugs, realizing what was happening, were caught off guard. Upon hearing Tian Weiwei's shout, Huang Mao's expression turned cold first. He usually followed Tian Weiwei and enjoyed the good life today. Naturally, he wouldn't care if Boss Chun had some solid background. Just as he was about to swing a chair to smash it down, an intense pain suddenly struck his head. He felt as if the tuft of yellow hair on his head was about to be pulled out by someone. The severe pain left Huang Mao momentarily blank, and before he could react, half of his face had a violent encounter with the table several times. Bang, bang, bang. The one who struck was naturally Leng Yue. Facing these low-level thugs, the girl wouldn't use any sophisticated fighting techniques. It was simple, direct, and brutal. She easily pressed the thug named Mao Dan down on the table and rubbed him against it. Accompanied by Huang Mao's miserable screams, the other four thugs, who were initially eager to act, immediately lost their courage. They simply couldn't imagine that the incredibly beautiful woman they had just been fantasizing about could be so ruthless. After working as Boss Chen's bodyguard for a few months, Leng Yue rarely had the chance to act. A small thug dared to hit her man. It was simply asking for death. After smashing Huang Mao's face to the point of resembling a pig's head, she felt much more at ease. While she felt relieved, Tian Weiwei was completely stunned. What kind of existence had she provoked by coming here? It was bad enough that the man showed no mercy. This woman, who looked like a fairy, was even more ruthless than a man. In her thoughts, Tian Weiwei looked at the other thugs' timid expressions. Where was the arrogance from earlier? Her legs began to tremble slightly. She was filled with regret. Had she known the other party was so vicious, she would never have gotten involved in this mess. Her trembling legs took a few steps back, her face in pain, her eyes almost in tears. Forcing down the panic, she stammered, "Why you are breaking the law by hitting people like this? I will call the police." Upon hearing this, Chun Mo coldly smiled. "With scum like you still have the nerve to mention calling the police. Quickly tell me, who sent the cockroaches into the dish? If you don't clarify, no one will leave this restaurant today." Tian Weiwei didn't expect Boss Chun to be so brutal. He didn't ask for evidence, didn't investigate, and directly accused them of putting the cockroaches in. She was filled with anger, fear, and frustration. She touched her phone, but ultimately didn't dare to call for help. Who knew if it would provoke them further? She didn't want to be slapped again. After all, this matter had originated from them seeking trouble with others. Even if she called the police, who knew who they would help? After all, in by Yingshua's words, this bastard boss is a big shot with an incredible background. As Tian Weiwei was contemplating how to resolve the situation, Chun Mo didn't want to waste time and directly approached the nearest thug. In the face of the other party's terrified gaze, he swiftly reached out, grabbing the thug by the neck with one hand and lifting him effortlessly. The thug, weighing over 100 pounds, was lifted into the air like a small chicken by Chun Mo. The sheer explosive power displayed by this boss not only shocked Tian Weiwei and the other thugs, but even Leng Yue couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly. What they had demonstrated during their sparring session was only the tip of the iceberg of this man's strength. Chun Mo was far more powerful than she had imagined. As a top bodyguard, she understood perfectly well how much explosive power was required to lift someone like that with one hand. It wasn't as simple as picking up a 100-pound object from the ground. To put it mildly, the difficulty was at least 10 times greater. In her perception, there were probably very few people in the world who could do that. with Lung Yu showing such an expression. One could only imagine the shock experienced by Tian Weiwei and the other thugs. They were slightly better off. But the thug being held by Chun Mo was so scared he was about to lose control. The fear in his eyes was magnified infinitely. What do you want? Hurry up and tell me. Who put the cockroaches in? Under Chun Mo's overwhelming mental pressure, combined with the fear that made it hard to breathe, the thug had no choice but to point at the blonde guy. It was him. He put in the cockroaches. Please, let me go, I'm going to die. After hearing the thug's confession, Chun Mo had no intention of dealing with him harshly and casually tossed him to the ground. Then, with a cold smile, he walked towards the blonde guy. The blonde had already been turned into a mess by Lung Yu's earlier attack, looking utterly pitiful. At that moment, seeing Chun Mo's cold smile, he couldn't help but shudder. Ignoring the pain on his face, he plopped down on his knees. Boss, I was wrong. Please spare me. Hee. Now you know you're wrong. With your cowardly appearance, you shouldn't be the mastermind. Tell me, who made you put in the cockroaches? As he spoke, Chun Mo's gaze intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Tian Weiwei. The girl was terrified and just wanted to go home and find her mother, facing someone even tougher. The blonde guy didn't care about loyalty anymore. It was Sister Wei who called us here, and the idea to put the cockroaches in the dishes was also hers. Chun Mo wasn't surprised by this answer. He then coldly turned his gaze towards Tian Weiwei. Go on, we don't even know each other, let alone having any grievances or grudges. You're not trying to extort money. What exactly is this play you're putting on today? In the face of Chun Mo's icy inquiry, Tian Weiwei, lacking any sense of loyalty, explained the whole situation. Chun, Mr. Chun, Bai Yingxue is my close friend. I went to find her today and happened to learn about what happened at your two restaurants recently. I also acted impulsively and took this matter into my own hands. I didn't think about how it would affect your establishment. I just wanted to come over and stir things up to help Bai Yingxue vent her frustrations. After hearing Tian Weiwei's words, Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. He really didn't expect that the mastermind behind all this was actually that woman, Bai Yingxue. Regardless of whether it was her subjective intention or not, Chun Mo certainly didn't want to let this go easily. In the midst of his thoughts, he coldly said, You better call that woman, Bai Yingxue, and tell her to come over here. Upon hearing this, Tian Weiwei's heart trembled. However, in this situation, she really didn't dare to negotiate. Trembling, she took out her phone and dialed Bai Yingxue's number. Soon, a hesitant voice came from the other end of the line. Tian Weiwei, have you made your move? Chapter 200. Bai Yingxue comes to apologize. Listening to Bai Yingxue's voice on the phone, Tian Weiwei didn't have time to think too much. Bai Yingxue, the cockroach incident has been exposed. I'm being held at the Taihu restaurant by Mr. Chun. Can you come over? Hearing Tian Weiwei's trembling tone, Bai Yingxue felt a wave of panic as well. The idea of putting cockroaches in the dishes was something the two girls had discussed together. At this moment, hearing Tian Weiwei say this, she naturally felt extremely anxious. If given a choice, Bai Yingxue certainly didn't want to face this big trouble. After some hesitation on the phone, she said, Then, what use is it for me to go over? Upon hearing this, Tian Weiwei immediately panicked. Yingxue, I did this to help you. I have a friend who is seriously injured right now. You can't just ignore us. Seeing Tian Weiwei's flustered demeanor, Chun Mo directly grabbed the phone. He coldly laughed into the receiver. Ms. Bai, I must say I'm impressed by you. I didn't expect you to resort to such tactics. No more nonsense. You should hurry over to see how to resolve this situation. Hearing Mr. Chun's voice suddenly come through the phone, Bai Yingxue couldn't help but shiver. Wasn't he just about adding some trouble? How could anyone get hurt? This man with powerful connections, could he have violent tendencies? The beautiful Bai was increasingly uneasy and didn't want to go at all. However, since things had escalated to this point, out of consideration for Tian Weiwei, she felt she had no reason not to go. After hanging up the phone, she thought for a moment and decided to call her father, Bai Jingtang. Without any concealment, she recounted everything that had happened. After listening to his daughter's account, Bai Jingtang was furious. He roared into the phone. Do you want to put our whole family in danger? Didn't your brother warn you? This Mr. Chun is someone even the top boss in Hangqing fears. Others avoid him at all costs, and you, for the sake of a lousy restaurant, come up with such a terrible idea. You need to go over immediately, no matter the cost. You must quell his anger. Otherwise, our Bai group might really be finished. Listening to her father's serious tone, Bai Yingxue felt both scared and regretful. If she had known, she would have just closed the restaurant. After hanging up, She didn't dare hesitate any longer and anxiously left the restaurant. On the other side, Huang Mao had already announced to all the other customers that he was the one who put dead cockroaches in the dishes to frame the restaurant. With the girl's apologies and reassurances, the negative impact of the incident was quickly mitigated. When Bai Yingxue, the main person involved, arrived and saw Huang Mao's miserable state, her legs couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't imagine what kind of inhumane torture Tian Weiwei's social connections had endured. Looking at Tian Weiwei, she noticed a distinct red handprint on her cheek. This jerk even hits women? He definitely has violent tendencies. In the midst of her emotions, Bai Yingxue's face turned even paler. Although she was a wealthy young lady, at this moment she felt like a helpless little lamb. And in her eyes, the boss Chun was like a ruthless monster that devours people without leaving any bones. Upon seeing the main person arrive, Chen Mo couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. Bai, I remember you apologized to me this morning, and now you pull this stunt. It's hard for me to understand. Chen Mo's words were nothing special, but to Bai Yingxue, they took on a different meaning. Just thinking about her father's furious outburst on the phone earlier, combined with the miserable state of the man in front of her, made her face turn pale, and her legs trembled as she suddenly knelt down with a thud. Chun, it's all my fault. If you have any anger, direct it at me. I beg you, don't target my family. Bai Yingxue's sudden action left everyone, including Chun Mo, a bit stunned. When did he ever say he would target her family? Besides, did he even have that kind of ability? In the midst of his thoughts, Chun Mo gradually realized that due to some manipulation from the system, his identity had been vastly exaggerated in the eyes of the Bai family. It seemed he had reached a level of background influence that was almost unimaginable. Otherwise, how could Bai Yingxue possibly act in such a bewildering manner? With this thought, an indescribable smile appeared on his face. This pitiful woman before him was on par with beauties like Lung Yu and Ouyang Lana. Coupled with her status as a wealthy young lady, she was undoubtedly someone any man would want to conquer. Chen Mo was no exception. It was rare for her to imagine him as having immense background power. If he didn't make good use of this, he might end up despising himself. Amidst his thoughts, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown appeared on his face. Bai, you should get up first. A delicate beauty like you shouldn't be kneeling on the ground. Although Chen Mo's words were a bit frivolous, Bai Yingxue dared not show any strange expression. She slowly stood up, looking pitiful. After considering for a moment, Bai Yingxue sent away the terrified Tian Weiwei and a few small-time thugs. Then, with a seemingly meaningful smile, she said, Bai, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to my office. For the sake of her family's company, Bai Yingxue had no choice left. She had no idea what she was about to face. With a mix of anxiety, she followed the boss Chen into the office. Lung Yu, you stay outside and guard. I have some matters to discuss with Bai. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Upon hearing Chen Mo's command, Lung Yu glanced at Bai Yingxue and then nodded with a complex expression. When she left, she also closed the office door. Seeing this, Bai Yingxue's heart raced even more. She was not unaware of how stunning her appearance was. Somewhere deep down, she vaguely guessed what this rascal of a man was planning. Thinking like this, my legs trembled even more. I nervously asked in a low voice, Mr. Chun, what do you want to do? Mr. Bai, there's no need to be nervous. I'm not a ferocious beast. Mr. Chun, I was wrong about today's matter. I sincerely apologize. As a gesture of my sincerity, I am willing to close the Uniware restaurant immediately. Hehe. Whether you close the Uniware restaurant or not doesn't really affect me at all. You've seen my way of doing business. It's not about making money. It's purely for fun. Although I have put some pressure on your Uniware restaurant, it's still considered normal commercial competition. What you did today did indeed cross my bottom line. I was very angry just now and initially wanted your company to suffer a bit, but seeing your sincerity, I've changed my mind. Of course, the specifics will depend on whether your sincerity today is enough. Chapter 201. Capturing Bai Yingxue listening to Chun Mo's words and seeing the ambiguous smile on his face. Bai Yingxue couldn't help but understand the implications. The more she grasped its meaning, the more bitter her heart felt, something words could hardly express. Born into a prestigious family and blessed with extraordinary beauty, her standards for men were exceptionally high. Having lived a pure and untainted life for over 20 years, Bai Yingxue had dreamed of meeting a prince charming worthy of lifelong commitment. At the most crucial moment in her life, she had hoped to give herself completely to the one she loved. Yet now, for the sake of her family's company, that dream was likely to shatter. Thinking about facing the darkest moment of her life, Bai Yingxue felt her legs tremble uncontrollably. Chen Imo was no saint. He was far from being a soft-hearted person. After Bai Yingxue's reluctant compromise, he turned the office into a place of indulgence. Everything felt so natural and effortless. In the gentle flow of spring, this wealthy heiress inadvertently transformed from a girl into a true woman. Afterward, looking at the lingering traces of crimson on the sofa, Bai Yingxue forced back her discomfort and asked in a trembling voice, "Zheng, can I leave now?" Hearing this, Chen Mo's lips curled into a slight smirk. He casually sat on the sofa, playfully beckoning her with his hand. Seeing this, Bai Yingxue could only bite her lip in grievance and return to Chen Mo's embrace. "Zheng, do you resent me right now?" When Chen Mo asked, Bai Yingxue hurriedly shook her head. No, I don't resent you." "Really?" Chen Mo laughed. "Are you sure?" "Zheng, I truly don't resent you." "All right, whether you're sincere or not, I'll take your word for it. Let's rest here for a bit, and later, I'll take you to a hotel." At this, Bai Yingxue's heart trembled slightly. As a daughter of a wealthy family, she had always had things easy. After experiencing what had just happened, how could she claim to feel no resentment? But in front of Chen Mo, she could only respond that way. Now that they were going to a hotel, the purpose was obvious. Just thinking about it made Bai Yingxue's heart ache to the extreme. However, since she had already compromised and given her all, she certainly wouldn't choose to back out now. Chen Mo likely guessed that her previous words were insincere, but he didn't care. After all, he had no intention of engaging in romance with any woman. He just wanted to enjoy the moment. As for whether Bai Yingxue would change her perception of him in the future, that was uncertain. Perhaps feelings would develop over time. After a moment of intimacy, he finally opened the office door. Outside, Leng Yu had been waiting for over an hour and felt inexplicably restless. As Chen Mo walked out, there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Suddenly, he heard her say, "Mr. Chun, I want to take a break in the city." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. He then smiled and nodded. "Sure, when do you want to leave?" With such a prompt agreement from him, the resentment in her eyes deepened. Biting her lip, she said, "If possible, I'd like to leave shortly." "Well, it doesn't have to be the city. Other places, or even other countries are fine for a getaway. I'll transfer 1 million to you, and just come back when you're done having fun." After hearing Chen Mo's words, she didn't refuse. She turned around and briefly explained to her friend Bai Yingxue, asking her to wait for her. Only then did she personally see her off to the airport. In the end, she bought a ticket back to the city. Chen Mo watched the woman enter the departure hall until her figure disappeared from sight before turning around and leaving the airport. Although he claimed he wouldn't invest genuine feelings in any woman again, in Chen Mo's heart, the status of this woman was certainly above anyone else. Not just because of her looks, but in many aspects, she brought him more joy. If Chen Mo ever wanted children in the future, he would definitely consider her first. Of course, that was a matter for later. Right now, he had no such thoughts. All he wanted was to fully enjoy this indulgent and high-end lifestyle. In the office of Taihu Restaurant, Bai Yingxue was feeling anxious when her phone rang. She picked it up to see it was her father, Bai Jingtang, calling, clearly still a bit worried. Seeing this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly and gently pressed the answer button. "Dad, did you apologize to Mr. Chen?" Bai Jingtang asked straightforwardly. "Yes, I've already apologized. Dad, I want to be coming home tonight. Mr. Chen has invited me to the hotel." Upon hearing his daughter say this, Bai Jingtang fell silent for a few seconds on the phone, then sighed, "Yingxue, you've suffered for our family. But since you've taken this step, don't look back. Mr. Chen has a powerful background. Having some connection with him could be an opportunity for our family." After hearing her father's words, Bai Yingxue bit her lip. After a long pause, she finally replied, "Dad, I understand." After hanging up, she waited for about half an hour when Chen Mo finally walked in with a calm expression. "Mr. Bai, after resting for so long, you should be feeling all right?" Hearing this, Bai Yingxue softly replied, "Yes." Then she whispered, "Mr. Chen, I'm fine now, and you can just call me Shui." Hearing her say this, Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. He had merely seen off Cold Moon. How long had it been since then? But her attitude was clearly different from before. Although he found it a bit puzzling, Chen Mo didn't want to think too much about it. He smiled and said, "From now on, I'll call you Shui. Let us go? Follow me to the hotel." At this point, Bai Yingxue naturally wouldn't pretend to be coy. She lightly responded and stood up from the sofa. Although she said there was no problem, her legs still felt somewhat unnatural while walking. The presidential suite only had 2 bedrooms, and Chen Mo had originally thought about booking another luxury room. However, after Lung Yu left, that plan was no longer necessary. First, he accompanied her in the luxurious bathtub for a relaxing soak, followed by some exquisite food. It wasn't until nightfall that their wonderful journey began. Compared to the first time when everything was hazy, Bai Yingxue this time truly experienced what happiness felt like. As she stepped onto the cloud, the resentment in her heart gradually faded away. After a gentle transformation, lying in Boss Chen's arms, she murmured, "Boss Chen, I'm closing the Yin Yu restaurant tomorrow." Chapter 202. The family supermarket is opening a branch. Hearing Bai Yingxue say this, Chen Mo naturally felt delighted. As long as the Yunue restaurant closed, the system's task would be considered complete. He was thinking about soon binding and unlocking the next business. And there was still an A-level employee quota at Taihu restaurant. That meant a welfare fund of 1 million, which Chen Mo certainly didn't want to give up. Lost in thought, his gaze subtly shifted. He gently asked, "Shuer, if Yunue restaurant closes, what do you plan to do in the future?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yingxue rolled her eyes. Although her resentment had diminished significantly after the earlier incident, there was still a trace of it left. This guy has such a powerful background and endless money. Even now, Bai Yingxue couldn't understand why Chen Mo was so fixated on her Yunue restaurant. Now that she was considering closing the restaurant as per his wishes, and he was pretending to care, how hypocritical. Of course, the thoughts in her mind were not something she would express. She gently shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe I'll go work at my family's company for a while." Hearing Bai Yingxue's response, Chen Mo smiled slightly. "Shuer, how about you come help me manage Taihu restaurant?" The girl showed a hint of surprise, and Chen Mo continued, "Of course, it would just be a nominal position. You can just check in occasionally, and you won't need to worry about anything else." Despite this, Bai Yingxue was still somewhat reluctant. Even if Yunue restaurant closed, she was still the second daughter of the Bai family, a wealthy family. Even though the Bai group wasn't doing particularly well, as the saying goes, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Bai Yingxue naturally didn't want to lower herself to take a position at Taihu restaurant. Lost in thought, a look of difficulty appeared on her face. Her delicate hand brushed against Chen Mo's firm chest. She softly murmured, "Boss Chen, before you came, Yunue restaurant was also managed by others for me. If you really need help, I can introduce someone." "Hee, I don't trust others. I want you." "What's wrong? Are you unwilling to take a nominal position?" Hearing Chen Mo say this, Bai Yingxue could only show a wry smile. Then I'll follow your lead." Seeing the girl's reluctant expression, Chen Mo felt a bit amused. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'll still pay you a salary." "How much is the net income of Yunue restaurant each month?" At Chen Mo's question, Bai Yingxue's expression slightly froze. After thinking for a moment, she honestly replied, "After all expenses, there should be about 600,000 to 700,000 left each month." "Isn't that great? You go through so much trouble to earn that little. You can just take a nominal position at Taihu restaurant, and you won't even need to manage it. I'll pay you 1 million every month." After hearing this from Boss Chun, Bai Yingxue was a bit dumbfounded. Was it really worth all this effort to close her restaurant just to recruit her? The young woman was increasingly puzzled and finally couldn't help but ask her biggest question in her heart. "Mr. Chun, why are you deliberately targeting Yinyu restaurant at such a great cost?" "Hee, you wouldn't understand even if I told you, so there's no need to ask so much. Tomorrow, I'll take a nominal managerial position at Taihu restaurant. It won't conflict with what you want to do in the future at all." With Chun Mo saying this, Bai Yingxue naturally agreed to such a fortunate opportunity. After Yinyu restaurant closed, the rental income of the property could still reach 1 to 2 million a year. On the other hand, Taihu restaurant required no effort and would generate over 10 million in income. If she had known about such a good opportunity, Bai Yingxue would have been too lazy to go through all the trouble. Why not just take it easy? The next day, the beautiful Bai directly dismissed all the employees. Of course, she didn't skimp on any of the payments owed. As Yinyu restaurant closed, a sound rang in Chun Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system's designated task. Ding! In the next phase, no new enterprises will be bound. The system has planned a 3-story commercial space with a total area of 36,000 square meters for the host in a bustling commercial street of the city, which has been automatically designated as the host's private property. Note, this commercial space is prepared for a branch of a supermarket chain. Ding! System's mandatory task, starting from the opening day of the new supermarket, the host must develop it into the top supermarket in the country within 1 year. Note: the renovation costs and all other miscellaneous expenses for the supermarket will be fully covered by the system. The specific style of the supermarket's renovation will be determined by the host. The initial fund for employee benefits in the new supermarket is $500 million. From this moment on, all employees under the host can share the benefit funds among each other. For every benefit fund distributed, a 20 rebate will be received. Only after completing the task can the host embark on the next phase of their extraordinary journey. Hearing the sounds in his mind, Chen-mo was somewhat pleasantly surprised. The ability for all employees to share benefit funds would certainly make operations more convenient in the future. The key was that the rebate on employee benefit funds directly increased by 15 percentage points. Just this income alone could amount to tens of millions every month, which was quite appealing. Speaking of which, the system really had a fondness for supermarkets. However, the scale of this supermarket opening was certainly incomparable to the one in Jiangxing. A 36,000 square meter 3-story supermarket in such a prime commercial area was truly remarkable. Plus, with a monthly employee benefit fund of $500 million, there was certainly much to be achieved within that framework. After closing Yinyu Restaurant, Bai Xue directly took a nominal managerial position at Taihu Restaurant. Unsurprisingly, another sound rang in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a qualified A-level employee for the Taihu Restaurant, with a reward of an additional $1 million in employee welfare funds, effective next month. The total number of employees at Taihu Restaurant is less than 100, and the employee welfare fund for next month has already reached $8 million. Even after deducting the $1 million for Bai Xue, there is still a hefty $7 million left. Under such luxurious conditions, and with the month not even over yet, Chen-mo is directly preparing to give everyone a raise. Based on the owner's personal preferences, all employees are set to receive a salary increase ranging from 2,000 to 5,000. It's not even been a month since they started working, and there are cash bonuses and substantial raises. Moreover, this is in addition to the already excellent welfare conditions. It's easy to imagine that every employee at Taihu Restaurant is thrilled. Before heading to the metropolis, Chen-mo specifically called Zhou Huiyin to the office. Chapter 203. Capturing Zhou Huiyin for this top-notch beauty with an impeccable figure and appearance. Coupled with her pure and innocent persona, if Chen-mo were to say he had no thoughts about her at all, he wouldn't be called the boss. When she was called into the office by the big boss alone, Zhou Huiyin felt a bit anxious. She had witnessed Chen-mo's series of tactics. The Yinyu Restaurant, with such a significant background in Hangzhou, was shut down in less than a month. The key was that the owner, Bai Xue, was truly a wealthy heiress, and it seemed she had been involved with the big boss in some way. Zhou Huiyin couldn't even imagine how powerful her big boss must be to accomplish all of this. Adding to that were the unclear relationships between Chen-mo and several women like Leng Yu, Ouyang Lana, and Lu Yusen. It was evident that her big boss was indeed a flirtatious character with multiple romantic entanglements. While she was feeling uneasy, she heard Chen-mo casually ask, "Zhou Huiyin, are you satisfied with your current job?" Upon hearing this, she quickly snapped out of her thoughts and forced a smile. "Mr. Chen, I am very satisfied, and I want to thank you for giving me such a great job opportunity." Her words were truly heartfelt. With today's salary increase, Zhou Huiyin's monthly salary had already reached 85,000. Her annual income had truly crossed the million mark. At her age, reaching such a level was extremely rare. Many young and beautiful women, even if they wanted to take shortcuts, probably couldn't achieve this height. Yet, Zhou Huiyin only needed to stand for a few hours each day. Hearing her response, Chen-mo was naturally not surprised. A smile crept onto his face as he casually remarked, "You seem quite content. Do you know what kind of treatment Ouyang Lana is receiving now?" When the boss asked this, Zhou Huiyin was slightly taken aback. Pretending to understand, she asked, isn't she the same as me? Ouyang Lana, aside from her fixed salary like yours, I also give her an additional bonus of 500,000 each month." After hearing this, even though Zhou Huiyin had some guesses in her mind, she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. 500,000 a month translates to 6 million a year. No wonder a beautiful woman like Ouyang Lana would willingly stay by this man's side. Honestly, for a moment, Zhou Huiyin felt tempted. Living a lifetime is ultimately about achieving a better quality of life. Although she had her own fairy tale in her heart, that was merely an elusive dream. Right now, There was a clear path to happiness. How could Zhou Huiyin not be moved? After calming herself down a bit, she bit her lip and quietly asked, Mr. Chun, why are you telling me all this? Hee, I called you in here to say this. You're such a smart girl. You must understand my meaning, right? Zhou Huiyin, I'm giving you a choice. If you're willing to be my woman, you can naturally enjoy the same treatment as Ouyang Lana. Anyway, I won't force it. I'll still greet you at the Taihu restaurant. However, I will be leaving Hangzhou in a couple of days, so this opportunity for choice only comes once. After hearing the candid words from Boss Chun, Zhou Huiyin's heart was also stirred. She had initially thought about being a bit reserved, pretending to consider it. But given the current situation, she couldn't think too much. After a brief, symbolic struggle in her mind, she bit her lip and nodded gently. Boss Chun, I am willing to be your woman. Upon hearing this from her, the smile on Chun Mo's face grew even wider. Then you get ready. I'll take you to the hotel shortly. This is the charm brought by power and money. Just last night, he had captivated by Yingxue, the daughter of a wealthy family. Today, Zhou Huiyin, this stunning beauty, also couldn't escape Boss Chun's grasp. It was still the same five-star hotel, the same presidential suite. But today, the leading lady of the main bedroom had changed to the gorgeous Zhou. Undoubtedly, the system's aesthetic judgment is impeccable. Whether in terms of figure or beauty, Zhou Huiyin has reached the pinnacle of womanhood. With her curvaceous and enchanting figure, she could easily outshine over 90% of female celebrities. The key is that she is still pure and innocent. Ordinary people might not even dare to imagine Boss Chen's happiness right now. In the gentle spring breeze, everything feels so natural, so light and carefree. Zhou Huiyin gradually transformed into a true woman. 2 days later, Chen Mo gave a simple handover here. Lu Yusin continued to manage the overall situation at the Taihu restaurant. Buying Xue, as the restaurant's manager, would occasionally come by to check things out. For more beautiful women were arranged to take on the welcoming role. As for Ouyang Nana and Zhou Huiyin, they boarded a flight to the metropolis with Chen Mo. With such two delicate beauties, he naturally wouldn't want to keep them here as greeters. At the airport in the metropolis, after Chen Mo and his two companions disembarked, they were unsurprisingly met with various envious gazes. It's no exaggeration to say that having exceptional women like Ouyang Nana and Zhou Huiyin would make any man feel like he was dreaming. One can only imagine how extravagant Boss Chen's nightlife must be. Setting aside the thoughts of the onlookers, the three of them left the airport and took a car directly to the bustling commercial street in Pudong. Chen Mo had visited this metropolis once before, on his honeymoon with Zhang Qiao. Now back on this land, everything felt different. Upon arrival at their destination, they found a commercial building with over 10 floors. This massive marketplace, covering a total area of 36,000 square meters, occupied the first 3 floors of the entire building. It was unclear what it had operated as before, but it was currently empty and undergoing renovations. After receiving the notification regarding property management, a manager-level man quickly came over. His gaze inadvertently swept over the two ladies, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. Wealthy people really have it good. While he felt envious, he maintained a respectful smile without the slightest hint of negligence. After personally opening the main door and giving a few instructions, he left. After looking around, Chen Mo was very satisfied. Just the area of the first floor was more than 3 times larger than a certain supermarket in Jiangxing. 2 floors should be enough for the supermarket, while the 3rd floor could be transformed into a comfortable space and a relaxation area for employees. At this moment, Ouyang Lana and Zhou Huiyin were a bit bewildered. Boss Chen hadn't explained in detail about opening a supermarket in this city to them. Ouyang Lana's eyes flickered, and she was the first to curiously ask, Mr. Chen, what do you plan to do with such a large 3-story shop? Chapter 204. Rosisha and her friends have arrived in the metropolis. Hearing Ouyang Lana's question, Chen Mo smiled faintly. I plan to create the top supermarket in the country here. Do you think this place is suitable? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two girls were slightly surprised. Ouyang Lana was the first to break into a charming smile. She had been to a well-known supermarket in another city and wasn't too surprised. She said with a grin, Mr. Chun, the location you found is so bustling, and the sales area is so large, it must be very suitable. Hee, your charming little mouth is getting better at talking. As he spoke, he reached out and gently patted Ouyang Lana's hip. Being flirted with by the boss in front of Zhou Huiyin made the beautiful Ouyang a bit shy. She quickly changed the topic and asked, Mr. Chun, are you still planning to follow the style of that supermarket? Hee, that's a must. The renovation will take at least another month. So let's leave it at that for today. As a newcomer, Chun Mo naturally understood the principle of not rushing things. Although the system only gave him a year, it started counting from the day of opening. So he wasn't in a hurry. After leaving the supermarket, he took a cab directly to a luxury hotel. As one of the most famous hotels in the metropolis, this establishment showcased luxury to the extreme. The presidential suite, costing $300,000 a night, shrouded many ordinary people in a layer of mystery. The three companies under Chun Mo's name brought him a pure profit of at least several hundred thousand every day. With plenty of money arriving in the metropolis, he naturally wanted to experience its luxurious offerings. It must be said that as a major city, the top hotels from around the world were represented here. The receptionists and front desk staff in the hotel were impeccable. A quick scan of the staff showed that their overall attractiveness started at least 85 points. Of course, Chun Mo was accompanied by two even more stunning beauties. His gaze held pure admiration, without any other desires arising. Fortunately, the presidential suite was currently available. After a smooth check-in, with the enthusiastic guidance of a beautiful housekeeper, they quickly took the private elevator to the 48th floor. The moment they entered the room, Ouyang Lana and Zhou Huiyan's eyes lit up. The extravagant decorations were beyond description. Standing in the living room, they had a 360-degree panoramic view of the entire metropolis. Compared to the excitement of the two girls, Chun Mo felt rather indifferent. Aside from a better view, the overall decoration wasn't too much different from the presidential suites in other cities. Clearly, a significant portion of the exorbitant price was likely due to the brand effect. The only aspect that satisfied Chun Mo was the design of the large bathroom, featuring an extremely luxurious agate bathtub with a wave-like design. As he casually pondered, a wonderful scene had already formed in Chun Mo's mind. Without a doubt, in such a unique setting, Boss Chen's nightlife would definitely not be monotonous. One could even say it reached the pinnacle of joy. After night fell, Ouyang Lana and Zhou Huiyan, both wearing satisfied smiles, drifted off to sleep. However, Chun Mo was wide awake. He went to the living room alone and quietly lit a cigarette. As he enjoyed the moment, gazing at the dreamy night scene of the metropolis, he couldn't help but feel a bit reflective. In just a few short months, his life had undergone a tremendous transformation. Financial freedom and freedom with beautiful women. Just these two aspects are goals that most men struggle their entire lives to achieve. Lost in thought, he took out his phone and sent a message to Rosa, Suguer, and Jiang Xiaoyu. Opening a large supermarket in the metropolis was no easy task. So Chun Mo naturally needed to find some capable hands to help. To be fair, among all the women in the supermarket, Rosa and her two friends not only had the highest looks, but also possessed stronger personal abilities than the others. Having them lead the charge was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. At 10 a.m. the next day, Rosa and the others arrived at the hotel. However, upon seeing Ouyang Lana and Zhou Huiyan, the three girls suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. They were all stunning beauties, but there were levels to it. With the presence of a cold beauty ahead and now two equally stunning women, it was hard to imagine how they would compete for Chun Mo's favor in the future. Chun Mo didn't think too much about it. After briefly introducing both parties, he smiled and said, "I'm going to open a large supermarket here in the metropolis, and I value all three of you highly. I might need to increase your responsibilities a bit. Is that okay?" Hearing Chun Mo's words, the three girls exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they saw surprise and delight. Coming to this larger stage was clearly a fantastic opportunity. Who would refuse? Rosa was the first to smile brightly. "Mr. Chun, I'm thrilled to have this great opportunity from you. How could I possibly oppose?" "Yes, I feel the same way as Sister Shasha," added Suguer. Listening to the girls' responses, while Chun Mo wasn't surprised, he felt particularly pleased. It had been almost a month since he last saw these beauties, so he naturally wouldn't neglect them. Fortunately, the presidential suite had a big enough bed, and the wonderful experiences shared there could only be fully appreciated by Chun Mo himself. Jiangxing's supermarket had become one of the more high-end, trendy supermarkets in the country. Although its fame hadn't yet reached the levels of top-tier supermarkets, it had certainly garnered a decent following. Taking advantage of the internet, Suguer released an important announcement regarding the supermarket today. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., the big boss of a certain supermarket will personally announce an important matter in the lobby of a luxury hotel in a major city, welcoming media from all directions. This news quickly climbed to trending status. Due to a reluctance to face the camera, the identity of this mysterious figure remains shrouded in secrecy. Many people online have mixed opinions about this extraordinarily wealthy boss. On one hand, after 2 rounds of salary increases, most employees at the supermarket can now earn as much as 15,000 yuan. Such generous benefits are not common even in 3rd and 4th tier cities. Even in a 1st tier metropolis, it's considered quite impressive for the service industry. Chapter 205 Press Conference for Employee Recruitment in terms of employee benefits and salaries. In some ways, Homejoy Supermarket has basically reached the level of a leading player in the domestic market. On the other hand, the style of Boss Chen Supermarket, while winning praise from many customers, has also faced a lot of resistance online. There are voices saying that the supermarket's approach is morally questionable, and that the owner must have ulterior motives. It's just a case of sour grapes, really. But in any case, driven by internet entertainment, Homejoy Supermarket in Jiangxing has indeed become a highly popular online celebrity supermarket. Tomorrow, the big boss of the supermarket will personally hold a press conference at the Bulgari Hotel in the bustling city, which has caught the attention of many keen observers. After another wonderful evening, at 10 a.m., the banquet hall of the Bulgari Hotel has been fully booked by Boss Chen. Journalists from various media outlets, along with numerous influencers, have gathered, totaling around 200 people. Chen Mo, with a calm expression, stepped up to the podium. Instantly, a flurry of camera flashes erupted from the audience. Boss Chen showed no change in his expression. Holding the microphone, he spoke confidently. My name is Chen Mo, the owner of Homejoy Supermarket. Welcome everyone to this press conference. I believe you are all very curious as to why I traveled all the way from Jiangxing to hold a press conference here in the bustling city. Hearing Chen Mo's smiling words, many in the audience exchanged knowing smiles. Seeing this, Chen Mo continued without hesitation. The reason I chose to hold the press conference here is that I plan to open a branch of Homejoy Supermarket in this city as well. The location has already been planned, on the 1st and 2nd floors of the Jinxi Commercial Building at the Bund, a super large shopping area of 24,000 square meters. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. The Jinxi Commercial Building is located in a prime commercial area where space is extremely valuable. No one expected such a bold move from Boss Chen at this press conference. A girl wearing glasses was the first to raise her hand and ask, Mr. Chen, as far as I know, your Homejoy Supermarket in Jiangxing has a total area of only over 3,000 square meters. Isn't it a bit reckless to open such a large branch in this city all of a sudden? In response, Chen Mo smiled gently and shook his head. The term reckless used by this lady is not quite appropriate. I believe you are all somewhat familiar with the operational model of Homejoy Supermarket in Jiangxing. Since I'm already expanding beyond Jiangxing, I naturally want to take a gradual approach. Moreover, the purpose of today's press conference is not only to announce this matter, but also to invite all large renovation design companies in this city through your influence. I want to transform the Homejoy Supermarket branch here into an ultra-luxurious, modern concept supermarket. Whoever can provide me with the most satisfactory design, I will award this project to them. Here, I can promise that as long as the design plan satisfies me, the renovation costs can be paid at the highest industry rate. Upon hearing this bold statement from the owner, the audience erupted in astonishment. The grandiosity of the supermarket owner surpassed everyone's imagination. In this unfavorable economic environment, even the wealthiest companies are budgeting carefully. The way Chen Mo operates is undoubtedly the most extravagant approach they have ever seen. A female journalist raised her hand and asked, Mr. Chen, with a renovation budget of over 20,000 square meters, reaching the top level would require at least $1 billion in funds. May I ask, is your supermarket in Jiangxing really that profitable? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo smiled faintly. Hee. You can surely calculate the profits and losses of the supermarket in Jiangxing. How could it possibly be profitable? I have many other industries in the country, so funding is not an issue at all. Opening a supermarket is just a dream of mine. I hope to make the Jia Jia Lu brand the strongest in the country, or even the world. After hearing Chen's explosive words, the audience inexplicably became excited. To invest over $1 billion in pursuit of a dream. Undoubtedly, Chen's wealth and strength were rising rapidly in everyone's mind. He had even reached the level of a Forbes billionaire. It's hard to imagine that there is such a low-key, invisible tycoon in the country. Most of them, as news media, found this piece of information sufficient for hype. Seeing that no one had further questions, Chen continued with a faint smile. Additionally, during today's press conference, I would like to leverage your influence to publicly announce a recruitment event nationwide. The Jiajiala supermarket in the metropolis, as a super large market, plans to hire at least 1,000 employees. Positions include store manager, deputy store manager, and various management roles, totaling around 30 positions. For this group of management personnel, I want to impose image requirements, but their work abilities must be outstanding. As for the benefits and salaries for management personnel, monthly salaries will range from 30,000 to 100,000. For employees in logistics, security, warehouses, fresh produce, kitchens, and other departments, they must present a decent appearance and be no older than 30 years. Other conditions will be announced through our online marketing channels, and selections will be made based on merit. As for their benefits, the monthly salary is temporarily set at 20,000. Lastly, we have the supermarket sales staff, who are crucial to Jiajiala. There are minimal requirements in other areas, but the appearance criteria will be even higher than those for the Jiangqing store. With higher standards come better benefits. Their monthly salary is temporarily set at 30,000. And those who perform well will also receive additional bonuses at the beginning of the month. Furthermore, just like the Jiangqing store, the branch in the metropolis will not withhold any wages and will ensure timely payment at the beginning of each month. All employees will have a single day off each week, with daily working hours not exceeding 6. They are also entitled to all statutory holidays, as well as 10 days of annual leave each year, and access to a luxurious canteen at the supermarket for free. In short, I can offer the best benefits in the supermarket industry. For those who want this job, there will be a recruitment event at the Grand Square in half a month. Listening to Boss Chen's description, the audience was completely astonished. Compared to the extravagant benefits offered by the supermarket, the image requirements proposed by Chun Mo were insignificant. There were even a few well-presented young women in the audience who felt a strong urge to apply. It's no exaggeration to say that the benefits described by Boss Chen are absolutely far superior to their current jobs as reporters. Chapter 206, Top Beauty Dong Qianqian. Less than half an hour after the press conference, a large branch of Jejia supermarket opened in the bustling city. The handsome and wealthy owner, along with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan for supermarket staff and an array of outstanding benefits. This information quickly climbed to the trending list on the internet. In no time, many people felt envious. In today's environment, apart from factory workers, even a regular supermarket job paying 3,000 to 4,000 yuan is hard to come by. Compared to that, the positions offered by Jejia Supermarket are simply extraordinary in terms of benefits. Of course, with such a strict requirement for appearance, many could only sigh in envy. The owner made it clear that even warehouse workers must have good looks and be under 30 years old. Regardless, amidst the frenzy of Jejia Supermarket's recruitment information, many self-proclaimed attractive young women turned their attention to the splendid commercial building in the city. No diploma or work experience required. Who wouldn't want to try their luck at such a great opportunity? Later that day, several reputable renovation companies actively extended offers. After some comparisons, Chun Mo ultimately chose 2 companies to collaborate, which would speed up the renovation process. According to the owner's vision, the first and second floors would serve as the supermarket's main area, styled to be both luxurious and comfortable. The third floor would be designated as Chun Mo's personal retreat, with a separate area of 2,000 square meters. The decoration style would mimic that of a 5-star hotel presidential suite, aiming for extravagance. The remaining 8,000 square meters would be allocated to create a leisure area for supermarket employees. This would include a small kitchen, a gym, an indoor swimming pool, and a lounge, all concentrated in this area. The last 3,000 square meters would be used for office space. After discussions, the 2 renovation companies quoted an exorbitant fee of 180 million. The owner didn't even negotiate and agreed immediately. After all, it was all covered by the system, and as long as the price wasn't outrageous, he could accept it. Once the contract was signed, work commenced the next day. As the renovation of Jejia Supermarket progressed rapidly, Chun Mo decided to call in Wang Hong and Zhou Jingye. He was very satisfied with these 2 capable assistants. Now was the time to utilize their skills, and Chun Mo was too lazy to hire a new store manager and purchasing manager. Both of their benefits had doubled compared to their previous jobs. Naturally, they were more than willing with such arrangements. Setting aside the benefits, who wouldn't want to develop in a larger space? Zhou Jingye was just excited, with no other thoughts. But Wang Hong started to overthink a bit. during a one-on-one meeting with the boss to report on work. She wore a bright smile and unconsciously straightened her posture. "Thank you, boss, for giving me such a great opportunity. I will definitely work hard to repay your kindness." It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as the boss waved his hand casually, the woman would probably obediently kneel down. However, it was indeed difficult for the boss to have any other thoughts about a woman who was a few years older than him. In a moment of contemplation, he checked the information about her. Name: Wang Hong. Age: 38. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 56 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 83 points. Purity: -2. The information displayed was roughly what the boss had imagined. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "Manager Wang, you don't need to be so polite. The benefits you have now are all earned through your personal abilities." Seeing that the boss did not show any other intentions, Wang Hong felt a bit disappointed. However, this was somewhat expected, and she quickly adjusted her mindset. Since shortcuts were not an option, she would have to rely on her outstanding work abilities to secure a better future. Half a month passed quickly. With the hard work of 2 large renovation companies, the supermarket renovation was nearing completion. Early one morning, at a bustling commercial plaza, a scene more spectacular than a beauty pageant unfolded. Pure, sexy, charming, dignified, various kinds of beautiful women appeared one after another. Wang Hong specifically applied for a management position at the supermarket, while several other girls applied for logistics, security, fresh produce, warehouse, and other positions. As for the most important supermarket cashiers, the boss would definitely take charge himself. He casually glanced at the long line of beautiful women. Such a grand scene made the boss involuntarily smile. In this moment, he felt a bit like an emperor selecting concubines. Of course, ordinary beauties no longer caught his eye. The reason for selecting so many beautiful cashiers, aside from making the store more visually appealing, was to create a unique and charming supermarket. According to the criteria, the boss wouldn't even consider anyone with an overall attractiveness score below 80. Unless their figure and looks were exceptionally outstanding, he might ask a few questions. Under his scrutiny, the hiring of cashiers went quite smoothly. Before long, a large group of charming women stood behind him, at least 100 by estimation. It's no exaggeration to say that any random selection would leave many men drooling. After being surrounded by top beauties like Lung Yu, Ouyang Lana, Baiying Xue, and Zhou Huiyan, the boss's standards had risen significantly, and he now approached the recruitment process with an appreciative attitude. Just as he was feeling calm, a girl in casual white clothing slowly approached. Dong Qianqian. Not only was her appearance outstanding, but she also had an impressive figure. After being showered with white flowers, Boss Chen couldn't help but feel a slight glimmer in his eyes. In a moment of thought, he directly opened the transparent panel. Name: Dong Qianqian. Age: 23. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 53 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 93 points. Purity level: -1. Aside from the purity level, everything else was impeccable. The overall attractiveness score was even higher than any woman beside Chen Mo. In fact, if just looking at her face, Dong Qianqian was not necessarily more outstanding than others like Zhou Huiyan. The reason for such a high attractiveness score, Boss Chen could probably guess, was largely due to the incredibly stunning figure of the girl. A casual glance suggested that even the most striking figure around, like Luo Shasha, might still fall slightly short. A monthly salary of 30,000 could attract such a top-tier beauty, which was somewhat beyond Boss Chen's expectations. Chapter 207. Exceptional promotion for Dong Qianqian. In a moment of thought, Boss Chen's masculine instincts were fully ignited. He carefully reviewed the information about the young woman presented to him, and then let out a soft "oh." He looked up and asked, "Is your hometown also near Jiangxing?" Hearing Boss Chen's question, Dong Qianqian smiled lightly. "My hometown is in Wushui Town, Jiangxing. After graduating from university in a major city, I found a related job here, but I'm not too satisfied with the salary and benefits. When I saw your recruitment information online, I realized that a star enterprise had emerged in Jiangxing, so I decided to come here and try my luck." After hearing her calm and poised response, Chen Mo was quite pleased. He smiled and said, "I looked at your information, and it seems you studied finance in university, right? Applying for a supermarket sales position is a bit of a waste of your talents. How about this? I can offer you a position as the deputy manager of the supermarket's finance department, with a monthly salary of 50,000. What do you think?" Upon hearing Boss Chen's words, Dong Qianqian's expression slightly froze. Before coming here, She had naturally researched the business model of the supermarket. Given her outstanding appearance, she was quite confident about applying for the sales position. However, hearing the boss suddenly offer her a promotion and raise left her somewhat bewildered. After a moment of being stunned, her face finally showed a surprised and excited expression. She asked, a bit nervously, "But I just graduated and don't have much work experience. Can I handle this job?" Seeing her question, Chun Mo's smile remained. He replied calmly, "Our supermarket greatly values outstanding talents like you. Plus, since we are from the same hometown, there shouldn't be any issues. Lack of experience can be learned. So, are you interested?" With such an unexpected opportunity falling into her lap, could Dong Chanqian say she wasn't interested? She quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Chun, for your support. I will definitely study hard and live up to your expectations." This scene of Boss Chun interviewing Dong Chanqian made the other candidates envious to the point of feeling overwhelmed. They all had impeccable figures and looks to pass the interview. However, compared to Dong Chanqian, they were clearly not in the same league. In the eyes of capitalists, appearance is indeed a resource. After Dong Chanqian, there were no more candidates with a score above 9 in terms of looks. By around 11 in the morning, the interviews were finally wrapping up. After tallying, a total of 1,042 people were recruited today. Among them, Boss Chun had hired an impressive 614 attractive sales staff. Other management and administrative positions were fewer than 100. The rest were employees from other departments. After consulting with Wang Hong, it was determined that these employees were basically sufficient. He then called over Manager Zhou. "Manager Zhou, please go and procure a batch of supermarket uniforms. All employees except for the sales staff should be outfitted with the standard work uniforms. As for the sales staff in the store, their uniforms all adopt the style from a certain supermarket chain. Besides being form-fitting and attractive, they must not be the same for an entire week. I will transfer 10 million to the financial account as procurement funds for clothing shortly." After hearing the boss's instructions, Zhou Jingyan naturally didn't dare to voice any objections. He is quite capable and managed to procure all the uniforms on the same day. Subsequently, he gathered all the employees together and distributed the uniforms. He then casually stated, "Although the supermarket hasn't officially opened yet, your benefits will start from today. Sales staff, what you wear each day will be coordinated by Luo Shasha and Zhang Xiaoyu in the group later. Starting tomorrow, until the supermarket officially opens, you must rehearse daily from 8 to 10 a.m. at Jinxiu Square to attract customers for the grand opening." At this point, Chun Mo paused slightly. "That will be all for today. Everyone except Manager Gong and Deputy Financial Manager Dong Chanqian can leave." After hearing the boss's words, many looked at Dong Chanqian with envy. There is no doubt that being favored by the big boss means her career at the supermarket will be smooth sailing. Before long, only a few people remained in the supermarket. Besides Dong Chanqian and Wang Hong, Luo Shasha, Zhang Xiaoyu, Su Ge, Ouyang Lana, and Zhou Huiyan were also present. The girls were naturally excited, while Dong Chanqian and Wang Hong felt a bit flattered. Of course, even if treated favorably by the big boss, Wang Hong dared not think too much, not to mention the many outstanding beauties present. Just among the 600 beautiful sales staff recruited today, there were many who surpassed her in looks. Under such specific circumstances, she was certainly self-aware. Chen Mo didn't think too much, glancing at Dong Chanqian. He then instructed Wang Hong, "Manager Wang, the supermarket opening may take another half-month. During this time, focus on planning the membership program." Hearing this, Wang Hong hesitated and asked, "Mr. Chun, will the membership fee standards follow the ones from the supermarket in Jiangxing?" "Haha, with such a grand setup, the standards will definitely be significantly raised. The supermarket in the city primarily targets high-end elite customers. Quarterly cards will no longer be available. To enter the supermarket, customers must purchase an annual card for 1,000 yuan. Besides providing customers with a unique and enjoyable shopping experience, all services in the supermarket must be elevated to the highest level." Upon hearing this, Wang Hong was slightly taken aback. "Manager, won't the 1,000 yuan annual membership fee be too high?" "Haha, I'm not looking to profit from this membership fee. I'm just helping the supermarket filter high-end customers. Moreover, the employees at the supermarket earn a high salary of 30,000, so is a threshold of 1,000 really that high?" Upon hearing this, although Wang Hong still felt it was somewhat inappropriate, she didn't dare to contradict anymore. "Mr. Chun, I will start working on this tomorrow, but I still need Su Guer to help me with the promotion." Without waiting for Mr. Chen to respond, Su Guer smiled, and replied proactively. Don't worry, Manager Wang. I definitely won't drop the ball on the online promotion. Seeing this, Chun Mo smiled lightly. Manager Wang, then it's settled. You can leave work now. After Wang Hong left, Mr. Chun then turned to look at Dong Qianqian with a beaming smile. Chapter 208. Another bonus discovered under the gaze of Boss Chun. Dong Qianqian felt inexplicably nervous. Although she wasn't entirely clear about the relationship between the 5 beautiful women and the boss, she had some guesses in her mind. In this day and age, workplace unspoken rules are no longer a novelty. Moreover, with a man as handsome and dominant as Boss Chun. To be honest, from the moment she was promoted to assistant financial manager after her interview today, Dong Qianqian had a slight psychological preparation. She just didn't expect that on the first day, Boss Chun might already have intentions towards her. If that were the case, should she refuse? While Dong Qianqian's mind was wandering, she heard Chun Mo say with a smile. Dong Qianqian, Luo Shasha, Jiang Xiaoyu, and Su Guo are all from Jiangxing. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask them. Hearing this, Dong Qianqian quickly nodded. Got it, Mr. Chun. Luo Shasha and the others felt a bit bitter at this scene. As Chun Mo's career flourished, the beauty around him only became more stunning. It was easy to guess that the reason Boss Chun made an exception to promote Dong Qianqian was her outstanding looks and figure. Of course, despite their bitterness, the girls didn't dare to show any signs of discontent. After all, with bonuses easily reaching hundreds of thousands each month, who would dare to complain under such lavish benefits? After introducing Dong Qianqian to the other girls, Chun Mo didn't plan to do anything to her today. After letting her familiarize herself with the others, he allowed her to leave work early. The next day, the scenery at Jinxiu Square was even more beautiful. Compared to the interview scene yesterday, the girls were now wearing matching sexy uniforms. Led by Luo Shasha and Jiang Xiaoyu, they performed a simple yet charming sexy square dance. Each one of them had stunning looks and long, fair legs. The crowd around the square had at least multiplied compared to yesterday. The male onlookers could hardly imagine what a joyful experience it would be to shop at such a supermarket in the future. On the other side, dozens of handsome young security guards, dressed in matching uniforms, were doing aerobics. This too stirred the hearts of the female onlookers. Taking advantage of this momentum, Wang Hong promoted the supermarket's 1,000 yuan membership entry fee with a banner. For a moment, such a high entry threshold at the supermarket raised eyebrows among many people. However, in a metropolis known for high consumption, 1,000 yuan was just a drop in the bucket for many. Some couldn't accept it, while others felt indifferent. Some even thought it was quite a bargain. After all, even attending a car show to see beautiful women required an entry fee, and the ticket prices were not low. The unique scene at the supermarket is truly captivating, with stunning individuals in both quality and quantity, far surpassing any level of auto show. At just 1,000 a year, that's less than 3 a day. The value for money is quite remarkable. With this in mind, quite a few people came to inquire on site. Seeing this situation, the manager felt a sigh of relief. She was genuinely worried that the high threshold for membership cards set by the owner would deter customers on opening day, which would be quite the embarrassment. With such great benefits, she sincerely hoped that the new branch would thrive exceptionally well. Throughout this period, the owner remained completely calm. He had a deep understanding of human nature. In other places, the thresholds would certainly not be set so high. However, in a highly developed economic area, it was a different story. They aimed to create top-notch shopping services and experiences, along with various attractive individuals to appreciate. Spending 1,000 a year is really not much. It's definitely more cost-effective than going to a nightclub. In the following days, the ladies showcased different alluring outfits each day, bringing unprecedented popularity to the plaza. Once the membership card setup was complete, they started issuing cards right in the plaza. On the first day, there were 5,466 new members. The second day saw 7,286 new members. By the third day, there were 8,883 new members. In just 3 days, the membership cards generated over 20 million in revenue for the owner. In the following days, driven by social media, the number of new members continued to rise daily. By the day before the opening, the total membership count had already exceeded 100,000. This means that even before the supermarket opened, the membership cards alone had already brought in over 100 million in net income for the owner. Naturally, when the owner was pleased, bonuses had to be distributed. That day, all 1,000 staff members gathered together. Everyone's performance during this time had been quite impressive, especially the sales staff, who had contributed significantly to the store's popularity. With the opening just around the corner, bonuses were to be given out as encouragement. As he spoke, the owner signaled with his eyes. A dozen security personnel excitedly brought out bags of cash that had been prepared in advance, placing them all on the table. With the end of the month approaching, the branch had 40 million set aside for employee benefits. And the owner certainly wouldn't let it go to waste. Everyone present was likely witnessing this much cash for the first time in their lives. Looking at the piles of red bills on the table, the visual impact left everyone in awe. Their hearts raced uncontrollably. My goodness, how much bonus is the owner planning to distribute? Chun Imo looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd, a smile unwavering on his face. Starting with the management staff, let us line up to receive the bonuses. Enjoying the adoring gazes during the bonus distribution is a pleasure in itself. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Boss Chun doesn't want to delegate this task to others. The cash is all in stacks of 10,000, making it quite convenient for distribution. For capable aides like Wang Hong and Zhou Jingya, as well as Ouyang Lana, Zhou Huiyan, Luo Shasha, Jiang Xiaoyu, and Su Guo, each received a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Of course, the several ladies also have fixed bonuses in the WeChat group, so this 100,000 yuan is just an extra surprise for them. The rest of the management team, as well as the attractive sales staff, logistics, warehouse employees, etc. Boss Chun decided on bonuses ranging from 20,000 to 50,000 yuan based on his personal preferences. Regardless of whether it was 20,000 or 50,000, everyone expressed heartfelt gratitude after receiving their bonuses. Thank you, General Manager Chun. Chapter 209. Swimming with several beauties. Some of the girls estimated in their hearts that the bonuses Boss Chun gave out today were probably close to 40 million. Just thinking about it made their hearts tremble. Who wouldn't like such a handsome and generous boss? Their eyes sparkled, and they almost wanted to leap forward and take a bite. Not only the girls, but even employees from other departments were astonished and excited. Boss Chun's actions today had even overturned their worldview. In the country, there might be a few extravagant companies that give cash bonuses to outstanding employees at the end of the year. But to give out large cash prizes like Boss Chun did before the company even officially opened, it's not just that they had never seen it. They hadn't even heard of it. Could it be that the boss's money came from the wind? Among everyone, perhaps only Rosa and a few other girls felt the calmest. In just a few months, they had seen so many incredible things from Chun Imo. Even the most extravagant scenes had given them a considerable immunity. Then there was another top beauty, Dong Qianqian. As an outstanding talent personally guided by Boss Chun, she had just received a maximum bonus of 50,000. It's worth noting that her previous job at a large company only paid a little over 10,000. Much of it was still due to her stunning figure and looks. Otherwise, for someone like Dong Qianqian, who had just graduated from university, finding a job with a high salary of over 10,000 would already be considered very good. By a twist of fate, she came to the supermarket and was directly promoted to deputy finance manager by Boss Chun. Not only did she receive a super luxurious high salary, but she also received a 50,000 bonus before even officially starting her job. As someone personally promoted by the boss, Dong Qianqian naturally had more thoughts than the other girls. It took nearly 3 hours to distribute all the bonuses. Seeing the employees' faces filled with excitement, Chun Imo smiled faintly. Tomorrow the supermarket officially opens, and he hoped everyone would be in high spirits to welcome a good start. You are all familiar with the supermarket's specific rules and regulations. I'll say it again, as long as you work hard, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Of course, if anyone dares to let me down, I can only ask you to go back where you came from. Hearing this from Boss Chun, everyone felt a slight tightening in their hearts. With such incredible benefits at the supermarket, losing their job due to any mistakes would surely lead to deep regret. All right, the supermarket opens tomorrow, and it will surely be a bit tiring, so everyone should go home early to rest. It's time to get off work. Boss Chun's private space on the 3rd floor of the supermarket has been completed. A spacious 2,000 square meters has been transformed into a 2-level loft. The luxury level is no less than that of a presidential suite in a high-end hotel. In addition to a spacious 200 square meter master bedroom, there are also 10 luxurious secondary bedrooms, each measuring 80 square meters. Every bedroom is equipped with an ultra-luxurious large soaking tub. Even if all the ladies come to this vibrant city, arrangements can be made easily. Additionally, In the employee leisure area, there is an 800 square meter indoor heated swimming pool. Thinking about how he hasn't experienced it yet, the boss felt a slight stir in his heart. He decided to invite 5 ladies, including Rosa, Jiang, Su, Ouyang, and Zhou, to join him for a swim, all dressed in swimsuits. The ladies didn't seem to feel any discomfort. Ouyang smiled first and said, "Boss, let us go to the room and change into our swimsuits." Hearing this, the boss couldn't help but smile slightly and replied, "Since the entire 3rd floor is empty, let us change right here." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the ladies were momentarily stunned. Rosa's eyes flickered as she bit her lip, and she was the first to express her agreement. Seeing this, although Ouyang and the others felt a bit awkward, they understood it was important for the boss's favor, and one by one, they shyly changed into their swimsuits. The boss's smile grew even wider. As long as a man has enough money and is generous, even the most beautiful goddess will behave like a well-behaved kitten. The water in the swimming pool is kept at a comfortable temperature of around 30 degrees, making it quite pleasant to soak in. Rosa turned out to be a great swimmer and started moving through the water first. With her stunning figure, the boss found it quite pleasing to the eye. Jiang, Su, and Ouyang seemed to have taken a swimming class and could only manage the basics. Their swimming strokes were nowhere near as graceful as Rosa's. As for Zhou, she didn't even dare to step forward in the shallow water, clearly not knowing how to swim at all. Seeing this, the boss swam over to Zhou with a perfect stroke and said with a grin, "Zhou, can't you swim?" Zhou, the beautiful lady, chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Boss, I'm embarrassed to say that I've never learned to swim." "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Come on, I'll teach you," he said, raising his hands above the water. Zhou didn't hold back and laid her whole body on the boss's hands. The soft feeling was indeed quite unique. Without needing to say much, Zhou kicked her legs vigorously and broke into a bright smile. "I didn't expect swimming to be so much fun." Hearing this, the boss had a mischievous smile on his face and suddenly loosened his grip. Without support, Zhou panicked and instinctively grabbed onto the boss's arms, her delicate body clinging tightly to him like an octopus. Seeing this, the boss burst into laughter. "This is still the shallow end. Let us get you down." Hearing Boss Chen's words, Zhou Huiyan's little face couldn't help but blush slightly. She tentatively tested the water with her foot, and after standing up straight, the water level was just at her chest. Immediately, she gave a playful glare. "Boss Chen, you're really bad." "Hee hee. All right, I was just teasing you earlier. Come on. Today I must teach you." Although he said this, a little over 10 minutes later, Chen Mo didn't feel any fatigue, but Zhou Huiyan was already exhausted. Shaking her head and gasping for breath, she said, "Boss Chen, I can't do it anymore. It's too tiring. I really can't learn." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo naturally wouldn't force her. He smiled and said, "Then you can just play around in the shallow water with Ouyang, Lana, and the others. I'll go swim a few laps in the deep water." After saying that, he struck a standard pose with his hands and swam directly towards Luoshasha. Chapter 210. Let Dong Qianqian make a choice in the deep end of the swimming pool. When Luoshasha saw Chen Mo swimming towards her, her eyes lit up slightly. As more and more beautiful women gathered around Chen, Luoshasha felt a mix of emotions that she couldn't quite express. It had been almost a month since she arrived in this city, and apart from the first day, there had only been a meager encounter. The stunning Luoshasha was already quite starved for attention. Just moments ago, she had watched Chen teach Zhou Huiyan how to swim hand in hand. If she said she wasn't jealous, she probably wouldn't believe it herself. Lost in her thoughts, Chen Mo swam right up to her. Teasingly, he said, "Luoshasha, you're not a swimmer, are you? Your strokes are so perfect." Hearing this, a sly smile appeared in Luoshasha's eyes. She didn't respond directly. Instead, she gently dove into the water and swam right underneath Chen. Chen Mo hadn't even realized what she was up to. In an instant, an unprecedented sensation surged deep within his soul. About 20 seconds later, Luoshasha emerged from the water, her face revealing a charming expression as she whispered, "Mr. Chen, how did I do?" Hearing Luoshasha's question, Chen Mo chuckled. "It seems you're quite eager." At this, Luoshasha's eyes showed a hint of longing. "Mr. Chen, I know you've been very busy lately. Can I come to your room tonight?" "Ha ha. Of course, no problem. Let us swim a couple of laps first." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Luoshasha's face lit up with joy. She softly replied, and immediately executed a perfect stroke, darting away like a mermaid. The next day, the grand opening of the supermarket branch in the city officially commenced. Many customers who had obtained membership cards eagerly flooded into the store. The spacious layout, luxurious decorations, and a wide array of high-end products, combined with the enthusiastic smiles of the beautiful staff. At that moment, most people felt that the 1,000 yuan membership fee was truly worth it. On the first day of opening, the store experienced an explosive level of business. Dozens of cash registers had long lines. The supermarket's revenue skyrocketed, surpassing 10 million before 4 p.m. By 7 p.m., the foot traffic reached a staggering level. Chen Mo sat in his office, watching the live footage on the monitor, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before this supermarket branch became one of the top in the country. Feeling elated, he suddenly thought of Leng Yue. This woman had been away for over a month, and every time he called, she was in a different location. Europe, Africa, South America, and even the Arctic. She claimed she wanted to truly experience a world tour. The young woman wanted this experience, and Chen Mo naturally had nothing to say about it. He could probably guess that there was a hint of defiance in her thoughts. After all, he had a system to give him an edge. Otherwise, how could a proud woman like Leng Yue possibly share the same man with other women? In his thoughts, Chen Mo suddenly remembered Dong Qianqian from the finance department. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he directly called the finance department. Soon, a sweet voice came through the phone, President Chen. Without any unnecessary words, he said, "Have manager Dong Qianqian come to my office." After hanging up, a few minutes later, Dong Qianqian, dressed in professional attire, knocked and walked in. Although her outfit wasn't as sexy as those worn by salesgirls, with her figure, she could pull off any clothing with her unique charm. For instance, this professional outfit looked striking on her. Seeing President Chen's fiery gaze, Dong Qianqian's fair face couldn't help but blush slightly. She quietly asked, "President Chen, is there something you need to see me about?" "Not much. Just wanted to ask if you're getting along well at work today." "Ah, thank you for your concern, President Chen. My colleagues in the finance department are treating me well." Chen Mo wasn't surprised by her answer. Everyone knew that Dong Qianqian had been promoted by him against the norm. Under such circumstances, who would dare to mistreat her? In his thoughts, he suddenly asked, "Dong Qianqian, do you have a boyfriend now?" Hearing this, Dong Qianqian was slightly taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, she weakly replied, "President Chen, I had a boyfriend during university, but after graduation, he went back to Yanjing." Knowing the young woman's purity from the system, Chen Mo felt no disappointment. He continued to smile and asked, "How's your relationship with him now?" Hearing the boss ask such things repeatedly, Dong Qianqian wasn't foolish. She could probably guess what the man in front of her was thinking. The boyfriend she had in university was quite outstanding in both looks and family background, and they still kept in touch frequently. As for what the future held, Dong Qianqian couldn't say for sure. However, after hearing President Chen's question, her heart began to struggle. After thinking for a moment, she inadvertently replied, "President Chen, I've been in touch with him less and less." Upon hearing this, the corners of Chen Mo's mouth lifted slightly. He chuckled and said, "So can I understand this as you currently being single?" After hearing the boss's words, Dong Qianqian's heart raced. On one side was a life of wealth and success, while on the other was the betrayal of her pure love. However, after her subconscious response just now, Dong Qianqian had already made a decision in her heart. After a brief, symbolic struggle, she softly acknowledged with a sound, then bit her lip and asked, "President Chen, why are you asking about this?" "Hee, I won't beat around the bush. Dong Qianqian, I really admire your looks and figure. Now, I'm giving you a choice. If you're willing to be my woman, in addition to the fixed salary from the supermarket, I will give you an extra bonus of 500,000 every month. Of course, I won't force anyone into romantic relationships. If you're not willing, just pretend I didn't say anything and continue being your honest self as the deputy finance manager." After saying this, Chen Mo leaned back slightly in his office chair, waiting for her decision. Upon hearing Chen's words, Dong Qianqian's heart started to tremble violently. Chapter 211. Winning over Dong Qianqian. The conditions offered by Chen Mo were far more generous than Dong Qianqian had imagined. With a monthly salary of 500,000, that amounts to 6 million a year just by lying flat for a year. Just thinking about it made the beautiful Dong feel a bit weak at the knees. Her current boyfriend, although his family is in a major city and his conditions are decent, can only be described as just okay. It seems he has managed to secure a job with a monthly salary of over 30,000 thanks to family connections. For most people, that should be considered quite good. However, Compared to the offer from Mr. Chun, it simply pales in comparison. A salary of 6 million a year under such luxurious conditions. Who could resist the temptation? In any case, Dong Qianqian certainly couldn't resist such allure. After hesitating symbolically for just a moment, she shyly asked, Mr. Chun, are Manager Luo and the others in a similar relationship with you? He chuckled. There's nothing to hide. I already have a dozen or so close female friends. Although I won't make promises to anyone, as long as they are obedient. I won't treat any of them poorly in terms of money. Upon hearing this from Mr. Chun, Dong Qianqian had already had her suspicions and wasn't too surprised. She then gently nodded, Mr. Chun, I'm willing to accept your conditions. Although this response was expected by Mr. Chun, it still caused a wave of exhilaration in his heart. A smile that was hard to describe appeared on his face as he made a beckoning gesture. Seeing this, Dong Qianqian, blushing and with her heart racing, approached Chen Mo. When she noticed his charming expression, he gently wrapped her in his arms. Feeling his embrace, Dong Qianqian felt a little nervous. Mr. Chun, what if someone comes in later? Should we change places? Hearing this, Mr. Chun released his hands and laughed heartily. All right, let us go to my private space, but you must listen to me from now on. After hearing this, Dong Qianqian didn't think too much and simply responded with a soft She had experienced enough between men and women to know what to expect. Not to mention the high returns, just Mr. Chin's handsome looks alone made her unable to entertain any thoughts of refusal. An hour later, the surprise on Dong Qianqian's face intensified. Mr. Chun was even more impressive than she had imagined. Compared to Dong Qianqian's surprise, Chen Mo's feelings were equally indescribable. Even though the girl wasn't a paragon of purity, a beauty like Dong Qianqian, with only a tiny flaw, was surely something any man would be willing to embrace. As they indulged in each other, the supermarket's revenue successfully surpassed the 20 million mark. Although the number of membership cards issued today wasn't as terrifying as in previous days, it still exceeded 6,000. The pure profit from the supermarket, combined with the membership fees. On the first day of opening, the total profit exceeded 10 million. It was not an exaggeration to call it a huge success. After the last customer left, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Feeling refreshed, the owner Chun decided to hold another meeting with all the staff. Today everyone performed well, and the supermarket had a fantastic opening day. As the boss, I feel very pleased. Starting from tomorrow, everyone will work according to the normal schedule. Also, as promised, salaries will be paid at the beginning of the month. After midnight tonight, I will automatically transfer the salaries to your personal accounts. So there's no need for the finance department to handle this. Upon hearing the boss's words, everyone showed expressions of surprise. Although it was indeed a bit tiring on the first day of opening, considering the high returns, this little hardship was nothing. Just yesterday, they had received a substantial bonus. And after midnight tonight, they would be able to receive their salaries right away. Such a conscientious company is rare, not to mention in this country, but even worldwide. It would be hard to find another. Later that night, the ladies found out about Dong Qianqian's situation. However, there was not a hint of surprise on their faces. At the moment when Chun Mo promoted Dong Qianqian, it was probably just a matter of time before the girls compromised. It's no exaggeration to say that under the boss's extravagant spending, how many girls could withstand the test? The next day, the supermarket's booming business showed no signs of weakening. Even many members who shopped the day before would come in just to browse if they had nothing else to do. This level of popularity continued for several days before slowly diminishing. However, the supermarket sales remained above 10 million. Of course, as time went on, sales would definitely continue to decline significantly, but Chen Mo didn't care. As long as the reputation of the supermarket branch in this city grew, whether it made money or not was irrelevant to him. He had billions in his account, and the interest alone was more than he could spend. It's easy to imagine that with more businesses being unlocked and bound in the future, for Chen Mo, money was merely a number. During these days in the master bedroom, Dong Qianqian's graceful figure was always present. One day, after waking up naturally while holding the girl, the phone rang. He picked up the phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face as he quickly pressed the call button. A familiar voice came through the receiver. Mr. Chun, I've arrived at the airport. Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Lung Yu, why didn't you let me know you were coming back? Should I come pick you up? No need. Just tell me the address. I'll take a taxi over. All right then, I'll send you the supermarket address via WeChat. After hanging up, The smile on Chun Mo's face remained as he quickly opened WeChat and sent the address of the building. Seeing this, Dong Qianqian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Chun, who is Lung Yu?" "Hee, my identity is somewhat similar to yours, but it's a bit special." "Oh." Hearing what Boss Chen said, Dong Qianqian cleverly didn't ask any more questions. However, based on her intuition as a woman, she sensed that this woman named Lung Yue held an extraordinary position in the man's heart. An hour later, Lung Yue stood at the entrance of a large supermarket in a bustling city. She was somewhat surprised. It had only been less than 40 days since she last left this man. Yet, in such a precious place, he had opened such a large supermarket. Just as she was astonished, she spotted Boss Chun walking out of the supermarket. Seeing him smiling and opening his arms, Lung Yue hesitated for just a moment before obediently rushing into Boss Chen's embrace. Chapter 212 Binding to Entertainment Company H. After returning from Cold Moon, Boss Chen's nightlife became even more colorful. The Jia Supermarket's branch in the Magic City is also gaining more and more fame. With extremely high employee benefits and a plethora of beautiful sales staff, any one of these aspects is a hot topic. Many internet celebrities have flocked to check in at the store and under the promotion of the internet. In less than half a year, the Jia Supermarket branch in the Magic City has become the hottest supermarket in the country, without a doubt. One day, a heavenly voice finally resonated in Chun Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task issued by the system. Scanning for the next enterprise. Ding! Binding completed. The next enterprise is Ice Point Entertainment from H Country. All shares of Ice Point Entertainment have been transferred to the host. Ding! The initial employee welfare fund for Ice Point Entertainment is 10 billion H yuan per month, equivalent to 50 million in domestic currency. Future transactions will use domestic currency. Ding! Task issued. The host needs to build Ice Point Entertainment into the strongest entertainment company in H Country. The system has already taken care of all the passport procedures for the host, and he can head to H Country at any time. The language system of H Country will be instilled in the host through a direct method. Note, the host cannot bring anyone with him and must go to H Country alone. After hearing the system's introduction in his mind, Chun Mo was quite surprised. He didn't expect the enterprise to be bound to a certain country. However, the system's rule that he could only go alone left Chun Mo a bit puzzled. But thinking of the beauty and talent in the entertainment scene of H Country, his earlier frustration quickly vanished. Moreover, with the system's language knowledge instilled, he instantly reached a proficient level in the H language. He immediately picked up his phone to look up information about Ice Point Entertainment. After searching online and flipping through a couple of pages, he finally found information about this entertainment company in an inconspicuous corner. The total number of artists and regular employees was only 34. Compared to the large entertainment companies in H Country that often have hundreds of employees, this was completely insignificant. After checking the profiles of about a dozen signed artists, aside from their decent looks, they were virtually unknown, with no highlights to speak of. However, with the system's advantages, Chun Mo felt no psychological burden. With financial backing, he was very confident that he could turn this Ice Point Entertainment into a top-tier giant surpassing even the likes of major industry players. Before leaving, he called all the girls to the Magic City for a final gathering. A few days later, at the Magic City International Airport, under the send-off of the girls, Chun Mo resolutely boarded the flight to H Country. Meanwhile, in a not-so-conspicuous building in H Country's Haunt City, the headquarters of Ice Point Entertainment was located here. The company director, Kim Wonju, a beautiful woman in her early 30s, had just received notification from the new boss instructing her to pick someone up at the airport immediately. After the company suddenly changed its big boss, and it turned out to be someone from a certain country, Jean Wenju still felt a bit bewildered. Although Ice Point Entertainment isn't very mainstream, it's the only one in the region completely controlled by someone from that country at this moment. The artists and regular employees under her have been feeling quite negative during this time. Deep down, they are all unwilling to have the company controlled by someone from that country. As the top figure of Ice Point Entertainment, Jean Wenju actually shares this sentiment. However, since it has become a reality, she can only reluctantly accept it. After all, even in economically developed regions, the job market is not too ideal these days. As long as the new big boss does not make significant changes to her salary and benefits, Jean Wenju plans to observe for a while before making any judgments. Lost in thought, she went to the restroom to touch up her makeup. No matter the situation, when facing the new big boss, she at least needed to put on the right attitude on the surface. Later, She arrived at the company's entrance, got into her red BMW, and headed to the airport. Chen Mo arrived at the airport and scanned the arrival hall. He quickly locked onto Jin Wenju, who was holding a sign. The sign had some characters written in a somewhat crooked manner, welcoming Mr. Chen Mo. Seeing that this woman was even more outstanding in appearance than the information suggested, Mr. Chen naturally checked her profile. Name, Jin Wenju. Age, 31. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 88 points. Purity level, -2. From the data, aside from the purity level, this woman's other attributes were quite good. When Jin Wenju caught Chen Mo's gaze, she couldn't help but feel a slight shock. Seeing him walk directly toward her, she hurriedly asked in awkward language, "Are you Mr. Chen?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo nodded directly. With a faint smile, he said, "You must be the director of Ice Point Entertainment, Jin Wenju. I didn't expect you to speak the language." Upon hearing Mr. Chen's response, the shock on Jin Wenju's face intensified. She never anticipated that the new big boss would be so handsome. Compared to the previous bald boss, he was like heaven and earth. As someone who values looks, Chen Mo left a very good first impression on Jin Wenju. Lost in thought, she revealed a delicate smile. "Mr. Chen, I took some time these past few days to learn the language, but I'm not very proficient." Hearing her, Chen Mo directly replied in fluent language. "Director Jin, if it's difficult for you to speak, it's even more difficult for me to understand. Let us communicate in the local language." After hearing his fluent response, Jin Wenju's eyes lit up. Her smile became even brighter. "Wow, I didn't expect Mr. Chen to speak so fluently. It truly surprised me. I used to study this specifically. Let's go. Take me to the company." Mr. Chen, you can follow me." A few minutes later, Mr. Chen smoothly got into Jin Wenju's red BMW. On the way to the company, he admired the exotic scenery along the roadside. It felt just so, even less impressive than back home. He then shifted his gaze back and casually asked, "Director Jin, how many years have you been at the entertainment company?" Hearing Mr. Chen's question, Jin Wenju focused on the road ahead and replied with a smile, "Mr. Chen, I've been with the company for 4 years now, so I'm one of the longest-serving employees. I looked at the profiles of several female artists under the company, and I feel they aren't as pretty as you. With your great conditions, why didn't you choose to be an artist back then?" Upon hearing this, Jin Wenju turned her head and smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chen. I used to be a member of a girl group, coming from one of the 4 major entertainment companies in my country, SM. However, after a performance where I fell off the stage and injured my thigh, I developed a psychological barrier, which led me to switch careers." Chapter 213. Beautiful director Jin Wenju. Hearing what Jin Wenju said, Chen Mo smiled faintly and stopped dwelling on the issue. After a moment of thought, he continued to ask, "You should have a rough idea of the current salaries of all the employees in the company, right? The average salary of our 13 artists is a little over 30,000, while the other regular staff are around 20,000. And what about you, Director Jin?" The previous boss set my salary at 50,000 a month. So, does that mean the total monthly expenses for the 30-some employees at Ice Point Entertainment are less than 1 million? When Chen Mo asked this, Jin Wenju's expression slightly froze. She wasn't quite sure what the big boss meant. Did he think the expenses were too low? She then smiled and nodded. "Well, to be precise, it should be less than 900,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo asked again, "What are the salary conditions like for those top entertainment companies in H country?" Hearing the big boss's question, Jin Wenju thought for a moment before replying, "Currently, the company with the best benefits in our country should be HYBE Entertainment. Their male artists have an average monthly salary of over 400,000. Even the female artists average around 300,000, and the top-tier popular artists earn several million a month." So that means our artists at Ice Point Entertainment are quite insignificant. To be honest, many young people in H country dream of becoming popular artists. But for the vast majority, due to personal qualifications and resources, even after working hard their whole lives, they won't be much better off than ordinary people. With our scale and resources at Ice Point Entertainment, we can attract better artists, and we can barely make a living in the entertainment industry. After listening to Jin Wenju's words, Chen Mo gained some understanding of the entertainment industry in H country. In every industry, the real moneymakers are just that small elite. The vast majority are just cannon fodder. Of course, even as cannon fodder, A glamorous profession like being an artist is still seen as a dream by many young people. Half an hour later, led by Jin Wenju, Chen Mo walked calmly into his company. The entire company was only a few hundred square meters, and aside from a spacious practice room, it was divided into several small rooms. Just looking at the environment, Chen Mo was quite dissatisfied. Upon entering the company, aside from a few starstruck girls showing surprised expressions, most employees displayed a nonchalant attitude. Under such circumstances, Chen Mo's mood naturally wasn't very good. He wasn't there to gauge the employees' reactions. So he directly instructed Jin Wenju, "Have all the artists and staff come to the practice room immediately. I want to hold a small meeting." Facing Chen Mo's command, Jin Wenju naturally dared not be careless. She agreed and began calling people room by room. Before long, including Jin Wenju, a total of 34 employees from Ice Point Entertainment gathered in the practice room. Hearing that everyone had already guessed in their hearts, Jin Wenju still reintroduced. "This is our new boss, Mr. Chen Mo. Let's give him a warm welcome." After saying this, Jin Wenju was the first to applaud. Seeing this, only 3 infatuated girls joined in the applause. Upon noticing this, Jin Wenju suddenly felt a bit awkward and smiled sheepishly at Mr. Chun. "They might not be used to it yet. Please don't take it personally." In response, a cold smile crept onto Chun Mo's face. It seemed that everyone was a bit dissatisfied with their new boss. Since that was the case, a forced situation wouldn't yield good results. Apart from those who just applauded, the others should take the initiative to resign. I won't withhold a single cent of their salaries. After hearing this from the boss, everyone was stunned. Was it just because they didn't clap? Why was there a collective dismissal? In this generally poor employment environment, each one of them, as long as the company benefits remained unchanged, had no real intention of leaving. They just wanted to give the new boss a collective warning. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chen was not going to take the usual route, directly delivering a heavy blow to everyone. At this moment, aside from Jin Wenju and the 3 girls who clapped, the others were bewildered and felt immense regret. A man with a stylish hairstyle was the first to yield. Stepping forward with a humble smile, he said, "Mr. Chun, I am Li Ziming, the HR and finance supervisor of Ice Point Entertainment. We have no dissatisfaction with you at all. It's just that we didn't have the habit of applauding in meetings with the previous boss." Hearing this from the finance supervisor, Chun Mo's cold smile deepened. He completely ignored him and directly looked at Jin Wenju. "Director Jin, just as I said earlier, please handle the resignation procedures for everyone. As for the salaries due, I will transfer the money to the company's account." After hearing the boss's ruthless words, the others were completely panicked. Even those mediocre artists in the company knew that if they really left Ice Point Entertainment, considering their qualifications, finding another entertainment company would be extremely difficult. One of the most beautiful girls immediately showed a pitiful expression. Whether in terms of vocal quality or dancing, she had no standout features. Rising to the position of an artist at Ice Point Entertainment was entirely due to being favored by the previous hefty boss. If she were to be dismissed, her career as an artist would essentially come to an end. In her thoughts, the girl forced a charming expression on her face. "Mr. Chun, I was wrong. Please let me stay. I will agree to anything you ask." In response, while Chun Mo's cold smile remained, he still checked the girl's profile. Name: Park Chae-yoon. Age: 27. Height: 171 centimeters. Weight: 52 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 86 points. Purity: -9. Not to mention that her overall attractiveness did not meet Chun Mo's current aesthetic standards. The purity level of that -9 alone made the boss, Mr. Chun, lose any interest. With a casual wave of his hand, he said, "You don't need to waste your breath. The company needs to transform, and it's inevitable that you will be dismissed." Seeing the new big boss so resolute, even ignoring beauty, the others also fell silent and refrained from flattering him. However, many people's eyes betrayed their resentment, especially the HR and finance director, who had a slick hairstyle, Li Ziming, whose resentment was even more intense. He had a cousin involved in organized crime in a certain country and had already made up his mind. He must find an opportunity to teach Mr. Chen a lesson. Chapter 214. The single beautiful mother. Regarding the resentment from everyone, Chun Mo was completely unconcerned. After his body was transformed into the strongest man on earth by the system, he wasn't even sure how powerful he had become. If anyone wanted to play dirty, Chun Mo would definitely make them understand what true regret meant. After settling accounts, he had paid a total of 800,000 in salaries. For the system's monthly employee welfare fund of 50 million, this was just a drop in the bucket. Half an hour later, at the Ice Point Entertainment Company, besides Jean Wenju, there was only a receptionist and 2 clerks left. The 4 women looked at each other, and even Jean Wenju wore a confused expression. Firing all the artists, can this still be called an entertainment company? Holding on to the worst-case scenario in her heart, Jean Wenju was the first to speak up. Mr. Chun, what are your plans next? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo did not answer directly, but instead cast a calm glance at the few of them. If any of you want to resign, you can bring it up now. I could even give you an extra month's salary. Hearing the boss say this, the few women couldn't help but be slightly startled. After exchanging glances, they managed to resist the temptation. Seeing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. Besides Jean Wenju, the other 3 women might not be considered exceptionally outstanding, but their overall looks were all above 75 points. For ordinary people, they could be regarded as pretty girls. Anyway, since it was the right time to hire, the boss didn't mind. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Jean Wenju and said, "Our company's environment is too shabby. Let us improve your working conditions." Director Jean, I'm not familiar with the environment here. Do you have any good suggestions? Hearing the boss ask this, Jean Wenju was slightly taken aback. Hesitantly, she asked, Mr. Chun, do you mean to relocate the company? Exactly as you think. Do you have any good suggestions? The boss replied affirmatively, causing Jean Wenju to be a bit surprised again. Having just undergone significant layoffs, now they were going to change the company's location? Chun Mo's series of actions left this big beauty from H country quite puzzled. Could it be that he wanted to transition to another line of work? Thinking this way, Jean Wenju couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. As a director of an entertainment company, if she were to step into another industry, she would be completely lost. Amid her thoughts, she tentatively asked again, Mr. Chun, will it still be an entertainment company location? Hearing her question, Chun Mo immediately laughed. Of course it will still be an entertainment company. Otherwise, what do you think I'm planning to do? Upon hearing this, Jean Wenju breathed a sigh of relief while also awkwardly smiling. Mr. Chun, I just wanted to clarify that if we want a larger and more spacious office, it should definitely be in the area of Star Street in Han City. All 4 major entertainment companies in H country have their headquarters located in that area. However, relatively speaking, the rent for the office spaces on Starlight Street is certainly much more expensive than here. Moreover, with nearly 50 million in employee benefits funds, the boss naturally won't worry about these matters. He smiled lightly and said, then I'll leave the office relocation to you. It's best to negotiate the rent month by month. Paying a bit more in deposit is no problem. I'm not very familiar with this either. But don't worry, I will do my best to meet your expectations. Good, if you do a great job on this, I'll give you a raise. Upon hearing the boss's words, Jean Wenju was immediately excited. You can count on me, I will definitely handle this to your satisfaction. In a foreign land, having just arrived, Chen Mo naturally wouldn't schedule his time too tightly. After giving some instructions, he let the other 3 ladies leave work first. Jean Wenju was thinking about quickly following up on the new office location. She smiled and said, Boss, if you have no other instructions, I will go check out the situation on Starlight Street. Hearing this, Chun Mo smiled slightly. Let us go together. I'll find a hotel to stay at while I'm there. Jean Wenju naturally had no objections to the boss's request. After both left the company, she respectfully invited him into her red BMW. Once the car started, Chen Mo casually asked, Director Jean, what is your family situation? Hearing the boss's question, Jean Wenju was momentarily taken aback. Then she revealed a slight bitter smile. Boss, my husband had an accident while serving in the military a few years ago. Now I have 2 daughters at home, so I guess I'm a single mother. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. He continued to ask, with your situation, it shouldn't be too difficult to find a good man, right? Boss, it's not as easy as you say. A good man wouldn't want to marry someone with my burdens, and if the conditions are too poor, I wouldn't be interested either. Over the years, my financial situation has been okay, and I've gotten used to raising my 2 daughters alone. I haven't thought about finding a man again. After listening to Jean Wenju, Chen Mo had a hint of an appreciative smile. You can manage your life well without having to settle for someone else. That's a good mindset. Hearing the boss say this, Jean Wenju was a bit puzzled about what he really meant. She responded symbolically, Thank you for the compliment, boss. After that, Chen Mo didn't ask any more questions. About 10 minutes later, Jean Wenju steadily parked the car in a public parking space. After getting out of the car, she tentatively asked with a smile, Boss, this is Starlight Street. Do you need me to help you find a hotel? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo looked around. The tall buildings here were clearly more impressive, and the area seemed more prosperous. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, I'm not familiar with this place. Having Director Jean as a guide is perfect. Hearing what Boss Chen said, Jean Wenju didn't think much of it. She smiled lightly and said, Mr. Chun, let me take you to the best Rongtai hotel nearby. With that, she took a step forward in a certain direction. Watching Jean Wenju's swaying figure, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a slight stir in his heart. A single mother, and a beautiful girl from a foreign country. No matter which aspect it was, there was still a bit of attraction for him. With this thought in mind, the smile on his face took on a different flavor. As a well-known 5-star hotel in the area, the price for a presidential suite at Rongtai Hotel reaches as high as 180,000 a day. With no worries about money, Chen Mo directly paid for half a month's stay in one go. This extravagant gesture not only made the beautiful receptionist's eyes light up. Beside her, Jean Wenju also showed a hint of unique sparkle in her gaze. Chapter 215. Securing Jean Wenju, adhering to a sense of duty, escorted Mr. Chun to the presidential suite of the hotel. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Mo called her back. Director Jean, please wait a moment. Mr. Chun, do you have any instructions? It's not really an instruction, just sit for a moment. I want to ask you something. Upon hearing this, Jean Wenju didn't think much of it. After a faint smile, she naturally sat down on the sofa in the living room. Seeing this, Chen Mo also sat down comfortably, a smile creeping onto his lips. Director Jean, as a mother of 2 children, have you never thought about living a happier life with them? At Mr. Chen's question, Jean Wenju's expression momentarily froze. Mr. Chun, I don't quite understand what you mean. Haha, Director Jean, I may not understand your culture well, but the principle of getting what you give should be quite similar everywhere, right? You are quite intriguing, and I find you appealing. If you are willing to stay and make me comfortable, I'll double your salary starting this month. Material living conditions determine everything. Wouldn't that mean a better, happier life for you and your 2 children? Hearing Chun Mo's words, Jean Wenju's expression changed slightly. Although she felt some attraction to the man in front of her, it was far from the point of being intimate upon first meeting. Coupled with her sense of national pride, she felt a wave of humiliation sweeping over her. Lost in thought, she quickly stood up from the sofa. With a wary gaze, she said, Mr. Chun, I am not the kind of woman you think I am. Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't show any unusual reaction. He continued to smile. Director Jean, your current salary is 50,000, right? What if I directly double it to 100,000? Upon hearing this, Jean Wenju's expression changed again. However, she still shook her head with difficulty. Even if you raise it to 100,000, I want to agree. Haha, if 100,000 won't do, then how about 150,000? This would be a monthly salary. You really want to consider it? Hearing Mr. Chen's direct offer of increasing the salary, Jean Wenju's heart began to race. Although she was relatively conservative, under Chun Mo's bold monetary assault, she suddenly felt an impulse to compromise. Noticing the drastic change in the woman's expression, Chun Mo's smile remained unchanged. Last offer, a monthly salary of 200,000. If you don't agree, then forget it. Upon hearing this, Jean Wenju's heart trembled violently. After struggling for a moment, she bit her lip and quietly asked, Mr. Chun, is what you said true? Haha. My main purpose in coming to your country is to turn Ice Point Entertainment into the top entertainment company. A mere 200,000 monthly salary. Do I really need to deceive you? Upon hearing this, Jean Wenju's heart trembled even more. If what the big boss said is true, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity for her as a director. That said, even if the entertainment company doesn't reach such heights, a monthly salary of 200,000 is already enough for Jean Wenju to set aside all her pride. Lost in thought, the woman's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head and softly replied, Mr. Chun, as long as what you say is true, I am willing to agree to anything. Hearing her declaration, Chun Mo's smile widened even more. Is that so? Then come over and kneel. He harbored no compassion for women from that country. Furthermore, since it was essentially a monetary transaction, he intended to enjoy it to the fullest. After putting aside her pride, Jean Wenju certainly wouldn't hold back. Just hesitating symbolically for a moment, she obediently knelt down. Upon arriving in a foreign land, under the allure of money, Chen Mo experienced a moment of unrestrained pleasure. 2 hours later, Jean Wenju shakily left the hotel. If one looked closely, they would see a clear expression of shock on her face. This man from Huaxiao was far stronger than she had imagined. Later that evening, Jin Wenju called. "Mr. Chun, I just inquired, and there is an entire floor available for rent at the Jinmao Tower on Xinguang Street, with a total area of over 3,000 square meters. The annual rent is 6 million. I called to check, and if paid monthly, it would be 600,000 per month, plus a security deposit of 1 million. After hearing Jin Wenju's words on the phone, Chen Mo was genuinely surprised. He laughed and said, "Director Jin, I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Let's secure it at that price first." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chun. It's what I should do." "Ha ha, great. Once the new company address is set up, I will also give you a raise." "Thank you, Mr. Chun. I'll go sign the rental contract now." "Okay, send me your personal account, and I'll transfer 2 million to you shortly. Besides the rent and deposit, the remaining 400,000 is a bonus for you." Upon hearing this, Jin Wenju's heart suddenly trembled. "Mr. Chun, is what you said really true? It's just 400,000. Do I need to lie to you?" "Thank you, Mr. Chun. Then, I'll handle things here and come to the hotel to find you." "As you wish." After hanging up, Jin Wenju quickly sent an account number. Chun Mo didn't hesitate and directly transferred 2 million from the employee welfare funds. On the other end, upon seeing the funds hit her account, the excitement and thrill in Jin Wenju's heart were beyond words. Not to mention the promise of a significant raise from the big boss. Just this 400,000 bonus was equivalent to her previous 8 months of salary. Faced with such a generous man, at that moment, Jin Wenju only wanted to hold on to his leg tightly. After quickly signing the rental contract for the Jinmao Tower, it was already nearing evening. Jin, the beautiful lady, eagerly returned to the Rongtai Hotel. Faced with her flattering demeanor, Chun Mo naturally wouldn't refuse. He jokingly asked, "Director Jin, don't you have 2 daughters? Are you not planning to take care of them?" Upon hearing this, Jin Wenju smiled charmingly. "Mr. Chun, I just called my mom to take the kids over. Tonight, I am your maid, and you can treat me however you like." "Ha ha. It seems that women from that region are quite perceptive. All right then, first give me a shoulder massage and a back rub." Listening to the boss's instructions, Jin Wenju didn't hesitate at all. Chapter 216. Encountering the beautiful girl disguised as a boy. The newly rented office space didn't require extensive renovations, but it still needed some minor adjustments to fit the style of an entertainment company. Additionally, there were many office supplies to purchase anew. Jin Wenju estimated that it would take at least 10 days or more for the entire company to move in. Chen Mo was not in a hurry. The next day, he returned to the old office space with Jin Wenju. The 2 receptionists and 1 clerk had already arrived for work. A few of the girls looked at the empty office and felt a bit out of place. When they saw the big boss and Director Jin arrive together, they didn't think much of it and greeted them enthusiastically. "Hello, Director Chun." "Hello, Director Jin." After glancing at the girls, Chen Mo casually asked, "Which of you knows about recruitment?" Hearing this, the girls exchanged glances, but no one spoke up. Seeing this, Chen Mo turned his gaze back to Jin Wenju. "Director Jin, it seems I have to trouble you with the recruitment issue. Please send out a recruitment notice immediately, stating that our company needs to hire a large number of outstanding staff for dance rehearsals, choreography, performances, and various entertainment-related positions. If we can't find suitable candidates, we can recruit from other entertainment companies. As for salaries, double their original pay. With such good benefits, make sure to set the bar high. We must select the best of the best." Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, Jin Wenju was instantly energized. "Director Chun, don't worry. With such attractive salaries, I will definitely bring in a batch of excellent teachers." After a slight pause, she hesitantly asked, "What about the artists, Director Chun? Do you have any plans?" Hearing Jin Wenju's question, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. "As for artists, that's definitely a top priority. Our company will focus on nurturing female artists. On one hand, we can hold a nationwide audition for aspiring idol trainees. Any girl aged 18 and above with special talent in singing or dancing can apply. Even if they lack talent in those areas, as long as they are exceptionally good-looking, they can also apply. Once they pass the company's interview, they will become official artists of our company. Not only will they enjoy the treatment of a top-tier entertainment company regarding resources, but the salary will start at 200,000 per month." Upon hearing this, Jin Wenju was momentarily stunned. She had no objections to the focus on nurturing female artists. In the current landscape of several top entertainment companies in the region, they mostly favored male artists. If their company could take a different approach, it might yield unexpected results. Jin Wenju was mainly shocked by the salary Chen Mo was offering. It should be noted that even for top-tier entertainment companies, like the one mentioned, newly debuted idol trainees can expect a salary of just over 30,000. Someone like the boss who offers a starting monthly salary of 200,000 is truly one of a kind in the entertainment industry of that region. It's not hard to imagine that once this news is released, many talented girls will be eager to join the company, even if they have to break their heads to do so. Even those without talent but with stunning looks would certainly want to seize this shortcut to success. Jin Wenju even felt a deep sense of envy and jealousy toward this batch of trainees who hadn't yet joined the company. Why didn't she encounter such good fortune when she participated in the talent show back then? Of course, this feeling was quickly replaced by an indescribable excitement. There is no doubt that the big boss of the company dares to set up such a grand affair. In the future, this company might really become the leading entertainment firm in that region. As the director of the company, Jin Wenju's status would naturally rise as well. Thinking this way, the beautiful Jin couldn't help but smile widely. With excitement, she declared, "Don't worry, Boss Chun. I'll make sure to handle this beautifully for you. Director Jin, I trust your abilities." As she spoke, she glanced at the other three girls. "You all should learn a bit from Director Jin. If you don't know anything, this company won't keep idle people." Hearing this from the boss, the girls felt a bit wrong. One was at the front desk, and two were just clerks who usually served coffee and made copies. How could they handle such high-end work? However, despite their grievances, given the limitless prospects of the company, they all perked up and expressed their determination to learn from Director Jin. Chen Mo didn't think too much about it. Even if they weren't needed in the future, these girls' looks would at most allow them to do some logistical work. After briefly explaining the recruitment and nationwide talent show tasks, Chen Mo left the company alone. Jin Wenju had to handle these matters and naturally couldn't accompany Boss Chen. Chen Mo didn't mind. After leaving the company, he planned to wander around casually. The old company was located in an older district, and the streets didn't look very bright, with many slopes and bumps. After walking along one slope for a while, a young man wearing a hat suddenly emerged from a small alley ahead. As he approached Chen Mo, he pretended to trip. At the moment of colliding with Chen Mo, a hand reached into his arms. With Chen Mo's current skills, how could this guy succeed? With a cold smile, he swiftly grabbed the person's hand. The guy immediately let out a cry. "Ouch, that hurts. You jerk, let go of me." Hearing a girl's voice, Chen Mo was slightly taken aback. He loosened his grip, but didn't let go. Taking a closer look, it was indeed a girl disguised as a boy. Judging by her face, she was clearly a beautiful girl. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Little girl, you've already reached into my embrace. And you still dare to act so arrogantly? Do you want me to call the authorities?" Upon hearing this, the girl showed a hint of panic on her face. "Uncle, I was wrong. Anyway, you have nothing to lose. Please let me go." "Hee, letting you go is not out of the question. But I'm not familiar with this area. Why don't you be my guide for a while? If I'm satisfied, I naturally won't call the authorities." After hearing this, the girl's expression slightly froze. "Uncle, aren't you from this part of town? Don't ask so much. Just show me what fun things there are nearby and lead the way." Hearing this, a cunning glint flashed in the girl's eyes. "Uncle, then hurry up and let go of my hand." Chapter 217. The stunning beauty hearing the girl say this, Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "You little girl, you'd better behave and not try any tricks." As he spoke, he directly released his grip. The girl shook her slightly pained hand and asked, "Uncle, how can you be so strong? You hurt me." "Humph, if you know it hurts, why are you out here stealing?" "Uncle, if I say it's my first time stealing, would you believe me?" At her words, Chen Mo slightly curled his lips. "Do you think I would believe that?" "Uncle, it's true. My family is in urgent need of money, so I had no choice but to disguise myself as a boy to steal. I didn't expect to get caught on my first try." Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle slightly, a hint of mockery in his smile. "What era is this? You still use such a clumsy excuse. Are you going to say that you have a sick mother, a gambling father, and a useless younger brother?" At this, the girl showed a surprised expression. "Wow, Uncle, you guessed it right. But I don't have a useless younger brother. Just a gambling father and a sick mother. My dad is always obsessed with gambling and doesn't care about me and my mom anymore. We don't even have money for my mom's medicine. I had no choice but to resort to this." After hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The sadness on the girl's face didn't seem fake at all. If this were faked, She could probably win an Oscar. But it was just too coincidental. Randomly encountering a thief on the street, disguised as a boy, and she's a beauty, with such a dramatic backstory. Lost in thought, he scanned the girl's profile with his panel. Name: Park Soo-jin. Age: 18. Height: 166 centimeters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 93. Purity: 0. After looking at her profile, Chinemo couldn't help but be astonished. He had initially guessed her overall attractiveness would be at most in the 80s, but the system showed a 93. Undoubtedly, the system's aesthetic judgment was much better than his. The reason for this situation could only be one. This Korean beauty named Park Soo-jin must have deliberately made herself look less attractive. He then glanced intentionally at the girl's front. Sure enough, there were signs of a bag being tied. If it were to be released, it probably wouldn't be small. The most crucial part was that she was still a pure and innocent girl. How could he encounter such a good thing? Shin Mo could only marvel at his protagonist's luck. In the midst of his thoughts, he suddenly asked, "Little girl, as long as you tell me your real name, I might just believe you." Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, Park Soo-jin's expression froze for a moment. Her eyes flickered before she weakly replied, "Uncle, my name is Lee Jinhee. Do you believe me now?" Hearing the girl's words, Chun Mo was somewhat speechless. He couldn't tell which of the little beauty's statements were true and which were false. "Park Soo-jin, you even dare to deceive me with your name. How can I trust what you just said?" Upon hearing Chin Boss call out her real name, Park Soo-jin's eyes widened in shock. She responded incredulously, "Uncle, how do you know my name?" "Humph. I not only know you are called Park Soo-jin, but I also know you are 18 years old this year, right? So you should know what happens to those who deceive me." Hearing this, Park Soo-jin's heart suddenly trembled. With an incredulous expression, she asked, "Uncle, who are you really? How do you know this information about me?" "Hee, it doesn't matter how I know, just tell me. Why did you come out to be a thief?" Upon hearing Chin Boss's question, Park Soo-jin quickly shook her head. Anxiously, she replied, "Uncle, I was just being cautious and didn't dare to tell you my real name. What I said earlier was all true. If you don't believe me, I can take you to my home to see." Upon hearing this, Chun Mo believed about 70 to 80% of her words. Of course, whether it was true or not didn't really matter to him. This unbelievably beautiful girl in front of him could definitely be cultivated as a top artist in the entertainment industry. Even if she truly lacked talent, she would still be the best candidate for his personal entourage. Thinking this way, a faint smile appeared on Chun Boss's face. "All right, since you were so sincere, I'll reluctantly choose to believe you. By the way, Park Soo-jin, with your conditions, it shouldn't be hard to find a good job and earn some money. How did you end up resorting to theft?" Hearing Chun Boss's question, the girl revealed a hint of a bitter smile. "Uncle, because of my family situation, I dropped out of high school. Besides being good-looking, I can say I don't know anything else, and I have no diploma. I had 2 jobs before, but the bosses had inappropriate thoughts, which made me too scared to go to work. Hee, with your looks, it's indeed easy to attract unwanted attention from men. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am the owner of the Ice Point Entertainment Company. Do you want to become a star?" Upon hearing Chin Boss's unexpected question, Park Soo-jin's little face slightly froze again. She asked cautiously, "Uncle, is it really that easy to become a star? Also, you still haven't told me how you know my name. Little girl, are you still afraid I'm a bad person? To be honest, I know a bit of mystical arts, and figuring out a person's name and age is not difficult for me." Upon hearing this, Park Soo-jin showed a look of doubt. "You, an entertainment company owner, also know mystical arts? How does that sound so unbelievable? You don't need to worry about whether it's believable or not. Just answer me if you want to become a star and make big money. How much salary are you offering? Then how much do you want?" After hearing the rhetorical question from Boss Chun, Park Soo-jin's eyes flickered a few times. "In my last job, my boss offered me a monthly salary of 10,000. You have to at least exceed that, right?" "Ha ha ha. Park Soo-jin, you really underestimate yourself. As long as you join my company and work hard, not to mention a monthly salary of 10,000, even a daily salary of 10,000 is not a dream." After hearing Boss Chen's words, Park Soo-jin's heart suddenly trembled, almost causing her bandage to come loose. She had never dared to imagine reaching a daily salary of 10,000 in the future. If that day really comes, she wouldn't have to worry about her mother's medical expenses at all. Thinking of this, she nervously asked, "Uncle, is it really that easy to become a big star?" Chapter 218. Taking the beauty to the casino. Hearing Park Soo-young's question, Shin Mo couldn't help but show a proud expression. He smiled and said, I'm the big boss of the company. If I want to make someone a big star, it's just a matter of a word from me. Besides, looking at your pretty face, if you were to dress as a girl again, you would definitely be stunning. It would be such a pity if you don't pursue a career in entertainment. Upon hearing this, the sparkle in Park Soo-jin's eyes brightened even more. Uncle, as long as I can make a lot of money and provide a good life for my mom, I'm definitely willing. Little girl, do you know how many girls dream of this opportunity? If you want to become a big star and earn a lot of money, the premise is that you must obediently listen to me. Hearing this, Park Soo-jin didn't think too much. She smiled and said, Uncle, as long as I can become a big star and earn big money, I will definitely be obedient. Ha ha ha, if you're obedient, then let's go for a stroll. Okay, Uncle, I know this area very well, just follow me. With that, Park Soo-jin took the lead. Although the girl was dressed in male clothing, her figure was still quite attractive from behind. Chun Imo slightly raised the corners of his mouth and naturally followed her. This area, although an old district, is part of an international metropolis, so there are all kinds of shops. After walking for a while, Chun Imo unexpectedly spotted an openly advertised casino. Curiously, he asked, Park Soo-jin, this casino is advertising outside. Isn't there any police to manage it? Upon hearing Chun Imo's question, Park Soo-jin was momentarily taken aback. Then she replied with slight confusion, Uncle, you don't know this? In this country, as long as you have connections, you can obtain a legal gambling hall license. In this old district, this is the only qualified casino, and I've heard the owner has significant connections. Upon hearing this, Chun Imo didn't show any shock. Not to mention legal gambling halls. In some places, even activities like prostitution and drug use can be wrapped in legal licenses. With these thoughts, a faint smile appeared on Chun Mo's face. Park Soo-jin, let us go in and take a look. Hearing this, the girl hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. Uncle, then follow me. The casino wasn't very large, with the main hall being only a few hundred square meters. Inside, it was filled with smoke, and besides many red-faced gamblers, there were also many beautifully dressed women. Now that they were inside, although Chun Imo wasn't particularly interested in gambling, he felt like trying his luck a bit. He took Park Soo-jin to the chip exchange area and casually exchanged for 1 million in chips. Seeing this scene, Park Soo-jin was astonished and naturally believed even more in Chun Mo's identity as the boss of an entertainment company. After the staff handed over 100 black chips worth 10,000 each in a small basket, Chun Imo held them in his hand and smiled. Little girl, want to play a couple of rounds? Upon hearing this, Park Soo-jin quickly shook her head. Uncle, I dislike gambling the most. You can play by yourself. Naturally, Boss Chun wouldn't force her after she said that. He then approached a big and small betting table, found an empty seat, and sat down. The dealer was skillfully shaking a specially made jar with dice inside. After a few flashy shakes, he placed it on the table. Without needing to say anything, many gamblers around the table eagerly placed their chips on it. Seeing this, Chun Imo casually grabbed a handful of black chips, around 7 or 8 pieces, and placed them on the big bet. His casual move made Park Soo-jin's heart race with anxiety, her palms sweating. That's around 70 to 80,000. She thought to herself, recalling that her last job took her half a year to earn that much. If he lost this, even if Boss Chun didn't care, she would feel uncomfortable. While Soo-jin was lost in her thoughts, the dealer opened the lid. 1, 3, 3, 7 points, small. As soon as he finished speaking, the gamblers around the table exhibited mixed reactions, some excited, some disappointed. A few tens of thousands of dollars were nothing to Chun Imo, and his expression didn't change at all. However, Park Soo-jin felt her heart twist in knots. How nice it would be to have all that money for myself. Why is he using it to gamble? She slightly parted her lips, wanting to say something, but after thinking it over, she ultimately didn't dare to speak up. Unbeknownst to Chun Imo, Soo-jin's thoughts were wandering as he continued to play several rounds. Perhaps his luck was indeed poor, as he mostly lost rather than won. Even though Boss Chun wasn't short on money, he found this losing streak uninteresting and stood up, smiling at Park Soo-jin. Let's go. Let's play something else. Upon hearing this, the girl glanced at the few remaining chips in the basket and weakly asked, Uncle, aren't you worried about losing tens of thousands just now? Ha ha. A mere tens of thousands is nothing to me. Why would I care? Ah, tens of thousands is still small money to you? Park Soo-jin exclaimed, taken aback. Seeing her shocked expression, Chun Imo couldn't help but smile slightly. I actually have no interest in gambling. This small amount is just for fun today. Oh, Although Park Soo-jin couldn't quite understand, their relationship made her hesitant to say more. After wandering around the gambling hall, Chun Imo arrived at the number roulette. There were a total of 37 numbers. You could bet on any one, and if you hit it, the payout was 35 times. Similar to the odds of buying a lottery ticket. After several rounds of betting with no wins, noticing there were still 6 chips left in the basket, he smiled at Park Soo-jin. Little girl, my luck is a bit poor today. How about you pick a number for the last round? Whatever you say, I'll bet on it. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly shook her head. Sir, I told you I absolutely dislike gambling. Hee hee, I'm not asking you to gamble. Just give me a random number between 1 and 37. Hearing this, she pouted a bit. Okay, I'll just say the number 19. But if you lose, don't blame me. Ha ha ha, then I'll place my bet on 19. As she spoke, she placed all 6 remaining chips on the number 19. As the number wheel spun, she felt a bit nervous. Although she knew the odds of winning were very low, she couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. When the pointer finally stopped, her eyes widened in surprise. The pointer had indeed stopped on the number 19. Chapter 219. I really have a great figure. Seeing the scene before him, Boss Chin showed a hint of surprise on his face. A probability of 1 in 37 is indeed very small. He never expected that this girl, Park Soo-jin, would randomly say a number and actually hit the jackpot. Even if she only bet 6 chips with a 35 to 1 payout, she still won 1 million in chips. When the dealer handed over a large basket of chips, Park Soo-jin exclaimed in delight, Wow, uncle, I really won. Ha ha ha, little girl, I told you are my lucky star. Do you want to play again? Hearing this, Park Soo-jin quickly shook her head. Uncle, gambling usually means losing more and winning less. I advise you to take your winnings and leave. Hee hee, it seems you are quite strong-willed, little girl. I also find it uninteresting. Let's go exchange the chips. In a legitimate casino with a business license, exchanging chips went quite smoothly. Although a profit of over 1 million is not a small amount, it didn't cause any commotion. After leaving the casino, Chun Imo smiled and asked, Little girl, I won so much just because of you. How about I share some with you? Upon hearing this, Park Soo-jin's face showed a hint of temptation. But in the end, she still shook her head. Uncle, I don't want this little profit. I need you to train me to become a big star and earn more money. Hearing this response from the girl, Chun Mo's smile grew even wider. With looks and ambition, if you can't become a big star, that would be a real shame. Let us go? I'll take you to eat something good and buy you a set of women's clothes to see what you're really made of. After hearing Boss Chen's words, Park Soo-jin's little face rarely turned a shade of red. Although she was a bit naive, she wasn't foolish. She understood perfectly what Boss Chen meant by what you're really made of. However, she wasn't too worried at all. She knew her own figure best. Once the bandages were removed, it would definitely be very impressive. What Park Soo-jin was most worried about now was that she couldn't sing or dance at all. She had no idea how this uncle would train her to become a big star. In her thoughts, she couldn't worry too much. If she missed this incredible opportunity today, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. In a weak voice, she replied, Uncle, I have a great figure. It's just wrapped up in cloth. Hearing this, Boss Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You little girl, it seems you really put in a lot of effort to disguise yourself. Let us go, just lead the way to whatever you like to eat. There's a place in the alley ahead that serves great 3-flavored dishes. Uncle, let me take you there. After saying this, Park Soo-jin took the lead and walked towards a small alley. Just as they reached the entrance of the alley, a man suddenly rushed up from behind. With a surprised expression, he said, Park Soo-jin, is that really you? Why are you dressed like this? I thought I recognized the wrong person back at the casino. Who is this boss? After seeing the man, Park Soo-jin's face clearly flashed a hint of disgust. This is my new acquaintance. What do you want? The man replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'm your father. I just wanted to ask. Didn't I see your friend win a lot of money at the casino earlier? I'm a bit tight on cash these days. Can your friend lend me some money so I can try my luck at the casino? Listening to their conversation, Chun Imo instantly understood the man's identity. It seems the girl wasn't lying. She really does have a gambling father. In the midst of his thoughts, Park Soo-jin spoke up with disgust. All you do is gamble every day. You've lost everything at home, and you don't care about mom and me at all. I don't want a father like you anymore. Just get out of the way. Upon hearing Park Soo-jin's words, the man immediately became furious. You little brat, how dare you talk back to me? Do you believe I can sell you? As he spoke, he raised his right hand to slap her. Chun Imo, standing nearby, naturally wouldn't let the man succeed. He swiftly reached out and grabbed the man's right hand, applying a bit of force, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. The man let out a heartbreaking scream. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much, you bastard, let me go. Seeing this, Chun Mo released his grip and coldly slapped him again. With a loud smack, the man fell to the ground. He looked up at Chun Mo in terror. Why did you hit me? Hee hee, with a scum like you. It's already light not to have killed you. Now, Park Soo-jin is an employee of my company. If you dare to harass her again, I will make you wish you were dead. Feeling Chun Mo's fierce gaze, the man couldn't help but tremble. Gritting his teeth in fear, he tried to argue. Park Soo-jin is my daughter. Isn't it only natural for me to ask her for some money? Hearing this, Chun Mo then turned to the stunned girl beside him. He asked, Park Soo-jin, do you still want to acknowledge this father of yours? Upon hearing Chun Mo's question, Park Soo-jin finally came to her senses. First, she looked at the man on the ground with disgust, then firmly said, Uncle, this bastard has lost all the money at home, hasn't been back for months. And Mom is sick but has no money for treatment. She's about to die, and he still doesn't come back. I will never acknowledge a father like this. After hearing Park Soo-jin's words, Chun Mo nodded in approval. He then coldly looked at the man lying on the ground. Did you hear that? A dog like you is not fit to be a parent. Get lost. Upon hearing this, the man stumbled to his feet, his eyes filled with resentment. You all wait for me. After saying this, he turned and left. Seeing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Although he currently had a system to assist him, he still didn't have the ability to make scum like this disappear. Otherwise, even to avoid future troubles, he would have acted without hesitation. While he was thinking this, he heard Park Soo-jin's weak voice. Thank you, sir, for your trouble. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo smiled nonchalantly. I don't have any trouble, but I'm just worried that this old man might cause you trouble in the future. After hearing Chun Mo's words, Park Soo-jin's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Then she showed a determined look. As long as I become a big star and earn a lot of money, I can leave the poverty-stricken area with my mother. Sir, you will help me, right? That's all a small issue. I'm a bit hungry, so let us hurry to the snack shop. Oh. After Park Soo-jin softly agreed, she led the way ahead. After walking for a while down the alley, they arrived at a small snack shop specializing in 3 delicacies. Chapter 220. The super beautiful Park Soo-jin. This small snack shop in the alley is certainly not elegant or luxurious. However, Boss Chin doesn't care and follows the girl inside. The place is quite clean, and after sitting down at a table, Park Soo-jin seems to have forgotten her earlier troubles. With a cheerful smile, she says, Uncle, I'll just order whatever I want, since I won so much money earlier. It's no problem even if you buy out the whole snack shop. Hearing this, Park Soo-jin's smile becomes even brighter. After enjoying a delicious meal, it only costs a few hundred won. Seeing that the girl still wants to pack the leftovers, Chun Mo can't help but tease her, little girl. Are you still not full? Upon hearing this, Park Soo-jin awkwardly smiles and replies, Uncle, I want to pack some for my mom to bring back. You want to laugh at me, right? After hearing her, Chun Mo shakes his head with a smile. How could I laugh at a girl with such filial piety? But I also want to take you to buy a beautiful dress. It's not convenient for you to carry the takeout box, right? Oh then, what should I do? Ha ha ha, you're such a cute girl. If you behave well later, I'll give you a month's salary in advance. Once you have money, you can buy whatever food you want for your mom. Isn't that more convenient? After hearing this, Park Soo-jin's eyes light up slightly. Uncle, does that mean I can be considered an artist now? Hearing her question, Chun Mo looks Park Soo-jin up and down. Who knows? Just change into a dress first. With this comment, Park Soo-jin naturally gives up the idea of packing the leftovers. As they exit the snack shop and haven't walked out of the alley, 4 men approach them. Coincidentally, one of them is Lee Jae-myung, the former financial manager of Ice Point Entertainment. Upon seeing Boss Chun, his face suddenly shows surprise. Then, with a fake smile, he says, Mr. Chun, what a coincidence. A big boss like you coming to this little alley to join the fun. Hearing Lee Jae-myung, Chun Mo has no intention of responding. He coldly glances at him and intends to walk past with Park Soo-jin. Lee Jae-myung doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity. He steps in front of them, revealing a sinister expression. Damn, you, Chinese pig, come to our great empire and dare to be so arrogant. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Before he finishes speaking, he is kicked several meters away by Chun Mo. With a loud thud, he falls to the ground, spitting blood and hunched over in pain, howling in agony. This scene happens in the blink of an eye. No one at the scene expected Chun Mo to suddenly strike. The other three men, upon realizing what happened, show expressions of shock and anger. One of them is Lee Jae-myung's cousin, a genuine member of the Seoul underworld. Although he is not a big boss, as a member of the underworld, how could he tolerate a Chinese person beating up his cousin in his own territory? In a fit of anger, he didn't even consider how powerful the opponent's earlier strike was. "You're asking for trouble." As he spoke, he swung his fist towards the boss. For such a small fry, the boss didn't even raise an eyebrow. With a casual kick, he sent the guy flying. The fellow came fast, but left even faster. Just like another person, after being kicked several meters away, he crashed to the ground, spitting blood. The sight was utterly tragic. Seeing this, the other two gangsters from a certain country felt their anger dissipate instantly. It was clear that this individual was definitely a martial arts expert. With the thought of not wanting to suffer unnecessary losses, they slowly stepped back. Without any further words, they turned and fled. Not wanting to create any extra trouble for himself, the boss calmly walked up to the other person, placing a foot on his face. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Supervisor, we have no grudges, so why make things difficult for yourself?" The other person couldn't believe that the new boss from the entertainment company was this skilled. At that moment, all his previous arrogance had vanished. Enduring the excruciating pain, he managed to squeeze out a few words. "B-boss, I was wrong, please spare me." Although there weren't many pedestrians in this alley, it was still broad daylight, and the boss didn't entertain any unrealistic ideas. He coldly warned, "Trash like you, it's a good thing I didn't keep you in the company. If you fall into my hands again, it won't be so easy next time." After saying this, he turned to the still-dazed girl and smiled faintly. "Hey, don't just stand there. Let us go." Hearing this, the girl suppressed her excitement and softly responded. Following the boss, they exited the alley. Once they reached the main street, she couldn't help but ask, "Hey, you're from that country. What do you think about it?" After asking this question, she quickly shook her head. "No, I actually admire your country and would love to visit one day." "Really?" he replied with a smile. "Absolutely. When I make a fortune, I plan to move there with my mom. I've long wanted to leave this place." Hearing her words, he chuckled. "With that dream of yours, I'll make sure you earn big." "Really?" she exclaimed. "Of course, but you must promise to behave." "Sure. You're so nice, I'll definitely listen to you. By the way, your kick earlier was so cool. I once saw a movie from your country. Something like The Legend of Chun Jun, and I think you're even better than that character." Seeing the adoring expression on Park Soo-jin's face, Chun Mo felt a surge of happiness. Just casually strolling around, he encountered such a stunning girl. He was eager to see her true appearance. A few minutes later, inside a high-end women's clothing store, Park Soo-jin stepped out of the fitting room wearing a yellow cheapao personally selected by the owner. She had naturally removed her hat, letting her light red long hair cascade over her shoulders. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful. The most important thing was that once the white fabric wrapped around her was removed, Park Soo-jin's figure was truly impressive. Even Chun Mo, who had experienced countless encounters with beautiful women, couldn't help but let his eyes brighten a little. Chapter 221 Key Featured Artist. This face, this figure. Park Soo-jin is indeed a top goddess with an overall attractiveness score of 94. Even if Park Soo-jin is just a pretty face, the boss has ways to train her into a top star in the country. Feeling the boss's unabashedly intense gaze, Park Soo-jin's small face turned slightly red. But her impressive figure instinctively straightened even more. She weakly asked, "Uncle, is my figure okay?" Hearing her question, the boss smiled and nodded in approval. "Everything is excellent. You are definitely star material. Choose 2 outfits you like, and I'll cover the bill." "Oh, thank you, uncle. I want to be polite then." A few minutes later, Park Soo-jin was wearing a stylish and beautiful outfit, holding 2 bags, and she walked out of the store with the boss. "Park Soo-jin, do you have your own bank card number?" Upon hearing this, Park Soo-jin's eyes brightened slightly, and she quickly nodded. "All right, give me your card number, and I'll send you a month's salary in advance." Although she hadn't signed a contract yet and couldn't access the employee benefits, a mere few $100,000 was nothing for the boss. He personally transferred $300,000 to her from his own funds. "Once you get home, it's best to hire a little caregiver for your mother. In the future, when you join my company, you might occasionally have to work late, so it's good to take care of that in advance." Listening to the boss, Park Soo-jin nodded, seemingly understanding. "Uncle, don't worry. I will make sure my mom is settled. Hee. I like you being so obedient and sensible. All right, come to the company tomorrow to report." He then provided her with the company address. After exchanging contact information, they temporarily said goodbye. The boss didn't feel like returning to the company, so he hailed a cab back to the hotel on Starlight Street. Later, Jean Wenju called. Her voice was soft as she asked, "Mr. Chun, do you need me to come to the hotel tonight?" With a beautiful woman to accompany him on a long night, the boss naturally wooed refuse. An hour later, Jean Wenju, dressed in professional attire, walked in under the guidance of the hotel concierge. After sending the concierge away, the boss casually sat on the sofa and beckoned to the beautiful Jean. Jean Wenju obediently moved closer. After playing around for a bit, the boss smiled and asked, "Director Jean, how is the recruitment process going?" "Mr. Chun, under our company's high salary policy, we have already hired more than 10 experienced teachers today and over 20 office staff." Hearing this, the boss shook his head. More than 10 teachers is too few. Keep recruiting in large numbers. Various music, dance, and performance training teachers, at least over 100. "Oh, I see, Mr. Chun. By the way, is there any progress on the nationwide audition for girl group trainee idols?" Upon hearing this, Jean Wenju looked slightly taken aback. Then she smiled wryly and said, "Mr. Chun, the audition won't happen so quickly. I just finished the planning document today. I still need to coordinate with the broadcasting station and discuss various details. The actual audition for girl group trainee idols will take at least another 10 days. After hearing Jean Wenju's words, Chen Mo didn't seem anxious. He smiled and said, "It's fine. Take your time. I'm not very familiar with the entertainment industry here, Director Jean, so please take good care of the company's matters." "Yes, Mr. Chun, don't worry. I will make sure you are very satisfied with everything." As she spoke, a charming smile appeared on Jean Wenju's face. After spending an enjoyable night in a foreign land, the next day, when Chun, the boss, arrived at the company feeling refreshed, Park Soo-jin was already there. The girl had changed into a beautiful outfit she had just bought yesterday, looking stunning. Now, aside from the lack of artists, all other positions in the company were filled. Chun Mo gathered all the employees in the spacious practice room for a brief meeting. The newly hired employees were all attracted by Ice Point Entertainment's salaries that far exceeded the industry standard. However, upon arrival, they found there were no artists at all. Everyone was thinking, could this be a shell company? With such thoughts in mind, the looks in the eyes of the employees directed at Chun Mo carried a hint of skepticism. Seeing this, Chun Mo remained unfazed. He calmly said, "Most of you were hired just yesterday, and passing Director Jin's evaluation shows that you all have unique skills in your respective fields. I won't say much more. Besides the promised salaries, those who perform well will also receive additional bonuses every month. Furthermore, Ice Point Entertainment has rented an entire floor in the Jingmao building on Starlight Street as our new office space. After some simple renovations, the company will be fully relocated." Upon hearing this last part from Chun Mo, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rent for the Jingmao building on Starlight Street is not cheap, let alone an entire floor. To pull off such a big operation, it definitely couldn't be a shell company. Ignoring the changing expressions of the crowd, Chun Mo directly called out Park Soo-jin. "She is Park Soo-jin, the key artist that Ice Point Entertainment aims to develop. Until we have other artists on board, all of you teachers need to focus your efforts on Park Soo-jin. If I can see results in a short time, the company will definitely reward you handsomely. All right, since today is our first meeting, I don't have anything else to offer, so each of you will receive a bonus of 50,000. After hearing this from the boss, everyone was a bit stunned. They even thought they might have misheard. Just joining the company and not having done anything yet. And the big boss is already handing out bonuses? Is it really this extravagant? Just as everyone was still in a daze, they heard Boss Chun say, "I've already transferred the funds to the finance account, so the new finance staff should hurry up and distribute the bonuses." Upon hearing this, everyone had no more doubts. They were all as excited as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Before long, under the operation of the new finance staff, currently, all 46 employees at the company received a transfer of 50,000 yuan each into their bank accounts. In an instant, the entire company erupted with excitement. The newly recruited teachers for dance choreography, composition, and performance looked at Park Soo-jin with shining eyes. If they could cultivate this beautiful girl into a talent, the generous bonuses would definitely be plentiful. Chapter 222. Winning over Park Soo-jin. Chun Mo wanted to increase the visibility of Ice Point Entertainment in a certain country. Offering bonuses to this group of people was undoubtedly the most direct and effective means. They may not be at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, but at least they have a certain level of recognition within the circle. For something like today's bonuses, there was no need for Chun Mo to say anything. They would probably spread the news on their own. It was easy to imagine that it wouldn't be long before Chun Mo and Ice Point Entertainment would make a name for themselves in the entertainment circle of that country. This would be invaluable for continuing to recruit talent and for the upcoming auditions for new girl group idol trainees. In the following days, recruiting various excellent choreographers and arrangers went quite smoothly. A considerable number of them were even transitioning from other entertainment companies. Just like water flows downward, people strive for higher positions. No matter the industry, who wouldn't want better benefits? Initially, other entertainment companies in that country were a bit flustered by this phenomenon. However, after learning more about Ice Point Entertainment, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was just a small, insignificant entertainment company. What was the use of such gimmicks? They didn't have a decent artist, so they posed no threat at all. Chun Mo naturally did not know how others thought. His only idea was to invest money and forcefully build an entertainment empire. A few days later, the teachers conducted a comprehensive simple test on Park Soo-jin. Unexpectedly, this beautiful girl who had never been in the entertainment industry had a solid foundation in various aspects. In order to fulfill her dreams, Park Soo-jin was also very diligent. Aside from needing some time to practice her vocals, she was already capable of performing simple dances on her own. The day before the company relocated, Chun Mo called the girl to his office. Smiling, he asked, "Park Soo-jin, how does it feel to be an artist these days?" Upon hearing this, Park Soo-jin's face was filled with gratitude. "Mr. Chun, thank you for giving me this opportunity to pursue my dream. Without you, I wouldn't even have the money to treat my mother's illness. These past few days have been the happiest of my life." Haha, I like girls who know how to be grateful. At this point, Chun Mo paused slightly. Then, a hint of a smirk appeared on his face. "Park Soo-jin, do you know why I'm helping you like this?" Hearing this, Park Soo-jin immediately smiled sweetly. "Because you are a good person, uncle." Upon hearing her response, Chun Mo couldn't help but chuckle. "Girl, you have a very rosy view of the world. I never considered myself a good person. Uncle, no matter what kind of person you are, in my heart, you are the best person in the world." Listening to the girl's firm words, Boss Chun couldn't help but smile slightly. "Pu Xiuzhen, if I were to make some unreasonable demands right now, would you still think of me as a good person?" Upon hearing this, Pu Xiuzhen's face froze for a moment. She weakly replied, "Uncle, do you want my body? There is no love or hate without reason in this world. Pu Xiuzhen, since we met by chance and I've gone to such lengths to help you, it's time for you to give something in return." Facing this extraordinarily beautiful girl, Chun Mo directly stated his ultimate goal. He initially thought she would be very disappointed. However, Pu Xiuzhen just paused briefly and then showed a shy expression. "Uncle, even if you make that request, in my heart, you are still a good person. It's actually a stroke of luck for me to give my first time to a man like you." Hearing her declaration, Chun Mo couldn't help but feel amused. "Girl, are you speaking from the heart?" "Yes, uncle, not only are you handsome, but your skills are also amazing, better than any man I've ever met. Compared to the tremendous help you've given me, this small contribution is nothing." After hearing Pu Xiuzhen's words, the smile on Boss Chen's face grew even wider. He never considered himself a good person. From the start, his intentions with a girl of Pu Xiuzhen's caliber were very clear. Even if he had to use some means, he wanted her to be one of his harem. Now that Pu Xiuzhen was willing, it suited Boss Chen even more. An hour later, Pu Xiuzhen was taken back to the presidential suite of the hotel by Chun Mo. Although she had made up her mind, Pu Xiuzhen still felt a bit nervous. After entering the room, she nervously looked around and then weakly asked, "Uncle, do you stay in hotels for a long time?" "Yes, hotels are more convenient. Do you want to wash up first?" Hearing this, Pu Xiuzhen softly replied with a gentle hum and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Uncle, why don't you accompany me?" Upon hearing her request, Chun Mo felt a rush of blood to his head. Everything felt so natural, so easygoing. In a hazy moment, Pu Xiuzhen transformed from a girl into a true woman. With this new relationship, Chun Mo naturally wanted to nurture her into a world-class superstar without reservation. On the third day after the company moved, the audition for the idol trainee group under Ice Point Entertainment officially began with the assistance of a local television station. As long as they signed a contract to become an official artist of Ice Point Entertainment, they could earn a monthly salary of 300,000 without needing to achieve any results. Under such conditions, all beautiful girls over 18 in the country began to take action. It's worth noting that the highest-paid female artists in the country's top entertainment company earn about this amount as well. Other new trainees, no matter how beautiful they were, would only earn a few thousand at most. Comparing the two, the popularity of the entertainment company skyrocketed instantly. Regardless of profession, everyone's primary concern is salary and benefits. The audition process was exceptionally smooth, with the first batch of 36 stunning young women standing out. Besides being able to sing and dance, none of them had an overall attractiveness score below 85. During this period, the artist also released her first single. With her youthful and stunning looks, combined with the high quality of the song itself, she successfully debuted. The level of popularity was even comparable to that of other top female artists from the region. Subsequently, under the focused cultivation of the entertainment company, one hit song after another emerged. She quickly became the undisputed top artist of the company. Chapter 223. The grand finale. By the time other top entertainment companies in the region reacted, Ice Point Entertainment had essentially formed a substantial scale, and it was already too late to suppress it further. Under the extraordinarily high salary offered by Boss Chun, many promising female artists from other companies, provided the breach compensation wasn't too high, chose to switch to Ice Point Entertainment. The development of Ice Point Entertainment in the region could be described as exceptionally smooth. Seeing the situation shift, several top companies began to leverage their connections in an attempt to pressure Ice Point Entertainment. However, under the system's operation, Boss Chin's background was magnified infinitely. Even the Prime Minister personally came out to support him. In this context, Ice Point Entertainment's growth was incredibly rapid, especially for Park Soo-jin, who received significant attention from Boss Chin. It could be said that she sparked a phenomenal idol event within the region, becoming one of the top superstars. In just 1 year, Ice Point Entertainment reached the pinnacle of the entertainment industry in the region. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Beep. The system has issued a new mandatory task. The host needs to open a branch of the supermarket in a certain country and capture at least 50% of its market. Beep. The host will need to figure out the operational costs such as rent and goods on their own, while employee salaries are not limited and will be covered by the system. Beep. This time, the host also cannot bring any women. Beep. For the host's safety, the system will reward 4 super bio bodyguards with qualified identities, whose strength is equivalent to the bio warriors in Hollywood movies. Beep. Upon completing the task, the host will receive the ultimate prize. Hearing this series of notifications in his mind, Chun Mo, who was in the region, couldn't help but smile. Whether it was the super bodyguards or the ultimate prize after completing the task, Boss Chun was filled with anticipation. After delegating matters at Ice Point Entertainment, Chun Mo returned home. He gathered all the girls in the metropolis and indulged in their company one by one. After half a month of a blissful and carefree life, he finally prepared to head to the aforementioned country, Los Angeles International Airport. As Chun Mo stepped out of the airport, a slight smile appeared on his face. He had no good feelings towards this dominant country. On one hand, it claimed to stand for democracy and freedom, yet committed many inhumane acts. Being able to leverage the system to reap benefits in this country was quite exhilarating. Before coming, Chun Mo had done a bit of research. As a global supermarket giant, the annual revenue of the supermarket in its home country reached hundreds of billions of dollars. If his supermarket could take its place, this terrifying revenue would continuously flow back to his home. In simple terms, while Chun Mo was making money, he could even suppress the economy of the dominant country. With a powerful system backing him and 4 super bio bodyguards by his side, he is completely unafraid of anyone trying to pull any tricks on him. The pure income generated from several companies under his name has already reached tens of millions daily. Currently, the funds in his bank account have reached a 10-digit figure. Even though he was responsible for the initial rent and goods, he didn't worry at all. With the operation of funds, he quickly rented a commercial space of over 10,000 square meters in Chinatown. Regarding salary and benefits, under the system's unlimited conditions, the appearance requirements for supermarket clerks were set to a very strict standard. However, after offering salaries far beyond the industry average, a variety of stunning blonde beauties flocked to him. This city is known as a dream capital, not only from within the country, but beautiful girls from all over the world arrive here daily. Continuing with a domestic approach, the work uniforms were even more alluring. Under his unique management style, the supermarket chain became an instant hit. In less than a month, it squeezed out local supermarkets in several nearby streets. leaving them with no room to survive. Initially, there were local gangs that, under the influence of the local supermarkets, tried to teach him a lesson, but in front of his 4 bodyguards. Even drawing a knife or firing a gun felt like childish play. In the end, any gang that dared to act was completely uprooted by his bodyguards, indirectly contributing to local public safety. Since then, no one dared to trouble the supermarket anymore. With no worries, branches of the supermarket chain sprang up across major cities, growing from 5 to 10, then 30, until expanding to 500. 3 years later, it finally captured over 50% of the total supermarket revenue. During this time, top celebrities, supermodels, and campus beauties from various universities were incentivized by his generous bonuses, resulting in nearly 30 top-tier beauties, each with an overall attractiveness rating of no less than 90. At the moment of completing the task, a heavenly voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate mission, rewarding the host with technological knowledge from a Level 7 cultural star system. With the system's infusion of knowledge, a series of astonishing technologies entered his mind. Concepts like light-speed travel, brain development, various medical mysteries, technology, and military industry became as simple as 1-1 for him. A year later, the country's space carrier officially debuted globally with his funding. It's no exaggeration to say that with just a light press of a button, even the strongest forces would be obliterated. Moreover, the entire nation was enveloped in a transparent protective shield. Not even the power of an atomic bomb could break through. It's not hard to imagine that with such a powerful integrated offensive and defensive force, the nation has truly taken off, becoming a unique superpower in the world today. 3 years later, a superluminal spacecraft, carrying Chun Mo and all the women he has favored, slowly ascends from Earth, and in the blink of an eye, it sails into the cold depths of space. After having no further desires, Chun Mo also wants to explore the unknown new world. With the company of beautiful companions like Lung Yu, Luo Xia, and Jiang Xiaoyu, he is destined not to feel lonely on this journey. The trip can even be said to be quite interesting. P.S. Thank you all for reading this far. Due to some setbacks, the finale feels a bit rushed, but it still offers a perfect conclusion. The new book hasn't been ideal, so I plan to start another one, perhaps about prosperity and blessings. Friends who are interested can follow the author. Without further ado, I wish everyone a wealth of fortune, smooth endeavors, and continuous good luck and love. The end.